The morning mist over Maoshan had not yet dispersed when Chen Ping'an was kicked out of the mountain gate. Not metaphorically, a real kick. Master Rongcheng. Yes, that's his real name. The old man said since the founder of Chuanjian sect could ascend to immortality, having this name would let him live at least 20 more years, planted a foot on Chen Ping'an's rear. Chen Ping'an tumbled down more than a dozen stone steps, his back slamming against the blue stone slab, and he grimaced in pain. Master, are you kicking me out of the sect? Cut the crap. The master's vigorous voice came from above the mountain gate. You're 22. Time to go down the mountain. If you stay on the mountain any longer, you'll never find a wife. Chen Ping'an scrambled to his feet, brushed the dust off his Taoist robe, and looked up at the skinny old man standing in front of the mountain gate. The master wore a half-worn Taoist robe today, his hair in a top knot, holding a backscratcher in his hand, looking down with a face full of disdain. Wait, master, since when does Maoshan sect handle marriage affairs? Aren't we supposed to exorcise evil spirits? Can exorcism put food on the table? The master rolled his eyes. Your senior brother went down 3 years ago and now drives an Audi. Your senior sister went down 2 years ago and married the owner of a supermarket chain. But you, 22 years on the mountain, you haven't even flirted with a female mosquito. Chen Ping'an protested. I have flirted. That butterfly spirit last time. It came to steal incense offerings. You chased it for a mile until it knelt down and called you daddy, begging for mercy. The master said expressionlessly, with your emotional intelligence, if you don't gain some real-world experience, you'll spend the rest of your life with those talismans. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, but found no rebuttal. The master pulled an envelope from his sleeve and tossed it down casually. The envelope fluttered down and landed at Chen Ping'an's feet. On it were brush-written characters: Rongcheng, Qingyang District, Changshan Street. I've arranged a job for you down the mountain. The master said, there's a shop in the old quarter of Rongcheng bought by your uncle years ago. It's been empty all this time. You'll open a store there, do some feng shui exorcisms just to make a living. What kind of shop? Whatever you want. A Taoist hall, a fortune-telling stall, a funeral service package, anything. He paused. Oh, there's also a photo in the envelope, your blind date. On the third day in Rongcheng, the girl's family has arranged a dinner. You'll meet her. Chen Ping'an's hand trembled, nearly dropping the envelope. Blind date. Yes. The master said flatly. Her name is Yiling. She runs an antique shop. Her family is well off, and she's beautiful. Your uncle and her grandfather are old friends. If this match works out, you'll be set for life. Master, I'm a Taoist priest. Taoists don't marry. That's the Chuanjian sect. Our Jingyi sect allows marriage. The master scratched his ear. Besides, what kind of Taoist are you? You only know how to draw a few talismans. I never even held a formal initiation ceremony for you. Strictly speaking, you're just an ordinary young man with some skills. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He was an abandoned infant found by the master at the mountain gate 22 years ago. In his swaddling clothes were a peachwood talisman engraved with the characters Ping and a small bronze box. The box couldn't be opened, and no one knew what was inside. The master raised him and taught him Maoshan arts, talismans, vital chi circulation, and thunder magic of the evil warding sect, passing on everything without reservation. But in the end, he didn't even have an official Taoist certificate. All right. Don't make that sour face. The master waved his hand. Go down the mountain. Remember 3 things. First, don't disgrace Maoshan. Second, when you encounter evil ghosts or spirits, do what needs to be done. Don't be soft-hearted. Third, he paused, his gaze turning complicated. Third, keep that bronze box close to you. One day you'll know what's inside it. Chen Ping'an instinctively touched his chest. The small box, strung on a red cord and hanging around his neck, had been pressed against his skin for 22 years, never removed. Master, about my parents. When it's time for you to know, you'll know. The master turned and walked back through the mountain gate, waving his backscratcher behind him. Go on. Don't look back. Turning back will ruin it. The mountain gate creaked shut. Chen Ping'an stood on the stone steps, clutching the envelope. The wind blew past, making his Taoist robe flutter. He took a deep breath, tucked the envelope into his robe, and turned to walk down the mountain. After 3 steps, he stopped. Master, I have no travel money. The vigorous reply came from the mountain. Ask your uncle for it. Don't ask me. I'm broke too. Chen Ping'an sighed in resignation and began the first true going down the mountain of his 22 years of life. 3 hours later, he was already sitting on the long-distance bus bound for Rongcheng. The coach had departed from the town, battered and shabby, seats covered in dust, and the air conditioning barely worked. Chen Ping'an found a seat by the window, folded his Taoist robe, and put it in his bag, then changed into a plain black t-shirt. One his senior apprentice sister had mailed down the mountain, telling him not to wander around in a robe, or people would mistake him for a swindler. Though he was in fact a fake Taoist without an official certificate. The bus rattled into motion. Chen Ping'an took the photo out of the envelope and looked at it. It was one of those stiff formal ID photos. The girl had short hair, delicate features, and a cold expression. She looked straight at the camera with no hint of a smile, yet she was beautiful. Beautiful in a way that didn't seem suited to a blind date. Chen Ping'an stared at the photo for 3 seconds, then turned it over. On the back were a line of words: Yiling Tinjiuxuan Antique Shop Shop B. 12, Songxiankyo Antique Market, Qingyang District, Rongcheng. An antique shop owner, Chen Ping'an muttered to himself. The shop name alone sounds like an icy character. He put the photo away, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes. The bus jolted along the mountain road, the engine droning. Half an hour into the ride, Chen Ping'an suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze to the seat across the aisle. An old woman was sitting there, a white towel wrapped around her head, wearing a dark blue button jacket and carrying a bamboo basket on her arm. She looked perfectly normal. But Chen Ping'an noticed one detail. Her feet weren't touching the floor. Not the cross leg, kind of not touching. Her feet were about 2 centimeters off the ground, suspended in midair. Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow, but stayed put. Another 10 minutes passed, and the bus turned into a tunnel. The light dimmed. The old woman suddenly turned her head. Her face was hard to make out in the dim light, but the corners of her mouth stretched upward to an angle no normal person could achieve. "Young man," the old woman said, her voice as hoarse as sandpaper grinding over glass, "where are you headed?" Chen Ping'an leaned back, hands in his pockets, and replied calmly, "Rongcheng." "Rongcheng is nice," the old woman said. "Lively, crowded, strong, in Yangqi." At the words Yangqi, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Chen Ping'an's expression did not change. "And you? Where are you going?" "Me?" The old woman let out 2 sharp, shrill giggles like a squeaking rat. "I'll get off at the next stop. Someone's coming to pick me up." Chen Ping'an nodded. "Then take care." The old woman laughed again, revealing a row of blackened teeth. A child in the front row was startled and burst into tears. The mother quickly covered the child's eyes and carried him to the last row. Chen Ping'an still didn't move. The bus emerged from the tunnel, and sunlight streamed back in. The old woman's smile receded a little. She squinted at Chen Ping'an, as if waiting for some reaction. Chen Ping'an took out his phone, opened a food delivery app, and began scrolling through hot pot restaurants in Rongcheng. The old woman waited for a while, then seeing that he ignored her, gave a huff and turned her head away. The bus drove on for another 20 minutes and stopped at a small town station. The old woman stood up with her bamboo basket. As she passed Chen Ping'an, she suddenly leaned close to his ear and said, "Boy, you have a smell on you. A good smell. Not Yangqi. Something else." Then she got off. The door closed and the bus drove on. Through the window, Chen Ping'an saw her standing on the platform. She suddenly turned toward the bus, her mouth stretched all the way to her ears. The bus drove farther away. Only then did Chen Ping'an let out a breath. He pulled a crumpled yellow talisman from his pocket. In the middle of the talisman was a faint black stain, as if it had been scorched by something. "Evil spirit possessing her for about 3 months," he muttered, folding the talisman and putting it back. "Not much cultivation. Just greedy for Yangqi. Probably crawled out of some grave and latched onto an old woman who died walking on a night road." He fished out a white rabbit milk candy and handed it to the still crying child. "Here, eat this and you won't be scared." With the candy in his mouth, the child stopped crying. His round eyes stared at Chen Ping'an as he mumbled, "Thank you, uncle." Chen Ping'an ruffled his head. "Call me big brother." In the afternoon, the bus pulled into Rongcheng North Station. Chen Ping'an followed the crowd off the bus and stood at the exit, feeling the city's living warmth for the first time. In October, Rongcheng's air was thick with the smell of hot pot and osmanthus. Horns, peddlers' shouts, and electric bicycle bells mingled into a noisy chorus. He took out his phone and opened the address his martial uncle had sent. The map showed 12 kilometers to the destination, about 30 minutes by taxi. Chen Ping'an glanced at the taxi fare, then at his balance. 328 yuan and 50 cents. After 3 seconds of silence, he walked toward the bus stop. Half an hour later, he was dragging a suitcase down an old street in Qingyang District. On both sides stood 3-story residential buildings. The ground floors were all shops: cold snack stalls, tea houses, mahjong parlors, and noodle shops squeezed together. His martial uncle's shop sat in the middle of the street, a freestanding 3-story building with a white painted facade that was already mottled and peeling. Above the door hung a blank wooden sign with not a single character on it. Chen Ping'an stood at the shop entrance and peered inside through the glass door. Inside was bare and empty. Just an old table and a few chairs, a layer of dust on the floor. The staircase on the left led up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Well, at least it's somewhere to stay. He took out the key his martial uncle had mailed him, unlocked the door, and a wave of musty odor rushed out. Chen Ping'an fanned the air in front of his nose and walked in. Just then a voice came from behind him. "Are you Chen Ping'an?" Chen Ping'an turned. At the door stood a girl. Short-haired, delicate features, wearing a white linen shirt and dark wide-leg trousers, holding a key in her hand. She was looking at him with a cold expression. Yiling. The expressionless face from the photo was now right in front of him 3 meters away. It's me. You're Yiling. Yiling swept her gaze across his face and then at the dusty shop behind him. In a flat voice, she said, my grandfather asked me to confirm that you'd arrived. He said to have dinner at home the evening after next, and asked me to bring you there. With that, she put the key back into her pocket and turned to leave. Wait, Chen Ping'an called out. Don't you want to come in and sit for a while? Yiling looked back at him. That single look contained too many messages. She saw the dusty canvas shoes on his feet, the corner of a talisman paper sticking out of his trouser pocket, and the Maoshan Scenic Area souvenir sticker on his suitcase. Then she said 4 words, no need. It's dirty. She left. Chen Ping'an stood alone in the dusty shop, key in hand, motionless for a long time. After a long moment, he looked down at his canvas shoes, then at the dust on the floor. Yeah, it really is dirty. He sighed, set down his suitcase, and began to look for a broom. A cat meowed from upstairs. Chen Ping'an looked up. A black cat was crouched on the stair railing on the 2nd floor, its golden eyes glowing like 2 lamps in the dim light, watching him without moving. Whose cat are you? Chen Ping'an asked. The black cat ignored him. It rose gracefully, trotted 2 steps along the railing, then leaped onto the counter and yawned. Chen Ping'an stared at it for a few seconds, then frowned. The cat carried a faint trace of spiritual energy. Not demonic qi, not ghostly qi. It was a pure kind of energy, as if the cat had been born with it. Interesting, he muttered. He rummaged out a pack of dried fish, opened it, and offered 1 piece. The black cat sniffed, then turned its head away in disdain. Chen Ping'an checked the production date on the dried fish packet. Last October, expired by exactly 1 year. Ahem. He stuffed the fish back into his bag, pretending nothing had happened. Well, make yourself at home. I'm going to start cleaning. The black cat yawned again, hopped off the counter, and padded upstairs with an elegant gait. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, broom in hand, suddenly feeling that this trip down the mountain might be far more interesting than he'd thought. He took out his phone and sent his master a message. Arrived. The shop is pretty big, just dusty. Also, there's an uninvited guest, a black cat, and it has spiritual energy. A few minutes later, his master replied with a voice message. Chen Ping'an tapped it, and the speaker carried his master's lazy voice. Oh, that cat. Your martial uncle said it's been living there for 3 years and can't be driven away. Handle it yourself. Just don't let it bully you. Oh, and don't forget your blind date the day after tomorrow. Dress clean. The voice message ended. Chen Ping'an stared at the phone screen, took a deep breath. Then he started sweeping the floor. Upstairs, the black cat crouched on the windowsill. Its golden eyes gleamed in the night as it watched with evident interest the new young man busying himself below in the dim light. Across the street, a plump woman in an apron at the cold snack stall poked her head out, looked at the shop lights, then turned to an old man playing mahjong. Grandpa Wang, the new tenant, has arrived. Looks pretty young. No idea what he does. Grandpa Wang picked up a mahjong tile and mumbled vaguely, whatever he does as long as he doesn't touch my 1 bamboo. On the old street at night, the clack of mahjong and the smell of hot pot drifted together into the shop. Chen Ping'an hadn't finished cleaning. He stopped, wiped his sweat, and smelled the strong beef fat aroma in the air. His stomach suddenly rumbled. Fine, I'll finish tomorrow. Let me find something to eat first. He walked out of the shop, turned around, and looked at the blank wooden sign. Suddenly he smiled. Let's call it Qingshan Pavilion. My master said Maoshan was originally called Jitsu Mountain, also known as Qingshan. Qingshan Pavilion. It sounds like a proper place. At some point, the black cat had followed him out and sat on the threshold, tail swaying slowly, golden eyes watching Chen Ping'an in the streetlight. Chen Ping'an locked the door and headed for the brightly lit hot pot restaurant at the end of the street. Behind him, the old street's night rose again with the sound of mahjong tiles. Chen Ping'an had hot pot at the Liu family restaurant at the street corner. Brother Liu was a sturdy man in his 40s, wearing a greasy white apron, wielding a large iron wok at the stove with impressive skill. The shop was small with only 6 tables, but each was packed. Chen Ping'an squeezed into a corner table and ate tripe on his own, sweating from the spiciness, yet unable to stop. Young man, just moved in. Brother Liu approached, carrying a plate of duck blood, setting it down with a warm smile. Free for you. Welcome to the neighborhood. With his mouth stuffed full of pork throat, Chen Ping'an mumbled a thank you. Brother Liu leaned against the table edge, lit a cigarette, and squinted at him. What kind of shop are you planning to open? I've seen you coming and going from that building. It's been empty for 3 years. Chen Ping'an washed it down with soy milk. A feng shui shop. I'll read feng shui and ward off evil spirits, or whatever's needed. Brother Liu raised an eyebrow. Oh, a Taoist priest. Half a one, I suppose. Chen Ping'an smiled without elaborating. Brother Liu didn't press further and patted his shoulder. All right then. If you need anything, find me. Everyone on this street is a neighbor, Look out for each other. He paused, lowering his voice. But I should warn you. Your building. There's always some noise upstairs at night. Previous tenants all said they couldn't sleep soundly. If you hear anything after dark, don't let it frighten you. Chen Ping'an's hand paused mid-motion over the tripe. What kind of noise? Can't really describe it. Brother Liu crushed out his cigarette and stood. Just noises. You'll see when you move in. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Ping'an scanned the QR code to pay, 38 yuan, and winced at the cost. He checked his remaining balance, 280 yuan and 50 cents. Not enough for even a double mattress. By the time he returned to the shop, it was nearly 11. Most of the street shops had closed, leaving only Aunt Zhang still packing up her cold shrimp dessert stall. She spotted Chen Ping'an and called out cheerfully, "Little Chen, come try my cold shrimp tomorrow, free." "Thanks, Aunt Zhang." Chen Ping'an waved and unlocked the door with his key. The shop remained dusty and dull. He swept a relatively clean spot on the first floor, tipped his suitcase on its side to use as a pillow, and wrapped himself in an old Taoist robe from his bag before lying down to make do for the night. The black cat emerged from somewhere and jumped onto the worn table, looking down at him. Chen Ping'an kept his eyes closed. "What are you staring at? Never seen a poor person." Ignoring him, the cat curled into a ball and closed its eyes. Half asleep, a sound came from upstairs. Thud. Not loud, but sharp, like something had fallen to the floor. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. Thud. Another impact. This time it sounded as though something were being dragged across the floor, from one end of the room to the other, slow and heavy. A long, rasping creak. The sound of someone pushing a rusted iron door. Chen Ping'an sat up and glanced toward the stairwell leading to the second floor. The stairs were pitch black. He could see nothing. The black cat also raised its head, golden eyes gleaming in the darkness, but it did not move. It simply watched the direction of the stairs quietly, its tail swaying slowly. Chen Ping'an lay back down. Another sound came from upstairs. He rolled onto his side facing the wall and pulled the Taoist robe tighter around himself. The disturbance upstairs continued for most of the night, finally falling silent past 3 in the morning. Chen Ping'an woke several times during the night, but never went upstairs to investigate. The next morning at 7, he was awakened by sunlight. Chen Ping'an rubbed his eyes and sat up, covered in dust with his hair tousled like a bird's nest. He walked to the shop entrance and pulled up the rolling shutter. The old street was already lively in the morning light. A few customers lined up at Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall for breakfast, while the fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Uncle Wang's tea house, where several old men had already gathered to start their first mahjong game of the day. The black cat darted past his feet and perched on the steps, diligently licking its paws. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and began calculating what he needed to do today: buy a broom cloth and mop, buy a mattress, and bedding it, buy toiletries. After that, he wouldn't have enough money for 3 days of meals. Need to make money, he muttered to himself. Have to make money. He turned and dug through his suitcase for a sheet of yellow paper, borrowed a writing brush from Uncle Wang's tea house, and awkwardly inscribed several characters. Qingshan Pavilion Phone, Shui Evil Exorcism Talismans for home protection, fair prices, honest dealings. Then he stuck the paper onto the blank wooden sign above the door. Business was open. Chen Ping'an moved a chair to the storefront and sat with his legs crossed, waiting for customers. The black cat lay at his feet, basking in the sun. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Chen Ping'an grew restless, stood up to stretch his stiff limbs, and was just about to go to Aunt Zhang's for a bowl of cold shrimp to fill his stomach when his phone suddenly rang. A stranger's number. "Hello, Chen Ping'an." The voice on the other end was female, cool and emotionless. Chen Ping'an hesitated, then recognized it. Yiling. "Yes, Ms. Yi. MM. Yiling paused. "My grandfather said dinner at 6 tonight at my place. He wants you to come. Let me give you the address." She paused again, seeming reluctant. "Is it convenient for you to write it down?" "Go ahead. Tell me." Yiling recited an address in a village district west of Rongcheng. As Chen Ping'an wrote it down, he silently estimated the property value, at least 8 figures. "Also," Yiling's voice dropped slightly as though hesitating. "Do you know anything about antiques?" Chen Ping'an raised an eyebrow. "A little." "Why?" A silence stretched across the phone. "I have a new batch of items in my shop, but something feels off." Yiling said, "If you're coming for dinner tonight, take a look for me afterward." Then she hung up. Chen Ping'an stared at his phone for a long moment, his lips curving into a slow smile. Business has arrived. He carried the chair back into the shop and dug through his suitcase for several items. A compass, a stack of yellow talisman papers, and a cinnabar brush. He packed these into a cloth bag, thought for a moment, then stuffed in a pack of dried noodles as well. The black cat had somehow followed him inside and sat on the table watching him pack. "You're coming with me tonight," Chen Ping'an said. "To the antique market." The black cat tilted its head, its eyes clearly expressing 2 words: "Why should I?" Chen Ping'an took out a year-expired pack of dried fish from his pocket and shook it. The black cat stared at the fish for 3 seconds, then slowly turned around and presented its back to him. "Fine, I'll buy you new ones," Chen Ping'an relented. At 4:30 in the afternoon, he changed into a clean white t-shirt, smoothed his hair with water, slung the cloth bag over his shoulder, and locked the shop door. The black cat followed at his heels as the two of them made their way out along the old street. As they passed Uncle Wang's tea house, the old man leaned out the window and called out, "Xiao Chen not staying for dinner. Going on a blind date." Chen Ping'an called back without turning around. Uncle Wang paused, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, slapping his thigh. "Did you hear that? This young man's going on a blind date." "Ha ha." Several old men joined in. Chen Ping'an could still hear their laughter long after he'd walked away, a faint warmth rising to his ears. He glanced down at the black cat. "What are you laughing at?" The black cat stared straight ahead with an impassive expression, but the very tip of its tail flicked upward just slightly. After 40 minutes on the bus and another 10-minute walk, Chen Ping'an finally arrived at the villa complex. There was a security guard at the entrance. After Chen Ping'an gave Yiling's name, the guard made a phone call to verify before letting him in. Inside the villa complex was an entirely different world from the outside. Shade trees lined the winding paths. Chen Ping'an paced back and forth twice, but could not locate the very building Yiling had described. "We should go left." "No, wait, maybe right." He took out his phone to check the navigation, but the signal was poor. The black cat crouched nearby, its expression clearly communicating, "Does this person have a brain?" In the end, a passing woman pointed him in the right direction. By the time Chen Ping'an reached Yiling's door, it was already 5:50, his head drenched in sweat, and his t-shirt completely soaked on the back. He pressed the doorbell. The door opened to reveal a kind-faced elderly woman around 70 years old, dressed immaculately, with her hair perfectly combed. She smiled the moment she saw Chen Ping'an, scanning him up and down. "Oh, you must be Ping'an. Come in quickly. Old Yi has been talking about you for ages." "Hello, Grandma." Chen Ping'an bowed quickly. The old lady pulled him inside, and the black cat slipped in right behind them without anyone noticing. The living room was spacious, decorated in a traditional Chinese style, with rosewood furniture and several calligraphy pieces hanging on the walls. An elderly gentleman sat on the sofa wearing a dark blue tang suit, his hair completely white, but his spirits high, his eyes bright and sharp. When he saw Chen Ping'an enter, he stood up with a warm smile, extending his hand. "You're the top disciple of Taoist Wang. Good, you look the part." "Hello, Grandpa Yi," Chen Ping'an said, taking his hand. The moment his palm touched the elderly man's, his brow furrowed slightly. The hand was unnaturally cold, a bone-chilling chill that felt wrong. There was also a dark blue mark near the base of his thumb, looking like subcutaneous bleeding. Chen Ping'an kept his expression neutral as he withdrew his hand and smiled. "You're in good health, Grandpa." "Old and useless now," Grandpa Yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Come, let's eat first, we can talk over dinner." The dining room was on the right side of the first floor, centered around a long table with several home-style dishes laid out. Yiling wasn't there. Granny Yi mentioned she was still at the shop and wouldn't be back until 6:30. "That girl spends all day at the antique shop." Grandpa Yi shook his head, his tone filled with disapproval. "She doesn't date anyone, doesn't make friends, just tends to her bottles and jars. We're quite worried, both of us. That's why we asked your master's junior brother to introduce you to. We thought maybe you young people could get along." Chen Ping'an offered a polite smile, but his mind was occupied by something else. That coldness he'd felt in Grandpa Ye's hand during their greeting, combined with the dark mark on his skin, reminded him of something specific. Corpse poison. Something no living person should carry. Midway through the meal, Yiling arrived. She wore a fitted black dress today, her makeup light, yet she looked more alive than in yesterday's ID photo. As she pushed open the door, Chen Ping'an was gnawing on a chicken leg, grease smudged on his face. They locked eyes, and the atmosphere froze between them for 2 seconds. Chen Ping'an silently set down his chicken leg and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Yiling averted her gaze, murmured, "I'm back," to her grandparents, and took her seat at the far end of the table. During the latter half of dinner, Grandpa Yi dominated the conversation, sharing embarrassing stories about Chen Ping'an's master when he was young, then pressing him about his studies at Maoshan. Yiling remained largely silent throughout, occasionally picking at her food with a blank expression. After finishing, she suddenly rose. "Aren't you supposed to be looking at my collection?" Chen Ping'an paused, then remembered. "Right, let me take a look." "Go ahead," Grandpa Yi waved his hand. "You young people should have some time alone." Yiling didn't respond, turning and walking out immediately. Chen Ping'an hurried after her, only to discover the black cat had somehow ended up at the entrance, tail swaying lazily with an expression that suggested everything was going according to plan. "How did you get in here?" Chen Ping'an whispered to it. The black cat shot past his legs with an exasperated glance and jumped ahead into Yiling's car. The antique market lay in the west end of the city and had already closed for the evening, but Yiling had a separate shop in Zone B with a side entrance. She switched on the lights. The shop was modest in size but meticulously organized with porcelain jade bronze artifacts and several calligraphy scrolls displayed on lacquered shelves. A faint sandalwood fragrance hung in the air, comforting and familiar. Yiling moved to the rearmost shelf and gestured towards several boxes stacked above it. This batch came in last week from a village in Guizhou. There are 12 pieces in total, but I have a feeling something's off. Chen Ping'an set down his cloth bundle and approached the boxes, opening the first one. Inside was a bronze incense burner with 3 legs and 2 handles crafted in an ancient style. He lifted it to examine the base, which bore a mark indicating it dated to the Ming dynasty. The piece is authentic. He set the burner down and opened the second box. The second item was a blue and white porcelain bowl decorated with scrolling lotus patterns and a glossy glaze. Chen Ping'an studied it briefly, his brows furrowing slightly. A nearly invisible crack ran along the inner wall, too fine to catch the eye unless examined closely. The crack's coloration wasn't natural to the porcelain. It was a dark red, as though something had seeped from within. What was the condition of this bowl when you acquired it? Yiling approached and glanced at it. We acquired it from an old residence. It was sitting on an ancestral altar filled halfway with ash. What kind of ash? We haven't had it tested, but it smells like ash from burned joss paper. Chen Ping'an set the bowl down, his expression unchanged. Opening the third box revealed a small wooden carving roughly the size of a palm, depicting a laughing Buddha. The craftsmanship was crude, painted red, with the lacquer peeling away in places, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary folk craft. Yet Chen Ping'an's countenance finally shifted. He crouched down and lifted the carving, turning it over to examine the base. The bottom was hollow, sealed with a yellow paper inscribed with markings that had been nearly consumed by insects and were now illegible. What's wrong? Yiling asked. Chen Ping'an didn't respond, instead retrieving a compass from his cloth bundle. The needle spun frantically twice before settling and remaining fixed on the wooden carving. Setting the compass aside, Chen Ping'an returned the carving to its box and closed the lid. He then produced a yellow talisman paper from his bag, dipped his finger in cinnabar, and swiftly drew a sigil across the surface, affixing it to the lid. Yiling watched his movements, her brows knitting together. Is there something wrong with the piece? Not much of an issue, Chen Ping'an replied, rising and dusting off his hands. There's something sealed inside that carving. Not a complete spirit, but a remnant of one. It appears someone deliberately sealed it in, and it's been there for quite some time, at least 20 years. When you acquired it, you may have accidentally broken the seal, allowing a trace of that remnant to escape. He spoke casually, as though commenting on pleasant weather. Then what should I do? Chen Ping'an met her gaze. If you trust me, I'll handle this batch of items. The bowl and incense burner are fine, but I need to take the carving with me. Within 3 days I'll clear it out completely, handling what needs to be retained and disposing of what must be sent away, leaving no lingering danger. Yiling fell silent for several seconds before nodding. How much? Chen Ping'an paused, then grinned. Since your family, that's a 20% discount. He held up 5 fingers. 5,000. Yiling regarded him without expression. 2,000. 4,000. 2,005. 3,005. That's my final offer. Chen Ping'an insisted urgently. Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to deal with a remnant spirit? I need blue talismans, blue one's sister. The talisman paper I use comes all the way from Mount Mao. Even the shipping alone costs more than that. Yiling retrieved her phone from her bag, opened WeChat, and scanned his payment QR code. A notification chimed. Balance received, 3,000 yuan. 3,000, no haggling. Yiling put away her phone. Deal or no deal? Chen Ping'an glanced at the 3,000 yuan that had just appeared in his account, then at Yiling's expressionless face, and forcibly swallowed back the add another 500 that had been on the tip of his tongue. Deal. He crouched and lifted the box containing the wooden carving. The yellow talisman on the lid emitted a faint glow under the light, resembling a closed eye. As Chen Ping'an carried the box toward the door, he paused and glanced back at Yiling's display shelves. The bottles and jars stood silently under the lamplight like a row of speechless figures. Yiling, he called out. Moi. When did that dark mark on your grandfather's hand first appear? Yiling paused. What dark mark? I didn't notice. Next time you see him, check it. Chen Ping'an's tone remained unchanged, but the meaning was clear. That mark isn't normal. Keep an eye on it for me, and let me know immediately if there are any changes. He pushed open the door. Night air rushed in, carrying the sweet scent of osmanthus. The black cat followed close at his heels, and together they disappeared into the darkness. Yiling stood in the shop watching the door close. The faint aroma of incense that clung to Chen Ping'an lingered in the air, mingling with the sandalwood. a delicate invisible thread connecting them. She looked down at her own hand. When she had scanned the payment code, her fingers had brushed against his, just once, barely a touch. She curled her fingers into a fist, then released them. When Chen Ping'an returned to the shop carrying the wooden, it was nearly 10 at night. More than half the shops on Old Street were closed. Only Grandpa Wang's tea house still had its lights on, where a few old men played cards inside the loud clatter of mahjong tiles mingling with cries of Pong Kong and Hu. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall had been packed away. Its iron sheet pushcart was locked beneath a street lamp like a silent metallic beast. Brother Lu's vegetable restaurant was still tidying up. The faucet ran loudly as it rinsed the floor, and the scent of cooking oil lingered in the air. He set the box on the counter and opened the lid. Inside lay the smiling Buddha, wood carving in quiet repose, its red lacquer peeled away the corners of its mouth, turned upward in a carefree grin. But Chen Ping'an knew better than to judge by appearances. That outward joy could easily mask profound sorrow within. He rummaged through his bag, pulled out a yellow talisman, and stuck it onto the lid of the box. Then he took out a compass and swept it around the box to ensure no residual aura had escaped. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. All right, I'll let you rest for tonight. Tomorrow I'll deal with you. He closed the lid, carried the box to the corner, and placed several more talismans around it, setting up a simple array to ward off evil. The black cat perched on the counter and watched his every move, its tail swaying lazily. If its expression could be translated into human words, it would be, "Your array is crooked." Chen Ping'an examined his formation and had to admit it was indeed uneven. The talisman in the southeastern corner was placed about 5 centimeters too far north, while the one in the northwest leaned too far south. He crouched down to adjust it, then stood and looked at the black cat. Better now. The cat's tail gave a single flick, as if to say good enough. Chen Ping'an chose not to argue with the cat. He went upstairs, opened his suitcase, and took out a clean Taoist robe to wear as pajamas. Though it wasn't really sleepwear, it was simply the same robe he wore during the day, put on at a different hour. He lay on the floor, a thin quilt beneath him, and a pile of folded clothes serving as his pillow. His eyes fixed on the ceiling. A crack ran across it from the corner all the way to the light fixture, like a dried-up riverbed. He couldn't remember when it had appeared. Perhaps it had been there for a long time. He had simply never noticed before. Nights on Old Street were never quiet. The sounds of mahjong tiles, electric scooters, and the distant bustle of a hot pot restaurant all blended together into a song that cared little for melody, but was nonetheless not unpleasant to hear. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes, listened to those sounds, and slowly drifted into sleep. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by a noise. It was not coming from upstairs. The troublesome spirits in the building above were quiet tonight. The sound originated from the first floor. It was faint and thin, like someone weeping. Not a loud wail, but a suppressed, muffled cry rested from the depths of the throat, as though someone tried desperately not to be heard. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and remained lying still. He listened for a few seconds to confirm he was not dreaming. The black cat was also awake now. It walked over from the corner and settled on his chest, its ears standing straight, pointed toward the direction of the stairway. Its tail stopped swaying. The entire cat resembled a drawn bowstring. "You heard it too?" Chen Ping'an whispered. The cat ignored him, but its pupils narrowed into thin slits. Chen Ping'an reached under his pillow, retrieved a yellow talisman, held it between his fingers, and tiptoed downstairs. The stairs were narrow and made of wood, creaking with every step. He tried his best to tread lightly, but the third step still emitted a sound like a person sighing in their sleep. He paused and listened. The crying downstairs had not stopped. It maintained the same tune, thin, muffled, as though filtered through a thick layer of cloth. The first floor was dark, illuminated only by a sliver of street lamp light seeping through the window, stretching the shadows of the counter and tables into long shapes. The crying came from the corner, where he had placed the wooden carving. Chen Ping'an walked over and crouched down. The yellow talisman on the box was still intact, and the warding array remained undisturbed. Yet there was indeed a sound coming from inside the box. He placed his hand on the lid and felt a faint vibration, as if something inside was trembling. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the box. The wood carving was unchanged, the smiling Buddha with peeled red lacquer and upturned lips. But its smile had altered. It was no longer a change in shape, but in feeling. By day it had worn the smile of pure joy, by night it wore the smile of someone weeping while forced to keep grinning. Chen Ping'an stared at it for a few seconds, then took a blue talisman from his bag and pressed it onto the carving's forehead. The crying stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed hold of its throat and cut it off mid-breath. Chen Ping'an closed the lid and added 2 more talismans on top. He stood up and brushed the dust from his knees. "I know you're suffering, but I cannot release you now. Your soul power is too weak. A single breath of wind would scatter you. Stay inside for now. Tomorrow I'll find a suitable place to guide you out and send you where you belong. He spoke to the box in the tone one might use to reason with a tantrum-throwing child. There was no response from within, but the faint trembling gradually ceased. Chen Ping'an went back upstairs and lay down again. The black cat returned to its perch on his chest, purring softly. Do you know who is sealed inside? He asked. The cat offered no reply. A ordinary person, a Taoist priest, or perhaps some clueless passerby. The cat's tail brushed gently against his chin. The meaning was clear. Ask her yourself tomorrow. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. That night's sleep was restless, filled with nothing but weeping. Not the terrifying kind, but the kind that makes you want to weep along with it. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Chen Ping'an was awakened by a fragrant aroma. It wasn't the smell of instant noodles. It was the scent of freshly fried dough sticks. He opened his eyes and found the black cat was gone, while warm sunlight streamed through the window. He rose from bed and shuffled downstairs in his slippers, pulling up the rolling shutter. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall hadn't appeared yet, but the aroma of fried dough sticks drifted from the breakfast shop next door all along the street. The black cat crouched on the steps with a plastic bag containing 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk. When it saw Chen Ping'an emerge, it nudged the bag toward him with its paw. You bought this. Chen Ping'an squatted down and took a bite of the fried dough stick. It was freshly made, crispy on the outside and tender within, crunching loudly as fragments scattered to the ground. He sipped the soy milk again. It was sweet, but not overly so, just right. The black cat didn't respond, merely raising its tail slightly. Chen Ping'an chose to interpret that gesture as an acknowledgement of thanks. Crouching on the steps, he ate the fried dough stick while watching the old street gradually come alive. Aunt Zhang pushed out her liangxia stall, the iron wheels rumbling across the bluestone pavement. Grandpa Wang's tea house opened its doors, and he emerged carrying a pot of tea. He glanced at Chen Ping'an crouching on the steps, then looked at the fried dough stick in his hand. That's all for breakfast? Grandpa Wang asked. Fried dough stick and soy milk. A nutritious meal, Chen Ping'an mumbled through a mouthful. Grandpa Wang grunted and returned to the tea house. A moment later he came out with a plate of peanuts, setting it down on the step beside Chen Ping'an. Eat them together. Plain fried dough is too dry. Chen Ping'an paused, looking at the plate of peanuts. They were deep fried to a golden color, lightly salted. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth. It was crispy and crunchy. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang waved his hand and returned to the tea house with his teacup. The black cat crouched beside Chen Ping'an, eyeing the peanuts with its nose twitching as it caught the scent. You can't have these. Cats shouldn't eat anything too salty, Chen Ping'an said. The black cat shot him a look that could be translated as, I know. I don't need you to tell me. Chen Ping'an finished the fried dough stick and the soy milk, leaving half the peanuts untouched. He covered the plate with a napkin and set it on the counter to save for later. Then he began examining the wooden carving from the night before. He took it out of the box and placed it on the counter. In the daylight, it looked even more worn. The red paint had mostly chipped away, revealing the grayish-white wood beneath. The wood grain was rough, like cheap miscellaneous timber with no value. But Chen Ping'an noticed something on the bottom of the carving. A tiny character carved with a knife so fine that it would be nearly invisible without close inspection. He leaned in closer and saw it was the character seal. A soul-sealing talisman ending with the seal character, he muttered to himself. This is the work of Maoshan. He took out his copy of authentic Maoshan talisman methods from his bag and turned to the page on soul-sealing talismans to compare. The soul-sealing talisman on the bottom of the carving had been damaged by insects, yet the core patterns remained intact, undoubtedly following the Maoshan exorcism school's methods exactly as he had learned. Sealed by someone from Maoshan. He closed the book and studied the carving. Who sealed it? And why? The black cat leapt onto the counter and crouched beside the carving, lowering its head to examine it. Its eyes narrowed and its tail went still, the entire cat becoming as motionless as a black sculpture. Do you know what this is, eh? Chen Ping'an asked. The black cat didn't respond but extended its paw to gently touch the bottom of the carving before quickly retracting it as though burned. There's something in it. Chen Ping'an picked up the carving and examined the bottom. The cinnabar of the soul-sealing talisman had darkened with age, not the bright red of fresh ink, but rather a blackened hue indicating it had been affixed for at least 20 years. Yet beneath the cinnabar lay an even deeper coloration, a dark purplish black, as though something had seeped up from within the wood itself, thoroughly saturating the talisman. Resentful energy. He set the carving back on the counter. Sealed for 20 years, whatever's trapped inside carries heavy resentment. This isn't an ordinary ghost. The black cat's tail swayed slowly. That silent gesture seemed to say, you finally figured it out. Chen Ping'an retrieved blue paper and a cinnabar brush from the drawer, ready to inscribe a soul-summoning talisman. Unlike purple talismans, the soul-summoning variant was a higher class of blue talisman. one capable of extracting trapped souls from objects without causing them harm. Though he'd never drawn one before and had only studied it in text, he opened the book to the soul summoning section, studied it 3 times to memorize each stroke, and then began painting. The first stroke held true. The second followed perfectly. But on the third his wrist faltered mid-motion, and the cinnabar traced a crooked line across the paper. He paused, examined the flawed stroke side, crumpled the paper, and tossed it into the trash. Again. On the second attempt the cinnabar at the brush tip dried up before completing the talisman's core, breaking the stroke. Another sigh escaped him as he crumpled this one too. The black cat watched his movements, tail swaying slightly, a silent inquiry into whether he could actually succeed. I can do this, Chen Ping'an declared, swapping to fresh paper and reloading his brush with cinnabar. After a deep breath, he began again. This time, moving deliberately slow, ensuring each stroke was precise before proceeding. The talisman's head formed perfectly. The core held true. The base was complete. As the final stroke settled, the cinnabar patterns briefly intensified before fading, as if the ink had absorbed into the paper itself. Success. He folded the soul-summoning talisman into a triangle and placed it above the wooden carving, then arranged 7 small paper lanterns around it, crafted from yellow paper in lamp shapes, each holding a pinch of incense ash. The 7 lanterns were positioned according to the Big Dipper constellation, wicks facing inward and openings outward. The 7-star soul-summoning formation. He clapped his hands. It's a bit small, but it should suffice. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes and formed a mudra before his chest, silently reciting the soul-summoning incantation. The incantation was brief, only 28 characters, but as he chanted he visualized the formation's imagery in his mind. 7 stars arranged like a ladle, its opening pointed toward the carving, starlight flowing from it like water into the wood to draw out whatever lay trapped within. By the 3rd repetition, the incense ash within the paper lanterns suddenly shimmered, not with light, but with heat, shifting from pale gray to dark crimson, as though a coal were slowly igniting inside. On the 7th recitation, a wisp of white smoke rose from the top of the wooden carving, thin as a thread drifting upward before slowly coalescing into a form. A human figure emerged, blurry and indistinct, features obscured, yet clearly the silhouette of a woman. She huddled into a tight ball, arms wrapped around her knees, trembling. Chen Ping'an paused and opened his eyes to study the figure. Who are you? He asked. It remained silent, though its body shook violently like a leaf caught in a storm. You're not a ghost. Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed as he watched the white smoke. You're a fragment, a remnant soul. Someone extracted most of your essence, sealing what remained within this wooden carving. You cannot escape because you're incomplete. The figure said nothing, yet tears, white mist streaming from where her eyes should be, began to flow down her indistinct face. Don't cry. Tears won't help. Chen Ping'an's voice was quiet but sincere. I'll help you find the rest of your soul. Once I do, I can release you. The figure lifted her head, that blurry face turning toward him. Her lips moved as if attempting to speak, though no sound emerged. You don't need to speak. Just nod or shake your head. Chen Ping'an asked, do you remember your name? The figure shook her head. Do you remember how you died? She neither nodded nor shook her head. You don't remember? Chen Ping'an asked. She nodded. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Then what do you recall? The figure raised her head to look at Chen Ping'an. She gazed at him for a long time, so long that he began to think she wouldn't respond. Then she extended a hand, pointing not at his person, but at the bronze pendant hanging around his neck. Chen Ping'an glanced down at the red cord against his chest. The small box felt cold against his skin. You know what this is, eh? The figure nodded. Then her form began to blur, dissolving from the feet upward piece by piece like ice slowly melting away. The white smoke thinned back into a delicate thread and retreated into the wooden carving. The paper lanterns of the 7-star formation extinguished their incense, ash fading from dark crimson back to ashen gray. Chen Ping'an sat on the ground, still holding the soul-summoning talisman, staring at the carving. You recognize my bone talisman, he murmured to himself. Who are you? Do you know my mother? Or my father? The black cat leapt down from the counter and approached him, rubbing its head against his calf. A gesture that seemed to say, take your time. Investigate slowly. Chen Ping'an returned the carving to its box, sealed the lid, and affixed 2 additional talismans on top. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dust from his trousers and walked to the storefront, gazing out at the old street beyond. Mahjong tiles clattered from Grandpa Wang's tea house, customers lined up at Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall, and fresh vegetables stacked at Brother Lu's restaurant. The ordinary bustle of morning continued as though nothing had transpired the night before. Yet Chen Ping'an understood. The remnant soul within that carving recognized the bone talisman hanging around his neck. The bone talisman had accompanied him for 22 years. He still didn't know its origin purpose or why it glowed. But now a soul existed that recognized it. He pulled out his phone and messaged his master. Master, did anything happen in Guizhou 20 years ago? The message showed as read but received no reply. Chen Ping'an studied the screen for a long moment before pocketing his phone. Baozi, he called. The black cat lifted its head to look at him. Do you know something too? The black cat gave him a glance, then turned away, tail held high, and descended the stairs with elegant grace. Chen Ping'an watched its retreating figure, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. You act more mysterious than my master. He returned inside and carried the wooden carving box to the farthest corner of the third floor, securing it with talisman papers. As he descended, passing the second floor, a soft sigh drifted from the stairwell. Not the weeping within the carving, but rather something else, like a little girl murmuring in her sleep. He paused to listen, but the sound vanished. Shaking his head, he continued downstairs. There was more than one presence in this building. The remnant soul in the carving, and something else upstairs. Could there be another creature, half dead, half alive, lurking on the third floor? He pushed the thought aside. One spirit to deal with, or two. The approach remained the same: handle them one by one once the current rush subsided. He descended to the ground floor and rolled up the shutter. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the counter, the character, Dao, on the wall, and the black cat's tail. The old street's morning bustle thickened once more. Chen Ping'an drew a deep breath and cast aside the tangled thoughts clouding his mind. What mattered most right now was making money. The rent remained unpaid, his phone bill overdue, and only 2 packs of instant noodles left in the refrigerator. He retrieved a sheet of paper from the drawer and inscribed with a brush, Exorcism and Protection Feng Shui arrangements. Price negotiable, honest service for all. He affixed it to the shop's glass door. The black cat perched on the steps, watching the notice with its tail swaying lazily. A gesture that seemed to say, honest service for all. Last time you charged Yiling 3,000 for a blue talisman that cost less than 50 to make. Chen Ping'an simply pretended not to notice. Chen Ping'an squatted at the entrance of his shop for a whole morning without a single customer. It wasn't that no one passed by. Quite the opposite, there were plenty of people walking past. Shopping ladies, grandpas walking their dogs, delivery riders, students waiting for the bus. They flooded the street, yet not a single person paused at the door of Qingshan. An elderly woman glanced at him, then at the sign above the door, and muttered something about preying on superstition at such a young age before moving on. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth as if to say something, but realized the old woman might not be entirely wrong. He was indeed peddling superstition. The only difference was that his superstition actually worked to ward off evil. No business, he sighed, standing up and stretching his stiff muscles. His legs had gone numb from sitting too long. A black cat crouched on the steps, meticulously grooming its paws, without so much as a glance in his direction. Are you laughing at me? The black cat paused its grooming, gave him a sidelong look, then went back to licking its paws. The expression seemed to say, you have no customers, why would I bother mocking you? Chen Ping'an was heading over to Annie Zhang's stall to scrounge a bowl of cold shrimp jelly when his phone buzzed. An unfamiliar local number. Hello. Is this Taoist Chun of Qingshan? A middle-aged woman's voice came through on the other end, thick with the local accent of Rongcheng, speaking fast, as if she were rushing somewhere. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment. Qingshan. He'd only put up that sign yesterday, and already someone had called. He cleared his throat, deliberately shaping his voice to sound like a seasoned master. This is he. And may I ask who's calling? I'm surnamed Li from Cuiping Yuan Residential Compound. Something's been troubling our household lately, and I'd like to ask you to come take a look. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up. Troubling? In what way? A 2-second pause came from the other end. It's hard to explain over the phone. Could you come by? Cuiping Yuan Building 3, Unit 502. Call me when you arrive, and I'll come down to meet you. Alright. I'm on my way now. As for the fee, we'll talk about that when you get here. The line went dead. Chen Ping'an gazed at his phone screen, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. His first order had finally arrived. He stuffed his phone into his pocket, turned back toward the shop, and pulled a stack of yellow talismans, several blue ones, a cinnabar brush, and a compass from his drawer, cramming them all into his cloth bag. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a 3-inch peachwood sword from his luggage and secured it to his belt. Baozi watched the store, he said, slinging the bag over his shoulder and heading for the door. The black cat remained perched on the steps, not even lifting an eyelid. A client's come. I'm going out to earn the rent. The cat gave its tail a single flick, the clear implication being, go on, just don't embarrass yourself. Chen Ping'an made his way down the old street, and when he passed Grandpa Wang's tea house, the old man leaned out and called out, Xiao Chun, where are you headed? Work. Chen Ping'an shouted without turning around. What kind of work? Exorcism. Grandpa Wong held his teacup, watching his silhouette disappear around the corner, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This young man's even more eager than his own master was back in the day. Chen Ping'an emerged from the old street and stood at the intersection, pulling out his phone to open a map and type in Taiping Yuan residential compound. The map indicated a distance of 3 kilometers, roughly a 30-minute walk. He checked the ride-hailing app's pricing, then patted his pocket to feel his remaining balance. Over 200 yuan after spending 38 on hot pot yesterday and 6 on breakfast, leaving him with just over 200. A taxi fare would cost over 10 yuan, and he was reluctant to spend it. I'll just walk. Consider it exercise. He followed the navigation route. After about 15 minutes, he realized he'd arrived somewhere completely unfamiliar. The blue dot on his map was clearly moving, yet the street before him bore no resemblance to the Taiping Yuan he remembered. He stopped to zoom in on the map and scan his surroundings. Should be to the left. No, the navigation says right. He attempted heading right for 5 minutes, only to find himself veering further off course as the buildings shifted from residential apartments to warehouses and then to abandoned lots. He pulled out his phone again and saw the navigation route had twisted into a crooked line resembling a crushed earthworm. This navigation is broken, he muttered, stuffing his phone back into his pocket and standing still to take in his surroundings. A stray cat leaped over the wall, glanced at him briefly, then scurried away. Distant dog barks echoed in succession, almost like an argument. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the energy around him. No malevolent spirits, no lingering impurities, just an ordinary, somewhat desolate, suburban fringe area. I'm lost, he admitted to himself. He pulled out his phone and dialed the customer's number. Ms. Li, this is Taoist Chen from Qingshangu. I'm currently on my way, but could you tell me how to get to Taiping Yuan? Where are you? Chen Ping'an scanned his surroundings. I'm not sure. There's an abandoned warehouse with graffiti on the walls. A 2-second silence followed. Did you take a wrong turn? Taiping Yuan is near the second ring road. You need to head east. Chen Ping'an looked toward the sun. But where exactly was it? He couldn't tell direction from one another. He spun in place halfway, then another half turn. Never mind, send me your location, and I'll take a taxi, he said. After hanging up, he opened his ride-hailing app, entered the location the customer had sent, and requested a car. While waiting, he crouched by the roadside, pulled a packet of crackers from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching through them. Crumbs fell to the ground, attracting a few ants. Lost on my very first house call, he muttered to himself. Will the client think I'm unreliable? He considered this, then decided it probably wouldn't be an issue. He could always tell the client he'd encountered some supernatural incident on the way and was delayed. The client couldn't possibly verify whether such an event had actually occurred. A taxi pulled up, and Chen Ping'an climbed in, giving the driver the address. The driver was a man in his 40s who glanced at him sideways. Are you a Taoist priest? Chen Ping'an paused. In a manner of speaking. An exorcist. That's right. Taiping Yuan Building 3, Unit 502. The driver's tone took on an odd quality. Yes. Do you know that family? The driver said, nothing, steering the vehicle out of the wasteland. Only after a long stretch did he finally speak. That building carries ill tidings. It might do you good to see it for yourself. What makes it haunted? You'll understand once you're there. After a 15-minute drive, the taxi pulled up to the entrance of Taiping Yuan residential compound. Chen Ping'an paid and stepped out. The compound wasn't large. A handful of high-rise apartment buildings stood close together, their cream-colored exterior walls faded in patches, giving them the appearance of faces marked with vitiligo. The vegetation along the green belts grew wild and untamed, with bald patches interspersed among areas where grass towered nearly a person tall. At the entrance stood a security booth where an old man sat glued to his phone without bothering to look up. Chen Ping'an walked into the compound located Building 3A and pressed the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s dressed in a floral patterned dress, with curled hair, her complexion looking weary and dark circles prominent beneath her eyes, as though she hadn't slept properly in days. You must be Taoist, Chen. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze lingering for a moment on his youthful face and the faded white t-shirt. That's right. Chen Ping'an from Qingshangu. Come in, she said, stepping aside to let him enter. I'm Li Xiufang, residing in Unit 502. We've been experiencing strange occurrences recently, and while my husband refuses to believe in such things, I simply can't endure it any longer. They took the elevator to the 5th floor, where Li Xiufang unlocked her door. The apartment was reasonably spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room. Though the furnishings weren't particularly modern, everything was meticulously kept. A fruit platter sat on the coffee table in the living room, and a family portrait of 3 rested on the media cabinet, giving the unmistakable impression of an ordinary, stable household living in everyday life. But the moment Chen Ping'an crossed the threshold, he sensed something was wrong. There was a faint, unpleasant odor lingering in the air. Not the sharp smell of fish or meat, but rather a sickly sweetness, as though something had been rotting for an extended period, and someone had tried desperately to conceal it. He withdrew his compass from his bag and held it level in his palm. The needle wavered twice before settling, quivering faintly, as it pointed toward the bedroom. "What peculiar occurrences have been happening in your home lately?" he asked. Li Xiaofang sank onto the sofa, twisting her fingers together. "My husband. Lately he's been waking up in the middle of every night claiming he hears someone weeping in the living room. When I ask who it is, he says he doesn't know. He only hears a woman's cries. But I can't hear anything at all. Nothing whatsoever. Where is your husband now?" "He's at work. He hasn't dared return home these past few days, saying he gets headaches as soon as he walks through the door." Chen Ping'an paced through the apartment with his compass in hand. The living room registered normal. The kitchen showed no anomalies. The bathroom was fine. But when he approached the bedroom doorway, the compass needle spun sharply and locked firmly toward the interior of the room. He pushed the door open. The bedroom was modest in size, furnished with a double bed, 2 bedside tables, and a wardrobe. Deep blue sheets covered the bed pillows, arranged neatly side by side. The curtains were drawn, casting the room in gloom. Chen Ping'an stepped inside, and the compass needle turned to follow his movement before coming to rest, pointing at the bedside table. On the bedside table sat a lamp, an alarm clock, and a picture frame containing a family portrait, the 3 of them beaming with happiness. "Is this bedside table on your husband's side?" "Yes. He sleeps on the left." Chen Ping'an crouched and opened the drawer. It held various items: charging cables, eye drops, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a book with only a few pages turned. There was also a small wooden box roughly the size of a palm, dark brown in color, with carved patterns adorning its surface. He lifted the box out and opened the lid. Inside lay a string of Buddhist prayer beads. The beads were deep brown, their surfaces smooth and lustrous from years of handling. But upon closer inspection, Chen Ping'an frowned. Etched into the beads were extremely fine markings. They weren't Buddhist scriptures or incantations, but rather a symbol he recognized all too well: the soul-calling guide. Someone had carved the soul-calling talisman onto the prayer beads and sold them to ordinary people as blessed relics. Whoever wore this string would become entangled with whatever the talisman summoned. The weeping his husband had heard was precisely such an entity, drawn in by the soul-calling talisman. "Where did this string of beads come from?" he asked. Li Xiaofang approached and glanced at the prayer beads. "Oh, my husband bought these last month during a business trip to Maoshan. He said he found them at a small stall at the foot of the mountain, blessed and consecrated. He wore them constantly until last week, when he complained of discomfort and took them off, placing them in the drawer." "These beads are cursed," Chen Ping'an said, returning them to the wooden box and closing the lid. "They don't offer protection, they invite things in. Your husband wore them for a month, which means whatever was attracted has now followed him home." Li Xiaofang's face drained of color. Then what should we do?" "I'll take this job," Chen Ping'an said, pulling 3 yellow talismans from his bag. "The first one, you stick it to the head of the bed tonight. The second, burn it and dissolve the ash in water, then use that water to wipe your husband's body. The third, place it on the inside of your front door. Within 3 days, whatever's haunting you will depart." "How much?" Chen Ping'an considered this for a moment. For a first visit, he couldn't charge too steeply, but he also couldn't go too low. Doing so would undermine his credibility. He held up 3 fingers. 3,000. Li Xiaofang didn't even haggle. She pulled out her phone from her bag and scanned Chen Ping'an's payment QR code. Payment received, 3,000. Chen Ping'an looked at the 3,000 yuan that had just appeared in his balance, joy bubbling inside him, yet he maintained the serene composure expected of a master. "One more thing. Do you still remember what the vendor who sold your husband those beads looked like?" "I remember. Tall and thin, wears glasses, has a sly grin when he smiles." Chen Ping'an filed away the description. Tall and thin, glasses, a sneaky smile. Operating a stall at the foot of Maoshan, selling consecrated Buddhist artifacts. Could this be the same group behind the lingering souls sealed within Yiling's shipment of Guizhou antiques? He kept the question to himself, but it took root in his mind. He helped Li Xiaofang affix the talismans, then performed purification rituals in both her living room and bedroom. Lighting incense, reciting mantras, sprinkling talisman water. Every step executed with meticulous care. Li Xiaofang watched from the side, her tense expression gradually softening. "Taoist Chen, despite your youth you possess considerable ability," she remarked. Chen Ping'an smiled. "Youth has nothing to do with ability. My master is over 70 and still can't draw talismans as quickly as I do." Stepping out of the residential compound, he waited by the roadside for transportation. Darkness had fallen and streetlights flickered on, casting the entire avenue in bright illumination. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Bai Jiuming. Yes, that was the young master of the Bai family he'd never met, but whose name his master had mentioned. His master had said the Bai family was one of Rongcheng's prominent clans with connections to Mount Mao and had advised him to seek them out after descending the mountain. Of course, he had no intention of making the first move. Chen Ping'an's personal philosophy was simple: if he could lie down, he wouldn't sit; if he could sit, he wouldn't stand; if he could wait, he wouldn't act proactively. Yet the matter of the prayer beads today had convinced him that a question was warranted. Bai Jiuming. This is Chen Ping'an coming down from Mount Mao. I have a question for you. Are you familiar with any stalls selling consecrated Buddhist artifacts at the foot of Mount Amei? The message went through, and after waiting half a minute a reply came. I don't know them personally, but if you need I can help you look into it. Chen Ping'an studied the message, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. The speed of this reply indicated someone who wasn't given to pretense or affectation. He responded with a simple affirmative and slipped his phone back into his pocket. When he returned to the shop, it was already dark. The old street's lanterns were glowing, the sound of mahjong tiles clacking drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house, and the aroma of cooking food wafted from Brother Lu's restaurant. Auntie Zhang's cold jelly stall had packed up for the evening, her iron cart locked beneath a streetlight, standing like a silent metal beast. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door. The black cat sat perched on the counter watching him intently. Made some money, Chen Ping'an said, waving his phone. 3,000 yuan. The black cat's tail gave a single flick, its way of saying not bad. That's enough for cat food. Chen Ping'an pulled a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and took a long swig, leaning back in his chair. Two questions occupied his thoughts. First, who had carved the soul-calling talisman onto those beads? And why etch it onto Buddhist prayer beads to sell as consecrated artifacts? Second, was there a connection between the wooden carvings in Yi Ling's antique shipment and these prayer beads? One carried lingering souls from Guizhou, the other bore soul-calling talismans from Mount Amei. Hundreds of kilometers separated the two regions, yet the techniques employed seemed to originate from the same hand. He rose to his feet and walked to the corner where he kept the wooden carving case. The smiling Buddha remained unchanged, its red lacquer peeling, its upturned mouth frozen in a grin. He stared at it for several seconds before closing the lid and applying another talisman seal. I'll find Yi Ling tomorrow, he said. I need to ask about the specific source of that shipment. The black cat leaped down from the counter and approached his feet, rubbing its head against his calf. Its meaning was clear. You finally remembered. Chen Ping'an bent down to stroke the black cat's head. You think there's something wrong with that shipment too? The cat offered no response, turned and gracefully made its way up the stairs. Chen Ping'an watched its retreating figure and shook his head. You feline, never saying a word, making me guess at everything. You're just like my master. He turned off the lights and climbed to the second floor, lying down on the floor. The crack in the ceiling remained, stretching from the corner of the wall to the light fixture like a dried-up riverbed. Staring at that fissure, he contemplated the events of the day. Li Xiufang's husband, the tall and thin figure at Mount Amei, the lingering soul sealed within the Guizhou wooden carvings, the blue marks on Yi Ling's grandfather's hands. These matters intertwined like strands of thread tangled together, and though he hadn't yet found the loose end, he knew it must exist somewhere. He closed his eyes and listened to the nighttime sounds of the old street. The clacking of mahjong tiles, the whirring of electric scooters, the distant clamor of hot pot restaurants. These sounds blended together like a river flowing at its own unhurried pace. Slowly he drifted into sleep. The next morning Chen Ping'an woke up to hunger. Not the kind that made his stomach rumble, but the kind that felt like his stomach was drumming and his intestines were playing Swana horns. He climbed up from the floor and glanced at his phone. 9:30 in the morning. The black cat was nowhere to be found. It was probably squatting by the door again, basking in the sun. There was only one pack of expired instant noodles and half a bottle of cola left in the refrigerator. Noodles expired a day, could still be eaten a week, was pushing it, but a month. Chen Ping'an checked the production date and fell silent. He tossed the instant noodles into the trash and decided to venture out for food. The old street was lively in the morning. Several people queued at Zhang Yangyang's cold shrimp stall, while the fragrance of jasmine tea wafted from Grandpa Wang's tea house. Outside Lu Jiyi's restaurant, fresh vegetables laden with morning dew had just been delivered. Chen Ping'an walked along the street to the supermarket at the intersection. The supermarket wasn't large with its narrow facade, but it carried a reasonable variety of goods. He grabbed a shopping basket and tossed in 2 packs of instant noodles, a bag of ham sausages, a pack of pickled mustard, and a bottle of Laogan Ma. After a moment's thought, he added a pack of dried small fish, not for himself, but for the cat. Although the cat had shown disdain for the expired treats last time, perhaps it would eat the fresh ones. While browsing the snack aisle, he caught sight of someone. Short hair, white shirt, dark wide-leg pants, holding a shopping basket with several bottles of mineral water and a box of salad. Yiling. She stood before the shelf gazing down at a package of biscuits, and their expiry date brows slightly furrowed her expression, so focused it resembled reviewing an important contract. Chen Ping'an's first instinct was to hide. Not out of fear, but embarrassment. Just thinking about their last encounter still made him cringe, his toes curling in mortification. On their first meeting she had called him dirty, and on the second occasion at the antique shop, he'd slunk away with a carved wooden box tucked under his arm. He had no desire to face such rejection again. But the supermarket was small with only a few rows of shelves. Where could he possibly hide? Behind a mountain of instant noodles. That would be utterly humiliating. He took a deep breath and steeled himself to push through. Yiling. What a coincidence. She raised her head and glanced at him. Her eyes lingered briefly on his wrinkled t-shirt, then drifted to the instant noodles in his shopping basket, and finally settled on his face. You're here to shop. Yeah, getting breakfast. Chen Ping'an swayed his basket momentarily, confusing his own name, before correcting himself. Instant noodles with ham sausage, a nutritious morning meal. Yiling glanced at the expired ham sausage in his basket. The production date was 3 months old, but she kept her observation to herself. She merely remarked in a mild tone, not good to eat too much of that. Instant noodles? Preservatives? Chen Ping'an paused, taken aback. Was Yiling showing concern for him, or simply stating a scientific fact? He couldn't tell. He chose to interpret it as care. I only eat it occasionally. Not often. As he said this, 2 packages of instant noodles lay in his basket. He'd eaten noodles for lunch the day before and for dinner the night before. Yiling didn't respond, further reaching for a packet of biscuits from the shelf and placing it in her own basket. They stood in the snack aisle, separated by a single shelf, neither speaking. The air was so still he could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. Have you had breakfast? Chen Ping'an broke the silence. Not yet. Then, shall we eat together? He gestured toward the snack stall outside the supermarket entrance. They serve steamed buns there. Red bean paste, fresh meat, and char siu. I'll treat you. Yiling looked at him for 2 seconds. Her expression remained unchanged, but Chen Ping'an noticed the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile, more like a subtle expression of what are you doing? Then she said a single word, all right. Chen Ping'an nearly choked on his own saliva. He had expected her to refuse to say no thank you, to insist on eating alone, or to decline dining with someone she hardly knew. She agreed. He had braced himself for rejection, but was completely unprepared for acceptance. The 2 of them left the supermarket and sat down at a plastic table outside the snack stall. Chen Ping'an ordered 4 fresh meat buns, 2 red bean paste buns, and 2 cups of soy milk. When the steamed buns arrived, they rose in clouds of fragrant steam, their dough white and plump, the pleats neatly folded like blossoms in full bloom. Yiling picked up a fresh meat bun and took a small bite. She ate gracefully, unhurried and deliberate, chewing each mouthful thoroughly. Chen Ping'an was far more casual, devouring a bun in 3 bites and gulping down his soy milk. You eat buns like you haven't had a meal in 3 days, Yiling observed. Close enough. I barely ate yesterday. Aren't you at your own shop? Why not make something for yourself? I don't know how. Yiling fell silent for 2 seconds. You can't cook. I can. I know how to boil instant noodles. Instant noodles count as a meal. Chen Ping'an said this with righteous confidence. Yiling didn't respond. She lowered her head and continued eating her bun. Chen Ping'an noticed the wisps of hair by her ears falling onto her cheeks, each strand catching the morning light like fine golden threads. He wanted to say something, but the words eluded him. Compliment her looks. Too direct, almost inappropriate. Comment on her hair. Too awkward, like grasping at empty conversation. Ask about her grandfather's blue spots. Yiling, have there been any changes in your grandfather's blue spots recently? Yiling's hand paused. After you examined them last time, the color lightened somewhat. But they've darkened again over the past couple of days. Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed. Darkened again? Has he come into contact with any antiques lately? Especially bronze artifacts? There is one. Last week he acquired a small bronze tripod said to be from the Shang or Zhou dynasty. My grandfather treasures it and takes it out to examine it every day. A bronze tripod. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened slightly. Could you take a photo of that tripod and send it to me? Do you suspect there's something wrong with it, I'm not certain, but it never hurts to be cautious. Yiling nodded, pulled out her phone from her bag, scrolled through it for a moment, and handed a photo to Chen Ping'an. The photo showed a bronze tripod, modest in size with 3 legs and 2 handles, its surface covered in a layer of dark green patina. It appeared to be an ordinary ancient artifact. But Chen Ping'an noticed one detail. The interior walls were darker than the exterior, as though submerged in something. When you acquired this tripod, was there anything inside it? Empty. But it had an odor. Yiling frowned slightly. A fishy smell. I assumed it was just the scent of aged bronze, and didn't think much of it. Fishy. That same fishy odor again, identical to the scent from the wooden carving and the one in Li Xiufang's home. Chen Ping'an zoomed in on the photograph and examined the patterns etched into the inner walls of the tripod. The patterns were faint and difficult to make out clearly, yet he had a strong sense they were unlike any conventional bronze decorative motifs. I won't take this tripod yet. Keep an eye on it for me, and prevent your grandfather from handling it. Once I finish the current commission, I'll come take a closer look, he explained. Yiling put her phone away. What's this commission you're working on? A client's matter. There's something troubling the household, and I'm going to deal with it. Chen Ping'an finished his last red bean bun and wiped his mouth. As for your grandfather's condition, I'll investigate. Yiling studied him for several long seconds. Then she retrieved a pack of tissues from her bag and offered it to him. You have red bean paste on your mouth. Chen Ping'an accepted the tissue and wiped his mouth. A faint fragrance clung to it, reminiscent of the sandalwood incense at her antique shop. Thank you. Don't mention it. Yiling rose to her feet. I'm leaving. I sent you the photo. She walked away with her shopping bag in hand. Chen Ping'an remained seated at the plastic table, watching her figure vanish around the corner. Sunlight bathed her, making her white shirt glow almost luminously. He lowered his gaze and examined the tissue in his hand before tucking it into his pocket. The black cat had apparently followed them without his notice, now crouching at his feet and gazing upward. How long have you been spying? Chen Ping'an asked. The cat's tail gave a single flick as though to say, I arrived the moment you started eating those buns. What did you see? The black cat rose, stretched languidly, and then departed with elegant grace. Its tail stood straight and tall like a banner of triumph. Watching its retreating form, Chen Ping'an couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was mocking him. But he was Chen Ping'an. He wouldn't stoop to resenting a cat. He stood up, cleared the trash from the table, and disposed of it in the bin. Then he took out his phone and saw the photo Yiling had sent. He stared at the photograph of the bronze tripod for a long time, convinced that the patterns on its inner walls bore a resemblance to the characters inscribed on the reverse of the bone talisman hanging around his neck. Not identical precisely, but belonging to the same script system. Ancient lost something that didn't belong to any known dynasty. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and headed toward his shop. Passing Grandpa Wang's tea house, the old man leaned out and called out, Xiao Chun, who was that young woman just now? A friend. What kind of friend? Just a regular friend. Grandpa Wang took a sip of tea and offered a knowing smile. A regular friend treating you to buns. I treated her. Oh, you treat her to buns, and she hands you a tissue. Grandpa Wang's smile deepened further. Regular friend, huh? Regular friend. Chen Ping'an's face grew warm. He quickened his pace back to the shop, closed the door behind him, and leaned against it. The black cat was already perched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily, its expression as clear as if it had spoken aloud. Regular friend. Heh. What are you Hanji about? Chen Ping'an glared at the black cat. The cat turned its head away and presented its rear to him. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. He felt his Dao heart had suffered 3 blows that morning. The first when Yiling said, all right, the second when she handed him the tissue, and the third with Grandpa Wang's loaded smile. He had been drawing talismans for 22 years, had captured wild ghosts, and fought zombies, never once afraid. But that morning he was afraid. He feared he might blush. Bun, he called out. The black cat didn't turn around. Do you think she might have feelings for me? The tip of the cat's tail trembled slightly. The meaning was clear. You're overthinking it. Chen Ping'an sighed and retrieved that bottle of cola from the refrigerator, taking a sip. The cola had gone flat, sickly sweet. He frowned but finished it anyway. At 2 in the afternoon, a black SUV pulled up in front of the shop. Chen Ping'an was squatting on the steps eating crisp noodles, and his first thought upon seeing the car was, who has that kind of money? His second thought was, why is this car parked right in front of my shop? The door opened, and a young man stepped out. He looked to be 21 or 22, wearing a white linen shirt, dark casual trousers, and a pair of leather shoes with no recognizable brand. His face was handsome, his features so refined, they seemed almost unreal, as though cut straight from a magazine cover. His hair was styled in a deliberately careless manner with stray strands falling across his forehead, but that carelessness was carefully crafted, something an ordinary person could never pull off. Bai Jiuming. Chen Ping'an recognized him at once. His master had once sent him a photo saying, this young master of the Bai family. After you descend the mountain, get in touch with him. The Bai family carries weight in Rongcheng. Having an ally opens doors. Chen Ping'an had glanced at the photo once, thinking he's too handsome, and then deleted it. He never expected the real person to look even better than the picture. Bai Jiuming stood beside the car, glancing at the Qingshan Pavilion sign, then at Chen Ping'an squatting on the steps munching on crisp noodles. You're Chen Ping'an. His voice was soft, laced with a casual indifference. Yes. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and brushed the crumbs from his palms. And you're Bai Jiuming. Bai Jiuming walked over and stopped before Chen Ping'an. He was half a head taller, looking down at him the way a superior inspects a subordinate. Your master asked me to check on you. Check on me. I haven't lost any arms or legs. Bai Jiuming's gaze swept over him, from the wrinkled t-shirt to the canvas shoes with separated soles, from the crisp noodle wrapper in his hand to the crumbs smeared around the corners of his mouth. Whether you're missing limbs or not, I can see that for myself. Chen Ping'an found this guy's remarks infuriating. Come inside and sit. The shop is small, don't mind the clutter. The two of them entered the shop. Bai Jiuming took a seat on the chair in front of the counter and looked around. His gaze paused for a moment on the character for Dao hanging on the wall, then settled on the black cat dozing on the counter. Is that your cat? Yes. Its name is Baozi. Baozi. A slight twitch at the corner of Bai Jiuming's mouth. Your naming sense is on par with your master's. Chen Ping'an wasn't sure if that was praise or mockery. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and set it before Bai Jiuming. That's all we've got. Make do. Bai Jiuming unscrewed the cap and took a sip. His eyes then fell upon a carved wooden box in the corner. Multiple yellow talismans plastered across its surface, weighted down by stones. It was clearly sealed with deliberate intent. What's that? He asked. A commission. A client brought in a carved wood piece from Guizhou. Inside is sealed a residual soul. Bai Jiuming's brows furrowed slightly. A residual soul. Sealed inside carved wood. Exactly. A Maoshan technique. Soul sealing talismans. Chen Ping'an sat down opposite him. You know about this? Bai Jiuming didn't answer directly. Instead, he took a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table. The card was black with gold embossed lettering bearing only his name, Bai Jiuming, and beneath it in smaller type, Rongcheng Bai Industries. No titles whatsoever, just a name. Bai Industries. What do you do? Everything. Real estate, food service, antiques. Bai Jiuming leaned back in his chair. My grandfather started it all. Chen Ping'an picked up the card and examined it. Rongcheng Bai, he had heard of them. One of the largest real estate developers in Rongcheng, with interests spanning the entire city. He had never imagined Bai Jiuming was a member of the Bai family, let alone that someone of their stature would come looking for him. You didn't come all this way just to check whether I'm missing any limbs, did you? A faint curve touched Bai Jiuming's lips. You're smarter than your master gives you credit for. My master isn't dumb. He's just lazy. The laziness is real, and so is the smarts. Bai Jiuming pulled another photograph from his pocket and set it on the table. The photograph showed a bronze vessel, similar to the one Yi Ling had sent him, but not the same piece. This one was larger, the patterns more intricate, the interior walls a deeper shade. This thing has been in my grandfather's collection for 20 years. Recently something strange has been happening at home. What kind of strange? My grandfather has the same dream every night. In the dream, someone stands beside his bed without speaking, just standing there. He cannot make out that person's face, but each time it comes, a new cyan bruise appears on his body. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Another bronze ding, another cyan bruise. Exactly the same as what Yi Ling's grandfather was experiencing. Where are the bruises located? On the hands. The Thenar eminence. Corpse poison, Chen Ping'an said. Your grandfather's bronze ding carries corpse poison. The same condition as Yi Ling's grandfather. Bai Jiuming's demeanor shifted. The casual air evaporated, replaced by something sharper and more focused. Yi Ling, the Yi family's patriarch. Yes. Her grandfather suffered from the same corpse poison, also from an antique. Chen Ping'an showed Bai Jiuming the photograph Yi Ling had sent. Look at the patterns on the interior wall. Do they resemble the patterns on your grandfather's ding? Bai Jiuming took Chen Ping'an's phone and zoomed in on the image. He studied it for several seconds before handing the phone back. They're similar, but not identical. The Yi family's patterns are denser, ours are more spaced out. That means they weren't made from the same batch, but they came from the same hands. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. Someone is deliberately creating these corpse-poisoned bronze vessels and circulating them through the antique market. Those who fall victim will slowly be poisoned, and then the people from Guizhou will appear. Guizhou. Bai Jiuming's brows furrowed deeper. You've never heard of Guizhou? Bai Jiuming was silent for a few seconds. I've heard the name, but I'm not certain. An organization of demonic cultivators. Chen Ping'an's voice was quiet, but every word was clear. They specialize in breeding souls, sealing souls, and trafficking souls. Your grandfather's ding, Yi Ling's grandfather's ding, the wooden carving in my shop. All of them are works from the same organization. Bai Jiuming's fingers tapped twice on the table, steady, unhurried. But Chen Ping'an noticed that on the third tap he paused. How long have you been investigating? Bai Jiuming asked. I only started after descending the mountain. It hasn't been long. What have you found? Not much. But there is one thread that holds together. Right at the foot of Mount Ame, there's a tall, thin man with glasses who sells consecrated Buddhist artifacts. His items carry soul-attracting talismans if they draw things in. The wooden carvings in Yiling's batch sealed residual souls. And in an old ancestral house in Wuchuan Guizhou there are more. Chen Ping'an stood up, walked to the corner, and carried the wooden carving box onto the table. The residual soul inside this piece recognizes the bone talisman around my neck. Bai Jiuming's gaze fell upon the red cord visible at Chen Ping'an's chest. Beneath it hung a small bronze box containing the bone talisman. Can I see what's around your neck? Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment, then reached into his collar and withdrew the bronze box. The box was small, palm-sized, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that defied immediate identification. He opened it, and inside lay a bone talisman. Pale yellow somewhere between jade and bone, smooth to the touch, inscribed with characters he couldn't decipher. Bai Jiuming took the bone talisman and examined it from every angle. His expression shifted, from calm to serious, from serious to something complex that Chen Ping'an couldn't read. I've seen something like this before, he said. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. Where? At my home. In my grandfather's study there's one that's very similar. Similar. Not identical. The shape differs but the material is the same and the script style matches. Bai Jiuming returned the bone talisman to Chen Ping'an. Did your master ever tell you where this came from? He said I was found at the gates of Maoshan, and it was in my swaddling clothes from the beginning. Bai Jiuming fell silent for a long while. He gazed out the window, at the old street bustling with pedestrians, at Aunt Zhang's cold jelly stall, with its line of customers, at the old men sunbathing outside Wang Day's tea house. Chen Ping'an, he called out suddenly. Yes. Your parents' disappearance and my parents' disappearance. They may be the same incident. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Your parents disappeared too. 15 years ago. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an noticed his knuckles whitening around the mineral water bottle. One day my parents went out and never came back. The police investigated, nothing. Private detectives searched, nothing. My grandfather spent 10 years looking and traced it to the word Guizhou, and then the trail went cold. The two of them sat on either side of the counter in silence. The black cat lay on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. The old clock on the wall ticked steadily onward, second by second, unhurried. You mentioned earlier that Guizhou breeds souls. Bai Jiuming broke the silence. Yes. If they breed souls, what does that have to do with my parents' disappearance? I don't know, but they're certainly connected. Chen Ping'an carried the wooden carving box back to the corner. Every lead I've followed points back to Guizhou. The Buddhist beads from Mount Ame, Yiling's antiques, your grandfather's bronze, ding, the wooden carving from Guizhou. They're all Guizhou's handiwork. Bai Jiuming stood and walked toward the doorway. He looked out at the street, his back to Chen Ping'an. If you're investigating Guizhou, I'll help you, he said. But I have one condition. What condition? When we uncover the truth, whatever it may be, you tell me. No hiding anything from me. Chen Ping'an looked at Bai Jiuming's silhouette. The figure was tall and straight, yet his shoulders were slightly hunched as if bearing something invisible. Agreed. Bai Jiuming turned around, withdrew a slip of paper from his pocket, and placed it on the counter. This contains photographs and information about my grandfather's bronze ding. Study it. Contact me when you have progress. He reached the doorway, paused without turning back. By the way, don't use brute force to release the residual soul in that wooden carving. The soul-sealing talisman is a technique of the soul-attracting sect. To dismantle it, you need their unbinding mantra. Without their methods, you won't be able to open it. How do you know that? I learned it as a child. Bai Jiuming pushed the door open and stepped outside. The car started. The black SUV disappeared around the street corner. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop doorway, gripping the slip of paper, watching the direction the car had gone. The black cat settled at his feet, its tail swaying lazily. Baozi, he said. The black cat raised its head. What do you think of Bai Jiuming? The cat gave him a look, then lowered its head and began licking its paws. The meaning was clear. More reliable than you. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a few seconds. You're right. He probably is more reliable than me. He turned and went back inside, unfolding the slip of paper Bai Jiuming had left. On it was a photograph of a bronze ding very similar to the one Yiling had sent. On the reverse was written in a single line, by collection inventory number 007, era unknown, origin unknown. 2 bronze dings, one in the Yi family, one in the Bai family. 2 elderly men, one poisoned by corpse venom, the other haunted by the same nightmare for 20 years. The residual soul inside the wooden carving recognized his bone talisman. A tall, gaunt figure with glasses selling soul-attracting Buddhist beads at the foot of Mount Ame. Chen Ping'an pinned the slip to the wall, aligning it beside the photograph Yiling had sent. He stared at the 2 pictures, at the 2 bronze dings, at the identical patterns etched along their inner walls. A thread, and he had finally found one. He took out his phone and sent a message to his master by Jiuming came to see me. His grandfather also suffers from corpse poison the same as Yi Ling's grandfather. Bronze ding with ritual script on the interior walls. This time his master replied almost instantly. Stop investigating. You're not ready yet. Chen Ping'an stared at the message for several long seconds. When will I be ready, eh? His master did not reply again. Chen Ping'an set his phone face down on the table and gazed up at the ceiling. The crack was still there running from the corner to the light fixture like a dried riverbed. But he had the feeling that river was about to fill with water. Evening fell, and Chen Ping'an sat on the steps at the shop entrance holding a bowl of liangxia that Aunt Zhang had given him. The brown sugar water was sweet, the jelly noodles silky smooth, and one bowl down left his whole body feeling at ease. He finished eating and set the bowl aside, gazing at the night view of the old street. Grandpa Wang's tea house still had its lights on with a few old men inside playing cards, the sound of mahjong tiles clattering away. Outside Lu Ji's restaurant a line still stretched out. Cooking fumes billowed from the kitchen window, the fragrance making passers-by stop in their tracks. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall had packed up for the night. Her iron cart was locked beneath a street lamp resembling a silent metal beast. The black cat crouched beside him, also gazing down the street. Baozi, Chen Ping'an called. The cat's ears twitched. Tell me, why doesn't my master want me to investigate? The black cat remained silent. He says I'm not ready yet. Then when will I be ready? Wait until I master the purple talismans. Until my cultivation reaches another breakthrough. Or until those from Guishu come knocking at my door. The black cat turned its head and glanced at him. Its golden eyes shone like two small light bulbs under the street lamp. Bright, yet not harsh. After a moment it turned its head back, continuing to watch over the old street. Chen Ping'an sighed. You're a cat who understands everything, but says nothing. The black cat's tail gave a slight sway. That meant, you guessed right. Chen Ping'an was about to speak again, when a faint sound drifted down from upstairs. It wasn't the usual daytime noise. It was quieter, thinner, like something being slowly dragged across the wooden floor. He looked up at the second-floor window. It was dark, devoid of any light. But he knew what lay within. A small ghost child clad in a red padded jacket, having dwelled in this empty building for 3 years unvisited and uncared for, pacing the upstairs floor day after day. That little ghost upstairs hasn't been causing trouble today, he said. The black cat's tail swayed once more. That meant, she is sleeping. How do you know? The black cat rose, stretched, and hopped onto the steps, making its way to the shop entrance where it settled down. It cast a glance back at Chen Ping'an, an expression that translated to, aren't you coming up to sleep? Chen Ping'an stood and brushed the dust from his trousers. He picked up the bowl and walked over to Aunt Zhang's cart, setting it on the metal surface before covering it with a paper napkin. Aunt Zhang would collect it herself tomorrow. He locked the shop door and climbed upstairs. Lying on the floor with a thin quilt beneath him and folded clothes as a pillow, the black cat leaped onto his chest, curling into a ball and purring softly. Baozi, he spoke into the darkness. The black cat's lips did not move, but the sound resonated from somewhere within his chest, muffled, as though filtered through layers. Chen Ping'an paused. You can talk. I can, but I'd rather not say much. The black cat's voice was soft, barely above a whisper, like wind rustling through leaves. Then why didn't you before? You never asked. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He admitted he hadn't. He had always assumed cats were just cats, meowing, tail-swishing, perching on counters with feigned aloofness. He had no idea this particular cat could speak human language. What exactly are you, he asked. I'm what your mother left for you. The black cat's tone was calm, discussing something entirely ordinary. When your mother was pregnant with you, she traveled to western Hunan and sought out a sorcerer. That sorcerer possessed a technique capable of sealing fragments of a person's memories within an animal's body. The animal would never perish, the memories would never dissipate. For as long as the creature lived, the memories would endure. Your mother sealed a portion of her memories within me. The black cat continued. She feared something might happen to her, that no one would ever tell you who she was or what she had done. That's why she had me wait for you to grow up, wait for you to descend the mountain, wait for you to find me. Chen Ping'an placed his hand on the black cat's back, stroking its fur. The black cat's fur was soft and warm, rising and falling gently beneath his palm. What kind of person was my mother, he asked. The black cat was silent for a few seconds. Just like you. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted and not exactly bright. A faint smile tugged at Chen Ping'an's lips. She couldn't balance accounts either. Correct. She was even worse at it than you. Once when buying groceries, the vendor should have given her 12 yuan in change, but only handed over 7. She told him he'd miscalculated. When he asked how, she insisted it should be 20. The vendor glanced at her and ended up giving her 13 yuan instead. Chen Ping'an burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the quiet second floor, rippling outward like stones tossed into still water, circle after circle. What happened next, he asked. Your father found out and scolded her. He told her, if you can't even manage the change, don't go grocery shopping. She simply replied that while she couldn't count, she certainly knew how to eat. Your father had no retort for that. Chen Ping'an laughed even harder. But his laughter gradually gave way as his eyes began to well up. He had never met his mother, didn't know what she looked like, whether her voice was soft or firm, or how she smiled. But now he knew she had a sharp tongue, yet a soft heart, was terrible with numbers, and could easily be cheated by vendors. Knowing these things about her made her feel less distant. Bowsy. What else did my mother say? The black cat rolled over, shifted its position, and rested its chin on his collarbone. Its purring was loud like a small motor running. She said, this child of ours talks too much, but carries things deep inside. If you treat him well, he'll remember it for life. Don't let him bear everything alone. He can't handle it. Chen Ping'an's hand stilled for a moment. She also said, tell him that mother didn't abandon him. Mother had no choice. Mother loves him very much. Chen Ping'an pressed the back of his hand against his eyes, holding it there for a long while. The black cat remained still, lying on his chest and purring softly. The old street was quiet that night. The mahjong clatter had ceased, the electric scooters had fallen silent, and even the noise from the hot pot restaurant had died down. Only the black cat's purring remained steady and tireless like an ancient engine. After a long while, Chen Ping'an removed his hand from his eyes. Bowsy. Don't speak human anymore from now on. Bai Jioming would fright himself to death if he heard that. The black cat's tail gave a slight sway. He wouldn't die of fright. He's seen things. Having seen the world and having seen a cat talk are two different things. The black cat didn't respond further. Its purring gradually softened, its breathing grew even as though it had fallen asleep. But Chen Ping'an knew it wasn't sleeping. It was listening, waiting, keeping watch over him. He closed his eyes, listening to the black cat's purring, the night wind outside the window, and the occasional dog bark drifting from deep within the old street. The crack in the ceiling disappeared in the darkness, though he knew it was still there. Tomorrow he would need to meet with Yiling. He would need to investigate the bronze tripod. He still needed to travel to Wuchuan in Guizhou, that place where the carved wooden remnant had originated. He needed to find the tall, thin vendor. He needed to find his parents. Chen Ping'an pulled the black cat closer, turned onto his side, facing the wall. The wall was cool, but his chest was warm. A cat, left behind by a mother he had never met, separated for 22 years, rested against him, keeping him warm. He slowly fell asleep. Chen Ping'an was awakened by a knock at the door. Not the shop door, the door to the second floor. Someone was knocking outside, 3 times, paused, then 3 more. The rhythm was steady, unlike a ghost's. Ghostly knocks were either as light as the wind or as heavy as a hammer blow, never so courteous. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The black cat's ears were already upright, its golden eyes gleaming in the darkness as it stared fixedly toward the door, tail rigid midair. Who is it? He called out. A voice came from the other side, muffled, subdued, as though spoken through a thick layer of something. Taoist Chen, it's me. Chen Ping'an sat up, retrieved a blue talisman from beneath his pillow, and held it between his fingers as he made his way barefoot to the door. Rather than opening it right away, he pressed his ear against the wooden surface to listen. Breathing came from beyond the door. Quiet and measured, not the breath of someone seeking confrontation. He cracked the door open, just a sliver. A man stood on the other side. A man in his 40s with wild hair and deep circles under his eyes as though he hadn't slept in days. He wore a dark jacket and carried a bulging plastic bag in his hand. Chen Ping'an recognized him instantly. Not a client, but Zhao Dezhu from the neighboring compound, the one who'd previously reported supernatural activity at his home. His wife had heard weeping in the dead of night. At first he dismissed it, but then he'd heard it too and grown genuinely frightened. Chen Ping'an had visited once, discovered something lodged in the flower vase on their entertainment stand, and disposed of it for 2,000 yuan. Zhao Dezhu was still paying off that debt in 36 installments, and the first payment hadn't even cleared yet. Brother Zhao, what's going on at this hour? His expression was grim. This wasn't the look of someone who'd encountered dark forces. That was a different kind of dread altogether. This was the face of a man whose wife was trying to kill him. Taoist Chen, my wife, said it again. Heard the crying again. No, not crying. She got up in the middle of the night, stood at the foot of my bed, and just stared without saying a word. I asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't respond. Only kept looking at me. She maintained that stare for a full 10 minutes before returning to bed and falling asleep. When he asked about it this morning, she claimed no memory of any of it. Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed. Sleepwalking didn't fit the profile. A sleepwalker's gaze was unfocused, movements automatic. They wouldn't stand at the edge of your bed and really look at you the way she had. That kind of staring was deliberate, purposeful, as if trying to communicate something, but unable to find the words. Has your wife come across anything new lately? Antiques, old items, secondhand goods? Zhao Dezhu paused to consider, then shook his head. No way. She's far too stingy. Splits every cent in half before spending it. Wouldn't buy anything new. Then after that vase at home, have you picked up any other antiques? Zhao Daju's expression shifted. Subtle, not quite guilt, but that particular tension of being caught. I picked up something last month at the antique market. A small bronze mirror palm-sized with carved patterns on the reverse. Cost me 200. He quickly added, my wife doesn't know about it. Please don't tell her. Chen Ping'an took a slow breath, resisting the urge to ask if he was trying to shorten his own lifespan. He reached out and took the plastic bag from Zhao Daju, then opened it to reveal a bronze mirror. About the size of a palm, its back covered in dense patterns. Not mere decoration, but runes, part of the same sealing system he'd encountered carved into the bottom of a wooden figurine. The mirror's rim bore a ring of dark red discoloration that could pass for rust, but Chen Ping'an recognized it for what it was. Blood seeped into the bronze, over time oxidized into this particular hue. Where did you put this mirror? On the nightstand by the bed in the bedroom. Which side does your wife sleep on? The window side. The mirror's on her nightstand. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes briefly before returning the bronze mirror to its plastic bag and holding it in his hand. Brother Zhao, I need to take this mirror with me. The trouble at your house may not be a ghost at all. It's this mirror. Whatever's trapped inside has set its sights on your wife. Zhao Daju's face drained of color. What do you mean? I'm not sure, but it's certainly no ordinary object. Stay elsewhere tonight. Find a hotel. I'll send word tomorrow. Chen Ping'an produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, folded it into a small triangle, and handed it over. Wear it. Don't remove it. Zhao Daju accepted the talisman, murmuring endless thanks before departing. Chen Ping'an closed the door, removed the bronze mirror from the plastic bag, and set it on the counter. The black cat leaped onto the counter and sniffed at the bronze mirror, then sneezed. You smelled it too, didn't you? Chen Ping'an asked. The cat's tail gave a single flick, indicating the distinct metallic odor of blood, the same scent that had emanated from the wooden carving and the bronze tripod at Yiling's grandfather's house. Chen Ping'an retrieved a blue talisman from the drawer and pressed it against the mirror's reverse side. The moment it made contact, the vermilion patterns on the paper flared briefly before fading to darkness. A wisp of black vapor seeped from the bronze mirror's rim, thin as a thread of hair hovering in the air before dissipating entirely. There's something inside. It's not a complete spirit, only a wisp of resentment sealed within the mirror by someone. Whoever touches it, that resentment will follow them home. The black cat crouched on the counter, fixing its gaze upon the bronze mirror with narrowed golden eyes. You recognize this object? Chen Ping'an asked. The cat offered no reply, yet extended a paw to lightly touch the mirror's edge before swiftly withdrawing it, as though scorched by contact. Its tail rose stiffly, ears pricked forward, every muscle coiled like a drawn bow. Enough. Seal it for now. Tomorrow I'll consult Yiling about whether this mirror arrived with her shipment of Guizhou antiquities. Chen Ping'an secured the bronze mirror inside an iron box, fastened the lid, and affixed 3 yellow talismans to the exterior. He positioned the container in the corner alongside the wooden figurine box. He climbed back upstairs and lay down. The black cat leaped onto his chest, curling into a tight ball. Chen Ping'an stroked its head. Baozi, he murmured. Came the muffled reply from somewhere near his chest. Do you think Zhao Daju is foolish? Last time a soul was sealed in a vase, and this time resentment bound within a bronze mirror. He averted his gaze. How does an ordinary person keep purchasing such objects? The black cat fell quiet for a moment. He's not foolish. Someone has marked him as prey. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled. Are you suggesting someone deliberately sold these to him? Consider this. His first vase came from a street stall in Section B of the antique market. His second purchase, the bronze mirror, also from a stall in Section B. The same location, the same district. Pure coincidence, or someone specifically waiting for people like him? An image surfaced in Chen Ping'an's mind. A tall, thin man with glasses wearing a predatory grin. Could the stallholder who sold Li Xiufang her Buddhist beads be the same person who sold Zhao Daju that bronze mirror? He sat upright, and the black cat slid away from his chest with an indignant mewl. What are you doing? I'm stepping out for a moment. Chen Ping'an grabbed his phone from the bedside table, pulled up the map, and searched for Section B of the antique market. 3.5 kilometers away, roughly 15 minutes by taxi. Now, at 1 in the morning. The black cat's tone conveyed clear disbelief at the absurdity. Exactly. That's when I'm going. Those stallholders are there during the day and at night too. They display their wares by day and hide them by night. I want to see where they store their goods after dark. Chen Ping'an pulled on the black windbreaker Yiling had bought him, not for warmth, but because it had enough pockets to hold talismans, a compass, a vermilion brush, and even a packet of crispy noodles. He secured the Tang's sword to his belt, his fingers tracing the hilt, a cold, reassuring weight. The black cat leaped from the bed, made its way to the doorway, and sat down to look up at him. If you're going, I'm coming with you. Chen Ping'an hesitated. You? What can a single cat possibly do? The black cat's tail rose stiffly. I can do far more than you imagine. Chen Ping'an met its gaze, two golden orbs gleaming like miniature suns in the darkness. He nodded. All right, let's go. Master and cat stepped out into the night. The old street lay silent beneath the streetlights. The bluestone path split between pools of gold and shadow. Uncle Wang's tea house had long since extinguished its lights, swallowed by darkness. Brother Lu's eatery had folded its stalls, rolling shutters drawn tight. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp cart stood chained beneath a street lamp, a silent iron beast. Chen Ping'an followed the old street, outward, the black cat leading the way with its tail held high like a guide signal. The antique market lay in the western district, its main gates secured for the night. But Chen Ping'an knew there was a broken lock on a side entrance to Section B. He slipped through and navigated the darkness until reaching the farthest corner against the wall. The spot stood empty. Stalls and oilcloths had been cleared away, leaving only a faint impression on the ground where a table and cloth had once sat. Chen Ping'an crouched and withdrew his compass from his bag. The needle spun twice before settling downward, trembling faintly. Something lies below, he murmured. The black cat settled beside him, gazing down at the earth. Dig. Chen Ping'an produced a folding, entrenching tool from his bag, a gift from his martial uncle who had warned him that, in our line of work, you never know when you'll need to dig. He unfolded the shovel and pried loose a section of paving stone. Beneath it lay loose soil recently disturbed. After digging roughly half a foot deep, the blade struck something hard, an iron chest no larger than a shoebox, its surface caked with rust. He lifted the chest from the hole, brushed away the dirt, and pried open the lid. Inside lay a collection of over a dozen objects. Buddhist prayer beads, bronze mirrors, carved wooden figurines, jade plaques, porcelain bowls. Each item bore a small label inscribed with a serial number and date. The most recent entry read, 3 days ago, tagged as number 037. The oldest dated back half a year, bearing the number 001. 37 objects in total, each one an antique sealed with trapped souls, lingering resentment, or malevolent entities. 37 time bombs sold to unsuspecting buyers. Chen Ping'an's fingers trembled, not from fear, but rage. Guishu. He spoke the word softly. The black cat's ears perked up. You know of this organization? Yes. My master mentioned it. He described Guishu as a group devoted to nourishing dark entities with the souls of the living. These ancient objects with their trapped fragments and resentments serving as their sustenance. Once sold, the sealed entities would awaken and bond with their purchasers. Then Guishu would send agents to collect what they called harvests, extracting the souls of those ensnared to feed their dark familiars. The cat's tail went still. What else did your master say? He told me that Guishu has been hunting the Chen family for 40 years. They don't want my parents' lives. They want something belonging to our bloodline. Chen Ping'an closed the iron box and held it close. What is it? I don't know, but he sent me down the mountain, told me to open this shop and to wait for them to come find me. He replaced the stone tiles back, filled the earth, and tamped it down firmly. Cradling the iron box, he slipped out through the side entrance of the antique market. The night breeze swept past him, and behind the black cat's tail rose high like a banner. Ahead, the old street's lamps glowed, watchful eyes in the darkness waiting for his return. The next morning, Chen Ping'an squatted at the shop entrance eating liangxiao offered by Aunt Zhang. The brown sugar syrup was sweet, the liangxiao silky smooth. One bowl left him feeling entirely at ease. After finishing, he set the bowl aside and watched the old street slowly awaken. Aunt Zhang was pushing her liangxia cart out, the iron wheels rumbling along the bluestone path. She spotted Chen Ping'an crouching on the steps and called out with a smile, Xiao Chun, was the liangxia tasty today? Delicious. Aunt Zhang, how do you make yours? I'll give it a try when I get home. Try? You can't even cook instant noodles, and you want to make liangxia. Aunt Zhang parked the cart and wiped her hands. Just come eat here every day from now on. No charge. Chen Ping'an paused. No charge. But how do you make money? What money? I don't run this stall for profit. Aunt Zhang sat on a small stool behind the cart and began shelling edamame. Her fingers moved nimbly, pinch and squeeze, and the pods sprang open, the beans dropping into the bowl with a sound like light rain. Then what for? Aunt Zhang's hands stilled. She lifted her gaze to Chen Ping'an, the corners of her mouth tilting upward slightly. Waiting for you. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. For me, eh? Your master told me 20 years ago. He said a young man surnamed Chun would open a shop on this street, and I should keep an eye on him. When I asked what he looked like, your master described him as sharp-tongued, hopelessly directionless, unable to cook, and quick to blush at pretty girls. The moment I saw you, I knew it was you. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He had no idea that his reputation for sharp tongues, poor direction, sense kitchen incompetence, and blushing at beautiful women had already spread across the entire old street. Aunt Zhang, who exactly are you? Aunt Zhang set down the edamame, reached into her apron pocket, and placed something before Chen Ping'an. It was a small cloth pouch in deep navy blue embroidered with a white flower. She untied it and drew out a handful of dried grass, several black seeds, and a single feather. I come from the deep mountains of Yunnan. Our people are called Wu, not the witch you imagine, but a true Wu. We read the weather, heal illnesses, and speak with the spirits of the mountains. Her voice grew soft, as though recounting something from long ago. When I was young, I left the mountains to find someone. I never did, so I stayed on this street waiting for your master to arrive. He came, but didn't stay long. Before he left, he said a young man named Chen would come, and I should help him. Help me with what? Help you find your parents. Chen Ping'an stared at the dried grass, black seeds, and white feather. They looked unremarkable, yet they carried an indescribable aura. Not spiritual energy, not evil qi, but something far older, far more primal. Can you lend me this pouch? It's yours now. Aunt Zhang retied the small pouch and pressed it into his palm. Keep it. When trouble comes, open it, and speak my name. It will aid you once. Speak your name. What is it? Aunt Zhang smiled. Just call me Aunt Zhang. Names don't matter. Chen Ping'an clenched the small pouch of bittersweet tightness gathering in his chest. In less than a week on this street, Uncle Wang had invited him for tea, Brother Lu had brought him vegetables, and Aunt Zhang had made liangxia and gifted him a life-saving talisman. His master was right. The foothills were full of gold. Not literal gold, but something far more precious than gold. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No thanks needed. When you marry someday, just treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. He thought of Yi Ling, of the way she had handed him a tissue at the supermarket, of her words. You have red bean paste on your lip. He quickly shook his head, casting the thought away. At noon, Lu Gu carried a pot of hot pot into Qingshan Pavilion. It was not at Chen Ping'an's request, but his own decision to bring it. A copper pot with charcoal burning beneath it, the red oil broth bubbling and churning. The fragrance of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns mingled together, making one's mouth water just from the aroma. Tripe, aorta, duck intestines, duck blood, beef, and brain were arranged on plates neatly lined up on the table. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Chen Ping'an rose from behind the counter, his gaze already fixed on the plate of tripe. I'm treating you to a meal, Lu Gu said, setting the pot down and wiping sweat from his forehead. You've been here so many days eating instant noodles every day. I can't bear to watch. Today I'll improve your diet. How much? No charge. Lu Gu sat down on a chair and pulled a kitchen knife from his apron pocket, placing it on the table. The blade was pitch black, its edge gleaming coldly with a slender talisman carved along the spine. What do you think of this knife? Chen Ping'an picked up the kitchen knife and turned it over to examine it. 3 characters were engraved on the blade, Luo Yao Run. The knife was remarkably heavy, more than twice the weight of an ordinary kitchen knife. Its wooden handle had been polished to a lustrous sheen from years of being gripped. A fine blade, not an ordinary kitchen knife. It's a magical artifact. Lu Gu lit a cigarette. My master passed it down to me. He belonged to the Maoshan demon-suppressing sect. I studied under him for several years, but never mastered anything profound. Just a few talisman drawing techniques, and how to use this blade to slay ghosts. Chen Ping'an set the kitchen knife back on the table. How long have you run this restaurant on this street? 15 years. Were you waiting for me? Lu Gu exhaled a plume of smoke, watching it dissipate into the air. Before my master died, he told me a young man surnamed Chen will come open a shop on this street. You follow him. Do whatever he tells you to do. I asked, what if he tells me not to do something? My master replied, then you cook for him. He's too thin. Chen Ping'an watched the red oil churn in the pot, picked up a piece of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and placed it in his mouth. Spicy, fragrant, crispy. Delicious. Then eat more if it tastes good. Lu Gu extinguished his cigarette, picked up the kitchen knife, twirled it through his fingers, and slid it back into his apron pocket. From now on, come eat at my place every day. No charge. Pay me when you have money. Brother Lu, you're being too kind to me. I'm a bit uneasy. Uneasy about what? Lu Gu rose and patted his shoulder. Your master once did my master a favor. My master couldn't repay it, so I will. Lu Gu left. Chen Ping'an sat alone in the shop, a half-eaten hot pot steaming before him. The black cat perched on the counter watching the hot pot, with its tail swaying lazily. Would you like some? Chen Ping'an asked. The black cat shook its head. You don't eat spicy food. The black cat's tail gave a single flick, as if to say, cats don't eat spicy, don't you know? Chen Ping'an picked up another piece of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and ate it. He touched the small cloth pouch in his pocket, the one Aunt Zhang had given him. Then he glanced at the iron box in the corner, the one he'd unearthed at the antique market. He recalled what Bai Juming had said. The disappearance of your parents and the disappearance of my parents may be the same incident. The thread had been found. Now he needed to unravel it one strand at a time. The process might be slow, might be arduous, but it would surely be resolved. In the afternoon, while Chen Ping'an was drawing talismans, his phone rang. It was Yiling. Chen Ping'an, something happened to my grandfather. Chen Ping'an's hand paused, the cinnabar brush hovering midair. What's the situation? The green bruises on his hand have spread. Starting last night, they've crept from his forearm up to his shoulder. He hasn't slept all night from the pain, and this morning even painkillers didn't help. Yiling's voice trembled, not from weeping but from the desperate effort to hold back tears. Didn't you say that blue talisman could suppress it? It can suppress it, but not for long. The corpse poison has been lurking in his body for 5 years. The talisman can only delay it, not cure it. Chen Ping'an set down his brush, rose from his seat, and gathered the talisman papers from the desk into his bag. Stay home and wait. I'll be there in 20 minutes. He stepped out, walked to the intersection, and hailed a taxi. As the car moved, he sent a message to Bai Jioming. Something happened to Yiling's grandfather. The corpse poison is spreading. Has your elder shown any abnormalities lately? Bai Jioming replied, instantly none. But my grandfather talked in his sleep again last night. He said 3 characters, Guishu sect. Guishu sect. Chen Ping'an murmured those 3 characters under his breath. The gate of Guishu. Was it the name of an organization or a place? The car arrived at the building where Yiling's grandfather lived. Chen Ping'an paid the fare and climbed upstairs. Yiling opened the door, her eyes red but dry. She wore a gray hoodie, her hair loosely tied with a few stray strands falling beside her ears. He's inside. Chen Ping'an entered the living room. Yiling's grandfather sat on the sofa, his right hand from the web of the thumb to the shoulder covered in green-purple bruises, the veins beneath the skin bulging like earthworms crawling. His complexion was poor, lips pale with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Yiling's grandmother stood beside him, holding a cup of warm water that had gone cold. Chen Ping'an squatted down, took a blue talisman from his bag, folded it into a small triangle, and placed it on the web of Yiling's grandfather's thumb. The moment the blue talisman touched the skin, it flared briefly, and the color of the green bruises lightened, only slightly, like ink diluted with water. This talisman can only suppress it for 3 days. Chen Ping'an stood up. Yiling, you mentioned last time that you acquired a bronze tripod. Where is it? In the storage room. My grandfather acquired it. Take me to see it. The storage room was at the far end of the house, a wooden door locked. Yiling unlocked it and pushed the door open. The storage room was small, about a dozen square meters, with shelves filled with antiques, porcelain, jade, bronze, ware, calligraphy, and paintings. The air carried a musty smell mixed with faint sandalwood incense. Yiling walked to the innermost shelf and pointed at a bronze tripod on it. That's the one. The tripod was not large, with 3 legs and 2 handles, its surface covered in dark green patina. Chen Ping'an put on gloves, took the tripod down from the shelf, and turned it over to inspect the base. There was no inscription on the bottom, but the inner wall was carved full of runes, the same system as the soul-sealing talismans he had seen on the bottom of a wooden carving before. He touched the runes with his fingers and felt a slight chill seeping in from his fingertips like a needle. This tripod cannot stay here. He placed the tripod back on the shelf. Your grandfather's corpse poison came from this tripod. The people of Guishu carved runes on it to seal the poison inside. Whoever touches it gets poisoned. Yiling's face went pale. Then my grandfather. I touched this tripod. How many times have you touched it? 2 or 3 times. I touched it when moving it back. Chen Ping'an grabbed her wrist and turned it over to inspect. Her skin at the web of the thumb was normal, with no green bruises. He checked her arms as well and found nothing. You're fine. Perhaps the contact time was short and the poison didn't penetrate. But don't touch it anymore from now on. I'm taking this tripod with me. Yiling nodded. Chen Ping'an placed the bronze tripod into a cloth bag and carried it out. Passing through the living room, Yiling's grandfather called out to him. Master Chen. Chen Ping'an stopped. Your mother came to my house back then too. She also saw this tripod. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. What did she say, eh? She said, Uncle Yi, there's something wrong with this tripod. Don't touch it. I didn't believe her. Then I did. And then I got poisoned. Yiling's grandfather's voice was so soft, it was like talking to himself. When your mother left, she said one thing. She said, Uncle Yi, if I don't come back, please tell Ping'an that mother is sorry for him. Chen Ping'an stood in the living room holding the cloth bag containing the bronze tripod. Yiling stood beside him, head bowed. Yiling's grandmother stood at the kitchen doorway, gripping her apron. No one spoke. Grandpa Yi, I will find the antidote, he said. Within 3 months. He pushed open the door and walked out. The elevator arrived, and he stepped inside as the doors closed. The bronze tripod in the cloth bag was heavy, weighing down his hand. He took a deep breath and swallowed the words, Mother is sorry for him. At night, Chen Ping'an sat on the windowsill of the third floor gazing at the moon. The moon was not quite round, missing a small piece like a cake that had been bitten into with edges that were not clean, but gradually eroded by something blurred and indistinct. In Rongcheng's night sky, few stars could be seen, only a handful of the brightest ones hanging near the moon like shy children standing far away, too embarrassed to come closer. He took out the small cloth bag that Annie Zhang had given him from his pocket and placed it in his palm. The cloth bag was dark blue, embroidered with a white flower. The embroidery was not particularly fine. The stitches of the petals were slightly crooked, but it was evident the person who embroidered it was very serious about it. Every stitch went deep, the thread pulled tight, as if they were embroidering something very important. The bag contained 3 items: dried grass, several black seeds, and a white feather. The grass had dried but retained its green color as though freshly picked from the mountains not long ago. The seeds were small, just slightly larger than sesame, smooth on the surface, reflecting a faint gleam in the moonlight. The feather was extraordinarily light, so light that barely any weight could be felt in one's palm, liable to drift away at the slightest breeze. Chen Ping'an took the 3 items out one by one and laid them on the windowsill. The dried grass carried a faint scent reminiscent of a mountain forest after rain. The seeds had no smell, nor did the feather have any scent. But when brought close to the nose, an indescribable aroma emerged. Not fragrant, not foul, but the scent of something ancient and aged, like the yellowed pages of a book left untouched for years. Auntie Zhang said she brought these from the mountains of Yunnan. Chen Ping'an said to the empty air. A black cat crouched beside him, its tail dangling over the edge of the windowsill, swaying lazily. Aren't you curious? Chen Ping'an asked. Not in the slightest, replied the black cat in a soft voice, delicate as wind whispering through a window crack. Why? Because I know what they are. Chen Ping'an turned his head to look at the black cat. The black cat's golden eyes gleamed like 2 small suns in the moonlight. Not harsh, but luminous enough that one could see one's own reflection in its pupils, a young face, faintly wearied, yet with bright, clear eyes. Then what are they? Objects that guide the way, the black cat replied, its tail still. The dried grass is path grass. Shamans in the mountains of Yunnan use it to guide the way. Not to guide the living, but to guide the departed souls. Burn it, and where the smoke drifts, the soul follows. The seeds are memory seeds. Scattered on the ground, they absorb traces of every path walked upon them. On a subsequent journey along the same path, the seeds would glow. The feather is a message feather plucked from a white bird. Place it beneath someone's pillow, and you too can see their dreams. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled for a moment. He carefully placed the 3 items back into the cloth bag, tied it shut, and clenched it in his palm. Auntie Zhang gave me such an important thing. She said she's been waiting for you, the black cat replied in a flat tone. Waited over 20 years. Now that she's found you, the things belong to you. Chen Ping'an looked down at the dark blue cloth bag in his palm. Moonlight fell upon the bag, and the white flowers seemed to glow. He remembered what Annie Zhang had said that day. When you marry, just treat me to wedding candy. She had been smiling as she said it, her eyes curved, wrinkles gathered on her face like a dried red date. But her eyes were bright. Not the brightness of youth, but the brightness of someone who had waited a long time and finally seen her wait rewarded, yet refused to let you sense how much it mattered to her. Baozi, Chen Ping'an called. Do you think Annie Zhang was like this when she was young? The black cat paused to think. Just like you. Sharp-tongued, directionally challenged, can't cook, blushes whenever she sees a handsome young man. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. She'd also miscalculate. Yes, she was even worse at it than you. Once when selling cold shrimp jelly, 2 kwai per bowl, a customer handed her 5 kwai, and she gave them 4 back. You gave me too much, the customer said. Then have some cold shrimp jelly on me, she replied. I can't finish it, the customer objected. Then treat your friend to it, she countered. My friend isn't here, the customer insisted. Then feed it to your cat, she offered. I don't have a cat, the customer said. Then get one, she replied. That time she lost 5 kwai, the black cat recounted. Chen Ping'an burst out laughing. The laughter echoed through the empty third-floor room, bouncing off the walls like a stone tossed into still water, rippling outward in concentric circles. His laughter gradually softened, turning into breathing, then into silence. He gazed at the moon through the window and noticed the missing piece seemed just a fraction larger than before. Perhaps a cloud had obscured it, or perhaps the moon was truly waning. Baozi, do you think my mom was like this too? Sharp-tongued, directionally challenged, can't cook, blushes at handsome guys. The black cat turned its head to look at him. Its golden eyes glowed in the moonlight like 2 unfailing lamps. Your mother was even sharper-tongued than you. More hopelessly, directionally challenged. Could cook even worse. And when she saw your father, she blushed as red as a boiled shrimp. Chen Ping'an pictured the scene, a young woman, quick-witted and lost unable to cook standing before a man, with a square face, thick brows, and downturned mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson. He had never seen his mother, didn't know her face, her voice, or what she looked like when she laughed. But now he knew she was sharp-tongued, directionless, helpless in the kitchen, and blushed around handsome men. With these details, she seemed somehow less distant. Like a shadow he'd never been able to clearly see, suddenly turning to reveal her profile. It was still indistinct, but at least he now knew what she looked like. Baozi, tell me more about my mom. The black cat was silent for a moment. When your mother first went to Mount Mao, she got lost. She wandered at the foot of the mountain for 3 hours, unable to find the path up. When your master said, "Where are you?" "I'll come fetch you," she said. "I'm under a pine tree." There were over 10,000 pine trees at the base of Mount Mao. Chen Ping'an laughed again. He imagined his mother standing beneath one of those pine trees, luggage in hand, looking utterly bewildered. And then, oi, your father went down the mountain to find her. He searched for an hour and found her. The pine tree your mother described was only 50 meters from the trailhead. She walked 50 meters to the left, then 50 meters to the right, but never forward. Why wouldn't she go forward? She said the tree ahead looked too menacing, and she was afraid to pass it. Chen Ping'an's laughter grew louder. He doubled over, tears welling in his eyes. Wiping the corners of his eyes, he looked at the black cat. How menacing did that tree look? It was an ordinary pine tree. Your mother thought it looked fierce. Her aesthetic judgment has always been flawed. If it hadn't been, she never would have fallen for your father. Chen Ping'an's laughter died away. He stared at the black cat, and the cat stared back. They held each other's gaze for 3 seconds. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with my dad? Your father looks stern. Square face, thick brows, mouth turned down at the corners. Even when he's not smiling, he appears angry. And when he does smile, he still looks angry. Your mother said he gives a sense of security. Chen Ping'an tried to imagine his father smiling while still looking angry. He thought about it for a while and realized he couldn't picture it. He had never seen his father smile. He only knew his father's expression from photographs, like the family portrait hanging on the wall of the old house in Wuchuan, where his father stood beside his mother in a crisp, white shirt, hair neatly combed, the corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. Was that a smile? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it wasn't. He couldn't tell. Baozi, do you think my parents are still alive? The black cat's tail stopped moving. It gazed at the moon for a long time, long enough that Chen Ping'an thought it wouldn't answer. Alive. But not in this world. Not in this world. Then where are they? In a place you cannot reach. Not yet, at least. The black cat's voice grew soft. But you will go there someday. Your mother is waiting for you. A night breeze swept through, making the black cat's tail sway. The curtain billowed in the wind like a white flag. Chen Ping'an pulled the curtain aside and tied it to the window hook. Baozi, do you know about bus 311? Yes. Were the paper figures on that bus the work of Guixiu? Indeed. They're raising ghosts. They're cultivating spirit beings. The black cat's voice grew heavy. Not ordinary ghosts. Spirit beings. Feeding them with the souls of the living. Once cultivated to a certain degree, these spirit beings develop their own consciousness. They can be controlled, sold, used as weapons. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Is what happened to my parents connected to these spirit beings, eh? The black cat didn't answer. It stood up, stretching its front paws forward while arching its hindquarters high, its tail rigid like a flagpole. After finishing its stretch, it leaped down from the windowsill and paused at the top of the stairs. Your mother told me not to say too much. The black cat's voice drifted up from the stairway, muffled, as though speaking through a barrier. She said, wait until Ping'an grows up and lets him investigate for himself. If he finds the answers, he'll understand. If he doesn't, it means he's not ready yet. I'm ready. You're not ready yet. You can't even draw a purple talisman. The black cat descended the stairs. Its steps were nearly silent on the wooden staircase, but Chen Ping'an heard them distinctly. One step, then another, like a heartbeat. He sat on the windowsill, watching the direction where the black cat had disappeared. He clenched Annie Zhang's small cloth bag in his palm, took Old Man Wang's turtle out of his backpack, and placed it on the windowsill. The turtle remained retracted into its shell, motionless, a brown cracked stone. You think I'm not ready either? Chen Ping'an spoke to the turtle. The turtle offered no response. It kept its head withdrawn into its shell, refusing to look at him. Fine. You both think I'm not ready. Then tonight I'll draw the purple talisman. He jumped down from the windowsill and walked to his desk, spreading out a sheet of blue paper, not the usual yellow. Purple talismans couldn't be drawn on yellow paper. They required blue paper dusted with gold powder. He took a small vial of gold powder from his drawer, sprinkled a bit onto the blue paper, and spread it evenly with his hand. The gold powder shimmered under the lamplight like crushed stars. He picked up his cinnabar brush, dipped it in the ink, and took a deep breath. The first purple talisman, the 5 thunders repelling evil talisman. 13 strokes for the head, 49 for the core, 21 variations for the feet. Each stroke had to be precise with consistent pressure and rhythm throughout. He reviewed the entire talisman in his mind before committing to the paper. The first stroke succeeded. The second succeeded. But on the third, halfway through, his wrist trembled. The cinnabar drew a crooked line across the paper. He paused, studying the errant line. Ruined. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash. He laid out another fresh sheet of blue paper, sprinkled it with gold powder, and smoothed it evenly. He began again. This attempt went further, reaching the talisman's core. But at the 48th stroke, the cinnabar at the brush tip ran dry, and the line fractured. Another failure. Third sheet. Fourth sheet. Fifth sheet. Ruined, ruined, ruined. By the 6th attempt, his fingers began to tremble. It wasn't fear, it was exhaustion. Drawing a purple talisman drained mental energy, not physical strength. Each purple talisman consumed as much mental focus as 10 blue ones combined. Having already ruined 5 talismans, he'd expended the mental energy equivalent of 50 blue talismans. His head began to ache, his temples pulsing like someone drumming inside his skull. He set down his brush, closed his eyes, and took 3 deep breaths. The clear mind mantra. He recited it silently to himself, once, twice, 3 times. His heartbeat slowed, the throbbing in his temples ceased, his fingers steadied. Opening his eyes, he spread out a 7th sheet of blue paper, dusted it with gold powder, and smoothed it evenly. He began to draw. 13 strokes for the head. Each one precise, not too many, not too few. 49 strokes for the core. Every one balanced with perfect pressure, neither too fast nor too slow. 21 variations for the feet. As he completed the final stroke, his wrist lifted gently, and the brush tip left the paper. The cinnabar on the talisman momentarily intensified, darkening, then fading as though the ink had seeped into the fibers of the paper. Then a purple radiance spread across the entire talisman. Not harsh or glaring, but a gentle moonlit lavender that expanded outward from the center, lingering for approximately 2 seconds before gradually dimming. The cinnabar lines on the talisman had transformed into a deep violet, subtly gleaming. Success. Chen Ping'an held up the purple talisman and examined it repeatedly. A slow smile spread across his face, growing into laughter until he simply collapsed onto the floor, holding the purple talisman before his eyes and laughing like a fool. I did it. Huh. I actually drew it. After his laughter subsided, he rose from the floor, carefully folded the purple talisman, and placed it in the designated talisman pouch. A single purple talisman was worth at least 10 blue ones. With it, the next time he encountered bus 311, he wouldn't have to rely solely on yellow talismans to frighten the paper figures. The black cat had appeared at the doorway, without him noticing, golden eyes fixed on Chen Ping'an. Not bad, it remarked. Chen Ping'an turned to look at the cat. You saw that? I saw. Your eyebrows were moving again while drawing. The left one rising, the right one falling. I know. Your mouth skewed to the side when you laughed. I know. And you just now lying on the floor laughing. You look like a cat getting its belly scratched. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Can't you just praise me once? The black cat considered this. You're better than your father. When he drew his first purple talisman, he ruined 15 attempts. You only needed 7. Thank you. No need to thank me. The black cat turned and descended the stairs. Chen Ping'an sat at his desk, took out the purple talisman from the pouch, and examined it once more. The pale violet glow beneath the lamplight resembled a fragment of sunset, slowly crystallizing. He returned the talisman to its pouch, tidied his desk, extinguished the lamp, and lay down. The crack in the ceiling vanished in the darkness, though he knew it remained. The little spirit upstairs, Xiaohe, was quiet tonight. Perhaps it had fallen asleep, or maybe it was listening to him draw talismans. Closing his eyes, he listened to the nighttime sounds of the old street. The mahjong games had ceased, electric scooters had stopped, and the chatter from the hot pot restaurant had grown quiet. Only the occasional bark of a distant dog and the rustling of wind through leaves remained. In the rhythm of these sounds, he slowly drifted to sleep. In his dream, there was no bus 311, no paper figures, no residual souls trapped in carved wood. Only a bamboo forest with a winding path, and on that path walked a figure in white clothing, their back to him, ascending toward the mountain. The figure moved at a leisurely pace, each step sure and steady as though traversing a well-trodden path. Long hair cascaded over their shoulders, drifting gently in the breeze. Chen Ping'an wanted to call out to her, but his voice failed him. He wanted to chase after her, but his legs wouldn't move. He stood frozen in place, watching the white figure recede into the distance, growing smaller and smaller until disappearing into the depths of the bamboo forest. Then he heard a voice, not from outside but from within, emanating from his own body, his blood, his bones. Ping'an. The voice was soft and gentle, like wind brushing through bamboo or water flowing over stone. You've arrived. Chen Ping'an's eyes snapped open. Dawn was breaking outside the window, gray-blue light seeping through the curtain's gap and tracing a thin, luminous line across the floor. He touched his face. It was wet. Not sweat, but tears. He didn't know when he had started crying. Perhaps in his dream. The black cat was nowhere to be found. He sat up and attempted to fold the blanket, though technically he just gathered it from the floor, balled it up, and tossed it into the corner. Slipping on his slippers, he descended the stairs. From the corner at the stairway landing came a faint sigh. Not the weeping from the wooden carving, but something else, like a little girl sighing in her sleep. Chen Ping'an paused to listen, but the sound had faded. Shaking his head, he continued downstairs. The little spirit upstairs, Xiaohe, was quiet once again today. Yet she was sighing right there. Chen Ping'an stood on the stairs and glanced back at the corner. Nothing was visible there. The walls were white, the floor gray. But he knew a little girl in a red cotton jacket was squatting there, knees drawn to her chest, her face unseen. Only a reddish shadow huddled in the deepest part of the corner. Tomorrow, he murmured softly. I'll come talk to you tomorrow. The red shadow in the corner shifted slightly, then fell still. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs and pulled up the rolling shutter door. Morning light flooded into the old street, illuminating the counter and the character for Dao on the wall. The black cat sat on the steps with a plastic bag in front of it, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. You bought these? Chen Ping'an crouched down and took a bite of the fried dough. The black cat's tail gave a single swing, meaning yes. Buy one more tomorrow. The cat regarded him. The little ghost upstairs. She can't eat it, but she can smell it. The black cat's tail swayed again, agreement. Chen Ping'an crouched on the steps, eating and drinking, watching the old street gradually awaken. Auntie Zhang pushed out her cold shrimp jelly cart, the iron wheels rumbling over the bluestone path. Old man Wang opened his tea house door and emerged with a teapot, casting a glance at Chen Ping'an crouching on the steps. Xiaoqin, you look better today. Drew a purple talisman. Chen Ping'an mumbled with his mouth full of fried dough. Old man Wang's hand paused mid-air, teacup in grip. A purple talisman. You. Wang studied him for several long seconds. Then he smiled. Not the polite kind, but the grin of a man thinking the kid's finally catching on. You're better than your master. Your master couldn't draw a blue talisman by 20. My master's lazy. He may be lazy, but you're not. With that, old man Wang retreated to his tea house, teacup in hand. Chen Ping'an finished his last bite and swallowed the soy milk before standing. He walked to the stairway and looked upward. Both the second and third floors were silent. Xiaohe remained in the corner, knees drawn to her chest, wordless. I'll talk to you tonight. He called to the empty staircase, then shouldered his bag and stepped out the door. Chen Ping'an was awakened by a sound of footsteps. Not the footsteps from the old street downstairs. Those were sounds he knew well, the rumble of Aunt Zhang's cart, the click of Grandpa Wang unlocking his tea house, the rush of water as Brother Lu washed vegetables. He had grown accustomed to these sounds, like an alarm clock that chimed on time every morning. Not jarring, but enough to let you know the day had begun. But it wasn't those sounds that woke him this morning. It was a noise overhead. Thump, 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 as though someone were walking across the floor of the second story. It wasn't the heavy thud of an adult's step, but the light bouncing sound of a child running back and forth from the stairwell to the window, over and over, as though practicing their morning exercises. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling. The crack still stretched from the corner to the light fixture, dry and still as an ancient riverbed. Yet nothing marked the surface above him. No footprints, no fresh splits, just bare plaster. The sound came from above, not the roof, but the second floor where he slept. He lay on the wooden floor beneath a thin quilt, head resting on folded clothes, listening to those small feet pacing overhead. He had lived here many days now, hearing movement every night, but never once during the daylight hours. This was the first time. He sat up. The black cat was gone, likely sunning itself at the doorway. He slipped on his slippers and went downstairs. The first floor was empty. The talisman papers on the counter were stacked neatly, and the character for Dao on the wall seemed unusually still in the morning light. The black cat crouched on the steps with a plastic bag before it, 2 fried dough sticks, and a cup of soy milk. You bought this? Chen Ping'an crouched down and took a bite of the dough stick. The black cat's tail gave a single flick. That meant yes. Did you hear those footsteps upstairs? The cat said nothing. Yet it rose, turned, and walked into the shop, leaping onto the stair rail before glancing back at Chen Ping'an. The message was clear: come up. Chen Ping'an followed it upstairs. At the landing, the black cat paused, settling into a corner and tapping the floor with its paw. Chen Ping'an walked over and crouched to examine the corner. The floor looked identical to everywhere else, the same color, the same seams. But the compass needle was spinning. He had left it in his pocket as he climbed the stairs, yet he could feel it rotating even through the fabric. He drew the compass from his pocket and set it flat against the floor. The needle quivered twice, then locked onto that corner and held steady. "What is this place?" he asked. The black cat's tail flicked once. The center of a soul-locking formation. Its voice was soft, yet every word clear as crystal. "A child ghost resides above your head. 8 years old, a girl in a red padded jacket. She didn't die by another's hand. She fell from the second-floor window onto the bluestone path outside. After she died, her soul became bound to this building's earth energy. Unable to leave, unable to move on, she has remained here for 3 years." Chen Ping'an pressed his palm flat against the floorboards. The wood was cool beneath his hand, yet a faint warmth rose from somewhere below. Not from the floor itself, but from whatever breathed down there. "Have you known all along?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" "You never asked." The black cat replied with unshakable confidence. "Besides, she isn't a malevolent spirit. She would never harm anyone. She's simply been alone here too long and longs for someone to speak with." Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment before rising to face the corner and speaking softly but clearly. "Come out. I know you're there." Seconds passed in silence before a figure gradually materialized from the corner. A crimson silhouette. First a pair of small feet clad in red cotton shoes, then the hem of a deep red padded jacket, like a flower beginning to fade, and finally the complete form of a little girl around 7 or 8 years old, her hair in 2 braids, crouched in the corner with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her body was translucent enough to see the wall behind her, her face pale, not in a frightening way, but in the way of someone who hasn't seen sunlight in years. She lifted her gaze to Chen Ping'an, her dark eyes shining with a mixture of fear, curiosity, and hope. The look of a small creature trapped for so long who finally sees the cage door opening. "What's your name?" Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet her eyes. The little girl's lips moved slightly. Xiaohe. Xiaohe. "I'm Chen Ping'an. I live here. The shop downstairs is mine." A spark lit up in Xiaohe's eyes. "Are you a new tenant?" "I'm the landlord," Chen Ping'an replied. "This building belongs to me now." Xiaohe lowered her head and stared at her own feet. Her feet hovered above the floor, suspended 3 or 4 centimeters off the ground. "I'll move out. Please don't drive me away. I have nowhere else to go." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Chen Ping'an studied her. The red padded jacket, the braided pigtails, her semi-transparent form, those suspended feet. She had spent 3 years alone in this empty building with no one to talk to, no one who knew she was here, no one to buy her potato chips. Though ghosts couldn't eat them anyway, they could at least smell them. "You don't need to move. You can stay here. But there are conditions." Xiaohe looked up. "What conditions?" "No pounding on the floor at midnight. No scaring guests. And no sneaking food from my refrigerator, even though you can't eat it anyway." Chen Ping'an held up 3 fingers. 3 rules. "If you agree, you can stay." Xiaohe nodded vigorously, her braids swinging like red ribbons dancing in the wind. "I can do it. I promise. There's one more thing." Chen Ping'an pulled a yellow talisman from his pocket, folded into a small triangle, and handed it to her. "Take this. This will help stabilize your spirit energy so you don't dissipate." As Xiaohe reached out and touched the talisman, it briefly brightened, not with a glow, but as if the color darkened and faded again, like ink soaking into paper. Her form grew slightly more solid, like a photograph, with its opacity increased. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Xiaohe clenched the talisman tightly in her palm, as though afraid it might escape. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and brushed the dust from his knees. "Come now, stop crouching in that corner. Let's get some air." Xiaohe hesitated before slowly drifting out from the corner. She drifted toward the stairwell, gripping the railing as she looked down. Below, she could see the first floor, the counter, the character for Dao on the wall, and the black cat sitting on the steps licking its paw. She gazed at the scene for a long time, like someone who hadn't left home in years, standing at the door, taking in the world outside. 3 years, she whispered softly. "It's been 3 years since I last came downstairs. You can come down any time from now on. Just don't let the guests see you. When customers arrive, go back upstairs." Chen Ping'an descended the stairs, retrieved a bag of chips from a drawer, opened it, and placed it on the counter. "Smell it. Ghosts can't eat them, but the scent should be pleasant enough." Xiaohe drifted down and leaned close to the chip bag, drawing in a deep breath. Her eyes sparkled like twin stars. "It smells wonderful." Chen Ping'an watched her satisfied expression and allowed a small smile to curve his lips. He glanced down at the dough stick in his hand. It had gone cold, just like the soy milk. Without bothering to warm them, he ate the stale dough stick while drinking the cool soy milk. The black cat observed the scene from its perch on the steps, tail swaying lazily. If translated into human words, its expression seemed to say, "Another one taken in. Your shop is becoming quite the shelter." Lin Mo had not yet made his appearance, but bus route 311 arrived first. That evening on his way back from Yiling's house, Chen Ping'an passed by that bus stop. The stop sat on a road between the old street and the antique market a place where few people passed by? The sign was crooked, plastered from top to bottom with small advertisements. Drain clearance, high-price recycling of old appliances, fake certificates. Chen Ping'an had not paid it any mind at first. But as he walked past, his peripheral vision caught a route number on the sign, 311. He stopped. It was not because 311 was special in any particular way, but because it was the only route listed on that sign. In Rongcheng, a bus stop usually carried several routes, at least 2 or 3, sometimes as many as 7 or 8. But here there was only 311. No first departure time, no last departure time, no list of stops. Just one number, 311. White background with red lettering. The characters were upright, yet something about them felt wrong. As though written with a calligraphy brush, the strokes bearing the telltale signs of ink bleeding outward at their tips. Chen Ping'an took out his compass from his bag. The needle sat still. No spinning, no trembling. He put the compass away, crouched down, and pressed his palm against the iron pole of the sign. The pole was cold, but not the kind of cold one would normally feel. It was a bone-chilling, sinister cold, as though seeping up from deep beneath the earth. When he withdrew his hand, a thin mist of moisture clung to his palm. Not sweat. Dew. Something lived at this stop. He sat down on a bench across the road, raised the collar of his windbreaker, and pretended to wait for a bus. A black cat emerged from the bushes beside him and jumped onto the bench, settling down next to him. "What are you waiting for?" the black cat asked. "Route 311. Are you out of your mind?" "Not at all. I want to see what this bus is actually carrying." Chen Ping'an pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and ate noisily. "Go back and watch the shop." "I'm not going." "Then don't talk. If a passerby sees a cat speaking, it'll make the news." The black cat's tail gave a single flick, which translated to, "You're the one sitting by the roadside waiting for a bus that doesn't exist. That's what makes the news." They waited for about 20 minutes. Chen Ping'an finished his noodles, crumpled the wrapper, and tucked it into his pocket. He was just about to stand up and leave when he heard a sound. It was not the sound of an engine nor a horn. It was something muffled and heavy, as though some great weight were slowly rolling across the concrete road. As if someone far away were pushing a massive stone. He looked up and saw the bus. Route 311. The body was white, but wrong, like paper soaked in water, gray and yellowed. On the front windshield hung a red route sign reading 311. The characters stood straight, yet something about them felt unsettling. Its headlights glowed, but not with the bright white of ordinary lamps. Instead, a dim yellow light, like candle flame. The bus made no sound. No engine roar, no tires scraping the pavement, nothing. It glided toward them like a silent, moving shadow. The bus stopped. The doors opened. Chen Ping'an remained seated on the bench. He stared into those open doors and took in the scene within. There were people inside the bus, or rather figures shaped like people. Every seat was occupied by a paper effigy, crafted from paper, painted with faces, rosy cheeks, hollow black eyes, and mouths curved upward in identical frozen smiles. Some wore clothing, suits, dresses, school uniforms. Others were bare sheets of paper, their bamboo rib frames exposed at the edges. They all faced the bus door. Those painted black eyes seemed to lock onto him no matter what angle he viewed them from. In the driver's seat sat a larger paper figure, a blue work uniform, a cap beneath which 2 curved eyebrows and a pair of hollow black eyes were drawn. Its paper hands rested on the steering wheel, fingers thin as chopsticks. Chen Ping'an stood. He withdrew a talisman from his pocket, pinched it between his fingers, and walked toward the open door. The door gaped like a wide-open mouth. Every paper figure inside turned their heads in unison, not turning their heads, but rotating their entire bodies as though some switch had been flipped. All those hollow black eyes fixed upon him. Chen Ping'an raised the talisman. "Go back and tell your boss that this street is under my jurisdiction. Keep this bus off this road. Stay away from the people here." The paper figures did not move. But the one in the very front row, the one wearing red, its smile narrowed slightly. Not a laugh fading, but a smile being retracted. The doors closed. The bus drove away. Without a sound. Chen Ping'an stood on the platform, watching the white bus disappear into the far end of the road. The talisman in his hand had turned black, the darkness spreading from the edges inward bit by bit until it crumbled to ash. A gust of wind scattered what remained. He brushed the residue from his fingers, slipped the talisman fragments into his pocket, and turned back. The black cat followed at his heels, its tail held high. "Did you see clearly?" the black cat asked. "Clearly. Paper effigies. Over 30. Chen Ping'an's voice was low but heavy. "Someone is raising ghosts using paper figures." Those paper figures were not ordinary. Each one sealed a fragment of a lingering soul inside, just like the wooden carvings. The black cat's tail stopped swaying. "Goeishu." The next morning, Chen Ping'an woke up late. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up. It was that he hadn't slept well the night before. His dream was filled with a Route 311 bus packed with paper figures. They were all laughing in the exact same way, and it sent chills down his spine. When he woke up, he glanced at his phone, 730. The black cat was perched on his chest, golden eyes fixed on him, its expression translated into human words as, "You said you'd leave at 7 last night, and now it's already 7:30. Why didn't you wake me? I called out to you. You wouldn't stir." The black cat's tail flicked against his chin, its tone carrying a lingering expectation of an apology. "You sleep like a block of wood. Wood doesn't snore. But you do. While I was perched on your chest, your snoring sounded like an earthquake. I nearly got shaken off." The black cat's tone carried a weighty implication, something like, "You owe me an apology." Chen Ping'an rose, washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and slung his bag over his shoulder. As he reached the stair landing, a figure drifted from the shadows. Xiao He, her red cotton jacket glowing like a bloom in the morning light. "Brother Chen, are you going out?" "Yes. To Guizhou. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Xiao He lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her red jacket. "Come back soon." "I will." Chen Ping'an pulled a bag of potato chips from his pocket and handed it to her. "Smell them, don't consume them all at once. Ration yourself." Xiao He took the chips and cradled them to her chest, a smile blooming on her face. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs and rolled up the storefront door. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the counter and the character for Dao hanging on the wall. Old Wang stood at the tea house entrance, teacup in hand, watching Chen Ping'an depart. "Little Chen going on a long trip." "To Guizhou. A couple of days." Old Wang nodded and turned back into the tea house. A moment later, he emerged with a bowl in his hands. Inside sat a turtle. No larger than a palm, its shell a deep, dark brown etched with intricate patterns. Not ordinary designs. These were spiritual runes. Chen Ping'an froze. He accepted the bowl and looked down at the turtle. It was ancient, the grooves on its shell deep, spiraling outward like tree rings. The runes carved upon its shell were impossibly fine, as though each stroke had been inscribed one by one with the tip of a needle arranged into an intricate pattern. He set the bowl on the steps and withdrew a compass from his bag. The compass needle did not spin or waver. It pointed steadily and unwaveringly at the turtle. "Grandpa Wang, this turtle. I've kept it for 30 years. Old Wang lifted his teacup and took a sip. "The day I moved onto this street, it was already here. I don't know who left it at my doorstep or why those characters are carved into its shell. I couldn't read them. Someone I consulted told me they form an ancient sealing formation." Chen Ping'an's fingers trembled ever so slightly. An ancient sealing formation. He had seen this script before. On his bone talisman, on the inner walls of the bronze tripod on Grandpa, by Jiuming's bronze vessel, within the soul sealing charm at the base of a wooden carving. The same system of writing, the same ancient lost tradition belonging to no known dynasty. Do you know what this sealing formation was intended to do? I don't. But there is one thing I do know. Old Wang crouched and gently prodded the turtle's shell with his fingertip. For these 30 years, whenever something unholy draws near this street, this turtle retreats into its shell. On the day it retreats, something unfortunate occurs on the street. When it stretches its head out again, all is well. Chen Ping'an studied the turtle. It had extended its head now. A small dark orb, its eyes black and glistening, fixed upon him. It watched him for several seconds, then slowly, incrementally drew its head back inside. It retreated with deliberate slowness, a moment like someone making a difficult decision. "It has withdrawn," Old Wang observed. Chen Ping'an looked across the street, at Aunt Zhang's Liangxia stall, then toward the antique market in the distance. The street was nearly empty, the weather clear, the sunlight bright. Yet the turtle had retracted into its shell. It had sensed something. "Grandpa Wang, may I take this turtle with me?" Old Wang fell silent for a few seconds. "Then take it. It will serve you better than it serves me." He handed the bowl to Chen Ping'an. A small amount of water remained inside a leaf of vegetables drifting on the surface. "It's a vegetarian. Don't feed it meat. Its stomach is delicate." Chen Ping'an carefully placed the bowl into his backpack, cushioning it with clothing to prevent any jostling. "Thank you, Grandpa Wang." He slung his bag over his shoulder and turned toward the street entrance. The black cat followed at his heels, its tail held high. A few steps in, he heard Old Wang's voice call out from behind. "Little Chen, be careful. The people on that street have been waiting for you for a very long time." Chen Ping'an stopped, but did not turn around. "I know." He continued walking forward. The black cat's tail swept back and forth beside his feet, like a small banner. Bai Jiuming's car was parked at the street corner. A black SUV, polished to a mirror shine, clearly just washed. He leaned against the open door in a dark windbreaker, his cap brim pulled low. Seeing Chen Ping'an approach, he took off his sunglasses. "You're 40 minutes late. Hit a little supernatural trouble on the way," Chen Ping'an said, opening the door and getting in. "What kind of supernatural trouble?" "I couldn't get out of bed." Bai Jioming fell silent for a moment, then started the engine. The car pulled out of the old street. Through the rearview mirror, Grandpa Wang's tea house, Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall, Brother Lu's restaurant flashed past one after another, growing smaller and smaller until they turned a corner and vanished entirely. "What's in your bag?" Bai Jioming asked. "A turtle." Bai Jioming's fingers paused on the steering wheel. "You bring a turtle with you?" "Grandpa Wang's. Kept it for 30 years. There's an ancient seal array carved on the shell. It can warn of filth." Chen Ping'an set the backpack on his knees and unzipped it to take a look. The turtle had its head fully retracted into its shell, motionless. It just hit its head. "What do you mean?" "It means the people from Guishu know we're going to Wuchuan." Bai Jioming glanced at him in the rearview mirror. His expression didn't change, but his grip on the steering wheel tightened. The car merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. The black cat perched on the back seat, eyes closed, purring loudly. "Who else knows your cat can talk?" Bai Jioming asked. "You, me, Grandpa Wang, Aunt Zhang, Brother Lu, Xiaohe." "Who's Xiaohe?" "The little ghost upstairs. 8 years old, wears a red cotton-padded jacket." Bai Jioming fell silent. He was probably recalibrating his assessment of Chen Ping'an's normalcy threshold. A talking cat, a floating ghost child, a turtle in a backpack, a wooden carving in the trunk. None of the people and things surrounding this man were in any way normal. "Your master was right," Bai Jioming said. "You really aren't an ordinary person. My master also said I was picked up." "You weren't picked up. You were left at the mountain gate." Bai Jioming's voice was flat, but every word carried weight. "Your mother didn't abandon you. She had no choice." Chen Ping'an's hand holding the noodle packet stilled. "How do you know that?" "Because my family has a similar story." Bai Jioming kept his eyes on the road ahead. The highway rushed backward beyond the window. "Before my parents disappeared, they entrusted me to my grandfather. They said, when a young man surnamed Chun comes, give him this bone token. They waited 22 years for you." The air inside the car grew heavy and still. Chen Ping'an studied Bai Jioming's profile, that impeccably handsome face, completely expressionless. But in his eyes there was something. Not tears. Something harder. "Did your parents leave a bone token too?" "Yes. Exactly the same as yours. Same material, same inscription, just a different shape." Bai Jioming reached into his pocket and placed something in Chen Ping'an's palm. It was a circular bone token, slightly smaller than Chen Ping'an's, its color deeper, as though handled and polished for many years. Carved on the back was a single character, Chun. Chen Ping'an clenched the bone token, feeling the cold smoothness against his palm. The same chill as the one hanging at his neck. The same weight. "So you came looking for me because your master told you to?" "No." Bai Jioming's voice was soft, barely louder than a whisper to himself. "I came looking for you because my parents said that when the young man surnamed Chun arrived, I should give him this bone token, and then follow him. Wherever he goes, I go." Chen Ping'an handed the token back. "Have you ever been to Wuchuan?" "No. But I did some research. That old house caught fire 20 years ago. Burned for an entire night, left nothing behind. Yet some people say that after the flames went out, the old house was still there. Not that it escaped burning, but that it burned and then grew back." "What do you mean?" Bai Jioming shook his head. "I don't know. We'll find out when we get there." The car entered a service area. Chen Ping'an went to the restroom, bought a bottle of water and a bag of dried fish. When he got back in, the black cat opened its eyes, glanced at the dried fish, and then closed them again. "Meaning you're sensible." The car merged back onto the road. The scenery outside shifted from plains to rolling hills, and from hills to mountains. The mountains were green, layered in tiers, pushing toward the horizon like waves. Chen Ping'an looked at them and remembered what his master had said. Beneath those hills lies gold. Not actual gold, but something far more precious than gold. Truth. The car left the highway and entered the provincial road. The road narrowed, curves multiplied, the mountains on either side drew closer, and the trees grew denser. Occasionally a village would appear where a few elderly men squatted by the roadside, smoking dry tobacco and chatting in an incomprehensible dialect. Wuchuan County town was smaller than Chen Ping'an had imagined. A single main street ran east to west, lined with 3 to 4-story buildings whose exterior walls were clad in white tiles. The street was not crowded. Occasionally a motorcycle sputtered past. Bai Jioming parked in front of the only decent hotel in town. A 5-story building bearing a sign that read, Wuchuan Hotel. Its facade painted a pale yellow with several vehicles sporting out-of-province license plates parked at the entrance. "Let's check in first and head to the old estate tomorrow morning," Bai Jioming said. "We'll go now. It's nearly dark. The mountain roads are treacherous." "That's precisely why we should go at night," Chen Ping'an said, pushing open the car door and stepping out. "Things inside the old house don't come out during the day. They come out at night." Bai Jioming glanced at him, cut the engine, and followed. The car left the county town and drove into the mountains. The road grew progressively narrower, transitioning from asphalt to cement, then from cement to gravel. The mountains on both sides deepened, and the trees grew ever denser, their canopies forming a roof that blocked out most of the sky. Sunlight leaked through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled patches of light across the road. 40 minutes later, the car stopped before a village nestled in a mountain hollow. The village was small, with only 20 or 30 households, their houses climbing the hillside in staggered rows, mostly wooden stilt houses. At the village entrance stood a giant banyan tree, its trunk so wide that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around it, its canopy shading a vast area of cool ground. Beneath the banyan, several elderly people sat and looked up as the car approached. Bai Jioming stepped out of the car and asked in his Guizhou-accented dialect, "Excuse me, elders, does anyone know where Grandma Wu lives?" An old man pointed toward a stilt house on the hillside. "Up there, the one with a loquat tree planted at the entrance." The 2 of them walked up the stone steps. The steps were covered in moss, slippery underfoot, requiring careful, deliberate pacing. Chen Ping'an walked ahead with Bai Jioming following behind. After a few steps, Chen Ping'an stopped and took a compass out of his bag. The needle was spinning not randomly, but steadily in one direction. That direction pointed into the deepest part of the valley. "It's calling to me," Chen Ping'an said, putting the compass away. "What is whatever is in that well?" Grandma Wu's house was at the very top of the village. 3 rooms of a stilt structure, the loquat tree in front already grown tall. The door was open and a hunched old woman sat on the threshold shelling beans. She wore a dark blue traditional jacket, her hair completely white, her wrinkles carved deeply into her face like strokes of a knife. She raised her head, her clouded eyes pausing briefly on Bai Jioming's face, then shifting to Chen Ping'an's, where they suddenly froze. She stared at Chen Ping'an for several long seconds, several beans dropping from her hand onto the ground without her noticing. You are a child of the Chen family." Her lips trembled. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. "Grandma, do you know me?" The old woman did not answer. Instead, she pushed herself up from the threshold and stumbled into the house. After a moment, she emerged with a photograph. It was a black and white picture, its edges yellowed and curled with age. The photo showed 3 people, a young couple holding an infant standing in front of an old house. The man's face was indistinct, but the woman's was clear. She was smiling, her eyes curved into crescents, her lips upturned, cradling a baby wrapped in a blanket. Chen Ping'an's hands began to shake. "This is your mother," the old woman said, pointing to the woman in the photograph. "Your father's surname is Chun, and your mother's surname is Chun as well. When you were born, your mother said, 'Let's name him Ping'an. May you live a peaceful and safe life.'" Chen Ping'an gripped the photograph until his knuckles turned white. "Are they still alive?" The old woman fell silent for a long time, then shook her head. "I don't know. After that fire consumed everything 20 years ago, they never came back. No one has dared to go to your family's old estate since." "Why didn't anyone dare go?" The old woman looked at him, her gaze carrying something indescribable. Fear, taboo, and some unspoken guilt. "That estate is haunted." Chen Ping'an carefully folded the photograph and tucked it inside his clothes against his chest. "Grandma, where is our family's old estate?" The old woman pointed out the window. On the ridge beyond, a cluster of dark rooftops could be seen hidden within the dense forest, flickering in and out of view. "Just over that valley. But don't go at night. This place is impure after dark." Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the old woman. "Thank you, Grandma." He reached the doorway and turned back. "Grandma, what were my parents' names?" The old woman studied his face, something flickering in her eyes. "Your father was Chen Qingshan. Your mother was Chun. Wanqing. Wanqing." Chen Ping'an tasted the name on his tongue. Graceful and clear. He had never met her. He didn't know what she looked like, whether her voice was soft or firm, what her smile resembled. But now he knew her name. Chen Wanqing. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. The night wind swept in, carrying the scent of mountain earth and vegetation. He stood on the stone steps, gazing toward the dark rooftops deep in the valley. A black cat emerged from the shrubbery and sat at his feet, its tail held high. "Baozi," he called. The black cat's voice came from below, muffled. "My parents were Chen Qingshan and Chen Wanqing." "I know." Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. "You've always known." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "You never asked." Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. "I'm asking now. Chen Qingshan. Chen Wanqing." The black cat's tail gave a flick. "They were good people. Very good people. You take after your mother." She was sharp-tongued, too equally direction-impaired, couldn't cook to save her life, and still blushed at handsome young men. Chen Ping'an's eyes burned. Not tears, but that kind of redness that comes when you've waited far too long for an answer, only to find that knowing it makes you want to know even more. Bai Jioming stood behind him in silence, then placed a hand on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, firm, neither too heavy nor too light. "Let's go." To the old estate, Chen Ping'an said. He descended the stone steps and began walking toward the valley. Bai Jiuming followed behind him. The black cat led the way, tail held high like a guide. Behind them, Grandma Wu stood at her doorway watching the two figures disappear into the twilight and bowed 3 times toward the valley. Chen Qingshan, your child has returned. Can you see from where you are? The mountain wind howled as though some answer had been given. The leaves of the loquat tree rustled. Night had fallen. After leaving old Grandma Wu's house, the sky was already pitch black. The night in the mountains was entirely different from the city. No matter how dark it grew in the city, there were always streetlights, car headlights, and the warm glow of countless windows. There were none of those here. The darkness in the mountains was thick and dense like spilled ink. You could not see your own fingers, let alone your feet. Chen Ping'an pulled a flashlight from his bag and switched it on. The beam illuminated the mountain path ahead. Gravel, thatch, and moss emerged one by one from the darkness, as if awakened by the light. Bai Jiuming followed behind him, also holding a flashlight, its beams sweeping left and right as though searching for something. What are you looking for? Chen Ping'an asked. The path. This path is wrong. Chen Ping'an stopped and shone his flashlight around. They had been walking for about 15 minutes now. According to old Grandma Wu's directions, they should have seen the old mansion after crossing this mountain pass. But now they were still on this side of the pass. Ahead was still an uphill slope, behind them a downhill descent, dense forest to their left, and a stretch of wasteland to their right. No old mansion, no roof, no chimney, nothing at all. Are you sure you're taking the right path? Bai Jiuming's voice came from behind, carrying the tone of someone who had long suspected this would happen. Chen Ping'an took out a compass from his bag. The needle was spinning, not erratically, but in circles. 1 rotation, 2, 3, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pacing in place. He put the compass away. Something is blocking the way. It's not a ghost wall, the needle wouldn't spin like that. Someone has set up an array. A containment array. It won't harm us, it simply prevents entry. Chen Ping'an crouched down and shone his flashlight on the soil. The color of the soil was wrong. Not black, but gray, as though it had been dug up and refilled. The traces of turned earth were still visible, not yet entirely washed away by rain. He poked at it with his finger. The soil was soft and loose, as if freshly disturbed. Someone has been here recently. They've reset the array. The Guishu people. Who else would it be? Chen Ping'an stood up and brushed the dirt from his hands. They don't want us entering the old mansion. Bai Jiuming gazed into the darkness ahead. In the distance, the wind rustled through the treetops with a mournful moaning, like someone weeping far away. Then are we still going in? Yes. Chen Ping'an drew a blue talisman from his bag and pinched it between his fingers. The more they resist our entry, the more there must be inside. He closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense outward. The chi of the bamboo grove was chaotic, like a bundle of yarn pulled apart, strands tangled together. But at the center of that tangle there was a steady presence. A pillar of energy standing firm and unmoving. He followed that sense forward a few steps and opened his eyes. This way. Follow me. He walked on, and Bai Jiuming followed. The two moved one after another, their footsteps crunching on gravel and thatch, remarkably clear in the quiet mountains. After about 5 minutes, the trees ahead suddenly thinned out, from impenetrable to sparse, from sparse to nothing at all. Before them lay an open clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an old mansion. Blue brick walls and gray tiles, a 2-courtyard compound, carved decorations on the lintel now in various states of decay. Ivy climbed the courtyard walls, its dark green leaves densely covering the entire surface. Half the roof tiles had collapsed, exposing the hollow black rafters. The door was wooden with 2 panels swinging outward. The bronze door knockers were thickly encrusted with verdigris. The left panel leaned crookedly against the frame, as though ready to fall at any moment. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, the tallest nearly reaching a person's height. In the center of the courtyard wall stood a large stone sealing the wellhead, its surface covered in a layer of dark green moss. Chen Ping'an stood at the courtyard entrance without stepping inside. He glanced at the compass in his hand. The needle was no longer spinning. It pointed straight at the well, unwavering. It's inside. Bai Jiuming stood behind him, his hand already reaching into his pocket where his blue talisman lay. What is it? I don't know, but it's certainly significant. Chen Ping'an put away the compass, drew another blue talisman between his fingers, and rested his other hand on the Tang's sword at his waist. He crossed the threshold and stepped into the courtyard. The grass in the courtyard stood tall and yielded softly underfoot, like walking on cotton. Dew clung to the blades, and within a few steps his pant legs were already damp. The well in the center of the courtyard grew colder the closer he approached. Not the chill of the weather, but a bone-deep, sinister cold that seeped up from beneath the earth. 3 paces from the well's mouth, Chen Ping'an's breath had already turned to white mist. He crouched down and set the compass on the stone at the well's edge. The compass needle spun frantically for a few moments before locking desperately toward the space beneath the stone, its tip trembling as though afraid of something. This well has been sealed, Chen Ping'an said, running his fingers along the stone. A polished gleam coated its surface, not natural grain but the smoothness worn by years of human touch. Beneath the stone he could feel a faint vibration, as if something breathed below. Bai Jiuming crouched beside him and pressed his hand against the rock. His fingers recoiled the moment they touched the surface as though burned. Cold. Not ordinary cold. It's corpse chi. Chen Ping'an retrieved a blue talisman from his bag and pressed it against the stone. The moment it made contact, the vermilion patterns flared briefly before fading to darkness. The moss on the stone's surface shifted from dark green to ashen gray, as though something vital had been siphoned away. Beneath it the vibrations ceased suddenly. Chen Ping'an and Bai Jiuming exchanged glances. Then a heavy thud echoed up from beneath the stone. Dong. Something on the other side had struck against it with force. Dong. Another strike. The moss crumbled away in shards, and a fine crack split the stone itself. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag. The Five Thunders demon-quelling talisman he had spent the entire previous night painstakingly inscribing. He held the purple talisman between his fingers while his other hand rested on the Tang's sword. It's coming out. Bai Jiuming retrieved blue talismans from his pocket, one in each hand. I know. Dong. The third impact sent the cracks spreading across the stone, one becoming three multiplying into countless fissures like paper crumpled beyond repair. Dong. The fourth blow shattered the stone entirely, not into fragments, but into powder of fine gray-white dust spiraling through the air like a miniature blizzard. The well's mouth lay exposed in impenetrable blackness, yielding no depth. A pale vapor curled upward, not steam, but something cold and fish-sweet exhaling like living breath. Chen Ping'an brandished the purple talisman, his gaze fixed on the well. The white vapor thickened, coalescing above the opening, and gradually took shape. The vague contours of a human face. Its features remained indistinct, yet the arch of brow, the bridge of nose, and the line of lips emerged clearly enough to identify it as male. Perhaps in his early 30s, with a square jaw, thick brows, and a stern expression set in the downturned corners of his mouth. Chen Ping'an's hand jerked, a face he recognized from a photograph. The family portrait Grandma Wu had given him, taken at the old house entrance. The man cradling the infant was this very face, his father. Chen Qingshan. You are my father. Chen Ping'an's voice trembled. The spirit-faced vapor offered no reply, yet it regarded him. That gaze wasn't through eyes. It had none, only the vague contours formed from vapor. Yet Chen Ping'an felt its weight pressing upon him, heavy as a hand resting on his shoulder. No. A voice answered. Not from the well itself, but from all directions at once, as if the ancient house spoke through its walls, its roof, the soil beneath their feet. Hoarse, low, ancient, like a dying man gathering his final strength. I am what your father left behind. Chen Ping'an's breath caught. Your father sealed me here 20 years ago, the voice continued. He told me to wait for you. Bai Jiuming gripped his blue talisman tighter, his eyes scanning the courtyard and roofline to ensure nothing else drew near. Waiting for me? Chen Ping'an asked. For what? To tell you something. The vapor face gradually dissolved back into a swirling mist above the well. Moonlight caught the vapor, refracting it into an eerie rainbow-hued glow. Your father didn't go missing, the voice said. He was taken. By whom? Someone you know. Faces flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind like lightning. His master Bai Jiuming, old man Wang, brother Lu, Aunt Zhang Yiling. Each seemed possible, oh, none fit perfectly. Your father forbade me to speak the name, the voice said, tinged with helplessness. He feared you'd act recklessly if you knew too soon. Then what can you tell me? Where to begin looking? The mist spun faster, and a hollow formed at its center. Something glowed within, not white, but gold, flickering like flame. Chengdu, Qingyang District, Changshan Street. The voice enunciated slowly. The street where you opened your shop. The people there hold the answers you seek. Chen Ping'an's pupils contracted sharply. Changshan Street. His shop. Old man Wang's tea house. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall. Brother Lu's restaurant. Everyone on that street had seemed abnormal, yet he'd always dismissed it as his own overthinking. What's on that street? Someone is waiting for you. The voice continued. Waiting for you to turn 22, to descend the mountain, to open your shop, to uncover the truth. That person has waited far too long. Who? The vapor face churned violently, as though something prevented the voice from continuing. The brow ridge, nose bridge, and lips twisted like a crumpled painting. It's coming, the voice quickened. It won't let me speak further. Run, don't look back. Before finishing, the vapor face burst apart like a pierced balloon, mist scattering in every direction. Black smoke gushed from the well. Not like the white vapor before, but hot, carrying the acrid stench of burning. The smoke surged like a giant python straight toward Chen Ping'an. He raised the purple talisman and chanted, "Lightning." Purple light exploded from the talisman, a bolt of lightning striking the black smoke. It tore through the smoke, which screamed like wailing ghosts. The sound didn't come from the well. It rose from deep beneath the earth, from somewhere distant, hoarse, desperate, calling out a name. Chen Ping. And Chen Ping'an's hair stood on end. Not from fear, but from recognition. That voice calling his name wasn't the thing in the well. It was someone else. Farther deeper, as if shouting through a thick wall. He'd heard that voice before, in his dreams deep within the bamboo grove, where the white figure had vanished. Mother! The word escaped his lips. The black smoke froze, struck at its core. It halted before the talisman's lightning writhed, then slowly retreated back into the well. The well fell silent. The white vapor and black smoke both dissipated. The moon emerged from behind clouds, silver light illuminating the ruined old house, the trampled grass in the courtyard, and the young man crouching by the well, still clutching the talisman, burned to ashes. Chen Ping'an's hands trembled, not from cold, but from those words. That voice had called him. Bai Jiuming approached and crouched beside him in silence. He offered a blue talisman. Chen Ping'an didn't take it. She called to me just now. I know. Do you think that was your mother? Bai Jiuming asked. Chen Ping'an didn't answer. He brushed off the ashes of the purple talisman, rose to his feet. Let's go. Return. When the car left Wuchuan, the sky was still dark. The night in the mountains was black as ink, and the headlights could only illuminate a short stretch of road ahead. The mountain silhouettes on both sides loomed shadowy like giant beasts crouched in darkness. Bai Jiuming drove very slowly, not out of fear, but because of the fog on the road. In the mountains during October, the pre-dawn fog was thick, so dense it was as if someone had spilled a basin of milk from the sky, white and misty, filling the entire valley. Chen Ping'an leaned against the passenger seat, eyes closed, but not asleep. His mind was full of that voice from the well. Rongcheng, Changshan Street. The people on that street have the answers you seek. Changshan Street. The street where he opened his shop. Grandpa Wang's tea house, Annie Zhang's cold shrimp stall, Brother Lu's restaurant. Those people he saw every day, he had always thought were just ordinary neighbors. Ordinary neighbors wouldn't wait for someone for over 40 years, wouldn't raise 3 vicious ghosts with tea water, wouldn't chop ghosts with a kitchen cleaver, wouldn't come all the way from the mountains of Yunnan just to wait for a young man surnamed Chen. Bai Jiuming. He opened his eyes. Before your dad went missing, did you ever ask Grandpa about anything besides waiting for someone surnamed Chen? Bai Jiuming's fingers tapped the steering wheel twice. The car was quiet, only the hum of the engine and the rustle of tires rolling over the road. He did. He said what Guishu wants isn't their lives. It's something from the Chen family. Chen Ping'an turned to look at him. What thing? I don't know. He didn't say. But he left something for my grandpa, saying to give it to the person surnamed Chen when they arrived. Bai Jiuming glanced at Chen Ping'an through the rearview mirror. You want to see? Yes. Bai Jiuming pulled the car over, opened the back door, and reached under the seat to retrieve a black canvas bag. The bag wasn't large, the zipper pulled tight. He bit down on the zipper pull and unzipped it, pulling out a wooden box. It was about the size of a shoebox, deep brown with carved patterns on the surface, the same motif system as the bronze tripod at Yiling's house. He placed the box on Chen Ping'an's lap. Chen Ping'an opened the lid. Inside lay a bone talisman, circular, slightly smaller than his own, a deeper hue, as if handled and polished for many years. He picked up the bone talisman and turned it over. On the back was carved a single character, Chen, exactly the same as the one on his neck. Your dad left this. Bai Jiuming's voice was soft. My dad said this bone talisman pairs with the Chen families. Joined together it can open something. What thing? I don't know. He didn't tell me. Chen Ping'an placed the circular bone talisman back into the box and closed the lid. Keep it safe. Take it out when we need it. Bai Jiuming put the box back into the canvas bag, zipped it shut, and stowed it back under the seat. He restarted the engine and the headlights pierced the fog ahead. The mist was even thicker, now visibility less than 10 meters. The car felt as though it were swimming through a white ocean. Are you sleepy? Bai Jiuming asked. No. How many hours did you sleep last night? 2. Then why aren't you tired? Scared. That thing in the well kept me awake. Chen Ping'an pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. Want some? No. You never eat. Don't you eat at all? I do. When you're not looking. Chen Ping'an thought about it and realized he was right. He'd never actually seen Bai Jiuming eat. They'd shared several meals together. Hot pot at Brother Lu's restaurant, fast food at the service area, breakfast downstairs at the hotel. Bai Jiuming always ate, but so little it seemed perfunctory. He'd pick up a mouthful with his chopsticks, chew for a long time, swallow, and then stop. When Chen Ping'an asked why he wasn't eating anymore, he'd just say he was full. Chen Ping'an looked at his lean face, prominent cheekbones, slender fingers, and always felt this person ate far less than he did. Bai Jiuming. Are you afraid of gaining weight? Bai Jiuming's fingers paused on the steering wheel. No. Then why do you eat so little? Bai Jiuming was silent for a moment. When I was a kid, I was locked up for a while, in a room with no windows. A meal was brought in once a day, 1 bowl of congee, half a steamed bun. They kept me there for a month. After I got out, my stomach shrank. I can't eat much. If I eat too much, I vomit. Chen Ping'an's hand froze. The crispy noodles forgot halfway to his mouth. Who locked you up? Guishu. Chen Ping'an looked at Bai Jiuming's profile. The streetlight flickered in and out, casting shifting shadows across his strikingly handsome face. His expression didn't change at all, as if he were talking about someone else's story. But Chen Ping'an noticed the knuckles of his hand gripping the steering wheel had turned white. How old were you? 6. 6. Chen Ping'an rolled the word around in his mouth. 6 years old. He'd been chasing butterflies, climbing trees, stealing his master's wine on Mount Maoshan. Bai Jiuming had been locked in a windowless room, surviving on 1 bowl of congee and half a steamed bun a day for a month. And then my dad found me. He came alone, drove from Rongcheng all the way to western Hunan, over 1,000 kilometers in 10 hours. When he arrived, he stormed in by himself, knocked out everyone inside, and carried me out. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an could feel the weight hidden beneath those words. 1 person, 1,000 kilometers, 10 hours, a 6-year-old child. He held me the whole way. I asked him, Dad, aren't you tired? He said, not tired. He put me in the back seat, buckled my seatbelt, and kept driving. 2 hours later, he pulled over. I asked Dad what's wrong. He said, Dad's going to smoke a cigarette. He stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and choked on it badly. He didn't know how to smoke. But that day, he finished an entire pack. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He folded the empty noodle packet and slipped it back into his bag. And then, he asked. After that, he brought me home. My grandpa found a doctor to examine me. The doctor said my stomach was damaged and needed time to recover. It took 2 years to heal. But I still can't eat much. If I do, I'll throw up again. Bai Jiuming's voice grew quieter. My grandpa said the person your father owes the most in this life is you, for losing you. My dad just said I know. And then he left. That night after he went out, he never came back. The car fell silent. The hum of the engine, the rustle of tires on the road, the occasional bird call from within the fog. These sounds blended together like a tune, without a catchy melody, but one you wouldn't dislike. Bai Jiuming. We'll find your dad. Bai Jiuming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. That look held something Chen Ping'an couldn't decipher. Not suspicion, not expectation, but something quieter, as if he were confirming something. The car left the mountainous area, and the fog cleared. The horizon began to brighten, shifting from deep blue to pale blue, then to the whitish hue of dawn. On the distant horizon, the sun peeked out halfway, like a child who'd just opened their eyes and still hadn't fully woken up. Bai Jiuming. You've called me many times today. Is something on your mind? Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. Nothing. Just felt like calling. The corner of Bai Jiuming's mouth twitched slightly. Not a smile, but that expression of helpless resignation. The car entered Rongcheng, and the 3rd ring road was already gridlocked. Red taillights stretched into a continuous line like a massive snake sprawled across the road, motionless, yet with red eyes gleaming. Bai Jiuming drove very slowly, inching forward with the flow of traffic. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat, watching the city outside the window slowly awaken. The streetlights going out, the high-rises lighting up, steam rising from the gaps in the roll-up doors of breakfast shops, white and billowing like little clouds. Bai Jiuming. Here we go again. What brand of cigarettes does your dad smoke? Zhonghua. Soft pack. Expensive. 100 yuan a pack. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. What cigarettes does my dad smoke? Bai Jiuming thought about it. I don't know. Your dad might not smoke. How do you know? I'm guessing. Your master doesn't smoke, and neither do you. Your dad probably doesn't smoke either. Chen Ping'an found Bai Jiuming's logic flawed. Your master doesn't smoke doesn't mean my dad doesn't. I don't smoke doesn't mean my dad doesn't. But he didn't argue, because Bai Jiuming's reasoning made a certain kind of sense. He truly had never seen his master smoke, and he himself didn't smoke. Maybe his family really didn't carry the smoking gene. The car pulled up to the front of the shop. The old street was already alive. A few people stood in line at Auntie Zhang's cold shrimp stall. The fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house, and fresh vegetables, glistening with dew, were piled at the entrance of Brother Lu's restaurant. Chen Ping'an got out of the car and stood at the shop's doorway. The black cat rose from the steps, stretched lazily, extending its front paws forward, rear and high in the air, tail stiff as a flagpole. It glanced at Chen Ping'an, then at Bai Jiuming behind him. Back. Back. Chen Ping'an squatted and patted the black cat's head. How's the shop? Someone came looking for you. Who? He said he's your senior brother. Chen Ping'an paused. Senior brother. Where would he have gotten a senior brother? His master had only taken one disciple. There had never been a senior brother. He walked into the shop. Sitting in front of the counter was a man. In his early 30s, wearing a gray jacket, hair cropped short, his face utterly expressionless, like a blank sheet of paper. He was drinking tea. Not the tea sold in Chen Ping'an's shop, but from his own thermos, the words Maoshan Taoist Temple printed on the side, the characters faded from years of use. Who are you? The man looked up, meeting Chen Ping'an's gaze. His eyes were dark brown, pupils small, looking at one, as if appraising the quality of an object. You're Chen Ping'an. Your master sent me. Your master? My master? Yes. Rongcheng. The man set down his thermos and pulled a letter from his pocket, placing it on the counter. Your master said you'd be bullied after leaving the mountains, so he sent me to keep an eye on you. Chen Ping'an picked up the letter and opened it. Inside was a sheet of paper with a single line of writing. The handwriting was messy, but undeniably his master's. This is your senior brother. Don't ask his name. He won't tell you anyway. He has a bad temper, don't provoke him. He's more skilled than you, don't fight him. You can't beat him. Chen Ping'an folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. He looked at the man. Early 30s, cold expression, man of few words. Indeed, didn't look like someone to mess with. Senior brother, what's your name? Zhou Yunha. Senior Zhou, what brings you here? Your master asked me to teach you the soul calling school's techniques. Zhou Yunha stood up and walked over to Chen Ping'an, scanning him from head to toe and back again, like in security scanner at an airport. You've pretty much mastered the demon repelling school's talismans, but talismans alone won't be enough against Guishu. You need to learn the soul calling school's liberation curse, soul guiding curse, and soul locking formation. Chen Ping'an was taken aback. My master sent you to teach me. He said you don't even know the liberation curse. You can't even release that little ghost upstairs. Chen Ping'an fell silent. His master was right. He truly didn't know the liberation curse. Xiaohe's soul was locked by this building's spiritual atmosphere. He wanted to release her, but didn't know how. He'd flipped through the basics of the soul calling school and read chapter 10, but he didn't understand it. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the characters. The incantations read like tongue twisters, and after 3 attempts his tongue would knot up. Fine. Teach me. Zhou Yunha nodded. Starting tomorrow. 7 o'clock, right in front of your shop. Don't be late. He left. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, watching his figure disappear around the street corner. Bai Jioming leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets. Your master treats you well. He's just tough on the outside. Says nothing but arranges everything for you. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter, pulled the basics of the soul calling school from the drawer, and flipped to chapter 10, Liberation Curse. He started reading. The first line was Heaven and Earth's profound mystery, the root of all energies. He recited it once, and his tongue didn't stumble. But on the second line, cultivating for eons, proving my divine power, his tongue caught slightly on the word eons. He slowed down, reading word by word, Kul, Tivit, ing for eons, proving my divine power. By the end, his tongue hadn't tangled. He started over from the beginning. The black cat hopped onto the counter, squatting beside the book and watching Chen Ping'an chant. Its tail swayed lazily, its expression in human terms saying, You recite incantations like you're reading a textbook. I am reading a textbook. Chen Ping'an didn't look up. Your eyebrows move when you read. I know. Left one goes up, right one goes down. I know. Bai Jioming already told me. The black cat's tail flicked once. Bai Jioming is right. 6:30 the next morning, and the alarm went off. Chen Ping'an sprang upright in bed. Not because he willed himself awake, but because that alarm clock's ring was simply unbearable. Bam, 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 like someone hammering urgently at the door. The black cat lay sprawled across his chest, ears shooting straight up at the noise. Golden eyes stared wide at him, its expression perfectly translatable into human words. Are you trying to send me to the afterlife with that infernal ringing? Chen Ping'an silenced the alarm, rubbed his eyes, and sat on the edge of the bed for a few dazed seconds. Last night he had dreamed of that bamboo forest again, and the white figure seen from behind. This time he had been a little closer. He could see her hair, long draped over her shoulders, drifting gently in the wind. Her face was still indistinct, but he could make out her profile now. Her nose, her lips, her chin. What the hell, she had a stunning profile. He went downstairs and paused at the bend of the stair. That corner was empty, no red shadow in sight. But he knew Xiaohe was there. She was simply not yet brave enough to emerge. She was waiting for him to call her name. Xiaohe, he called out. The red shadow in the corner shifted. Wait until I finish the incantation, and then you can come out. The red shadow moved again. Chen Ping'an squatted down, pressed his left palm flat against the floor, and with his right hand traced talismans in the air reciting the unbinding mantra 49 times. By the 30th recitation his throat began to dry, and his lips grew sticky, yet his tongue never stumbled. By the 40th recitation his fingers started to tremble, but he did not stop. When the 49th came to an end, he lowered his hand and exhaled a long, slow breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his back was damp as well. In the corner the red shadow slowly, inch by inch, began to take the shape of a human form. First a pair of small feet clad in red cotton shoes, then the hem of a red padded jacket deep crimson, then the whole body. A girl of about 7 or 8 years old, her hair in 2 braided pigtails, wearing a bright red cotton jacket, squatting in the corner with both arms wrapped around her knees. Her body was still semi-translucent, though a touch more substantial than the day before. Her face was pale, but that paleness carried a hint of warmth, like winter snow that had been touched by the sun. She lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Her eyes were dark and luminous, holding a trace of fear, a measure of curiosity, and a spark of expectation. "Brother Chen." Her voice was a little louder than yesterday, no longer the faintest mosquito whine, but a clear crystalline child's tone. "How do you feel today?" Chen Ping'an asked. Xiaohe touched her own chest. "The rope has loosened a little more. Today is the 2nd day. There are 47 days remaining." Xiaohe nodded and rose, not walked upward, but floated, her red cotton jacket's hem fluttering in a faint breeze like a small red flag catching the wind. She drifted to the stairway and looked down. The first floor counter chairs, the character for Dao on the wall, the black cat, perched on the steps. She gazed for a long while, like someone who had not left the house in years, standing at the doorway taking in the world beyond. 3 years, she whispered. "I haven't come downstairs in 3 years. You can come down from now on. Just make sure no guests see you." Chen Ping'an stood, brushed the dust from his knees, and descended the stairs. He pulled up the rolling shutter, and sunlight poured in. Aunt Zhang's Liangxia stall was already set up. She was wiping down the table when she spotted Chen Ping'an coming out, and called with a smile, "Little Chen, was the Liangxia tasty today?" "Delicious." "Aunt Zhang, how do you make this Liangxia? I'd like to try making it at home." "Try? You can't even boil instant noodles properly. How do you expect to make Liangxia?" Aunt Zhang draped the rag over her cart and wiped her hands. "From now on, just come every day and eat. No charge." "Aunt Zhang, if you don't charge me, I'll feel terribly awkward coming." "Awkward or not, you still come. You're far too thin." Aunt Zhang reached beneath her cart, pulled out a bowl of liangxia, and set it on the table. "Eat." Chen Ping'an sat down and ate. The brown sugar syrup was sweet, the liangxia impossibly smooth, and by the time the bowl was finished he felt completely refreshed throughout his body. Old man Wang emerged from the tea house carrying a cup of tea. Spotting Chen Ping'an seated at the liangxia stall, he walked over and sat down beside him. "Little Chen, what time did you get back last night?" "Early morning." "You went to Wuchuan?" "I did." "What did you see?" Chen Ping'an set down his bowl and looked at old man Wang. The old man's face was deeply wrinkled like cracked old tree bark, but his eyes shone brightly. Not the brightness of youth, but the kind that comes from having lived many years, witnessed much, yet still not seen enough. "Oh well," Chen Ping'an said. "Something was inside it. That thing knew my parents. It told me my parents were taken away by people from Guishu." Old man Wang's hand holding the teacup paused midair. "What else did it say?" "It said the people on this street are waiting for me." Old man Wang fell silent for several seconds. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea was scalding hot, so he blew on it gently and drank again. "Do you want to know who the people on this street are?" he asked. "Yes." Old man Wang set down his teacup, reached into his pocket, and placed something on the table. It was a wooden plaque, palm-sized, deep brown, its surface polished to an oily sheen as though handled for many years. Carved upon it was the character Zhang. "The Zhang clan of western Hunan," Old man Wang said softly. "Corpse drivers. When I was young I drove corpses across western Hunan for 20 years. Later I stopped and came to this street, opening this tea house." Chen Ping'an looked at the wooden plaque, at the character Zhang carved upon it. "Did you stay on this street waiting for someone?" "I've been waiting for you for over 40 years. Old man Wang returned the plaque to his pocket. "Your grandfather saved my life back then. He told me, 'You owe me your life. You need not repay it. Go to Chengdu to Changshan Street. Open a tea house. Wait for a young man surnamed Chen to come and take over the shop. When he arrives, help him.'" Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. "My grandfather." "Chen Qingfeng, your grandfather." Old man Wang lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Your grandfather and your master were fellow disciples. He spent 10 years investigating Guishu and uncovered many things. He hid those things somewhere waiting for you to find them." "Where?" "I don't know. He never said. He told me, what the Chun family has hidden can only be found by one of the Chun bloodline." Old man Wang stood, brushed the dust from his trousers, and returned to the tea house with his teacup. Chen Ping'an sat at the Liangxia stall watching that stooped figure disappear through the wooden door. That back was bent even more than when he had first seen him, like an ancient tree warped by relentless wind. Yet its roots remained firmly anchored in the earth, refusing to fall no matter what. Little Chun. Aunt Zhang called to him. Chen Ping'an turned his head. Old man Wang has waited for you for over 40 years. I have waited for you for over 20. Aunt Zhang's voice was soft. Your master said a young man surnamed Chen will come. Watch over him for me. I asked what he would look like, and your master answered, sharp-tongued, hopelessly lost without a map, cannot cook a decent meal to save his life, and he blushes whenever he sees a pretty girl. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He had no idea that word of his sharp tongue, his terrible sense of direction, his culinary incompetence, and his tendency to flush at the sight of pretty girls had somehow spread across the entire old street. Aunt Zhang, who exactly are you? Aunt Zhang set down the edamame she had been shelling and withdrew a small cloth bag from her apron pocket, placing it on the table. The bag was deep indigo embroidered with a white flower. She opened the bag and took out a handful of dried grass, several black seeds, and a single white feather. I come from the deep mountains of Yunnan. The people of my village are called Wu. Her voice was quiet, as though speaking of something long past. When I was young, I left the mountains to find someone. I never found them, so I stayed on this street waiting for your master to arrive. When he came, he did not stay long before leaving. Before he went, he said a young man surnamed Chun would come and asked me to help him. Help me with what? Help you find your parents. Aunt Zhang tied the small cloth bag securely and pressed it into his hand. Take this bag with you. When you encounter trouble, open it and speak my name. It will help you once. Chen Ping'an clenched the small bag in his grip, and his heart grew heavy with a bittersweet ache. He had lived on this street for less than half a month, yet old man Wang had already invited him for tea. Brother Lu had delivered vegetables to him. Aunt Zhang had made him liangxiao and given him a life-preserving charm. His master had been right. Beneath the mountain, gold lay scattered everywhere. Not literal gold, but something far more precious than gold. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No thanks needed. When you marry and bring your wife around, just treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. He thought of Yiling, of the way she had handed him a tissue in the supermarket, of her saying, "You have red bean paste on your lip." He quickly shook his head, casting the thought away. In the afternoon, Brother Lu carried a hot pot into Qingshan Pavilion. The copper pot sat over burning charcoal, the red oil broth bubbling and rolling. The fragrance of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns mingled in the air. Just the smell alone made one's mouth water. Tripe, aorta, duck intestines, duck blood, beef, and brains were placed on the table, one plate at a time, neatly arranged. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Chen Ping'an rose from behind the counter, his eyes already fixed on that plate of tripe. I'm treating you to a meal. Brother Lu set the pot on the table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You've been here so many days eating instant noodles every day. It makes me sick just watching it. Today I'll give you something better to eat. How much? It's free. Brother Lu sat down on a chair, took out a kitchen knife from his apron pocket, and placed it on the table. The blade was black as night, the edge gleaming coldly with a thin talisman inscribed along the spine. What do you think of this knife? Chen Ping'an picked up the kitchen knife and turned it over to examine it. 3 characters were carved into the blade. Luo Yao Ren, the demon-slaying blade. The knife was heavy, more than twice the weight of an ordinary kitchen knife. The wooden handle had been polished to a glossy sheen, as if it had been held in someone's grip for many years. He lightly scraped his thumb along the edge. The blade was razor-sharp. There was no sound as it passed, but a pale white mark appeared on his thumb. A fine blade. Not an ordinary kitchen knife. This is a magical artifact. Brother Lu lit a cigarette. My master passed it down to me. He belonged to the Maoshan Exorcism school. I studied under him for a few years, but didn't learn anything particularly profound. Just a few talismans, and how to use this knife to slay ghosts. Have you used it to kill ghosts? I have. Killed quite a few. Brother Lu exhaled a plume of smoke. When I was young, I followed my master traveling the Jianghu. Whenever we encountered impure things, we struck them down. I spent over 10 years hacking away, but now my strength has faded. I'm old, my hands are weak. You don't kill ghosts anymore. Now I chop vegetables. Vegetables are easier to cut than ghosts. Vegetables don't run, don't scream, don't change expressions. Brother Lu pinched out his cigarette and slipped the knife back into his apron pocket. From now on, come to my shop every day for meals. No charge. Pay me when you've got money. Chen Ping'an watched the red oil bubbling in the pot, picked up a slice of tripe with his chopsticks, swished it for 7 seconds, and put it in his mouth. Spicy, fragrant, crunchy. Delicious. If it's good, eat more. Brother Lu stood up and patted his shoulder. Your master once did my master a favor. My master couldn't repay it, so I'll pay it back for him. Brother Lu left. Chen Ping'an sat alone in the shop, a half-eaten hot pot steaming before him. The black cat perched on the counter, eyeing the hot pot, its tail swaying lazily. Are you going to eat? Chen Ping'an asked. The black cat shook its head. You don't eat spicy food. The black cat's tail gave a flick, as if to say, don't you know cats don't eat spicy food. Chen Ping'an picked up another slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and ate it. By the 5th piece, he drifted down from the stairs, not toward the counter, but to beside the hot pot. She leaned over the table, her nose near the rim, drawing in a deep breath. Her eyes lit up bright as 2 stars. So fragrant. You can smell it? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. Ghosts have a keener sense of smell than the living. He inhaled again. I can smell the beef tallow, the chili peppers, the Sichuan peppercorns, and the tripe. Have you had hot pot before? I have. When I was alive. My mother took me. Xiaohe's voice grew quieter. My mother loved tripe. She said you should rinse the tripe for 7 seconds. Longer, and it gets tough. Chen Ping'an picked up a slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, placed it in a small dish, and pushed it toward Xiaohe. Smell it. Xiaohe leaned close to the dish and inhaled deeply. Her eyes grew red, but ghosts cannot cry. The tears turned to white mist before they could fall drifting in the air. This is the taste. The tripe my mother made. It had this exact flavor. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He picked up a piece of aorta, swished it for 7 seconds, placed it in his own bowl, and ate it. He added another portion of duck intestine, gave it 7 seconds in the broth, and ate that too. The red oil continued to bubble steadily in the pot, steam curling upward and dispersing into the air. Xiaohe rested by the table's edge, breathing in slowly and deeply, preserving the scent of the hot pot in her nostrils and etching it into her memory. Those memories belonged to when she was still alive. The red soup pot, the white steam rising, her mother sitting across from her smiling, as she said, eat slowly, don't burn yourself. After finishing the hot pot, Chen Ping'an washed the pots and bowls, wiped down the table, then moved behind the counter to retrieve a copy of Fundamentals of the Soul-Calling Sect from a drawer, opening it to chapter 10. Xiaohe drifted beside him, studying the characters on the page. She didn't recognize a single one, yet she read with great concentration. Brother Chen. What are you reading? A book. What kind of book? One that teaches you to recognize characters. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. You're going to teach me to read? I will. Starting tomorrow. 5 characters a day. Xiaohe nodded vigorously, so forcefully that her twin braids swung back and forth like 2 red cords dancing in the wind. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and continued reading. Xiaohe drifted beside him, watching him read. The black cat perched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon 3 shadows. 1 human, 1 feline, 1 spectral. The 3 shadows merged together until they became indistinguishable from one another. That evening, Chen Ping'an visited Grandpa Wang's tea house. There were no customers. Grandpa Wang sat alone behind the counter, reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, brows furrowed, as though encountering some infuriating news. Grandpa Wang. Chen Ping'an sat down before the counter. Grandpa Wang removed his reading glasses and glanced at him. You look in good spirits today. Had hot pot. Brother Lu treated me. Brother Lu, tough exterior but soft-hearted. The hot pot he makes is the best on the whole street. Chen Ping'an lifted the cup Grandpa Wang had poured for him and took a sip. Jujube tea sweet. Grandpa Wang, are those 3 wicked ghosts of yours still playing mahjong lately? Grandpa Wang's hand paused. They play. Every day? Yesterday, they were short 1 player, so they dragged a broom over from the tea house to make up the numbers. The broom couldn't play, so they taught it. They spent the whole afternoon instructing it, but it still couldn't play, and in their frustration, they flipped the table. Chen Ping'an smiled. Did the broom learn? No. A broom is just a broom. It can't learn anything. Grandpa Wang lifted his teacup and took a sip. But the wicked ghosts refused to give up. They said if we can't teach the broom, we won't eat. They don't eat anyway. Chen Ping'an laughed even harder. He imagined 3 semi-transparent wicked ghosts crouching in the corner, shouting Pong Kong, and who had a broom, while the broom remained motionless like a primary school student being scolded by a teacher. The wicked ghosts shouted all afternoon, but the broom never moved. Enraged, they flipped the table, sending mahjong tiles scattering across the floor. Then they crouched on the ground, gathering the tiles, cursing as they picked them up. Cursing the broom, the tiles, the table, and Grandpa Wang. You old man, why didn't you help us find someone who can play? Grandpa Wang sat behind the counter reading the newspaper, pretending not to hear. Grandpa Wang, with those 3 wicked ghosts having such tempers, how did you keep them under control? Grandpa Wang set down his teacup and gazed out at the street through the window. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the bluestone path. I didn't subdue them. They followed me because they had nowhere else to go. Grandpa Wang's voice grew soft. They were once human, murdered by others. After dying, they became wicked ghosts, wandering everywhere and harming many people. I encountered them and sealed them within my soul-guiding staff. But they no longer harm me, for I have been kind to them. I brew tea for them, play mahjong with them, and listen to them vent their frustrations. They simply have no desire to leave. Chen Ping'an studied Grandpa Wang's lined face, his snow-white hair, deep wrinkles, and cloudy yet bright eyes. This man had taken in 3 wicked ghosts not to exorcise evil, but to give them a home. Grandpa Wang, you are a good man. Grandpa Wang waved his hand and lowered his head to continue reading the newspaper. I know whether I'm good or not. You don't need to praise me. Chen Ping'an stood up, walked to the door, and paused. Grandpa Wang. When I find my parents, I'll treat you to drinks. Grandpa Wang looked up at him. The setting sun illuminated Chen Ping'an's face, softening his features. When you find your parents, I'll treat you to drinks. I have fine liquor stored away for 20 years. Chen Ping'an nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. The setting sun bathed the street in golden light, dyeing the entire old neighborhood in gold. Grandpa Wang's tea house, Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall, and Brother Lu's restaurant, all bathed in the golden glow. Chen Ping'an stood at the shop's entrance, gazing down the street. The black cat perched on the steps, its golden eyes gleaming like 2 tiny suns in the sunset. Baozi. The people on this street are all good people. The black cat's tail swayed once. They are good people, but they're also waiting for you. Chen Ping'an crouched down and petted the black cat's head. I know. I won't keep them waiting in vain. He pushed open the shop door and went inside. Xiaohe drifted down from the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the sunset. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Have you eaten? I have. Hot pot. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Was the hot pot delicious? Yes. Next time I'll let you smell it. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton-padded jacket fluttering in the wind. Watching her drift up the stairs with that smile, Chen Ping'an suddenly felt that this shop was becoming more like a home with each passing day. The next morning, Chen Ping'an recited the spell for Xiaohe at the stair corner, as usual. 49 repetitions of the binding liberation spell, not one more, not one less. After he finished reciting, Xiaohe drifted out from the corner, her red padded jacket glowing in the morning light like a freshly bloomed flower. Her body had become slightly more solid than yesterday. The translucency had shifted from walls behind her being clearly visible to walls behind her still visible though blurred. How do you feel today? Chen Ping'an asked. Xiaohe touched her chest. The rope has loosened a bit more. Today is the 3rd day with 46 days remaining. She had learned to count the days on her own. Every morning after reciting the spell, she would proactively report her progress, like an elementary school student earnestly handing in homework. Chen Ping'an went downstairs and pulled up the rolling shutter. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall was already set up. She was wiping the table, and upon seeing him she smiled and called out, Little Chen, we've added osmanthus to today's cold shrimp. Come taste it. He walked over and sat on the small stool in front of the stall. Aunt Zhang served him a bowl of cold shrimp, the brown sugar broth floating with dried osmanthus blossoms golden yellow like shards of crushed gold. He took a sip, the sweetness mingling with the osmanthus fragrance spreading from his tongue all the way down to his throat. It's delicious. If you like it, have more. Aunt Zhang sat across from him and resumed shelling edamame. Her fingers moved deftly, each squeeze coaxing the beans to pop free and fall into the bowl with a soft patter like gentle rain. Little Chen, did you go to Wuchuan yesterday? Chen Ping'an paused. Aunt Zhang, how did you know? Uncle Wang told me. Aunt Zhang placed the shelled beans into a bowl. He said you went to the old family residence in Wuchuan and looked into that well. Whatever was in the well spoke to you. Chen Ping'an set down his bowl and looked at Aunt Zhang. She kept her head bowed, shelling beans with hands that never ceased their rhythm. Squeeze, release, steady and swift. What did it say, eh? Aunt Zhang asked. It said the people on this street are waiting for me. Aunt Zhang's hands stilled for a moment before resuming their work. But her grip had grown lighter. The beans now emerged silently, settling into the bowl like a leaf drifting to the ground. It speaks the truth, Aunt Zhang said softly. The people on this street have all been waiting for you. Uncle Wang for over 40 years, Brother Lu for 15, and me for over 20. Your master told us to wait. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. My master told you to wait. Your master came to this street 20 years ago. He found us and said, a young man surnamed Chen will come to open a shop. Watch over him for me. I asked what he looked like, and your master said, talkative, lost without a map, can't cook, blushes when he sees a pretty girl. I asked how he knew your mother would blush, and your master simply replied, he takes after her. Aunt Zhang's lips curved slightly. Your mother blushes too. When your father first came to propose, her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Your grandmother asked if she agreed, and she said she didn't know. Your grandmother said that not knowing meant yes. And your mother said, all right then. Chen Ping'an's lips curved upward. He pictured his mother blushing, her grandmother asking whether she agreed, and her downcast reply of not knowing. Though he'd never seen his mother's face, he knew she blushed, and that knowledge brought her closer. Aunt Zhang, what else did my master say? He said the people from Guishu would not let him go. They would come for him, and when he couldn't fight them off, you were to help him. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He gazed at the cold shrimp in his bowl, osmanthus petals drifting across the brown sugar liquid in golden clusters. He lifted the bowl and drank the last bite, then stood. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. No need to thank me. Stop eating instant noodles. Come here for the cold shrimp instead. It's much healthier. Chen Ping'an nodded and turned toward the shop, but after 2 steps, he heard Aunt Zhang's voice calling after him. Little Chen. He stopped. That bone talisman around your neck glowed this morning. Chen Ping'an spun around abruptly. You saw it? Yes. While you were reciting the spell, it flashed inside your clothes. A pale blue light, faint but visible. Aunt Zhang rose and collected the bowls into her cart. Your master once said the bone talisman glows when you're closest to the truth. Chen Ping'an touched his collar. The bone talisman rested against his chest, cool, as always, yet he knew Aunt Zhang wouldn't mistake what she'd seen. The bone talisman had glowed. During the binding liberation spell, after whatever lay in that well, at the Wuchuan ancestral home, had told him the people on this street were waiting. He returned to the shop, removed the bone talisman from his collar, and placed it on the counter. It was pale yellow, resembling both jade and bone, its surface smooth, and etched with characters he couldn't decipher. He stared at it for a long time, hoping it would flash again. But it did not. The black cat leaped onto the counter and settled beside the talisman, looking down at it. Did you see it? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. Why did it glow? Because someone is calling you. Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed. Who? Your mother. The black cat's voice was barely above a whisper. When you chanted the binding liberation spell, your mother called to you. She's far away, but her voice reached you. The bone talisman is the thread between you two. She's on the other end. Chen Ping'an clenched the bone talisman tightly. It pressed against his palm, icy cold. Yet he felt no cold. Only something else entirely, neither warmth nor chill, but something indefinable, like a rope stretched taut, for years finally given a pull. What did she say? I don't know. I only saw a light, heard no voice. The black cat's tail flicked once. But she's calling you. She's waiting for you. Chen Ping'an hung the bone talisman back around his neck where it rested against his chest. It was cool, like a piece of ice that would never melt. But today it seemed ever so slightly warmer. Not in temperature, in feeling. At noon, Bai Jiming arrived. He was wearing a dark blue hoodie today, hood off, hair slightly tousled, as if he'd just rolled out of bed. In his hand was a plastic bag containing several containers. Braised pork, broccoli with garlic, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a box of rice, all still steaming. My mom made these. He set the plastic bag on the counter. She said if you keep skipping proper meals, you'll starve to death. Chen Ping'an opened the lunchbox and picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks. The meat was stewed until tender, melting in his mouth. Rich, yet not greasy. He chewed twice, swallowed, and reached for another piece. Delicious. Thank your auntie for me. Tell her yourself. She wants you to come over for dinner this weekend. Bai Jioming sat down in a chair, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a USB drive, placing it on the table. Found him. The tall, thin guy selling Buddhist prayer beads at the foot of Mount Amei. Chen Ping'an set down his chopsticks. What's his name? Don't know. Can't find his real name. His ID card was fake, his phone number was temporary, and his bank card belonged to someone else. But he had one habit. He went to a tea house at the foot of Mount Amei every 15th of the month and sat there all afternoon. Alone, one pot of tea until dusk fell. How did you find him? I pulled the tea house surveillance footage. 6 months of recordings, and he showed up on the 15th every single time, without fail. Bai Jioming took out his phone, scrolled to a photo, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. The image showed a tall, thin man wearing glasses and dressed in black seated in the corner of the tea house with a pot of tea before him. His face was turned toward the lens, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as though smiling. That's the man. Chen Ping'an stared at the photograph. Li Xiufang identified him. The one who sold the Buddhist beads to Zhao Dezhu. That's him too. And the source of Yiling's antique collection may be him as well. Bai Jioming put his phone away. The 15th of this month is 3 days away. Are you going? Yes. Chen Ping'an finished the last piece of braised pork. But I'm not going to arrest him. I'm going to observe him. See who he meets with. Bai Jioming nodded. He stood up and walked to the door, then stopped suddenly. Chen Ping'an. My. Your cat wasn't on the counter today. Chen Ping'an paused. He turned to look at the counter. The black cat was gone. He glanced at the stairs, still not there. He called out, Baozi. No response. He called again. Nothing. It probably went out, Bai Jioming said. It never goes out. It thinks the outside is dirty. Chen Ping'an stood up, walked to the shop entrance, and looked out onto the street. The old street bustled with people. Aunt Zhang was selling her cold shrimp jelly, Grandpa Wang was sunbathing by the tea house door, and Brother Liu was washing vegetables outside his restaurant. No black cat. He walked back inside and climbed to the second floor. Nothing. Third floor. Nothing. He stood by the third floor window and looked down. The backyard empty. The rooftop empty. The neighbor's roof. There was a black cat. But not his. That cat was fatter with a rounder face and a shorter tail. Bowsy, he called out. A cat sound came from downstairs, not from far away, but from inside the shop. He ran down and saw the black cat emerging from behind the counter, a mouse in its mouth. The mouse was already dead limp, its tail dangling. You caught a mouse? Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat, his expression complicated. The black cat placed the mouse on the ground, flicked it with its paw, then looked up at Chen Ping'an. Its expression translated into human words was, "What? Is that a problem? You're a cat. Catching mice is your instinct. But you're a 200-year-old cat. 200 years old and still a cat." The black cat picked up the mouse again, walked out of the shop, jumped onto the steps, and dropped the mouse beside Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp jelly stall. Then it elegantly returned to the shop, climbed onto the counter, and began licking its paw. Bai Jiuming stood at the doorway watching the scene with a subtle expression. "What is your cat doing?" "Giving Aunt Zhang a gift. A mouse." "Yes. It thinks Aunt Zhang is too thin and needs some nourishment." Bai Jiuming was silent for a moment. "Your cat's taste in gifts is just as questionable as yours." Chen Ping'an thought Bai Jiuming had a point, but he wasn't about to admit it. After Bai Jiuming left, Chen Ping'an hung the 3 bone talismans around his neck, pressing them against his chest. They felt cool to the touch. He stood behind the counter, lost in thought. His mind was crowded. Too many things to process: the well at the old house in Wuchuan, the white spirit face that could speak, the 2 newly acquired bone talismans, the tiny characters that read, 3 pieces combined open the door, and what the man in the gray jacket had said, "Your father's friend." These pieces were like a scattered puzzle. He held several in his hands, but couldn't see what picture they formed. "I won't think about it anymore." The more he tried to piece it together, the more tangled it became. Better to focus on what's right in front of him. That meant teaching Xiaohe to recognize characters. One he'd promised to do yesterday, 5 new ones each day. He took out a sheet of yellow paper from the drawer, and with a brush wrote 5 large characters on it: person, mouth, hand, water, fire. Each stroke was deliberate and careful, practiced with the same attention a young student would give to copying. When writing the character for fire, his final stroke slanted awkwardly, making it look like someone dancing in the square. He glanced at it and decided it wasn't worth redoing. It'll do. She just needs to recognize it as fire. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a newly opened flower in the afternoon sunlight. Her form had grown slightly more solid since yesterday. The way she could see through her own body had shifted from a blurry glimpse of the wall behind her to something clearer, though still veiled like fine gauze. She paused before the counter and rose onto her toes, though she didn't really need to, since she could float at whatever height she chose. Her gaze fixed on the yellow paper. "Big Brother Chen, which characters are we learning today?" he asked. "These 5. Chen Ping'an pointed to the first one. "This one is pronounced run, person, run." Xiaohe repeated after him, her voice clear and bright. "Mouth, this one. Ko. Hand, this one. Show. Water, this one. Shui. Fire, this one. Hua. Xiaohe finished reciting and lifted her head to look at Chen Ping'an. "Big Brother Chen, why is the fire character you wrote dancing?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the character he'd written. The bottom stroke was indeed crooked, tilting so far off it looked like an old woman performing the Yanko dance. "It's not dancing. That's just how this character is written. But it's crooked. Calligraphy demands individuality. Everyone has their own style. I call this one dynamic fire." Xiaohe tilted her head, pondering, but unable to fully grasp it. Yet she didn't press further, trusting that Big Brother Chen was right. He was an adult, and adults always know best, or at least they did when she was alive. "Write it once yourself." Chen Ping'an offered her the brush, then remembered she couldn't actually hold it. Her fingers passed right through the handle. "I can't write." Xiaohe looked down at her translucent fingers. "Then teach me how to write it. I'll trace the strokes in the air with my finger." Chen Ping'an wrote another person character on the paper, each stroke deliberate and slow. Xiaohe extended her finger and followed along in the air. A sweeping stroke, then a pressing one. And when she finished, a faint luminous trace remained suspended as though drawn with the glowing tail of a firefly. The glow held for 2 or 3 seconds before gradually fading away. "You got it right," Chen Ping'an said. Xiaohe smiled, her red cotton jacket fluttering in the breeze. From atop the counter, the black cat watched the exchange, tail swaying lazily, its expression unmistakably judging. "You call that a person character? Looks like 2 sticks fighting each other, and you're teaching someone." Chen Ping'an pretended not to notice. He moved on to teaching her the character for mouth. 3 strokes, a vertical line, a horizontal fold, then a horizontal bar. He drew it on paper with clean, sharp angles, blocky and precise, like a square biscuit. Xiaohe traced the same character in the air, but hers came out round, shaped like a flat cake. Is that what you wrote? A mouth character? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. My mouth character is round. That's not what a mouth character looks like. It's square. But human mouths are round. Xiaohe opened her mouth to show him. Her mouth was indeed round. An oval hole, just as she described. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment, realizing he'd been bested by an 8-year-old ghost dead for 3 years, armed with nothing but basic anatomy, and he had no rebuttal. She was right. Human mouths are round. But the character he'd written was square. The fault lay with the Chinese character itself, not with his handwriting. In Chinese characters, mouth is written square. You write it square, he said. Xiaohe tried again, producing something distinctly angular. Almost obsessively, so, with 4 perfect 90-degree corners like a rigid square. Good. We'll review it tomorrow, Chen Ping'an said, eager to move on to the next character, hand. He wrote it out with a vertical hook, 2 horizontals, and a sweeping stroke. Xiaohe followed along, but her first stroke curled upward, instead of hooking sharply, resembling someone lounging in a chair with legs crossed. Wrong. It's a vertical hook, not a curved one. On her next attempt she got the hook right, but the final sweeping stroke extended far too long, like a stick jutting out from a palm. Is that supposed to be a hand? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. That's how my hand looks. Xiaohe held up her own hand, translucent with 5 normal fingers. Yet the character she'd written in the air had that final sweeping stroke elongated like a sword. The black cat rose from the counter, stretched languidly, then hopped down and approached Xiaohe, craning its neck to examine the luminous character hovering in the air. Much better than what Big Brother Chen writes. It actually resembles a hand. His hand looks more like a fork, the cat commented, its voice quiet yet unmistakable. Xiaohe startled. Baozi spoke. I've always been able to. Just never bothered, the cat replied, licking its paw before curling back onto the counter with eyes shut. Its tail continued swaying as though to say, I've rendered my verdict. Carry on. Xiaohe gazed at the black cat, her eyes shining. Baozi is so amazing. It's nothing special. Just talkative. Chen Ping'an moved on to the next character, water. He wrote it with a vertical hook, a horizontal sweep, a leftward dash, and a rightward press. Xiaohe traced the character in the air, but the central vertical stroke leaned drunkenly, while the sweeping strokes on either side flared outward too aggressively, like someone doing calisthenics with arms stretched too wide. What character is this? Water, Xiaohe replied. What did you write? Water. Is that even water? The middle stroke is crooked. Crooked water is still water. Rivers bend too. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, then closed it. She had a point. Rivers did curve. 22 years of teaching talisman arts and countless scrolls painted, yet never, not once despite having no disciples at all, had someone used rivers are crooked to challenge his rendering of the water character. He decided to skip past it and move to the final character, fire. This time he approached it with care, each stroke deliberate and precise. When he finished, he examined the character with satisfaction. Finally, an actual character. Not dancing fire, not fork-shaped hands, not radiogram water. Xiaohe followed along, but her fire character faltered. The first sweeping stroke came out stunted like a severed stump, while the second bloomed too broadly, resembling blood spilled from a fresh wound. The third stroke stretched far too long, evoking a tongue reaching from flames, and the final press lay unnaturally flat, like a splinter crushed beneath something heavy. Is that fire? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. Fire is dancing. He gazed at the luminous, crooked character before him. Something that undulated across the air like a figure caught mid-dance. After a moment he nodded. All right, that's enough for today. We'll review tomorrow. Xiaohe recited all 5 characters together. Person, mouth, hand, water, fire. With such earnest intensity that each word sounded like a command rather than a lesson. Chen Ping'an found himself wondering if she'd merely learned 5 strokes, or if she'd somehow absorbed 5 incantations. Big Brother Chen, did I say them correctly? Yes, very well done. Better than when you chant during talisman drawing. What's talisman drawing? I'll teach you that later. For now, just memorize these characters well. Xiaohe nodded and drifted toward the counter, resting her chin on the surface as she studied the 5 characters. Her fingers traced the characters repeatedly in the air. Person, mouth, hand, water, fire. Over and over her movements, leaving trails of luminous script. The air grew thick with glowing strokes like a canvas painted by fireflies. Watching them shimmer, Chen Ping'an suddenly found this far more beautiful than any talisman. When he drew talismans, red lines coiled through the air like serpents. But Xiaohe's characters blazed like individual fireflies drifting through space. Baozi, he called. The black cat cracked open one eye. What do you think of Xiaohe's writing? The cat regarded the luminous characters floating in the air. Much better than yours. At least her person resembles 2 sticks. Your person looks like 2 sticks trying to fight each other. Chen Ping'an fell quiet. He resolved never to let the black cat critique his handwriting again. Beyond the window, dusk was settling over the old street, lanterns flickering to life. One at Grandpa Wang's tea house, another at Brother Lu's restaurant, where aromas were beginning to drift through the air. His stomach growled. He'd only managed 2 packs of instant noodles and 1 steamed bun all day, leaving him starving. He went behind the counter and retrieved another packet of instant noodles from a drawer. Xiaohe drifted over, eyeing the package. Brother Chen, you're eating instant noodles again. I'm hungry. You eat these every day? You'll turn into a mummy. I won't. I've been eating them for 22 years. Xiaohe looked at him with an expression of pure sympathy, as if to say there's no hope for you. Chen Ping'an tossed the noodles back into the drawer, not because of Xiaohe's words, but because he was tired of them himself. He picked up his phone and texted Brother Lu. Brother Lu, still have food? Lu responded immediately, yes. Come over. Chen Ping'an rose and headed for the door, the black cat trailing behind. Xiaohe hovered at the staircase, watching them leave. Stay at the shop, Xiaohe. Don't go outside. There are too many people out there, and I'm worried you might scatter. She nodded and drifted back upstairs. Chen Ping'an stepped out with the black cat and made his way to Brother Lu's restaurant. Inside the kitchen, Brother Lu was busy cooking. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he ladled a generous portion of braised pork from the pot, added a bowl of rice, and set it on the table. Eat. Chen Ping'an sat down and picked up a piece of the braised meat with his chopsticks. It was tender enough to melt on his tongue, coated in a rich, savory sauce. He chewed twice and swallowed, then reached for another piece. Delicious. Then have more. Brother Lu sat across from him, lit a cigarette, and asked, Where did you go today? A May Mountain. What for? Investigating a case related to Guishu. Brother Lu exhaled smoke and studied Chen Ping'an. What did you find? Found someone. Tall and thin, wears glasses. Every 15th of the month he goes to a tea house at the foot of a May Mountain and sits there all afternoon. Someone met with him today. Who? Don't know. Gray jacket, cap pulled low, couldn't see the face. But they gave me something. Chen Ping'an pulled the 3 bone talismans from inside his collar, square, circular, and diamond-shaped, threaded together on a single red string. Brother Lu examined them for several long moments. He extinguished his cigarette. 3 pieces now. How many more do we need? I don't know. Your grandfather only left behind 2 back then, 1 square and 1 round. This diamond-shaped one wasn't from him. Chen Ping'an tucked the talismans back inside his collar. My father's friend gave me this one. Brother Lu fell silent for a few seconds. Your father's friend? Your father still has friends out there? I don't know, but that person claimed to be one. Lu didn't press further. He rose and patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder. Be careful. The people of Guishu won't let you bring all 3 pieces together. Chen Ping'an finished the braised pork and rice, then rose from the table. As he headed for the door with the black cat at his heels, he glanced back at Brother Lu, who stood in the kitchen doorway wearing an oil-stained apron and gripping his cleaver. Brother Lu. Yeah. If I need your help, will you come? Lu wiped the cleaver on his apron. Absolutely. My master always told me to follow your orders no matter what. If you tell me to chop someone, I chop someone. Chen Ping'an nodded and stepped out of the restaurant. The old street glowed under the lamplight, the bluestone path split between brightness and shadow. He walked along with the black cat trailing at his heels. Baozi, do you think? Who left that diamond-shaped bone talisman for me? Your father. Isn't my father imprisoned in Guishu? Being imprisoned doesn't mean he couldn't send something out. The black cat's voice was barely above a whisper. Your father spent 22 years in Guishu. He couldn't have accomplished nothing. Chen Ping'an paused, gazing at the distant sky. Toward Rongcheng town, the heavens appeared noticeably darker than anywhere else. What did he do? He was waiting for you. The black cat's tail gave a single flick, waiting for you to bring the 3 bone talismans together and open that door. Chen Ping'an reached into his pocket and touched the 3 bone talismans. Cold to the touch, square, round, and diamond-shaped, pressed together like 3 people of different shapes embracing. He pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down from upstairs. Big Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Did you eat your fill, eh? Yes. Brother Lu's braised pork. Xiaohe's eyes brightened. Is the braised pork good? Delicious. Next time I'll let you smell it. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an climbed upstairs and lay down on the floor. The black cat jumped onto his chest and curled into a ball. Baozi. Yeah. Do you think? My mother is waiting for me. My father is waiting for me too. Grandpa is waiting for me. Everyone is waiting for me. What if I can't find them? The black cat's purring grew louder. You won't fail to find them. How do you know? Because you've already found your way. You found Wuchuan, you found the bone talismans, you found Grandpa Yiling, you found Bai Jiuming, you found Xiaohe, and you found Aunt Zhang, Grandpa Wang, and Brother Lu. You've been searching this whole time. You never stop. Chen Ping'an gazed at the ceiling. The crack remained stretching from the corner toward the light fixture like a dried riverbed. But that river seemed poised to flow again. He closed his eyes listening to the sound of the black cats purring and slowly drifted off to sleep. At 2 a.m, Chen Ping'an was awakened by a knock on the door. It was not the shop door. It was the door to the second floor. Someone was knocking at his door 3 times, a pause, then 3 more. The rhythm was steady, unlike anything a ghost would do. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The black cat's ears were already erect, its golden eyes gleaming in the darkness, locked onto the direction of the door. "Who is it?" he asked. "It's me," came a muffled voice from beyond the door, as if separated by some thick barrier. It was Bai Jiuming. Chen Ping'an palmed a blue talisman from beneath his pillow, stepped out barefoot, and opened the door. Bai Jiuming stood on the other side wearing a black windbreaker, his hair disheveled, his complexion poor. He held an envelope in his hand, white with no postmark, no name. "What's wrong?" Chen Ping'an asked. "Someone left it on my car." Bai Jiuming handed him the envelope. Chen Ping'an opened it and found a slip of paper inside. A single line was written on it in red ink, the color still fresh, as though just penned. "Those who meddle in others' affairs do not live long." Chen Ping'an read the words, and the faintest curve touched his lips. Not a smile. It was the look of someone who had been waiting for this moment. Written by Guixiu. "I know." Bai Jiuming leaned against the doorframe and rubbed his eyes. "They know I've been investigating Maoshan. How do you know they know?" "Because everything I uncovered. The tea house surveillance footage, the photo of the tall, thin man, the bank statements. They were all fabricated." Fabricated? The surveillance video was composited. The face of the tall, thin man had been altered. It was not him. The bank records were forged. The money never flowed into that account at all. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an noticed his knuckles whitened around the envelope. "They're letting me investigate. They deliberately left these clues for me to find, and then sent this letter." Chen Ping'an slipped the note back into the envelope and handed it to Bai Jiuming. "Are you afraid?" "No." "Then why come to me?" Bai Jiuming was silent for a few seconds. "Couldn't sleep. Passing by. Saw your shop, light was still on." Chen Ping'an glanced back at the room. The light was off. The black cat's eyes shone in the dark like 2 small lamps. The light Bai Jiuming referred to was probably not a real one. "Come in and sit." Bai Jiuming entered and took a seat on a chair. Chen Ping'an poured him a glass of water. Cold, no tea, no coffee, only water. Bai Jiuming took it, drank a sip, and set the glass on the table. "Chen Ping'an. Do you think my parents are still alive?" Chen Ping'an sat opposite him and studied his face. Bai Jiuming's features were hard to make out in the darkness, but Chen Ping'an could see his eyes. Bright not with hope, but with the fierce need to know an answer, even if it might not be what he wanted to hear. "They're alive." "How do you know?" "Because you haven't found them yet. When you do, they'll be alive. Even before you find them, they're alive. You simply don't know it." Bai Jiuming stared at Chen Ping'an for several long seconds. "That's the same as saying nothing." "But it's useful. Haven't you already felt a little less afraid after hearing it?" Bai Jiuming fell silent for a moment. "Yes." Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night breeze drifted in, carrying the sweet scent of osmanthus and the rich aroma of hot beef tallow from a nearby restaurant. Far away in the direction of Rongcheng town, the sky appeared darker than anywhere else. Bai Jiuming. We will find them." Bai Jiuming said nothing. He rose and walked to the doorway, pausing before leaving. Chen Ping'an. "Yes. Thank you. No need." Bai Jiuming left. His footsteps grew fainter on the stairs, fading step by step until they vanished entirely. Chen Ping'an closed the door and lay back down. The black cat leaped onto his chest and curled into a tight ball. "Baozi, Mum, what do you think of Bai Jiuming as a person?" The black cat considered this. "More reliable than you. Handsomer than you. Better dressed than you. And," it paused, "talks less than you." Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. "Can't you say one nice thing about me?" "You can draw purple talismans." "He can't." "That's it. He can't draw them. He can barely manage a blue talisman." Chen Ping'an's lips curved again. He stroked the black cat's head. Its fur was soft and pleasant to the touch. Closing his eyes, he listened to the steady purring and slowly drifted to sleep. The next morning, Chen Ping'an received a call from Yiling. "Chen Ping'an, my grandfather's condition has worsened again." Yiling's voice was trembling. Not crying, but that kind of desperate, tightly restrained shake. "The blue marks on his hand have spread all the way to his elbow. He hasn't slept all night from the pain. Didn't you say that talisman could suppress it for 3 days?" Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. "It can suppress it for 3 days. But that talisman was applied yesterday. Today is only the 2nd day. It shouldn't be like this." "Then why have the blue marks spread?" Chen Ping'an was silent for 2 seconds. "Because he has come into contact with something new. Not that bronze tripod, something else." Yiling's voice tightened further. "What else?" I don't know yet. Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. He hung up, threw on his windbreaker, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped out. The black cat followed at his heels. Why are you following me? To see Grandpa Yiling. Have you been to their house before? No, but I want to see that bronze tripod. Chen Ping'an said nothing more. Man and cat left the old street and flagged a taxi. The car ride took 15 minutes. Chen Ping'an paid the fare, cradled the black cat in his arms, and went upstairs. Yiling opened the door. Her eyes were red, but she wasn't crying. She wore a gray hoodie, her hair loosely tied back, a few stray strands falling beside her ears. She paused when she saw the black cat in Chen Ping'an's arms. This is Baozi, the cat from my shop. Yiling glanced at the black cat. The black cat glanced back. Then it hopped down from Chen Ping'an's arms, strode into the living room with elegant grace, leaped onto the sofa, curled into a ball, and closed its eyes. Its expression seemed to say, in human words, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just watching. Yiling didn't shoo it away. She led Chen Ping'an into the living room. Yiling's grandfather sat on the sofa. From the web of his right thumb to his elbow, his skin was covered in dark blue-purple bruises, the veins beneath bulging like earthworms writhing under the surface. His complexion was terrible, his lips pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Yiling's grandmother stood beside him, holding a glass of warm water that had long gone cold. Chen Ping'an squatted down, took a blue talisman from his bag, folded it into a small triangle, and pressed it against the web of Grandpa Yiling's right thumb. The moment the blue talisman touched his skin, it flickered. The blue-purple mark faded slightly, just a little, like ink diluted with water. This talisman can suppress it for 2 more days. Chen Ping'an stood up. Yiling, has your grandfather come into contact with any new antiques recently, besides that bronze tripod? Yiling thought for a moment. No. He gave me the key to the storage room, and said, you handle those things from now on. I'm not touching them. That was 3 days ago. 3 days ago? Yes. After you visited last time, he said. Master Chen was right. Those things are problematic. I'm done with them. Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed. 3 days ago, that was the same day he had visited. He had applied a blue talisman to Grandpa Yiling and said it would last 3 days. Yet the blue marks had still spread. It wasn't coming from the bronze tripod. It was coming from somewhere else. Where is your grandfather's study? At the end of the hallway. Chen Ping'an walked into the study. It wasn't large, a bookshelf, a desk, and a chair. A desk lamp, a pen holder, and a few books sat on the desk. The bookshelf was filled to the brim. Ancient texts, modern books, art albums. Chen Ping'an took out a compass from his bag. The compass needle spun once, then pointed steadily toward the top shelf of the bookcase, trembling slightly. He fetched a chair, stood on it, and carefully removed the books from the top shelf one by one. On the very last book, he spotted something. A wooden box. It was small, roughly the size of a shoebox, dark brown in color with carved patterns adorning its surface. The patterns belonged to the same tradition as those on the bronze tripod at Yiling's house. The same system as the inscriptions carved into the stone at the well of the old Wuchuan ancestral home. The same system as the script on White Jiuming's circular bone talisman. He lifted the box down and opened the lid. Inside was a bone talisman, circular, slightly smaller than his own, its color deeper. On the reverse was carved a single character, Chun, exactly the same as the one on the talisman around his neck. Chen Ping'an's fingers trembled. Yiling, he called. She walked into the room. Whose box is this? Yiling looked at the box, her expression shifting. I don't know. I've never seen it before. Has your grandfather ever mentioned it? No. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I've never heard him speak of it. Chen Ping'an placed the bone talisman back into the box and closed the lid. I'm taking this box with me. Your grandfather's corpse poison didn't come from the bronze tripod. It came from this box. Yiling's face drained of color. What? The bone talisman carries corpse poison, the same kind on your grandfather's hand. He must have handled this box. Chen Ping'an put the box into his bag. He may not remember. Perhaps he collected it decades ago when he was younger and simply forgot about it. Or perhaps someone deliberately placed it in his study. Yiling stood at the study doorway, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Who? I don't know, but I will find out. Chen Ping'an slung his bag over his shoulder and walked into the living room. Grandpa Yiling was still seated on the sofa. The blue marks on his right hand had faded somewhat, but were still very visible. Chen Ping'an crouched down and looked at his face. Grandpa Yi, who gave you that wooden box in your study? Grandpa Yiling opened his eyes and looked at Chen Ping'an. His gaze was unfocused at first, but as it landed on Chen Ping'an's face, it slowly sharpened. Your mother. His voice was faint, barely louder than a murmur. Your mother gave it to me. She said, Uncle Yi, please keep this for me. When Ping'an grows up, give it to him. Chen Ping'an's breath caught for a moment. When did your mother give it to you? 20 years ago. 1 week before her accident. Grandpa Yiling's voice grew even softer. She said, Uncle Yi, I may not come back. Please watch over this thing for me. Chen Ping'an stood up. He stood in the living room gripping the wooden box in his hand. Yiling stood nearby, her head bowed. Yiling's grandmother stood in the kitchen doorway clutching her apron. No one spoke. The black cat sat on the sofa, its golden eyes fixed on Chen Ping'an. Its tail stopped swaying. Grandpa Yi. Chen Ping'an's voice was hoarse. I will find the antidote. Within 3 months. He pushed open the door and walked out. The black cat followed at his heels. The elevator arrived, he stepped inside, and the doors closed. The wooden box in his bag felt heavy. Baozi, he called. Mro. My mother left her bone talisman at Grandpa Yiling's house. Why? The black cat was silent for a moment. Because she knew you would come. She knew you would meet Yiling. She knew you would trace this back to Wuchuan to Goeishu and uncover the truth. She arranged every step for you. Its voice was soft. Your mother is waiting for you. She has been waiting for 22 years. When Chen Ping'an returned from Grandpa Yiling's house, the sky was already growing dark. He carried the black cat into the shop, set the wooden box on the counter, lifted the lid, and took out the circular bone talisman resting inside. He placed it beside the square bone talisman hanging around his neck. One square, one round, one pale, one dark. They shared the same material and inscriptions, each bearing the surname, Chen, carved on its reverse. It's my mother's bone talisman. Chen Ping'an said, his voice rough as he gazed at the circular piece. She left it at Grandpa Yiling's house. She knew I would go. She knew I would encounter Yiling. She knew I would trace back to Wuchuan to Goeishu and uncover the truth. The black cat sat upon the counter watching the 2 bone talismans, its tail swaying lazily. Your mother was a remarkably clever woman. She arranged every step for you. Did she know she would die, eh? The black cat fell silent for a few seconds. She knew she might die, but she was not afraid. What she feared was that you would never find her. Chen Ping'an picked up the 2 bone talismans and brought them close together. The square and the circular pieces aligned along their edges. Not perfectly seamless, but clearly once part of a single object split in 2. The fractured edges bore the marks of being broken by force, not cut. Someone had wrenching them apart with their bare hands. They were originally one piece, Chen Ping'an said. Correct. Your grandfather discovered it. He spent 10 years investigating Goeishu before locating this bone talisman. He said it was an heirloom left by the Chun ancestors capable of unlocking something of great significance. He split the talisman into 2 halves, one for your father, one for your mother, and said, wait until Ping'an grows up, then join the 2 pieces together to open it. Open what? I do not know. Your grandfather never had the chance to say. Chen Ping'an threaded both bone talismans onto a single red cord and hung it around his neck. The 2 talismans rested against each other, one cool, one warm, one square, one round, like 2 people embracing. He bowed his head, gazing at them for a long while. Xiaohe drifted down from the stairs, her crimson padded jacket, glowing like a flower, nearing its final bloom beneath the dim yellow light. She floated before the counter and rose on her toes, though it was unnecessary, for she hovered, studying the 2 bone talismans. Brother Chen, what is this? Bone talismans. My mother left them for me. They're so small. Xiaohe reached out a finger, attempting to touch them. Her finger passed through the bone talisman, unable to make contact. I can't touch it. Spirits cannot interact with physical matter. You can only smell. Xiaohe leaned close to the bone talisman and drew in a deep breath. Her eyes lit up. So fragrant. Not the scent of food, but something ancient and deeply aged. Like the aroma from Old Man Wang's tea house, yet entirely different. Chen Ping'an sniffed the bone talisman himself, but detected no scent at all. All he could smell was his own sweat and the faint residue of instant noodles. Your nose is sharper than a hound's, he said. Xiaohe tilted her head and thought. When I was alive, my mother used to say the same about my sense of smell. She called it a puppy's nose. Now you have a little ghost's nose. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her crimson jacket fluttering in the draft. The black cat rose from the counter and stretched, extending its forepaws forward, arching its hindquarters high, its tail standing erect like a flagpole. After finishing its stretch, it sauntered over to the 2 bone talismans, lowered its head to examine them, and then flicked one with its paw. The talismans rolled across the counter, separating the square half from the circular. What are you doing? Chen Ping'an retrieved the bone talismans. Just checking whether they're genuine. What if they're counterfeit? The next morning at 7 o'clock, Zhou Yunhe arrived promptly at the shop entrance. He wore a deep blue Taoist robe that day, a black sash wrapped around his waist, and simple cloth shoes on his feet. His hair remained as short as ever, his face as expressionless as a blank sheet of paper. Today we study the soul-returning mantra, he said, walking into the shop and settling into a chair. It draws dispersed souls back. 81 lines, twice as long as the unbinding mantra. Are you prepared? Yes, Chen Ping'an replied, holding the basics of the soul-calling tradition in his hands, and turning to chapter 11. Zhou Yunhe took the book, glanced at it, then closed it. No need to read. Listen to me. He began to chant. His voice was soft, yet every syllable was crystal clear. 81 lines recited in one breathless flow like an unbroken river. Chen Ping'an listened, feeling as though his mind were an old radio, the signal flickering between clarity and static. He managed to keep up through the first 20 lines, but by the 30th his focus began to wander, hearing soul return, as soul returned to the vegetable patch, and all directions above and below, as all directions above and summer. He strived to concentrate, but his mind refused to cooperate, like a wild horse galloping unrestrained across the grasslands. Zhou Yunhe finished chanting. Your turn. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and began. Soul return, all directions above and below. By the 10th line his tongue tangled, mispronouncing, do not stray from the path, as do not ride a rabbit. He paused and glanced at Zhou Yunhe. The other's expression did not change, but Chen Ping'an noticed his eyebrows twitch slightly. Not anger, but that look of, what in heaven's name did you just make of what I taught you? Continue, Zhou Yunhe said. Chen Ping'an went on. At the 20th line his tongue betrayed him again, twisting the netherworld's foreign land into the fragrant netherworld. He pictured a place called the fragrant netherworld where its inhabitants feasted on delicacies and lived in comfort even beyond death. He hastily dismissed the thought and pressed on. The 30th line, the 40th, the 50th. His throat grew dry, his lips became sticky, and his tongue felt like a rag churning within his mouth. At the 60th line he stopped. Senior brother, may I have some water? Zhou Yunhe looked at him. Finish chanting first, then drink. Chen Ping'an swallowed and continued. The 61st line, the 62nd. Then at the 63rd his tongue finally gave out, completely mangling, return to the soul, into return to the souli. He froze even as he finished. What was souli? Was the soul pouting? Zhou Yunhe's eyebrows twitched again, this time more noticeably. What was that you just recited? The soul returning mantra. Was that the soul returning mantra? What is souli? Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Perhaps a dialect. Zhou Yunhe regarded him with a gaze that translated plainly into say that again in dialect, and see what happens. But he did not voice it. Rising, he walked over to Chen Ping'an and placed one hand on his forehead. Recite after me, word by word. He uttered a single character, soul. Chen Ping'an repeated soul. Return. Return. Word by word, as if teaching a child to recognize letters. Chen Ping'an felt his intellect plummet to an all-time low in that very moment. He had not struggled so much when painting talismans, yet here he was being treated like a primary school student. But he dared not complain, for Zhou Yunhe's expression was so stern that one more word of dissent might earn him a slap. By the 80th line, Chen Ping'an's voice had gone hoarse. As he finished the final line, he collapsed back into the chair, utterly drained, gasping for breath. Zhou Yunhe removed his hand from Chen Ping'an's head. We continue tomorrow. No mistakes tomorrow. And he left. Chen Ping'an sat in the chair staring at the ceiling. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs carrying, not her hands but floating, a glass of water. The porcelain cup was held steadily, the surface shimmering gently, like a novice waitress serving her first tray. Brother Chen, water for you. Chen Ping'an took the cup and drank half in one go. The water was cool with a faint sweetness. Did you add sugar? You worked so hard chanting. A little sweetness makes it easier. Chen Ping'an looked at Xiaohe. An 8-year-old ghost girl in a red cotton jacket, her hair in twin braids, her face half-transparent, her eyes dark and bright. Perhaps when she was alive she had once carried a cup of water to her mother after a long day of work. Her mother, weary from labor, would receive it and say, "Thank you, my dear." And Xiaohe would smile. "Thank you, Xiaohe," Chen Ping'an said. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the breeze. In the afternoon, Bai Juming arrived. He wore a white t-shirt that day with a thin jacket layered over it, his hair uncombed, stray strands falling across his forehead. In his hand, he carried a plastic bag inside of which were several containers of food: braised pork, broccoli with garlic, tomato, an egg stir-fry, and a box of rice, still steaming hot. The handle of the plastic bag dug into his fingers, leaving 2 red indentations. "My mom made it," he said, placing the bag on the counter. "She said if you don't eat a proper meal you'll starve yourself to death." Chen Ping'an opened the lunchbox and picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, stuffing it into his mouth. The meat was stewed until tender, melting upon contact with his tongue, rich, yet not greasy. He chewed twice, swallowed, and reached for another piece. "Delicious. Thank your mother for me. Thank her yourself. She wants you to come over for dinner this weekend." Bai Jioming sat down in a chair, reached into his pocket, and produced a slip of paper, setting it on the table. "Got it. The tall, thin guy selling Buddhist prayer beads at the foot of Mount Amei." Chen Ping'an put down his chopsticks and picked up the note. Written on it was an address, a street name at the foot of Mount Amay, the name of a tea house, and a date the 15th of each month. He goes to the same tea house every 15th, alone with a pot of tea sitting until dark. Tomorrow is the 15th. Are you sure? Check the tea house's surveillance footage. Over the past 6 months, he's gone every 15th without fail. Bai Jiuming took out his phone from his pocket, scrolled through some photos, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. The photo showed a tall, thin man wearing glasses and dressed in black sitting in the corner of the tea house, a pot of tea placed before him. His face was turned toward the camera, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, as if smiling or perhaps sizing something up. That's the one. Chen Ping'an stared at the photo. Li Xiaofang said it was him. The same person who sold Buddhist beads to Zhao Dizhu. He may also be the source of Yi Ling's antiques. Bai Jiuming put his phone away. Going tomorrow? Yes. Chen Ping'an finished the last piece of braised pork and closed the lunchbox. But I'm not going to arrest him. I'm going to watch him. See who he meets with. Bai Jiuming nodded. He stood up, walked to the door, and suddenly stopped. Chen Ping'an. Aren't you out of cat food at your shop? Chen Ping'an paused for a moment. He glanced at the counter. The black cat wasn't there, but the cat food bowl was indeed empty with only a few crumbs and an unknown cat whisk remaining at the bottom. How did you know? I saw it last time. A few crumbs and one cat whisk at the bottom. Bai Jiuming's tone was calm, stating a fact. Cat whiskers don't crawl into bowls on their own. The bowl has been empty for days. The black cat descended from the stairs and glanced at Bai Jiuming. Its expression translated into human speech was, "You're surprisingly observant." But it said nothing. Chen Ping'an took a piece of paper from under the counter, wrote a few lines, and handed it to Bai Jiuming. Help me buy something. Cat food. Baozi's food has run out. Get that brand, the imported one, salmon flavor. She won't eat the chicken flavor. Bai Jiuming took the note and glanced at it. His expression did not change, but his eyebrows twitched slightly. Is this Chinese? Yes. What's the first character? Cat. Bai Jiuming looked at it for a few more seconds. Are you sure? Chen Ping'an took back the note and looked at it himself. The left radical of the character for cat was written too large, while the right part was too small, making the entire character resemble a big-headed doll wearing a little hat. The character for food below, it was even worse. The left radical rice had been written as wood, and the right component had been distorted into something resembling jinn, making the whole character look like an unintelligible combination. Write it again. Bai Jiuming pushed the note back. Chen Ping'an rewrote the character for cat, this time very carefully, stroke by stroke. After finishing, he looked at the character and thought it was acceptable. It wasn't beautiful, but at least it could be recognized as cat. He then wrote the character for food, this time, carefully, making sure the rice radical was correct and the right component was proper. After finishing, he looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Bai Jiuming took the newly written note, glanced at it, and said, "This is better than before." "Thanks. But it's still very ugly." Chen Ping'an fell silent. He felt that Bai Jiuming had many good qualities, but his honesty was relentless. Honesty that made one want to punch him. The black cat descended the stairs, jumped onto the counter, and glanced at the note. It paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Ping'an. "Did you write cat food? Why does it look like pig swill to me?" Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. "You two are both criticizing my handwriting. So what if my writing is ugly? As long as my talismans are good." Bai Jiuming folded the note and put it in his pocket. What good are beautiful talismans if clients can't read them? It doesn't matter if clients can't understand, as long as the ghosts can. Bai Jiuming didn't say anything else. He walked to the door, opened it, and then stopped. 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll come pick you up. Don't be late. I won't be. You said the same thing last time. Last time the cat didn't wake me. The black cat's tail swayed slightly. I called you. You just didn't wake up. Bai Jiuming glanced at the black cat, then at Chen Ping'an. Your cat is more reliable than you. Then he left. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop looking at the closed door. The black cat squatted on the counter, licking its paws. Baozi. Bai Jiuming said you're more reliable than me. He's right. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. He decided to buy a copybook to practice his calligraphy. Not to prove anything, but so that next time he wrote a note the cat wouldn't mock him again. He floated down from the stairs holding a copy of the classic of 3 character. She had already memorized the opening lines. At the beginning of life, human nature is good, fluently, but she always pronounced the character for good as fan. She floated to the counter and set the book down. Brother Chen, teach me how to recognize characters. Chen Ping'an glanced at his crooked character for cat, then at his expectant eyes. Not today. Today we review. Review what? Yesterday's lesson. Person, mouth, hand, water, fire. He extended her semi-transparent fingers and wrote them in the air. Person, mouth, hand, water, fire. Each character was written neatly and perfectly, looking even better than Chen Ping'an's. Well written, Chen Ping'an said. Xiao He smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the wind. The black cat squatted on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Its expression translated into human speech was, "Your disciple is better than you." Chen Ping'an pretended not to notice. The next morning at 5:50, Chen Ping'an was awakened by a black cat stepping on him. The cat stood on his chest, kneading with its front paws in turn, as if working dough. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to pull him from sleep without causing pain that would make him want to throw the cat out. "Get up. Bai Jiuming is here." Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. 5:52. Outside the window, the sky remained dark and overcast, resembling someone groggily rubbing their eyes. He sat up as the black cat slid down from his chest, letting out a discontented meow. "You slept on my chest again last night." The black cat leaped off the bed, walked to the doorway, crouched down, and tapped the door with its tail. "Hurry up. Bai Jiuming has been waiting downstairs." Chen Ping'an put on the black windbreaker Yi Ling had bought him, slung his bag over his shoulder, and headed downstairs. Bai Jiuming's car was already parked at the shop entrance. He leaned against the car door with a cup of coffee in hand, and when he saw Chen Ping'an emerge, he checked his watch. "You're 4 minutes late." "The cat didn't wake me." The black cat darted out from beside Chen Ping'an's feet, jumped into the back seat, curled up, and closed its eyes. That expression could be translated as, "It's not my fault. I called, but he wouldn't wake up." Bai Jiuming glanced at the black cat, then back at Chen Ping'an. "Your cat's shifting the blame." "It does that often." Chen Ping'an opened the car door and got in. The car pulled away onto the highway, heading toward a May mountain. Chen Ping'an leaned back in the passenger seat, pulled out a bag of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching through them. "You're having this for breakfast?" Bai Jiuming asked. "Eating too much in the morning makes you drowsy. Crispy noodles are perfect. They keep me alert." "Those noodles keep you alert." The MSG inside stimulates the brain. MSG is monosodium glutamate, and glutamic acid is a precursor to neurotransmitters. It enhances nerve conduction. Chen Ping'an said all this with a straight face, talking complete nonsense. Bai Jiuming looked at him. "Where did you hear that?" "On the internet." "Which site?" "I can't remember. Probably one of those marketing accounts." Bai Jiuming fell silent for a moment. He suspected Chen Ping'an might be talking nonsense, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute him. He didn't know anything about neurotransmitters or MSG. All he knew was that too much MSG made you thirsty and want to drink water. The car entered a service area. Chen Ping'an went to use the restroom and bought another pack of crispy noodles, a bottle of water, and a sausage. When he got back in the car, Bai Jiuming looked at what he was holding. "Didn't you just eat one pack?" "That was for staying alert. This is for actual hunger." "Didn't you just say MSG keeps you alert? How is it also for hunger?" "1 pack keeps you alert, 2 packs satisfy hunger. 3 packs can be a full meal." Bai Jiuming didn't say anything else. He felt Chen Ping'an's logic was like a ball of yarn that a cat had played with, impossible to untangle. The car exited the highway and entered the town at the foot of a May mountain. Chen Ping'an asked Bai Jiuming to park at the street corner and got out. Bai Jiuming pointed toward the end of the street. "The tea house is over there, on the left side." The two of them walked along the street. The black cat followed at Chen Ping'an's heels, its tail held high like a patrolling general. Chen Ping'an took out the newly purchased pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and started eating. Bai Jiuming glanced at him, but said nothing. They stopped at a milk tea shop across from the tea house. Chen Ping'an leaned against the wall, munching on crispy noodles, while keeping his eyes fixed on the tea house entrance. Bai Jiuming leaned against the opposite wall, his cap pulled low over his face like an underground operative waiting for a contact. "Can you stop eating those crispy noodles?" Bai Jiuming whispered. "I'm hungry." "You've already eaten 3 packs since getting in the car. I haven't finished the 3rd one yet." Bai Jiuming took a deep breath and stayed silent. He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began recording everyone who entered or exited the tea house. An elderly man with a walking stick entered the tea house. 2 middle-aged women carrying grocery bags went in. A young man with a backpack came out. A food delivery rider on an electric scooter passed by. Chen Ping'an finished the 3rd pack of crispy noodles and chugged a bottle of water. His belly swelled, but his stomach still felt hollow. That's how these noodles work. You feel full while eating them, but half an hour later you're starving again, as if you'd never eaten at all. You just said 3 packs could be a meal. Now that you've finished 3 packs, are you full? Bai Jiuming asked. "No." "So what you said earlier was false." "Not false. It's theoretical. There's a gap between theory and practice." Bai Jiuming closed his notebook and looked at Chen Ping'an. That look could be translated as, "Say one more word of nonsense, and I'll leave you here and walk on my own." Chen Ping'an shut his mouth. They waited for about 40 minutes. Chen Ping'an went to the restroom twice. On his second trip, Bai Jiuming watched his retreating figure and sighed. Doesn't your cat use the restroom? Bai Jioming asked the black cat. The black cat opened one eye. I'm a cat. Cats can hold it for a long time. Then it closed its eye again. At 2 in the afternoon, a man walked into the tea house. He was tall and thin, wearing glasses, and dressed in black. His gait was distinctive. His back slightly hunched, his steps so light that they made almost no sound, as if he were walking on cotton. He took a seat in the farthest corner of the tea house and ordered a pot of tea. The teapot was small and made of purple clay. He poured a cup, lifted it to his nose to smell the aroma, then sipped slowly. He's here. Chen Ping'an set down the unopened fourth pack of crispy noodles in his hand. Bai Jioming spotted him too. Wait. They waited another half hour. The tall, thin man sat alone, sipping tea and scrolling through his phone without meeting with anyone. After about 20 minutes on his phone, he set it down, picked up his teacup, and drank slowly. His movements were languid, as though he were either waiting for someone or savoring solitude. Chen Ping'an's stomach growled loudly, like a man sighing in resignation. Bai Jioming glanced at him. I'm hungry, Chen Ping'an said. You just ate 3 packs of those noodles. That was half an hour ago. What happened half an hour ago has nothing to do with now. Bai Jioming chose not to respond. At 3 o'clock, another person entered the tea house, shorter in stature, wearing a gray jacket and a black cap pulled low over their face. They sat opposite the tall, thin man. Neither spoke. The tall man poured a cup of tea for the shorter one, who lifted it and took a sip. Then he withdrew a small cloth pouch from his pocket and set it on the table. The tall man picked up the pouch, slipped it into his own pocket, and rose to leave. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute, rehearsed to perfection like a practice dance. Chen Ping'an stood up. You follow the tall man, I'll tail the one in the gray jacket. Bai Jioming nodded and hurried after the tall figure. Chen Ping'an moved toward the man in gray. He exited the tea house and walked east along the street with measured, even strides, each step covering the same distance, mechanical in his precision. Chen Ping'an trailed behind at roughly 50 meters, the black cat moving silently at his heels. Don't follow too closely, the cat murmured. I know. The man in gray turned into a narrow alley. Chen Ping'an followed. The passage was tight, flanked by residential buildings where plaster had peeled away to reveal red brick beneath, like skin ravaged by disease. At the alley's end, the gray-jacketed man stopped. He didn't turn around, but Chen Ping'an knew he was listening, for footsteps, for breath, for heartbeat. Chen Ping'an halted as well, drawing a blue talisman from his bag between his fingers. Suddenly the man spun around. Beneath the cap was the face of a middle-aged man, square-jawed with thick brows and downturned lips. He stared at Chen Ping'an for several seconds, his gaze carrying no malice or kindness, only something intricate and searching, as if trying to recognize something. Are you Chen Qingshan's son? His voice was quiet but heavy, as if squeezed from deep within his chest. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Who are you? Your father's friend. The man in gray tossed a small cloth bag from his pocket. Chen Ping'an caught it. The pouch was feather-light, nearly empty, yet it held something tangible. Inside was a bone talisman, diamond-shaped, matching the square one at his neck and the circular one from Yi Ling's grandfather's house, in both material and inscription, with a Chun character carved on the reverse. Free now? Your father asked me to give you this. Where is my father? In a place you cannot reach. Not yet. The man in gray turned, pushed open an iron door, and stepped inside before it closed behind him. Chen Ping'an rushed forward and pushed, locked. He retrieved a wire from his bag, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted twice. The lock gave way. Beyond lay a narrower alley, ending in a wall. The man was gone, vanished like a drop of water dissolving into the sea. Chen Ping'an stood in the alley, the diamond-shaped bone talisman clenched in his hand. The black cat sat motionless at his feet. Who was he? Chen Ping'an asked. I don't know, but he knew your father. Was he from Guishu? No. Those from Guishu would call your father a traitor, a deserter, someone who deserved to die. Not a friend. Chen Ping'an stowed the talisman and stepped out of the alley into harsh sunlight that made him squint. He pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Jioming. Did you follow him? Yes. The tall man went into a residential compound. I'm waiting at the gate. Stop waiting. He won't be coming out. Why, oi? That compound is a Guishu stronghold. There are tunnels inside. Bai Jioming was quiet for 2 seconds. How do you know? I guessed. Come back first. I have something here. After hanging up, Chen Ping'an stood at the street's edge, watching the crowd. Tourists, guides, vendors, beggars. No one paid him any mind. He reached into his pocket and touched the diamond-shaped bone talisman. It was cold. Bai Jioming's car stopped at the intersection. Chen Ping'an opened the door and got in, taking out the diamond-shaped bone talisman the man in the gray jacket had given him and placing it in his palm. He laid it side by side on his lap, with the square one around his neck and the round one from Yi Ling's grandfather's house. One square, one round, one diamond-shaped. 3 pieces, 3 different shapes. The material was the same, though the colors varied slightly in depth. The inscriptions were identical. On the back of each was carved the character Chen. The third piece. Chen Ping'an picked up the 3 bone talismans and held them up to the ceiling light. The light passed through them, casting a small patch of illumination onto the roof. Within the patch of light were characters, not the Chen on the back, but another line so small, it was barely visible. He leaned in close and managed to make out a few words. For pieces united, open the door. Not 3 pieces united, but for pieces. There was still one missing. One is absent, said the black cat perched on the back seat, gazing at the 3 bone talismans. 3 is not complete. The complete set should be 4 pieces. 4. Square, round, diamond, triangle. The black cat's tail swayed once. It could be. Or it might not be. Your grandfather only left you 2 pieces. This diamond-shaped one was not his. Bai Juming returned. He opened the car door and sat down, pausing when he spotted the 3 bone talismans in Chen Ping'an's hand. Another one. Yes. From the man in the gray jacket. He said he was a friend of my father's. Chen Ping'an handed the diamond-shaped talisman to him. Bai Juming took it and examined it closely, turning it over and over. He held the bone talisman up to the light, then weighed it in his palm. Different shape from yours. Same material. Square, round, diamond. 3 pieces. 1 is missing. Bai Juming returned the talisman to him. What else did the man in the gray jacket say? He said my father is somewhere I cannot reach yet. Guishu? Possibly. Or perhaps not. Chen Ping'an threaded the 3 bone talismans onto the same red cord and hung them around his neck. The 3 bone talismans pressed together, square, round, and diamond-shaped, like 3 figures of different forms embracing one another. They felt heavy against his chest, considerably heavier than before, pressing on his collarbone with a faint ache. Bai Juming started the engine. The car left the town at the foot of Mount Amei and merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat, his fingers tracing the 3 bone talismans at his neck. Cool to the touch. Bai Juming. Yes. Tell me. My father left me a bone talisman, my mother left me a bone talisman, my grandfather left me a bone talisman. They all left me bone talismans. They are waiting for me to unite all 4 pieces. Bai Juming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Are you afraid? Yes. I am afraid that once the door opens, what lies within will not be what I desire. Then will you still open it? Chen Ping'an looked out the window. The mountains outside the window receded at great speed, green and tiered like ocean waves surging into the distance. I will open it. If I do not, all their waiting will have been in vain. The black cat sat on the back seat, its tail swaying lazily. It watched Chen Ping'an's profile, its golden eyes gleaming like 2 tiny suns in the car's interior light. Baozi. Yes. Tell me, where do you think the 4th bone talisman is, eh? The black cat fell silent for several seconds. I do not know. But it must be somewhere you have not yet been. Chen Ping'an took the 3 bone talismans from his collar and studied them for a long while. Square, round, diamond-shaped. They resembled 3 puzzle pieces fitted together with a triangular void missing at the center. The shape of that void was the shape of the 4th bone talisman. Bai Juming. You have called me many times today. Is something troubling you? Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. Nothing. I just wanted to call. Bai Juming's lips twitched ever so slightly. Not a smile, but that expression of helpless fondness. The sky darkened and the street lights flickered on. The car glided steadily along the highway, heading toward Rongcheng. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He dreamed of 4 bone talismans floating in the darkness, glowing. Square, round, diamond, and triangle. The triangular piece shone the brightest, luminous as a lantern. It was waiting for him to find the final piece. 3 days after Chen Ping'an returned from Amei Mountain, Yi Ling arrived. Not by phone, not by message, in person. When she pushed open the door, Chen Ping'an was teaching Xiao he how to recognize characters. Today's lesson was wood, forest, dense forest, fire, blaze, conflagration. Xiao he had already mastered wood and forest, but was still wrestling with dense forest. 3 wood radicals stacked together, yet no matter how she wrote it, it looked like 3 chopsticks standing upright. Big brother Chen, why does this character have 3 woods? Because 1 tree is wood, 2 trees make a forest, and many trees make a dense forest. Xiao he tilted her head and pondered. Then what do many fires make? Yan. 3 fires read as yan. Then what about 4 fires? Chen Ping'an paused. He didn't know either. He took out his phone to look it up, then fell silent for a moment. 4 fires read as e. It describes a great fire. Then teach me this character. Not today. Let's master dense forest first. Xiao he pouted and continued her struggle with the character. Her fingers traced stroke after stroke in the air, the glowing lines flickering like firefly tails in the dim shop. Yi Ling stood at the doorway watching the scene. Her gaze lingered on Xiao he. half-transparent, wearing a red padded jacket, twin braids, feet suspended in midair. She didn't scream or cower. She merely furrowed her brow slightly. You really do have ghosts in your shop. Yes, more than one. Chen Ping'an rose from behind the counter and brushed the dust off his hands. There's another upstairs. Haven't come down yet. The sun is bright today, and she fears light. Yiling walked in and sat on a chair. She wore a white linen shirt and dark wide-leg trousers, her hair tied in a low ponytail. She carried a cloth bag, navy blue and bulging, the contents unknown. What's this? Chen Ping'an asked. Last time you mentioned my grandfather's corpse poison came from the bronze ding. I went back and researched the ding's origin. Yiling placed the bag on the table and withdrew a notebook from inside. The notebook was old, its black hardcover worn at the corners, the spine cracked and patched with clear tape. She flipped it open to a middle page and turned it toward Chen Ping'an. It was a hand-drawn map. It depicted a street with several locations marked along both sides: an antique market, a tea house, a residential building. Around the antique market, someone had drawn a circle with the note, Section B, stall, tall, thin man. These are my grandfather's notes from 20 years ago, Yiling said softly. When he acquired the bronze ding back, then he recorded the seller's information. Tall and thin, wearing glasses, running a stall in Section B of the antique market. The same person I described. Chen Ping'an's fingers tapped twice against the notebook. Your grandfather encountered this tall, thin man 20 years ago. Yes. He found it suspicious at the time and made a note. But later he forgot. As people grow older, their memory fades. Yiling's tone was calm, yet Chen Ping'an detected the guilt hidden beneath those words. Her grandfather had been afflicted by corpse poison, and she had never realized it until he pointed it out. It wasn't poor memory. The people of Guishu sealed resentment inside the ding. That resentment distorts memory, making people forget what they should never have forgotten. Chen Ping'an closed the notebook and handed it back. Keep this. It will be useful. Yiling placed the notebook back into the cloth bag and stood up. She reached the doorway but suddenly stopped. Chen Ping'an. Be careful. Those people, the ones from Guishu, won't let you go. Chen Ping'an watched her back at the doorway. Sunlight poured in from behind her, softening her silhouette. Her hair turned brown in the light, not black, but that warm, sun-kissed brown. I know, but I won't let them go either. Yiling didn't turn around. She pushed open the door and stepped out. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, watching her figure disappear around the corner. The black cat crouched on the counter, tail swaying lazily. Your face was red just now, the cat said. It wasn't. Your ears were red. The sun was shining. You're inside. There's no sun. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He walked behind the counter, picked up a bottle of water, and took a long drink. The water was cool, yet his ears remained warm. Xiaohe drifted over and looked up at him. Big brother Chen, who was that sister just now? Yiling. From the antique shop next door. She's very pretty. Do you like her? Chen Ping'an choked on his water and coughed twice. You're just a ghost child. What do you know about liking someone? Xiaohe tilted her head and thought. When I was alive, my mother told me that liking someone means you smile when you see them and miss them when you don't. You smiled just now. Chen Ping'an touched his face. He hadn't smiled, but he wasn't entirely sure he hadn't. The black cat jumped down from the counter, walked to the doorway, and glanced back at Chen Ping'an. That look, translated into human words, meant, you've been seen through by an 8-year-old ghost. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. He decided not to teach Xiaohe characters today. He would switch to drawing talismans instead. Lin Mo appeared on a rainy day. That day Rongcheng saw its first rain of autumn. Light and fine, as if someone had scattered a handful of crushed glass across the sky. The bluestone pathway of the old street was dampened by the rain, glistening like a polished mirror. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter inscribing talismans. Zhou Yunhe hadn't arrived that day, so he practiced the soul-guiding incantation on his own. 81 phrases in total. When he reached the 50th, his tongue stumbled, mispronouncing Hun 11 Gui Lai as Hun 11 Gui Nai, before he corrected himself and continued. Xiaohe floated beside him, chanting along. She did it better than he did, clear and precise with no hesitation. That was because she didn't use her tongue as she chanted with her heart. Suddenly a clamor rose from the doorway. Not one person, but many. Chen Ping'an looked up and saw a group approaching his shop. The one at the front was an elderly woman in her 70s, her hair completely white, her back slightly stooped, yet she walked with the speed of the wind. She wore a deep blue cotton padded jacket and black cloth shoes with soles worn thin, clicking against the wet bluestone path with each step. 4 or 5 other elderly women followed behind her, of similar age, dressed in colorful cotton jackets, each holding an umbrella, their canopies a riot of colors like flowers moving through the rain. They clustered around the leading woman like a brood of protective hens. When they reached the shop entrance, they came to a halt. The lead woman looked up at the sign, Qingshan Pavilion. She read it aloud and nodded. This is the place. Then she swept her group inside with great fervor. The shop was modest to begin with, and with 5 or 6 people cramming in it instantly became as crowded as a sardine can. Xiaohe drifted up to the ceiling in fright, curling up beside the lamp base, the hem of her red cotton jacket dangling down like a small crimson flag suspended in midair. The black cat leaped down from the counter and slid underneath it, leaving only a tail visible. Chen Ping'an rose from behind the counter somewhat bewildered. Hello, may I ask? You're Master Chen. The lead woman scrutinized him from head to toe, then back again. You're really Master Chen? Yes, that's me. My surname is Wang, and I'm Lin Mo's grandmother. The old woman settled into a chair, folded her umbrella, and leaned it against a table leg. My grandson has been haunted by a ghost. Please take a look at him. Chen Ping'an paused. Lin Mo? He didn't know this person. Grandma Wang, what's troubling your grandson? He has nightmares every night. He dreams of someone standing beside his bed watching him. The person wears black and his face is indistinct. He just stands there staring. She has been watching him for several days now. Grandma Wang's voice boomed, carrying down the entire street. He's grown thin, can barely eat, and sleeps poorly. His teacher called me to report that he's dozing off in class. I asked him why he was sleeping in class, and he said, Grandma, I can't sleep at night. I asked him why he couldn't sleep, and he said, someone is watching me. I asked who, and he said he didn't know. Chen Ping'an stepped out from behind the counter and dragged a chair to sit opposite Grandma Wang. Where's your grandson now? Outside. He won't come in. He says he's afraid. Chen Ping'an walked to the doorway and glanced out. The rain continued to fall, fine and relentless. Beneath the eaves across the street stood a youth around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a blue and white school uniform that hung loosely on his frame like a robe. His complexion was pale, not the healthy pallor of youth, but the sickly white of someone chronically ill and sun-deprived. His eyes were large and dark, yet heavy circles hung beneath them as though he hadn't closed his eyes in days. He stood there with his head bowed, daring not to look toward Chen Ping'an's shop. Lin Mo. Chen Ping'an called out. The boy lifted his head, glanced at him once, then lowered it again. Come inside. It's raining outside. The boy hesitated, then slowly approached. He moved with deliberate caution, each step probing the ground ahead. At the shop entrance he paused, eyeing the elderly women within, too timid to enter. Grandma Wang rose and pulled him inside. What are you afraid of? The Taoist master is a good person. Lin Mo was drawn into the shop and seated beside Grandma Wang. His fingers twisted together, knuckles whitening from the strain. Chen Ping'an took a yellow talisman from his bag, folded it into a small triangle, and handed it to him. Hold this. Keep it in your pocket. Lin Mo accepted the talisman and clenched it in his palm. The yellow talisman showed no reaction. Chen Ping'an produced a blue talisman, also folded triangular, and offered it. It too remained inert. Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed. He rose, moved behind Lin Mo, and placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. A chill emanated, not from Lin Mo's body temperature, but from something lurking nearby. There's something in your school bag. Lin Mo unzipped his bag and emptied its contents. Mathematics, Chinese, English textbooks, a thermos, a pencil case, a pack of tissues. Chen Ping'an reached into the inner pocket of the bag and felt a hard object. It was a small wooden tablet, palm-sized, dark in color, carved with a symbol, identical to the one on his bone talisman. What is this? He held up the wooden tablet. Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know. It's not mine. Grandma Wang's expression shifted as she stared at the tablet. I found it at the doorstep. Her voice trembled slightly. A few days ago someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, no one was there. There was this wooden tablet on the ground. I thought someone had dropped it, so I brought it home. Chen Ping'an turned the tablet over. Carved into the back were tiny characters. Gui, Su, In Hun Pai. He tucked the tablet into his pocket. Grandma Wang, you've been targeted. This tablet is no ordinary object. It is a soul-summoning talisman. Whoever picks it up will draw ghosts into their home. Grandma Wang's face drained of color. Then what should we do? I will dispose of this tablet. I'll also cleanse your home. Chen Ping'an glanced at Lin Mo. As for the fee, Grandma Wang withdrew a cloth-wrapped bundle from her pocket, unfolded it, and revealed a stack of bills. Denominations of 50, 20, 10, and 5 yuan notes, crumpled, yet neatly stacked. This is 10,000. She had saved over several days and borrowed a little from neighbors. If it's not enough, I'll save more. Chen Ping'an gazed at the stack of money, then at Grandma Wang's hands. Those hands were rough. Nails clipped short, knuckles prominent, the calloused palms of a lifetime of labor. The money was new, but her hands bore the marks of age. Fresh bills resting in ancient, weathered hands. A mismatch that spoke volumes. You needn't give me all of this. Chen Ping'an withdrew a few bills, roughly 1,000 yuan. This will suffice. Grandma Wang blinked. Is that enough? Yes, enough. She folded the remaining money back into the cloth, secured it, and tucked it into her pocket. Her eyes glistened. Thank you, Master Chen. You're welcome. You may head home now. Lin Mo can stay here while I dispel the energy clinging to him. Grandma Wang Rose grasped Lin Mo's hand and gave it a reassuring pat. Do as the master says. Don't wander off. I'll come pick you up tonight. Lin Mo nodded. Grandma Wang departed. She walked at a measured pace, her back slightly stooped, yet her steps steady, each one deliberate like an ancient tree weathered by countless winds, but still standing. The other elderly women followed, their colorful umbrellas drifting through the rain, like petals moving with the current until they disappeared around the street corner. Chen Ping'an watched their retreating figures and sighed. Your grandmother is quite formidable. Lin Mo kept his head bowed. Yes. Did she raise you alone? Yes. My father works in another city, my mother farms back in the village. I grew up with my grandmother. Chen Ping'an sat opposite him. Are you afraid of ghosts? Lin Mo looked up. His eyes were bright, shining like two stars. No. Why not? Because ghosts aren't as frightening as my grandmother. When she's angry, even ghosts wouldn't dare come near. Chen Ping'an paused, then chuckled. What does your grandmother look like when she's angry? She scolds. At length, never repeating herself. Once she cursed for an entire hour. From Uncle Wong next door to Aunt Lee upstairs, from Aunt Lee upstairs to the convenience store owner downstairs. After she finished, she said she was thirsty, drank a glass of water, and continued scolding. Chen Ping'an laughed harder, picturing Grandma Wang standing at the community entrance, hands on hips, delivering an hour-long verbal barrage without missing a beat. The image was too vivid to contain. Your grandmother is quite the character. A faint smile touched the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. The first smile Chen Ping'an had seen from him since they met. Chen Ping'an cleared the energy from Lin Mo's body. It was no great endeavor. The soul-guiding tablet had rested in his school bag for several days, drawing forth wandering spirits, yet not a single one dared to cross his threshold. They feared not his grandmother herself, but the sound of her tongue. Even ghosts tremble before those with thunderous tempers, booming voices, and an unending arsenal of curses. Lin Mo's grandmother's scolding echoed through the entire building, and ghosts heard it well enough to steer clear. Your energy is not heavy, Chen Ping'an said, sweeping a blue talisman across Lin Mo's body. The paper had grown faintly yellow but had not darkened to black. Go home, take a hot bath, drink some ginger soup, and you'll be fine. Lin Mo took the talisman and clutched it tightly in his palm. How much? It's a gift. No charge. Lin Mo looked at him, holding the gaze for several long seconds. Why are you helping me? Chen Ping'an paused to consider. Because your grandmother's white fungus soup is delicious. Lin Mo blinked, startled. He had no idea when Chen Ping'an had ever tasted his grandmother's soup. He did not press the question. Chen Ping'an set the wooden tablet on the table and tapped it with his finger. Someone deliberately placed this at your grandmother's doorway. People from Guishu have set their sights on your family. Guishu? A rotten organization. They make a trade out of harming people. Lin Mo's face drained of color. Why would they want to harm my family? It is not your family they target. They seek to use your family as a bridge to reach me. Lin Mo did not understand. He gazed at Chen Ping'an's face, so young, carrying a faint smile as though nothing in this world could frighten him. Why aren't you afraid? Lin Mo asked. Afraid of what? Of those people. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head. I am afraid. But what good is fear? Would they leave you alone if you feared them? Would fear spare you from being targeted? He looked at Lin Mo. Are you afraid? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Yes, but I fear for my grandmother far more. Chen Ping'an studied him silently. Would you like to learn something? Not something from your textbooks. Something that can protect your grandmother. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. You would teach me, eh? I will. But I do not teach for free. Lin Mo reached into his pocket and withdrew a handful of crumpled bills. Ones, fives, tens, worn soft with time. He placed the money on the table. This is all I have. Chen Ping'an looked at the scattered bills for several long seconds. The tuition is 10,000. But your grandmother has already paid. Lin Mo froze. When just now. She gave me 10,000 and I kept only 1,000. The remaining 9,000 counts as your tuition. Lin Mo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt constricted. He lowered his gaze to the pile of bills on the table. I'll pay it back. No need. Just help me with the work around the shop. Sweep the floors, wipe the tables, feed the cat, collect packages, run errands for instant noodles. Work for a full year, and the tuition will be settled. Lin Mo looked up at Chen Ping'an. Okay, one more thing. Where do you live? The school dormitory. Cancel it. Stay at my shop. There's an empty room on the 3rd floor. Lin Mo nodded. Master. Chen Ping'an looked at him, holding the gaze for several seconds. What did you call me? Master. You're teaching me, so you are my master. Chen Ping'an rubbed his nose. Very well. Master it is. But you must remember one thing. What I teach you must never be used to harm others. If you do, I will take it back. How would you take it back? Chen Ping'an drew the Tang sword from his waist, the blade catching a glint of light. With this, Lin Mo stared at the sword and swallowed hard. Master, how many disciples have you taken? You are my first. Lin Mo fell silent for 2 seconds. Then how do you know how to teach? Chen Ping'an considered. I don't know. I'll learn as I go along. Lin Mo did not ask further. Xiao He drifted down from the ceiling, hovering before Lin Mo, tilting her head to regard him. You're the new one. Lin Mo looked at Xiao He, a translucent girl in a red padded jacket, 2 little braids bouncing, and his face went pale. Are you a ghost? Yes. I'm Xiao He. What's your name? Lin Mo. Xiao He smiled, and the hem of her red jacket fluttered in the draft. Aren't you afraid? Lin Mo glanced between Xiao He and Chen Ping'an. No. Master says you're a good person. Xiao He laughed even louder. Xiao Nian. No, Xiao Nian had not yet appeared. Su Wan still had not either. Chen Ping'an made a quiet mental note. These two needed to be introduced soon. The black cat emerged from beneath the counter, shook out its fur, leaped up, and settled on its haunches to study Lin Mo. Your school uniform is far too dirty. Wash it tonight. Lin Mo looked down at his uniform. Ink stains on the cuffs, an oil smudge on the chest, and an unidentified blotch on the hem. The washing machine is on the 2nd floor. The detergent sits on top of it. Call me if you can't figure it out. Lin Mo stared at the black cat. You can talk. Yes. Lin Mo turned to Chen Ping'an. Master, the cat in your shop can talk. I know. Aren't you the least bit surprised? I've grown accustomed to it. Lin Mo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Master, what other strange things are in your shop? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. There's a wooden carving on the 3rd floor with a remnant soul sealed inside. Do not touch it. On the 2nd floor at the stairwell corner, there is a soul-locking formation. Every morning at 7, I perform a chant, do not disturb me. The milk in the refrigerator has expired. Do not drink it. That is for Xiao He. She does not drink it, as she only inhales its scent. Baozi's cat food is in the 2nd drawer. Feed it 5 small handfuls a day, though it complains 5 is too many and 3 would suffice. Use your own judgment. Lin Mo took out a notebook and began writing. Anything else? That is all for now. I will tell you if I remember more. Lin Mo closed the notebook and slipped it into his pocket. Master, why did you take me in? Chen Ping'an looked at him for several long seconds. Because your grandmother's white fungus soup is truly delicious. Lin Mo said nothing more. Lin Mo moved in that very evening. His belongings were few: 1 suitcase, 1 backpack, and a bag of red dates his grandmother had stuffed into his hands. The suitcase was old, its wheels temperamental, wobbling along like a one-legged crab as he dragged it behind him. The backpack held textbooks and notebooks, along with a package of hard-boiled eggs his grandmother had cooked, wrapped in a plastic bag and tied with several knots. Chen Ping'an led him up to the 3rd floor. The room on the 3rd floor was small, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. The bed was made with clean sheets. Not Su Wan, who had not yet appeared, but Xiao He, who had helped make them. When Xiao He had spread the sheets, her fingers had caught on the fabric several times, and she had struggled considerably to smooth them flat. She had not mentioned it in front of Chen Ping'an, but Lin Mo later noticed the creases on the bedspread, and thought they looked less like they had been neatly made by human hands, and more like a cat had pawed at them. You'll stay in this room, Chen Ping'an said, pushing open the window. The view outside is nice. You can see the old street. Lin Mo stepped over and looked out. Night had already fallen. The old street's lanterns glowed, casting patches of light and shadow across the bluestone path. Uncle Wang's tea house still had its lights on, and the aroma from Brother Lu's vegetable restaurant drifted through the evening air. He looked for a few seconds, then turned around. Master, I can hear footsteps upstairs tonight. Wait, is there a floor above the 3rd floor? No. The 3rd floor is the top floor. Then what was that sound? Footsteps coming from the ceiling. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. That was a rat. Rats make footsteps. A big rat. Lin Mo studied Chen Ping'an's face. Chen Ping'an's expression was utterly calm, still as a stagnant pool. But Lin Mo noticed his master's fingers tap twice lightly on the table. That was a habit he had when lying, though Chen Ping'an himself might not even be aware of it. Master, you're lying to me. I'm not. Your fingers were tapping the table. Chen Ping'an looked down at his own hands. He slipped his hands into his pockets. There are no rats upstairs. It's Xiao He. She paces around on the 3rd floor at night when she can't sleep. She won't come into your room, don't worry. Lin Mo looked up at the ceiling. A crack ran from the wall corner toward the light fixture like a dried-up riverbed. Is she up there? Not right now. She's downstairs reciting the 3-character classic. Lin Mo went downstairs. Xiaohe stood before the counter, a copy of the three-character classic spread open in front of her, already murmuring the words. She recited with great earnestness, pronouncing each character one by one whenever she encountered an unfamiliar word to ask the black cat. The cat sat on the counter, half closed its eyes, and occasionally opened its mouth to supply a pronunciation. The scene resembled a retired teacher instructing an elementary school student. At the beginning of life, nature is good. Natures are alike. Habits make them diverge. Xiaohe stopped here. Baozi, how do you read this character? Go. When education is neglected, nature drifts astray. Dog. As in dog. Not the dog of dogs. The go of Guki. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. What is Guki? The black cat was silent for a moment. Ask your master. Xiaohe turned to look at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, what is Guki? Chen Ping'an was drinking cola and choked, coughing several times. It's just improper. What does improper mean? It means bad things. Not ask. Xiaohe pursed her lips and continued reciting. Lin Mo stood at the foot of the stairs watching the scene unfold. He felt as though he had wandered into a world that was hardly ordinary. His master was sharp-tongued but directionally challenged and could not cook. The uncle, no, the little ghost upstairs, was a young girl who had died at the age of 8. The shop's cat could speak and even teach people to recognize characters. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Master, where am I sleeping tonight? The 3rd floor. The bed is made. The bedding is in the wardrobe, help yourself. Lin Mo went upstairs. He lay on the unfamiliar bed and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. A crack on the ceiling ran from the wall corner toward the light fixture. From downstairs came the sound of Xiaohe reciting the three-character classic along with the black cat occasionally calling out corrections to her pronunciation. In the distance, the clatter of mahjong tiles, the hum of electric scooters, and the raucous chatter from a hot pot restaurant mixed together like a song that did not care for melody, but was not unpleasant to listen to. He closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. There were no ghosts in his dreams, no figures clad in black. Only his grandmother standing at the entrance to the residential compound, hands on her hips, scolding him for an entire hour without ever repeating herself. On the 3rd day since Lin Mo moved in, the drain at Brother Lu's restaurant became clogged. It wasn't a gradual blockage, it happened all at once. During lunch service, the water refused to drain from the sink, spilling over the basin and pooling across the floor. Brother Lu plunged the drain with a rubber suction cup more than 10 times to no avail. He poured half a bottle of pipe clarifier and waited an hour, but still nothing happened. The water didn't recede, instead it bubbled up from the floor drain. Black water carrying an indescribable fishy stench. Brother Lu squatted on the kitchen floor staring at the puddle of black water, his brow furrowed. He had run this restaurant for 15 years and dealt with countless clogged drains, but he had never seen water of such a color. This was not ordinary sewage. It was the kind of liquid that seemed to seep from something that had been rotting for far too long. He called Chen Ping'an. Xiao Chen, come over. Chen Ping'an was teaching Lin Mo how to draw talismans. Lin Mo had attempted 7 calming talismans, ruined 6 of them, and barely managed the 7th. One whose strokes were crooked and wobbly, like a snake run over by a carriage. Chen Ping'an was just about to scold him when his phone rang. What's wrong, Brother Lu? The drain is clogged. Come take a look. You're calling me about a clogged drain. I'm a Taoist priest, not a plumber. The water is black. It has a fishy odor. Chen Ping'an set down his phone and stood up. Lin Mo, let's go. Where are we going? To Brother Lu's restaurant. The drain is clogged. Lin Mo followed behind him, still clutching his brush. The cinnabar on the brush tip had not yet dried, leaving a trail of red droplets behind him like a string of ellipses. The back kitchen of Brother Lu's restaurant was unbearable to look at. Black water covered the floor, spreading all the way to the doorway. Brother Lu had placed a mop across the threshold to hold the water back. The stench of the black water was nauseating. Not the foul odor of waste, but something else, the scent of death itself. Chen Ping'an squatted down, withdrew a yellow talisman from his bag, and laid it upon the water's surface. The yellow talisman did not grow damp, it floated upon the water like a leaf. Then slowly the paper darkened from the edges inward, inch by inch, as though some unseen force were devouring it. There is something below, Chen Ping'an said, rising to his feet. This is no ordinary clog. What kind of thing? Brother Lu asked. I don't know. But surely it is not something good. Chen Ping'an instructed Brother Lu to shut off the water valve and wipe the kitchen dry. Then he led Lin Mo toward the drain entrance at the rear of the restaurant. The opening was narrow, just wide enough for one person to descend. Iron rungs clung to the walls, rusted through, groaning beneath their weight, as though crying out in pain. Lin Mo followed Chen Ping'an downward, a flashlight in hand, its beam dancing through the darkness. Master, what is down there? I do not know. We shall find out once we descend. The last time you said, I do not know, it was at the old ancestral home in Wuchuan. Something in that well nearly got us killed. This is different. This is a sewer. What harm could possibly lurk in a drain? Lin Mo found some merit in his master's words, yet something about the situation felt deeply wrong. He followed Chen Ping'an down approximately 5 or 6 meters before his feet touched solid ground. The sewer passage was wide enough for 2 men to walk side by side. The brick walls were coated in thick moss, slick and glistening to the touch. The air hung heavy with that same fishy odor, stronger than above. The flashlight beam revealed a bend ahead. The 2 men proceeded along the passage. After walking for perhaps 20 minutes, Chen Ping'an suddenly halted. He had heard a sound. Not the rush of water, not the whisper of wind, but something altogether different. Clack, clack, clack. It resembled the sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled. Did you hear that? He asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo leaned close to listen. Someone is playing mahjong. In a sewer. They exchanged a glance and pressed onward. Turning the corner, the flashlight illuminated a scene. A spacious chamber resembling an abandoned reservoir. At the center stood a stone table, square and solid. Around it sat 4 figures. No, not figures. Jiangshis. Clad in Qing dynasty official robes, their hats tilted at odd angles, their faces utterly expressionless. Their skin was the ashen gray of dried, cured meat, desiccated and shriveled. Their hands moved, drawing tiles, discarding tiles, calling Kong, declaring who. Clack, clack, clack. Chen Ping'an stood in the darkness, watching 4 jiangshi play mahjong silent. Lin Mo stood behind him, his flashlight trembling in his grip. Master, didn't you just say whatever is in this sewer couldn't possibly be formidable? I said couldn't possibly be formidable. I never said it was weak. Lin Mo shifted his beam away from the jiangshi and aimed it at the table. The mahjong tiles were no ordinary set. They were carved from bone, yellowed and polished smooth from years of handling. Upon their faces were inscribed not the traditional characters for dots, bambus and myriads, but talismanic sigils. The exact same sigils as those etched upon his own bone talisman. They are not playing mahjong, Chen Ping'an murmured softly. They are playing talisman tiles. Each tile bears an engraved sigil. They are using these talismans to communicate with something. The moment he finished speaking, all 4 jiangshi froze simultaneously. They turned their heads toward Chen Ping'an and Lin Mo. For pairs of eyes, pupilless, their whites clouded with a murky gray mist as though shrouded in fog. They stared motionless. Chen Ping'an rested his hand upon the hilt of the Tang Dao at his waist. Lin Mo fall back. Lin Mo retreated 2 steps. His hands shook, but his feet did not run. The 4 jiangshi rose. Their movements were agonizingly slow, joints clicking and creaking like machinery long neglected. They stepped from behind the table, advancing toward Chen Ping'an. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each footfall sent a tremor through the ground. Chen Ping'an withdrew a blue talisman from his bag, pinching it between his fingers, and chanted the character for thunder. Lightning erupted from the talisman, striking the lead jiangshi. The jiangshi staggered backward 2 paces, a burned hole ragged in its garment, revealing blackened flesh beneath. But it did not fall. It continued forward. The blue talisman is ineffective, Chen Ping'an said, stowing it, and drawing a purple one instead, the 5 thunder evil suppressing talisman. He chanted thunder. Violet light detonated from the talisman in a brilliant flash. A bolt of lightning 10 times thicker than the previous strike slammed into the jiangshi, sending it flying through the air. It crashed against the wall and collapsed to the ground motionless. The remaining 3 jiangshi paused, glancing at their fallen companion, then back at Chen Ping'an. Slowly, deliberately, they retreated step by step, returned to the table, and resumed their game. Clack, clack, clack. Chen Ping'an secured the purple talisman, grabbed Lin Mo, and withdrew from the sewer. Returning to the shop, Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter in silence for a long while. Lin Mo stood beside him, still clutching the ruined, calming talisman in his hand. Master, what were those 4 creatures? Jiangshi. From the Qing dynasty. At least 100 years old. Were they playing mahjong in the sewer? Not playing mahjong. They were using talisman cards to communicate with something. Chen Ping'an pulled the square bone talisman from beneath his collar and placed it on the table. The runes on the talisman cards matched those on the bone talisman. Gui Su is raising jiangshi, issuing commands through the talisman cards. The 4 in the sewer are merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Mo studied the bone talisman. Pale yellow somewhere between jade and bone, its surface carved with characters he could not decipher. Master, what is this bone talisman for? A key. A key to opening a door. Chen Ping'an hung the bone talisman back around his neck. But I'm still missing a piece. Missing a piece. There are 4 bone talismans in total. I've found 3 square, round, and diamond. Missing is the triangular one. Lin Mo took out his notebook and wrote it down. He wrote with earnest concentration, every stroke precise and neat. Chen Ping'an glanced at his handwriting, then at the crooked, calming talisman he himself had drawn, and fell silent. Lin Mo. Yes. Your handwriting is quite good. I practiced in elementary school. You'll help me write notices from now on. Lin Mo looked up at him. What kind of notices? Hey, something that reads, Qingshan Pavilion Feng Shui, an exorcism, prices negotiable. Put it on the door. My handwriting is illegible to clients. Lin Mo was silent for 2 seconds. All right. The black cat hopped down from the counter and padded over to Chen Ping'an's feet, looking up at him. The Jiangshi in the sewer belonged to Gui Su. How do you know? The runes on the talisman cards are the same set as on the bone talisman. Gui Su is using the bone talisman's power to control the Jiangshi. The bone talisman in your hand is exactly what they want to seize. Once they have it, they can control far more Jiangshi. The black cat's voice was soft. The 4 in the sewer were only the first batch. There are many more hidden throughout Rongcheng. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. What do they want to do? I don't know, but it's certainly nothing good. Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the doorway. Night had fallen. The old street's lamps glowed warmly. Old Man Wang's tea house was still lit, and he sat at the entrance with his teacup watching Chen Ping'an. Xiaoqin, you look pale. Chen Ping'an walked over and sat beside Old Man Wang. Old Man Wang, is your turtle still around? It is. What's wrong? Can I take a look? Old Man Wang stood up, went into the tea house, and returned a moment later carrying a bowl. Inside the bowl was the turtle, palm-sized, its shell a deep brownish hue carved with runes. It had extended its head, tiny and dark-eyed, gazing steadily at Chen Ping'an. The runes on its shell are identical to those on my bone talisman. Chen Ping'an squatted down to examine the turtle. It's not an ordinary turtle. It's a living sealing array. Old Man Wang raised his teacup and took a sip. I know. You know. I know. Your master told me 20 years ago. Uncle Wang, please take good care of this turtle. When Ping'an arrives, give it to him. The runes on its shell are the map to the 4th bone talisman. Chen Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. The map to the 4th bone talisman. Exactly. But you must wait until it dies. Old Man Wang's voice grew quiet. While it lives, the runes on its shell are alive. Once it dies, the runes fix in place, and then you can read them. Chen Ping'an looked at the turtle. The turtle looked back at him. Tiny eyes, black and glossy like 2 glass marbles. When will it die, eh? Old Man Wang was silent for several seconds. Soon. It has lived over 100 years. Over 100 years. Chen Ping'an's fingers lightly touched the turtle's shell. It was cool to the touch, yet beneath it pulsed a faint vibration like the heartbeat of a very ancient heart still going. Thank you, Old Man Wang. No thanks needed. Your master asked me to raise it. I've cared for it for 20 years. Old Man Wang lifted the bowl, turned, and walked back into the tea house. I'll let you know when it dies. Chen Ping'an stood at the tea house doorway, watching Old Man Wang's figure disappear behind the counter. The old street's lamps glowed, casting the bluestone path in alternating light and shadow. He turned and walked back to the shop. Lin Mo was sweeping the floor, while Xiao He floated beside him, pointing at a scrap of paper. There's another here, it said. Lin Mo swept it into the dustpan. The black cat sat on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Lin Mo. Yes. Starting tomorrow, every morning you'll go into the sewer. What for? Keep an eye on those 4 Jiangshi. See who they contact. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Master, last time you said, how bad could it be, and nearly got yourself killed by Jiangshi. This time you're telling me to watch them. Won't they notice us? They might. Then why make me go? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Take Baozi with you. It's sharper than you. The black cat's tail flicked once. If translated into words, the expression read, about time you said something honest. Lin Mo glanced at the black cat, then at Chen Ping'an. Master, can you come along too? No. Tomorrow I'm studying soul-calling incantations with Zhou Yunha. But what if the Jiangshi attack me? Baozi will protect you. The black cat leaped from the counter and walked over to Lin Mo's feet, looking up at him. Are you scared? Lin Mo met the black cat's golden eyes. No. Then go. Lin Mo took a deep breath. All right. Chen Ping'an watched Lin Mo's straight back and silently made a note in his heart, this kid's braver than he was when he first left the mountain. When he himself had first come down the mountain, he'd nearly drawn a talisman at an elderly woman on a bus. Lin Mo on his very first day had the courage to descend into a sewer and watch Jiangshi play mahjong. That kind of bravery was worth nurturing. The turtle died on a Tuesday morning. Chen Ping'an was reciting the unbinding mantra for Xiao He on the 30th repetition when Uncle Wang entered the shop carrying a bowl. Inside the bowl lay the turtle, its head withdrawn into its shell, motionless. The shell was still dark brown, the runes still the same, but the turtle would never move again. Chen Ping'an stopped and gazed at the turtle. When did this happen? This morning. By the time I woke up, it had already gone still. Uncle Wong set the bowl on the counter, his voice barely above a whisper. I kept it for 20 years, yet it still left me. Chen Ping'an lifted the bowl and studied the turtle's shell. The runes on the shell became clearly visible in the morning light, not carved but grown. The patterns resembled the rings of a tree, layer upon layer, each circle nested within the next. He pulled out his phone and took a photograph, zooming in to examine it. The runes were not arranged at random. They formed a pattern, a map. A map of Rongcheng. He shrunk the photo and saw the outline of the city. At its center lay a red, not painted on, but a natural discoloration of the shell, that area deeper in hue as though soaked by something. The red dot marked Changshan Street, the street where he had opened his shop. The fourth bone talisman is in my store, Chen Ping'an said, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle Wong looked at him. How do you know? The map on the turtle's shell. The red dot is at Changshan Street, and the center point of Changshan Street is my shop. Chen Ping'an set the bowl down and rose to his feet. It's in my shop. After living here so long, I never even knew. Lin Mo came down from upstairs, spotted the bowl and the turtle on the counter, and walked over to take a look. Master, the turtle is dead. Yes. Are you crying? No. Sand got in my eyes. Lin Mo glanced at the shop windows. The windows were shut. There was no wind. No sand. He did not expose the lie. Chen Ping'an lifted the bowl and handed it to Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong, please keep the turtle for now. Once I find the fourth bone talisman, I will bury it properly. Uncle Wong took the bowl and nodded. Your master said you were clever. I did not believe him. Today I do. He carried the bowl and left. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop and surveyed it. On the first floor, the counter, the chairs, the character for Dao on the wall, the bluestone bricks on the ground. The fourth bone talisman was in his shop. Not hidden in some secret corner, not locked away in a cabinet. It was right beneath his nose. Right where he could see it every day. He crouched down and tapped the floor tile by tile. The bluestone bricks were solid, no hollow spaces. He tapped 10, 20, 30 tiles, all solid. He then inspected the walls, tapping them with his fingers, solid as well. The ceiling was too high to reach, so he fetched a chair and stood on it. On the ceiling was a lamp fixture, and around it ran a ring of plaster molding, which proved to be hollow. He pried open the plaster molding, but found nothing inside. Where is it? He squatted on the chair, scanning the entire shop. Xiao He drifted over. Brother Chen, what are you looking for? A bone talisman. The fourth one. Xiao He thought for a moment. Could it be in Baozi's nest? Chen Ping'an glanced toward the corner beneath the counter, the black cat's den. A cardboard box lined with an old towel. He pulled the box out and unfolded the towel. Beneath it lay something, a triangular bone. It was small, about the size of a fingernail, dark in color with a smooth surface. He picked it up and held it to the light. Triangular in shape, the material was identical to the bone talisman around his neck, and on the reverse side was carved the character Chun. The fourth piece. Chen Ping'an threaded the triangular bone talisman onto the same red cord alongside the square, round, and rhombus-shaped ones. The four bone talismans fit together, filling the hollow center. Square, round, rhombus, triangular, like four figures of different shapes embracing one another. He bowed his head and looked at them. The four bone talismans pressed together, one cold, and one warm, one light, and one heavy. Baozi, did you know it was in your nest all along? The black cat sat on the ground, gazing at the overturned cardboard box. I knew. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? You never asked. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. He felt the cat had done this deliberately, but he had no evidence. That evening, Chen Ping'an set the four bone talismans on the counter and fitted them together, square, round, diamond, and triangular. Following the patterns etched on the turtle shell, he arranged the four bone talismans into a precise formation, not at random, but deliberately shaped into a circle. The square rested at the bottom, the round piece at the top, the diamond on the left, and the triangle on the right. Once assembled, the edges of the bone talismans began to glow, not with a flickering light, but with a steady, continuous radiance, a pale, soft blue, like moonlight spilling across snow. The light seeped from the talisman's edges like water, spreading slowly across the counter. It flowed onto the table, pooled on the floor, and climbed the walls. The entire shop was bathed in blue light. Xiao He shrank on the stairs, shielding her eyes with her hands. Ghosts feared strong light, but this glow was gentle rather than harsh. After a moment, she lowered her hands. Lin Mo stood nearby, still holding his brush. The cinnabar on its tip had shifted to purple under the blue light. On the counter, a black cat crouched with golden eyes that turned green in the luminescence. At the center of the light, an image emerged. Not a projection, not an illusion. Something real, as though someone had opened a window, and on the other side lay an unfamiliar place. Mountains rose in the distance, a bamboo forest spread across the slope, and a narrow path wound through it all. On the path walked a figure in white back, turned to them, heading uphill. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, stirring gently in the wind. Chen Ping'an's hands trembled. He knew that silhouette. He had seen it in dreams, many times. That bamboo forest, that path, that white figure. Mom, he called out. The white figure paused. She turned around slowly. Her face was indistinct, blurred, as though viewed through frosted glass. Yet Chen Ping'an could make out her features. An oval face, large eyes, a slight curve at the corners of her mouth. Just as he had imagined. Just as he had seen in his dreams. Ping'an. Her voice was soft and gentle like wind moving through bamboo. You found the bone talismans. Chen Ping'an's tears spilled over. It was not merely crying. It was the kind of release that comes when you have waited so long for something and finally receive it, yet cannot tell whether to laugh or weep. Mom, where are you? In a place you cannot reach yet. But you will come. When you are ready, you will come. How can I find you? Follow the bone talismans. They will lead you to me. The image began to blur like a photograph soaked in water, colors fading, outlines dissolving until nothing remained. The blue light dissipated. The bone talismans went dark. The shop returned to its ordinary state. The dim yellow lamp, the grayish-white walls, the worn counter. Chen Ping'an stood before the counter, his face wet with tears. Lin Mo stood beside him at a loss for words. He handed him a tissue. Chen Ping'an took it and wiped his face. Master, that was your mother. Yes. Where is she? I don't know, but I will find her. Lin Mo did not press further. He set down his brush, picked up the broom, and continued sweeping. Xiao He drifted down from the stairs and floated to Chen Ping'an's side, gazing up at him. Brother Chen, your mother is so beautiful. Yes. Her voice sounds so lovely too. Yes. You will find her. Chen Ping'an knelt and gently ruffled Xiao He's hair. His fingers passed through it without touching anything, but the gesture brought her comfort nonetheless. I will. The next morning, Bai Jiming arrived. When he pushed open the door, Chen Ping'an was sitting behind the counter devouring a bowl of instant noodles. The sour vegetable variety, complete with a ham sausage, a marinated egg, and a sachet of pickled mustard tuber. Lin Mo stood nearby, practicing his calligraphy, painstakingly writing the character four-person stroke by stroke on yellow paper. He wrote with great concentration, far more beautifully than Chen Ping'an ever could. Xiao He floated beside him, tracing his brushstrokes in the air, the glowing lines trailing behind like the tails of fireflies. Bai Jiuming glanced at Lin Mo, then at Xiao He, and finally let his gaze settle on Chen Ping'an. Another one in your shop. My disciple. Lin Mo, said Chen Ping'an, slurping a mouthful of noodles. Just took him on. You took on a disciple. Bai Jiuming's tone carried a hint of disbelief. You can barely feed yourself, and you're taking on a disciple. I can feed him. I have clients. Chen Ping'an gestured toward the stack of cash on the counter. 3,000 from Li Xiufeng, the first installment of 500 from Zhao Dechu, and another 3,000 that Yi Ling had given him last time. That added up to 6,500, enough to cover 2 months of rent. Bai Jiuming said nothing more. He sat down in a chair, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a USB drive, placing it on the table. I found it. The real identity of that tall, thin man at the foot of Mount Amei. Chen Ping'an set down his chopsticks. Who? His name is Lu Wan. 42 years old, from western Hunan. No fixed address, no fixed occupation, no assets under his name. But every month, he transfers money to a certain account. The owner of that account is called Wen Shu. Chen Ping'an's brows furrowed. One of the 7 elders of Guishu. The code name written in his mother's notebook. Correct. Wen Shu. We can't find her real name, her age, or her address. But every month, she withdraws a sum of money from Lu Wen's account. Not much, anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000. Bai Jiuming took out his phone, scrolled to a photograph, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. The photo showed a woman in her 40s, her hair coiled neatly at the back of her head, wearing a black qipao. Her skin was pale, her lips painted a dark crimson, her deep brown pupils small and unyielding. Her gaze into the lens carried the cold appraisal of someone examining the quality of merchandise. Wen Shu, one of the 7 elders of Guishu, in charge of the soul nurturing operations in the Rongcheng area. Chen Ping'an stared at the photograph for a long while. He handed the phone back to Bai Jiuming. How did you manage to trace this? Through my grandfather's connections. The Bai family has been in Rongcheng for decades. Oh, we know certain people. Those people are unwilling to deal with Guishu, but they are willing to help me. Bai Jiuming's voice remained flat. The price is that when we locate Guishu's lair, they get to strike first. What did he agree to? That when we find Guishu's stronghold, they make their move first. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a few seconds. You agreed? I agreed. Chen Ping'an pulled 4 bone talismans from his collar and placed them on the counter, square, round, diamond-shaped, and triangular. Joined together, they formed a complete circle. Bai Jiuming stared at the 4 bone talismans, momentarily stunned. All 4. All 4. When did you find the 4th? Yesterday. Inside Grandpa Wang's turtle shell, or rather inside Baozi's nest. Bai Jioming glanced at the black cat perched on the counter. The black cat licked its paw, pretending not to hear. You had a bone talisman in your cat's nest. Yes. He knew, but he never said anything. Bai Jioming looked at the black cat. The black cat looked back at Bai Jioming. They held each other's gaze for several seconds before the black cat looked away, first resuming his grooming. Baozi, what exactly are you? Bai Jioming asked. The black cat paused, lowered his paw, and looked at Bai Jioming. His mouth opened and closed, producing a voice that was soft yet perfectly clear. I am a friend of your parents and Chen Ping'an's parents. Bai Jioming's fingers clenched. You knew my parents? I did. Before they entrusted you to my grandfather, they came to me first. The black cat's voice was faint, yet every word struck into Bai Jioming's ears like a nail driven into wood. They said, Baozi, we are going somewhere, and we may not return. Please look after Jioming. They also said, when Ping'an grows up, take him and go find us. Bai Jioming's hand trembled. When did they come to you? When you were born. Your father carried you in his arms, and your mother followed behind. Your father said, Baozi, look, this is my son. Your mother replied, he looks just like you. Your father countered, like me. Not at all. Your mother said, his eyes are mine, but his mouth is yours. They bickered for a while, and then you cried. Your father said, see, he doesn't like us arguing. Your mother said, it's because your voice is too loud. Bai Jioming's eyes reddened. He did not cry. He held it back, but his lips trembled. I waited 22 years, said the black cat in a gentle voice. I waited until I found you, until I found Ping'an. You are both here now. The promise I made to your parents. I have kept it. Bai Jioming lowered his head and looked at his hands. They were still trembling. He clenched them into fists, then relaxed them, then clenched them again. Baozi. His voice was slightly hoarse. Thank you. No need for thanks. Your parents said the same thing. I told them no thanks needed. Just come back alive. The black cat's tail gave a single flick. They did not come back alive. But they will return. You will find them. Bai Jioming stood up and walked to the doorway. With his back to Chen Ping'an and the black cat, he stood there for a long while. Chen Ping'an did not call out to him. Lin Mo did not look up. Xiao He floated at the ceiling, too afraid to descend. The shop was so quiet that the ticking of the old wall clock could be heard. After approximately 2 minutes, Bai Jioming turned around. His eyes were red, but no tears were on his face. He walked back, sat down in the chair, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips without lighting it. He took it out, looked at it, and then put it back. When did you start smoking? Chen Ping'an asked. Just now. You don't smoke. I'm learning. Bai Jioming lit the cigarette, took a drag, and immediately began coughing violently. He coughed several times, stubbed the cigarette out, and tossed it into the ashtray. Tastes bad. Of course it tastes bad. You're not a smoker. Chen Ping'an pushed his instant noodle bowl aside, reached under the counter, and pulled out a bottle of cola. He twisted off the cap and set it in front of Bai Jioming. Drink this. It's sweet. It'll make you feel better. Bai Jioming looked at the cola bottle. It was chilled condensation beading along its surface. He picked it up, took a sip, and swallowed. Chen Ping'an. Did you hear what your mother said in the vision? Yes. She said, follow the bone talismans. The bone talismans will lead you to her. Bai Jioming looked at the 4 bone talismans around Chen Ping'an's neck. When do we set out? When we're ready. Chen Ping'an tucked the bone talismans back beneath his collar. Zhou Yunhe said, my soul-guiding mantra still needs practice. Lin Mo hasn't finished drawing his clarity talismans. We haven't clarified the situation with the zombies in the sewer. Guishu's people are still watching us. Now is not the time. Bai Jioming nodded. Then when will the time be right? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Soon. Lin Mo set down his brush and looked up at Bai Jioming. Brother, by the way you were smoking just now. It reminded me of my grandmother. Bai Jioming paused. Your grandmother smokes. No, she doesn't. But when she's angry, she holds a chopstick between her lips and pretends to smoke. She says it helps her calm down. Bai Jioming's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Chen Ping'an, who was trying hard not to laugh. Your disciple talks better than you, Bai Jioming said. He takes after me. He's better than you. Chen Ping'an did not argue. Because Bai Jioming was right. Lin Mo truly was better than him. Lin Mo drew talismans faster, wrote more beautiful characters, and never stumbled over incantations. He had taken on a disciple who surpassed him. But he did not feel ashamed. A capable disciple reflects well on the master, even if he had barely taught him anything. Lin Mo had spent the 7th day at the shop and was already accustomed to everything. Each morning at 6 he rose, boiled water, swept the floor, and then recited the unbinding mantra alongside Chen Ping'an. He recited it better than Chen Ping'an. His tongue never stumbled, every character clear and precise. He finished all 49 rounds in one breath, without gasping. Xiao He followed his lead and did equally well. Chen Ping'an felt his position in the shop gradually slipping away. It was no longer just him who could recite mantras, nor just him who could write. As for talisman drawing, Lin Mo wasn't quite skilled yet, but it was only a matter of time. In the afternoon, Chen Ping'an taught Lin Mo to draw talismans. Today's lesson was the Calming Spirit Talisman, slightly more difficult than the Heart Clearing Talisman. The talisman's head required 7 strokes, its core 12, and its base 6 variations. Chen Ping'an drew one on yellow paper stroke by slow stroke. When finished, he examined it and found it satisfactory. Though the roof radical of the character and leaned slightly astray, it would not impair the talisman's efficacy. "You follow along," he said, handing the brush to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and set it to paper. The first stroke, completed. The second stroke, completed. The third stroke, completed. In one uninterrupted flow, he finished the entire talisman with no pause, no hesitation. Setting the brush down, he gazed at the finished piece. The cinnabar lines on the talisman paper flickered, not with light, but as the color deepened, and then faded as though the ink had seeped into the fibers of the paper. "It's done," Chen Ping'an remarked. Lin Mo lifted the talisman and held it up to the light. The strokes flowed smoothly, balanced in their density, the cinnabar applied with even color. Far better than his first attempt at a heart-clearing talisman. Chen Ping'an himself had wasted 7 attempts at the Calming Spirit Talisman before managing an 8th that was barely usable. Lin Mo had succeeded on his very first try. "You have a gift for this." Chen Ping'an returned the talisman to him. Lin Mo folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. "Master, didn't you say the most important thing in drawing talismans is a calm mind?" "My mind is very still. These past few days at the shop have been the best sleep I've had in 17 years. Chen Ping'an looked at him. Color had returned to Lin Mo's face. Not the sickly pallor from before, but a healthy, radiant whiteness. The dark circles beneath his eyes had faded and the puffiness beneath them diminished. He looked like a normal 17-year-old boy, not a patient wasted to a skeletal frame by months of ghostly haunting. "Why, because there are people here," Lin Mo replied softly. "Before I lived alone and was afraid at night. Not afraid of ghosts, afraid of being entirely alone. Now there's you and Xiaohe and Baozi. I'm not afraid anymore." Chen Ping'an said nothing. He patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Let's go eat. Brother Lu made braised pork today." Lin Mo smiled. A small but genuine smile. He stood up and headed toward the door. Halfway to the threshold, he paused and turned back. "Master, you said last time it wouldn't be long. When will the time come?" Chen Ping'an said after a moment. Lin Mo paused. 100. Yes. 100. Not a single one may be ruined." Lin Mo was silent for a few seconds. "Understood." He pushed open the door and stepped out. Xiaohe drifted behind him, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the wind. The black cat leaped down from the counter and wound itself around Lin Mo's feet, its tail held high. Chen Ping'an watched them go and leaned back in his chair. He took the 4 bone talismans from beneath his collar and rested them in his palm, square, round, diamond-shaped, and triangular. Pressed together, they were cool, but as they touched his skin, they slowly grew warm. He recalled the words his mother had spoken in that vision. "Follow the bone talismans. They will lead you to me." The moment the bone talismans had glowed, he had seen her face. It had been indistinct, but he had seen her. An oval face, large eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Just as he had imagined. Just as he had dreamed. In his dreams, he had chased her countless times and never caught her. But this time was different. This time she had turned around. She had seen him. She had called his name. "Ping'an." Chen Ping'an clenched the bone talismans in his palm. They pressed against his skin, sending a faint tingling sensation. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness saw that scene once more. The bamboo grove, the winding path, the white silhouette ahead. She walked in front of him, never looking back, but he knew she was waiting for him. Waiting for him to catch up. Waiting for him to say, "Mother, I'm here." Sunlight streamed through the window, falling across the counter and onto the character for Dao hung on the wall. Lin Mo returned from Brother Lu's eatery, carrying 2 bowls of braised pork. Xiaohe drifted behind him, her nose hovering near the edge of one bowl, drawing in deep breaths with each inhale. The black cat followed at his heels, craning its neck to watch the bowl in Lin Mo's hand. "Baozi, you can't eat braised pork. It's too salty," Lin Mo said. The cat's tail gave a single flick as if to say, "I know. I'm just looking." Lin Mo set one bowl on the counter and took the other for himself, sitting down on a stool to eat. He ate slowly, chewing each mouthful thoroughly. Xiaohe floated beside him, inhaling the fragrance of the braised pork with an expression of pure contentment. "Brother Lin Mo, is the braised pork delicious?" "Delicious. What does it taste like?" "Sweet, salty, and just a hint of spice." Xiaohe drew in a deep breath. "I can smell it. Sweet, salty, and just a hint of spice." Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter watching them. Lin Mo eating braised pork, Xiaohe savoring its aroma, and the black cat fixated on the dish. Suddenly, he felt that this shop was becoming more and more like a home. He picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of braised pork, and placed it in his mouth. The meat was stewed until it melted upon contact with his tongue. He chewed twice and swallowed, then reached for another piece. Master, Lin Mo called out. Do you think my mother will come to the shop to see me? She will, Chen Ping'an replied after a moment. When you finish drawing 100 calming spirit talismans, your grandmother will bring her here. Lin Mo bowed his head and gazed at the braised pork in his bowl. Then I'll draw faster. Xiaohe drifted beside him and tugged at the corner of his shirt. Her fingers passed through the fabric, unable to make contact, yet Lin Mo felt it all the same. Brother Lin Mo, what does your mother look like? Lin Mo thought for a moment. Not tall. A bit chubby. 2 dimples when she smiles. Her braised pork tastes even better than Brother Lu's. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Then when your mother comes, can I smell the braised pork she makes? Of course. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an finished the braised pork in his bowl and set it on the counter. He stood up, walked to the doorway, and looked out at the old street. The setting sun bathed the bluestone pathway in golden light. Grandpa Wang's tea house, Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stand, and Brother Lu's eatery all lay wrapped in the amber glow. Lin Mo, he called out. Starting tomorrow, draw 10 more calming spirit talismans each day. Why? Because your grandmother misses you. Lin Mo paused, then smiled. He bowed his head and continued eating his braised pork. On the 10th day since Lin Mo took up residence at the shop, Chen Ping'an sent him alone to watch the 4 zombies in the sewer. It was not that Chen Ping'an himself shied away from the task. He needed to visit Yiling's antique shop to inspect a new shipment of goods. Yiling called to report that another shipment from Guizhou had arrived, its packaging identical to that of the wooden carving last time. Too frightened to open it herself, she asked Chen Ping'an to take a look. Chen Ping'an had originally wanted Bai Jiuming to accompany Lin Mo, but Bai Jiuming said he was busy investigating another account belonging to Lu Wen and could not come. You go alone. Chen Ping'an stuffed a bundle of yellow talismans into Lin Mo's bag, along with a flashlight, a bottle of water, and a packet of crackers. Remember, do not approach the 4 zombies. They will ignore you while playing mahjong, but the moment you step within 3 meters they will rise. If you retreat, they sit back down and continue their game. Make no sound, and do not shine the flashlight directly into their eyes, though they may lack sight. What if they have it? Lin Mo slung the bag over his shoulder and nodded. Master, when will you be back? This afternoon. No later than 2 or 3. Chen Ping'an reached the doorway, then paused. By the way, take some steamed buns. The black cat perched on the counter licked its paw. I am not going. The sewer is filthy. Are you not a cat? Cats do not fear dirt. I am a cat, and cats love cleanliness. The black cat gave a single flick of its tail. Your disciple goes alone. He needs training. Chen Ping'an looked at Lin Mo. Fear was absent from Lin Mo's face, yet his fingers trembled faintly. He slipped his hands into his pockets so Chen Ping'an would not notice. Very well. Go ahead. Call me if anything happens. Lin Mo descended into the sewer. The moment the manhole cover closed above him, the light dimmed. He switched on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness ahead. Thick moss cloaked the walls, damp and slick to the touch. The air hung heavy with a fishy stench far stronger than before. After roughly 15 minutes of walking, he heard it. The sound of tiles sliding against one another. Clack, clack, clack. Rounding a bend, he spotted the 4 zombies. They sat around a stone table, manipulating bone tiles. As before, they wore Qing Dynasty official robes, skull caps, tilted askew faces, blank and expressionless, their skin a pale, desiccated gray. Lin Mo crouched behind a corner and killed his flashlight. In the darkness, only the sound of mahjong tiles broke the silence. After listening for a while, he noticed a pattern. Every 4 rounds, the 4 zombies would simultaneously pause, raise their heads, and stare at the ceiling. Not at the same point, but each toward a different direction. East, south, west, north. Then they would bow their heads and continue playing. Lin Mo pulled out his phone, opened the Notes app, and recorded every 4 rounds they look in 4 directions. East, south, west, north. As he bent his head to type, his foot struck something. Crack. A sharp sound like something shattering. He looked down, a bone. Not human, but animal, resembling the leg bone of some small creature. He had already crushed it beneath his shoe. The mahjong sound stopped. Lin Mo raised his head. The 4 zombies were looking at him. For pairs of eyes, pupilless, the whites clouded gray like fog-shrouded glass. They gazed at him motionless. Lin Mo's hands trembled. He clicked on his flashlight and aimed it at the ground, not at the zombies. I didn't mean to. Please continue your game. His voice quavered, yet every word came out clearly. The zombies did not move. They stared at him for approximately 10 seconds. Then the zombie in the front, the one clad in blue official robes, slowly raised a hand and pointed behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned around. Nothing lay behind him except the dark, empty passage. When he turned back, the zombies had already lowered their heads and resumed playing. Clack, clack, clack. Lin Mo crouched behind the corner, his heart pounding. He drew a deep breath and slowly, carefully retreated step by step out of the sewer. When he climbed out of the manhole, sunlight struck his face harsh and blinding. He sat beside the opening, gasping for breath. His phone rang. It was Chen Ping'an calling. How did it go? They looked at me, then continued playing. Anything unusual? One zombie pointed behind me. I turned around, but there was nothing there. A pause of several seconds. Which direction was it pointing? East. What lies to the east? Lin Mo thought for a moment. The old street. Another silence. Head back to the shop. I am coming right now. Chen Ping'an was in Yiling's antique shop. She wore a pale blue shirt today, sleeves rolled to her elbows, her hair gathered into a low ponytail with loose strands framing her ears. She was wiping a porcelain vase with a cloth, meticulous in her work, not sparing even the base. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, she set down the cloth and retrieved a cardboard box from behind the counter. It arrived. Just delivered this morning. She placed the box on the table and sliced through the sealing tape with a utility knife. The tape clung tightly. She made 2 cuts before it finally gave way. The box was packed with foam and newspaper. At the very bottom lay a wooden carving. It was roughly the same size as that grinning Buddha from last time, but this was no Buddha. It was a woman. Dressed in ancient garments, her hair coiled atop, her head a fan resting in her hands. The craftsmanship surpassed the previous piece. The folds of the robe and the grain of the fan were carved with remarkable precision. Yet the lacquer had peeled away more severely, exposing grayish-white wood beneath like a faded old photograph. Chen Ping'an lifted the carving from the box and turned it over to inspect the base. A yellow paper talisman was affixed there, inscribed with a soul-sealing sigil, identical to the one from last time. The brushstrokes, the structure, the finishing touches, all the work of the same hand. The edges of the talisman paper had curled, and the cinnabar ink had darkened to black, not the vibrant red of fresh pigment, but the deep time-soaked blackness of something preserved far too long. The same handiwork. He set the carving on the table, drew a blue talisman from his bag, and pressed it against the figure's forehead. The instant the paper made contact, a voice emerged from within the wood. Not a cry, but speech. Faint and thin like a mosquito's whine, or a voice calling from behind an impenetrable wall. Chen Ping'an leaned his ear close, yet could barely make out the words. He swapped it for a purple talisman, the spirit-binding purple sigil he had drawn previously. The moment it touched the carving, the voice grew louder, as though someone had turned the volume from 1 to 3. Save me. The words came in fits and starts like a radio with a dying signal, each character separated by vast, aching silence. Chen Ping'an pressed the purple talisman firmer. Who are you? I am Suwan. Suwan. How old are you? 27. How did you end up sealed inside? The voice within the carving fell silent. Chen Ping'an feared she would not answer. Then it came again, fainter still, as if dredging up a memory she desperately wished to forget. Someone knocked on my door. I opened it, and then I knew nothing more. Her voice trembled. Later, I was here. Dark, so dark, no one. Only me. I called out, no one answered. I wept, no one heard. Yiling stood nearby, her cloth crumpled into a tight ball in her grip. Her face had gone pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Who knocked on your door? I don't know. Couldn't see his face, but he carried a scent, sandalwood. Suwan's voice grew ever fainter. So heavy, so thick, I wanted to vomit. Sandalwood. Once again sandalwood. The people of Guishu. Chen Ping'an etched the name deeply into his mind. Suwan, where is your body? I don't know, my soul was divided in 2. Her voice began to break apart like a recorder running out of power. Half is here. Half is in my body. They took my body to a very cold place. Underground. There was a bed, iron frames. People came every day to feed me. Feed you what? Bitter, so bitter. After drinking it, my body went numb, but my consciousness remained. I could hear them talking. They said, this one is thriving well. In another 3 months, she'll be ready for use. Chen Ping'an's fingers clenched the edge of the table until his knuckles turned white. Soul-nourishing liquid. They were using it to sustain her body while siphoning half her soul and sealing it within the carving. In that dark, cramped space where she couldn't even turn around, she had remained for an unknown duration. 3 years. 5. She did not know. She only knew darkness absolute and suffocating and solitude. Suwan, do you remember where that place is? Rongcheng town, that building, underground, 2nd floor. Suwan's voice grew ever lighter, barely audible, like wind threading through a cracked window. I heard them saying, the cargo from Rongcheng town will arrive tomorrow, to the 2nd underground level. Chen Ping'an's breath caught for a moment. Rongcheng town, the building where his father had arranged to meet him, a place he had visited twice. Su Wan's body lay in the second underground level of that very building. While he stood in the main hall conducting business with Wenchu, Su Wan's body lay merely meters beneath his feet. Could she hear his voice? He could not say. Su Wan, I will come find your body. Wait for me. The carving fell silent for a moment. Thank you. And then the voice vanished like a lamp extinguished by a sudden gust of wind. The purple talisman's glow dimmed. Yiling stood beside him, her cloth thoroughly crumpled in her grasp. Her body is in Rongcheng town. Yes, a Guishu outpost. I have been there twice. Chen Ping'an placed the carving into a cloth pouch and zipped it shut. The first time I lingered only at the entrance and left. The second time I met Wenchu in the main hall to strike a deal. Never went downstairs. The second underground level was forbidden. Then how do you plan to get in? By waiting. Waiting for what? To wait for them to open the door? Chen Ping'an slung the pouch over his shoulder. Or to wait for them to invite me in? Yiling studied him, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds. Be careful. I will be. Chen Ping'an reached the doorway and paused, turning back. Yiling. Yes. You mentioned your grandfather's bronze tripod was acquired 20 years ago. Did you ever trace the source of that shipment? Yiling retrieved a notebook from her drawer, flipped it open, and pushed it toward him. Several lines of neat handwriting recorded her findings, the unmistakable stroke of her pen. Wuchuan County in Guizhou Province. A man named Lu and sold it to a local purchaser who then resold it to a wholesaler in Rongcheng. The wholesaler sold it to my grandfather. I traced the purchaser's name and telephone number, but the line has been disconnected. The address points to a village below Wuchuan County. I sent someone to investigate. The village still exists, but the purchaser died 3 years ago. How did he die? No one knows. Neighbors said illness, but when pressed they could not specify the disease. Chen Ping'an closed the notebook and returned it to her. Lu Wan. The tall, lean man at the foot of Mount Amei, also named Lu Wan. The same person, possibly, or merely a coincidence. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door. I will investigate and let you know. He stepped out of the antique shop. The sky was nearly dark, the streets thinning with evening, the street lamps already glowing. He stood by the roadside, removing the pouch from his shoulder and holding it against his chest. Inside lay Su Wan, a 27-year-old woman who had been lured onto a vehicle sealed within a wooden carving and abandoned in darkness for an unknowable span of time. She was waiting for him to come rescue her. He looked down at the pouch and spoke softly. Su Wan, endure just a little longer. Help is on the way. No response came from within, but he knew she had heard him. Carrying the pouch, he walked back along the old street. Passing Grandpa Wang's tea house, the old man poked his head out and called, Xiao Chen, what are you carrying there? An antique. Is it valuable? Not particularly, but it means a great deal to me. Grandpa Wang studied him for a moment, then said nothing more. He retreated into the tea house with his teacup. Chen Ping'an returned to the shop, set the pouch on the counter, unzipped it, and withdrew the wooden carving. He placed it in the corner beside the grinning Buddha carving from before. 2 carvings, 2 souls. One an unnamed remnant spirit, the other Su Wan. He crouched down and looked at them. Lin Mo descended from upstairs, a calligraphy brush in hand, cinnabar stains on his cuffs. Master, you're back. Is this a new one? Yes. Su Wan, 27 years old. Sealed for who knows how long. Chen Ping'an rose. Lin Mo, when you draw talismans, make her one for calming the spirit. Attach it to her carving. She has endured darkness alone for too long. She needs peace. Lin Mo gazed at the carving. The wooden woman held a fan, her expression serene, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if in quiet smile. But Lin Mo knew better. That was no smile of contentment. He approached, retrieved a calming talisman from the drawer, folded it into a small triangle, and pressed it against the base of the carving. The instant the talisman touched the wood, it flickered once, then dimmed. Sister Su Wan, I am Lin Mo, Chun De Ji's disciple. His voice was quiet, but clear. You are safe now. No one here will harm you. No response came from the carving. But from the corner, the grinning Buddha's wooden form emitted a soft, faint laugh. Not mockery. It was the smile of someone whispering, at last someone has come. Chen Ping'an heard it. He walked over and crouched beside the grinning Buddha. What are you laughing at? The Buddha offered no reply, yet its carved smile seemed to curve just a fraction higher. When Chen Ping'an returned to the shop, Lin Mo sat behind the counter drawing talismans. Peace-calming talismans. Over a dozen were done, each one perfect, not a single failure. Xiao He floated beside him, watching him draw and tracing patterns in the air with her fingers. Brother Lin Mo, your hand is so steady. It comes with practice. The first day I drew them, my hand wouldn't stop shaking. Doesn't shake anymore. No, it's because I've gotten used to it. Lin Mo set down his brush and gazed at the talismans he had drawn. 12-piece calming talismans lay neatly arranged on the table, the vermilion ink bright red, the strokes fluid and graceful. He looked at them and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Chen Ping'an walked in and placed a cloth bag on the counter. How many did you draw? 12. Adding yesterday's, that's 37 in total. We still need 63 more. I know. Lin Mo folded the talisman paper and slipped it into his pocket. Chen Ping'an opened the cloth bag and took out a carved wooden figurine, setting it on the counter. The wooden woman held a fan, her expression serene, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if smiling. But Chen Ping'an knew that was no genuine smile. It was the expression someone had deliberately carved when she was sealed. Another one. The black cat hopped down from the counter and fixed its gaze on the wooden figurine. Yes, Su Wan. A remnant soul. The same situation as the one in the carving. Chen Ping'an took out a purple talisman from his bag and pressed it against the wooden figurine. The talisman glowed briefly and a voice emerged from within the carving. You're back. I'm back. I will get to the bottom of what happened to you. Chen Ping'an removed the purple talisman. Su Wan, what do you still remember? They took me to a place. Underground. It was very cold. There was a bed. Someone was feeding me things. Bitter. So bitter. Feeding you what? I don't know. It was like medicine. After drinking it, my body couldn't move, but my consciousness remained. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened into fists. Soul-nourishing liquid. They were using soul-nourishing liquid to sustain her body, while simultaneously extracting half her soul and sealing it inside the wooden carving. Su Wan, where is your physical body? Underground. Second level. In Rongcheng town. That building. Chen Ping'an's breath caught for a moment. Rongcheng town. The building where his father had asked to meet him last time. He had been there twice before. Su Wan's body was in the basement of that very building. I will find your body. Wait for me. Thank you. The voice from within the carving faded. The light of the purple talisman dimmed. Lin Mo looked at the wooden figurine in silence. Master, is Su Wan's body in Rongcheng town? Yes. A stronghold of Guishu. I have been there twice. Chen Ping'an placed the wooden figurine back into the cloth bag and set it in the corner beside the previous wooden carving. You've been there twice and didn't find her body. I never went down. Only the first floor lobby. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Then how will you get in? Chen Ping'an looked at the two wooden carvings in the corner. Wait for them to open the door. Lin Mo did not press further. He picked up his brush and continued drawing talismans. Xiao He floated beside him, watching him work. The black cat perched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter watching Lin Mo draw talismans, watching Xiao He practice characters, watching the black cat flick its tail. He suddenly felt that everyone in this shop, every person, was doing exactly what they were meant to do. Lin Mo was drawing talismans, Xiao He was learning, the black cat was keeping watch. He was waiting for the people of Guishu to open the door. At dusk, Chen Ping'an went to Old Man Wang's tea house to free-loaf some tea and a side of peanuts. Old Man Wang seemed in a good mood today. There were guests in the tea house now, 3 old men playing cards, an old lady knitting beside them. The clacking of mahjong tiles and the buzzing chatter contrasted sharply with the lifeless silence of the past few days. Old Man Wang sat behind the counter watching them play cards, a faint smile on his lips. It wasn't polite friendliness, it was the satisfaction of someone thinking, finally someone to keep me company. Business is back. Chen Ping'an sat down in front of the counter. Back it is. Old Man Wang poured him a cup of tea using more leaves than usual, the brew so dark it was nearly black. After that night, those people never came back. Which night? The night you returned from Wuchuan. Old Man Wang lifted his teacup and took a sip. I know everything that happens on that street. You climbed over the wall and entered the shop in the middle of the night thinking no one saw you. Anzhong saw you. She thought you were a thief and almost hit you with a rolling pin. Brother Lu also saw you. He thought you were a loan shark collecting protection money and even pulled out his kitchen knife. Chen Ping'an's hand holding the teacup paused. Why didn't they hit me after all? Your master made some calls. He called Aunt Zhang and said, that's my apprentice, don't hit him. He also called Brother Lu saying, that's my apprentice, don't chop him. Brother Lu said, why does your apprentice look like a thief? Your master replied, he's directionally challenged. He walked into the wrong door. Chen Ping'an fell silent. That night he really did go to the wrong door. He ended up at the entrance of the building next door, fumbling with the lock for ages before realizing he had the wrong house number. His master knew even that. He suspected his master had planted a surveillance device on him. Old Man Wang, are your 3 wicked ghosts still playing mahjong lately? Old Man Wang's hand paused. They play? Every day? Yesterday, they were 1 short, so they dragged a broom over from the tea house to make up the numbers. The broom couldn't play, so they taught it. They taught it all afternoon, but the broom still didn't get it, so they flipped the table in anger. Did the broom learn? No. A broom is just a broom. It can't learn anything. Old Man Wang set down his teacup. But the wicked ghosts didn't give up. They said, if we can't teach the broom, we won't eat. They don't eat anyway. Chen Ping'an burst out laughing. He pictured 3 translucent wicked ghosts squatting in the corner yelling, "Pung! Gang! Who?" at a broom while the broom remained motionless like a primary school student being scolded by a teacher. The wicked ghosts shouted all afternoon, but the brooms still didn't move, so they flipped the table in rage, and the mahjong tiles scattered everywhere. Then they squatted on the ground picking up the tiles while cursing. The broom, the tiles, the table, and Old Man Wang. "You old man, why didn't you find us someone who can play it?" Old Man Wang sat behind the counter reading a newspaper pretending not to hear. "Old Man Wang, can you let your 3 wicked ghosts out, so I can see them?" Old Man Wang glanced at him, and took out that black soul-leading staff from under the counter, placing it on the table. The head of the staff was carved into a dragon's open mouth, and the dragon's eyes were 2 dark red beads that glimmered faintly under the light. He placed his hand on the head of the staff, and closed his eyes. The light inside the soul-leading staff began to pulse. The dark red beads turned bright red, as if 2 dying embers had been reignited. The light flowed downward from the staff head along the shaft all the way to the tail. The tail flickered, and then 3 shadows shot out from the end of the staff. The first was tall and thin as a bamboo pole, wearing a tattered long gown, its hair so long it covered its face. The second was short and fat as a ball, wearing a short jacket, its belly so large it looked like it was pregnant. The third was neither big nor small, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, its face expressionless like a blank sheet of paper. They stood in front of the counter looking at Chen Ping'an. 3 wicked ghosts, 6 eyes. All black pupils so large they resembled black holes. "Is this the person you've been waiting for?" The tall ghost spoke, its voice shrill, like fingernails scraping against glass. "Yes," said Old Man Wang. The short ghost floated up to Chen Ping'an and circled around him. "Skinny. Too skinny. Skinnier than me. Have you not been eating again?" "I ate." "What did you eat?" "Instant noodles. Braised pork. Crispy noodles." The short ghost fell silent for a moment. It stared at Chen Ping'an with those black hole-like eyes for several seconds. "The things you're eating have no nutrition. Instant noodles are full of preservatives. Braised pork is full of fat. Crispy noodles are loaded with MSG. You'll ruin your stomach one day." "My stomach is fine." "You're lying. Your complexion is sallow, your eye bags are dark, and your lips are pale. Your stomach is already damaged." Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, but found he couldn't refute it. The ghost in the Zhongshan suit had remained silent all along. It stood at the back watching Chen Ping'an for a long time. Then it spoke, its voice low and flat, like a winter river surface. "You look like your mother." Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. "You know my mom?" "I do. She once came to the tea house for tea. She sat in this very seat Chen Ping'an was occupying. She drank date tea with 2 spoons of sugar." The Zhongshan suit ghost's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an noticed its fingers trembling slightly. She said, "Uncle Wang, your tea is really sweet." Old Man Wang replied, "If it's sweet, drink more." She drank 2 cups. Chen Ping'an looked at the Zhongshan suit ghost. Its face was expressionless, but there was a light in its eyes. Not an exaggerated one. It was the kind of light that comes when someone remembers something from long ago, but doesn't want others to know. "How long have you been waiting here?" Chen Ping'an asked. The tall ghost thought for a moment. 40 years. We've been here since the day Old Man Wang came to this street." The short ghost also thought for a moment. 40 years. When we arrived, this street was still a dirt road. In rainy weather, it was all mud. Now they've paved it with bluestone slabs. Much easier to walk on." The Zhongshan suit ghost said nothing. It just looked at Chen Ping'an for several seconds, then slowly drifted back toward the tail of the staff, turning into a shadow and slipping inside. The tall ghost and short ghost followed, diving back in as well. The tail of the soul-leading staff flickered once, then dimmed. The dark red beads in the dragon's eyes returned to their original state. Old Man Wang put the soul-leading staff back under the counter. "They have big tempers, but their hearts aren't bad." "I know." Chen Ping'an stood up. "Old Man Wang, when I need them, please let them out for me." Old Man Wang looked at his retreating figure. "Can you control them?" "Yes." Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and walked out. Old Man Wang sat behind the counter staring at the closed door for several seconds. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea was already cold. When Chen Ping'an returned to the shop, Lin Mo had already finished painting 15 spirit-calming talismans. He folded each one carefully and stacked them neatly on the counter. He inspected every single talisman, confirming none were flawed before placing them in the drawer. Xiaohe drifted beside him, helping to count. Her fingers tapped above the talismans as if playing an invisible piano. 15 talismans. Combined with yesterday's, that makes 52. "Still 48 to go," Xiaohe said, looking up at Chen Ping'an. "Brother Chen, brother Lin Mo draws so fast." "Yes. He's faster than me." Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter and took out the 3 purple talismans from the drawer: the 5 Thunder Evil Suppressing Talisman, the Spirit Binding Purple Talisman, and the Obstacle Breaking Purple Talisman. He spread them out one by one under the lamplight for inspection. The gold powder on the purple talismans sparkled like crushed stars scattered across the paper. Were the edges frayed? No. Was the cinnabar color uneven? No. Were any of the core brushstrokes broken? No. He checked them 3 times, confirmed they were flawless, then folded them and placed them in his inner pocket. Lin Mo watched him inspect the talismans with meticulous care in every detail. Master, do you check so many times every time you go out? 3 times. Not a single one can be skipped. Why? Because you only have 1 life. If the talisman fails, your life is lost. Chen Ping'an buttoned his pocket and patted it. That's what my master said. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then took out his own stack of spirit-calming talismans from the drawer and inspected them as well. He didn't know whether these talismans would be useful in Rongcheng town, but he felt he should check them. His master had checked 3 times, so he checked twice. It wasn't laziness. He simply felt 2 times was sufficient. Master, how do we enter Rongcheng town tomorrow? Through the main gate. Will they let us in? They will. Chen Ping'an took out a black card from his bag, the one Gui Su had sent him last time, and placed it on the table. The card was black with silver lettering that read: the gate of Guishu opens only for the destined. On the back was an address: Rongcheng West Suburbs, Rongcheng Town, Xinglong Street. They have a gate, we have a card. Swipe to enter. Lin Mo picked up the card and examined it from all angles. Can this card really open that door? I don't know, but last time I used it to open the entrance to that building. When Shu was waiting for me in the lobby. Chen Ping'an put the card back in his pocket. She'll be there tomorrow too. When Shu, the woman in the Qipao. Yes, one of the 7 elders of Guishu. She's in charge of soul-nurturing operations in Rongcheng. Lin Mo's fingers tightened slightly. Is she powerful? Very. But I've never fought her. I don't know exactly how formidable she is. Chen Ping'an took out a packet of crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and started munching. Are you scared? No. Lin Mo's voice was steady, but his fingers tapped twice on the table. Chen Ping'an noticed, but said nothing. The black cat jumped down from the counter and approached Lin Mo, looking up at him. Your hands are shaking. Lin Mo slid his hands into his pockets. No, they're not. Yes, they are. Your hands don't shake when you paint talismans, but they shake now. You're afraid. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. I'm not afraid of Wenqiu. I'm afraid that when we get there, Su Wan's body will already be gone. Or maybe it's still there, but beyond saving. Or perhaps it can be saved, but her soul has already scattered. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. She's been alone in the darkness for so long. What will become of her if there's nothing left in the end? The shop fell quiet. Xiaohe hovered on the ceiling, too afraid to come down. The black cat's tail stopped swaying. Chen Ping'an folded the noodle packet and set it on the table. Lin Mo. Yes. That worry of yours is called anticipatory anxiety. My master said so. Anticipatory anxiety means you've already imagined the worst possible outcome before anything has even happened. After you finish worrying yourself half to death, when the real crisis arrives, you'll have no energy left to deal with it. So don't anticipate anxiety. Lin Mo looked up at Chen Ping'an. What else did your master say? He also said, those who suffer from anticipatory anxiety are suited for painting talismans, because they'll inspect every stroke many times to ensure no mistakes are made. Chen Ping'an patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. You'll be responsible for checking my talismans tomorrow. 3 times. Not a single one can be skipped. Lin Mo hesitated, then nodded. Understood. The black cat jumped onto the counter and sat beside Chen Ping'an, its tail swaying slowly. What else did your master say? He also said, Baozi, this cat has a sharp tongue, but a good heart. If you treat it well, it will remember for a lifetime. The black cat's tail wagged faster. He's right. Chen Ping'an cleared the items from the table and stood up. He walked to the corner of the room and crouched down to look at the 2 wooden carvings, the Laughing Buddha and Su Wan. The Laughing Buddha's mouth curved upward while Su Wan's expression was peaceful. They leaned against the wall side by side like 2 people who shared no words. Su Wan, tomorrow I'm going to Rongcheng town. Your body should still be there. If it's in the basement level 2, I'll bring you back. His voice was soft, but every word was clear. Hold on a little longer. It won't be long. There was no response from the wooden carving, but the corner of the Laughing Buddha's mouth seemed to curve up just a little more. Lin Mo stood behind him holding the stack of spirit-calming talismans. Master, can Sister Su Wan hear you speaking? Yes. A remnant soul's hearing is sharper than a living person's. She's been in the darkness for so long that her eyes are useless, so her ears have become extraordinarily sensitive. She can hear. Chen Ping'an stood up. She also heard what you said just now. Lin Mo looked down at the talismans in his hands. Then I'll say it again. He crouched down and placed the stack of spirit-calming talismans beside Su Wan's wooden carving. Sister Su Wan, these are spirit-calming talismans. Place them on the carving, and they'll help you feel less afraid in the darkness. I've painted 52 so far. 15 more tomorrow. Another 15 the day after that. When I reach 100, you can smell each one. The scent of the spirit-calming talisman will soothe your soul. Xiaohe floated down from the ceiling and crouched beside Su Wan's wooden carving. I've smelled the spirit-calming talisman before too. It smells like osmanthus flowers, sweet and warm. Once you smell it, you won't be afraid anymore. The black cat jumped down from the counter and walked over to the wooden carving, rubbing its head against the base. Its tail was held high, and its golden eyes shone like two small suns in the lamplight. Chen Ping'an looked at them. Lin Mo crouching beside the wooden carving, Xiaohe floating nearby, the black cat nuzzling the carving. He suddenly felt that everyone, or rather every being, in this shop was expressing in their own way to Su Wan, don't be afraid. He turned and walked back behind the counter, took out a piece of paper from the drawer, and wrote, Qingshan Pavilion will be closed tomorrow for 1 day. The handwriting was messy but slightly better than before. He had practiced calligraphy for a few days and was making progress. Though the radical on the left side of the character for rest was still written incorrectly, at least he hadn't confused it with the character for drink. He stuck the note on the shop's glass door, turned off the lights, and headed upstairs. The black cat followed at his heels. Lin Mo was still downstairs, organizing talismans with Xiaohe. Chen Ping'an lay on the second floor, staring at the ceiling. The crack was still there, stretching from the corner to the lamp fixture like a dried riverbed. But that river might soon flow with water tomorrow. He took the 4 bone talismans from inside his collar and placed them in his palm, square, round, diamond-shaped, and triangular. They were cold against each other. Baozi, he called. The black cat walked in from the doorway and jumped onto his chest, curling into a ball. Yeah. Tomorrow, if I go into that building and don't come out, you'll come back. What if? There is no what if. The black cat's tail brushed his chin. Your mother is waiting for you. You won't die. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He clenched the bone talismans in his palm and closed his eyes. From downstairs came the low murmurs of Lin Mo and Xiaohe, talking too faint to make out what they were saying. Somewhere in the distance, there were sounds of mahjong tiles clacking, electric scooters whirring, and the bustle of a hot pot restaurant. These sounds blended together like a river flowing steadily and unhurriedly. He was in that river, slowly drifting into sleep. At 6:30 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Chen Ping'an sprang out of bed, and the black cat slid off his chest with an indignant meow. You're up early today, said the black cat, shaking its fur. I have something to do today. Chen Ping'an put on his black windbreaker, the one Yi Ling had bought him, zipping it all the way to the top with the collar turned up. He took the 4 bone talismans from under his pillow and strung them on a red cord, wearing them around his neck. Square, round, diamond-shaped, and triangular, they rested against his chest with a cool chill. He checked the contents of his bag once more. 3 purple talismans, 12 blue ones, 37 yellow ones, a compass, a cinnabar brush, a folding, entrenching shovel, 3 packs of crispy noodles, and 2 bottles of water. That would have to be enough. He went downstairs. Lin Mo was already behind the counter, wearing a dark hoodie, a backpack slung over one shoulder, a stack of calming talismans in his hand. Xiaohe floated beside him, helping count. 53 sheets. Xiaohe looked up. Brother, Lin Mo drew 1 more this morning. Didn't I tell you to draw 100? Chen Ping'an asked. Just in case we need them today. Lin Mo folded the talisman paper and slipped it into his pocket. Chen Ping'an studied him. Lin Mo's complexion was a shade better than the past few days. The dark circles beneath his eyes somewhat faded, though a bluish tint still lingered. He hadn't slept well last night. Chen Ping'an knew, because he himself had suffered insomnia. He had tossed and turned, counting 300 sheep, then 300 zombies, and still no sleep came. Only when the black cat complained, your mouth was moving while you counted the sheep. It was annoying me. Did he finally stop? Bai Jiuming's car was parked at the shop entrance. Today he wore a black windbreaker, the same style as Chen Ping'an's, paired with a black baseball cap pulled low over his brim. He leaned against the car door, a cup of coffee in hand. Are those matching outfits? Chen Ping'an asked. No. This one was on sale. Bai Jiuming opened the car door and slid inside. Chen Ping'an placed the black cat in the back seat, and Lin Mo followed in. The car pulled away from the old street and merged onto the main road. Chen Ping'an leaned back in the passenger seat, reached into his bag, pulled out a pack of crispy noodles, tore it open, and crunched away. You're eating this for breakfast? Bai Jiuming asked. To stay alert. MSG keeps you alert. Yes. Monosodium glutamate enhances neural transmission. Bai Jiuming said nothing further. He glanced at Lin Mo in the rearview mirror. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, gripping a calming talisman, gazing out the window, lips moving silently, as though reciting something to himself. What is he reciting? Bai Juming asked. The unbinding mantra, Chen Ping'an replied. He recites it with me every morning. Better than I do, honestly. Lin Mo did not look up, continuing his silent recitation. His lips moved rapidly but produced no sound. Xiao He was not in the car. She could not leave that building and stayed behind at the shop to keep watch. Before they left, she had hovered at the doorway, her red cotton-padded jacket blazing like fire in the morning light, and said, Brother Chen, come back soon. Chen Ping'an told her he would. She smiled, but water glistened in her eyes. The car entered the highway. Yongxing town lay 40 minutes west of Rongcheng. Chen Ping'an finished 2 packs of crispy noodles and downed a bottle of water. Lin Mo had completed 49 recitations of the unbinding mantra and leaned back against the seat, eyes closed. Lin Mo. Chen Ping'an called to him. Are you nervous? No. Your hands are shaking. Lin Mo opened his eyes and looked down at his own hands. His fingers were trembling slightly, the movement faint but undeniable. That's from the bumpy road. Bai Juming glanced at him in the rearview mirror, but let it go unchallenged. The car exited the highway and entered the streets of Yongxing town. An old man played chess by the roadside, a woman shelled edamame, and an orange tabby slept in the middle of the road, having shifted its position from a side stretch to a prone sprawl, chin resting on its front paws, tail swaying lazily. Everything was exactly as it had been on their last visit, as though someone had pressed pause on the world. Chen Ping'an had the feeling that Orange Cat had never truly woken up. It was a permanent fixture of Yongxing town, as integral to the street as the lampposts, the trash bins, and the faded signage. Is that cat real? Lin Mo asked. Yes. It's breathing. How do you know? Its belly is moving. Lin Mo looked at the cat again. Its belly was indeed rising and falling slowly, rhythmically, like an ancient engine on the verge of sputtering to a halt. Maybe it's just the wind, Lin Mo offered. Chen Ping'an glanced at him. You're saying the exact same thing as your brother Bai. Bai Jioming pulled the car to a stop at the intersection and killed the engine. The 3 of them stepped out. The black cat leaped from the back seat and settled at Chen Ping'an's feet, its tail held high. Baozi, stay with Lin Mo, Chen Ping'an said. I'm staying with you, the black cat replied firmly. You stay with Lin Mo? It's his first time here. The black cat glanced at Lin Mo, then back at Chen Ping'an. He's more reliable than you are. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He did not argue because the black cat was right. Lin Mo was indeed more reliable. Lin Mo, who never got lost, never stumbled over his words, achieved a higher talisman drawing success rate, and wrote more beautifully. He had taken on an apprentice who surpassed him, and he felt no shame. A skilled apprentice reflected well on the master. Even if he had barely taught anything, and Lin Mo had practiced mostly on his own. The building looked exactly as before. Gray and weathered 2 stories tall windows bricked up the lock on the iron door, replaced with a gleaming new one. Chen Ping'an withdrew a wire from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and gave it a couple of deft turns. The lock yielded. He pocketed the wire and pushed the door open. The hinges let out a piercing shriek. Master, you know how to pick locks. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Your senior uncle taught me. What else did he teach you? Climbing walls, stealing things, picking locks. Lin Mo was quiet for a moment. He supposed his master might not be a particularly orthodox Taoist. But it didn't matter. He wasn't exactly a model disciple himself. The interior was dark. Chen Ping'an retrieved a flashlight from his bag and switched it on. The beam illuminated the corridor ahead. It stretched long and narrow, lined with open doorways on both sides, each one gaping into blackness. Thick dust covered the floor, crossed with fresh footprints. Numerous dents, as though someone had danced a wildly erratic dance across the surface. Su Wan's voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. At the far end of the first-floor corridor there is a pair of wooden double doors. Behind them lies a grand hall. To the right of the hall is a small door, and behind that stairs leading underground. There are 3 levels below. Follow me. Chen Ping'an led the way, flashlight beam cutting forward. Lin Mo walked in the middle, Bai Jioming brought up the rear. The 3 of them proceeded down the corridor, their footsteps reverberating through the hollow building. After walking for a while, Lin Mo suddenly spoke. Master, do you hear that sound? Chen Ping'an stopped. At the end of the corridor behind those double wooden doors there was a sound. Not speech, but a low humming drone, as though many people were chanting scriptures in unison. The sound was not loud, but its frequency was so low it pressed heavily against the chest. I hear it. Chen Ping'an's hand rested on the Tang Dao at his waist. That is a soul-calling mantra. Someone inside is reciting it. Lin Mo's face blanched. A soul-calling mantra. Calling what soul? We will know once we go in. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, the droning sound of chanting flooded out like a tidal wave. It didn't come through the ears, it drilled straight into the marrow of the bones. The low-frequency vibration made Chen Ping'an's teeth ache, caused Lin Mo's temples to throb, and made Bai Jioming grip his blue talisman tighter. The hall was lit up, just like last time, with a few incandescent bulbs dangling from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow glow across the entire space, like an old, nearly bankrupt cinema. But today this was not a cinema, it was a theater. Figures stood along both sides of the hall, not like the black-eyed, statue-still creatures from last time, but living, breathing people. Men and women, young and old, dressed in casual clothes, yet their expressions were not dazed. They were fanatical. Their eyes shone with vitality, pupils normal, but something in their gaze was off, like spectators watching a captivating performance with someone standing center stage. Wen Shu. She wore the same black qipao, its dark red patterns catching the light like dried bloodstains. Her hair was gathered at the back of her head, her makeup subtle, her lips painted a deep crimson. She stood at the center of the hall, arms folded before her like a black butterfly with wings drawn close. When Chen Ping'an pushed through the door, the corner of her mouth lifted. No smile, just that knowing expression of "you finally arrived." "Chen Ping'an," she said, "we meet again." Her voice carried softly through the vast hall, each word echoing back, as though someone far away were repeating her every syllable. "This is the 5th time. The first time you lingered at the doorway and left. The second you made a deal with me and departed. The 3rd time you took an antidote from Lu Wan and left. The 4th you brought your little disciple, glanced around, and left. This time how far do you intend to go?" Chen Ping'an stood at the threshold, unmoving. His hand rested on the Tang sword at his hip, the cold grip of the hilt giving him a sense of steadiness. The basement level. Wen Shu's smile did not vanish, but her eyes narrowed. "The subterranean floor is not open to visitors. I am not here to sightsee. I am here to collect what is mine." "Collect what?" "Su Wan's body. And Yi Hao's antidote. 3 months' supply." The people lining the hall began to murmur among themselves, a buzzing sound like a swarm of disturbed bees. Wen Shu raised one hand, and they fell silent instantly, as though someone had pressed pause. "Su Wan's body lies in the subterranean level. Yi Hao's antidote is in my possession." Wen Shu withdrew a small glass vial from her qipao pocket and held it aloft. The vial was modest in size, roughly the height of a finger, containing a pale blue liquid that shimmered faintly beneath the bulb's light like a fragment of melted sky. "If you desire it, brings something of equal value to exchange." "Exchange for what?" Wen Shu regarded Chen Ping'an, the corners of her mouth lifting higher. "Those 4 bone talismans hanging around your neck. Square, circle, diamond, triangle. For pieces made whole. You found them. Now give them to me." Chen Ping'an's fingers brushed against his collar. The 4 bone talismans lay flat against his chest, cold to the touch. He had expended so much effort to find them. His mother's voice from within the visions had said, "Follow the bone talismans, and they will lead you to me. I will not give them to anyone. Then you will obtain neither the antidote nor Su Wan's body." Chen Ping'an drew something from his pocket and held it aloft. It was a purple talisman, the 5 Thunder Demon Suppressing Sigil. The talisman paper was folded into a triangle, yet the golden powder visible along the edges glittered under the lamplight. "This is the 5 Thunder Demon Suppressing Sigil. You have seen it before. Last time I used it to detonate a stone roughly the size of a basketball. Your skull is somewhat larger than a basketball, but not by much." Wen Shu's smile vanished. "Are you threatening me?" "Not a threat. A counteroffer. The antidote and Su Wan's body exchanged for this talisman. If you refuse." He spun the purple talisman between his fingers, much like a casino dealer flipping chips. "Next time we meet, I won't be detonating stones." An eerie silence descended upon the hall. The fervent crowd ceased their murmuring. They turned their gaze to Wen Shu, awaiting her command. Wen Shu studied Chen Ping'an for several long seconds. In her eyes flickered something Chen Ping'an had never seen before. Not fear, but the dawning realization that he was braver than she had anticipated. "Can your talisman kill a person?" she asked. "I do not know. I have never tested it." Chen Ping'an's tone was remarkably calm. "Would you like to find out?" Wen Shu fell silent for several moments. Then she tossed the glass vial toward him. Chen Ping'an caught it and slid it into his pocket. She retrieved a key from her pocket and threw it to him as well. Copper, modest in size, bearing a label marked B2-03. Sublevel 2, Room 3. Su Wan's body awaits in B2-03. Retrieve it yourself. Wen Shu's voice turned frigid. "But you have only 10 minutes. Once that time expires, I shall descend. By then the talisman in your possession will prove insufficient." Chen Ping'an clenched the key tightly in his palm. The copper edges dug into his flesh, causing a sharp ache. 10 minutes will suffice. He turned and walked toward the right side of the hall. That small door led to the staircase. Lin Mo followed closely behind with Bai Jiuming bringing up the rear. The black cat perched upon Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail dangling downward, brushing gently against his back with each step. "Baozi, when did you get up here?" Chen Ping'an asked quietly. "Just now, during your negotiation." "What did you hear?" "I heard you say, Your skull is bigger than a basketball. Was your expression during the negotiation annoying? It worked, and that is all that matters. The stairway was narrow, barely accommodating a single person. The walls were raw cement, unplastered, exposing a gray surface marked with red painted numbers, B1 and B2. The light came from white fluorescent tubes, long cylinders embedded in the ceiling, humming softly, blending with the chanting from the hall above, like a tuneless duet. Chen Ping'an led the way, descending step by step. The iron stairs clanged beneath his feet, each sound amplified in the confined space, like a heartbeat. Lin Mo followed close behind, his hand trailing the wall. Cool, damp, like touching a slab of meat just taken from a refrigerator. Master, how many minutes left? 8 minutes. Is that enough? Enough. We'll make it enough. They reached B2. A long corridor stretched ahead, lined with iron doors on both sides, each bearing a number. B2-01E, 2-02, B2-03. Chen Ping'an stopped before the door marked B2-03 and inserted the key into the lock. The cylinder turned with a crisp click, and the door swung open. Beyond the door lay a small room, no larger than a dozen square meters. There were no windows, only a single incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light. Inside stood an iron bed with white sheets stained with unknown yellow marks. A figure lay upon it. A woman wore a white dress, her long hair cascading across the pillow on either side. Her complexion was pale, not the healthy glow of vitality, but the wan pallor of someone who had not seen sunlight in ages. Her lips lacked color, her eyes were closed, and her long lashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath the light. Su-wan. Chen Ping'an approached the bed and placed his fingers beneath her nose. She was breathing, faint, slow, but present. He pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. A pulse, thin, sluggish, yet there. She's still alive. Chen Ping'an's voice carried a rough edge. Lin Mo, the calming talisman. Lin Mo withdrew a stack of calming talismans from his pocket, selected one, and handed it over. Chen Ping'an folded the talisman into a small triangle and rested it against Su-wan's forehead. The moment it touched her skin, it changed. Temperature shifted from icy to warm. Su-wan's lashes fluttered once like a butterfly's wing. Su-wan, it's Chen Ping'an. I've come for you. His voice was soft, but every word clear. You're on the 2nd underground level. I'm taking you out now. Can you hear me? Su-wan's lashes stirred again. Then her lips parted slightly. No sound emerged, but Chen Ping'an read the word from her movement. Yes. Chen Ping'an lifted Su-wan from the bed. She was remarkably light, as frail as bundled kindling. Her head rested against his shoulder, her hair spilling over his arm, cool to the touch. Move. He carried Su-wan out of the room and back along the corridor. At the staircase, the fluorescent light above flickered once. Then it went out. Darkness surged like a tide from both ends of the corridor, swallowing the entire B2 level in an instant. Master. Lin Mo's voice tightened in the darkness. Stay calm. Chen Ping'an drew a yellow talisman from his pocket and chanted fire. The talisman ignited, its blue-white flames dancing in the dark and illuminating a small circle of space. Lin Mo's face flickered in the glow, as did Bai Jiuming's. Footsteps echoed from above. Not a single person, but many. Stomp, 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 in perfect unison, like an army advancing. The steps grew nearer and louder, shaking dust from the walls. They're coming down. Bai Jiuming pulled out a blue talisman. Chen Ping'an handed Su-wan to Lin Mo. Hold her. Run up. Don't look back. Lin Mo took Su-wan. She was light, but his hands trembled. He gripped her, steady jaw clenched. Master, what about you? I'll hold them off. Lin Mo looked at him, but didn't argue. He carried Su-wan up the stairs. Bai Jiuming followed, one hand on Lin Mo's back, the other holding the blue talisman aloft. Chen Ping'an stood at the staircase landing, facing the dark corridor. In the corridor's depths, something moved. Not human, but shadow. Many shadows, like swirling masses of black smoke, pouring from both ends of the hallway, converging a few meters ahead, before coalescing into humanoid forms. Not one figure, but many, dense and packed together like a wall constructed entirely of shadow. Their eyes glowed red. Not the pupils, but something within the sockets itself, like small embers burning. Spirits of the Guishu. The black cat leaped from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and crouched at his feet. Cultivated over a long period. Fed on living souls. Chen Ping'an produced the 5 Thunders banishing talisman from his pocket, pinching it between his fingers. The purple talisman gleamed in the firelight like a blossom on the verge of opening. You're blocking the way. The shadow wall remained motionless. Those crimson eyes fixed upon him like predators lurking in darkness. Then the foremost figure spoke. Its mouth moved, but the sound that emerged was not human. It was a cacophony of voices, male and female, old and young, weeping and laughing, screaming and crying, like dozens of radio stations playing simultaneously. Chen Ping'an. The voice boomed, cracking the walls. Leave, the bone, talisman. Chen Ping'an raised the purple talisman. I'll count to 3. 1. The shadow wall advanced a step. 2. It advanced another. The leading figure extended a hand. Not a hand, but claws formed from condensed black smoke, 5 elongated fingers like twisting vines reaching toward Chen Ping'an. 3. The purple talisman erupted. Not gradually, but instantaneously. Purple light burst forth like a compressed sun, at last breaking free. The beam struck the shadow wall, and the darkness curled, blackened, and shattered like paper caught in flame. The red eyes flared into sparks, flashing once before dying. The figures shrieked, not one voice but hundreds screaming in unison. The sound was so piercing that warmth trickled from Chen Ping'an's ears. He wiped his hand across his face. Not blood, sweat. The shadow wall shattered. Black smoke was torn apart by purple light, then dissipated into nothingness. Darkness reclaimed the corridor save for a faint ember glowing on the ash-covered talisman in Chen Ping'an's hand like a dying firefly. He brushed off the ashes and sprinted up the stairs. Lin Mo carried Su Wan out of the first-floor lobby, out through the iron gate, and onto the street. The sunlight struck his face, blinding. He squinted, stumbled, and nearly fell. Bai Juming steadied him by the shoulder. The car's at the intersection. Run. They sprinted to the car. Bai Juming pulled open the rear door. Lin Mo placed Su Wan inside, then climbed in after her, resting her head on his knees. Su Wan's body was cold like a piece of meat fresh from the refrigerator. Lin Mo took off his school uniform and draped it over her. Chen Ping'an ran out of the building. His face was smudged with dust wall plaster clinging to his hair and a thin line of blood at the corner of his mouth. Not from being struck, but from biting through his tongue. He had used the blood to amplify the power of that purple talisman. He opened the car door and sank into the passenger seat, gasping for breath. Go! Bai Juming started the engine. The car shot forward, tires screeching against the asphalt. Chen Ping'an watched the drab two-story building in the rearview mirror growing smaller and smaller until it became a gray dot and vanished at the end of the road. Su Wan's head rested against Lin Mo's knees. Her white dress was crumpled, her hair spread across his legs like a black river without water. Lin Mo lowered his head and gazed at her pale face. Sister Su Wan, you're safe now. Su Wan's eyelashes flickered. Her lips parted, not to speak, but to breathe. She drew in a breath, shallow and hesitant, as though afraid too much might choke her. But it was her own breath, not from a machine, not from medicine, but from herself. Lin Mo's eyes stung with tears. Chen Ping'an turned from the passenger seat to look at Su Wan's face. There was no expression on it, but he saw her eyelids moving. She was striving to open her eyes. He reached out and gently patted the back of her hand. Su Wan, take your time. You've been lying dormant for 3 years. Go slow. Su Wan's fingers twitched. Not a grip, but a brush against his palm. As if to say, I understand. The black cat crouched on the back seat, its tail draped over Su Wan's calf, swaying lazily. Its purring was loud like an old engine running steadily. Bowsy, you're purring too loud, Lin Mo said. Cat purrs calm the spirit, the black cat replied without opening its eyes. She can hear it. Lin Mo fell silent. He lowered his head and looked at Su Wan's face. Her complexion remained pale, but there was a hint of warmth now. Not the icy pallor from before, but the gentle whiteness of skin slowly regaining temperature after basking in sunlight. The car entered Rongcheng urban area. Bai Juming drove slowly, inching forward with the traffic. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat, pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. You used the purple talisman down there? Bai Juming asked. Yeah. How many did you detonate? 1. A shadow wall. Bai Juming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Are you injured? No. I bit through my tongue. Used the blood to amplify the talisman's power. Does it hurt? Yes. Hurts even more when eating these crispy noodles. They're salty. Bai Juming was quiet for a moment, then turned the car onto the old street. Chen Ping'an looked out the window at his own shop, Qingshan Ge. The 3 characters looked somewhat weathered in the afternoon sunlight, but sturdy. Xiaohe drifted out of the shop, her red cotton-padded jacket blazing like a flame in the sun. She saw the car stop, saw Chen Ping'an get out, and froze when she saw Lin Mo carrying a woman in a white dress from the back seat. Brother Chen, who's that? Su Wan. She'll be staying at our shop from now on. Xiaohe floated over beside Su Wan and looked down at her face. She studied her for several seconds, then reached out and gently touched Su Wan's hair. Her fingers passed through, unable to make contact, yet her expression was earnest. She's so thin. Yeah, she's been bedridden for 3 years. Xiaohe's eyes reddened. Will she wake up? Yes. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door. Lin Mo, take her to the 3rd floor. My room. The bed's ready. Lin Mo carried Su Wan upstairs. Xiaohe floated ahead, holding the door open for him. The black cat followed behind, its tail held high. Chen Ping'an stood behind the counter, took out a small glass vial from his pocket, and placed it on the table. A pale blue liquid sloshed inside the vial like a fragment of melted sky. Grandpa Yi Ling's antidote. 3 months. 3 months later, they would have to go to Rongcheng town again. He sighed and put the vial back into his pocket. Baozi, the black cat, descended the stairs, jumped onto the counter, and crouched beside him. How many purple talismans should I bring next time we go to Rongcheng town? 3 won't be enough. Bring 5. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. I can't draw 5. Right now I can only manage 1. If I start a second it ruins halfway through. Then keep practicing. Chen Ping'an took a sheet of blue paper from the drawer, sprinkled gold powder over it, and laid it flat. He picked up the cinnabar brush, dipped it into the pigment, took a deep breath, and began. First stroke, successful. Second stroke, successful. Third stroke. His hand trembled, the brush veered off course, and cinnabar marked a crooked line across the paper. He paused, staring at the flawed line. Ruined. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash. He laid out another sheet and began again. First stroke, second stroke, third stroke. But when he reached the core of the talisman, his fingers began to shake once more. Not from fear, but from exhaustion. Drawing purple talismans consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. He had already used one today, and his reserves were nearly depleted. Draw it tomorrow, the black cat said. Chen Ping'an set the brush down and leaned back in his chair. He gazed at the ceiling, where the cracks still ran from the corner to the light fixture. But that river, the one that had been dry, had water today. He had brought Suwan back. He had obtained the antidote. He had walked out of Rongcheng town alive. That was enough. He closed his eyes. The black cat leaped onto his chest, curled into a ball, and purred loudly. Lin Mo came downstairs holding an empty cup. Master Sister Suwan's lips are chapped. I moistened them with a cotton swab dipped in water. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and looked at Lin Mo. Sweat beaded on his face, dust smudged his cuffs, and he wore only a thin t-shirt since he had given his school uniform to Suwan. His lips were slightly dry, his complexion somewhat pale, but his eyes shone brightly. Did you drink water? No. Go drink. Lin Mo walked behind the counter, grabbed a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and took a long gulp. He wiped his mouth. Master, will Sister Suwan wake up? Yes. Chen Ping'an stood up. She's been lying dormant for 3 years. Her muscles have atrophied, her nerves have degenerated. She needs time to recover. But her soul has returned. Her soul is whole. Lin Mo nodded. Holding the water bottle, he went upstairs. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, gazing at the empty shop. Xiaohe hovered at the top of the third-floor staircase, glanced down once, then retreated. She was keeping watch over Suwan. The black cat purred on his chest. Lin Mo was somewhere on the 3rd floor, occupied with whatever he was doing. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and touched the 4 bone talismans around his neck. Square, round, diamond, triangular. Pressed together, cool to the touch. Mom, he called silently in his heart. The bone talismans did not glow, but he knew she was listening. From far away, deep within the bamboo grove along that little path. She had heard him. Suwan woke up on the 3rd day after being rescued. That morning Chen Ping'an was downstairs reading the unbinding mantra to Xiaohe. On the 30th recitation, a soft sound came from upstairs. Not footsteps, but the sound of floorboards pressing down and bouncing back. He stopped. Xiaohe also lifted her head. Master and ghost alike gazed upward at the ceiling. Senior brother Chen, someone moved upstairs. Chen Ping'an set down his book and climbed to the 3rd floor. Lin Mo stood at the doorway, clutching an empty water glass, his expression dazed. Master Sister Suwan just moved. Her finger. Chen Ping'an entered the room and crouched beside the bed. Suwan still lay there, her white dress spread around her, dark hair fanned across the pillow on either side, her face pale and lips colorless. But her right index finger had curled slightly, then straightened again. Not an unconscious spasm. It was deliberate, conscious movement. Like someone testing whether their body could still move. Suwan, he called softly. Suwan's eyelashes trembled. Then her eyelids slowly, inch by inch, began to open. Her pupils were dilated, unfocused, everything blurred, no matter where she looked. She blinked once, then again. Slowly her pupils contracted, her focus gradually sharpening. Her eyes drifted, from the ceiling to the window, from the window to Lin Mo, from Lin Mo to Chen Ping'an. Her lips parted, producing a sound. Not a word, but breath. Suwan, it's Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an from Qingshan. I found you in the basement on the 2nd underground level of Rongcheng town. You're safe now. Suwan's lips moved again. This time a single syllable emerged, so faint it resembled wind threading through a window crack. Ping-un. Chen Ping'an's eyes reddened. Not tears, but that particular redness that comes when you've searched for someone so long, finally found them, yet find yourself speechless. It's me. Are you thirsty? Hungry? You haven't eaten in 3 years, so we can't give you solid food yet. Start with water. He glanced at Lin Mo. Warm water. A small amount. Lin Mo dashed downstairs and returned with a glass of warm water. Chen Ping'an helped Su Wan sit up against the pillows. Her body was incredibly soft like noodles soaked in water. Unable to support herself, slumping against Chen Ping'an's shoulder. One arm cradling her, the other bringing the glass to her lips. Su Wan leaned down and took a sip, choked, coughed twice, then drank again. Drink slowly. Your throat hasn't been used in 3 years. It will hurt. Su Wan drank a few more sips, then shook her head, signaling she had had enough. Chen Ping'an gently laid her back on the pillow and tucked the blanket around her. Her eyes closed for a moment, then opened again. I had a very long dream. Her voice was hoarse, rough as sandpaper grinding against glass. It was so dark in the dream. No sound. No light. I was alone. I thought that was death. Chen Ping'an sat by the bed. That was not a dream. Your soul was sealed inside a carved wooden figure. Inside the wood it is always dark. But you have emerged now. Your soul is whole. Your body has returned. You are alive. Su Wan's eyes grew red. Her lips quivered, but she held back her tears. She reached out her hand slowly, ever so slowly, until her fingers brushed against Chen Ping'an's. Her touch was cold and thin, her knuckles prominent, as though a long unused object were being activated once more. Thank you. Her voice was soft yet genuine. No need to thank me. Your creditor has already been paid. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet. Rest well. Lin Mo, keep watch over her. If anything stirs, call me. Lin Mo nodded and took a seat on the chair beside the bed. From his pocket he withdrew a calming talisman, folded it into a small triangle, and placed it by Su Wan's pillow. The moment the talisman touched the pillow it flared once, then dimmed. Su Wan's breathing gradually evened out and her eyes closed. The corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. Not a smile, but the expression of one who can finally sleep in peace. Chen Ping'an went downstairs. The black cat sat upon the counter watching him. She's awake. Yes. What did she say? She called my name. The black cat's tail gave a single flick. She remembers you. When you went down to the basement level to find her, she heard you. Chen Ping'an stood behind the counter, retrieved a packet of crispy wheat snacks from the drawer, tore it open, and crunched through them. Today he had no desire to say it was for refreshing himself, nor for sustenance. He simply wanted to eat. Because his mood was good. That afternoon Chen Ping'an went to Yi Ling's grandfather's house. He took the small glass bottle from his pocket and set it on the coffee table. The pale blue liquid swayed inside like a fragment of melted sky. Yi Ling sat across from him, gazing at the bottle, her fingers tightening briefly on her knees before releasing. Dark circles shadowed her eyes deeper than before. She had been caring for her grandfather these past few days and barely slept. Chen Ping'an noticed a red mark on the back of her hand, as if burned by something. What happened to your hand? I got scalded while making kanji. The lid slipped. Yi Ling pulled her hand back and tucked it beneath her knees, hiding it from him. Chen Ping'an did not press further. He unscrewed the cap and handed the bottle to Yi Ling's grandfather. Grandpa, you drink half. Save the other half to apply to your hand from the web between your thumb and index finger up to your shoulder. Grandpa Ye's hands trembled, not from fear, but from age. Old hands shake whether one fears it or not. He took the bottle, brought it to his lips, and drank half. A drop of the blue liquid leaked from the corner of his mouth, tracing a path down his chin, which he wiped with the back of his hand. Yi Ling took the bottle and poured the remaining blue liquid into her palm. The liquid was cool. Her hand flinched upon contact with her skin, then she bit her lip and pressed her palm against her grandfather's web, smoothing upwards slowly, methodically, as though tending to a precious piece of porcelain. The dark patches began to fade. Not suddenly, but gradually, as ink dissolves in water. Shifting from deep purple to pale purple, from pale purple to faint lavender, from lavender to gray, and then from gray to nothing at all. As though an eraser had swept clean a blackboard, leaving no trace. Grandpa Yi lifted his right hand, turning it over to inspect it, then flipping it back. His hand had returned to its normal hue. Yellowed skin, blue veins visible beneath, no trace of the purplish discoloration or worm-like bulges. He closed his hand into a fist, opened it, and clenched again. The fingers were strong, unlike the hands of someone who had endured corpse poison for 20 years. It doesn't hurt anymore, he said. His voice was hoarse as though coated in sand. It doesn't hurt. I haven't felt this comfortable in years. Yi Ling crouched beside the sofa and buried her face in her grandfather's lap. Her shoulders shuddered once, twice without sound. Chen Ping'an knew she was crying, but he said nothing. He rose and walked toward the door. Grandma Yi emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of snow fungus soup. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly set the bowl down and hurried after him. Xiaochen, stay for a bowl of soup before you go. No thank you, Grandma. I have things to do at the shop. Grandma Yi gripped his hand, holding him back. Her hands were rough, nails clipped short, knuckles prominent. The hands of a lifetime of labor. Yet they were warm like hands that had just held a cup of hot water. You've lost weight. You're thinner than last time. Have you been skipping meals again? I ate. What did you eat? Instant noodles. Grandma Ye's brows knit together. Instant noodles count as a meal. Wait here. She turned back to the kitchen and returned moments later with a plastic bag containing several containers of food. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, tomato and eggs and rice. Take it home. You don't need to return the containers. Chen Ping'an took the plastic bag. The handle dug into his fingers, leaving 2 red marks. Thank you, Grandma. Don't mention it. Next time you come, I'll make you something new. Grandma Ye patted the back of his hand. You're just like your mother. Neither of you knows how to take care of yourselves. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. My mom doesn't take care of herself either. No. When she came to my house for a meal, I asked her what she usually ate, and she said instant noodles. I told her you're just like your son. She said my son hasn't been born yet. I said, then when he is, don't let him eat instant noodles. She said okay. And yet here you are still eating instant noodles. Grandma Ye sighed. Your mother lied to me. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. His mother had deceived someone, but he found that deception quite endearing. He carried the plastic bag out the door and down the stairs. At the gate of the residential compound, he heard Yi Ling's voice behind him. Chen Ping'an. He stopped, but did not turn around. Thank you. Chen Ping'an's fingers lingered on the handle of the plastic bag for a moment. 3 words. Not, thank you, but thank you. The addition of a single character changed everything. Thank you is politeness, thank you. With the pronoun, is genuine. He understood the distinction. You're welcome, he said, continuing to walk. This was something my mother never finished. I'm simply completing it for her. He left. Yi Ling stood at the entrance of the building, watching his figure disappear around the corner. Sunlight fell upon him. His black windbreaker, his bleached denim jeans, his canvas shoes. The canvas of his left shoe had come unglued, causing it to flick up with each step like a fish gasping for air. She watched him for a long while, then turned and went upstairs. On the 5th day, Su-Wan woke up. Chen Ping'an took Lin Imo down into the sewers again. Not to hunt zombies, but to examine those talisman tablets. Last time he had used a purple talisman to blast through the shadow wall, yet the 4 zombies in the sewers remained undisturbed. They were still there, still playing mahjong. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of bone tiles echoed through the damp air like a metronome that would never cease. Chen Ping'an crouched in the corner, his flashlight beam illuminating the table. The runes on the bone tiles were clear. They were the same set as those on his own bone talisman. Square, round, diamond, triangular. Each shape bore its corresponding rune. 4 zombies sat before them, each with a pile of tiles arranged in front. They weren't playing randomly. They were using the talisman tablets to form an array. The zombie to the east had square tiles before it, the one to the south had round tiles, the one to the west had diamond-shaped tiles, and the one to the north had triangular ones. On the reverse of each tile a fine line was carved, and these lines connected together like a spiderweb spread across the table surface. Look at the order in which they play their tiles. Chen Ping'an lowered his voice. The eastern zombie plays first, then the southern, then the western, then the northern. Each time they complete a round, the runes on the tile faces flash once. Lin Imo squatted beside him, sketching rapidly in his notebook. His diagrams were far more refined than Chen Ping'an's. Straight lines, perfect circles, clear annotations. Are they laying out an array? They're maintaining one. The runes on the talisman tablets match those on the bone talisman, but their functions differ. The bone talisman is the key, the tablets are the lock. They're using the talisman tablets to seal something. Seal what? I don't know, but it's certainly underground. Chen Ping'an took out his compass from his bag and placed it flat on the ground. The compass needle spun once, then pointed straight down, trembling faintly. Beneath the surface was soil, and beneath that soil something lay waiting. It wasn't hollow, it was solid, but the compass needle quivered as though something beneath was breathing slow and heavy, rhythm after rhythm. Lin Imo pressed his palm against the ground. The surface was cool, but warmth rose through his palm, as if an ancient heart beat deep below. Master, there's something underneath. I know. Chen Ping'an pocketed the compass. Let's go back and find Uncle Wang. He knows more than most. They emerged from the sewers, and when they climbed out of the well, sunlight struck their faces, blinding. Lin Imo squinted and wiped the grime from his cheek with the back of his hand. His school uniform was smudged with bright green moss, resembling a slice of bread gone to mold. Master, you smell. What kind of smell? The stench of the sewers. Fishy. You smell the same. They exchanged a glance and headed toward the shop together. Passing Uncle Wang's tea house, Chen Ping'an did not go in. He returned to the shop first to change his clothes and wash his hands before visiting the tea house. Inside, Uncle Wang sat behind the counter reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, brows furrowed, as though something in the news had angered him. Noticing Chen Ping'an enter, he set the newspaper aside and removed his glasses. Little Chen, you look unwell. Been in the sewers too long. What were you doing in the sewers? Watching zombies play mahjong. Uncle Wong lifted his teacup and took a sip, his expression unchanged. Are those zombies still at it? Still are. They've been playing for 40 years. Uncle Wong set his cup down. They were already down there on the first day I arrived on this street. Your master told me they're not playing mahjong. They're maintaining a seal. Something lies beneath it. People from Goeishu want to retrieve it, but they can't because the seal requires all 4 zombies to operate simultaneously. One missing won't do. Chen Ping'an sat down at the counter and poured himself a cup of tea. It was jujube tea, sweet, but today there was a hint of bitterness in the sweetness, the taste of a date pit overcooked. What's under the seal, eh? I don't know. Your master never said. Uncle Wong rose, walked to the cabinet behind the counter, unlocked it, and took out a wooden box, placing it on the table. The box wasn't large, roughly the size of a shoebox, dark brown, its surface carved with patterns, the same set as those on Chen Ping'an's bone talisman. He opened the box to reveal a map inside. Hand-drawn on Xian paper with ink lines and cinnabar markings depicting mountains, rivers, roads, and villages in layers like an unframed landscape painting. At the center of the map was a red dot beside which small characters read, Goeishu main altar beneath Rong City in the air raid shelter network. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. Air raid shelter. There's a vast network of air raid shelters beneath Rong City, dug during the war, stretching from the northern district all the way to the south. Later abandoned and taken over by Goeishu, transformed into their stronghold. Uncle Wong's voice dropped to a whisper as though afraid of being overheard. The seal in the sewer is one entrance to those shelters. Those 4 zombies guard it, preventing anyone from entering. Chen Ping'an folded the map and tucked it into his pocket. Uncle Wong, why are you giving it to me now? Because only now have you found out. Uncle Wong lifted his teacup for another sip. Your master said, wait until Ping'an uncovers the matter of the sewers himself before giving him the map. If he cannot find it, he is not yet ready. You found it. You're ready. Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the doorway. Sunlight bathed the bluestone path in gold. Aunt Zhang had packed away her cold shrimp stall, her cart locked beneath the street lamp. From Brother Lu's restaurant drifted the aroma of cooking oil smoke rising from the kitchen window to mingle with the scent of osmanthus, creating something strange yet pleasant. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Yet he knew that beneath this street lay a seal, beneath the seal a passage, and beneath that passage the stronghold of Goeishu. There was his father. There were the clues his mother had left behind. There was the answer he had waited 22 years for. Uncle Wong. What else did my master say? Uncle Wong pondered for a moment. He said, this boy Ping'an is good in every way, but he's too impatient. Tell him not to rush. Rushing will get him killed. He paused. He also said, when he grows anxious, brew him a cup of tea. Jujube tea, sweet. Sweetness can slow a person down. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He raised his teacup and drank the last sip. Sweet. Setting the cup down, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. For the next week, Chen Ping'an prepared every single day. In the morning, he recited the binding, loosening mantra. In the afternoon, he painted purple talismans, and at night, he studied maps with Bai Jioming. Bai Jioming brought his grandfather's records, the original blueprints of the Rongcheng underground air raid shelter. The paper was yellowed with age and frayed at the corners, yet every entrance, every passage, and every exit had been carefully marked upon it. Bai Jioming spread the blueprint across the counter, weighing down each corner with a paperweight. The map was enormous, stretching from one end of the counter to the other and trailing over the edge. Chen Ping'an leaned over the blueprint, his eyes mere inches from the paper. There are more than a dozen entrances to this air raid shelter. One in the North District, one in the West, one in the South, and one in the East. But most of them have already been sealed by Goeishu. Bai Jioming pointed to several spots on the blueprint. Only 3 entrances are still in use. The abandoned fertilizer factory in the northern suburbs, Yongxing Town in the western suburbs, and Longquanyi in the eastern suburbs. The one beneath the sewer is not an entrance, it is a seal. The true entrance lies beneath the seal. Chen Ping'an traced a line with his finger across the map. Descend through the sewer, break through the seal, enter the air raid shelter, and proceed westward along the main corridor. Pass 3 intersections, and you will arrive at a large chamber. That chamber was not marked on the map, only a blank space within which someone had drawn a red question mark. This is the headquarters of Goeishu. Bai Jioming pointed at the question mark. My grandfather said he ventured inside once when he was young. It was vast and divided into 3 levels. The first level was a storage warehouse, the second level was where souls were nurtured, and the third level, he never descended to it. He was discovered as soon as he reached the second level. 3 figures chased him halfway through the shelter before he escaped. 3 people dressed in black. Their faces were hidden behind masks. My grandfather said their cultivation was profound. He could not have stood against them. Bai Jioming's voice was flat and emotionless, but Chen Ping'an noticed the white-knuckled grip on the blueprint. After he escaped, he sat at the entrance for the entire night. The next morning, he came to your master. Your master said, "Stop investigating. I will handle it." Then your master ascended the mountain and never came down again. Chen Ping'an fell silent for several seconds. My master went up the mountain, back to Mao Mountain. Yes. He said he was going to find something, a weakness in Guoxiu. He found it, and hid it in the scripture pavilion waiting for you to discover it. Chen Ping'an touched the 4 bone talismans around his neck. He had found them. He had found his grandfather's ledger in the scripture pavilion, the 4th bone talisman in the nest of a Baozi vendor, and the map carved into the shell of an old man's tortoise. Every step had been arranged by his master, as though he were playing a game of chess. Each move Chen Ping'an made his master had already calculated. When do we depart? Bai Jioming asked. Wait until Su Wan can stand. Why wait for her? Because she knows the way inside. She spent 3 years on the 2nd underground level of Yongxing town and overheard the guards speaking. She understands the layout of the shelter. Chen Ping'an took the map from his pocket and laid it beside the blueprint. She said that at the far end of the 2nd level corridor there is an iron door, and behind it a staircase leading down to the 3rd level. Entry to the 3rd underground level is forbidden. There are guards, 2 of them dressed in black, who do not speak. Bai Jioming frowned. So the 3rd level is the headquarters? Perhaps. Perhaps not. We will know only when we go down. Chen Ping'an rolled up the map. Su Wan said that while she was on the 2nd level, she overheard a guard say something. Lord Wenxiu declared that nothing below is to be touched. Whoever touches it will die. Whatever lies below must be of great importance. What? I do not know, but it is certainly important. Bai Jioming rolled the blueprint into a tube, capped it, and set it aside. Can Su Wan stand yet? Soon. Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the window. Outside lay Su Wan's room, where she was propped against her pillows attempting to move her fingers. Bending them one by one, extending them one by one. Slowly, as though a machine-long idol were being rebooted. Xiaohe drifted nearby, counting aloud for her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sister Su Wan, you extended one more finger today than you did yesterday. The corner of Su Wan's mouth lifted slightly. It was a small smile, but genuine. On the 10th day since Su Wan woke up, she was able to sit up. Not with anyone's help, but by supporting herself against the bedboard with her own hands little by little. Her arms were trembling, sweat beads on her forehead rolling down her cheeks and trickling into her neck. But her eyes were bright, shining like 2 lamps, like someone who had been in darkness for a long time finally seeing the light. Look, she said, her voice slightly breathless, I can sit up. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway watching her lean against the headboard, her white dress rumpled and her hair tangled like a bird's nest. Impressive. Su Wan smiled. That smile was wide, unlike her usual faint, gentle smile. It was the kind that curved her eyes into crescents, bared her teeth, and made her entire face radiant. Xiaohe floated beside her, also smiling. The black cat perched on the windowsill, its tail swaying lazily. Su Wan, what would you like to eat? Chen Ping'an asked. What? You haven't eaten for 3 years. Now you can. What do you want? Su Wan thought for a moment. Hot pot. Chen Ping'an paused. Hot pot. You just woke up and you want hot pot. When I was on the 2nd basement level, I dreamed about hot pot every night. Tripe pork, aorta, duck intestines, duck blood. Su Wan said softly, each word clear. I dreamed about them for 3 years. I want to taste the real thing. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He glanced at the black cat, which nodded. He went downstairs and stopped at Lu Ji's restaurant. Lu Gu hot pot tonight. Extra order of tripe. Lu Gu was washing vegetables, the faucet running loudly. He looked up at Chen Ping'an. How many? 4. No, 5. Lin Mo, Bai Jioming, me, Su Wan, and Baozi. Baozi doesn't count as a person, but it still needs to eat. What does it eat? Dried fish. The fried kind. Lu Gu flashed an okay gesture and retreated into the kitchen. The sound of sizzling oil came from within, crackling like firecrackers. That evening the hot pot arrived. A copper pot with charcoal burning beneath, the red oil broth bubbling and churning, the fragrance of chili and Sichuan peppercorns mingling together. Just the smell alone made one's mouth water. Tripe pork, aorta, duck intestines, duck blood, beef, and brain. Platter after platter arranged neatly on the table. Su Wan sat in her chair, 2 pillows propped behind her back. Her legs still had no strength to stand, but sitting was fine. She gazed at the dishes on the table, her eyes bright as 2 stars. So fragrant, she took a deep breath. More fragrant than in my dreams. Dreams have no flavor. Reality does. Chen Ping'an picked up a slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and placed it in Su Wan's bowl. Tripe can't be cooked too long, or it becomes tough. 7 seconds. Not 1 second more. Su Wan picked up that slice of tripe, looked at it, and put it in her mouth. She chewed twice, then stopped. Her eyes widened. What is it? Chen Ping'an asked. Spicy. Drink some water. Suwan lifted the glass and took a large gulp. The water was cool, sliding down her throat like a cold thread. She set the glass down, picked up another slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and ate it. This time she didn't stop. She chewed, swallowed. Her face flushed red, her lips red, her eyes rimmed red. Not from tears, but from the spice. Delicious, she said. Lin Mo sat across from her, swished a slice of beef, and placed it in Suwan's bowl. Sister Suwan, beef also needs 7 seconds. Too long, and it gets tough. Suwan ate the beef and nodded. Delicious. Bai Jiuming sat beside Chen Ping'an, swished a slice of duck intestine, and put it in his own bowl. He ate quietly. 7 seconds, 1 bite, chew for a long time, swallow. His movements were identical to Chen Ping'an's. Are you copying me? Chen Ping'an asked. No. You count 7 seconds for tripe, 7 seconds for beef, 7 seconds for duck intestine. You're copying me. Bai Jiuming didn't answer. He picked up a slice of pork aorta, swished it for 7 seconds, and ate it. The black cat sat on a nearby chair, a small dish in front of it containing several fried dried fish. It ate elegantly, one small bite at a time, as if dining at a Western restaurant. After finishing each one, it raised its head to look at Chen Ping'an, as if saying, another one, please. Chen Ping'an added one, then another, then another. After 3 times he stopped. You've already eaten 5 today. The black cat stared at him, golden eyes unblinking. Maximum 5. You've gained weight recently. The black cat's eyes narrowed. Its tail stopped swaying, its 4 legs stopped kicking, and the entire cat became like a frozen fluffy icicle. It glared at Chen Ping'an for 3 seconds, then lowered its head, ate the last dried fish in the dish, jumped down from the chair, walked to the storefront, squatted down, and presented its rear to him. Suwan watched the black cat's back, the corner of her mouth twitching. Is it mad? It gets mad often. You get used to it. Chen Ping'an picked up another slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and placed it in his own bowl. Suwan ate several slices of tripe, beef, and duck intestine, then set down her chopsticks. Her face was red, her lips red, her eyes rimmed red. She leaned back against the chair and looked at the ceiling. A crack ran from the corner of the wall to the light fixture like a dried-up riverbed. I haven't eaten anything for 3 years. Her voice was soft. I thought I had forgotten the taste of food. But when I was eating tripe just now, I remembered. 7 seconds. My mom also said tripe needs 7 seconds. Chen Ping'an didn't speak. He picked up a slice of tripe, swished it for 7 seconds, and placed it in Suwan's bowl. Eat another piece. Suwan looked at the slice of tripe in her bowl and picked up her chopsticks. Lin Mo finished painting the 150th calming talisman. He folded them one by one and stacked them neatly on the counter, orderly as a wall built from yellow paper. Each one was folded into a small triangle, edges aligned, not a single one crooked. Xiaohe floated nearby, helping him count. When she reached 150, she stopped. Brother Lin Mo, you painted so many. Master says they'll be needed. When will they be needed? When we go down. Xiaohe lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her red padded jacket. She twisted it for a long while before looking up. Is it safe down there? Not safe. Xiaohe's lips trembled, water glistening in her eyes, but ghosts cannot cry. Those shimmering drops flickered a few times before dissipating like dew in sunlight. Then be careful. Lin Mo looked at her. An 8-year-old ghost child in a red padded jacket, twin braids, a semi-transparent body, feet hovering off the ground. She had lived in this building for 3 years with no one acknowledging her, no one speaking to her, no one buying her potato chips. When Chen De came, she finally had someone to talk to. With his arrival, she had someone she could call brother. I will, Lin Mo said. I promise you. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red padded jacket fluttering in the breeze. She floated to the counter, picked up the stack of calming talismans Lin Mo had painted, and smelled each one individually. The talismans carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Inhaling, it drove away all fear. After sniffing them, a satisfied smile graced her face. The black cat crouched on the counter, watching the stack of talismans as its tail swayed lazily. It observed them for a long while before speaking. You're better than your master. Lin Mo paused. What? You paint talismans faster than he does. Your handwriting surpasses his. Your incantations never stumble. You're stronger than your master. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. My master is better than me. He dares to go to Rongcheng town alone. He dares to bargain with Wen Chu. He dares to use purple talismans to blow up shadow walls. He dares to take me into the sewers. He dares to search for his parents. He's stronger than me. The black cat's tail gave a slight flick. But he blushes. You don't. Lin Mo hesitated. What kind of strength is that? That's not strength at all. But he's trying to change. You don't need to change. You're stronger than him. The black cat's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. Your master's master once said that taking on an apprentice isn't about finding someone weaker than yourself. It's about finding someone stronger. Your master found one. Lin Mo lowered his head and looked at his hands. Cinnabar stains marked his fingers, impossible to wash away, bright red like tiny splatters of blood. He had painted so many talismans that his hands were covered in cinnabar. His master's hands bore the same marks. Their hands were equally red. Baozi, tell me, can we find Guishu's stronghold? Yes. How do you know? Because your master won't stop. The black cat's voice was faint. If he can't find it, he'll keep searching. Only when he finds it will he cease. And neither will you. Lin Mo gathered the calming talismans and put them away in the drawer, then stood up and walked to the window. Beyond the window sprawled the nightscape of Rongcheng. Countless lights twinkling like an inverted starfield reflected upon the earth. Beneath that canopy of illumination lay air raid shelters, Guishu's stronghold, and the truth behind his parents' disappearance. His own parents were still alive, farming in their hometown and working odd jobs elsewhere. They had not disappeared. But he knew his master's parents had gone missing. So had Bai Jiuming's parents. They had all been searching for 22 years. Master, he called out. Chen Ping'an, who had been painting talismans behind the counter, looked up. Moi. Tomorrow I'm coming down with you. Chen Ping'an looked at him. Lin Mo stood by the window, back to the light, his face half in shadow, half illuminated. But his eyes were bright, shining like two stars. All right. Chen Ping'an bowed his head and continued painting talismans. The purple talisman. He was on the 17th. Once this one was finished, he would have two. Not enough, but better than one. One was for risking his life, but two was his safety margin. What he needed wasn't a safety margin. He needed a guaranteed win. So he would keep painting. The 18th, the 19th, the 20th. He painted until his hand didn't shake, until his brush didn't waver, until every stroke of cinnabar landed exactly where it belonged. The black cat crouched on the counter watching Chen Ping'an paint. His eyebrows moved, one rising, the other falling, like two dancing caterpillars. She didn't say anything. Even if she did, he wouldn't change. Besides, dancing caterpillars weren't ugly. She lowered her head, licked her paw, then leapt down from the counter and walked to the door of Su Wan's room, where she crouched. Su Wan had already fallen asleep, her breathing soft and slow. Xiao He floated beside her, keeping watch. The black cat looked at them both, her tail swaying lazily. The night before their departure, Chen Ping'an lay awake. It was not nervousness keeping him up, but excitement. He tossed and turned, rolling the quilt into a tight ball, then spreading it flat again, then curling it back up. The black cat, lying on his chest and irritated by his restlessness, flicked its tail against his chin. Can you stop? I can't sleep. Count sheep. I did. Got to 300. Then count zombies. Chen Ping'an thought about it and began counting zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the fourth, he thought of the 4 zombies playing mahjong in the sewer, the rustling sound of their tiles being shuffled, and the tall zombies' remark, "Instant noodles every day won't live long." That made him even more awake. He sat up and went downstairs. No lights were on. A moonlight streamed through the doorway, painting a silver path across the floor. Lin Mo sat behind the counter with a stack of calming talismans spread before him, carefully inspecting each one. His fingers traced the edges of the paper, making sure every fold was precise. Why aren't you asleep? Chen Ping'an approached. Can't sleep. Nervous? No. Just thinking. Lin Mo folded the last talisman and tucked it into his pocket. Master, what if we can't fight tomorrow once we go down? Chen Ping'an sat across from him, pulled a pack of crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and offered half to Lin Mo. If we can't win, we run. My master said, run if you can't fight, call for help. If you can't run, play dead. If you can't, call for help. Lin Mo took the noodles and took a bite. Does playing dead actually work? Don't know. Never tried it. But my master says it works. Chen Ping'an chewed the noodles, gathered the crumbs that had fallen onto the counter with his fingers, and popped them into his mouth. Are you afraid? Yes. Lin Mo answered honestly. But I want to go. Why? Because I promised Su Wan she would get her body back. I kept that promise. But I also promised her something else. What? To find those who harmed her. Chen Ping'an looked at Lin Mo. Moonlight washed over his face, softening his features. His eyes shone brightly, not with the brashness of someone who fears nothing, but with the quiet fire of someone who is afraid, yet chooses to act anyway. You will find them. Chen Ping'an crumpled the noodle bag into a ball and tossed it into the trash. Go upstairs and sleep. We have an early start tomorrow. Lin Mo stood, walked a few steps and paused. Master. Yes. How many zombies did you count? 4. Why didn't you keep counting? Because the 5th one is Wen Chu. Counting her made me unable to sleep. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment and went upstairs. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, took out the 4 bone talismans from inside his collar and placed them on the table, square, round, diamond-shaped, and triangular. Together they formed a complete circle. Moonlight fell upon the bone talismans, and they glowed faintly as delicate as the fading trail of fireflies. Bowsy, he called. The black cat came down the stairs, leaped onto the counter, and sat beside the bone talismans. Tomorrow, if anything happens to me, please take care of Lin Mo and Su Wan. The cat's tail stopped swaying. Nothing will happen to you. How do you know? Because your mother is waiting for you. She won't let you die. Chen Ping'an hung the bone talismans back around his neck, pressing them against his chest. They were cold, but slightly warmer than when he had first left the mountain. Not because the temperature had changed, but because his feeling toward them had. He stood, turned off the light, and climbed upstairs. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chen Ping'an was awakened by his alarm clock. He had set 3 alarms that day, not because he feared oversleeping, but because he feared waking too late. When the first alarm rang, he silenced it. When the second rang, he sat up. By the time the third alarm sounded, he was already standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth. He went downstairs. Lin Mo was already behind the counter wearing a dark sweatshirt and carrying a backpack, a stack of calming talismans in his hand. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, a touch deeper than the day before. He hadn't slept well the night prior either. What time did you wake up? 5. Again, no sleep. I slept. For 2 hours. Lin Mo slipped the calming talismans into his pocket and patted them. That's enough. Bai Jiuming's car was parked at the shop's entrance. He was wearing a black windbreaker today, the same model as Chen Ping'an's. Not a coincidence. When he'd gone to buy one, he'd asked Chen Ping'an what size he wore. Chen Ping'an had said. Me too, he'd replied. And so they were the same. Su Wan sat in the back seat in a white sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers. Her leg hadn't fully recovered yet, but she could walk. She moved slowly, pausing with each step like a young deer just learning to walk. But she insisted on coming. Are you sure you want to go? Chen Ping'an asked. I'm sure. Su Wan's voice was far stronger than it had been these past few days. I know the way inside. You don't. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Her complexion was still pale, but noticeably better than when she'd returned from Rongcheng town. A faint color had returned to her lips, dark circles shadowed her eyes, but her gaze was bright. All right, let's go. They drove off. The entrance to the sewer was hidden down a narrow alley behind the old street seldom visited, its manhole cover thick with moss. Bai Jiuming parked at the alley entrance, and the 4 of them got out. The black cat leapt from the back seat and settled at Chen Ping'an's feet, its tail held high. Bowsy, stay with Su Wan, Chen Ping'an said. I'm following you, the black cat replied, its tone resolute. Su Wan needs protection. She has your disciple. Lin Mo stood nearby, gripping a blue talisman so tightly his knuckles had turned white. He looked at Chen Ping'an and nodded. Chen Ping'an crouched and pried open the manhole cover. A damp, fishy breath rose from below as though something deep underground had let out a long sigh. He first took a flashlight from his bag and switched it on, illuminating the bottom of the shaft. There was a shallow pool of water, just enough to cover his ankles. An iron ladder clung to the wall, rusted but apparently still usable. I'll go first. Lin Mo, follow me. Su Wan, follow Lin Mo. Bai Jiuming, bring up the rear. Chen Ping'an tightened his backpack straps and began climbing down the iron ladder. The ladder creaked and groaned with every step as if in pain. When he reached the bottom, the water soaked his canvas shoes. Cool, but not bitterly cold. Lin Mo followed, then Su Wan, and finally Bai Jiuming. The 4 stood at the bottom of the shaft, their flashlight beams crossing in the darkness like 4 luminous swords. This way. Chen Ping'an led the front, his flashlight cutting through the darkness ahead. The sewer was wetter than the last time he'd been here. The walls were coated in thick moss green to the point of black, resembling a face covered in mold. The fishy stench hung thick in the air, far worse than before, as though something had been rotting deep underground for a very long time. After walking for about 10 minutes, they heard a sound. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled. Rounding the bend, the 4 zombies were still there. They sat beside a stone table, playing with bone cards. Just like last time, they wore Qing Dynasty official robes, their hats crooked, their faces expressionless, their skin dry and gray-blue. The eastern zombie played first, then the southern one, then the western, then the northern. With each round, the runes on the cards pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag, holding it between his fingers. Everyone fall back. Lin Mo pulled Su Wan back to the corner. Bai Jiuming stood behind Chen Ping'an, a blue talisman in hand. Chen Ping'an stepped up to the stone table and pressed the purple talisman flat against its surface. The moment the talisman touched the table, it flared. Purple light radiated outward from its center like a violet flower in full bloom. All 4 zombies froze mid-move. They raised their heads and stared at Chen Ping'an. For pairs of eyes, pupilless, the whites clouded and gray. You've kept guard for 40 years, Chen Ping'an said, his voice quiet but clear in the vast emptiness of the sewer. Today your shift is over. He pressed the purple talisman down. The violet light exploded outward like a sun long compressed, at last breaking free. The beam struck the stone table, and the bone cards were sent flying spinning through the air before shattering into dust on the ground. The four zombies' bodies began to tremble. From their feet upward they crumbled bit by bit into ash-gray powder, like stone eroded by wind and time. The eastern one fragmented first, then the southern, then the western, and finally the northern. The ash-gray powder pooled into four small heaps on the ground. The seal was broken. A fissure split open in the ground beneath the stone table. It widened, from a finger's width to a palm's, from a palm's to a foot's. Below the crack yawned a black hollow space. A cool draft rose upward carrying the stale, ancient odor of something sealed away for far too long. Chen Ping'an crouched and shone his flashlight into the fissure. Below was a passage. The walls were concrete, old and cracked in places, exposing red brick beneath. The passage stretched long and far, its end invisible in the darkness. An air raid shelter, Bai Jiuming said, crouching beside him. This is it. Chen Ping'an secured his backpack and jumped down first. His feet met the cement floor, hard and cold. He raised the flashlight and the beam illuminated the passage. It was wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. Every few meters along the walls a light fixture sat empty, bulbs, shattered, rusted sockets remaining. Lin Mo dropped down next, then Su Wan, and finally Bai Jiuming. Where's Baozi? Chen Ping'an asked. The black cat leapt down from the edge of the fissure and landed gracefully on Chen Ping'an's shoulder. I'm here. Chen Ping'an stroked the cat's head and raised the flashlight higher. One end of the passage was blocked, piled high with rubble and earth. The other end stretched into the deep dark. That way. Su Wan pointed into the darkness. Her voice trembled slightly, but her resolve was unwavering. Down in the second underground level of Rongcheng town, I overheard the guards say, the main corridor of the air raid shelter runs west. Go all the way to the end, and you'll reach the main sanctuary. Chen Ping'an nodded and led the way. Lin Mo followed behind him, Su Wan followed Lin Mo, and Bai Jiuming brought up the rear. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the empty passage, tap, 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 like 4 pendulums swinging at different rhythms. After about 10 minutes the passage forked. One path to the left, one to the right, one straight ahead. 3 routes, 3 directions. Which way? Lin Mo asked. Chen Ping'an pulled a compass from his bag. The compass needle spun once, then settled and pointed steadily at the middle path. The middle one. They stepped inside. The passage grew narrower, shrinking from room for 4 or 5 abreast to just 2. The cement on the walls peeled away more severely, exposing the red bricks underneath, which were also cracking. In some places the sound of dripping water could be heard, drip, 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 as if someone far away were letting water fall drop by drop. Su Wan suddenly stopped. Wait. Everyone halted. Chen Ping'an turned to look at her. I heard something. Su Wan's face had gone white. The guards' voices. Chen Ping'an cocked his head and listened. From deep within the passage voices carried on, low but clear. 2 people were chatting. Which batch is this today? The 3rd. The higher-ups are pushing again. Pushing for what? Pushing for the shipment. Lord Wenxiu says this month's quota isn't enough. They want us to increase it. Increase it? By how much? Double. That's insane. Where would we get that many? Then go fetch them. Lord Wenxiu said Rongcheng is vast. Missing a few people won't go unnoticed. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened into fists. Shipment. Human souls. They were calling it shipment, treating people as cargo and souls as raw material. He drew a deep breath and pressed onward. Rounding the bend the passage widened. Ahead stood an iron door, silver and gleaming, strikingly new against the crumbling cement walls like a golden button stitched onto a tattered quilt. The door was unlocked, left slightly ajar. White fluorescent light seeped through the crack. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a hall. It was large, capable of holding 100 or 2 people. Fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling, bathing the entire space in stark white illumination reminiscent of a factory workshop. Tables, chairs, computers, and filing cabinets filled the hall. Figures moved about in black clothing, a small silver badge pinned to their chests engraved with a symbol. The same symbol as on his bone talisman. Members of Guoxiu. Over a dozen. They stopped dead when they saw Chen Ping'an enter. The air turned suffocating. Chen Ping'an drew his tang sword from his waist. The blade gleamed coldly under the fluorescent lights. Lin Mo stood behind him, a blue talisman gripped tightly in his hand. Su Wan leaned against the wall, her legs shaking, but she refused to sit. Bai Jiuming stood at the rear, 2 blue talismans in hand. At the far end of the hall, a larger door stood, a black one bearing a single character, Su. Chen Ping'an looked at that door and switched off his flashlight. Lin Mo. Yes. The calming talisman. Lin Mo retrieved one from his pocket and handed it over. Chen Ping'an pressed it against the blade of his Tang's sword. The moment the talisman touched the blade, it flared once, then dimmed. A faint shimmer appeared on the blade's surface, not glowing but a subtle darkening and lightening, as though an invisible film had been plated over the steel. "Let's go." He walked toward the black door. The Goeishu members did not block his way. They stood frozen, watching him approach like a group of statues caught in ice. Chen Ping'an walked to the black door and stopped. A large character, Su, was carved into the door, its strokes deep, the grooves filled with accumulated black grime. He pressed his hand against the door. It was cold, not the chill of metal but a bone-deep, dread-laden coldness that seemed to seep up from underground. He pushed. The door did not move. He pushed again. Still nothing. Lin Mo stepped forward, placed his hands on the door, and helped him push. The door refused to budge. Bai Juming also came over, and the three of them pushed together. With a creak, the door opened a crack. Light spilled through. Not the white glare of fluorescent lamps, but a dim candlelight glow. Chen Ping'an pushed the door wide open. Beyond it lay a vast space, circular like an inverted bowl. The walls were covered in runes, the same set as those on his bone talisman. The runes glowed a pale blue like the tails of fireflies. At the center of the space stood a stone pedestal tall enough to reach a person's waist. Upon the pedestal rested an object, a bronze box not much larger than a shoebox, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. Chen Ping'an's fingers trembled. He recognized that box. He had seen it as an infant in his swaddling clothes. His master had told him that when he was abandoned at the gates of Mount Mao, he came with a small bronze box in his arms. The box could never be opened. Inside it lay a bone talisman. The square one hanging around his neck had been taken from that very box. But that box had always remained at Mount Mao in his master's room. This box was not that one. This one was larger, the patterns far more complex. "Master, what is that?" Lin Mo's voice echoed through the vast space. "I don't know." Chen Ping'an walked over and placed his hand on the box. It was cold, but beneath the coldness, there was a faint warmth as if something were slowly burning within. He opened the box. Inside lay a bone talisman, but not square, not round, not diamond-shaped, not triangular. It was pentagonal. Its color ran deeper, its surface smoother, as though it had been handled and polished for many years. The character on the back was not simply Chun. It was a variant with one additional stroke. The fifth one. The black cat leaped from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and settled on the pedestal, gazing at the bone talisman. "Your grandfather told you about this. There are 5 bone talismans. 4 are keys, and 1 is the lock. When you join the 4 together, you can unlock it. Once the lock opens, the door will open." Chen Ping'an drew the 4 bone talismans from beneath his collar and placed them in the box side by side with the 5th. The 5 talismans fitted together, forming a complete circle. The edges began to glow, not a flickering light, but a steady one. A pale soft blue, like moonlight upon snow. The light seeped from the edges of the talismans like water flowing slowly across the stone pedestal. It spread to the floor, climbed the walls, and reached the ceiling. The entire space was bathed in blue light. At its center an image appeared. Not a projection, not an illusion, but something real, as though someone had opened a window, and on the other side lay an unfamiliar place. A room small and windowless, containing only a bed and a lamp. A man sat on the bed. He was in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth turned downward. His hair had turned gray, lines marked his face, but his eyes shone brightly. He wore a gray Taoist robe, faded, and worn, the cuffs frayed from years of use. Tears streamed down Chen Ping'an's face. It was not weeping. It was the kind of tears that come when you have searched for something so long and finally found it, yet do not know what to say. "Father." The man in the image looked up at Chen Ping'an and smiled. A faint, delicate smile, the kind drawn reluctantly from the lips of someone who has long forgotten how to smile. "Ping'an, you've come." Chen Ping'an clenched his fists. "Where are you?" "At the main sanctuary of Goeishu. 3 levels underground. The place above you. I'm coming down to find you." "Don't come down. There are guards below. You cannot defeat them." Chen Qingshan's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. "Go back. Find your master. He is waiting for you at Mount Mao. He says he knows how to break Goeishu. Isn't my master still on the mountain? He deceived you. He descended. He has been inside Goeishu for 3 years." Chen Ping'an's breath caught for a moment. "What? Your master came down 3 years ago. He pretended to surrender to Goeishu and infiltrated the main sanctuary. He has been waiting for the right moment. He said when you gathered all 5 bone talismans, that would be the time." The image began to blur like a photograph soaked in water. Colors faded, edges dissolved, and finally nothing remained. The blue light dispersed. The bone talismans went dark. Chen Ping'an stood before the stone pedestal, his face covered in tears. Behind him, Lin Mo gripped a calming talisman, unsure of what to say. He handed the talisman paper forward. Chen Ping'an took it and wiped his face. Master. Your master is in Goetiu? Yes. For 3 years. Yes. Your master endures more than you do. Chen Ping'an looked at the 5 bone talismans in his hand and threaded them onto a single red cord hanging them around his neck. The 5 talismans pressed together, square, round, diamond, triangle, and pentagon, like 5 figures of different shapes embracing one another. His chest felt heavy. Let's go. To Mount Mao. The car pulled away, merging onto the highway heading toward Maoshan. Chen Ping'an leaned back in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. A black cat perched on his knees, its tail draped lazily over his hand. Baozi, MHM. Do you know my master is in Goetiu? I know. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Your master told me not to say anything. He said, only when Ping'an discovers it himself will he believe it. He won't believe what I tell him. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. His master was right. He never believed what others told him. He only trusted what he found for himself. His master understood him too well. The car entered a service area. Chen Ping'an got out to use the restroom and bought several packs of instant noodles along with 2 bottles of water. When he climbed back into the car, Bai Juming glanced at what he was holding. You're eating instant noodles again. Not eating them. Staying awake. I'll be pulling an all-nighter. Pulling an all-nighter for what? Going up the mountain. The scripture pavilion. My master said he's been waiting for me. The car exited the highway and entered the town at the foot of Maoshan. Chen Ping'an told Bai Juming to park at the entrance and got out. He stood at the town entrance gazing at the distant mountains. The peaks of Maoshan, green and layered. He had watched them for 22 years. Lin Mo, come with me up the mountain. Lin Mo got out of the car and fell in behind him. Suwon also stepped out. You're coming too. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Yes. I can still walk. Suwon's legs were still trembling, but she stood firm. The 4 of them climbed the mountain path. The stone steps were slick with moss. Chen Ping'an led the way. Lin Mo followed behind. Suwon supported Lin Mo by the shoulder, and Bai Juming brought up the rear. After roughly 40 minutes they reached the mountain gate. Chen Ping'an didn't enter through the main gate. He scaled the wall instead. Lin Mo followed suit. Suwon couldn't manage it, so Bai Juming hoisted her over. The scripture pavilion remained exactly as before. Gray tiles and white walls, a 3-story wooden building. The ginkgo tree at the entrance had shed its golden leaves, carpeting the ground like scattered foil. The door was unlocked, standing slightly ajar. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first floor was unchanged. The bookshelves were the same, the books were the same. He climbed to the second floor, then to the third. Beneath the windowsill at the far end of the third floor, a loose floorboard waited. On his last visit, his master had hidden a small booklet underneath it. He crouched down and pried open the board. Something lay beneath, an envelope, white and unsealed. 2 characters were written upon it, Ping'an. He opened the envelope and drew out the letter. The paper was thin and yellowed, its edges curled with age. His master's handwriting was hurried, but every character was legible. You clever brat. The fact that you found this letter means you've already gathered all 5 bone talismans. 2 years faster than I expected. You're smarter than I gave you credit for. But you're still hopelessly lost whenever you leave home, still sharp-tongued and still unable to cook a proper meal. We'll deal with those matters once you find me. I am at the main altar of Goetiu. 3 levels underground. They do not know my true identity. They believe I came to defect. I have waited 3 years for this moment. Now the opportunity has come. Bring the 5 bone talismans down. When joined together, they can break the core seal of the main altar. Beneath the seal lies the spiritual creature they have nurtured for 40 years. Destroy that creature, and Goetiu is finished. Do not go alone. Bring your friends. Bring that cat. Bring your disciple. There is strength in numbers. One last thing, your mother is still alive. She is at the 3rd underground level of the main altar together with your father. She has not died. Chen Ping'an's fingers trembled. He folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. Lin Mo. Yeah, my mother is alive. Lin Mo looked at him, holding his gaze for several long seconds. Then let's go save her. Chen Ping'an nodded. He rose to his feet and walked to the window. Outside the window, the mountains rose in layers of green. 22 years of looking at them, and he had never found them so beautiful. The car left Maoshan and merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat with his eyes closed. The black cat perched on his knees, its tail swaying lazily. Baozi, Mum, my mom is still alive. I know. How do you know? Your mother is sealed on the 3rd underground level of the main altar. Her soul is sealed inside a wooden carving, but her body is still alive. Just like how you saved Suwon. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and looked at the black cat. Do you know where she is? I know, but I can't go there. I don't have the bone talismans. Only you can enter. Chen Ping'an took out the 5 bone talismans from his collar and placed them in his palm. Square, round, diamond-shaped, triangular, pentagonal. They pressed against each other, cold to the touch. Baozi, Mum, what exactly are you? The black cat fell silent for a few seconds. I am your mother's friend. Also your father's friend. Also your master's friend. I've lived for a very long time. The black cat continued. I've seen many people. You are the best one. Chen Ping'an paused. What? You talk too much. You're hopeless with directions. You're greedy. You get shy easily. Your eyebrows move when you draw talismans. You eat instant noodles like you haven't had a proper meal in 3 years. But you're a good person. Your mother was right. The black cat's voice grew soft. She said, that child Ping'an, he talks a lot, but he keeps things in his heart. If you treat him well, he'll remember it for a lifetime. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the black cat. Its golden eyes shimmered like 2 small suns under the car's interior light. Baozi, Mom, when I find my mom, you talk to her. All right. Chen Ping'an hung the bone talismans back around his neck and leaned against the seat. Outside the car window, the sky darkened. Streetlights flickered on, strung together like a chain of stars. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. In the dream, there was no bamboo grove, no white figure seen from behind. Only a room with no windows, a single bed, and 1 lamp. 2 people sat on the bed, a man and a woman. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth turned downward. The woman had an oval face, large eyes, and a faint smile lifting her lips. They sat side by side, their hands clasped together. The woman lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Ping'an. Chen Ping'an smiled in the dream. Mom. He called out silently in his heart. The woman smiled too. It was a wide smile, not a gentle one, but the kind that curved her eyes into crescents, bare her teeth, and made her entire face glow with radiance. Mother is waiting for you. On the highway, the car cruised smoothly. Bai Jiuming glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Lin Mo had fallen asleep leaning against Su Wan's shoulder. Su Wan kept her eyes open, watching the night scenery outside. The black cat curled on Chen Ping'an's knees, purring softly. Su Wan, Bai Jiuming called out. Mom, are you afraid? Not anymore. Su Wan's voice was soft. On the 2nd underground level, I was afraid. Not now. Why, oi? Because someone came to rescue me. Su Wan looked down at the sleeping Lin Mo, watching the shadows his eyelashes cast under the dim light. Someone has waited 3 years for me. I won't let them wait any longer. Bai Jiuming glanced at her through the rearview mirror, but said nothing. He drove into Rongcheng, into the old street, and stopped at the shop's entrance. Xiaohe drifted out from inside, her red padded jacket glowing like a burst of flame under the streetlight. You're back. Lin Mo stirred awake, rubbed his eyes, and got out of the car. Su Wan supported herself on the car door and slowly rose. Xiaohe drifted before her, tilting her head to look up. Sister Su Wan, you're back. I'm back. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the wind. Chen Ping'an stepped out last and stood at the doorway, gazing up at the 3-story building. Gray tiles atop, white walls, and above the entrance hung a sign bearing the 3 characters Qingshan Pavilion. Xiaohe drifted beside him. Lin Mo stood behind Su Wan, leaned against the doorframe. Bai Jiuming rested against the car, and the black cat crouched on the steps. Let's go in. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door. We still have work to do tomorrow. Lin Mo followed him inside. Su Wan traced the wall as she slowly made her way in. Xiaohe drifted through. The black cat leaped onto the counter and curled into a ball. Bai Jiuming remained at the doorway watching them. Aren't you coming in? Chen Ping'an asked. Bai Jiuming stepped inside and took a seat. Since we're already here. Chen Ping'an pulled a pack of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and munching noisily began to eat. Lin Mo took one from his hand and ate it. Su Wan also took one and ate it. The black cat glanced over but declined. Baozi, you're not eating? Chen Ping'an asked. Cats don't eat crispy noodles. Have you tried? No. Then how do you know? The black cat looked at him and fell silent for a moment. You fed me before. Last time you broke off a piece for me, I didn't eat it. You've forgotten. Chen Ping'an thought about it and realized it was indeed true. He folded the noodle wrapper carefully and set it on the table. Lin Mo, Mom, starting tomorrow you'll draw 20 talismans each day. I'll handle the purple ones. You draw the blue ones. Understood. Su Wan, Mom, tomorrow you'll practice walking with me. 100 steps each day. No dinner until you finish. Su Wan nodded. Bai Jiuming, Mom, help me look up the air raid shelter maps for the Goeishu main altar. My master said there's a core seal on the 3rd underground level. I need to know where it is. Bai Jiuming took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote it down. Chen Ping'an stood and walked to the doorway. The old street lamps cast light on the bluestone path, painting it half bright and half shadow. Uncle Wong's tea house had turned off its lights, but Brother Lu's restaurant still glowed, the sound of his spatula carrying far into the night. Master, Lin Mo called to him. Mom, will my mom come to the shop to see me? Chen Ping'an turned around and looked at Lin Mo. She will. Once you destroy Goeishu, your grandmother will bring your mother here. Lin Mo looked down at his own hands. Cinnabar stains marked his fingers, red and impossible to wash away. Then I'll draw faster. Chen Ping'an smiled. He turned back to face the old street. A night breeze drifted in carrying the sweet fragrance of osmanthus and the rich aroma of beef tallow from the hot pot restaurant. He took a deep breath and closed the door. Tomorrow there would be work to do. On the 15th day since Su Wan awoke, Chen Ping'an began forcing her to walk. Not the gentle kind of try a few steps, but the harsh kind of no dinner until you've clocked 100. Su Wan gripped the wall and inched forward step by step through the shop. Her legs trembled, each knee buckling slightly with every stride like an infant just learning to stand, tentatively testing the world. 1, 2, 3. He floated ahead of her counting the steps. When she reached 10, Su Wan stopped and gasped for breath. Sweat beaded on her forehead and trickled down her cheek, sliding into the hollow of her neck. Rest if you're tired. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, a steamed bun in hand, taking a bite. I'm fine, Su Wan gritted out, pressing onward. 11, 12, 13. Xiaohe's voice rang crisp and clear like a child reciting a lesson. Lin Mo stood at the foot of the stairs, poring over a stack of calming talismans, examining each one. He woke at 5 every morning, spent until 7 drawing talismans, then recited unbinding incantations with Chen Ping'an before helping Su Wan count her steps. The dark circles beneath his eyes had deepened, but his gaze burned bright. Brother Lin Mo, what time did you sleep last night? Xiaohe asked. 11. Then you only slept 6 hours. That's enough. Xiaohe lowered her head, fingers twisting nervously at the hem of her red padded jacket. You used to sleep 8 hours. Lin Mo offered no reply. He folded the talismans neatly and tucked them into his pocket. Sister Su Wan, you've reached 30. Su Wan clenched her teeth and continued. 31, 32, 33. When she hit 50, her legs suddenly gave way and she lurched forward. Lin Mo caught her arm in an instant. Take a break. Su Wan leaned against the wall, heaving breaths. Her face was flushed red, her lips red, her eyes ringed with red. Not from crying, from exhaustion. Only 50 steps, she panted. 50 is 10 more than yesterday. Tomorrow you'll do 60. The day after that 70. And the day after 80. Chen Ping'an finished his last bite of bun and sipped his soy milk. Once you reach 100 steps, we head to Maoshan. Su Wan lifted her head to look at him. To Maoshan? Yes. To rescue my master. He's at Guishu's main headquarters. Su Wan fell silent for a few seconds. 100 steps. I'll do it. She pushed past Lin Mo's supporting hand, gripped the wall again, and kept walking. 51, 52, 53. Her legs trembled, her hands shook, her lips quivered, but she did not stop. Xiaohe floated ahead, counting louder and louder with each passing number. 58, 59, 60. Su Wan halted, braced herself against the wall, and closed her eyes. Her chest rose and fell violently like a bellows on the verge of collapse. Enough. 60 is all for today. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet. Lin Mo helped her upstairs to rest. Lin Mo supported Su Wan up the stairs while Xiaohe fluttered ahead to open the door. The black cat perched on the counter, watching the scene unfold, its tail swaying lazily. Baozi, Chen Ping'an called out. How long do you think it'll take her to reach 100 steps? 10 days. Too long. We don't have that kind of time. The black cat's tail stopped swaying. Then you go to Maoshan yourself? She stays here and trains. Chen Ping'an was quiet for several seconds. No. She's the only one who knows the way to the air raid shelter. We need her to get inside. Then you wait for her. Chen Ping'an sighed, pulled a packet of crispy snacks from the drawer, tore it open, and ate noisily. The black cat watched him, its tail beginning to sway again. You've had 3 packs today? Stress. When I'm stressed, I want to eat. Stressed about what? My master has been trapped in Guishu for 3 years. My mother is in there too. And my father. All 3 are waiting for me inside. Do you think I shouldn't be anxious? The black cat said nothing. It leapt down from the counter, padded to Chen Ping'an's side, and rubbed its head against his leg. Anxiety won't help. That's what your master would say. Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. Its golden eyes gleamed like tiny suns in the lamplight. He also said, rushing only leads to death. Then don't rush. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, folded the snack wrapper neatly, and slipped it into his pocket. He rose and walked to the window. Beyond, the glass sunlight bathed the old street in gold, illuminating the bluestone slabs. A few customers waited in line at Aunt Zhang's cooling shrimp stall. The fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Old Man Wang's tea house. Fresh vegetables were stacked outside Brother Lu's restaurant, just delivered. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But he knew beneath this very street lay a seal, and beneath the seal ran a passage, and beneath the passage sat Guishu's main headquarters. And there he had waited 22 years to find the people he loved. In the afternoon, Chen Ping'an went to Old Wang's tea house for a complimentary cup of tea. Old Wang seemed in good spirits today. There were patrons in the tea house, 3 elderly men playing cards, the clatter of mahjong tiles, and the low buzz of conversation. Old Wang sat behind the counter watching them play, a faint smile playing on his lips. When he spotted Chen Ping'an enter, he poured him a cup of tea. "Xiaochen, you look pale. Haven't slept well. Worrying again. Thinking about how to get down." Chen Ping'an lifted the teacup and took a sip. Date tea sweet, but there was a hint of bitterness threading through today's sweetness, like the taste of pits from overboiled dates. Old Wang cast him a glance. "Your master once said, those who overthink won't go far." Chen Ping'an set down the teacup. "Uncle Wang, could I borrow those 3 evil spirits of yours?" Old Wang's hand paused. "Borrow them for what?" "To fight people from Guishu." Old Wang fell silent for a few seconds. He retrieved the black soul guiding staff from beneath the counter and set it on the table. The head was carved into the form of a dragon with an open maw, its eyes 2 dark red beads that glimmered faintly under the light. He placed his hand upon the staff head and closed his eyes. The light within the soul guiding staff pulsed. The dark red beads brightened to a vivid crimson, as though 2 nearly extinguished flames had been reignited. The light traveled downward from the head along the shaft all the way to the tip. The tail end flared once, and then 3 shadows erupted from it. The first was towering and gaunt as a bamboo pole draped in a tattered long gown, its hair so long it obscured its face. The second was squat and round as a ball, wearing a short jacket, its belly distended. The third was neither large nor small, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, its face utterly expressionless. "Here we go again." The tall ghost spoke, its voice shrill as fingernails scraping glass. "What's this kid after now? Borrowing you for a fight," Old Wang said. The short ghost drifted before Chen Ping'an, circling him once. "Skinny. Still skinny. Even thinner than last time. You're not eating again, are you?" "I ate." "What did you eat?" "Buns. Braised pork. Instant noodles." The short ghost fell silent. It turned and drifted back to Old Wang's side. "This kid won't live long. Eats too indiscriminately." Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, but found he had no rebuttal. The Zhongshan suit ghost had remained silent throughout. It stood at the rear, gazing at Chen Ping'an for a long while. Then it spoke, its voice low and level like the surface of a winter river. "You're going after Guishu?" "Yes." "Do you know how many are there?" "No." "Do you know how deep it is?" "No." "Do you know you might not come back?" "I know." The Zhongshan suit ghost looked into his eyes. Chen Ping'an met its gaze. Black, the pupils vast as voids, yet within them flickered a sliver of light. Not a reflection, but something emanating from deep within. "You're just like your father," the Zhongshan suit ghost said. "He was the same back then. Knew nothing and still dared to go. And then, oi. He came back. Didn't die." Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. "He's still alive." "Alive. On the 3rd underground level. With your mother." The Zhongshan suit ghost's voice grew soft. "I've seen them. 3 years ago your master took me there once. He said, remember this place. When Ping'an comes, bring him." Chen Ping'an's breath hitched. 3 years ago, my master took you to the Guishu headquarters." "He did. He pretended to defect to Guishu and infiltrated the headquarters. I hid inside the soul guiding staff and followed him. He brought me to the 3rd underground level and showed me the seal's location." The Zhongshan suit ghost turned its head to look at Old Wang. "Uncle Wang, hand me the soul guiding staff." "I'll take him." Old Wang was silent for a few seconds, then passed the staff to Chen Ping'an. "Take it. They'll follow you. If you come back alive, return them to me. If you don't, no need to return them." Chen Ping'an accepted the soul guiding staff. The staff was heavy, far heavier than it appeared. Runes covered its surface, ridged and uneven to the touch like braille. "Uncle Wang, thank you." "No thanks needed. Your master told me to wait." "I waited." Old Wang lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Come back alive and buy me a drink." "Agreed." Chen Ping'an slung the soul guiding staff over his back and stepped out of the tea house. The tall and short ghosts dissolved into 2 shadows and sank into the staff. The Zhongshan suit ghost lagged behind, glancing back at Old Wang. "Uncle Wang. He's just like his mother." Old Wang's lips curved ever so slightly. "Yes, just like her." The Zhongshan suit ghost dissolved into a shadow and entered the staff. The tip of the soul guiding staff flared once, then dimmed. On the 18th day after Su Wan awoke, Zhou Yunhao arrived. It was raining lightly that day. The autumn rain in Rongcheng was fine and dense, as if someone had scattered a handful of crushed glass across the sky. The bluestone path of the old street glistened with rainwater, reflecting light like a mirror wiped clean. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall had been packed away. Her iron pushcart was locked beneath a street lamp. Rainwater dripped steadily from the edge of its canopy. Tick, 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 as though someone were keeping time. From Grandpa Wang's tea house came the clatter of mahjong tiles rushing and splashing through the rain, blending into a strange, yet oddly pleasant background melody. Zhou Yunhe carried no umbrella. He wore a gray Taoist robe that clung to his body soaked through, yet he seemed unconcerned. He stopped at the shop's entrance, looked up at the sign, Qingshan Pavilion, and studied it for a moment. He gazed at it for a few seconds, then pushed the door open and entered. Chen Ping'an was squatting on the floor teaching Xiao He how to write the character Gui. Traditional form 16 strokes. By the 10th stroke, Xiao He had already forgotten what came next. She grew anxious, and the hem of her red padded jacket rustled sharply, like a flag whipped hard by the wind. She had already traced the character Gui in the air over a dozen times, each attempt different from the last, yet none resembling a turtle. The first looked like a flattened crab, the second a bun with legs, the third an overturned tricycle. Brother Chen, this character is too difficult. Xiao He said, her voice tinged with grievance. It isn't. Think of it. A turtle's shell is round, so the outer part is a frame. Inside are the turtle's head, feet, and tail. Just draw them out. She traced a circle in the air, then 4 lines inside it. The 4 lines wobbled crookedly like 4 pieces of flattened noodles. Is this a turtle? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. The turtle is sleeping. Its legs are tucked in. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. He decided not to teach the character Gui today. If he continued, Xiao He might never want to see a turtle again in her life. He put away the yellow paper and swapped it for an old sheet inscribed with Ren Ko Shou Shui Hua, person mouth hand water fire. Review what we learned yesterday. Each one 3 times. Xiao He exhaled in relief and began tracing characters in the air. Ren Ko Shou Shui Hua. When she wrote Hua, the final sweeping stroke still leaned awry like a flame dancing in the wind. Chen Ping'an did not correct her. Let it be crooked. After all, Hua already resembled fire itself, and fire was always wavering. Zhou Yunhe stood at the doorway watching this scene, his face devoid of any expression. His hair was soaked plastered to his forehead. Water droplets fell from the tips of his strands, dripping onto the collar of his Taoist robe. He lingered at the threshold for about half a minute, then stepped inside. He walked without a sound, as quiet as a cat. Chen Ping'an only noticed him when he raised his head. Senior brother, why didn't you bring an umbrella? I forgot. Zhou Yunhe sat down on a chair. He took a cloth from his pocket and began wiping the water from his face. The cloth was gray and worn, its edges frayed. After dabbing his face, it left a damp patch. He folded it neatly and returned it to his pocket. Senior brother, what brings you here? Your master is in Guishu. You know this? I know. And do you know why he went? I know. He's waiting for the right moment. Zhou Yunhe looked at him, holding his gaze for several seconds. There was something unnameable in his eyes. Not praise, not reprimand, but something more complicated, as though he were confirming something. You are cleverer than your master. What took him 3 years to uncover, you accomplished in 3 months. Chen Ping'an paused. My master spent 3 years. 3 years. After descending the mountain, he first went to Wuchuan and traced your father's whereabouts. Then he went to Yongxing town and found the entrance to Guishu. After that, he went to the air raid shelter and pinpointed the location of the main sanctum. Zhou Yunhe spoke in a flat tone, as if reading a report. Every step was obstructed. He was pursued 3 times and wounded twice. On the final occasion, 2 of his ribs were broken. He lay in that air raid shelter for a full day and night before crawling out. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. My master never told me this. Of course he didn't. He is your master. A master does not recount his beatings to his disciple. Zhou Yunhe withdrew a small cloth bag from his pocket and set it on the table. The bag was deep blue, embroidered with the character Zhou in fine, meticulous stitches, the kind of work that spoke of years of careful devotion. He opened the bag and drew out a jade tablet. It was modest in size, roughly that of a matchbox, its color amber-aged, its surface glowing with a soft, mellow luster, as though it had been fondled and treasured for a very long time. On the front was carved the character Zhou. On the back a sigil, fine, intricate, densely wound like a map drawn with the tip of a needle. This is the ancestral tablet of my Zhou clan. It summons the successive generations of our founders. Zhou Yunhe placed the jade on the table. Take it. Should danger arise when you descend, produce it, and speak my name. It will shield you once. Chen Ping'an picked up the jade tablet. It was warm, not cold, as though someone had held it close for a long while. He turned it over. The sigil on the back shimmered faintly under the lamplight, not with light of its own, but with a subtle shift in hue, deepening and fading like ink seeping into jade. Senior brother, aren't you coming down with us? No. I would die, and if I died, no one would retrieve my body. Zhou Yunhe spoke calmly, as though remarking on the weather. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He studied Zhou Yunhe's face. There was no expression there, yet the lines at the corners of his eyes had grown deeper, far deeper than on their last meeting. His hair was still damp, clinging to his forehead. A few strands of white had appeared. They had not been there last time. Senior brother, you've grown old. All people grow old. Zhou Yunhe rose and walked toward the door. The rain continued to fall fine and dense. The lights of the old street blurred through the downpour as though viewed through frosted glass. He stood at the threshold, his back to Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, yes. Your mother is still alive. She is waiting for you. Do not let her wait too long. Zhou Yunhe pushed open the door and stepped into the rain. He carried no umbrella. His gray Taoist robe was quickly drenched, darkening from gray to deep charcoal. His silhouette grew progressively fainter in the rain until it vanished around a street corner. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, clutching the jade tablet. It was warm, but his hands were cold. Lin Mo descended from upstairs, a calligraphy brush and hand vermilion stain smudged on his cuff. Master, who was that just now? Zhou Yunhe, my senior brother. From the soul-calling sect. What did he come for? To deliver something. Chen Ping'an raised the jade tablet for Lin Mo to see. This. To preserve one's life. Lin Mo examined the tablet. Does it work? I don't know. I haven't tried. But my senior brother says it does. Lin Mo asked no further questions. He walked to the counter, unfurled a sheet of yellow paper, and began drawing talismans. Calm spirit talismans, 20 per day, no more no less. After finishing the 20, he would count Su Wan's steps. Today she had reached 112 steps, 12 more than yesterday. Her legs still trembled, but she did not stop. Lin Mo felt she was stronger than himself. His hands shook when drawing talismans, her legs shook when walking. Hers was not fear, it was exhaustion. His trembling too was not born of fear, but of inexperience. With practice it would cease. Xiaohe drifted over to Chen Ping'an and tilted her head up to look at him. Brother Chen, your senior brother, is so stern. Has he ever smiled? I've never seen him. Xiaohe considered this for a moment, tilting her head. Then he must be very tired. Chen Ping'an looked down at her. Why do you say that? Because people who do not smile carry too much in their hearts. Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. Xiaohe was right. Zhou Yunhe carried too much within him. He had carried it for 22 years, waiting for one person. When that person finally arrived, he handed over the jade tablet and left. He might never return to Qingshan Pavilion again. His task was complete. Chen Ping'an pocketed the jade tablet, rose, and walked to the window. The rain continued to fall. The lights of the old street in the rain resembled soft, glowing dandelion seeds drifting through the night. Lin Mo. Yes, master. Draw 5 more calm spirit talismans tomorrow. Why, oi? Because your sister Su Wan climbed 112 steps today. Her legs must ache. Calm spirit talismans can soothe the spirit, and they can soothe the legs as well. Lin Mo did not ask how a talisman could ease leg pain. Sometimes when the master spoke, there was no need to question. He bowed his head and continued drawing talismans. Bai Jioming came on the 20th day after Su Wan regained consciousness. He brought a map, the complete blueprint of the air raid shelter, not the yellowed, crumbling copy his grandfather had kept, but a fresh printout produced on a computer with every entrance, every corridor, and every fork in the passage meticulously marked. I found an elderly man who once spent years inside the shelter, Bai Jioming said, spreading the map across the counter. When he was young, he worked as a maintenance worker here. He told me the core seal on the 3rd underground level lies at the very heart of the shelter. From the main passage, walk down through 7 junctions. Turn left 3 times, turn right 4 times, and you'll arrive. Chen Ping'an studied the map and traced a route with his finger. Descend through the sewer, break the seal, enter the shelter, follow the main passage. 3 left turns, 4 right turns, and you'll be there. Once you arrive, there will be a door. Bai Jioming reached into his pocket and produced a photograph, placing it beside the map. The photo showed a single door, black as night, with one character inscribed upon it, Su. Behind that door lies the central stronghold of Guishu. Your master is within. Your parents are within as well. Chen Ping'an folded the map carefully and slipped it into his pocket. We depart tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Bai Jioming looked at him. Are you ready? I am ready. Chen Ping'an reached into the drawer and withdrew 5 purple talismans, laying them out in a neat row. 5 thunder suppression talismans, spirit binding, purple talisman, barrier breaking, purple talisman, lightning calling, purple talisman, and body protecting, purple talisman. He had spent 20 days crafting them, destroying countless failed attempts before finally completing these 5. It was enough. 1 for desperation, 2 as a last resort, and all 5 would guarantee victory. Lin Mo. He called out. Lin Mo descended from upstairs carrying a stack of blue talismans. Master, how many blue talismans have you prepared? 50. That will suffice. Su Wan came down the stairs. Her legs were still trembling, but she refused to lean against the wall. She took each step slowly, deliberately, with unwavering steadiness. Xiaohe floated behind her, keeping count. 21, 22, 23. Su Wan reached the first floor and paused, gasping for breath. Her face was flushed, her lips crimson, her eyes ringed with red. You reached 23 today, Chen Ping'an said. Tomorrow I'll reach 100. There is no time tomorrow. We must go down tomorrow. Suwan looked at him, holding his gaze for several long seconds. Then I'll go now. She turned and began climbing the stairs again. Climbing up was far more difficult than going down. Her legs shook with every step, and she had to press her full weight against the handrail with each ascent, which groaned and creaked under the strain. Sister Suwan, please take a rest. Xiao He floated beside her, pleading. No rest. Suwan gritted her teeth and continued upward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. By the time she reached the 3rd floor, her legs gave out, and she sat heavily on the stairs. She panted wildly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead and dropping onto the steps below. How many steps did I climb? She asked. Xiao He counted. 28. Not enough. 100 steps. I still need 72 more. Suwan rose to her feet and began descending again. Chen Ping'an watched her retreating figure in silence. Lin Mo stood beside him, also saying nothing. The black cat perched on the counter, its tail still. Suwan spent the entire afternoon going back and forth, up from the 1st floor to the 3rd, down from the 3rd to the 1st, making 4 complete rounds. When she finished her final round, her legs trembled, her hands shook, and her entire body leaned against the wall like a sapling bent by a relentless wind. How many? She asked between gasps. Xiao He hovered nearby, eyes glistening. 112. Suwan smiled. It was a broad smile, not the faintest hint of one, but the kind that comes from exhaustion pushed to the limit, yet triumph finally achieved. Chen Ping'an retrieved a bottle of water from behind the counter and handed it to her. Suwan took it, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply. Water spilled from the corners of her mouth and trailed down her chin, but she did not bother to wipe it away. Tomorrow I'm going with you. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Her face was flushed, her lips red, her eyes ringed with red, but her gaze shone brilliantly bright as 2 stars. Very well. On the night before departure, Chen Ping'an summoned everyone in the shop, all the people, to the 2nd floor. Xiao He hovered at the staircase, her red cotton jacket blazing like a flame under the light. Lin Mo sat on the bed, clutching a stack of blue talismans. Suwan leaned against the wall, her legs still trembling, though she stood steady. The black cat crouched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Bai Jiuming leaned against the doorframe with both hands in his pockets. Chen Ping'an stood in the center of the room, pulling 5 bone talismans from his collar, square, round, diamond, triangular, and pentagonal. They lay pressed together, cold to the touch. Tomorrow we go to the Guishu headquarters. My master is inside. My parents are inside too. I've waited 22 years. You don't have to wait this long. You don't have to go. Lin Mo stood up. I'm going. Suwan also straightened. I'm going. Bai Jiuming pushed off the doorframe. We're already here. Xiao He floated before Chen Ping'an, looking up. Brother Chen, I can't go. My spirit is bound by the earth chi. I can't leave this building. But I'll wait for you here. Chen Ping'an squatted down, meeting Xiao He's gaze. I'll come back. Xiao He reached out her hand, her translucent fingers pausing in the air before gently brushing Chen Ping'an's face. Her fingers passed through his skin, unable to make real contact, yet Chen Ping'an felt that cool, wisp-like touch. Pinky swear. He extended his finger and hooked it with hers. His finger slipped through hers, meeting nothing solid, but he hooked it with force. Pinky swear 100 years never change. Xiao He smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an rose and looked at the black cat. Baozi, do you have anything to add? The black cat leaped from the counter, walked to his feet, and looked up. Your mother said, that child Ping'an talks too much, but he carries things close to his heart. Be kind to him, and he'll remember it for a lifetime. You remembered. I remembered. Your mother remembered too. Chen Ping'an bowed his head, gazing at the black cat. Its golden eyes shone like 2 miniature suns beneath the light. Baozi, when I find my mother, you go talk to her. Understood. Chen Ping'an hung the bone talismans back around his neck, drew a deep breath. Sleep now. Up at 5 tomorrow. Depart at 6. Whoever's late buys hot pot for everyone. Lin Mo paused. Master, why does being late mean buying hot pot? Because hot pot puts people in a good mood. And when you're in a good mood, you're not afraid. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then climbed upstairs. Suwan followed, holding the wall as she ascended slowly. Bai Jiuming left. Xiao He drifted back to her corner. The black cat hopped onto Chen Ping'an's chest and curled into a ball. Chen Ping'an lay on the 2nd floor, staring at the ceiling. The crack remained stretching from the corner of the wall to the lamp socket like a dried riverbed. But tomorrow that river would run with water. Baozi, do you think we'll come back alive tomorrow? The black cat's purring grew slightly louder. Yes. How do you know? Because you still owe Uncle Wang a round of drinks. You owe Brother Lu a meal. You owe Aunt Zhang for a bowl of cold shrimp. You owe Yiling for a windbreaker. You owe Lin Mo a year's tuition. You owe Suwan a hot pot. You owe Xiao He a bag of potato chips. You owe me 5 dried fish. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth twitched upward. I also owe Master a thank you. Then tell him tomorrow. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. The black cat's purring hummed like an old engine, steady and reliable. Downstairs, the old street at night fell quiet. The mahjong tiles stilled, the electric scooters stopped, the clamor of the hot pot restaurant faded. Only the occasional bark of a distant dog and the whisper of wind through leaves remained. Amidst those sounds, he slowly drifted to sleep. 5 in the morning, the sky still hadn't brightened. Chen Ping'an was awakened by 3 alarms at once. The phone alarm, the small clock on his nightstand, and the black cat's tail. The black cat swiped its tail against his face, one strike after another, with just the right force to pull him from sleep, without causing enough pain to throw it out. Up, up, up. Chen Ping'an sat up, and the black cat slid off his chest, shaking its fur. You slept on my chest again last night. Your chest is warm. And you're going down today. I'm warming it for you. Chen Ping'an looked into the black cat's golden eyes and fell silent for a moment. You're a cat, not a heat pack. Cats can serve as heat packs too. Chen Ping'an didn't argue. He put on that black windbreaker. Yiling had bought it, zipped to the top with the collar turned up. He took out 5 bone talismans from under his pillow, strung them together on a red cord, and hung them around his neck. Square, round, diamond-shaped, triangular, and pentagonal. They pressed against each other, cold, but slightly warmer than when he first descended the mountain. He placed 5 purple talismans, 20 blue talismans, and 50 yellow talismans into separate pockets, then checked his compass, cinnabar, brush, folding, entrenching tool, flashlight, 3 packs of crackers, and 2 bottles of water. That's enough. He patted his backpack and headed downstairs. Lin Mo was already standing behind the counter, wearing a dark hoodie with a backpack slung over one shoulder, holding a stack of blue talismans. Dark circles lingered beneath his eyes, deeper than yesterday. What time did you get up? 4. Didn't sleep again. I did. 2 hours. Lin Mo tucked the blue talismans into his pocket. Couldn't sleep. Nervous. No. Thinking about things. About what? My grandmother. She doesn't know I'm going down today. She thinks I'm here painting talismans in the shop. Chen Ping'an looked at him. Then don't let her know. Lin Mo nodded. Suwan came down the stairs. She wore a white hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. Her legs were still trembling, but far steadier than yesterday. She held onto the stair railing step by step, without stopping or leaning against the wall. You made it to 100 steps. Chen Ping'an asked. Yesterday, I walked 112. Today I don't need to. Today I'm walking much further. Chen Ping'an studied her. Her complexion was still pale, but her eyes were bright. Bai Jiuming's car was parked outside the shop. He wore a black windbreaker today, the same style as Chen Ping'an's. He leaned against the car door, coffee cup in hand, and glanced at his watch when he saw Chen Ping'an emerge. On time. Rare. Today is different. We can't be late. Chen Ping'an opened the car door and got in. Suwan sat in the back seat, Lin Mo beside her, and the black cat perched on Suwan's knees. The car set off. The entrance to the sewer was hidden in a small alley behind the old street, rarely visited, with moss-covered manhole covers. Bai Jiuming parked at the alley entrance, and the 4 stepped out. The sky wasn't fully light, yet gray and dim, like a sleepless person rubbing their eyes. The alley was quiet, broken only by distant dog barks and the rustling of wind through leaves. Chen Ping'an crouched and lifted the manhole cover. A damp, fishy odor rose from below, as though something deep underground had let out a sigh. I'll go first. Lin Mo follows me. Suwan follows Lin Mo. Bai Jiuming brings up the rear. Chen Ping'an tightened his backpack straps and began climbing down the iron ladder. The ladder creaked with each step as if in pain. He reached the bottom, where water soaked past his canvas shoes. Cool, but not freezing. Lin Mo descended next, then Suwan, and finally Bai Jiuming. The 4 stood at the bottom of the well, their flashlight beams crossing in the darkness. This way. Chen Ping'an led his flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. The sewer was wetter than last time, walls thick with black-green moss. The fishy scent hung heavier in the air. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the place where he'd broken the seal before. The stone table remained, but the 4 corpses had shattered into gray-white powder scattered across the floor and partially washed away by water. The crack in the ground persisted, yawning black below. Chen Ping'an jumped down first. His feet struck the concrete floor, hard and cold. He raised his flashlight, and the beam revealed a passage. The corridor was wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. The walls were concrete, aged, cracked in places to expose red brick beneath. Every few meters along the ceiling a light fixture hung, but the bulbs were shattered, leaving only rusted sockets. Lin Mo dropped down, then Suwan, and finally Bai Jiuming. The black cat leapt from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and settled at his feet. Baozi, stay with Suwan. I'm staying with you. Suwan needs protection. She has your apprentice. Lin Mo stood nearby, clutching a blue talisman so tightly his knuckles whitened. He glanced at Chen Ping'an and nodded. The main corridor of the air raid shelter stretched long and seemed to vanish into darkness. The flashlight could only illuminate tens of meters ahead. Beyond lay absolute blackness. Chen Ping'an walked in front. Lin Mo followed close behind. Su Wan kept her hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, and Bai Jioming guarded the rear. Their footfalls echoed through the empty passage, tap tap tap, like 4 metronomes beating different rhythms. After about 20 minutes of walking, Chen Ping'an suddenly stopped. He heard a sound. Not water, not wind, but footsteps. Many footsteps approaching from deep within the corridor, uniform and synchronized like a marching army. Someone's coming, he whispered, drawing a purple talisman from his pocket and holding it between his fingers. Lin Mo produced his blue talisman. Bai Jioming killed his flashlight and pressed against the wall. Su Wan crouched low, shrinking into the corner. The footsteps drew nearer. The flashlight beam caught a group. 6 people dressed in black, silver badges pinned to their chests, etched with bone talisman symbols. They carried flashlights, sweeping the corridor with their beams. The leader at the front was tall and bald, a scar running across his face. Chen Ping'an didn't hide. He stood in the middle of the corridor, his flashlight trained on the group. The bald man spotted him and halted. "Who are you? How did you get in?" "On foot," Chen Ping'an replied, his voice low, but carrying clearly through the vast passage. The bald man's brow furrowed. He drew a short blade from his waist, its edge glinting coldly in the light. "This is Guishu territory. Outsiders who enter die." He raised the blade and charged at Chen Ping'an. He moved fast, his heavy footsteps thudding against the ground. Chen Ping'an didn't flinch. He waited until the bald man closed to within 3 paces before raising the purple talisman in his hand. Thunder. The purple talisman detonated. Violet light erupted from the paper like a compressed sun, finally finding its escape. The beam struck the bald man's chest and sent him flying backward. He slammed into the wall and slid down motionless. The other 5 halted, looking from their fallen leader to Chen Ping'an. They exchanged glances, then turned and fled. Their footsteps receded, growing fainter until they vanished into the darkness ahead. They ran. Lin Mo's voice trembled slightly. "Back to report." Chen Ping'an brushed away the talisman ash. "We need to hurry. Their reinforcements will come soon." He quickened his pace. Lin Mo followed. Su Wan gritted her teeth and kept up, and Bai Jioming brought up the rear. They passed one intersection after another. Chen Ping'an counted in his mind: left once, right once, left twice, right twice. 3 lefts, 4 rights. Su Wan's voice came from behind. "We're here." Ahead a door appeared, black and massive, bearing a single character, Su. 2 guards stood on either side of the door, dressed in black and wearing masks. They noticed Chen Ping'an's group, but neither moved nor fled. They simply stood there like sculptures. Chen Ping'an approached and placed his hand on the door. It was cold. Not the cold of metal, but a bone-chilling, sinister chill that seemed seeping up from the earth itself. He pushed. The door didn't budge. He pushed again. Still immovable. "Lin Mo, help me." Lin Mo stepped forward and placed his hands on the door alongside him. Bai Jioming joined them, and the 3 pushed together. The door groaned open a crack. Light spilled through. Not the white glare of fluorescent tubes, but a dim candle-like glow. Chen Ping'an pushed the door wide. Beyond lay a vast space, circular like an inverted bowl. The walls were carved with runes identical to those on Chen Ping'an's bone talismans. The runes glowed with a pale blue light reminiscent of firefly tails. At the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal tall enough to reach a person's waist. "Wait here," Chen Ping'an said, and stepped inside. A figure sat upon the dais, cloaked in gray Taoist robes. His hair had turned entirely white, gathered into a haphazard topknot, with several stray silver locks cascading down his sides. His face was etched with deep wrinkles like the cracked bark of an ancient tree, yet his eyes shone brightly. The corners of his mouth hung downward, giving him an perpetually displeased expression. "Master." Chen Ping'an stood before the dais, gazing at the lean old man, who had plucked him from the gates of Maoshan, raised him for 22 years, and then kicked him off the mountain. "Master." The old man raised his head and looked at him. He stared for several long seconds. Then finally the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Not a smile, but the expression of someone saying, "So you've finally arrived. Brat, why did it take you so long?" "The road was long. Long. It's only a 4-hour drive from Rongcheng to Maoshan. I got lost." The master looked at him in silence for a moment. "You've always been this way since you were a boy. You could get lost even on the mountain. How big is Maoshan really?" Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal. He walked over to the dais and helped the master down. The old man's legs were trembling as though he had not stood in a very long time. "How long have you been sitting there?" 3 years. "I haven't stood for 3 years. My legs are weak." Chen Ping'an supported him and guided him to lean against the wall. He took a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and handed it to his master. The master took it, ate a bite, and chewed slowly. Salty. Make do. It's all I have. The master finished half the pack and washed it down with some water. You're better than your mother. She couldn't even make instant noodles, but you can. I can't cook either. I only know how to soak them. The master looked at him, and that look translated into plain words meant, you're just as clueless as your mother. But he didn't say it aloud. Master, where are my parents? The master pointed toward a small door deep within the chamber. Inside there. Your mother is waiting for you. Your father is waiting for you too. Chen Ping'an looked at that small wooden door. It was old, its paint peeling away to reveal the grayish-white wood beneath. He took a deep breath, walked over, and pushed it open. Beyond was a small room, no larger than a dozen square meters. There were no windows, only a single incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling casting a dim yellow light. Two people sat inside, a man and a woman. The man was in his 50s with a square face, thick eyebrows, and the same downturned mouth. The woman had an oval face, large eyes, and the faintest hint of a smile. They sat side by side on a wooden plank bed, their hands clasped together. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway watching them. Tears streamed down his face. They were not tears of weeping, but of that particular ache, the kind that comes when you have searched for something for so long only to find it, yet find yourself utterly at a loss for words. Father, mother. The woman rose and approached him. She was half a head shorter, looking up at him. Her eyes were red, but she held back her tears. Ping'an. She reached out and touched his face. Her hand was cold. Not the chill of ice, but the deep, sunless cold of someone who has not seen daylight in far too long. You've grown so tall. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked, as though something had lodged itself there. The man walked over and stood beside the woman. He was half a head taller than Chen Ping'an, looking down at him. The corners of his mouth turned downward, but his eyes were smiling. You take after your mother. Your father says you look like me. The woman took Chen Ping'an's hand. Your father claims your eyes are mine. Your mother insists your lips are hers. They've been arguing about this for 22 years. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth twitched upward. For 22 years his parents had still been bickering. His father could never quite smile, but his mother could. His father spoke little, his mother filled the silence with words. His father's face looked stern while his mother was beautiful. They seemed mismatched, yet they had never once parted. Let's go. We'll talk outside. The people from Guishu are almost here. Chen Ping'an took their hands and led them out of the small room. They had barely stepped out of the small room when the hall doors burst open, not pushed gently but slammed inward by force. A dozen figures in black poured through, brandishing blades, talismans, and ritual implements. A silver badge adorned each of their chests, engraved with the symbol of a bone talisman. At their forefront marched a woman in her 40s, her hair coiled neatly at the nape of her neck, clad in a black qipao, embroidered with dark crimson patterns. Her complexion was pale, her lips painted a deep oxblood red. Chen Ping'an, you've come sooner than I expected. Her voice was low, yet it echoed across the vast hall. But now that you're here, don't expect to leave. Chen Ping'an drew the Five Thunders warding talisman from his pocket, pinching it between his fingers. Last time I said it. Next time we meet, it won't be stones that explode. Wen Chu glanced at the purple talisman, and the corners of her mouth twitched upward. How many of us do you think your talisman can kill, eh? I don't know, Chen replied. But it's enough to kill you. Wen Chu's smile vanished. She drew a short sword from her waist, its blade inscribed with dense runes, and charged straight at Chen Ping'an. Her speed far exceeded the bald man's. Her footfalls were nearly soundless. Chen Ping'an raised the purple talisman. Thunder. The talisman detonated. Violet light erupted from the paper and collided with Wen Chu's short sword. The blade shattered fragments, scattering across the floor. Wen Chu was blown backward more than 10 paces, crashing into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an, her eyes revealing an expression he had never seen before. Not fear, but something else, the surprise of someone realizing you are more formidable than she had calculated. You're stronger than I thought, she said, wiping the blood from her lip. But alone you cannot defeat all of us. Behind her, the dozen or so figures raised the magical implements in their hands. Chen Ping'an reached into his pocket for a second purple talisman. At that moment, 3 shadows shot out from the soul guiding staff on his back. The tall ghost, the short ghost, and the ghost in the Chinese suit. The 3 vicious spirits stood before Chen Ping'an, placing themselves between him and the forces of Guishu. The tall ghost spoke first, his voice sharp. Kid, you owe us a favor. Not just one favor, the short ghost grumbled, his voice rough. 3 hot pot meals. The ghost in the Chinese suit remained silent. He stepped to the very front and faced Wen Chu. Her expression shifted. You're Zhang Yuanshan, the ghost in the Chinese suit replied, his tone as flat and still as a winter river. 40 years ago you slaughtered my entire family. I spent 40 years searching for you. Today I found you. Wen Chu's lips trembled. But you're dead. How can you? I am dead, Zhang Yuanshan said. But my spirit never scattered. I have been waiting for this day. He drifted toward Wen Chu. His hands transformed into black claws, 5 fingers elongated into grotesque vine-like tendrils of pure darkness. Wen Chu turned and fled. Zhang Yuanshan pursued. The tall ghost and short ghost followed in tow. 3 vengeful spirits chased a dozen opponents into the depths of the corridor, and then all was gone. Chen Ping'an stood where he was gripping the unused purple talisman in his hand. Baozi. Yes. What was the ghost in the Chinese suit's name? Zhang Yuanshan. Direct descendant of the Zhang clan of Western Hunan. Junior brother to Master Wang. How many years did he wait? 40. Chen Ping'an fell silent for several seconds. He tucked the purple talisman away and turned to face his master, his parents Lin Mo Su Wan, and Bai Juming. Let's go. We're heading back. They ran along the corridor toward the exit. Chen Ping'an supported his master Lin Mo, steadied his mother. Bai Juming took his father's arm, and Su Wan followed close behind. The black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail held high. Baozi. Yes. Do you think Zhang Yuanshan will catch Wen Chu? Yes. He waited 40 years. He won't let her escape. They reached the main passage of the air raid shelter. Behind them came the sounds of explosions, screams, and wails. Then silence. Chen Ping'an did not look back. He kept his master steady and continued running forward. They ran into the main corridor of the air raid shelter. Behind them came the sounds of explosions, screams, and cries for help. It was not them. It was Zhang Yuanshan and those 2 wicked spirits pursuing the people of Guishu. Chen Ping'an did not look back. He supported his master and kept running outward. His master's legs were still trembling, making it impossible to run fast. Every step felt as though he were walking on cotton. Chen Ping'an was almost dragging him now. His master's weight pressed heavily on his shoulders. Master, you really should lose some weight. I've lost weight. I haven't eaten well in 3 years. You weren't thin to begin with. His master did not respond. His lips were pale, his forehead drenched in sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and did not stop. Lin Mo supported Chen Ping'an's mother Chen Wanqing. Her legs were trembling as well, but she ran slightly faster than the master. She glanced back as she ran, looking for her husband, Chen Qingshan. Bai Juming supported him. Chen Qingshan's legs trembled the most severely. 22 years of imprisonment had caused his muscles to waste away worse than anyone else's. He was nearly hanging off Bai Juming like a sack of cement being dragged along. Dad, hang in there. Chen Ping'an called from ahead. I can make it. Chen Qingshan's voice was deep, each word spoken with effort. Keep running. Don't worry about me. If I don't worry about you, you'll be on the ground. Chen Qingshan did not argue, because he truly was about to collapse. Su Wan was running at the very back. Her legs were trembling too, but she ran more steadily than anyone else. She had spent 3 years lying on the 2nd basement level of Yongxing town, and after waking up, she had climbed the stairs every day, 112 steps countless times. Her legs had developed muscle memory, though they shook they would not give way. She was running when she suddenly stopped. Ping'an, someone is catching up behind us. Chen Ping'an turned around. Deep in the corridor, flashlights were flashing, not just one, but many. The footsteps were growing closer and louder, like a group of people sprinting. The pursuers from Guishu. How far to the exit? Bai Juming asked. 5 minutes, Chen Ping'an estimated. But they'll catch up in 2. He handed his master to Lin Mo. Hold him. Run. Don't look back. Lin Mo took the master, the weight pressing onto his shoulders. His leg trembled, but he did not buckle. Master, what about you? I'll stay behind. Chen Ping'an pulled out the last purple talisman from his pocket. The obstacle-breaking purple talisman. This one was not meant to blast people but walls. He had planned to save it for breaking seals, but now the seal was already broken and only the wall remained. The air raid shelter's walls were thick concrete, but the purple talisman could explode through them. He crouched down and pressed the purple talisman against the corridor wall, holding it firmly with his hand. The gold powder on the talisman glittered in the darkness like a small fragment of crushed stars. He stood up and stepped back a few paces, pulling a blue talisman from his pocket and chanting fire. The blue talisman ignited, its cyan-white flame dancing in the darkness. He held the blue talisman close to the purple one. Go first. I'll count to 3, then run. Lin Mo carried his master and ran. Bai Juming supported Chen Qingshan and ran. Su Wan followed behind. Chen Wanqing ran a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, you. Mom, go. Chen Wanqing looked at him for 2 seconds, then turned and ran. Chen Ping'an crouched beside the purple talisman, watching the blue flame's tip slowly advance toward it. The purple talisman's fuse was drawn in cinnabar and burned quickly. The moment the flame touched the purple talisman, it flared, purple light spreading outward from its center like a blooming violet flower. 1. He stood up. 2. He turned around. 3. The purple talisman detonated. Not gradually, but instantly. A pillar of purple light erupted from the talisman paper, like a sun compressed for far too long finally, finding its way out. The light beam struck the wall, and the wall cracked. Cracks spread from the center outward like a sheet of paper being crumpled. Broken stones and soil cascaded down like a miniature avalanche. Chen Ping'an ran before the rubble could fall. He ran faster than he ever had in his life. His canvas shoes slipped on the scattered stones, and he nearly fell. He reached out and steadied himself against the wall, recovered his balance, and kept running. Rubble fell on his head, shoulders, and back, but he did not stop. Master! Lin Mo called from ahead. Coming. He ran past the first junction, then the second. The explosions behind him continued. Not one blast, but a continuous series. The purple talisman had blown open the wall, and the earth behind it was collapsing, the cave-in spreading. The corridor was shaking, cracks in the ceiling widening and rubble falling from above, larger and more frequent by the second. Run fast! Chen Ping'an shouted. They reached the entrance of the air raid shelter. The entrance was that well opening with the iron ladder still hanging in place. Lin Mo pushed his master up first, but the master's legs were too weak to climb. Lin Mo pushed from below, while Bai Juming pulled from above. Between the three of them, they finally got the master up. Then it was Chun Wanqing's turn. She was lighter than the master and climbed faster. Then came Chun Qingshan. His legs were the weakest, but his hands were strong. He gripped the iron ladder and climbed rung by rung, pausing after each one to catch his breath. Dad, hurry! Chen Ping'an called from below. Almost there. Chun Qingshan reached the wellhead, and Bai Juming pulled him up. Then it was Su Wan's turn. She climbed the fastest, agile as a cat. Then Bai Juming, who pulled himself up with swift, practiced movements. Finally Lin Mo stood at the wellhead and looked down. Master, come up. Chen Ping'an ran to the base of the iron ladder, grabbed it, and began climbing. The sound of collapsing earth behind him grew closer and closer, rubble pouring out of the corridor like a black river. He climbed quickly, taking 3 steps at a time, the iron ladder creaking beneath him. By the time he reached the wellhead, rubble had already surged to the base of the ladder. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed his wrist, pulling him up. Rubble poured from the wellhead like a black waterfall. The manhole cover was blown open and rolled to the other side of the alley. Rubble and soil piled into a small hill, blocking the entire well opening. Chen Ping'an sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was covered in dust, plaster fragments clung to his hair, and a thin line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. One of his canvas shoes was torn, the sole peeling open like a grinning mouth. His pant leg was ripped, revealing a segment of his lower leg with a scratch that was oozing blood. Master, are you injured? Lin Mo squatted beside him. No, just a scrape. You're bleeding. Superficial. It doesn't hurt. The master walked over and squatted down, looking at his face. His gaze lingered on the blood at Chen Ping'an's lip, then on the scratch on his lower leg. You're just like your mother. You never say when it hurts. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. My mom never says either. Never. When she gave birth to you, she endured pain for a full day and night without making a sound. The doctor said, if you cry out, it'll feel better. She said it doesn't hurt. The master's voice was soft. She was lying. Chen Ping'an looked at his mother. She stood nearby, leaning against the wall, also looking at him. Her eyes were red, but she was not crying. Ping'an, you're just like your father, she said. Your father never spoke his feelings either. He never said when it hurt. He never said he missed me. He never said he loved me. Chen Qingshan was silent for a moment. I did say it. When did you say it? Just now. Chen Wanqing froze, then laughed. That smile was huge. It was not a gentle smile, but the kind that curved her eyes into crescent moons, bared her teeth, and made her entire face light up. Chen Ping'an watched her smile, and smiled too. The black cat walked over from beside the manhole cover, and sat at Chen Ping'an's feet, its tail held high. It was covered in dust, its black fur turned gray like a cat that had crawled out of a coal pile. Bowsy, are you alright? I'm fine. I run fast. The black cat shook its fur, sending dust flying everywhere. You run fast too. Faster than when you're drawing talismans. There's no need to run when drawing talismans. You should run. When you draw talismans, your eyebrows move like 2 caterpillars fighting. It makes people want to run. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Why didn't you help down there? I was watching Su Wan. Her legs gave out, and she nearly fell. I caught her. Chen Ping'an looked at Su Wan. She was leaning against the wall, her legs trembling, but she stood steadily. She nodded to Chen Ping'an. You caught her. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. You're a cat. How did you catch her? I used my head. Her leg rested against my back, and I supported her. The black cat spoke calmly. I am a cat. Cats have strong backs. Chen Ping'an reached out and stroked the black cat's back. It was indeed strong, truly solid. Old Wang walked over from the alley entrance, a teacup in his hand. He glanced at the well opening piled high with rubble and soil, then at Chen Ping'an sitting on the ground. It exploded. It exploded. The passage is blocked. Blocked. Can the people from Guishu still get out? They can, but they'll have to dig for a long time. Chen Ping'an stood up and brushed the dust from his pants. Enough time for us to prepare. Old Wang nodded and walked back to the tea house with his teacup. His steps were steady, just like always, neither rushed nor sluggish. Aunt Zhang peeked out from behind her liangxiao stall and glanced at Chen Ping'an. Little Chen, are you injured? No, just a scrape. You're lying. Your leg is bleeding. Chen Ping'an looked down at his leg. The scratch on his lower leg was still oozing blood. Not much, but definitely bleeding. Superficial. It doesn't hurt. Aunt Zhang took a piece of cloth from under her cart, walked over, squatted down, and helped him wipe the blood from his leg. The cloth was cool and damp, and the sensation was refreshing against the wound. Go home and apply some medicine. Don't let it get infected. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang stood up, put the cloth away, and returned to her liangxiao stall. Chen Ping'an supported his master and walked toward the shop. Lin Mo supported his mother, Bai Jiuming supported his father, and Su Wan followed behind. The black cat walked at the very front, its tail held high like a guiding tour leader. The morning of the old street sunlight fell upon the bluestone path, golden and bright. Old Wang's tea house had opened its doors, and the fragrance of jasmine tea drifted out. Brother Lu's vegetable shop had a pile of freshly delivered produce at the entrance, crisp and glistening with dew. Aunt Zhang's liangxiao stall was set up, and the wheels of her iron cart made a rumbling sound on the bluestone road. Everything was perfectly normal. But Chen Ping'an knew the abnormality was yet to come. Guishu would not let them go. They had killed Wenxiu, but there were still the 6 elders: Tanlong Juman, Luz, Siyuan, Lianjin Wuxiu, and Pujuan. They would come again. He pushed open the shop door and walked inside. Xiaohe floated down from the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket red as a flame in the morning light. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Are you injured? No, just covered in dust. Xiaohe floated in front of him and studied him up and down several times. Her gaze lingered on the blood at the corner of his mouth, then on the scratch on his lower leg. You're lying. There's blood on your mouth. And on your leg too. Superficial. It doesn't hurt. Xiaohe looked at him for several seconds. Then she floated behind the counter, took a calming talisman from a drawer, folded it into a small triangle, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. Put this on. A calming talisman can stop bleeding. Chen Ping'an took the talisman paper and pressed it to his leg. A calming talisman was meant to calm the spirit, not stop bleeding. But he did not say anything. He stroked Xiaohe's head. Thank you, Xiaohe. Xiaohe smiled, and the hem of her red jacket fluttered in the wind. The master sat down in a chair, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and tucked it between his lips without lighting it. He looked at Chen Ping'an. You little rascal. You're 2 years earlier than I expected. I'm smart. You have no sense of direction. Being smart and being directionally challenged aren't contradictory. The master looked at him and was silent for a moment. You're better at talking back than your mother was. Chen Wanqing laughed beside him. He's like me. I could talk back too. The master glanced at her. When you talk back, his father never said a word. Chen Qingshan was silent for a moment. I did say it. When did you say it? Just now. Chen Wanqing laughed again. Chen Ping'an took several bottles of water from behind the counter and distributed them to everyone. He sat behind the counter looking at these people. His master, his parents, Lin Mo, Su Wan, Bai Jiuming, Xiaohe, and the black cat. The shop was not large, and squeezing so many people in felt a bit cramped. But he felt it was just right. Master, Lin Mo called to him. Will my mother come to the shop to see me? Chen Ping'an looked at him. There were dark circles under Lin Mo's eyes, but his eyes were very bright. Yes. Once you finish drawing the purple talisman, your grandmother will bring your mother here. Lin Mo lowered his head and looked at his own hands. There were cinnabar stains on his fingers that would not wash off reddish in color. Then I'll hurry and draw it. Chen Ping'an smiled. He stood up and walked to the doorway. The sky was almost dawn, and the eastern sky had shifted from deep blue to pale blue, and from pale blue to the whitish hue of a fish's belly. The streetlights of the old street were about to go out, their glow fading in the morning light. Baozi, the black cat, walked out of the shop and sat at Chen Ping'an's feet. Do you think Guishu will come looking for us again? Yes. Are you afraid? No. Why? Because you're here. Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. Its golden eyes in the morning light were like 2 small suns. He squatted down and stroked the black cat's head. Baozi, Thank you. No need to thank me. Your mom already paid. Chen Ping'an smiled. He stood up, turned, and walked back into the shop. The morning of the old street sunlight fell upon the bluestone path, golden and bright. A new day had begun. When they returned to the old street, the sky had not yet brightened. The street lamps still glowed, illuminating the bluestone path in alternating patches of light and shadow. Uncle Wang's tea house had already extinguished its lights, and Brother Lu's vegetable shop was stacked with fresh deliveries at the door. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall had not yet appeared. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like fire in the lamplight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Are you hurt? No, just a scrape. Xiaohe floated before him, scrutinizing him from head to toe several times over, and only when she confirmed he was unharmed did she finally exhale in relief. She caught sight of the figures behind him. An elderly man with white hair, a middle-aged man with a square face, and a middle-aged woman with an oval face. Brother Chen, who are they? My master. My father. My mother. Xiaohe's eyes widened. You found your parents? I did. Xiaohe floated before Chen Ping'an's mother and looked up at her. Hello, Auntie. Chen Ping'an's mother crouched down to look at Xiaohe. Translucent, wearing a red padded jacket with braided pigtails and suspended feet. She reached out, hoping to touch Xiaohe's face. Her fingers passed straight through Xiaohe's cheek, unable to make contact. Hello? What's your name? Xiaohe. Xiaohe, thank you for taking care of Ping'an. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an's master sat down in a chair, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, drew one out, and held it between his lips without lighting it. He looked at Chen Ping'an. You rascal. Yes. You finished 2 years sooner than I expected. I'm clever. You have no sense of direction. Cleverness and being directionally challenged aren't contradictory. The master studied him in silence for a moment. You talk back better than your mother. Chen Ping'an's mother laughed beside him. He takes after me. I used to talk back too. The master glanced at her. When you talk back, his father would just stand there in silence. Chen Ping'an's father fell quiet for a moment. He did speak. When did he speak? Just now. Chen Ping'an's mother laughed again. Chen Ping'an retrieved several bottles of water from behind the counter and distributed them to everyone. He sat behind the counter gazing at these people. His master, his parents Lin Mo Su Wan by Juming Xiaohe, and the black cat. The shop was small, and with so many crowded inside it felt rather cramped. But he felt it was just right. Master Lin Mo called out to him. Will my mother come to the shop to see me? Chen Ping'an looked at him. Dark circles shadowed Lin Mo's eyes, but they shone brightly. Yes. Once you destroy Guishu, your grandmother will bring your mother here. Lin Mo lowered his head and gazed at his own hands. Cinnabar marks stained his fingers, impossible to wash away, of vivid crimson. Then I'll hurry and finish painting. Chen Ping'an smiled. He stood up and walked to the doorway. Dawn was approaching. The eastern sky shifted from deep blue to pale blue, and from pale blue to the whitish hue of morning. The old street's lamps were about to go out, their glow fading into the morning light. Baozi, the black cat, emerged from the shop and crouched at his feet. Do you think Guishu will come looking for us again? Yes. Aren't you afraid? No. Why not? Because you're here. Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. Its golden eyes gleamed like 2 tiny suns in the morning light. He crouched and stroked the cat's head. Baozi. Thank you. You're welcome. Your mother already paid. Chen Ping'an smiled. He stood up, turned, and walked back into the shop. In the early morning of the old street, sunlight bathed the bluestone path in golden warmth. A new day had begun. Chen Ping'an's master Rongcheng. Yes, that was literally his name. The old man had claimed the founder of the Chuanjian sect had achieved ascension with that very name, and adopting it would add at least 20 years to his lifespan. Had lain on the second floor of Qingshan Pavilion for 3 full days. During those 3 days he had barely left his bed, managing only to drink water, eat instant noodles, and use the toilet. His leg had been twisted while running in the air raid shelter, swollen like a radish. Chen Ping'an had applied an ice pack, but it showed no improvement. His ribs ached as well, not from a fresh break, but from an old wound. 2 ribs had been fractured in the shelter 3 years prior, never properly healed, and now they had cracked open again. His complexion was poor, his lips pale, his eye bags deep and heavy like 2 water-filled sacks hanging beneath his eyes. But his mouth never rested. He complained that Chen Ping'an's instant noodles were too soft, that Lin Mo's porridge was too thick, that Su Wan's water was too cold, and that the black cat was too heavy when it perched on his chest. Can this cat find another place to sit? The master shifted the black cat from his chest. The cat leaped onto the windowsill, settling there with golden eyes fixed on him. You've grown thinner. In the past, when I sat on your chest, you complained I was too light. Now I sit here, and you say I'm too heavy. It's not that I've gained weight. It's that you've lost yours. The master fell silent for a moment. You are more eloquent than Ping'an. I have lived longer. I have seen more people. When it comes to learning how to speak, well, I pick it up quickly. The master said nothing more. He gazed at the ceiling, where a crack stretched from the corner of the wall to the light fixture like a dried-up riverbed. He watched it for a long time. Chen Ping'an carried up a bowl of congee, plain white rice porridge enriched with red dates and goji berries. The dates had been chopped into small pieces, the goji berries soaked until plump and soft, floating atop the surface like tiny red flowers. He set the bowl on the nightstand and sat beside the bed. Master, have some congee. I won't. No appetite. You haven't eaten much in 3 days. I'm not hungry. Chen Ping'an studied his master's face. The man's features bore deep wrinkles of front tooth, missing halfway expressions worn smooth by the passage of years, but his eyes were still remarkably bright. It was not the brightness of youth, but rather the brightness of one who has lived many years, witnessed much, yet still has not seen enough. What would you like to eat? Instant noodles. Didn't you just say instant noodles taste bad? Yours don't taste good. Lin Mo's do. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He went downstairs and entered the kitchen. The Qingshan Pavilion had no kitchen of its own. The kitchen belonged to Lu Ji's restaurant. He arrived at the doorway where Lu Gu was washing vegetables, the faucet running loud. Brother Lu, lend me a pot. For what? To cook instant noodles. Lu Gu glanced at him, fetched a small pot from the back kitchen, and handed it over. Your master wants to eat this. He is particular. When you cook it, wait for the water to boil before adding the noodles. Cook for 2 minutes, then turn off the heat and let it rest in the residual warmth. After 1 minute, turn the heat back on for 30 more seconds. That way the noodles will be neither too soft nor too hard. Chen Ping'an paused. Brother Lu, do you take such care even with instant noodles? I am particular about everything I cook. Lu Gu turned and headed back to the back kitchen. Chen Ping'an carried the pot back to the shop, filled it with water, and set it on the induction stove. When the water boiled, he added the noodles, cooking them for 2 minutes before turning off the heat. He let them rest for a minute, then reheated them for 30 more seconds. He poured them into a bowl, added the seasoning packet, stirred, and carried the bowl upstairs. The master took the bowl and tasted it. He chewed slowly and swallowed. Not bad. Tastes better than what you usually make. Brother Lu taught me. Brother Lu is a good man. His master was a good man too. The master took another bite. His master was named Lu Daiju from the Maoshan Ghost Exorcising School. Your grandfather once saved his life. He asked your grandfather to do something for him, but your grandfather never finished it before he died. That debt of a life cannot be repaid, so he asked Brother Lu to pay it instead. Chen Ping'an sat on the edge of the bed. What did my grandfather ask him to do? To investigate Guishu. Your grandfather spent 10 years on it, and uncovered many things. He hid those discoveries in a certain place, waiting for you to find them. And you found them. The master finished the noodles in the bowl and set it on the nightstand. You are smarter than your grandfather. He investigated for 10 years, you did it in 3 months. You also investigated for 3 years. I was slow. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. There was no expression on the master's face, but there was a light in his eyes. Master, you are not slow. You had broken ribs, lay in that air raid shelter for a day and night, and crawled out. A slow person could not have done that. The master studied him, silent for a moment. You are more eloquent than your mother. My mother cannot speak well. Your mother can speak well, but she only says pleasant things. What you say is not always pleasant, but it is useful. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. He picked up the empty bowl and went downstairs. At the top of the staircase, he paused without turning back. Master. Thank you. No need to thank me. Your mother already paid. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. The master lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling. The crack there still ran from the corner to the light fixture. He watched it for a long time, then closed his eyes. Chun Wanqing came down from the 3rd floor carrying a glass of water in her hand. She reached the master's room door and knocked. Senior brother. The master opened his eyes. Come in. Chun Wanqing entered and set the water glass on the nightstand. She sat beside the bed, studying his face. Senior brother, your complexion is poor. Haven't slept well. Worrying about something. How to fight Guishu. Chen Wanqing was quiet for a few seconds. You cannot defeat it alone. Let us fight it together. The master looked at her. Your leg is not healed yet. It is now. I can walk. I can run. Can you fight? Yes. I have been drawing talismans for 22 years. My hands have not grown rusty. The master looked at her. Her eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. Just as they had been when she was young. When he first saw her, her eyes were exactly like this. You remind me of your son. He takes after me. He is more talkative than you are. Chen Wanqing laughed. He takes after his father. His father speaks little, but he is not glib. His loquacity comes from me. The master's lips curved slightly. You were just as talkative when you were young. Your master once called you chatty. You replied, talking too much is not a disease, staying silent is. Chen Wanqing's laughter grew louder. My master eventually learned to do the same. He started talking endlessly. His disciple could not bear it and ran away. My master asked, why are you running? And his disciple said, you talk too much. My master said, talking too much is not a disease. She paused. His disciple added, but it is annoying. The master laughed. He had not smiled in a long while, and the expression felt somewhat unfamiliar. The curve at the corners of his mouth was slight, but his eyes crinkled with warmth. Chen Wanqing watched his smile and laughed along with him. Senior brother, you look handsome when you smile. You should smile more. The master's smile faded slightly. It does not look good. I am getting old. Even old you still look good. The master studied her in silence. You are just like your son, sweet-tongued. Is he sweet-tongued? He only knows how to say the instant noodles are good. He said thank you. Chen Wanqing hesitated. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Cinnabar stains marked her fingers, impossible to wash away, leaving them reddish. She had drawn talismans for 22 years, and her hands bore the cinnabar. Her son's hands carried the same marks. He takes after his father. His father would also say thank you, but he says it rarely. Saying it once is enough. Saying it too often makes it worthless. Chen Wanqing raised her head and looked at the master. Senior brother, have you ever said thank you? The master fell silent for a moment. I have. I said it to your junior brother. When he brought Ping'an to me. He said, Senior brother, please raise this child for me. I am going to find Guishu. I said all right. He said thank you. I said you are welcome. The master's voice grew faint. That was the last time he called me senior brother. Chen Wanqing's eyes reddened. She did not cry. She swallowed her tears back. He will come back. He has already returned. Chen Wanqing nodded. She rose carrying the empty water glass and walked out of the room. At the doorway she paused without turning back. Senior brother. Thank you. You are welcome. You already paid. Chen Wanqing smiled. She descended the stairs. Behind the counter Chen Ping'an was drawing talismans, purple ones already on his 23rd. His eyebrows moved, the left rising while the right dipped. She said nothing. Even if she had, he would not have changed. Besides, a dancing caterpillar was not so bad after all. Yiling came on the 4th day after master returned. When she pushed open the door, Chen Ping'an was squatting on the ground teaching Xiao he to write the character turtle. Xiao he wrote it 3 times, each attempt different. The first resembled a flattened crab, the second a legged steamed bun, the third an overturned tricycle. Chen Ping'an stared at the 3rd attempt in silence for a moment. Is that a turtle? Yes. A turtle basking in the sun. Its legs are sticking out. Chen Ping'an decided not to teach the character turtle anymore that day. Yiling stood in the doorway watching the scene. Her gaze lingered on Xiao he briefly, semi-transparent, wearing a red cotton jacket, braided pigtails, feet dangling in midair. She showed no fear or screamed, merely furrowing her brow slightly. Do you have more ghosts in your shop now, No. Still just the same one. Xiao he call her sister. Xiao he lifted her head and looked at Yiling. Hello, sister. The corner of Yiling's mouth twitched slightly. Hello. She walked in and sat on a chair carrying a dark blue bulging cloth bag. She placed it on the table, took out a notebook, flipped it open, and pushed it toward Chen Ping'an. Several lines of neat handwriting filled the page, clearly hers. The batch of goods you asked me to trace last time I found it. In Wuchuan County, Guizhou, a man named Lu and sold it to a local purchaser. The purchaser resold it to a wholesaler in Rongcheng, who then sold it to my grandfather. I located the purchaser's name and phone number, but the line is disconnected. The address is a village beneath Wuchuan County. I sent someone to verify. The village still stands, but the purchaser died 3 years ago. How did he die? Unknown. Neighbors claimed he died of illness, but they couldn't specify what illness. Chen Ping'an closed the notebook and returned it to her. Lu 1. The tall, thin man at the foot of Mount Amei, also named Lu 1. The same person. Yiling's fingers paused. You found that out. Indeed. Every 15th of the month, he spends the afternoon at a tea house at the foot of Mount Amei meeting with people. Chen Ping'an retrieved a photograph from the drawer and handed it to Yiling. The photo showed a tall, thin man wearing glasses and black clothing seated in a tea house corner, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Yiling examined the photograph. That is him. My grandfather sketched this same person in his notes. Your grandfather drew him? He did. On the very last page of my notebook. Yiling turned to the final page, revealing a sketch of a tall, thin man, with glasses, the corners of his mouth upturned. It matched the figure in Chen Ping'an's photograph exactly. 20 years ago, my grandfather sensed something was amiss with him. He recorded it. But he later forgot. Yiling's voice was soft. When people age, their memory fades. It is not merely fading memory. The resentment within the bronze tripod affected his recollection. Chen Ping'an pocketed the photograph. Yiling, I need you to do something for me. What is it? Keep watch over Section B of the antique market for me. That tall, thin man's street stall has been cleared, but he may return. Or others may take his place. Please monitor any new stalls, particularly those selling antique items. Let me know if you learn anything. Yiling nodded. She rose, walked to the doorway, and paused. Chen Ping'an. You've lost weight. Chen Ping'an touched his own face. No. I've been eating quite well lately. What have you been eating? Instant noodles. Braised pork. Crunchy snack noodles. Yiling fell silent for a moment. You cannot live on instant noodles. I know. But they taste good. Yiling did not press further. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, watching her figure disappear around the street corner. Sunlight bathed her form, making her white shirt glow brilliantly. Xiaohe floated to his side and looked up. Brother Chen, your ears are red. The sun is shining. You are indoors. There is no sun. Chen Ping'an was quiet for a moment. Xiaohe, it is time for you to recite the 3-character classic. Xiaohe pouted, floated to the counter, opened the classic, and began chanting. At birth human nature is good. Near in origin natures are similar. Far in habit they grow apart. Her voice was clear and melodic like song. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, produced a packet of crunchy snack noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and ate with audible crunches. The black cat perched on the counter watching him. You are eating crunchy noodles again. I am hungry. You just said you have been eating plenty. That was then. This is now. The black cat's tail swished once. A gesture meaning, you are as stubborn as your mother. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal, for his mother indeed was stubbornly so. When she had given birth to him, she had endured a day and night of labor without a single cry. When the doctor suggested scream if it will relieve the pain, she had replied, it does not hurt. His mother had lied. Yet he felt that particular lie was quite fine. Chen Ping'an's mother was named Chen Wanqing. On the 5th day after she woke up, she was able to get out of bed. She held onto the wall and walked step by step through the shop. Her legs trembled just as Su Wan's had when she first regained consciousness. Su Wan sat on the stairs watching her walk. Annie, take it slow. Your legs will hurt. It doesn't hurt, Chen Wanqing said through gritted teeth, continuing forward. Su Wan watched her. You're lying. Chen Wanqing paused and looked at Su Wan. Su Wan's eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. How do you know? Because when I first woke up I said it didn't hurt too. But it did. You can fool others, but not me. Chen Wanqing fell silent for a moment, then sat down on the stairs beside Su Wan. What's your name? Su Wan. Su Wan. Thank you. Thank you for staying with Ping'an. Su Wan looked down at her hands. It wasn't him keeping me company. It was him who saved me. He found me in the basement of Rongcheng town. It was so dark and cold there. But when he came I wasn't afraid anymore. Chen Wanqing reached out and held Su Wan's hand. Su Wan's hands were cold, but Chen Wanqing's were warm. Ping'an is like me. He doesn't speak much, but there's always something on his mind. Su Wan's lips curved slightly. He talks plenty. That's just chatter. Not real conversation. There's a difference between the two. Chatter doesn't come from the heart. Real words do. Su Wan pondered for a moment and found the distinction valid. Chen Ping'an's father Chen Qingshan also managed to get out of bed on his 5th day awake. But he didn't walk. He sat in front of the counter watching Chen Ping'an draw talismans. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman and ruined it. He drew another and ruined that one too. On the 3rd attempt it succeeded. He held it up for inspection, satisfied, and set it aside. Who taught you how to draw talismans? Chen Qingshan asked. Master. And who taught your master? His master. Then who taught his master's technique? Chen Ping'an paused, looking at Chen Qingshan. What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Qingshan fell silent for a few seconds. The way you draw talismans, it's the same as mine. Chen Ping'an paused. He looked at his own hands, then at his father's hands. The 2 pairs of hands were different. His were slender, his father's calloused. But when drawing talismans, the grip on the brush, the angle of each stroke, the speed of the finishing movement, all identical. Your mother once said he takes after you. Chen Qingshan's voice was soft. Your mother was right. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and continued drawing talismans. His fingers didn't tremble, not from a lack of nerves, but because his father was watching. He couldn't afford to embarrass himself. That evening Chen Ping'an gathered everyone on the 2nd floor. Master, his parents Lin Amo, Su Wan by Jiuming Xiaohe, and the black cat. All the shop's residents were present. The black cat perched on the counter. Xiaohe hovered near the stairway, and the others sat or stood around. We need to discuss something. Chen Ping'an stood in the center of the room. Guishi won't let this go. They've lost Wenxiu, but 6 elders remain. The wolf star, the gate star, the fortune star, the chastity star, the martial star, and the broken army star. They'll come for us. Master leaned against the wall, holding a packet of crispy noodles and munching on them. What's your plan? Train first. Get strong enough to beat them, then fight. Master glanced at him. You can't beat them now. You can barely beat me. Have you fought them before? Master was quiet for a moment. Yes. 3 years ago in the bomb shelter. I faced 3 of them alone. I lost 2 broken ribs, and it took me a full day and night just to crawl out. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. 3 against 1. That's right. They didn't fight honorably. Master folded the noodle packet and tucked it into his pocket. But you don't have to face them alone anymore. You have people now. Lin Mo Su Wan by Juming. Your parents, me, and the neighbors on this street. Chen Ping'an looked at Master, Old Wang, Brother Lu, and Aunt Zhang. Yes, they've been waiting for you a long time. It's time to step in. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He walked to the window, gazing out at the old street. The streetlights were on, casting the bluestone path in alternating patches of light and shadow. Old Wang's tea house still had its lights on. Brother Lu's restaurant sent out savory aromas. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall had closed for the day, her cart locked beneath a street lamp. All right. He turned around to face everyone. Starting tomorrow, we train. The next morning, Chen Ping'an went to Old Wang's tea house. Old Wang sat behind the counter reading a newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, brows furrowed. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he put down the newspaper and removed his glasses. Xiaoqin, you look unwell. Haven't slept well. Still obsessing over things. How to fight Guishu. Old Wang poured him a cup of tea, date tea sweet. Your master said, those who think too much won't go far. I know. But what if I don't think and end up going astray? Old Wang looked at him and fell silent for a moment. You remind me of your mother. She used to be the same. Always thinking ahead. Think it through, then can't sleep. Can't sleep, well, look haggard. Look haggard, your father would ask. What's wrong? And she'd say nothing. Your father said you're lying. She'd reply, none of your business. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sweet. Old Wang, can you still lend me those 3 vicious ghosts? Yes, but we need to wait for them to return. When will they come back? Don't know. Zhang Yuanshan went to chase Wenshu. If he catches it, he'll return. If not, he won't. Chen Ping'an set down his teacup and looked at Old Wang. Will Zhang Yuanshan come back? Old Wang remained silent for a long time. He gazed out the window at the street's sunlight, bathing the bluestone path in golden warmth. He will. He's waited 40 years. He won't die out there. Chen Ping'an didn't press further. He stood and walked to the doorway. Old Wang. When Zhang Yuanshan returns, I'll treat those ghosts to hot pot. The corner of Old Wang's mouth twitched. They don't eat hot pot. They follow scent. Just let them smell it. Chen Ping'an nodded, pushed open the door, and stepped out. In the afternoon, he went to Brother Lu's restaurant. Brother Lu was in the back kitchen chopping vegetables, the cleaver striking the cutting board in rapid drum-like rhythms. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he set the knife down. Xiaoqin, have you eaten? Yes. What did you eat? Instant noodles. Brother Lu was quiet for a moment, then ladled a bowl of braised pork from the pot and set it on the table. Eat. Chen Ping'an sat down and picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks. It had been stewed until melt in your mouth tender. Delicious. Then eat more. Brother Lu sat across from him and lit a cigarette. Your master told me. You're going to fight Guishu. Yes. What do you need me to do? Chen Ping'an swallowed the pork. Teach me swordsmanship. The kind that kills people. Brother Lu looked at him, holding the gaze for several seconds. The technique for slaying ghosts is different from the one for killing men. Ghosts are cut with talismanic power, men are cut with brute force. Your strength isn't enough. I'll train. You won't build it. You're too thin. After a moment of silence, Chen Ping'an said, then teach me the ghost-killing art. The people of Guishu aren't human, they're beasts. Brother Lu crushed out his cigarette, rose, and drew a kitchen knife from behind his apron, setting it on the table. The blade was dark as night, the edge gleaming with cold light, 3 talismanic runes etched along the spine. This knife was passed down from my master. I've slain ghosts with it for 20 years. Take it. Slay those in Guishu. Chen Ping'an studied the blade. What about you? I have another. Brother Lu drew a second knife from behind his apron. Identical to the first, dark blade, gleaming edge. My master passed down 2. 1 to me, 1 to your master. Your master didn't use it, so he passed it to you. Chen Ping'an took the knife. It was heavy, far heavier than it looked. The wooden handle was worn smooth from years of use. Thank you, Brother Lu. No need. Just come back alive and buy me a drink. Deal. Lin Mo had finished 200 blue talismans. He hadn't completed them all at once, but rather over the course of half a month, painting them in fits and starts. Every morning, he woke at 5, painted until 7, then recited the unbinding mantra with his master, went to the back courtyard to chop wooden stakes, and returned to continue painting. His routine was more punctual than an alarm clock. Even the black cat remarked, you're more disciplined than your master. Chen Ping'an was eating crispy noodles when he heard this and nearly choked. 200 blue talismans were stacked on the counter, neat and orderly like a blue wall. Each one was folded into a small triangle, edges aligned, not a single one crooked. Lin Mo had a habit when folding talisman paper. He would first press a groove with his fingernail, then fold. This made the edges particularly neat, as if cut by a knife. Chen Ping'an never pressed with his nails when folding talisman paper. He simply pinched it with his hand. If it was crooked, he'd fold it again and again until it was straight. Chen Ping'an's method was too time-consuming, but he said, "This is to cultivate patience." Lin Emo thought his master had a point, but he still used his own way. Xiao He floated nearby counting for him. Her finger pointed at the talisman paper, each touch accompanied by a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When she reached 200, she stopped. "Brother Lin Emo, you've painted so many. Master said they would be used. When will they be used?" "When we fight Guaishu." Xiao He lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her red cotton-padded jacket. There was a pattern to her twisting, faster when nervous, slower when calm. Now she was twisting quickly. "Can you defeat it? Even if I can't, I still have to fight." Xiao He looked up at him. "Then be careful. If you can't win, run. That's what your master says." Lin Emo paused. His master had indeed said, "If you can't win, run. If you can't run, call for help. If no one comes, play dead." He'd heard those words many times, each time while his master was eating crispy noodles, crumbs spraying everywhere. "I will," Lin Emo said. Xiao He smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the wind. The black cat sat on the counter watching the 200 blue talismans, its tail swaying slowly. It looked for a long time, then spoke. "You're better than your master." Lin Emo looked up. "What? You paint talismans faster than he does. Your handwriting is better than his. You don't stumble over incantations. You fold talisman paper more neatly than he does. You're better than your master." Lin Emo was silent for a moment. "Master is more powerful than me." "How is he better than you?" "He dares to go to Rongcheng town alone. He dares to bargain with Wenshu. He dares to use purple talismans to blow up shadow walls. He dares to take me down there. He dares to find his parents. He's better than me." The black cat's tail flicked. "He blushes. You don't." Lin Emo paused. "What kind of strength is that?" "That's not strength. But he's trying to change." "You don't need to change." The black cat's voice was soft. "Your master's master once said taking on a disciple isn't about finding someone weaker than yourself, but someone stronger. Your master found one." Lin Emo looked down at his hands. There were cinnabar stains on his fingers that wouldn't wash off bright red. He'd painted talismans for 2 months, and the cinnabar had seeped into his skin. Soap couldn't remove it, nor could alcohol. Suwon suggested trying vinegar, but it still wouldn't come off. Eventually he gave up. Let it be red, he liked red anyway. His master's fingers were also red, and when their hands were placed together, it was like a pair of chromosomes with uneven dyeing. "Baozi," Lin Emo called out. Tell me, can we defeat Guaishu?" "Yes." "How do you know?" "Because your master won't stop. If he doesn't find it, he'll keep searching. Only when he finds it will he stop. You won't stop either." Lin Emo put the blue talismans in the drawer, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside was the night view of Rome's city, thousands of lights twinkling like stars. He looked for a long time, then called out, "Master." Chen Ping'an was painting talismans behind the counter and looked up. "Moi. Tomorrow I'll go with you to Maoshan." "Why go to Maoshan?" "To learn purple talismans." "Teach me." Chen Ping'an looked at him. Lin Emo stood by the window, back to the light, his face half in shadow. But his eyes were bright, like 2 stars. "Purple talismans are difficult. You've only been learning for a month. When you'd been learning a month, you couldn't even paint a clear heart talisman properly. I've painted 200 calming spirit talismans." Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. He noticed Lin Emo was getting better at talking back. It wasn't from him. He never talked back. Lin Emo was just sharp-tongued, not defiant. Talking back was Lin Mo's own talent. "All right. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you purple talismans." Chen Ping'an took out a sheet of blue paper from the drawer, sprinkled gold powder on it, and smoothed it flat. "We'll start with the 5 Thunder Evil Suppressing Talisman. I'm familiar with this one. I ruined 7 before I got the first one right. Try to ruin fewer than I did." Lin Emo took the brush, dipped it in cinnabar, took a deep breath, and began to paint. The first stroke succeeded. The second stroke succeeded. The third, his hand didn't shake, but the brush tip veered, drawing a crooked line of cinnabar on the paper like a drunk person walking a tightrope. "Ruined." Lin Emo crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash. He laid out another sheet. Began to paint. First stroke, second stroke, third stroke. When he reached the talisman's core, his fingers began to tremble. Zhang Yuanshan returned on a rainy evening. That day Rongcheng was drizzling softly, the rain fine and dense like someone had scattered shards of glass across the sky. The bluestone path in the old street glistened with rain, smooth as a polished mirror. Behind the counter, Chen Ping'an squatted, drawing talismans, the purple variety, already on the 23rd. His eyebrows moved, the left rising and the right falling like 2 dancing caterpillars. Lin Emo stood beside him for a while, then could no longer contain himself. "Master, your eyebrows are fighting." "No, they're dancing. Dancing moves up and down. Yours go 1 up and 1 down. That's fighting." Chen Ping'an set down his brush and looked up at Lin Emo. Don't your eyebrows move when you draw talismans? No. Then aren't they stiff? Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. No. They simply never move. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and continued drawing talismans. His eyebrows were still at war, but he had no intention of stopping them. His eyebrows had their own will, he could not control them. A black cat perched on the counter watching his eyebrows, with its tail swaying lazily. The expression translated into human words was still fighting. The shop door pushed open, not by a hand, but by the wind. A cold gust swept and making the character Dao on the wall sway. Then 3 shadows drifted through the doorway. The tall ghost, the short ghost, and the ghost in a Zhongshan suit. Zhang Yuanshan walked in front. His Zhongshan suit bore several rips as though slashed by sharp weapons, and on his left shoulder a hole revealed his translucent body beneath. His face remained placid, expressionless, but light shimmered in his eyes. Not a reflection, but something radiating from within. The tall ghost floated onto the counter, crouching down, its voice shrill, like fingernails scraping glass. Boy, we're back. The short ghost drifted before Chen Ping'an and circled him once. Skinny. Still skinny. Even thinner than last time. You haven't been eating. I have. What did you eat? Instant noodles. Braised pork. Crackers. The short ghost fell silent for a moment. It fixed its hollow black eyes on Chen Ping'an, staring for several seconds, then extended 3 translucent fingers. You owe us 3 hot pot meals. Chen Ping'an set down his brush. 3. 1 from last time. 2 from this time. The short ghost raised its hand higher as though worried Chen Ping'an couldn't see clearly. 1, 2, 3. 3 meals. Chen Ping'an looked at those 3 fingers, translucent, allowing the cracks on the wall behind to be seen through them. Aren't you ghosts who only smell the aroma? We just smell it. Smelling still costs money. The hot pot restaurant owner won't let us sniff for free. Last time we smelled Lu Ji's restaurant, he said nothing. But the next day, he closed the windows. His meaning was clear: you may sniff, but not for too long, but affects business. The short ghost's voice was rough, yet each word spoken with earnest seriousness. Smelling has its costs. We occupied the window space, blocked the airflow, disrupted ventilation. Poor ventilation makes guests feel stifled. Guests feel stifled, they lose their appetite. Losing appetite means Lu Gu earns less. Earning less makes him unhappy. Unhappy, he won't cook braised pork for you. No braised pork, you grow even skinnier. Get too skinny and you can't defeat Goeishu. Can't defeat Goeishu, we can't smell hot pot. It's a vicious cycle. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He had been educated in economic principles by an evil ghost, and what he said actually made some sense, however wildly distorted. Fine. 3 meals. After we defeat Goeishu, we'll take you to smell. The short ghost's mouth curved upward. Its face was pale, and the slight smile resembled a piece of paper folded at one corner. It turned and floated back beside Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan had not spoken all this time. He stood at the doorway watching Chen Ping'an for a long while. Rain marked his Zhongshan suit, a damp patch darker than the rest. His feet did not touch the ground. He hovered approximately 10 centimeters above the floor. Rain drifted in from outside, passing through his body and falling to the ground without a trace. Then he spoke, his voice low and flat, like a winter river surface. Once he was dead. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. You killed her. I killed her. I waited 40 years. I would not let her live. Chen Ping'an looked at Zhang Yuanshan. No expression crossed his face, but light flickered in his eyes. Not an exaggerated light, but the kind that comes after waiting so long and finally seeing your goal reach you, only to realize afterward you don't know what to do. Are you injured? Chen Ping'an asked. No. It's her blood. Zhang Yuanshan lowered his head, looking at the stain on his Zhongshan suit. Dark, standing out starkly against the gray fabric. Her blood splashed onto me. I can't wash it out. I've tried. 3 times with soap, still nothing. The tall ghost floated over from the counter and peered closely at the stain. If it won't come out, keep it. As a keepsake. I waited 40 years and have no keepsake at all. The short ghost drifted over as well. I don't have one either. The one I killed, blood sprayed everywhere. I had no chance to catch it. Chen Ping'an watched these 3 evil ghosts. One showing off the bloodstain on his clothes, one regretting not catching the blood, one standing silently at the doorway. He felt his Taoist temple growing less like a temple by the day. Where is Uncle Wang? Zhang Yuanshan asked. At the tea house. Waiting for you to return. Zhang Yuanshan turned and floated toward the door. He moved slowly, as though deliberately dragging out the moment, or perhaps hoping someone would call him back. The tall ghost and short ghost followed behind him. 3 shadows drifted out the shop door and dissolved into the rain. Chen Ping'an stood behind the counter watching the direction they left. The rain grew heavier, transforming from fine shards of glass into a roaring curtain. Zhang Yuanshan's Zhongshan suit blurred in the downpour, eventually becoming a gray that vanished at the street corner. Baozi. Chen Ping'an called out. The black cat jumped down from the counter and walked to his feet. How many years did Zhang Yuanshan wait? 40. Aren't you tired? Tired. But he doesn't want to stop. If he stops, he won't know who he is anymore. The black cat's voice was faint. He was a ghost for 40 years, all to kill Wenxiu. After killing Wenxiu, he'll have no goal. Without a goal, he'll have to figure out what to do next. Thinking about what to do next is more exhausting than waiting 40 years. Chen Ping'an bent down to look at the black cat. How do you know this? Because I've lived a long time. I've seen many people like him. After revenge, some scatter apart, some go mad, some continue living, but no longer know why. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He squatted down, opened a drawer, and took out a pack of crunchy panda crackers. He tore it open and offered one to the black cat. The black cat sniffed it, but did not eat. I don't eat crackers. You ate them last time. Last time was last time. The piece you broke was too small. I couldn't taste anything. This time I don't want to taste. Chen Ping'an stuffed the cracker into his own mouth, crunching away. Baozi. After you get revenge, will you scatter apart? The black cat looked at him, its golden eyes gleaming under the lamplight like two tiny suns. No, I'm not done living yet. Chen Ping'an's lips curled upward. He finished the cracker, wiped his hands, and returned to drawing talismans. His eyebrows began to fight once more. The next morning, Chen Ping'an went to Lu Ji's restaurant. Lu Gu was in the back kitchen chopping vegetables, the cleaver striking the cutting board with a rapid drumbeat rhythm. Each strike carried force, sending chopped scallions bouncing on the board before they settled back down. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he set the cleaver aside and wiped his hands on his apron. Xiaochen, have you eaten? Yes. What did you have? Baozi. Aunt Zhang Yang gave them to me. Lu Gu gave him a look. Aunt Zhang's baozi are filled with red bean paste. You eat sweet things for breakfast. Sweet foods keep me alert. Everything you eat keeps you alert. Convenience noodles keep you alert. Red bean buns keep you alert. Instant noodles keep you alert too. Lu Gu emerged from the kitchen holding the cleaver. You're just greedy. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal, for Lu Gu was right. Lu Gu, about the knife technique you mentioned yesterday. I want to learn it. Lu Gu studied him for several long seconds. He untied his apron, draped it over a chair, and walked out of the kitchen. He held the cleaver in his hand, its blade dark and cold, the edge gleaming. The rope wrapped around the handle had been worn smooth, with sections repaired where they had frayed, messy but sturdy. Go to the backyard. This place is too small. The backyard was modest, a concrete courtyard piled with crates of vegetables and a large water bucket. At the corner stood a crooked tree, its branches holding a few dried chili peppers that Lu Gu had hung to dry the previous year and forgotten. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the eaves, painting patchwork patterns on the ground. Lu Gu stood in the center of the yard and raised the cleaver. Watch closely. He swung. Not a chop, a slice. The blade carved an arc through the air, the atmosphere parting with a low hum. The sound was modest, yet heavy, like a bell struck far in the distance. Beside the water bucket, a Chinese cabbage split silently, dividing perfectly in two from stem to leaf. The cut was flawlessly smooth, as if slicing through tofu. Chen Ping'an gazed at the cabbage in silence for a moment. Lu Gu, how many years have you practiced this knife technique? 20 years. Every day, I rise at 5:30 to train until 7 when I open the shop. 365 days a year without fail. I train indoors on rainy days and in the backyard on snowy days. I trained in the backyard once during a hailstorm and took 3 bumps on the head. The next day, I switched to indoors. Lu Gu spoke in a flat tone, as though recounting something entirely ordinary. Isn't it tiring? Tiring, yes. But I fear death more. Fatigue can be rested, death cannot. Lu Gu handed the cleaver to Chen Ping'an. Give it a try. Chen Ping'an took the cleaver. It was heavy, far heavier than it appeared. He drew a deep breath and swung. Not a chop, but a slice. The blade carved an arc through the air, but the curve faltered, veering off course. The cleaver struck the water bucket, which shuddered. A shallow scratch appeared on its wall. A few drops of water splashed onto the ground and vanished almost instantly. Your wrist must rotate. Not your arm, your wrist. Lu Gu stood beside him, guiding his wrist with his hand. Like this. Feel it. Chen Ping'an felt his wrist being led through a slight rotation by Lu Ji's hand. The angle was subtle yet crucial. The blade's orientation shifted from a straight slice to a diagonal one. I feel it. Try again. Chen Ping'an attempted it once more. This time the arc was slightly rounder, but the cleaver still struck the water bucket. The bucket wobbled again, and the scratch on its wall grew deeper. A single drop of water seeped from the crack and traced a path down the bucket's side. Again. He tried once more. Once again the cleaver struck the bucket. Again. On the 5th attempt the cleaver finally missed the bucket entirely. It swept past the bucket's side and severed a rope on the handle. The rope split into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. One half bounced, the other rolled toward the corner. Improvement. Lu Gu bent to pick up both pieces, examining the cut. The edge is uneven. The rope fibers are frayed, not smooth. That means your blade didn't slice through. It pressed down. Your strength is insufficient. You cannot cut clean, only crush. Chen Ping'an studied the two rope halves. One end was ragged as though chewed. Then what should I do? Build your strength. Lu Gu took the cleaver back. Starting tomorrow, chop wooden stakes every morning first. 100 strikes. Master the technique after that. Chop wooden stakes. With a cleaver. Yes, a cleaver. If the blade breaks, replace it. Cleavers are cheap, 10 yuan each. Lu Gu paused. But this one in your hand cannot chop stakes. It is a magical artifact. Chopping stakes would dull it. Once dulled, it cannot cut ghosts. Chen Ping'an looked at the dark cleaver in his hand. 3 runes were engraved on the blade, gleaming dully in the sunlight. He returned it to Lu Gu. Lu Gu, I'll bring a regular cleaver tomorrow. Bring 2. 1 for chopping stakes, 1 as backup. What if the first breaks? Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Have you ever broken one? Yes. 3 of them. The first lasted 3 months before breaking. The second lasted 1 month. The third lasted half a year. It didn't break, but the edge warped. Lu Gu slid the cleaver back into his apron pocket. Since then I switched to this artifact and never chopped stakes again. You're younger than me. You'll master it in 3 months. Chen Ping'an nodded. He turned to leave, but Lu Gu called out to him. Xiao Chun. Yes. When you practice, don't let your master see you. He's critical. He'll say you can't even hold a cleaver steadily. How do you expect to fight people? It'll frustrate you. When you're frustrated, your hands grow unsteady. When your hands are unsteady, your blade wavers. When your blade wavers, you can't hit anyone. Chen Ping'an paused. Lu Gu, has my master spoken of you? Yes. He said, you're just a cook. Why learn knife technique? I replied, a cook needs to defend himself. He said, a cleaver is enough for self-defense, no need to learn technique. I said, a cleaver is still a blade. He said, a cleaver is not a blade. It's a kitchen tool. I said, anything that can kill is a blade. He didn't argue further, but every time he sees me practicing, he watches from nearby. After finishing, he says, not bad. Lu Ji's lips curved slightly. He's stubborn. Chen Ping'an's lips also curved. He's stubborn but soft-hearted. Just like you. Chen Ping'an froze. What? You're like your master. Stubborn in speech, soft in heart. Chen Ping'an opened his mouth to protest, but found he had no rebuttal. He walked out of the restaurant and stood at the doorway. Sunlight warmed his face. He drew a deep breath. The air carried the scent of osmanthus hot pot and the braised pork drifting from Lu Ji's restaurant. A black cat emerged from the shop and settled at his feet. What did Lu Gu say? He said, I'm like my master. He's right. Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. Do you think I'm like my master too? You eat more than he does. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Can't you praise me once? You're worse with directions than he is. Chen Ping'an turned and walked back into the shop. In the afternoon, Chen Ping'an went to Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall. Aunt Zhang was shelling edamame. With each pinch and squeeze of her fingers, the beans popped from their pods and fell into the bowl with a rhythmic tapping sound like a light drizzle. Her movements were so swift they blurred. Only the edamame could be seen flying from the pods, arcing through the air before landing precisely in the bowl. Aunt Zhang, how many years has it taken you to develop such hand speed? Over 30. I shell them every day, so my hands grew fast. Aunt Zhang glanced up at him. You're not here to eat liangxia. You're here to get something from me. Chen Ping'an sat down opposite her and took a small cloth bag from his pocket, placing it on the table. The bag was navy blue, embroidered with a white flower that had grown slightly soiled, its edges frayed, yet the stitching remained clearly visible. Aunt Zhang, I used something from the small cloth bag you gave me last time. Can it still be used? It can be used. Those 3 things don't run out after a single use. They are guides. Once you use them, they will return on their own. Aunt Zhang set down the edamame and wiped her hands on her apron. You used the path grass. Yes. At the old mansion in Wuchuan. I lit it, and the smoke drifted down into that well. Aunt Zhang's fingers paused. That well, there's something inside it. It knows my father. It said my father is in Guishu. Chen Ping'an's voice was low. It also told me to return to Changshan Street, saying the people on this street are waiting for me. Aunt Zhang looked at him for several seconds. Did your mother also leave something in that well? She did. A jade bracelet and a letter. Chen Ping'an touched the jade bracelet on his left wrist. It was pale greenish-white, smooth and lustrous, resembling a small pool of solidified spring water in the sunlight. The bracelet is a map. The letter was left for me. Aunt Zhang fell silent for a moment. She stood up, walked behind her cart, and took a small cloth bag from a cabinet. The bag was black and tiny, smaller than her palm. She opened it and took out a small paper packet folded neatly like a wrapped piece of candy. This is poison powder, made from a toxic herb growing in the mountains of Yunnan, ground into powder. It is colorless and odorless. When mixed with water, the water remains clear. When added to wine, the wine stays fragrant. Drinking it won't cause immediate death. The victim will die 3 days later and no autopsy can detect it. It will appear as a heart attack. Aunt Zhang's voice was soft, yet every word was crystal clear. My younger sister was killed by people from Guishu using this poison. No, she had her soul extracted. But I couldn't find that wooden carving. All I managed to recover was this toxic herb. I thought poison can kill too. Chen Ping'an took the small paper packet and held it in his palm. It was incredibly light, as if empty. Have you used it before? Yes. I poisoned someone. Aunt Zhang's voice remained quiet. That person was responsible for my sister's death. I searched for him for 3 years, and when I finally found him, I slipped poison into his wine. He drank it and died 3 days later. No one knew I was the one who administered the poison. His family thought it was a heart attack. The doctor said it was a heart attack. No one suspected anything. Chen Ping'an looked at the paper packet in his hand. Aunt Zhang, can you give me this poison? Aunt Zhang gazed at him. Who do you intend to poison? People from Guishu. Wen Chu is dead, but 6 remain. Tanlang Ju Min, Lu Siyuan, Lianzhen Wu Chu, and Pajun. I will deal with them one by one. Aunt Zhang was silent for a moment. She tied the small cloth bag securely and pressed it into Chen Ping'an's hand. Take this bag. It contains 3 portions of poison powder. Enough for 3 uses. When it runs out, come back to me. Chen Ping'an clenched the small bag. Though light in weight, what it contained carried tremendous significance. 3 portions of poison powder, 3 lives. He placed it in his inner pocket alongside the 5 bone talismans. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No need to thank me. When you come back alive, treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an paused. What wedding candy? When you marry your bride. A faint smile touched Aunt Zhang's lips. Don't make me wait too long. I'm old now. I can't wait much longer. Chen Ping'an's face flushed red. He thought of Yiling. The way she had handed him a tissue in the supermarket, the way she had said, there's red bean paste on your lip, and how she had added an extra U when thanking him. His ears turned red as a cooked shrimp. Aunt Zhang, I haven't. It's coming soon. Aunt Zhang lowered her head and continued shelling edamame. Her hand speed remained as swift as ever. With each pinch and squeeze, the beans popped from their pods and fell into the bowl with a rhythmic tapping sound. Chen Ping'an stood up and turned to leave. Aunt Zhang called out to him. Xiao Chun. Yes. That poison powder, be careful when you use it. Do not let it touch your hands. If it does, wash it off immediately. If you cannot wash it off, come find me. I have the antidote. Chen Ping'an nodded. Where is the antidote? Right here. Aunt Zhang tapped her head. Every morning, when I comb my hair, some dandruff gets caught in the comb. Soak that dandruff in water and drink it. That will serve as the antidote. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Aunt Zhang, are you serious? Aunt Zhang looked up at him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Kidding you. The antidote is in my pocket, stored alongside the poison powder. Blue paper packet. Do not mix them up. Chen Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and hurried away, nearly tripping over the steps by the roadside. The black cat followed at his heels, its tail held high. Your ears are red. The sun is beating down. It's overcast today. Chen Ping'an quickened his pace. Aunt Zhang, how many years has it taken you to develop such hand speed? Over 30. I shell them every day, so my hands grew fast. Aunt Zhang glanced up at him. You're not here to eat Liangxia. You're here to get something from me. Chen Ping'an sat down opposite her and took a small cloth bag from his pocket, placing it on the table. The bag was navy blue, embroidered with a white flower that had grown slightly soiled, its edges frayed, yet the stitching remained clearly visible. On the 4th day, Lin Mo had drawn the 2nd purple talisman. Not the spirit-calming purple talisman, but the 5 thunder demon-suppressing talisman. He held the talisman paper up and examined it against the light. Purple light flowed across the talisman paper like a small patch of sunset clouds, slowly solidifying. His hands were trembling, not from fear, but from joy. Master, he called out. Chen Ping'an walked over from behind the counter, took the purple talisman, and inspected it. The brush strokes were smooth, the spacing harmonious, the cinnabar color even. The 13 strokes of the talisman head, every single one in place. The 49 strokes of the talisman core, none out of order. The 21 movements of the talisman foot, perfectly straight. Far better than his first 5 thunder demon-suppressing talisman. His first 5 thunder demon-suppressing talisman, the 3rd stroke of the talisman head was crooked, the 12th stroke of the core had broken, and the 5th movement of the foot had been retracted too early. The entire talisman looked like a crumpled face. It's done, Chen Ping'an said, handing the talisman paper back to him. You're better than me. Lin Mo took the talisman, folded it neatly, and placed it in his pocket. Master, you once said, we don't take on disciples to find someone weaker than ourselves, but to find someone stronger. You found him. Chen Ping'an looked at him. Lin Mo's face betrayed no expression, but his eyes were bright, bright as two stars. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly upward. Not a smile, but that restrained kind of I did it, but don't want to show I'm too pleased. Found him. The old master came down from the upper floor, a cup of tea in hand. He wore an old Taoist robe, his hair disheveled and unbound like a pile of dry straw. His legs still limped a little, but far better than before. He no longer needed to hold the wall on the stairs. He walked to the front of the counter, glanced at Lin Mo, then at Chen Ping'an. Your disciple is better than you. I know. Aren't you angry? No. If my disciple is strong, it means I've taught well. The old master looked at him. What have you taught him? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. How to eat instant noodles. And how to draw crooked eyebrows. And how to read a navigation app when you're lost. The old master was silent for a moment. You can read navigation apps. Yes, but I don't really understand them. The old master didn't say anything further. He sat down in his chair, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. The tea was brewed by Lin Mo, much better than Chen Ping'an's. Chen Ping'an's tea was either too strong or too weak. He never seemed to get it right. Lin Mo's tea was just right. Not too strong, not too weak, the temperature perfectly balanced. Lin Mo, the old master called to him. Yes. Come here. Lin Mo walked over and stood in front of the old master. The old master studied him from top to bottom, his gaze sweeping from Lin Mo's face to his feet, then back up to the crown of his head. How old are you? 17. How long have you been studying? Less than 2 months. The old master nodded. You're more talented than Ping'an. When he'd studied for 2 months, he couldn't even draw a blue talisman properly. And you've already drawn a purple one. Chen Ping'an stood nearby, saying nothing. He knew the old master was speaking the truth. But you lack something he has, the old master said softly. Experience. You draw talismans well, but you've never seen a real vicious demon. You don't know what they look like, how they move, what they're thinking. Ping'an has seen them. When he was at Maoshan, he followed me on 7 captures of vicious demons. The first time he was so terrified he held the talisman paper upside down. The second time his hands shook and the talisman came out crooked. The third time his legs gave out, and he couldn't run. The fourth time he'd settled down. The fifth time he wasn't afraid anymore. The sixth time he could handle it alone. After the 7th capture he returned and said, Master, vicious demons aren't such a big deal. Lin Mo looked at the old master. Master, take me to capture vicious demons. There are no vicious demons right now. Those from the Guishu sect are harder to catch than demons. They don't reveal themselves, don't show their faces, don't tell you where they are. You have to find them on your own. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Then I'll keep drawing talismans first. Once I find them, I'll go capture them. The corner of the old master's mouth curled up slightly. You're more composed than your master. When he was young, he said, I'll go catch them first, talisman drawing can wait. I told him, without talismans, what will you catch them with? He said, with my fists. I said, can fists fight demons? He said, I can't fight demons with fists, but I can fight you with them. The old master paused. He threw a punch at me. Missed. I dodged. He threw another punch. Missed again. On the 3rd punch, I stood still and let him land it. He asked, Master, why didn't you dodge? I said, if I dodge, you'll never stop. He was stunned. Chen Ping'an stood nearby, his ears turning red. Master, can you not tell those stories? No. The old master lifted his teacup and took a sip. Your disciple has the right to know how incompetent you used to be. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth rose. Not a broad, exuberant smile, but a quiet, secretive one. The kind you hide in case the old master sees it. A black cat perched on the counter and witnessed everything. Its tail gave a slight sway as if to say, I saw that too. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. Lin Mo, keep drawing talismans. Draw 50 purple talismans, and I'll take you to capture vicious demons. 50. 50. You've drawn 2, so 48 remain. Lin Mo nodded, walked to the front of the counter, spread out a sheet of blue paper, sprinkled gold powder over it, and picked up his cinnabar brush. He brought the brush down. First stroke, complete. Second stroke, complete. His eyebrows didn't even twitch, he sat perfectly still, quiet, as 2 leaves fallen on snow. The old master watched Lin Mo draw the talisman for a while, then turned his head to look at Chen Ping'an. Your disciple is steadier than you. I know. When will you become steady, eh? When I draw talismans, my eyebrows move, but my hands stay steady. The old master looked at him. Steady hands are enough. Don't worry about your eyebrows. Eyebrows have their own mind. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth lifted slightly. He walked behind the counter, opened a drawer, and took out a packet of snack crackers, tore it open, and offered half to the old master. The old master took it and ate a bite. Too salty. Make do with it. Your mother's instant noodles are better than yours. My mother hasn't made any yet. The old master was silent for a moment. She will. Once her leg heals, she'll cook for you. She makes instant noodles with a soft-boiled egg. Your father loves soft-boiled eggs. Your mother says your father is a picky eater. Your father says, not picky, just that you're the only one who knows how to make them right. Chen Ping'an chewed the snack cracker and looked at the old master. Master, have you eaten instant noodles your mother made? Yes. When she first came up the mountain, she made them. She brought a small pot, a packet of instant noodles, and 2 eggs. She said, senior brother, try this. I ate it. The noodles were overcooked, too soft. The eggs were overfried. But I said delicious. She smiled. Chen Ping'an studied the old master's face. There was no expression there, but light flickered in his eyes. Not an obvious glow, but the kind that comes when someone remembers something from long ago and doesn't wish others to know. Master, do you like my mother? The old master's hand hesitated. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea had gone cold. I do. But she belongs to someone else now. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and continued eating the snack cracker. The old master stared into his teacup. But she belongs to someone else. Chen Ping'an bowed his head and went on chewing the plain cracker. The night before departure, Chen Ping'an gathered everyone on the second floor. Master, his parents Lin Mo Su Wan by Jiuming Xiao He and the Black Cat. All the people in the shop had arrived. Wang Dai, Lu Gu, and Zhang Yangyang were there too. Wang Dai held his teacup perched on a chair with his reading glasses resting on his nose, watching Chen Ping'an. His teacup was one of those vintage enamel ones stamped with the faded slogan, labor is most glorious. Lu Gu leaned against the wall, a cleaver in hand. Its blade gleamed coldly under the light. He flicked it with a finger, producing a crisp ring like a temple chime. Zhang Yangyang sat on the stairs, clutching a small cloth pouch. Inside were 3 packets of poison powder, a tiny vial of realgar, and an unlabeled herb that smelled like dried mint. Chen Ping'an stood in the center of the room and drew out 5 bone talismans from his collar. A square, a circle, a rhombus, a triangle, and a pentagon. They lay cool against each other. He raised them, and the lamplight cast a faint glow across their surfaces. Tomorrow we go to the Guishu main altar. We are not going to scope it out. We are not going to negotiate. We are going to fight. My master was trapped inside for 3 years. My parents were inside for 22. I have waited 22 years. You don't have to wait nearly that long. You can walk away. Lin Mo stood up. I'm going. Su Wan stood as well. I'm going. Bai Jiuming straightened up from where he'd been leaning against the doorframe. We're already here. Wang Dai took a sip of tea. I've waited 40 years. I'm not staying behind. Lu Gu wiped his cleaver on his apron. My master said, follow that Chen kid, and your life won't have been in vain. So I'm following him. Zhang Yangyang tightened her grip on the cloth pouch. Guishu killed my younger sister. I will avenge her. Their master leaned against the wall, munching on a pack of crispy crackers. He ate slowly, feeding 1 piece at a time, crunching deliberately. I'm going. If I don't, who's going to collect your bodies? Chen Wanxing rose from her chair and walked up to Chen Ping'an. She was half a head shorter than him, gazing up. Ping'an. You look just like your father. Chen Qingshan stood nearby, silent for a moment. He looks like me. He looks like you. But he talks more than you do. A faint twitch curled the corner of Chen Qingshan's mouth. Being talkative isn't a disease. It's not a disease, but it's annoying. Chen Ping'an watched his parents. 2 people who had endured 22 years of confinement. They had been out for less than a month and were already bickering. He thought it was wonderful. Bickering meant they were alive. Being alive meant there was still a future ahead. He didn't want to tell them to stop. He wanted them to keep at it a while longer. Fight until they were old, until their legs gave out, until they could no longer speak. Su Wan rose from her chair and approached Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, thank you. Don't mention it. Your creditor already paid you back. Who's your creditor? Yi Ling. She handed over 3,000. That's enough for 3 months of hot pot. Chen Ping'an paused. But you need to be able to stand first. If you can't stand, you can't even eat hot pot. Su Wan's lips curved slightly. I can stand now. I can walk. I can run. I can go down there with you. Chen Ping'an looked at her legs. They were still trembling, but far better than when she had first returned. Every day she climbed the 112 steps up to the 3rd floor and back down 4 rounds. Muscle had finally formed on her calves. They were no longer the limp noodle-like things they had been upon her return. Stick close to me tomorrow. Don't wander too far. Understood. Bai Jiuming pushed off the doorframe and stood before Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an. Yeah, those 9 meals you owe me. Pay them up after tomorrow. I'll pay after tomorrow. 1 at a time while I'm alive. If I die, I'll burn it to you. Bai Jiuming stared at him for a moment. Don't speak like that. It's ill-omened. Since when do you care about omens? Just now. The corner of Bai Jiuming's mouth twitched. Not a smile, but that unmistakable expression of I really don't know what to say with you. He pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and pressed it into Chen Ping'an's hand. This is my grandfather's number. If we don't make it back tomorrow, call him and have him come collect our remains. Chen Ping'an looked at the scrap. A phone number was written in by Jiuming's neat handwriting. Aren't you the one who just said that's bad luck? Saying it's bad luck and preparing for it aren't mutually exclusive. Chen Ping'an tucked the note into his pocket. Lin Mo stood nearby gripping a purple talisman. His fingers traced the edges of the talisman paper, ensuring every fold was crisp. He had already mastered the folding technique and no longer needed his nails to crease it sharply. Yet today he pressed with his nails anyway, nervousness taking hold. Whenever he was anxious, he felt compelled to press something with his nails. Master. Will my mom come to the shop to see me? Chen Ping'an looked at him. Dark circles ringed Lin Mo's eyes, but his gaze was sharp and bright. His lips curved slightly. Not a smile, but a practiced mask for I'm nervous, but I won't let you see it. She will. Once you finish painting 50 purple talismans, your grandmother will bring her here. Lin Mo bowed his head, staring at the talisman in his hand. Then I'll paint faster. Chen Ping'an patted his shoulder. You're painting fast enough. 2 months, and you've managed 2 purple talismans. When I was 2 months and I couldn't even draw a blue one. Lin Mo looked up. Master, you've said that many times. Saying it again, just in case you forgot. A faint smile touched Lin Mo's lips. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like a flame under the lamplight. She hovered before Chen Ping'an, gazing up. Brother Chen, I can't go. My soul is bound by the earthly qi. I cannot leave this building. But I will wait here for your return. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet her eyes. Pinky swear. Xiaohe extended her hand, her semi-transparent fingers pausing in midair. Chen Ping'an reached out and linked his finger with hers. His digit passed straight through hers, meeting no resistance, yet he hooked it firmly anyway. Pinky swear 100 years never change. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the breeze. Zhang Yangyang rose from the stairs and approached each person, handing out a small paper packet. Folded from yellow paper, each packet was tiny, roughly the size of a hard candy. To Chen Ping'an, she said, this is for you. To Lin Mo, this is for you. To Suwan, this is for you. To Bai Jioming, this is for you. To their master senior brother, this is for you. To Chen Wanqing, this is for you. To Chen Qingshan, this is for you. What is this? Chen Ping'an opened the packet to find a pinch of black powder. A protective charm from the deep mountains of Yunnan. It won't keep you safe, but it will keep you alive. When danger strikes, scatter it on the ground and speak my name. It will absorb a strike for you. It won't hold long, only a few seconds. But a few seconds is enough time to run. Chen Ping'an closed his fist around the packet. Zhang Yangyang, thank you. No thanks needed. Come back alive and treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Zhang Yangyang, I haven't even. Soon enough. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. He stood and addressed the group. Wake up at 5 tomorrow morning. We depart at 6. Whoever is late buys hot pot for everyone. Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Master, why does being late mean buying hot pot? Because hot pot lifts one's spirits. When your spirits are high, fear fades. When fear fades, you survive to come home. Night deepened. Wang Dai carried his teacup back to the tea house. Lu Gu took his cleaver to the restaurant. Zhang Yangyang clutched her cloth pouch and returned home. Their master and Chen Ping'an's parents ascended to the 3rd floor. Lin Mo and Su Wan retired to their room. Bai Jioming drove off. Xiaohe drifted back to her corner. The black cat leaped onto Chen Ping'an's chest and curled into a ball. Chen Ping'an lay on the 2nd floor floorboards, staring at the ceiling. The crack remained running from the corner of the wall to the light fixture like a dried riverbed. Baozi. Do you think we'll make it back alive tomorrow? The black cat's purr grew slightly louder. We will. How do you know? Because you still owe Wang Dai a drink. You owe Lu Gu a meal. You owe Zhang Yangyang the money for a bowl of cold shrimp noodles. You owe Yi Ling for a windbreaker. You owe Lin Mo a year's tuition. You owe Su Wan a hot pot meal. You owe Xiaohe a bag of chips. You owe me 5 dried fish snacks. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. I still owe Master a thank you. Tell him tomorrow then. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. The black cat's purr rumbled like an ancient engine, steady and smooth. Downstairs, the old street fell quiet. The mahjong clicks ceased, the electric scooters fell still, and the clamor of the hot pot restaurant finally died down. Only the occasional bark from a distant dog and the rustle of leaves in the wind remained. In the midst of those sounds, he slowly drifted to sleep. Yi Ling came on a rainy afternoon. The autumn rain in Rongcheng was light, fine, and dense, as if someone had scattered a handful of crushed salt across the sky. The bluestone path of the old street was wet from the rain, gleaming like a polished mirror. Aunt Zhang's Liangxia stall had been packed away, the cart locked beneath a street lamp. Rainwater dripped from the edge of the canopy, ticking, 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 like someone keeping time. From Uncle Wang's tea house came the clatter of mahjong tiles merging with the sound of rain into a strange but pleasant background music. When Yi Ling pushed open the door, her hands were empty. She carried nothing but a black long-handled umbrella. The tip tapped once against the concrete at the entrance, leaving a small puddle. She folded the umbrella and leaned it against the doorframe. Rainwater streamed down the canopy, gathering on the ground into a thin little stream. Chen Ping'an was crouched on the floor teaching Xiao He to write the character for Turtle. This was the 7th time he had taught her this character, and she still could not write it properly. Today's turtle did not resemble a turtle at all. It looked more like a spider with a shell-round carapace and 8 legs, each pointing in a different direction. Turtles need more legs when climbing mountains, Xiao He said. Turtles only need 4 legs to climb, Chen Ping'an replied. Then help a chop off for Xiao He said. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment and decided to abandon the character for the day. Let's review yesterday's. Person, mouth, hand, water, fire. Write each one 3 times. Xiao He pouted and began tracing characters in the air. When she wrote the character for fire, the final sweeping stroke finally stayed straight, but too straight like a matchstick figure standing at attention, already burning. Yiling stood at the doorway watching the scene. She no longer frowned as she used to. She had grown accustomed to it. Xiao He looked up, spotted Yiling, and greeted her cheerfully. Hello, sister. You're not wearing blue today. You're wearing gray. Yiling glanced down at her outfit. A gray hoodie with no pattern whatsoever. The blue one is in the wash. Blue looks nice. Gray looks nice too. Yiling's lips curved ever so slightly. She walked in and sat down on a chair. Chen Ping'an stood up and brushed the dust from his knees. What are you doing here? You ventured out in this rain. I have something to discuss. Yiling reached into her hoodie pocket and placed an object on the counter. It was a white envelope, unsealed. 3 characters were written upon it. Chen Ping'an. The handwriting was not hers. It was brush calligraphy, the strokes powerful and confident, as if penned by someone who had practiced calligraphy for many years. Chen Ping'an picked up the envelope and withdrew the letter inside. The paper was thin shin paper, translucent enough to see the ink bleeding through from the reverse side. The message was brief, a single line. Changshan Street, the old place, 9 o'clock tonight. No signature. No date. Who gave this to you? Chen Ping'an asked. Someone left it at my shop this afternoon. By the time I stepped out, they were already gone. Old Chen from the neighboring tea shop said the person was tall and thin, wearing glasses and black clothes. Yiling's voice remained flat. The same person from your photograph. Lu 1. Chen Ping'an folded the letter and returned it to the envelope. He wants to meet me at the old place. Changshan Street, near my shop. Are you going? Yes. Isn't he afraid you'll bring people in? He knows I will. He doesn't care. Chen Ping'an slid the envelope into his pocket. He didn't summon me for a fight. He wants to talk. Talk about what? I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. Yiling was silent for a moment. She reached into her pocket once more and placed another photograph on the counter. The photograph showed a woman in her 30s wearing a black trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was pale, her lips painted a dark crimson. Lu Siyuan. I saw her again at the antique market today. She had a stall in Zone B near the entrance. She was selling the same items as the tall, thin man, wood carvings, bronze mirrors, porcelain bowls. I had someone keeping watch and took this photograph after she left. Chen Ping'an picked up the photograph and studied it for several seconds. Does she know you? No. I was wearing a hat and a mask. Many people wear masks at the antique market. It's not unusual. Chen Ping'an slipped the photograph into his pocket. Yiling, thank you. No need. You still owe me for the windbreaker. Next month. You said next month last month. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. The month after next. Yiling said nothing further. She stood, walked to the door, and retrieved the umbrella leaning against the frame. It had dried completely, not a single droplet remaining. She opened it, stood in the doorway, and glanced back at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an. Be careful tonight. That tall, thin man. His smile makes me uneasy. I know. Yiling stepped into the rain with her umbrella. Her gray hoodie darkened to charcoal in the downpour, and the black umbrella moved like a wandering mushroom. She walked a few steps, paused, and turned around. Chen Ping'an. Yes. That piece buckle around your neck. My grandfather gave it to me. He brought it back from Yunnan when he was young. He said it would protect you. Don't lose it. Chen Ping'an touched the jade piece buckle at his throat. The jade was cool against his skin, comforting. I won't. Yiling turned and walked away. This time she did not look back. Xiao He drifted over to Chen Ping'an and looked up at him. Brother Chen, your ears are red again. Rain blew in. It's cold. We're inside. Rain can't get in. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Xiao He, it's time to recite the 3-character classic. From when men at their birth to customs make them distant 3 times. No potato chips until you finish. Xiao He's eyes widened. You said last time 1 recitation was enough. Prices have gone up. Inflation. Xiao He did not know what inflation meant, but she understood her master was being unreasonable. She pouted, floated to the front of the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and began reciting. At the beginning of life, human nature is good. Nature is similar. Habits make them distant. Her voice was crisp, but she recited faster than usual because she wanted potato chips. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, pulled a pack of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and ate with crunching sounds. His eyebrows moved, the left one rising while the right one dropped. The black cat perched on the counter watching his eyebrows, but said nothing. Baozi, do you think Luan wants to discuss something at the old place? I don't know, but the fact that he dares to summon you means he has confidence. Either he believes he can defeat you, or he possesses something you want. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. Something I want. The antidote. The antidote for Yi Ling's grandfather. 3 months are nearly up. Chen Ping'an calculated the days. It was indeed close. The antidote he had brought back from Rongcheng town was already 2.5 months old. Another fortnight, and the green markings on Yi Ling's grandfather would flare up again. What would he offer in exchange for the antidote? Guess. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. The bone talisman. It could be something else. We'll know when we go. Chen Ping'an finished his crispy noodles, crumpled the wrapper, and tossed it toward the trash bin. He missed, and it fell to the ground. He bent down, picked it up, and threw again. This time it went in. Baozi, you're coming with me tonight. All right. Chen Ping'an stood and walked to the window. The rain continued to fall, fine and dense. The streetlights of the old quarter had lit up, glowing through the rain like soft, luminous dandelions. He gazed out the window for a long time. Master, Lin Mo descended the stairs, 2 blue talismans in his hand. I'm going with you tonight. Stay at the shop. Watch over Xiaohe. Xiaohe doesn't need watching. She never leaves. Then watch the shop. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Master, do you find me burdensome? Chen Ping'an turned and looked at him. Lin Mo's eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. No, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. I'm not afraid. I am. Lin Mo said nothing more. He tucked the blue talismans into his pocket, walked to the counter, picked up the 3-character classic, and began counting recitations for Xiaohe. Xiaohe was already on her 2nd recitation, rushing through the words, some characters blurring together, but Lin Mo did not interrupt her. He understood she wanted potato chips. The black cat leaped down from the counter and approached Chen Ping'an's feet, looking up at him. Your disciple is more stubborn than you. He takes after me. He endures better than you do. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal, for the black cat was right. Lin Mo indeed possessed greater endurance. When Lin Mo chopped wooden stakes until his hands bled, he remained silent. When he painted purple talismans until his hands trembled, he remained silent. When he received stitches, he remained silent. Chen Ping'an could not say the same. The last time he drew a talisman and nicked his hand, he cried loud enough for the entire street to hear. Let's go. I'll rest upstairs for a bit. We need to head out tonight. Chen Ping'an climbed the stairs. The black cat followed at his heels, tail held high. Chen Ping'an's mother Chen Wanqing and his father Chen Qingshan had been staying at the shop for 7 days. Throughout those 7 days, aside from eating, sleeping, and doing rehabilitation exercises, all they did was bicker. Chen Wanqing said Chen Qingshan walked too slowly like a turtle. Chen Qingshan said Chen Wanqing ate too hastily like a pig that had gone 3 days without food. Chen Wanqing said Chen Qingshan snored when he slept like a bellows. Chen Qingshan said Chen Wanqing talked in her sleep, saying, Qingshan, slow down, I can't keep up. Chen Wanqing's face flushed, claiming she didn't remember it. Chen Qingshan's mouth curled slightly. I remember, he said. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter watching his parents bicker, finding it quite amusing. He had never seen his parents together before, never knowing what they were like as a couple. Now he understood. When they were together, his mother would talk incessantly, his father would occasionally say something, and she would laugh. When his father remained silent, his mother would still laugh. And when she laughed, the corners of his father's mouth would lift slightly. That wasn't a smile. It was that restrained quality of someone who had heard something pleasant, but didn't want to show how pleased he was. Mother, did you always talk to father this way? Chen Ping'an asked. Chen Wanqing descended the stairs, gripping the railing 1 careful step at a time. Her legs had improved significantly compared to earlier days. She no longer needed assistance on the stairs, though she still moved slowly. I didn't talk to him back then. He barely spoke. There was no point in talking to him. Then he pursued me, but I ignored him. He would wait along my daily route. I endured it for 3 days. On the 4th day, I couldn't hold back anymore and asked him, what exactly do you want? He said, I want to talk to you. I said, aren't you the quiet type? He said, I talk more with you. Chen Qingshan came down the stairs behind her. His steps lagged behind hers, pausing between each movement like an ancient turtle climbing a flight of stairs. He didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth remained lifted. Chen Wanqing glanced back at him. What are you smiling about? I'm not smiling. Your mouth is twitching. It's just a cramp. Chen Wanqing laughed. That laugh was big. It wasn't some gentle chuckle, it was the kind that curved her eyes into crescents, bare her teeth, and lit her entire face with radiance. Chen Ping'an watched her smile, and smiled too. His father's lips curled upward as well. This time it wasn't a cramp, it was a real smile. The black cat sat upon the counter watching the scene unfold. Its tail swayed lazily. How long have your parents been together? The black cat asked. 22 years. 22 years, and still bickering. They clearly care for each other. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. How can you tell? Bickering without causing real harm. That's the mark of genuine affection. Those whose words wound each other have long since parted ways. They've quarreled for 22 years and never separated, which proves their bond is strong. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Baozi, have you ever been married? The black cat gazed at him with unblinking golden eyes. I'm a cat. Cats don't marry. But you've lived for a very long time. Have you seen cats marry? I have. When I was young, a white cat at the alley entrance became devoted to a gray cat from the neighboring street. They stayed together for 3 years and produced 4 litters of kittens. Eventually, the gray cat died, and the white cat waited at the alley entrance for 7 days without eating or drinking. On the 8th day, it too perished. The black cat's voice grew soft. They never married. But they were together. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. Within its golden eyes was a light. Not reflected light, but something glowing from deep within. Baozi, was that white cat of yours? You. The black cat fell silent for a moment. Yes. I was that white cat. I died afterward. And then I lived again. After coming back, I became a black cat. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. You've died before? Yes, I have. Killed by people from Guishu. They extracted the gray cat's soul at the alley entrance to cultivate a spiritual entity. I went looking for it, found it, but couldn't save it. They beat me to death. After I died, my soul didn't scatter. Your mother found me and sealed my consciousness into a black cat's body. The black cat's voice was barely above a whisper. She said, Baozi, help me watch over Ping'an. When he grows up, tell him the truth. Chen Ping'an reached out and stroked the black cat's head. Its fur was remarkably soft and soothing to the touch. Baozi, yes. I'll help you take revenge. The black cat's tail gave a slight flick. You already have. When Chu is dead, Zhang Yuanshan killed him. That was Zhang Yuanshan's grudge, not yours. My revenge isn't complete yet. That gray cat's name was Xiaohua. Its soul was cultivated by Guishu people into a spiritual entity. That entity still resides 3 levels underground at Guishu's main headquarters. It is no longer itself. It has become something that only knows how to devour souls. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Where is it? At the very bottom of the air raid shelter, where your master once went. I'll go find it. The black cat regarded him steadily. Its golden eyes gleamed like 2 miniature suns beneath the light. You cannot defeat it. It has been cultivated for 40 years. It has devoured hundreds of souls. You are no match for it. Then what should I do? The black cat fell silent for a moment. Your master knows. Ask him. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and climbed the stairs. The master lay on his bed, a packet of crispy noodles in hand, eating. His legs still dragged somewhat, though considerably better than before. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he set the noodles down. What's wrong? Master, at the far end of the air raid shelter, there is a spiritual entity being cultivated. It has swallowed hundreds of souls. Baozi's friend is trapped inside as well. How do I fight it? The master fell silent for a moment. You cannot fight it alone. That spiritual entity cannot be defeated by one person. For people are needed, 4 directions, chanting the unbinding mantra simultaneously. Trap it, then shatter it with purple talismans. Yulin, Imo, myself, and your father. For people, 4 directions. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. Can my father recite the unbinding mantra? He belongs to the Soul Summons sect. The unbinding mantra is foundational to their school. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs and looked at Chen Qingshan. Father, can you recite the unbinding mantra? Chen Qingshan looked at him. Yes. Your mother taught me. Chen Wanqing laughed from nearby. I didn't teach him. He taught himself. When he was courting me, he learned. I attended classes at the Soul Summons sect every day, so he began auditing. After 3 months, he recited the unbinding mantra better than the sect's own students. The instructor asked him, which class do you belong to? He said, I'm auditing. The instructor said, auditors aren't accepted. He replied, then I'll leave. The instructor said, wait, recite it for me. He did. The instructor listened, fell silent for a moment, and said, you may stay. She paused. He didn't stay. He left. The instructor said, what a pity. He replied, not at all. I learned what I needed to learn. Chen Ping'an looked at Chen Qingshan. The corners of Chen Qingshan's mouth lifted, not a cramp, but a smile. Father, you were quite diligent in courting mother back then. Yes. Without effort, I never would have caught her. Chen Wanqing's face flushed. Your father pursued me for 3 years. I evaded him for 3 years. In the 3rd year, I stopped running. He asked me, why have you stopped dodging? I said, I'm tired of dodging. He said, then let's stop dodging. Chen Ping'an looked at his parents. 2 people who had been confined for 22 years, out for less than 10 days, and already reminiscing about their youthful courtship. He thought it was wonderful. To reminisce about the past meant one was still alive, and being alive meant there was still a future ahead. Lin Mo drew the third purple talisman. It was neither a calming spirit purple talisman nor a five thunder evil suppressing talisman. It was a breakthrough barrier purple talisman. He held the talisman paper up to the light. Purple light flowed across the talisman paper like a small piece of sunset clouds cut from the sky, slowly solidifying. His fingers did not tremble, not because he was unafraid, but because he had drawn it so many times that his hands had memorized the pressure and angle of every stroke. The 13 strokes at the talisman head were complete, not one missing. The 49 strokes in the core were orderly, not one out of place. The 21 variations at the base were true, not one crooked. The cinnabar patterns on the talisman paper were even and smooth like a tamed serpent lying quietly on the paper. "Master," he called out. Chen Ping'an walked over from behind the counter, took the purple talisman, and looked at it. He studied it for a long time from the head to the base, and then back again. His eyebrows did not move. Not because they had stopped dancing, but because he was so focused that his eyebrows had forgotten to move. "It's done." Chen Ping'an returned the talisman to him. "You're better than me." Lin Mo took the talisman, folded it neatly, and placed it in his pocket. "Master, you've said that many times. Say it again. I'm afraid you'll forget." Chen Ping'an took a pack of crispy crackers from the drawer, tore it open, and handed half to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the crackers, but did not eat, just held them in his hand. "Master, every time you say you're better than me, you're eating crackers. Are you nervous?" Chen Ping'an's hand paused. "No, not nervous." "Then why didn't you eat yours and gave me half?" "Sharing. Good things should be shared." Lin Mo looked at the crackers in his hand. The biscuit had been crushed, crumbs spilling from the bag onto the counter. He gathered the crumbs with his fingers and popped them into his mouth. "Salty." He ate a couple of bites, folded the bag, and put it in his pocket. Master came down from upstairs. He wore a clean gray Taoist robe today, his hair tied in a bun more neatly than before, probably done by Chen Wanqing. His leg still limped slightly, but he no longer needed to hold the wall on the stairs. Each step was deliberate, like an elderly crane learning to walk. He held a blade in his hand. Not Brother Lu's cleaver, but his own sword. A Tang Dao 3 feet long with a black blade, and a handle wrapped in black cord. The cord was frayed in places and rewound, uneven, but sturdy. The scabbard was wooden, wrapped in black sharkskin, heavily worn in places where the skin had rubbed away, exposing the wood beneath. He walked up to Lin Mo and handed him the sword. "Take it." Lin Mo accepted the sword. It was heavy, far heavier than it appeared. His hand dipped, and he quickly gripped it with both hands. The cord on the hilt pressed against his palm, ticklish. "What is this?" "A Tang Dao, passed down from your master's master to me, and from my master's master to him. 5 generations. Master's voice was soft, as if speaking of something ordinary, but there was light in his eyes. 2 characters are engraved on the blade. Zhanxia. Your master's great-great-grandfather used this sword to slay a 1,000-year-old Jiangshi. His great-great-great-grandfather used it to execute a cult leader. Your master's great-great-great-great-grandfather. Never mind. Too many generations, I can't remember them all." Lin Mo looked at the sword in his hand. The characters Zhanxia on the blade were deeply carved, the grooves filled with black grime like decades of dust pressed and impossible to clean out. "Master, why don't you use it anymore?" "I'm old. I can't wield it." "You're young, you take it." Master sat down in the chair, took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled one out, and held it between his lips without lighting it. "Ping'an, come here." Chen Ping'an walked over and stood before Master. "You teach him the sword techniques. You've learned Brother Lu's methods. That's enough." "I can't teach well, though I have no patience." "Neither do you, but you're slower than your disciple." Someone slow teaches others with more patience because he knows he's slow and fears others are too. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. "Master, are you praising me or insulting me?" "Praising you. You're slow, but you're willing to learn. Those willing to learn will master even what comes slowly." Lin Mo stood aside, gripping the Tang Dao. The sword was heavy, his hands aching, but he did not lower it. "Master, teach me. I'm not afraid of being slow." Chen Ping'an looked at him. Lin Mo's eyes were bright, like 2 stars. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Not a smile, but the expression of someone ready. "Fine. Starting tomorrow, wake up at 5:30 every day. Chop wooden steaks first, then practice sword techniques. 100 chops, 100 repetitions. Until the sword doesn't fly away." "What does the sword doesn't fly away mean?" "When you swing, if the sword flies out of your hand, that's failure. If the sword stays steady in your hand, that's success." Lin Mo nodded. He hung the Tang Dao at his waist. The scabbard brushed against his belt buckle, making a crisp sound like 2 stones striking together. He looked down at the sword at his waist for several seconds. "Master, does this sword have a name?" "Yes. Zhanxia. Zhanxia, slaying demons and purging evil." Lin Mo touched the cord on the hilt. A good name. Master leaned back in the chair looking at the sword at Lin Mo's waist. There was light in his eyes. Not an exaggerated light, but the kind you see when something dear to you has found a new keeper and you don't want to show how much it matters. Lin Mo. This sword has been with me for 30 years. I've used it to strike 7 evil ghosts, 3 jiangshi, and 2 heretical cultivators. I've never used it on a person. Don't use it to kill people. Lin Mo's fingers paused. Then what should I use it to strike? Those from Guishu. Those from Guishu are not human. They are beasts. Lin Mo nodded. He removed his hand from the hilt and stood straight. A black cat sat on the counter watching everything. Its tail swayed slowly, and its expression, if translated into words, would read, a sword passed through 6 generations. From grandfather to grandson, grandson, to great-grandson, great-grandson, to great-great-grandson, great-great-grandson, to great-great-great-grandson, and finally, to Lin Mo, the 6th generation. This sword has seen more than all of you combined. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. Baozi, how do you know it's 6 generations? I've lived long. I've seen the first 4 generations. The first was a fat man. His hands shook when holding the sword, but never when striking jiangshi. The second was a thin man. His hands didn't shake when holding the sword, but they did when striking jiangshi. The third was of average height. His hands didn't shake in either case, but he cried after killing jiangshi. He said jiangshi were once people too. The 4th generation is your master. His hands didn't shake when holding the sword, nor when striking jiangshi, and he didn't cry afterward. He said crying is useless. Chen Ping'an looked at Master. Master, you didn't cry after striking jiangshi. No, crying wouldn't bring them back. Master took the cigarette from his mouth, looked at it, and put it back. But when I returned, I drank a cup of wine. To honor him. To honor that he was once a person. Lin Mo lowered his head, looking at the sword at his waist. The sharkskin on the scabbard was heavily worn, some places rubbed away to expose the wood beneath. He traced those worn spots with his fingers. They were smooth, polished by human hands over time. Master, I will use this sword well. The corner of Master's mouth lifted slightly. Good. You're more reliable than your master. Chen Ping'an stood aside silent. He knew Master was telling the truth. Lin Mo was indeed more reliable. Lin Mo, who never got lost, never stumbled over his words, had a higher talisman success rate, wrote better, and now held the sword steadier. He had taken a disciple better than himself, but he didn't feel ashamed. A capable disciple reflected well on the master, even if he hadn't taught much and Lin Mo had practiced on his own. Lin Mo, Chen Ping'an called. 5:30 tomorrow morning. Back courtyard. Bring your sword. Don't be late. Yes. If you're late, you're treating us to hot pot. Lin Mo was silent for a moment. Master, last time you said that to put people in a good mood. What's the reason this time? To make sure you're not late. You pay, you don't eat. I watch you watch others eat. It's worse seeing others eat than eating yourself. Lin Mo looked at him, his expression translating to, you're the greediest Taoist I've ever met. And your mouth is vicious. But he didn't say it aloud. He untied the Tang Dao from his waist, placed it on the table, wiped the dust from the scabbard with a cloth, and rehung it. His movements were slow and deliberate, like performing a ritual. The black cat watched Lin Mo's movements and swayed its tail. You take better care of your things than your master. He never wipes his sword. His scabbard is covered in dust, and he pretends not to see it. Chen Ping'an glanced at the black cat. How do you know I haven't wiped it? I wipe things when you're not here. You were in the shop wiping things whenever I was here. You wiped the counter, the table, the bowls. You never wiped the sword. Chen Ping'an fell silent. Because the black cat was right. He truly had never wiped the sword. His Tang Dao had never left his waist since he started wearing it. The dust on the scabbard had traveled from Maoshan to Rongcheng, never wiped. He didn't think dust was a problem. Dust doesn't affect killing. I'll wipe it tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow you're teaching Lin Mo sword techniques. No time to wipe. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow you're still teaching. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. What are you trying to say? The black cat licked its paw. I'm saying you should wipe your sword. The dust on the scabbard is too thick and affects the speed of drawing. Dust gets stuck in the scabbard, slowing the draw by a fraction of a second. That fraction is enough for an enemy to strike you. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. He unfastened the Tang Dao from his waist and wiped the scabbard with his sleeve. The sleeve was black, but it turned gray after wiping. He shook the dust off and rehung the sword. Done. The black cat looked at the scabbard. Dust remained, but less than before. Acceptable. Wipe it again tomorrow. And the day after. Until it shines. What good is a shiny sword? Swords are for killing, not for looking in mirrors. A shiny sword reflects light when drawn. That glare can blind your enemy. Even for a moment he can't see clearly, and you can strike. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. Where did you learn this? I've lived long. Seen much. In fights, every trick is useful. Dirty tricks are still tricks. Chen Ping'an said nothing more. He walked behind the counter, took out the half-eaten pack of crackers from the drawer, and continued eating. His eyebrows started dancing again, the left rising and the right falling. The black cat watched his eyebrows, but said nothing. Even if she spoke, he wouldn't change. Besides, dancing eyebrows were kinda cute too. Lin Mo hung the Tang Dao at his waist, walked to the front of the counter, spread out a sheet of blue paper, and began drawing talismans. Calm spirit talismans. He had drawn many, and his hands were steady. His eyebrows did not move, serene as two leaves fallen on snow. Master watched Lin Mo draw for a while, then turned to Chen Ping'an. Your disciple is steadier than you. I know. When will you be steady, eh? My hands are steady when I draw talismans, even if my eyebrows move. Master looked at him. Steady hands are enough. Don't worry about your eyebrows. Eyebrows have their own thoughts. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth lifted. He finished the crackers, crumpled the bag, and threw it into the trash can. It missed and fell on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and threw again. This time it went in. Master, how many days did you chop wooden stakes when you learned sword techniques? 3 months. How many strokes per day? 100. How many swords did you break? 3. The first broke after 3 months. The second broke after a month. The third lasted half a year. It didn't break, but the edge curled. After that I switched to this magical weapon and stopped chopping stakes. Chen Ping'an looked at the Tang Dao at Lin Mo's waist. Lin Mo, try not to break any swords. Lin Mo looked up. Understood. If you break one, it's fine. Swords are cheap, 10 yuan each. Lin Mo nodded and lowered his head to continue drawing talismans. His eyebrows remained still. Master stood up and went upstairs. At the top of the stairs he stopped without turning around. Ping'an, your disciple is better than you. I know. You've already said so. Say it again. I'm afraid you'll forget. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth lifted. He sat behind the counter watching Lin Mo draw. Lin Mo's hands were steady, the brush tip moving across the paper, the cinnabar lines thin and straight. His eyebrows did not move. Chen Ping'an's eyebrows were dancing. He thought it was fine. Everyone has their own characteristics. His was dancing eyebrows. Lin Mo's was still eyebrows. No one was better, they were just different. The black cat sat on the counter, tail swaying slowly. It looked at Chen Ping'an's eyebrows, then at Lin Mo's, and closed its eyes. In its memory it had seen many people's eyebrows. Some moved, some didn't. Those whose eyebrows moved tended to live longer because they laughed more. Those who laughed lived longer. It kept this secret hidden in its heart and never spoke it out. The next morning Chen Ping'an's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, a landline from Rongcheng. The area code was 028, followed by a string of digits. Chen Ping'an stared at the screen for 2 seconds before declining the call. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. It was that he was eating crispy noodles and his hands were covered in crumbs. He flicked away the bits, wiped his hands with his sleeve, and then pressed the answer button. Hello, Chen Ping'an. The woman's voice on the other end was soft, level, like the surface of a frozen river in winter. Emotionless, unvarying, as though she were reading from a textbook. I am Lu Xiaoshuang, a disciple of masters from the Bixie school of Mount Mao. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Lutsuan. Lutsuan is the name of Guishu. My name is Lu Xiaoshuang. Why are you calling? I wish to see your master. Chen Ping'an fell silent for several seconds. My master doesn't wish to see you. He says he doesn't wish to see me because he's lying to himself. He wants to see me. He taught me. He remembers me. He once said, Lu Xiaoshuang, you are the finest disciple I have ever had. He cannot deceive me. Chen Ping'an glanced toward the staircase. His master was upstairs, occupied with something unknown. Perhaps reading, perhaps sleeping, perhaps merely staring blankly at the ceiling. Whatever he was doing, Chen Ping'an had no desire to disturb him. When will you arrive? Tonight. 8 o'clock. Qingshan Pavilion. The call ended. Chen Ping'an placed his phone on the counter and gazed toward the staircase. The black cat crouched beside him, its tail still. Lutsuan is coming. I heard. She's here to see the master. I heard. Aren't you going to stop her? Impossible. Whoever she wishes to see, she will see. She is just as stubborn as your master. Chen Ping'an climbed the stairs. His master lay in bed, a yellowed, ancient book clutched in his hands, turning the pages. It was the I Ching, opened to the Kuan hexagram. His reading glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, his brows furrowed, as though he were studying something exceedingly difficult. On the bedside table sat half a pack of crispy noodles left over from yesterday. His master had eaten half and forgotten the rest. Chen Ping'an eyed the open packet, tempted to reach for it, but restrained himself. Master. His master set the book aside and removed his glasses. What is it? Lutsuan is coming. Tonight at 8. His master's fingers paused. He placed his glasses on the bedside table and sat up from the bed. His movements were slow, his waist stiff. 2 audible clicks came from his joints as he straightened. What does she want? To see you. His master fell silent for a long time. He gazed out the window, sunlight pooling on the windowsill, where a sparrow hopped back and forth. Its delicate claws left a trail of tiny prints on the sill. He watched it for a long while. Let her come. Master, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Can she still kill me? She might. No, she won't. She won't kill me a second time. His voice was soft. She had the chance back then. She didn't take it. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Chen Ping'an studied his master's face. His master wore no particular expression, yet his eyes held a light. Not reflected light, but something emanating from within. Master, do you still regard her as your disciple? I did. She is with Guishu now. Then why see her? To ask her why. Chen Ping'an did not press further. He went downstairs and settled behind the counter, retrieving a pack of crunchy noodles from a drawer. He tore it open and ate noisily, his brows flickering, one rising while the other fell. The black cat observed his brows. Are you nervous? No. Your brows are fighting. They're dancing. Dancing goes up and down. Yours go left and right. That's fighting. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal. His brows had a mind of their own, and he could not command them. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red cotton jacket blazing like fire in the lamplight. She hovered before Chen Ping'an and looked up at him. Brother Chen, is that woman coming again? Last time she came, you master cried. He didn't. Something got in his eye. Inside the house there is no dust. Baozi's fur was falling out. The black cat flicked its tail. My fur doesn't fall out. It doesn't fall out today. It didn't fall out yesterday. It won't fall out tomorrow. Chen Ping'an drew a deep breath. Xiaohe, it's time for you to recite the 3-character classic. Xiaohe pouted, drifted over to the counter, opened the classic, and began to chant. Her voice was clear and bright, singing like Ren Ji Chu Xing Ben Shan Xing Xiang Jin 11 Xiang Yuan. Ren Ji Chu Xing Ben Shan Xing Xiang Jin 11 Xiang Yuan. Volume 2, Authentic Lineage of Mao Mao. In the evening, Chen Ping'an went to Aunt Zhang's stall to eat liangxia. Aunt Zhang served him a bowl and added an extra spoonful of brown sugar syrup. He squatted beside the stall to eat, while the black cat sat by his feet. Little Chen, is your master's leg getting better? Aunt Zhang asked. Much better. I can walk. I can run. Can you fight yet? Not yet. Need a few more days to recover. Aunt Zhang nodded and continued shelling edamame. Her hands moved as fast as ever. Pinch and squeeze and the beans would pop out of their pods and fall into the bowl. Tick, tick, tick. Aunt Zhang, I still haven't used that poison powder. No rush. Use it when you need to. If you use it too early, they'll be on guard. If you use it too late, it'll be too late. Chen Ping'an finished the liangxia in his bowl and set it on the cart. Aunt Zhang, what's your sister's name? Aunt Zhang's hands paused for a moment. Zhang Xiaoying. Same pronunciation as mine. Same sound, different characters. Shi Xiu from Xiuli and Ying from Yingxiao. Yuan from Anshuan and Ping from Ping'an. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a few seconds. Aunt Zhang, I will avenge her. Aunt Zhang looked at him for several long seconds. You already have. Once Yu is dead. She belonged to Guishu. People from Guishu killed her. Zhang Yuanshan was the one who killed her. Not you with your own hands. Who killed her doesn't matter. As long as she's dead. Aunt Zhang lowered her head and continued shelling edamame. Her speed had slowed slightly, but her hands remained steady. Chen Ping'an stood up and walked toward Old Wang's tea house. Old Wang was behind the counter reading the newspaper, reading glasses perched on his nose, brows furrowed. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, he put down the newspaper. Little Chen, you look pale. Didn't sleep well. Thinking about things again. Thinking about how to fight Guishu. Old Wang poured him a cup of tea. Jujube tea sweet. Your master said, those who think too much won't go far. I know. But if I don't think about it, what if I stray off course? Old Wang looked at him in silence for a moment. You're like your mother. Your mother was the same back then. She always thought ahead of everything. After thinking it all through, she couldn't sleep. Poor sleep made her complexion bad. When her complexion was bad, your father would ask, what's wrong? And she'd say nothing. Your father would say, you're lying. She'd say, none of your business. Chen Ping'an's lips curled up slightly. He raised the teacup and took a sip. Sweet. Old Wang, where are Zhang Yuanshan and the others? Playing mahjong. One short, so they dragged in a broomstick to fill the seat. The broomstick still can't play, but they're not upset anymore. They said, if we can't teach it, oh well. As long as there's a companion. Chen Ping'an laughed. He imagined the scene. 3 wicked ghosts and a broomstick sitting around a table playing mahjong. The ghosts were semi-transparent, the broomstick semi-transparent, the mahjong tiles semi-transparent too. The whole picture resembled an old photograph soaked in water, blurry, ethereal, indistinct. But the sound of the ghosts shuffling the tiles was perfectly clear, swish swish. Old Wang, aren't you going to join them? No. I can't beat them. They flip the table when they lose, and they flip it when they win too. Play with them, and you flip the table either way. Better to read the newspaper. Old Wang raised his teacup and took a sip. Newspapers don't flip tables. Chen Ping'an laughed even harder. He set down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the doorway. Old Wang. When Zhang Yuanshan and the others went, I'll treat them to hot pot. Old Wang's lips twitched slightly. They won't win. They've never won at Mahjong. But when they flip the table, they feel like they've won. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and stepped outside. Bai Jiuming arrived in the evening. When he pushed open the door, Chen Ping'an was squatting on the ground, teaching Xiaohe to write the character Gui Turtle. It was the 4th time he had taught her this character, and Xiaohe still couldn't get it right. The Gui she wrote today looked like a squashed pumpkin with 6 legs. Yes, last time it had 4 legs, this time 6. Xiaohe said, the turtle grew 2 extra legs because it's climbing a mountain and needs more legs. Chen Ping'an found her reasoning plausible, so he didn't correct her. Bai Jiuming stood at the door watching Xiaohe draw a 6-legged Gui in the air. He was silent for a moment. His expression translated into human words, the ghosts in your shop are more imaginative than you. You're here, Chen Ping'an said, standing up. He put away the yellow paper and replaced it with an old sheet listing, Rin Ko Shou Shui, Hua, person mouth hand water fire. Xiaohe review yesterday's lesson. Rin Ko Shou Shui Hua. Write each 3 times. Xiaohe pouted and began writing in the air. When she wrote, Hua, fire, the final stroke finally wasn't crooked, but it was too straight, resembling a stick figure standing at attention while being burned. Chen Ping'an looked at the character, Hua, and didn't correct her. Straight was fine, at least it wasn't crooked. Bai Jiuming sat down on a chair, pulled a USB drive from his pocket, and placed it on the table. The USB drive was silver, very small, with a label on it reading Gui Su Lu Lao, the 6 elders of Guishu. The handwriting was neat, belonging to Bai Jiuming, just like the man himself. Found them, he said, his voice low but clear. The 6 elders of Guishu, Tanlong Jumin, Lutsuan, Lianjin Wuziu, and Pujuan. Their names, ages, cultivation levels, specialties, and locations, all inside. Chen Ping'an picked up the USB drive and examined it. The drive was light, as if empty, but its contents were heavy information on 6 people, 6 lives. He put it in his pocket and patted it. How did you get this? Through my grandfather's connections. The Bai family has been in Rongcheng for decades and knows people. These people don't want to deal with Guishu, but they're willing to help me. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an noticed his knuckles whitening as he gripped his phone. The price was that my grandfather agreed to do them a favor. What favor? When we find Guishu's lair, they want to make the first move. Not against the people, but to seize Guishu's territory. Once Guishu falls, they want those assets. Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. Your grandfather agreed. Yes. He said the territory can go to anyone. Better to them than to Guishu. Chen Ping'an looked at Bai Jiuming. His face was expressionless, but there was light in his eyes. Not the light of, I'm not afraid, but the light of, I'm afraid, yet I'll still do it. The same light in his grandfather's eyes. Chen Ping'an had never met Bai Jiuming's grandfather. But he knew that old man had waited 22 years for the bone talismans to be gathered and for the door to Guishu to be opened. Have you read it? Chen Ping'an asked. Read it. On the way here. Bai Jiuming pulled out his phone, opened a file, and handed it to Chen Ping'an. On the screen was a document densely packed with text divided into 6 sections. Tanlong male 53 from Western Hunan. Specializes in soul summoning arts. Highest cultivation among the 6. Second in command of Guishu. After Wenxiu died, he became the head of the Rongcheng region. Suspicious by nature, never goes out alone, always accompanied by at least 2 guards. His soul summoning can call forth wandering spirits within a 10-li radius. A large number could be troublesome. Weakness, fear of fire. Not ordinary fear, but physiological terror. He was burned as a child, leaving a scar on his left cheek, usually hidden by his hair. Chen Ping'an committed Tanlong's information to memory. What about Jumin? Jumin male 47 from Guizhou. Specializes in soul-nurturing arts. Third in command of Guishu. He raises spirit creatures. The 40-year-old thing in the air raid shelter is his doing. Gloomy, taciturn, but ruthless. He doesn't need living people to nurture souls, corpses suffice. He digs up bodies, extracts souls, and feeds them to his creatures. The missing corpses around Rongcheng in recent years are mostly his work. Weakness, his art requires absolute quiet. If interrupted during the ritual, he loses half a year of work. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Lutsuan. Lutsuan female 41 from Rongcheng. Specializes in talisman arts. Fourth in command of Guishu. She's the only one in Guishu who shares your sect. She's from Maoshan's Evil Suppression Sect, 2 years above you. Your master knows her. She was a prodigy at Maoshan, drawing talismans twice as fast as her peers. Later, for unknown reasons, she left Maoshan and joined Guishu. Her talisman skills are formidable. She can draw blue talismans at will, and even purple ones are within her reach. Weakness, she draws her own talismans. If you know what she's drawn, you can predict her moves. Chen Ping'an frowned. My master knows her. Why hasn't he mentioned her? Your master wouldn't bring her up. She's his shame. He taught her. She betrayed Maoshan and joined Guishu. He blames himself. Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. He glanced toward the stairwell. His master was upstairs doing who knows what. He decided not to ask him tonight. Lianjin female 38 from Yunnan. Specializes in gu poison arts. 5th in command of Guishu. She's from the same hometown as Aunt Zhang, also from the mountains of Yunnan. But she practices gunat shamanism. She raises gu worms, feeding them with the blood of the living. Her worms can burrow into a person's body and control their movements. A victim shows no outward signs, but within 3 days they die with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Weakness: the worms fear cold. Temperatures below 0 kill them. In winter her gu powers are halved. Chen Ping'an thought of Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang also came from the Yunnan mountains, but she practiced shamanism, not gu. Her sister was killed by Guishu, and the one responsible might be Lianjin. Wuziu male 44 from Hunan. Specializes in blade arts. 6th in command of Guishu. He's Brother Lu's junior fellow apprentice. Brother Lu's master passed down 2 kitchen cleavers, one to Lu, one to him. He took his cleaver and joined Guishu. Lu hates him. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. Brother Lu's junior? Yes. His name is Lu Wu, a cousin from the same clan. They grew up together and studied blade arts together. Later Guishu lured Lu Wu away, and he betrayed his master. Lu's master died of grief. Lu said, he's not my junior. He's an animal. Chen Ping'an thought of the crooked tree in the backyard of Lu's restaurant. Every morning Lu practiced his blade on a wooden stump, hacking again and again. He didn't talk, laugh, or curse while he hacked. He just hacked. He wasn't cutting the stump. He was cutting his junior. Pujuan male 52, from Hubei. Specializes in formations. 7th in command of Guishu. He's the weakest of the 6, but his formations are the hardest to break. He doesn't need talisman paper. He uses stones, wood, water, fire. Anything can form a formation. He set up a massive formation in the air raid shelter covering the entire Guishu headquarters. The runes you saw on the walls down there, he drew them. Weakness: he needs time to set up. A major formation takes 3 days, while a minor one takes 3 hours. Give him time, he's invincible. Don't give him time, he's just an ordinary old man. Chen Ping'an returned the phone to Bai Jiuming. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside was the nightscape of Rongcheng, a sea of lights scattered like stars. Beneath those lights, 6 people were waiting for him. 6 people, 6 lives. Where are they now? No idea. My grandfather's people couldn't find out. But they'll come for sure. Once Yu is dead, Guishu won't let us go. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat. You have 2 choices now. First, wait for them. Second, go after them. Chen Ping'an turned around. We go after them. No waiting. If we wait, they'll come when we least expect it. If we go, we choose the time, the place, and the method of attack ourselves. Bai Jiuming looked at him. Do you know where they are? No, but someone does. Chen Ping'an walked to the stairwell and called up, Master. His master came down the stairs holding a cup of tea. His leg was still slightly lame, but much better than a few days ago. He reached the ground floor, sat on a chair, and took a sip. What's wrong? The 6 elders of Guishu, Tanlong Juman, Lutsuan, Lianjin, Wuziu, Pujuan. Where are they? His master's hand paused. He set down the teacup and looked at Chen Ping'an. How do you know? Bai Jiuming found out. His master looked at Bai Jiuming. Bai Jiuming looked back. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Your grandfather is a good man, the master said. Bai Jiuming replied. His master leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling. The crack was still there, stretching from the corner to the lamp socket. He looked at it for a long time. Tanlang is in the north of the city. He has a stronghold near the fertilizer plant. Juman is in the west. He's in the underground 3rd level of Yongxing town. Lutsuan is unknown. She moves around, could be anywhere. Lianjin is in the south. She has a gu room near Hongpela. Wuziu is in the east. He runs a blade school in Longquanyi. Pujuan is in the city center. He set up a grand formation in the air raid shelter with the core beneath Chuanxi Road. Chen Ping'an committed every word to memory. Master, how do you know? I spent 3 years in Guishu. Not wasted years. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. His face was expressionless, but his eyes held a light. Not the light of, I'm powerful, but the light of, I endured 3 years of hardship, and it wasn't for nothing. Master, thank you. No need. Your mother already paid. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth twitched. He turned to Bai Jiuming. Bai Jiuming, do me a favor. What? Keep watch over the fertilizer plant in the north. Tanlong's stronghold. Don't go in, just watch from outside. See when he comes out where he goes, who he meets. Bai Jiuming nodded. He stood up, walked to the door, and paused. Chen Ping'an. The 9 meals you owe me. We'll settle them after we take down Guishu. Fine. If I live, I'll pay them one by one. If I die, I'll burn them for you. Bai Jiuming looked at him silent for a moment. Don't say things like that. Bad luck. Since when do you believe in luck? Just now, Bai Jiuming pushed open the door and stepped out. The night wind blew and carrying the sweet scent of osmanthus. The door closed. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop looking at the shut door. The black cat crouched on the counter, its tail swaying slowly. Baozi, do you think we can win? We can. How do you know? Because your master is here. Your parents are here. Lin Mo is here. Su Wan is here. Bai Jiuming is here. Grandpa Wang is here. Brother Lu is here. Aunt Zhang is here. And I'm here. Chen Ping'an lowered his head looking at the black cat. Its golden eyes glowed like two small suns under the light. Baozi, you're last. The cat's tail stopped swaying. What's wrong with last? Last doesn't mean not here. Being here is what matters. Chen Ping'an smiled. He walked behind the counter, pulled out a pack of Xiaowangsing crispy noodles, tore it open, and crunched loudly. His eyebrows moved, the left one going up, the right one down. The black cat watched his eyebrows, but said nothing. It wouldn't change anyway. Besides, a dancing caterpillar was rather nice to look at. Xiaohe floated to his side, looking up at him. Brother Chen, those names you mentioned, who are they, eh? Bad people. Why do bad people have such nice names? Tanlong Juman, Lutsuan, Lianjin Wutsu Pijuan. Those are star names. Stars are good things. Why would bad people use star names? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Because they think they're stars too. Shining in the sky, bright, making people look up. But they're not stars. They're mosquitoes. Mosquitoes also fly in the sky, but no one looks up at them. Xiaohe tilted her head, thinking. Mosquitoes suck blood. Do they, oi? Yes, but they don't suck blood. They suck souls. Xiaohe lowered her head, looking at her translucent hand. Brother Chen, will they suck my soul away? No. I'm here. Xiaohe raised her head and smiled. The hem of her red cotton jacket fluttered in the breeze. Chen Ping'an patted her head. His fingers passed through her hair, not touching anything solid, but Xiaohe felt the cool, tingling sensation. She smiled even wider. The black cat watched from the counter, its tail swaying slowly. It had lived a long life and met many people. Good people, bad people, and those in between. Chen Ping'an was among the best it had ever known. Not because he was powerful, but because he was kind to Xiaohe. A person who treats a little ghost well won't treat the living poorly. It kept this thought to itself, saying nothing. Bai Jiuming had been lying in wait outside the chemical fertilizer plant in the northern district for 3 days. He arrived at 6 every morning and returned at 10 at night, subsisting on nothing but coffee. He dared not use the restroom, afraid of missing Tanlang. On the 3rd day, he could no longer hold out and went to a nearby gas station. By the time he returned, Tanlang's car was pulling out of the fertilizer plant. A black Maybach license plate, Rong A66666. The windows were tinted pitch black, making it impossible to see inside. Bai Jiuming only managed to snap one photo before the car sped away. He chased it for 2 blocks, but could not catch up. The Maybach accelerated far faster than his SUV. His vehicle, like a lumbering ox, the Maybach like a wild horse unleashed from its tether. He returned to the shop and handed his phone to Chen Ping'an. The photograph showed a black Maybach, the license plate clearly visible. Tanlang's car. Rong A66666. There aren't many such plates in the entire city of Rongcheng. Bai Jiuming's voice was slightly breathless. I looked into it. The registered owner is a man named Chen Tianhao. 68 years old, a native of Rongcheng, owning 3 companies with assets exceeding 100 million. Chen Ping'an studied the photograph. Chen Tianhao. Sharing your surname? Yes. Same surname as you. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a few seconds. He is not Tanlang. Tanlang is 53, Chen Tianhao is 68. Not the same person. But they are accomplices. Tanlang purchased the car under Chen Tianhao's name. Chen Tianhao may be Guishu's frontman in Rongcheng. Bai Jiuming sat down in the chair, pulled a small notebook from his pocket, and flicked it open. I investigated Chen Tianhao's 3 companies. 1 in real estate, 1 in logistics, and 1 in investment. The real estate company developed a residential complex in the northern district called Tianhao International. The logistics company maintains a warehouse in the western district, and the investment firm owns an office building downtown. These locations could all serve as operational bases for Guishu. Chen Ping'an jotted down the addresses from the notebook. Continue keeping watch at the fertilizer plant. I'm going to the western district tomorrow. Why are you going to the western district? To find Juman. He's located 3 levels underground in Yongxing Town. I've been to Yongxing Town 4 times before and never managed to go down to the 3rd underground level. This time I must go down. Bai Jiuming looked at him. You're going alone. Lin Mo is coming with me. Su Wan knows the way. And me, eh? You keep watching Tanlang. He's more dangerous than Juman. Bai Jiuming was silent for a moment, then nodded. He stood up and walked toward the door, pausing halfway. Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an turned back to look at him. Bai Jioming met his gaze and said, "Be careful when you go down. Something has been cultivated in the third underground level for 40 years. It is no trivial matter." "I know." Bai Jioming left. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, took out a packet of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and began eating noisily. The black cat perched on the counter watching him. "You're going back to Rongcheng town?" "Yes." "How many times now?" "The 5th time." "You go more often than to Wang Day's tea house." Chen Ping'an's hand paused. "I visit Wang Day's tea house every day. Rongcheng town once a month." "It's not diligence, it's necessity." The black cat's tail flicked once. "Are you nervous?" "No." "Your eyebrows are moving." Chen Ping'an touched his eyebrows. They truly were moving. Left one rising, right one falling, like two dancing caterpillars. Eyebrows moving doesn't mean nervousness. Eyebrows have their own thoughts. The black cat offered no rebuttal. The next morning, Chen Ping'an took Lin Mo and Su Wan to Rongcheng town. Bai Jioming didn't come. He was watching Tan Lang in the northern district. The master hadn't come either, his legs still hadn't healed. Mom and Dad didn't come, their legs weren't healed either. Xiaohe didn't come. She couldn't leave that building. Only Lin Mo and Su Wan followed him. Su Wan's leg had improved considerably. She could walk, run, and jump now, though she couldn't jump high. At least she could lift off the ground. She said, "I spent 3 years lying in the second basement of Rongcheng town. I don't want to lie down again in this life." Chen Ping'an said, "Then don't lie down, stand up." She said, "Standing is tiring." Chen Ping'an said, "If standing is tiring, then sit down." She said, "Sitting hurts my backside." Chen Ping'an said, "Then lie down." She said, "I won't lie down." Chen Ping'an said, "What do you want then?" She said, "I want to fight Guishu." Chen Ping'an said, "You can't fight it." She said, "Why not?" Chen Ping'an said, "You haven't learned." She said, "Teach me." Chen Ping'an said, "It's too late." She said, "Then teach me how to draw talismans." Chen Ping'an said, "Your hands are trembling." She said, "Drawing talismans doesn't require steady hands. It requires heart." Chen Ping'an fell silent. He had been philosophically rebuked by a woman who had spent 3 years lying down, and she sounded reasonable. The car arrived at Rongcheng town. Chen Ping'an had asked Bai Jioming. No, wait, Bai Jioming didn't come, he was driving himself. While driving, Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, and Su Wan in the back. Chen Ping'an backed into the parking space 3 times before succeeding. Lin Mo watched the rearview mirror without speaking. Su Wan also remained silent. They all knew. Master's sense of direction was poor, not just when walking, but also when driving. The building looked exactly the same. Gray and weathered, 2 stories tall, windows sealed with bricks, the iron door's lock replaced with a new one that gleamed brightly. Chen Ping'an took a wire from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and manipulated it twice. The lock opened. "Master, how long can this lock-picking skill of yours last?" "A lifetime. As long as the locksmith can open it, I can." "Locksmiths have certificates. You don't. You don't need a certificate to pick a lock. It requires skill." Lin Mo didn't speak again. He followed Chen Ping'an into the building. Su Wan walked behind them. The first-floor lobby remained unchanged. Several incandescent bulbs hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light across the entire space. No one stood on either side of the lobby. No people with darkened eyes, no one dressed in black, absolutely no one. When Chu had died, and those under her command had fled, the lobby was empty, filled only with dust and silence. "Go down through the small door on the right." Su Wan pointed to the right side of the lobby. Chen Ping'an approached the small door and pushed it open. Behind it lay a narrow staircase, barely wide enough for one person. The walls were bare concrete with gray surfaces exposed, marked with red numbers. B1, B2, B3. B3 was the lowest level where the Guishu spiritual creature was kept. He descended first, followed by Lin Mo, with Su Wan bringing up the rear. The staircase was long. Chen Ping'an counted. 100 steps from the first floor to B1, 80 from B1 to B2, 60 from B2 to B3. The steps grew progressively shorter, indicating the ceilings were lowering. It wasn't that the floors were getting lower, it was that the passages were narrowing. 2 people could walk side by side in B1, only 1 in B2, and they had to turn sideways in B3. Chen Ping'an turned sideways and carefully made his way down step by step. His shoulders brushed against the walls, coating him in dust. Lin Mo followed behind him, with Su Wan trailing after Lin Mo. B3's passage was pitch dark. The flashlight could only illuminate a few meters ahead. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door, silver and remarkably new, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated concrete walls surrounding it. A single character was written on the door, Su. The same character as on the door at the main altar of the air raid shelter. Chen Ping'an placed his hand on the door. The door was cold. Not the cold of metal, but a bone-chilling, sinister coldness that seemed to seep up from beneath the earth. He pushed it. The door didn't budge. He pushed again. Still nothing. Lin Mo lent a hand. Lin Mo approached, placed his hands on the door, and helped push. Su Wan also came forward, placing her hands on the door. All three pushed together. The door creaked open, just a crack. Light seeped through. Not the white glare of fluorescent tubes, but a cold, bluish-white radiance resembling moonlight. Chen Ping'an pushed the door fully open. Beyond lay a vast chamber, circular in shape, like an inverted bowl. The walls were carved with dense runes matching those on his bone talisman. The runes glowed with a bluish-white light reminiscent of firefly tails. At the chamber's center hovered something. Neither a pedestal nor a stone, but a wisp of fog. The fog was thick and ink-black, suspended in midair and slowly rotating. Something moved within it, though its form remained indistinct. But Chen Ping'an heard a sound. Not speech, not weeping, but breathing. Heavy and slow, like a colossal beast sleeping. This is the spiritual creature. Su Wan's voice trembled. The one that's been nurtured for 40 years. Chen Ping'an withdrew a purple talisman from his pocket. The Five Thunder, evil-suppressing talisman. Pinching the talisman between his fingers, he stepped forward. The black fog ceased its rotation and turned toward him. Not with eyes, but with that unmistakable sensation of being watched. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Ping'an's back. Step back, he whispered. Lin Mo and Su Wan retreated to the doorway. Chen Ping'an raised the purple talisman and chanted thunder. The talisman exploded. Purple light surged forth and struck the black fog, carving a brief split before it quickly closed again. Its surface rippled like water struck by a pebble. Then it began to move, drifting toward Chen Ping'an. Slowly but steadily, like an elderly man taking a stroll. Chen Ping'an drew a second purple talisman from his pocket, the obstacle-breaking variant. He chanted break. The talisman detonated and purple light tore into the fog, this time carving a wider, deeper wound. Through the rift, Chen Ping'an caught sight of what lay within. Clusters of bluish-white light drifted like stars, each one a soul consumed by the black fog. Pressed shoulder to shoulder like fireflies crammed into a jar, the trapped souls overwhelmed Chen Ping'an, and tears streamed down his face. Not tears of weeping, but of helplessness. The kind that falls when you witness hundreds trapped know they cannot escape, yet can do nothing to save them. Baozi, he called. The black cat leapt from his shoulder and settled at his feet, regarding the fog with unblinking golden eyes. Xiaohua is in there, Baozi murmured softly. Third row, fifth from the left. Chen Ping'an gazed at the pale blue lights swirling within the darkness. Third row, fifth from the left. He couldn't make it out, but he trusted the cat. I'll save it, he vowed. Baozi said nothing. Its tail went still. The black fog resealed itself and began drifting closer, and he could smell it now. A damp, earthy odor like an old well. Fishy, icy. The same scent from the well at the Wuchuan ancestral home. He stepped back and drew a third talisman from his pocket, the spirit-binding variant. Pressing the talisman against the fog, he felt it shudder as the purple light took hold, freezing the entity in place like stone. Go! He grabbed Lin Mo and Su Wan, pulling them through the doorway as the iron door slammed shut behind them. The fog battered against it relentlessly, the metal groaning under the impact. The door held firm, the talisman's glow steady against the pounding. How long can this talisman last? Lin Mo asked. I don't know. Could be an hour, could be a day. Depends on how hungry it is. They sprinted up the stairs. Chen Ping'an leading Lin Mo in the middle, Su Wan bringing up the rear. Footfalls echoed through the cramped stairwell like drum beats. When they reached the first floor, Chen Ping'an collapsed against the wall, gasping for air. Sweat soaked through his hair, plastered to his forehead. Master, Lin Mo panted beside him. How many souls were in that fog? Hundreds, maybe thousands. Lin Mo fell quiet, staring at his hands. The cinnabar stains on his fingers wouldn't wash away. Can we save them? Yes, but not now. We can't fight it yet. We need to bring reinforcements. They raced out of the building and piled into the car. Chen Ping'an started the engine and reversed twice before pulling out. Lin Mo watched the rearview mirror in silence, and Su Wan said nothing. They all knew. Master's sense of direction was terrible, whether reversing or driving forward. When Chen Ping'an returned to the shop, dusk was approaching. He parked by the entrance and killed the engine. Seated in the driver's seat, he did not step out. His hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. Lin Mo glanced at him, but said nothing. After roughly 2 minutes, Chen Ping'an released the wheel and descended from the car. He entered the shop, sat behind the counter, and took a packet of crispy noodles from the drawer. Tearing it open, he ate with crisp crunches. Master, aren't you eating a proper meal? I have. Crispy noodles. That doesn't count as a meal. It does. Dry food is still food. Lin Mo fell silent. He climbed the stairs to visit Su Wan. Her leg was trembling. Seated on the steps, she rubbed her knees with both hands. Lin Mo sat beside her. Sister Su Wan, is your leg hurting? Not hurt. Just shaking. I ran too fast just now. You've been bedridden for 3 years. Being able to run this fast, is already remarkable. Su Wan's lips curved slightly. You're better with words than your master. Lin Mo's mouth also twitched. My master can speak too. He's just not good at saying pleasant things. He can say them. He's simply too embarrassed. Lin Mo thought about it, and found Su Wan's words reasonable. The master indeed knew how to speak. When he saw Yi Ling his face would flush, yet he never said, I like you. Having taken on an apprentice he still never said, I'm proud of you. When he had saved her he would never say, you're welcome. Instead he'd say, your creditor has already been paid. Or you're stronger than me. Your hand is shaking, he'd say. Everything he said was blunt, yet everything he did was kind. Aunt Zhang pushed open the door and entered. She carried a small black cloth bag in her hand. Placing it on the counter she opened it, and withdrew a small paper packet from within. The packet was made of yellow paper folded neatly. Little Chen, this is new poison powder. The 3 packs I gave you last time, you haven't used them yet. This is a reserve. In case you run out there's still this. Aunt Zhang's voice was soft. This batch isn't ground from poisonous plants, but from poisonous insects. Insects from the deep mountains of Yunnan pulverized into powder. 10 times more lethal than plant poison. Upon contact with skin it causes blisters. Swallow a portion and death follows within 15 minutes. Chen Ping'an took the small paper packet and held it in his palm. The packet was extraordinarily light, almost weightless. Aunt Zhang, how do you happen to have insect poison powder? My sister left it. She used to rear goo insects. She kept a jar full of poisonous insects, feeding them her own blood every day. Later the people of Su murdered her, and with no one to feed them all the insects perished. I dried them and ground them into powder. Kept them for over 20 years. Today I give them to you. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. Aunt Zhang, your sister was named Zhang Xiaoying. She reared goo. I studied shamanism. Between us sisters, one learned goo, the other learned witchcraft. She never returned after descending the mountain. I descended the mountain to find her. I found her corpse, but not her soul. The people of Su extracted her soul and sealed it inside a wooden carving. I searched for many years, but could not find it. Aunt Zhang's voice was gentle. Later I stopped looking. I waited for you on this street. Now that you have come I need no longer search. Chen Ping'an looked at Aunt Zhang. Her face bore no expression, yet light flickered in her eyes. Aunt Zhang, I will find that wooden carving. No need to search. It may already be shattered. The people of Su would not keep useless things. Her soul may have already scattered. If it has scattered, so be it. She will be reborn. Next life, she won't be a goo master anymore. She can do something easier. Selling cold shrimp noodles would suit her well. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. He placed the small paper packet into his pocket. Aunt Zhang, teach me how to use poison. Aunt Zhang regarded him. You cannot learn it. Using poison requires steady hands. Your hands are unsteady. When you draw talismans your eyebrows move and your hands follow. When poisoning someone your hand cannot move. A single tremor and the opponent will notice. Then what should I learn? You learn antidotes. In case someone poisons you, you can counteract it yourself. Aunt Zhang took a small porcelain bottle from the cloth bag and set it on the table. This is an antidote. It can neutralize most poisons, both the poisonous plants and insects of the Yunnan mountains, and even the poisons used by Su. Their poisons also originate from the mountains of Yunnan. Lian Zhen is from Yunnan, and I recognize the poisons she uses. Chen Ping'an picked up the small porcelain bottle. The bottle was white, quite small, even smaller than his thumb. The neck was plugged with a red cloth stopper. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No need for thanks. When you return alive, treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. He thought of Yi Ling. Aunt Zhang, I haven't yet. It won't be long. Aunt Zhang left carrying her cloth bag. Chen Ping'an stood in the shop, gripping the small porcelain bottle in his hand. In the evening, Chen Ping'an climbed the stairs. His master lay on the bed, a yellowed, ancient book in hand, reading. Reading glasses perched on his nose bridge, brows furrowed, as if deciphering a profoundly difficult text. On the bedside table sat a cup of already cooled tea, and beside it lay an open packet of crisp noodles, eaten only halfway. The master always ate this way. He would eat half and stop, leaving the rest with the words, I'll eat it later, and then later he would simply forget. Whenever Chen Ping'an saw the half-eaten packet left by his master, he would secretly devour it. The master never noticed. Not because Chen was skilled at hiding it, but because the master could never remember how much was left. Master, Chen Ping'an sat by the bedside. The master put down the book and removed his reading glasses. What is it? Master, did you teach Lu Siyuan? The master's hand paused. He placed his reading glasses on the bedside table, picked up the cold tea cup, and took a sip. The tea was thoroughly cold, bitter enough to make him frown, yet he did not set it down and took another sip. Who told you? Bai Jiuming investigated. He said Lu Siyuan is named Lu Xiaoshuan from the Mianshan Bixia sect, 2 grades above me. She was exceptionally skilled at drawing talismans twice as fast as her peers. You taught her for a year. She called you master. The master fell silent for a moment. He put down the teacup, sat up in bed, and leaned against the headboard. He reached under the pillow and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, drew one out, and held it between his lips without lighting it. This was his habit. If he did not smoke, he would just hold it there. When Chen Ping'an was young, he had asked, "Master, why don't you light it?" The master had replied, "Lighting it harms the body, not lighting it satisfies the craving." Chen Ping'an had believed him then. Later he learned that the master used to smoke heavily when he was young. He had quit not out of fear of harming his health, but because after Lu Xiaoshuang left, his hands would tremble when trying to light a cigarette, trembling so much that he couldn't ignite it. If he couldn't light it, he wouldn't try again. If he didn't light it, he would just hold it between his lips. Holding it counted as smoking. Her name is Lu Xiaoshuang. She came from the mountains of Yunnan. Her family was poor and had no money to support her education. She walked hundreds of li alone on mountain paths to Maoshan, knelt at the temple gate, and said she wanted to learn the Tao. She knelt for 3 days and nights until she fainted from hunger. I happened to pass by and carried her inside. I gave her a bowl of porridge. When she woke, she said, "Master, please take me in." I replied, "I am not your master." She said, "You carried me, so you are my master." I said, "That was rescuing a person, not taking a disciple." She said, "One who rescues is also a master." I had no choice but to accept her. She studied for a year, yet her talisman drawing was faster than mine. While I took the time to draw one talisman, she could draw two. When she drew talismans, her eyebrows remained still perfectly serene. When you draw, your eyebrows move like two caterpillars fighting. Chen Ping'an touched his own eyebrows. "Master, can you stop comparing me to her?" "I can't. I won't compare anymore." The master took the cigarette from his mouth, looked at it, and put it back between his lips. She studied for a year, then left. I asked her why. She said, "Maoshan cannot teach me." I said, "What can't Maoshan teach you?" She said, "It cannot teach me how to fight." I said, "Fighting is not the essence of learning the Tao." She said, "Fighting may not be the essence, but the people I need to fight do not discuss essence with me." She left. I chased her for 3 days and nights, but could not catch up. She ran faster than me. She was young and I was old. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. The master's face held no expression, but there was a light in his eyes. Not the light of, "I am formidable," but the light of, "I could not keep her." "Master, do you regret teaching her?" "I do not regret it. When I taught her, she was a good disciple. By the time she left, she was no longer one." The master took the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it, and tossed it into the ashtray. Teaching a disciple is like planting a tree. You plant it, it grows crooked, but you cannot chop it down. You can only watch it grow crooked. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. "Master, am I crooked?" "You are crooked. You are talkative, directionally challenged, greedy for wealth, shy, and your eyebrows move. But these crookednesses do not affect your ability to strike down enemies. They do not affect your ability to save people. They do not affect your goodness." The master's voice was soft. Lu Xiaoshuang became crooked. She became inhuman. She harms others, she kills, she draws out souls. She is no longer my disciple. Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. "Master, why did she join Guishu?" "Because Guishu can give her what she desires. She wants to become stronger, and Guishu can make her stronger. She wants to fight, and Guishu teaches her how to fight. She wants to kill, and Guishu tells her kill. The more you kill, the more you become accustomed to it." The master's voice grew fainter. "She has grown accustomed. She has killed hundreds of people, drawn out thousands of souls. She has grown accustomed to it." Chen Ping'an looked at his master's face. That face bore deep wrinkles, expressions smoothed by the passage of time, but those eyes were very bright. "Master, do you hate her?" "I do not hate her. She is my disciple. A master does not hate his disciple." "Do you miss her?" The master fell silent for a long time. He gazed out the window at the night view of Rongcheng with myriad lights twinkling like stars. He looked for a long time. "I do miss her. I miss the way she used to be. Not as she is now. In the past she smiled happily. Now she does not smile. She wears black clothes, paints her lips red, and does not smile. She does not smile anymore." Chen Ping'an's eyes reddened. He did not cry. He swallowed his tears. "Master, if I encounter her on the battlefield, should I fight her?" "Fight her. Fight her to the death. Do you not feel heartache?" "I do. But she is a person of Guishu. For a person of Guishu, it is either your death or my survival." The master picked up his reading glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on. "If you return alive, I will treat you to drink. You do not drink alcohol." "I have quit. I will drink again when you return." A slight curve touched Chen Ping'an's lips. He stood up, walked to the door, paused, but did not look back. "Master." Thank you. No need to thank me. Your mother has already paid." Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. The black cat sat on the counter watching him. "Did your master cry, eh?" "No. Something got in his eye. There is no dust inside the house." It's dust falling from the crack in the ceiling. The black cat looked at the ceiling. The crack was still there, extending from the corner of the wall to the lamp base. It stared for a few seconds. That crack has been there for 3 years. No dust has fallen for 3 years. It will not fall today either. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. Botsy, can you not be so pedantic? I cannot. I have lived long. People who live long tend to be more pedantic. Chen Ping'an took a pack of little raccoon crisp noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and ate it crunchingly. His eyebrows moved. The black cat watched his eyebrows, but said nothing. Even if it spoke, he would not change. Besides, dancing caterpillars were quite pleasant to behold. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the light. She floated in front of Chen Ping'an and looked up at him. Brother Chen, did your master cry, eh? No. You are lying. Your eyes are red too. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet Xiaohe's gaze. Something got in my eye. Inside the house there is no dust. It's Botsy's fur falling. The black cat's tail swayed slightly. My fur does not fall off. Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. Xiaohe, it is time for you to recite the 1,000-character classic. Xiaohe pouted, floated to the front of the counter, opened the 1,000-character classic, and began to recite. At birth, human nature is good. Nature is similar, but habits diverge. Her voice was crisp like singing. When she reached, if not taught, nature will deviate. She paused and looked at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, what does if not taught mean? It means, if not properly educated, a person's innate nature will change. Then if master did not teach Lu Xiaoshuang well, and she changed, is it master's fault? Chen Ping'an was silent for a few seconds. No. The master taught. She did not learn. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. Then why did she not learn? Because she did not want to learn. Why did she not want to learn? Because she thought what the master taught was useless. Why did she think it was useless? Chen Ping'an looked at Xiaohe. An 8-year-old ghost wearing a red cotton-padded jacket with twin braids, a semi-transparent body. Her questions were even more numerous than his talismans. Xiaohe, you have too many questions. Xiaohe pouted, lowered her head, and continued reciting the 1,000-character classic. At 5:30 the next morning, Lin Mo stood in the backyard, holding a mundane kitchen knife. Not a magical artifact, but one brother Lu had lent him for 10 yuan, its edge still unsharpened. Before him loomed a locust wood stump thick enough for 2 men to encircle, hauled from the countryside by brother Lu. Chen Ping'an stood nearby, gripping another kitchen knife. Watch closely. He swung his blade. Not a chop, but a glide. The knife carved an arc through the air and kissed the stump. A paper-thin shaving peeled away from the wood. The cut was smooth and even, revealing the grain of the wood in distinct lines. It's the wrist that rotates, not the arm, Chen Ping'an instructed, passing the knife to Lin Mo. Try it. Lin Mo accepted the knife. It felt far heavier than it appeared. He drew a deep breath and swung, but the arc faltered, veering off course. The blade struck the stump, leaving only a faint mark as the wood shifted. Again. Lin Mo tried once more, this time shaping a slightly more rounded arc, though it still drifted off course. Another mark appeared on the stump, slightly deeper than the last. Again. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th attempts each showed incremental improvement. On the 10th attempt, the blade finally shaved off a curl of wood. Thin enough to catch the light, though the edge was ragged in places. It wasn't clean, but it came away. Getting better, Chen Ping'an noted. 100 strikes today. No breakfast until you finish them. Lin Mo said nothing, simply raising his knife and resuming his work. 1 strike, 2, 3. His hands trembled, not from fear but exhaustion, yet he pressed on. By the 50th blow, the skin on his palms had broken. Blood seeped from his thumb web, staining the handle crimson. He glanced at it briefly before continuing, counting through the 60th, 61st, 62nd strikes. His arms grew heavy and weak, struggling to lift the blade. He paused to shake out the tension before resuming, pushing through the 70th through 72nd strikes. His legs began trembling too. The chopping required core strength, and when that failed, his legs compensated. Despite their shake, they held firm as he delivered the 80th through 82nd blows. His vision blurred from sweat pouring into his eyes, not tears. Wiping his sleeve across his face, he persisted through the 90th to 92nd strikes. His mind focused on a single goal: 100 cuts, then breakfast. On the 100th strike, the blade finally sheared away a thin sliver of wood. Slightly thicker than the first shaving, yet the cut was clean and smooth. Lin Mo lowered his knife and sank to the ground, gasping for air. Both his thumb web and palm were raw and bleeding. Sweat covered his face, his t-shirt soaked and clinging to his skin. Chen Ping'an crouched down beside him. Does it hurt? Yes. Wanna eat? Yes. Chen Ping'an helped him to his feet and led him back into the shop. Retrieving a medical kit from beneath the counter, he disinfected the wounds on Lin Mo's hands with iodine and wrapped them in gauze. Lin Mo winced in pain, but bit back any cry. You've got more endurance than your master, the black cat remarked from atop the counter. Lin Mo glanced over at the cat. My master can't endure pain. When he cuts his hand drawing talismans, his screams carry down the entire street. Old man Wang heard him at the tea house. He said Xiao Qin's drawing talismans again. Lin Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. He could picture his master drawing talismans atop Mount Mao, bleeding and shouting loud enough to echo across the mountainside, sending birds scattering from the trees. Chen Ping'an shot the black cat a look. Bowsy, can you stop bad-mouthing me? No. I've lived long enough. Those who've lived long tend to be honest. Chen Ping'an fell silent, finished wrapping the gauze around Lin Mo's wounds, then retrieved 2 buns from the refrigerator and handed them over. Eat. Lin Mo took the bun and bit into it. Red bean paste filling, sweet and soft. He chewed and swallowed, then called out, Master. Can I still chop this afternoon? Yes. But only 50 strikes now, not 100. Stop if your hands hurt. Lin Mo nodded. He finished the bun, wiped the blood from the gauze on his sleeve, rose to his feet, and made his way to the backyard. The stump remained where it stood, marked by 100 cuts, some deep, some shallow, some clean, others jagged. His fingers traced each groove from first to last. The final cut was the finest, smooth and precise. He committed the feel of it to memory. Master, let's do this again. Chen Ping'an watched from the doorway as Lin Mo positioned himself before the stump, knife in hand, spine straight and proud. All right, again. Yiling arrived on a rainy afternoon. The autumn rain in Rongcheng was gentle, fine, and dense, as if someone had scattered a handful of crushed glass across the sky. The bluestone path of the old street was wet from the rain, gleaming like a polished mirror. She wore a navy blue trench coat today, its belt tied tightly to accentuate her slim waist. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail with a few stray strands hanging beside her ears, dampened by the rain and clinging to her cheeks. She carried a brown cloth bag bulging with its contents. She set the cloth bag on the counter and withdrew a wooden carving from within. It was modest in size, fitting the palm, depicting a tiger. The beast's mouth stood agape with teeth, bared eyes wide and fierce-looking. But the lacquer had peeled away, severely obscuring the tiger's stripes until only faint black traces remained. I acquired it this morning. Yiling said, her voice quiet but clear. The same source as those 2 wooden carvings from last time. Wuchuan County in Guizhou, the same buyer. Chen Ping'an picked up the wooden carving and turned it over to examine the base. A yellow slip of paper adhered there, bearing a soul-sealing talisman, identical to the previous 2. The edges of the talisman paper had already curled, the cinnabar's hue darkened to that deep blackness born of prolonged aging, saturated through by time itself. His fingers brushed the talisman, and he felt a faint chill seep inward from his fingertips, fine as a needle. A remnant soul is sealed within. He set the carving down, retrieved a blue talisman from the drawer, and pressed it against the wooden figure's brow. The moment the paper made contact, a sound emerged from within the carving. Not a cry, not speech, but breathing, delicate and faint like someone sleeping. Chen Ping'an leaned in close and listened for over a dozen seconds. The breath was steady, neither hurried nor sluggish, indicating the remnant soul remained intact within, unharmed. This one fares better than the previous 2. Their souls have already dissipated, but this one still lingers. It's merely sleeping. Chen Ping'an removed the blue talisman. Once it awakens, I'll question it. Yiling looked at him. When will it wake? I cannot say. It might come to consciousness tomorrow or perhaps next month. It depends on how weary it is. Chen Ping'an placed the wooden carving into a cloth pouch and set it in the corner, lining it up with the previous 2. Now there were 3 wooden carvings in the corner. A laughing Buddha, a woman, and a tiger. They stood side by side against the wall like 3 silent, unyielding figures. Chen Ping'an. Yiling called out to him. You asked me last time to keep an eye on Section B of the antique market. I did. I didn't see that tall, thin man. But I noticed someone else. Yiling withdrew a photograph from the cloth bag and placed it on the counter. The photograph showed a woman in her mid-30s wearing a black trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was pale, lips painted a dark crimson, eyes a deep brown, with pupils small as pinpricks. Her gaze upon the lens carried the cold assessment of someone appraising the quality of merchandise. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled for a moment. Lu Ciyuan. How did you know? Bai Jiuming investigated. One of the 6 elders of Guizhou. She specializes in talisman arts. Chen Ping'an turned the photograph over. On the reverse was written a line of text. Section B of the antique market, Wednesday at 3 in the afternoon. Yiling's handwriting neat and precise. She visits Section B of the antique market every Wednesday at 3. Not to buy but to sell. She sells antiques, the same kind that tall, thin man deals in. Those sealed with souls. Yiling's voice grew soft. I had someone trail her. We followed her all the way to her residence. South of the city, near Hongpela, an older residential compound. Chen Ping'an studied the woman in the photograph. Mid-30s, wearing a black trench coat, lips stained a dusky red. She was from the demon-dispelling lineage of Mount Mao, 2 years ahead of him. She addressed him as master. She had abandoned Mount Mao and joined Guixiu. She was Lu Ciyuan. Yi Ling. Continue watching her for me. Keep your distance. Don't let her spot you. She knows people from Mount Mao and could recognize you. Yi Ling nodded. She rose to her feet and walked toward the doorway, pausing there. The rain continued, fine and dense, the wind driving droplets toward the entrance where they settled upon her trench coat, grain by grain like morning dew. Chen Ping'an. You still owe me for that windbreaker. Chen Ping'an hesitated. What? The jacket you're wearing. You said you'd pay me back. Chen Ping'an touched the black windbreaker he was wearing. Yi Ling had bought it. The zipper glided smoothly, and the collar stood high enough to cover half his face. He'd worn it for a long time, from autumn through into late autumn, never once washed it. The cuffs were stained, the collar darkened. How much was it? Not expensive. How much? Yi Ling looked at him, holding his gaze for several long seconds. 800. Chen Ping'an took out his phone from his pocket, opened WeChat, and glanced at his balance. 623 yuan. Not enough. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. I'll pay in installments. Free payments. 267 each. The corners of Yi Ling's mouth twitched slightly. When's the first installment? Next month. Yi Ling said nothing. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Rain clung to her, and tiny droplets dotted her navy blue trench coat. Her silhouette grew fainter in the downpour, finally disappearing around the corner of the street. Xiaohe drifted over to Chen Ping'an's side and looked up at him. Brother Chen, your ears are red. The sun. It's raining. There's no sun. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Xiaohe, it's time for you to recite the 3-character classic. Xiaohe pursed her lips, floated to the front of the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and began to chant. At birth, human nature is good. Natures are similar. Habits diverge. Her voice rang clear and sweet, melodic as song. The black cat sat perched on the counter, watching Chen Ping'an. Its tail swayed lazily. Monthly installments. 267 each. How much is your rent next month? 3,000. Is that enough? No. Then what will you do? Chen Ping'an took a pack of crispy snacks from the drawer, tore it open, and ate them, crunching loudly. I'll be careful with it. The black cat's tail gave a flick. The meaning was clear. You can save all you want, it won't matter. On the second day after Yi Ling provided clues about Lu Ciyuan, Chen Ping'an and Bai Jiuming went to the antique market. They weren't going there to apprehend Lu Ciyuan, but to watch her. Bai Jiuming said, watching someone isn't illegal. Chen Ping'an replied, what if she discovers us? Bai Jiuming retorted, let her discover. Would she dare kill anyone at an antique market? Chen Ping'an pondered this and found Bai Jiuming's reasoning sound. The antique market was teeming with people, filled with surveillance cameras and security guards. Lu Ciyuan wouldn't risk doing anything there. She was intelligent, and the smart never commit misdeeds in crowded places. The black cat had followed them, perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulder with its tail draping down, gently brushing against his back. You're too heavy. Could you get down? Chen Ping'an complained. The cat replied, no. I have a better view up here. When Chen Ping'an objected that he wasn't a sniper, the cat simply stated, I'm a cat. Cats prefer heights. Chen Ping'an kept quiet after that. As he walked through the antique market with the black cat perched on his shoulder, he drew quite a few curious glances from passers-by. An older woman pointed at him and remarked, look at that young man with a cat on his shoulder. He's quite handsome. Chen Ping'an felt his ears turn red. Bai Jiuming glanced over, but said nothing. District B of the antique market remained unchanged. Stalls lined both sides of the walkways, offering everything from porcelain and jade to bronze, ware coins, old books, and vintage photographs. One vendor called out, Qing Dynasty bowls, 200 yuan each, while another shouted, Republic-era silver dollars, genuine, not replicas. Chen Ping'an made his way to the farthest spot in District B, right against the wall. That particular stall had been sitting vacant ever since the tall, thin vendor packed up and left. But today the adjacent stall displayed several items. A bronze incense burner, a blue and white porcelain bowl, and a wood carving. The carving was modest, about the size of a palm, depicting a monkey crouched with one hand shielding its eyes as though gazing into the distance. The lacquer had deteriorated significantly, leaving the monkey's facial features nearly illegible. Chen Ping'an knelt down and studied the wood carving without touching it. Affixed to the base was a yellow slip of paper bearing a soul-sealing talisman. It was identical to the previous carvings. Boss, how much for this? Chen Ping'an asked. The vendor was a portly man in his 40s, wearing a floral shirt and a gold chain around his neck. He glanced between the carving and Chen Ping'an. 500. Too expensive. 50. The stout man's eyes widened in shock. 50. I paid more than that just to stock it. Then how much did you pay? 100. I'll give you 100 then. The fat man fell silent for a moment. 150. 120. Deal. Chen Ping'an pulled out a 120 yuan bill and handed it over. The vendor took the money and wrapped the carving in a plastic bag before handing it to Chen Ping'an. He accepted it without opening it. He knew a fragmented soul was sealed inside. Just like the others. Bai Juming watched him. Why are you buying this? To save the soul inside. You're spending money to rescue souls. Yeah, 120. Not expensive. You haven't even paid your rent. I'll pay next month. Bai Juming kept quiet. He knew Chen Ping'an was 2 months behind on rent. The landlord Old Wang hadn't pressed him because he understood Chen Ping'an would pay once he had the means. When that might happen was uncertain, perhaps it never would. The black cat remained perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, eyes fixed on the plastic bag. The soul inside is still alive. Still breathing. How do you know? Cats have keen hearing. I can hear it. Faint but present. Chen Ping'an tightened his grip on the bag. Let it free when we get back. As they exited the market and reached the intersection, Bai Juming's car waited by the curb. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to get in, a figure approached. A woman in her 30s wearing a black trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was pale with dark red lips. Lu Xiyuan. She stood before him, her gaze unwavering. You bought that wood carving? Yes. I sealed the soul inside. Chen Ping'an's fingers clenched tighter. You did it, Yes. I sealed it myself, sold it through my buyer to that fat man who sold it to you. Lu Xiyuan's voice remained flat. How much did you pay? 120. I spent 3 days sealing it. 3 days for 120. My time truly means nothing. Chen Ping'an studied her face. How many have you sealed? I've lost count. Hundreds, maybe thousands. I can't remember exactly. Why are you sealing them? Because Guishu requires souls. Juman needs them to nurture spiritual creatures. Wenxu uses them when selling antiques. Tanlang needs them for cultivation. All of them require souls. So I seal souls. Chen Ping'an gripped the plastic bag tightly. You weren't like this before. Lu Xiyuan regarded him silently, her expression unreadable, yet something flickering in her eyes. What was I like before? My master said you used to smile so happily. Lu Xiyuan fell quiet for a few moments before pulling a photograph from her coat pocket and handing it to Chen Ping'an. Here. Your master may not want to see me, but looking at this photo will show you what I used to be like. Chen Ping'an took the photograph. It showed a young woman in Maoshan Taoist robes with her hair tied back, beaming with joy. Standing beside her was an elderly man with white hair dressed in gray Taoist robes and holding a fly whisk. Her master. Her master was smiling too. He had smiled in his youth. Chen Ping'an had never seen his master smile. He had thought he never would. But he could. It was only that he stopped later. Your master took this photograph. He said, Xiao Shuang, smile for me. I did. And he did too. He said, you look lovely when you smile. I replied, so do you. Lu Xiyuan's voice grew faint. After that he stopped smiling. Because I stopped smiling too. She left the photograph in Chen Ping'an's hand and turned away. Her black trench coat fluttered in the wind like a dark butterfly. She walked a few paces, then paused without turning back. Chen Ping'an. Yes. Your master was a good man. He taught me. I didn't learn well. That's not his fault. She left. Chen Ping'an stood at the corner clutching the photograph. Bai Juming watched him. Are you alright? Yes. Got dust in my eye. There's dust on the street. Bai Juming didn't press the matter. He opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. Chen Ping'an got in and took his place in the passenger seat. The black cat leaped from his shoulder to the back seat. Chen Ping'an set the photograph on the dashboard. In the photograph his master was smiling, genuinely happy, eyes curved and lips upturned like a child. Your master really could smile once. The black cat observed. Yes. Not anymore. Yes. Because of you. Chen Ping'an froze. Because of me, eh? When your mother brought you to Maoshan, your master held you. You wet yourself all over him. He didn't smile. Your mother said, seen your brother smile. He didn't smile. He said, I can't smile anymore. When your mother asked why, he replied, I can't bring myself to smile. Chen Ping'an gazed at the photograph of his master. His master was smiling in the photo. He still could then. But later he couldn't. Because Lu Xiaoshuang had left, because Chen Ping'an had been sent there, because Guishu grew ever more rampant, and because the weight of responsibilities became too great to bear. He could no longer smile. Baozi. Yes. I'll smile more from now on. Smile for master to see. The black cat's tail flicked once. You don't look good when you smile. I haven't smiled yet. Your mouth goes crooked when you smile. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He practiced a smile in the rearview mirror. Indeed, his mouth was asymmetrical. Higher on the left, lower on the right, like a crooked picture frame. Bai Juming glanced at him through the mirror. What are you doing? Practicing my smile. Got it right yet? No. Then keep at it. Chen Ping'an smiled at the mirror again. Still crooked. He tried once more, still uneven. He gave up, deciding not to bother. So what if it was lopsided? His master wouldn't mind. When his master smiled, his eyes curved and his lips lifted gracefully. The smile was perfectly balanced. Chen Ping'an wanted to enlarge the photograph and hang it on the wall, but it was his master's private matter and he hesitated to ask. He decided to keep it for now. The car pulled away. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat, took out the pack of raccoon brand crackers he'd been saving, tore it open, and began crunching. His eyebrows moved as he chewed. Bai Juming glanced over, but remained silent. The black cat sat on the back seat, gazing out the window, its golden eyes gleaming like miniature suns in the light. Baozi. Yes. Lu Ciyuan said she sealed thousands of souls. Hundreds or thousands? Thousands. She can't remember. Not because her memory is poor, but because she refuses to. Remembering would only bring sorrow. Chen Ping'an looked down at the cracker in his hand. The cracker had been crushed into fragments, spilling from the bag onto his pants. He gathered the crumbs together and popped them into his mouth. Salty. She feels sorrow too. Yes. She is human, not a beast. She kills, she extracts souls, yet she still feels. She simply hides it. If she showed it, she couldn't continue killing. The black cat's voice was barely above a whisper. She pretends to be someone incapable of sadness. After pretending long enough, she truly becomes unable to feel sorrow. Chen Ping'an remained silent for a long while. He finished the crackers, crumpled the bag, and tucked it into his pocket. Bai Juming. Yes. Help me find where Lu Ciyuan lives. Not that goo house in Hongpela. Her actual home. A place where she can truly unwind. Why, to return a photograph. Bai Juming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Have you lost your mind? No. This photo belongs to her, not me. She showed it to me, not as a gift, but so I could pass it to my master. My master doesn't wish to see it. Then I'll return it to her. Bai Juming paused, then agreed. All right, I'll look into it. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an stepped out and stood at the shop entrance. Sunlight bathed the bluestone path in gold. The scent of jasmine tea drifted from old Wang's tea house, while fresh vegetables were stacked outside Brother Lu's restaurant, with a queue forming at Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stand. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and entered. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like a flame in the sunlight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. You bought a wood carving? Yes. Spent 120. Xiaohe drifted toward the plastic bag, her nose hovering close to sniff it. Her eyes lit up. There's a soul inside. Still breathing. Yes. I'll release it tomorrow. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an placed the bag in the corner alongside the other 3 carvings. For now, a laughing Buddha, a woman, a tiger, and a monkey. They stood in a row against the wall, silent as 4 wordless figures. The black cat leaped from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and settled on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Baozi. Yes. If Lu Ciyuan sealed thousands of souls, that's thousands of carvings at 120 each. How much profit did she make? She wasn't doing it for money. She was doing it to grow stronger. Sealing souls enhances her talisman arts. The more she seals, the faster she draws. Having sealed thousands, her speed is double that of her peers. Twice as fast as your master. Chen Ping'an fell silent. She's faster than my master. Faster, yes, but not as steady. Those who are fast lack steadiness. Those who are steady lack speed. Your master was the steady type. Hongpai Lu in the southern part of Rongcheng was an old residential compound. The building had been erected in the 1990s as 6 stories high, with red brick walls painted in uneven white coating, some patches bright, others gray, resembling a face afflicted with vitiligo. Half the grass in the green belt had withered while the other half grew tall and untended. A bicycle lay on its side beside the flower bed, its wheels still spinning. Bai Juming sent Chen Ping'an an address. He opened the navigation and followed the route. After about 15 minutes, he realized he had arrived at a place he didn't recognize. The blue dot on the map was clearly moving, but the street before him bore no resemblance to the Hongpai Lu he remembered. He stopped, zoomed in on the map, and looked around. Go straight for 2 intersections, then turn left, said the black cat. How do you know? I've lived here longer. I know Rongcheng's streets better than you do. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment, then followed the black cat's directions. After 2 intersections and a left turn, he had indeed arrived at Hongpai Lu North Street, an old 6-story residential building with its unit doors standing open. Lu Ciyuan's residence was on the 4th floor. The security door was silver with a character Fu pasted upside down, but crookedly slanted like a drunkard leaning against a wall. Chen Ping'an took out a piece of wire from his bag, inserted it into the keyhole, and picked the lock with 2 quick movements. The lock gave way. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The apartment was modest. A 2-bedroom with simple furniture, a table, 2 chairs, a bed, and a wardrobe. A neat stack of books sat on the table. On the floor was an open suitcase inside of which were several folded garments. The walls were plastered with talisman papers, yellow, blue, and purple talismans densely packed from ceiling to floor like bandages applied to wounds on the wall. The cinnabar patterns on the talismans still glowed faintly like the trailing glow of firefly tails. The black cat crouched at the doorway, refusing to enter. There's poison inside. Chen Ping'an paused. What kind of poison? Goo poison. From the deep mountains of Yunnan. If you enter, the insects will burrow into your skin and lay eggs inside your body. 3 days later, the insects hatch and devour your internal organs. Chen Ping'an looked at the talismans on the wall. What are these talismans for? They're holding the formation in check. She set up a goo array in this room and used the talismans to suppress it. Once the talismans are torn off, the array activates and the insects come out. Chen Ping'an closed the door and backed out. He stood in the hallway staring at the silver security door. How do I break it? Find Aunt Zhang. She knows about these goo. Chen Ping'an went downstairs and walked to the compound gate. The night breeze swept in, cool and biting. He stood beneath the streetlight, pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his pocket, tore it open, and crunched away. You're eating crispy noodles again. I'm hungry. You just had dinner. That was then. This is now. The black cat's tail flicked once. It said nothing further. Chen Ping'an finished the noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He walked to the street corner and flagged down a taxi. As the car pulled away, he leaned back against the seat, watching the night scenery pass outside the window. Rongcheng at night. Countless lights twinkling like scattered stars. Driver, please go to Changshan Street in Qingyang District. You got it. The driver, a man in his 40s, glanced at him. Are you a Taoist priest? Chen Ping'an hesitated. Something like that. Exorcism kind. Yes. Things haven't been peaceful over on Changshan Street lately. You might as well take a look. What's going on? You'll see when you get there. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an paid and stepped out. The black cat trotted at his heels. He pushed open the shop door and walked in. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket blazing like a flame under the light. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Did you find that woman's residence? I did. But I can't get in. There's goo poison inside. Xiaohe lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her red jacket. Then what will you do? Find Aunt Zhang. Chen Ping'an walked to the doorway and looked across at Aunt Zhang's lianxia stall. The stall had been packed away, the cart locked beneath a street lamp. Aunt Zhang's apartment was in the compound behind the stall on the first floor, door open, light on. He walked over and knocked. Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang emerged from inside, a handful of edamame in her hands, still shelling them. She glanced at Chen Ping'an. Xiao Chen, what's the matter at this hour? Aunt Zhang, do you know about goo poison? Aunt Zhang's hands paused. I do. It's something from the deep mountains of Yunnan. Lu Xiyuan's residence in Hongpai. Lu has a goo array set up. I can't get inside. Aunt Zhang was silent for a few seconds. She set the edamame aside, wiped her hands on her apron, and went inside. A moment later, she came out carrying a small cloth bag. The bag was black and quite small. This is for you. It contains realgar powder. Realgar from the deep mountains of Yunnan, not the kind sold at pharmacies. Sprinkle it at the entrance, and the insects won't dare approach. Aunt Zhang handed the bag to Chen Ping'an. Once you've sprinkled the realgar, you can go in. But after you enter, don't touch anything. The books on the table, the clothes in the wardrobe, the bedding on the bed. If you touch them, the insects will crawl out from those items. Chen Ping'an took the bag and clenched it in his hand. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. No need to thank me. Just come back alive and treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Aunt Zhang, I haven't even. It's coming soon. Aunt Zhang turned and went back inside, closing the door behind her. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway, the small cloth bag gripped tightly in his hand. The next morning, Chen Ping'an returned to Hongpai Lu. This time he brought realgar powder given by Aunt Zhang. He climbed to the 4th floor, squatted at the doorway, and sprinkled the powder beneath the door crack. The powder was yellow and fine as flour. After scattering it, he waited a few seconds and then pushed the door open. It opened. No insects crawled out from within. He stepped inside, the black cat at his heels. Do not touch anything, the cat said. I know. Chen Ping'an walked around the room. Lu Xiyuan's belongings were few. A handful of books sat on the table, all about talisman inscriptions. He opened one, and a photograph fell out. It showed a young woman in a Maoshan Taoist robe, her hair in a ponytail, smiling beautifully. Beside her stood a figure, an old man with white hair wearing gray Taoist robes, holding a whisk in his hand. The master. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. This was Lu Xiyuan, no Lu Xiaoshuang. She looked young here in Maoshan. She was beaming with joy. The master stood beside her, also smiling. When the master was young, he used to laugh. Chen Ping'an had never seen his master smile. He had assumed the man was incapable of it. He did, the black cat said, crouching beside Chen Ping'an's feet, gazing at the photograph. He used to smile quite often when he was young. He stopped after Lu Xiaoshuang left. He believed it was his fault. Chen Ping'an returned the photograph to the book and set the book back on the table. He walked to the wardrobe and opened the door. Inside hung several garments. A black trench coat, a black jacket, a black dress. All black. No other colors. Lu Xiyuan wore only black. Chen Ping'an closed the wardrobe door and moved to the bedside. The bed was dressed in black sheets, and the pillow was black as well. Beside the pillow lay a cloth doll. Not the kind Xiaoyan carried, but the sort hand-stitched from fabric scraps stuffed with cotton made by hand. Red yarn was tied upon the doll's head for hair. 2 crossed stitches of black thread formed its eyes. It wore a tiny garment of black cloth. Chen Ping'an picked up the cloth doll and turned it over to examine the base. A yellow paper talisman was pasted there, inscribed with a soul-sealing charm, identical to the one on the wooden carving. A soul is sealed within this as well, Chen Ping'an said, placing the cloth doll back beside the pillow. She cultivated souls using cloth dolls, just as with the wooden carving. The black cat gazed at the doll. The soul inside has already scattered. It was sealed too long ago. The talisman paper has grown brittle. Chen Ping'an reached out and touched the yellow paper. The paper was indeed brittle, crumbling at his fingertips. He withdrew his hand and left the room. He closed the door and stood in the hallway for a few seconds. Baozi, how many souls did she cultivate? I don't know, but certainly more than 3. 3 in the wooden carvings, 1 in the cloth doll. There are others. She likely has a storeroom. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs and walked to the compound entrance. Sunlight warmed his face. He stood by the roadside, took out his phone, and sent a message to Bai Jiuming. Lu Xiyuan has a goo chamber at Hongpai Lu. Inside are items used for soul cultivation. Please check whether she owns any other residences south of the city. Bai Jiuming replied instantly, all right. Chen Ping'an slipped his phone back into his pocket and hailed a taxi. As the car pulled away, he leaned against the seat and watched the streets pass outside the window. Driver, please take me to Changshan Street in Qingyang District. You got it. The driver was a young man who glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You're a Taoist priest. In a manner of speaking. Exorcisms. Yes. Over on Changshan Street, there's a Qingshan pavilion. You know of it. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment. Yes, that's my shop. The driver studied him in the rearview mirror. You're Taoist, Chen. I am. My cousin's house has been haunted, and I'd like to invite you to take a look. I've been meaning to arrange it, and today I ran right into you. The driver produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ping'an. This is my cousin's number. Contact him when you have the chance. Chen Ping'an took the card and read it. Zhangwei, Jinjiang District, Chengdu Section 1 of Hongxing Road. He placed the card in his pocket. Very well. I'll follow up with him. The car reached the old street. Chen Ping'an paid the fare and stepped out, the black cat at his heels. He pushed open the shop door and entered. He drifted down from the stairs. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Were there insects in that woman's room? No. The realgar powder worked. He sighed with relief. She floated to the front of the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and resumed reciting. Chen Ping'an settled behind the counter, took a packet of crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunched away. You're eating crispy noodles again, said the black cat. I was hungry. Didn't you eat in the car? Couldn't eat in the car. The driver wouldn't allow it. The black cat flicked its tail. The driver didn't permit crispy noodles. He said no food or drink inside the vehicle. The black cat fell silent for a moment. It had lived a long time and encountered many peculiar regulations. But the prohibition on food and drink inside a taxi struck it as somewhat excessive. Still, it kept the thought to itself. The black cat fell silent for a moment. It had lived a long time and encountered many peculiar regulations. But the prohibition on food and drink inside a taxi struck it as somewhat excessive. Still, it kept the thought to itself. Lin Mo had drawn his 5th purple talisman. Not a calming purple talisman, not a 5-thunder evil-suppressing talisman, not a barrier-breaking purple talisman. It was a spirit-binding purple talisman. He held the talisman paper up, examining it against the light. Purple luminescence flowed across the talisman like a fragment of sunset sky being slowly solidified. His hands did not tremble, not from lack of nervousness, but from repetition, until his fingers had learned the way by heart. Master, he called out. Chen Ping'an walked over from behind the counter, took the purple talisman, and studied it. The brushstrokes flowed smoothly with well-balanced density, the vermilion cinnabar applied evenly. The spirit-binding talisman's head contained 21 strokes, 8 more than the 5-thunder talisman. Its core held 64 strokes, 15 more, and its feet had 28 formations, 7 more. More strokes meant greater difficulty, yet he had executed it beautifully. It's done. Chen Ping'an returned the talisman to him. You surpass me. Lin Mo accepted the paper, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pocket. Master, you've said that many times before. I'll say it again. I don't want you to forget. A faint smile touched Lin Mo's lips. I haven't forgotten. The black cat perched on the counter, tail swaying lazily. You're better than your master. You crafted 5 purple talismans while he made 25. You made 25 in half a year. Chen Ping'an glanced at the black cat. You wasted countless attempts but succeeded on 25 of them. Chen Ping'an considered this and had to admit it wasn't bad. Half a year for 25, the average came to 4 per month. Lin Mo averaged 2.5 per month. Speed favored Chen Ping'an, but Lin Mo's consistency was unmatched. Every purple talisman Lin Mo produced was exceptional, whereas Chen Ping'an's 25 included some merely adequate ones. That distinction mattered. Lin Mo. Chen Ping'an called out. Spend the afternoon in the backyard chopping wooden stumps. 100 strikes. Stop if your hand hurts. Understood. Lin Mo grabbed the kitchen cleaver and headed outside. Chen Ping'an settled behind the counter, retrieved a pack of crisps from his drawer, tore it open, and began eating noisily. You've already had 5 packs today, the black cat observed. Stress. What stress? My disciple is nearly catching up to me. He hasn't yet. He's made 5, while you've made 25. But his are better than mine. Quality alone doesn't make strength. Strength is comprehensive. You have more experience than him. You've encountered real malevolent ghosts. He hasn't. You've killed people. He hasn't. You've been to the Guishu headquarters. He hasn't. You're stronger than him. Chen Ping'an studied the black cat. Baozi, are you comforting me? No. Stating facts. Chen Ping'an's mouth curved slightly. He finished his snacks, crumpled the wrapper, and tossed it toward the trash bin, but missed. It landed on the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, and threw again. This time it went in. Baozi. Yes. When should we head to the Guishu headquarters? When you're ready. When will that be, When you stop asking that question. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He rose and walked to the backyard doorway, watching Lin Mo chop at the wooden stumps. Bandages wrapped around Lin Mo's hands were soaked through with blood, yet he didn't pause. 1 strike, 2, 3. The cuts on the stump deepened until the final blow sheared off a sliver of wood so thin it was translucent. The cut was perfectly clean, smooth as glass. Lin Mo set down the cleaver and studied the thin wooden shaving for a long moment before turning to face Chen Ping'an. Master, can I go with you? Chen Ping'an met his gaze. Lin Mo's expression remained calm, but his eyes burned bright as 2 stars. Good. Chen Ping'an turned and headed back into the shop. The black cat sat on the counter, tail swaying lazily. Baozi. Yes. Tomorrow we go to the Guishu headquarters. All right. Chen Ping'an retrieved another pack of crisps from his drawer, tore it open, and began eating noisily. His eyebrows moved, left one rising, right one falling. The cat watched, but said nothing. Even if it spoke, he wouldn't change. Besides, dancing caterpillars were rather nice to look at. Xiaohe drifted beside him, tilting her head up. Brother Chen, you're going to fight tomorrow. Yes. You'll come back, right? I will. Xiaohe extended her hand, semi-transparent fingers hovering in the air. Chen Ping'an reached out, and they linked pinkies. His fingers passed through hers. No physical contact possible, but he pressed firmly against the gesture. Pinky swear 100 years, no changing. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton-padded jacket fluttering in the wind. Chen Ping'an stood and walked to the doorway. The streetlights along the old road had lit up, casting the bluestone path in alternating patches of light and shadow. Old Man Wang's tea house glowed warmly. Brother Lu's restaurant sent forth fragrant aromas, and Auntie Zhang's cold shrimp stall had packed away her cart, locked beneath a streetlight. He drew a deep breath and turned back into the shop. Switch off the lights, climb upstairs, go to sleep. Tomorrow there would be fighting. The night before departing for the Guishu main hall, an argument erupted at Qingshan Pavilion. It was not Chen Ping'an and Lin Mo quarreling. It was his parents. Chen Wanqing said she was coming along. Chen Qingshan refused. My leg is healed, Chen Wanqing insisted. It isn't, Chen Qingshan countered. It is. It isn't. They went back and forth on those 2 phrases over a dozen times. Their voices grew louder with each repetition, marching from the first floor to the second, then up to the third. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, crunching on dried noodles, watching his parents argue their way downstairs and back upstairs again. His eyebrows twitched, the left one rising, the right one falling. The black cat crouched on the counter, watching his eyebrows sway, its tail drifting lazily. Aren't you going to intervene? The black cat asked. There's nothing I can do. They've been at this for 22 years. 22 years of arguing. They haven't seen each other for 22 years. The moment they meet, they fight. 22 years worth of words. If they didn't argue, they'd never finish. The black cat fell silent for a moment. It had lived long enough to witness countless couples. Some quarreled their entire lives and never parted. Others never argued at all, yet still drifted apart. Whether they argued or not was not the point. The point was whether they wanted to stay together. Chen Wanqing came thundering down the stairs, a peach-wood sword in her hand. I'm going. I've been drawing talismans for 22 years. My hand isn't rusty. Chen Qingshan chased after her from behind. His leg still favored him, but he ran swiftly. Your leg isn't healed? You can't go. My leg is fine. It isn't. Feel it yourself. Chen Qingshan froze. His face flushed red. Chen Wanqing's face reddened too. The two stood at the foot of the stairs, facing each other, cheeks aflame, neither speaking. Chen Ping'an set down his dried noodles. Dad, Mom, can you two stop arguing? Chen Qingshan looked at him. Talk some sense into your mother. She's too stubborn. Chen Wanqing looked at him. Talk some sense into your father. He's just as obstinate. Chen Ping'an glanced at his father, then at his mother. His father's mouth was turned down, clearly displeased. His mother's eyes were bright, and she did not look pleased either. Both of you are going, Chen Ping'an said. Chen Wanqing's eyes lit up. Really? Really? But you must follow my orders. If I say retreat, we retreat. If I say run, we run. If I say drop down, you drop down. Chen Ping'an said, exasperated. Chen Wanqing nodded. Chen Qingshan was silent for a moment, then nodded as well. Chen Wanqing set down the peach-wood sword, approached Chen Ping'an, and took his hand. Ping'an, you're just like your father. What do you mean? You're like your father, you're not good with words. But when you speak, your words carry weight. Chen Qingshan's mouth twitched upward. It wasn't a spasm. It was a smile. He rarely smiled, but when he did, it was striking. Watching his smile, Chen Wanqing smiled too. Her smile was radiant. Not a gentle, restrained grin, but the kind that curved her eyes into crescents, bare her teeth, and set her entire being alight. The black cat watched them, tail swaying lazily. Are you two done arguing? Chen Wanqing looked at the black cat. Done. No more. Saving our energy for the fight ahead. The black cat's tail gave a single flick. You two are far better at arguing than Ping'an. When he argues, all he can manage is the instant noodles are delicious. Chen Ping'an glanced at the black cat. When did I ever say the instant noodles are delicious? You said it to Yiling. She told you instant noodles can't replace a proper meal, and you replied they're tasty. That wasn't arguing. That was sheer stubbornness. Chen Ping'an fell silent. Because he truly had said it. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Bai Jiuming's car pulled up to the shop entrance on time. It wasn't the Maybach. The Maybach had already been returned. Tanling found the car, Bai Jiuming said. If I don't return it soon, he's going to call the police. Aren't you afraid he'll call the police? Chen Ping'an asked. I am, Bai Jiuming replied. But the car isn't mine. What do I have to fear? Chen Ping'an thought Bai Jiuming's logic was flawed, but he didn't argue. This time they were driving Bai Jiuming's black SUV, its trunk stuffed to the brim with supplies. Bottled water, crispy noodles, ham sausages, a flashlight, spare talisman, papers, a coil of rope, and an entrenching shovel. Lin Mo stared at the coil of rope. Master, why bring rope? To tie someone up, Chen Ping'an said. Tie who? Zhu Min. Zhu Min works for Guaxiu. Do you think he'd let you tie him up? We beat him into submission first, then tie him up. Lin Mo stopped asking questions. More people joined this trip. Chen Wanqing climbed into the back seat, clutching her peachwood sword. Chen Qingshan followed behind her, still limping slightly, but moving quickly. He sat beside Chen Wanqing with nothing in his hands. Where's your knife? She asked. In your bag, he replied. She rummaged through the bag and found a short blade wrapped in cloth, just as he'd said. When did you put it there? She asked. Last night while you were sleeping. You sneak things into my bag while I sleep. You sleep too soundly to notice, Chen Qingshan said. The two fell back into their usual bickering. Their master boarded last. His legs still hurt, and he walked with a pronounced limp, shuffling along like an old duck with nails under its feet. Chen Ping'an helped him into the vehicle and seated him in the back. Once settled, the master pulled a packet of crispy noodles from his pocket, tore it open, and began eating. Master, that pack is mine. What's mine is mine to eat. I've raised you for 22 years. What's wrong with eating one pack of noodles? Chen Ping'an said nothing. His master had a point. He had raised him for 22 years, and he'd eaten countless packs of his crispy noodles. The debt he owed would never be repaid. The black cat perched on Su Wan's lap, its tail swaying lazily. It glanced at the 7 people in the car. Chen Ping'an, Lin Mo, Su Wan, Bai Jiuming, Chen Wanqing, Chen Qingshan, and their master. Everyone was accounted for. Let's go. Bai Jiuming started the engine. The car pulled away. From Changshan Street to Yongxing Town was a 40-minute drive. Chen Ping'an sat in the passenger seat, pulled a pack of CR pangolin crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching. Bai Jiuming glanced at him. That's your breakfast. Eating too much in the morning makes you drowsy. Crispy noodles are just right. They perk you up. You say that every time. I've said it so many times, yet I've never actually seen you perked up. Chen Ping'an chewed his noodles and mumbled. You just haven't seen me when I'm perked up. When am I perked up? When I'm fighting. Bai Jiuming thought about it. Chen Ping'an was indeed sharp when fighting. His brows stopped trembling, his hands stopped shaking, his mouth stopped running, and he became a different person entirely. In daily life, he was a devout disciple of the lying flat religion, in battle a fanatic of the fight-to-the-death sect. Bai Jioming had witnessed it twice, and both times left a deep impression. The first time was in the air raid shelter where Chen Ping'an used a purple talisman to detonate the shadow wall, emerging covered head to toe in ash blood at the corners of his mouth, still grinning. The second time was on the third underground level of Rongcheng town, where he burned Zhu Min with fire talismans until the man was charred black, his own hands shaking, but his eyes unblinking. When you fight, you're like a different person, Bai Jioming said. That's serious mode. Everyday life runs on power-saving mode. Bai Jioming fell silent. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, examining two blue talismans in his hands. He studied the brush strokes at the head, the structure at the core, and the closing stroke at the base, confirming everything was flawless before pocketing them. Suwan sat beside him, gazing out the window. Her legs had stopped trembling, but her fingers tapped lightly against her knees in a rapid rhythm. She was nervous. Sister Suwan, are you nervous? Lin Mo asked. Not nervous. Just my legs shaking. Your legs aren't shaking. Your fingers are. Suwan looked down at her hands. Her fingers were indeed trembling. She clenched them into fists and tucked them beneath her knees. Not shaking now. Lin Mo didn't call her out on it. Her fingers were still trembling, just hidden from view. The car exited the expressway and entered Rongcheng town. Chen Ping'an gazed out the window at the street. An old man playing chess, an elderly woman shelling edamame, an orange cat sleeping in the middle of the road. Everything looked exactly as it had on their last visit. The orange cat had shifted its pose from a sprawl to a side lie, all four legs extended straight, like a cat pancake, spread flat on the ground. Chen Ping'an saw this cat every time he came, and it was always asleep. He suspected the cat had never actually woken up. It might be a permanent fixture of Rongcheng town, as much a part of the streetscape as the lampposts, the trash cans, and the faded storefront signs. Is that cat real? Lin Mo asked. Real. It's breathing. How do you know it's breathing? Its belly is moving. Lin Mo looked at the cat. Its belly was indeed rising and falling slowly, like an aging engine sputtering toward its final breath. Maybe it's just the wind. Chen Ping'an glanced at him. You said the same thing last time. Was it the wind last time too? No, last time it was actually breathing. And it is now too. Lin Mo stopped asking. He had learned not to debate the cat question anymore. His master was always right. Even when he was still right. The car stopped at the street corner. The seven of them stepped out. Chun Wanqing carried her peachwood sword, Qin Qingshan held his short blade, and their master leaned on a bamboo pole he'd trimmed from the shop to use as a cane. Bai Jioming carried a bulging black canvas bag on his back. Lin Mo had his school bag. Suwan carried nothing. The black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail dangling down and brushing against his back with each step. After we go in, I'll lead. Lin Mo follows me. Suwan follows Lin Mo. Mother follows Suwan. Father follows mother. Master follows father. Bai Jioming brings up the rear. With that, Chen Ping'an walked into the building. The lock on the iron door had been replaced with a new gleaming one. Chen Ping'an pulled a wire from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and manipulated it twice. The lock clicked open. He pushed the door and stepped inside. The building was dark. The flashlight beam illuminated the corridor ahead. It stretched long and narrow, lined with open doors on both sides, each leading to a pitch-black room. Fresh footprints covered the floor, numerous, dense, and overlapping. The 7 pairs of footsteps echoed through the hollow building like drumbeats. The corridor in B3 was extremely dark. The flashlight could only illuminate a few meters ahead. At the end of the passage stood a door, an iron door, silver in color and remarkably new. A single character was inscribed upon the door, Su. It was the same character as on the door at the bunker's main hall. But unlike that door, this one was open. Not merely ajar, but thrown wide open. Light emanated from within the doorway, pale blue-white and cold like moonlight. Chen Ping'an stepped inside. The space was vast, circular like an inverted bowl. The walls were carved with dense runes identical in set to those on his bone talisman. The runes glowed with a blue-white luminescence reminiscent of firefly tails. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, short and stout, draped in a deep blue Taoist robe, nearly bald. In his hand he held a wooden staff, the head carved into the shape of a skull. The skull's eyes were empty sockets, dark and hollow. Zhu Men. He stood with his back to Chen Ping'an, gazing at the runes upon the wall. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around. His face was pale, not the sickly pallor of ill health, but the untouched whiteness of one who had not seen sunlight in many years. His eyes were tiny slits. The corners of his mouth drooped, giving him an ever-grim expression. Chen Ping'an. His voice was gruff like sandpaper grinding against wood. You've finally arrived. Were you waiting for me? Waiting for you. For 3 days. You shattered my spiritual object, So I awaited your coming. You knew I would come. I did. Once you broke the spiritual object, you would seek me out. Because your master told you that Zhu Min was in B3. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag, the Five Thunders evil-suppressing talisman, and held it pinched between his fingers. You found me. I am here. Zhu Min gazed at the purple talisman in his hand. You used talismans to destroy my spiritual object. 7 of them. Do you know I cultivated that spiritual object? I do. I nurtured it for 40 years. 40 years. And you obliterated it in a single strike. 7 talismans were used. Zhu Min fell silent for a moment. 7. How long did you spend crafting them? Half a year. Zhu Min looked at him. His eyes narrowed further, nearly invisible slits. You surpass your father. He could not paint purple talismans. He could only paint blue ones. My father had no need for purple talismans. He had a blade. A blade. The blade he used belonged to my junior martial brother, Lu Wuxiu. Zhu Min's voice was rough. Your father wielded Wuxiu's blade. Was Wuxiu your father's friend? No. He was your father's enemy. Did your father use his enemy's blade to strike his own side? Chen Ping'an raised the purple talisman. I'll strike you first. Zhu Min raised his wooden staff and charged toward him. His speed was astonishing, far exceeding what one would expect from a short, stout man. The skull upon the staffs had opened its mouth, and a plume of black smoke poured forth. The smoke was thick and foul-smelling like the rotting cadaver of many years. Chen Ping'an chanted lay. The purple talisman detonated. Violet light surged from the talisman and collided with the black smoke. The black smoke split apart like black fabric torn by a blade, but it swiftly reknit itself, flowing together like water, cut and seamlessly closed. Your purple talisman is effective against spiritual objects, but useless against me. That black smoke is not a soul, it is corpse energy. Corpse energy does not fear thunder. His master's voice came from behind. He leaned against the doorway bamboo, cane in hand, gazing at Zhu Min. Use fire. Chen Ping'an stowed the purple talisman and retrieved a yellow one from his pocket, chanting Hua. The talisman burst into flame, blue-white fire dancing in the darkness. He hurled the burning talisman toward Zhu Min. The flames made contact with his body, and Zhu Min let out a piercing scream. His body began to catch fire, from shoulder to chest, from chest to abdomen. He rolled upon the ground, but the fire would not be extinguished. He rolled several circles, then grew still. The flames burned for a long time, from shoulder to abdomen, from abdomen to legs, from legs to feet. Zhu Min's body slowly turned black, brittle, and cracked within the flames like a piece of charcoal long exposed to fire. Finally he shattered, crumbled into ash. The ash drifted through the air, settling upon the ground, and mingling with dust indistinguishable from the decades-old grime accumulated below. Chen Ping'an stood nearby, watching the pile of ash. Black smoke residue coated his hands, leaving dark streaks across the back. He wiped at them with his sleeve, but the marks would not come away. Baozi, Is Zhu Min dead? Dead. He fears fire. Your master was right. Chen Ping'an turned and looked at his master. His master leaned against the doorway, the bamboo cane planted on the ground, his expression unreadable. Master, how did you know Zhu Min feared fire? I spent 3 years in Guishu. It was not for nothing. There was a burn mark on Zhu Min's Taoist robe, a hole scorched. He burned it himself. He feared fire, but dared not let others know. He stitched the hole meticulously, but I saw it. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. His master's face bore no expression, yet there was a certain light in his eyes. Master, thank you. No thanks necessary. Your mother already paid. Chen Wanqing laughed from behind. I never paid. I owe it. His master glanced at her. Then pay it back later. Howie, treat your son to hot pot. He is far too thin. Chen Wanqing looked at Chen Ping'an. You've lost weight. No, I haven't. I've been eating quite a lot lately. What have you been eating? Instant noodles. Braised pork. Crispy wheat snacks. Chen Wanqing fell silent for a moment. You're just like your father. Incapable of taking care of yourself. Chen Qingshan, standing nearby, remarked, I can take care of myself. I've lived this long. That's merely good fortune. Good fortune is also a capability. The two resumed their bickering. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chen Ping'an sheathed his tang sword and stepped out. Lin Mo followed behind him, then Su Wan with, by Jiuming, bringing up the rear. Their master hobbled along on his bamboo, cane trailing behind them. There were 60 steps from B3 to B2, 80 from B2 to B1, and 100 from B1 to the ground floor. Chen Ping'an led the way, climbing one step at a time. His legs were not sore, but his hands trembled. It was not fear, it was the 2 purple talismans he had expended. Painting them required spiritual focus, and wielding them consumed it as well. Once spent, he felt hollowed out like a phone battery draining from 80% to 20, with a red exclamation mark flashing on the screen, reading, please charge promptly. Chen Ping'an was now that exclamation mark. Lin Mo followed behind him, his footsteps steady. There was black smoke on his hands as well, but he made no move to wipe it away. The black smoke came from Zhu Min carrying a scorched odor like burnt rubber. Su Wan walked behind him, her legs steady, her hands no longer trembling. Bai Jiuming followed Su Wan, his back straight as a rod. Chen Wanqing trailed behind Bai Jiuming, holding a peachwood sword with its tip pointing downward, using it almost like a walking stick. Chen Qingshan walked behind Chen Wanqing, a short blade sheathed at his waist. The scabbard clicked against his belt buckle with each step, sounding like a string of wind chimes. Their master brought up the rear, leaning heavily on a bamboo staff. Upon reaching B1, their master paused, gasping for breath. His legs ached unbearably, and he could go no further. The bamboo staff had bent further under his weight, taut as a drawn bow. Sweat poured from his forehead, tracing the lines of his wrinkles, and streaming into his eyes, stinging them, and forcing him to blink repeatedly. "Master, let me help you." Chen Ping'an stepped back and took his master's arm. "No need. Keep going. I can manage." "You can't. The staff is bending." Their master looked down at the bamboo pole in his hand. The staff was indeed bent, bowed by his weight, the middle section nearly brushing the ground. "This bamboo pole isn't sturdy. Next time bring a better one." "Stainless steel. Will we come back next time?" "Yes. 5 remain. Tan Lang, Lu Xiyuan, Lianjun, Wu Chu Pajun." Five. You already took down 2. Wen Shu and Zhu Min. That leaves 5. Did you not learn your arithmetic?" Chen Ping'an did the math. Wen Shu 1, Zhu Min 1. The 7 elders of Guishu totaled 7. 7 minus 2 equaled 5. Correct. He had not miscalculated, he simply refused to face it. Chen Ping'an supported his master, ascending 1 step at a time. His master's legs trembled, yet he did not stop. Jaw clenched, each step demanded tremendous effort, a guttural HM, escaping his lips like a weightlifter straining against the bar. Listening to those grunts, Chen Ping'an felt less as though he were helping his master upstairs, and more as though he were cheering him on. "Master, did you walk like this back when you were in the air raid shelter?" "Yes. 2 broken ribs. I lay in that shelter for a day and a night before crawling out. When I emerged, my legs shook just like this. They trembled for 3 days. On the 4th day they stopped, because on the 4th day I met your mother." Chen Wanqing, walking ahead, heard this and turned around. "Senior brother, your legs did not shake when you met me. You stood perfectly straight. I was putting on a show. I couldn't let you see me tremble." Chen Wanqing fell silent for a moment. "You're lying." "I am. I've been lying for 22 years. Chen Wanqing said nothing further. She turned back and continued upward, but her ears had turned red. Their master watched Chen Wanqing's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Not a smile, but the expression of one who had spoken a truth no one believed. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. "Master, did you love my mother?" "I did, but she belongs to another. She was your father's. Do you hold no regrets?" "None, as long as she was happy." Chen Ping'an asked no more. He supported his master, climbing step by step. By the time they reached the ground floor, his master's legs had stopped trembling. Not because the pain had faded, but because it had gone numb. Numbness meant no trembling, much like an anesthetic. He leaned the bamboo staff against the doorframe, straightened his posture, and brushed the dust from his clothes. There was quite a lot of dust, and he patted it several times before it came clean. "Let us go. Time to head back." With those words, their master pushed through the doorway, leaning on his bamboo staff. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an stepped out and stood at the shop's entrance. Golden sunlight bathed the bluestone path. The fragrance of jasmine tea wafted from Grandpa Wang's tea house, while freshly delivered vegetables glistening with morning dew were piled at Brother Lu's stall. Several people queued at Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall. An elderly woman said, "Add more brown sugar." Aunt Zhang replied, "All right," and ladled a generous scoop of thick brown sugar syrup into the bowl. It swirled like a bronze mirror. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like fire in the sunlight. "Brother Chen, you're back." "I'm back." "Is Zhu Min dead?" "Dead. Are you hurt?" "No." Xiaohe floated before him, studying him from head to toe multiple times. There were no bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, no bandages on his hands, no dust on his face. He looked fine, but she still felt uneasy, circling him once more, from front to back, back to front, like a security scanner. "You're lying. There's a black mark on your hand." Chen Ping'an looked down at his hands. Indeed, there was a black mark on the back of his hand left by Zhu Min's black smoke. He wiped at it with his sleeve, but it wouldn't come off. Just a smudge of dust. Dust is gray. This is black. Black dust. Xiaohe stared at him for several seconds. She knew her master was being stubborn. He always was. When injured, he'd claim it was just a superficial wound. When broke, he'd say he had enough. When lost he'd insist he was simply taking the long way around. His excuses sounded terrible, but his actions spoke well. Have you eaten? Xiao he asked. Yeah. Instant noodles. Instant noodles don't count as a meal. They do. Dry food is still food. Xiao he pursed her lips and drifted back to the staircase. Her master entered leaning on a bamboo staff and sat down in a chair. He propped the bamboo staff against the table leg, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and tucked one between his lips without lighting it. Sweat still beaded on his forehead, and he wiped it with his sleeve, leaving a damp patch. Master, you've had a hard day. Chen Ping'an brought a bottle of water from behind the counter and set it before him. Master picked it up, twisted off the cap, and took a long drink. Water leaked from the corner of his mouth and trickled down his chin, which he wiped with the back of his hand. Not hard at all. Climbing stairs is tiring, fighting isn't. You fight, I watch. Watching is more exhausting than fighting. Watching you fight, I'm afraid you'll die. Chen Ping'an sat across from his master. I won't die. How do you know? You taught me. You said, if you can't win, run. I run fast. Master looked at him. You run fast. You're terrible with directions. What if you run the wrong way? Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He hadn't considered that. He was indeed directionally challenged. He could get lost even on Mount Mao. Running around in a place like Rongcheng town, he might accidentally end up at Tanlang's stronghold. That wouldn't be running away, that would be delivering himself right to them. The black cat leaped from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and perched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Your master is right. You have no sense of direction. Run the wrong way and you'll end up at Tanlang's stronghold. That's not escaping. That's volunteering. Chen Ping'an glanced at the black cat. Can you stop bad-mouthing me? No. I've lived a long time. Those who live long tend to be honest. Chen Ping'an took a pack of Xiao Huanxiong instant noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunched through them. His eyebrows moved, left one rising, right one falling. The black cat watched his eyebrows, but said nothing. A dancing caterpillar wasn't so unpleasant to look at. But today they moved especially energetically, perhaps, because the fight had gotten them both worked up. Chen Wanxing walked in holding a peachwood sword. She set the sword on the counter and sat beside her master. Her face was flushed, not from shyness but from climbing stairs. She had climbed 240 steps, over 100 more than her master, yet she never complained. She glanced at the instant noodles in Chen Ping'an's hand and fell silent for a moment. Ping'an, you're eating instant noodles again. I'm hungry. How many packs have you had since this morning? I've lost count. 5 packs, the black cat said. From when you left home until now, 5 packs. Chen Wanxing looked at Chen Ping'an. 5 packs. Doesn't your stomach hurt? It doesn't. You're lying. When you were a child on Mount Mao, you ate too many instant noodles and rolled around on the bed in stomach pain. Your master called me and said, your son has a stomachache. I asked, what did he eat? He said, instant noodles. Chen Wanxing's voice was soft. I told your master to cook you congee. He did. It burned. You drank it and said it's delicious. You're lying. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the instant noodles in his hands. The noodle cake had been crushed by his grip, crumbs spilling from the bag and scattering across the table. He gathered the crumbs together and popped them into his mouth. Salty. When he was a child and had stomachaches, his mother had his master cook congee for him. The master had burned it, but he drank it anyway and said it was delicious. It wasn't actually good. It was just that he didn't want to disappoint his master. He had learned to be stubborn since childhood. Mom, I'll eat less from now on. You say that every time. This time is real. Chen Wanxing looked at him for several seconds. You're just like your father. He used to say the same thing. He'd say, I'll smoke less, then finish half a pack. It wasn't that he didn't want to quit. It's that once you quit, you miss it. Chen Qingshan walked in through the doorway, a short sword at his waist. He heard Chen Wanxing's words and fell silent for a moment. I didn't say I'd smoke less. I said I'd smoke fewer cigarettes. I'd smoke half and throw half away. Did you throw them? Yes. I threw them after smoking them. Chen Wanxing looked at him. Throwing them after smoking is just throwing cigarette, but's not throwing cigarettes. Chen Qingshan didn't say anything more. He sat down beside Chen Wanxing, unbuckled the short sword from his waist, and set it on the counter. There was a fresh scratch on the scabbard made by Zhu Min's wooden staff. He ran his finger over it repeatedly. Father, are you hurt? Chen Ping'an asked. No. The sword is hurt. The scabbard is scratched. Is the sword all right? The sword is fine. It's a magical artifact. It can't be scratched. Chen Ping'an looked at the short sword. The scabbard was black with a white scratch running along it. His father's blade was a magical artifact, and his father was like one too. Magical artifacts don't break, but people grow old. His father had grown old. His hair had turned white, wrinkles had etched his face, and his legs still carried a slight limp. But he had come anyway. He had come together with his mother. Lin Mo sat on the stairs, rolling up his sleeves to look at his arm. There was a scratch on it, not deep but long, running from his forearm to his wrist like a thin red line. It was a wound from the wooden staff of the giant gate when he was in B3. He hadn't felt pain at the time, but now it hurt. The pain made him grimace, but he didn't cry out. He endured it. His master had said that a man should not complain of pain. Crying out wouldn't help, but the pain would remain anyway. Suwon came down from upstairs holding iodine and gauze. The bottle of iodine was brown, its label faded so that the characters were illegible. The gauze was white, rolled into a coil and tied with a rubber band. She sat down beside Lin Mo and unscrewed the cap of the iodine bottle. A pungent smell rushed out, making Lin Mo frown slightly. Extend your hand. Lin Mo extended his hand. Suwon dipped a cotton swab into the iodine and gently applied it to the wound. When the iodine touched the cut, Lin Mo gasped in pain, but he didn't cry out. He bit his lip until it turned white. Does it hurt? No. You're lying. Your face has gone pale. Lin Mo looked at his arm. The wound turned brown under the iodine like a drawn line. Suwon wrapped it with gauze tight, but not constricting. After finishing, she tucked the end of the gauze into the last loop and gave it a pat. Sister Suwon, have you learned first aid? When we were on the second underground level, a guard got injured. They asked me to help bandage it. After bandaging many times, I learned. One guard was scratched by a spiritual creature with a large gash on his arm, flesh turned inside out. I stitched him up, using ordinary needle and thread, sterilized. He cried out in pain, but he didn't die. Lin Mo looked at her. Aren't you afraid? I am afraid. But even if I'm afraid, I have to bandage it. If I don't, he'll die. If he dies, next will be me. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. He pulled down his sleeve to cover the gauze. Suwon put away the iodine and gauze and stood up. She walked to the top of the stairs and stopped. Lin Mo, you're more enduring than your master. When he was drawing talismans, he cut his hand and shouted loud enough for the whole street to hear. The corner of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Old man Wang heard it at the tea house. Yes, he heard. He said little Chun is drawing talismans again. Lin Mo laughed out loud. He imagined his master drawing talismans on Maoshan, cutting his hand and shouting so loud that the whole mountain could hear. The birds on the mountain were all scared away. Pine cones fell from the trees and hit his master on the head. His master shouted even louder. Suwon went upstairs. Lin Mo sat on the stairs looking at his hand. His fingers were wrapped in gauze, which was very white, forming a sharp contrast with the red of cinnabar. His hands were stained with cinnabar, iodine, and gauze. He had drawn talismans for 2 months, his hands covered in cinnabar. He couldn't wash it off, nor did he want to. The black cat jumped down from the counter and walked to Lin Mo's feet, looking up at him. You're more enduring than your master. You've already said that. I'll say it again, in case you forget. Lin Mo bowed his head and looked at the black cat. The cat's golden eyes under the light were like 2 small suns. I haven't forgotten. The black cat's tail swayed slightly. Does your hand still hurt? It hurts, but I can endure it. As long as you can endure it. Pain isn't a disease. Inability to endure is. The black cat turned and left. Lin Mo sat on the stairs looking at his hand. The gauze was white, his hand was red. The red was from cinnabar, the white was from gauze. He had drawn talismans for 2 months, his hands stained with cinnabar. He had chopped 100 times at wooden stakes, his hands calloused. He had gotten 2 stitches, not self-administered, but done by Suwon. Looking at those marks, he felt he had changed. Not become stronger, but changed. Changed a lot. He stood up and went upstairs. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Siyuan arrived promptly. She was not wearing her black trench coat today. Instead, she had on a white shirt, dark trousers, and her hair was left loose rather than tied back. The white shirt was immaculate, without a single stain at the collar or the cuffs. She looked like an ordinary woman, not one of the 6 elders of Guizhou. But something was amiss with her eyes. They were far too deep, like 2 wells with no visible bottom. She stood at the entrance of the shop, gazing at the 3 characters on the sign, Qingshan Gu, for a long while. She was fixated on the 3rd character, Gu. The stroke structure was simple, yet she studied it for an extended period. Perhaps she was not reading the character at all, but lost in thought. Thinking of the past. Thinking of the future. Thinking of the present. Chen Ping'an stood behind the counter watching her. Come in. Lu Siyuan stepped inside. Her footsteps were imperceptibly light, virtually soundless. Her cloth shoes made no noise against the concrete floor. She took a seat in the chair and looked at Chen Ping'an. You remind me of your mother. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. You knew my mother? Yes. She once came to Maoshan looking for your master. I saw her. She was holding you then. You were only 3 months old. She said Xiao Shuang hold her for a moment. So I did. You were so light, like a bag of flour. Chen Ping'an looked at Lu Siyuan. There was little expression on her face, but light flickered in her eyes. My master is upstairs. I know. Chen Ping'an led Lu Siyuan upstairs. Their master sat in a chair, his hands empty. No book, no cigarette, nothing at all. He sat there staring at the foot of the stairs. He had been there for a long time, since 7:30. He had waited for half an hour. He did not know what he was waiting for. Perhaps a resolution. Perhaps an answer. Or perhaps simply someone to arrive. Lu Siyuan ascended the stairs and stood before their master. She was half a head taller than him, looking down. Her eyes were red, but she was not crying. Master. The master lifted his head and looked at her. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were red. Lu Xiaoshuang. It is I. Why did you join Goeishu? Lu Siyuan was silent for a few seconds. Because I wanted to become stronger. Maoshan cannot teach me that. Neither can you. What is it that Maoshan cannot teach you? How to fight people. Talisman arts can only combat ghosts, not humans. Goeishu taught me how to strike down men. The master gazed into her eyes. How many people have you struck? Many. I have lost count. How many have you killed? Lu Siyuan fell silent for a moment. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. They were trembling. I have lost count. The master rose and walked to stand before her. He was half a head shorter, looking up at her. There was neither anger nor sorrow in his eyes. Only something ineffable. Lu Xiaoshuang. Yes, master. Do you still remember this photograph? The master pulled a photograph from his pocket and handed it to her. In the photo was a young woman wearing Maoshan Taoist robes, her hair tied in a ponytail, beaming with joy. The master stood beside her, also smiling. Behind them was the Songjing pavilion of Maoshan, where ginkgo leaves had turned golden and carpeted the ground. Lu Siyuan took the photograph and looked at it. Her fingers traced along the edges slowly, repeatedly. Tears began to stream down her face. It was not crying. No, it was that particular kind of flowing tears that comes when you see something from long ago and know you can never return to it. You took this photograph. You said, Xiaoshuang, smile for me. I smiled. You smiled too. You said, you look beautiful when you smile. I replied, you look beautiful too when you smile. Lu Siyuan's voice was faint. Later you stopped smiling. Because I had stopped smiling. The master looked at her. Can you still smile, eh? Lu Siyuan was silent for a long while. I cannot anymore. Then go. Lu Siyuan clenched the photograph in her palm, turned, and descended the stairs. She reached the doorway, paused, and did not look back. Master. Yes. I am sorry. The master said nothing. Lu Siyuan pushed open the door and stepped outside. The night breeze drifted in, carrying the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. The door closed behind her. The master stood at the foot of the stairs, gazing at the closed door for a long time. Chen Ping'an climbed the stairs and stood beside his master. Master, are you all right? I am fine. Dust got into my eye. But we are indoors. There is no dust. The master did not respond. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Night wind swept in, making the curtains flutter. He looked out into the darkness, watching for a long while. Ping'an. Yes, master. She said sorry. Yes. She never used to say that. Whatever wrong she did, she never admitted it. She would say, I am not wrong. The world is wrong. But today she said sorry. Chen Ping'an looked at his master's back. Master, have you forgiven her? The master was silent for a long while. No. But I no longer hate her. That night master was awake again. He lay on the bed, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. A crack stretched from the corner of the wall to the lamp holder, and he watched it for a long time. He turned the light off, then on. Off and on and off. He tried it several times, finally leaving the light on. With the light on, he could see the crack. With the light off, he couldn't see it. But he knew the crack was still there. Whether visible or not, it remained. Chen Wanqing pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of congee. The congee was plain white rice porridge with red dates and goji berries added. The red dates were cut into small pieces, the goji berries soaked until soft and red, floating on the surface of the congee like tiny red flowers. She set the congee on the bedside table and sat beside the bed. The mattress dipped where she sat, and his body shifted slightly. Senior brother can't sleep. Don't want to. Thinking about something. About Lu Xiaoshuang. She apologized. Chen Wanqing gazed at her master's face. Master's face appeared aged under the lamplight, deep wrinkles carved like chisel marks. Yet his eyes shone with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. Did you forgive her? No. But I don't hate her anymore. Then what's the difference between not forgiving and hating? Master pondered. He propped up the pillow slightly, leaning back more comfortably. Hatred is wanting someone to die. Not forgiving is not wanting them dead, but also not wanting to see them. Chen Wanqing was quiet for a moment. Then do you want to see her again? No. If she comes, I won't drive her away. If she leaves, I won't ask her to stay. But I don't want to see her anymore. When I see her, I remember who she used to be. Her past and present selves blur together, indistinguishable. Chen Wanqing picked up the congee and handed it to him. Drink this. You didn't eat dinner last night. You barely touched lunch. This morning you only had half a bowl of soy milk. You haven't eaten properly all day. Master took the bowl and sipped. The congee had cooled to warm. The sweetness of red dates blended with the fragrance of goji berries, not unpleasant at all. He hadn't eaten much the day before either. Ever since that phone call from Lu Siyuan, his appetite had vanished. Not from nervousness, but from a heaviness in his chest. Did you make this? Yes. Ping'an said you prefer congee. When he was young and had stomachaches on Maoshan, you'd cook it for him, even when it burned. He told you it tasted good. He was lying. Master's mouth twitched. He's been deceptive since childhood. The first time he drew a talisman and botched it, he claimed this is a new method. I said a new technique isn't just drawing crooked. He replied, crooked has its own beauty. I countered, no one appreciates crooked beauty. Then he insisted, art is meant to confuse. Chen Wanqing smiled. He's just like you. He takes after his mother. She was deceptive too. She'd say it doesn't hurt when it did. She'd say I'm fine when she wasn't. During childbirth, she endured pain for a full day and night without a single sound. When the doctor urged her to vocalize for relief, she simply insisted it didn't hurt. Chen Wanqing looked down at her hands marked with cinnabar stains from 22 years of drawing talismans that would never wash away. Senior brother, you deceive yourself too. Who am I deceiving? Yourself. You claim you don't hate Lu Xiaoshuang. But you do. You resent that she left, that she changed, that she's no longer the disciple you trained. Master set down the bowl, leaving a small amount unfinished. You're right. I do hate. But I'm exhausted. Hating for so many years has worn me out. I can't continue like this. Chen Wanqing reached out and held his hand. His fingers were cold with prominent knuckles and short nails. Hers were warm with calluses forming on her fingertips. Rest if you're weary. Let go of the hate if you choose. Regardless, she'll always be your disciple. You taught her, she called you master. That bond cannot be undone. Master looked at her. Her eyes gleamed like twin stars. Wanqing. Yes. You remind me of your mother. My mother died long ago. She passed when I was 8. I can barely recall her face. You speak just like she did. Your mother once comforted me the same way. I told her how much I suffered after Lu Xiaoshuang left, and she suggested I cry it out. I didn't weep, and she stopped pressing the matter. She simply said, if you won't cry, then hold it in. Chen Wanqing smiled. She rose with the empty bowl and paused at the doorway. Senior brother. Yes. Get some rest soon. There's fighting tomorrow. Who tomorrow? Tanlang. He's in the North District. Ping'an says we'll seek him out. Master nodded. Chen Wanqing slipped out and closed the door behind her. Her footsteps faded down the corridor in a steady rhythm, tapping like a metronome. Master lay back, gazing at the ceiling. The crack remained visible. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. This time he left the lamp unlit. The next morning, Chen Ping'an woke to the sound of arguing. It wasn't anyone else. It was his parents. He sat up from the floor and rubbed his eyes. The black cat slid off his chest with a discontented meow. Outside the window, the sky was still half dark and gray like a sleepy soul rubbing its eyes. I'm going. Chen Wanqing's voice rang down from the 3rd floor so loud that the entire building could hear. A bit of plaster shook loose from the walls. You can't go. Your leg hasn't healed. Chen Qingshan's voice was not loud, but heavy as if squeezed from deep within his chest. It's fine. It's not. It is. It's not. They went back and forth on those two words over a dozen times, their voices growing louder, descending from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, from the 2nd to the 1st. Chen Ping'an lay on the floor listening to his parents quarrel with no desire to get up. He had been drawing talismans until 1 in the morning and was nearly dead on his feet. But his parents would not let him rest. The black cat curled against his chest, also awakened by the noise, its ears standing straight and its tail rigid in midair. Your parents are at it again. They argue every day. They're up especially early today. It's only 6. You drew talismans until 1 last night and slept 5 hours. They want to finish arguing quickly and set out early. The black cat's tail gave a flick. Your mother is the better quarreler. When you argue, all you say is the instant noodles are delicious. Chen Ping'an offered no reply. He rose from the floor and went downstairs. Chen Wanqing stood at the foot of the stairs holding a peachwood sword. She wore a deep blue cotton jacket today, with black cloth shoes on her feet. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, a few stray strands hanging beside her ears. Chen Qingshan stood opposite her, a short blade in hand. He wore a gray jacket and hiking boots. The two faced each other, neither yielding an inch. Mom, Dad, can you stop arguing? Chen Ping'an walked over. Chen Wanqing looked at him. You be the judge. I want to go, and he won't let me. Chen Qingshan looked at him. You be the judge. Her leg hasn't healed, she can't go. Chen Ping'an glanced at his mother, then at his father. His mother's leg had stopped trembling, but she still limped slightly when she walked, her right foot turning outward with each step. His father's leg had also stopped shaking, but he limped as well, his left foot curling inward when it landed. Two crippled people, neither willing to bow to the other. Both of you go, Chen Ping'an said. Chen Wanqing's eyes lit up. Really? Really? But you have to listen to me. If I say retreat, we retreat. If I say run, we run. If I say drop to the ground, you drop. Chen Wanqing nodded. She lowered the peachwood sword, the tip pointing downward. Chen Qingshan paused for a moment, then also nodded. He sheathed the short blade at his waist. Chen Wanqing set the sword down and walked to Chen Ping'an, taking his hand. Her hand was cold, but firm. Ping'an, you're just like your father. What do you mean? You're like your father, not good with words. But when you do speak, it matters. Chen Qingshan's lips twitched upward. Not a spasm, but a smile. He rarely smiled, and every time it was because of Chen Wanqing. The black cat descended the stairs and perched on the counter watching the family. Done arguing? Chen Wanqing looked at the black cat. Done. No more saving our strength for fighting. The black cat's tail swayed. You two are better at arguing than Ping'an. He only ever says the instant noodles are delicious. Chen Ping'an glanced at the black cat. When did I ever say the instant noodles are delicious? You said it to Yiling. She told you noodles can't replace meals, and you said delicious. That's not arguing. That's stubbornness. Chen Ping'an fell silent, for he indeed had said it. The master came down from upstairs leaning on a bamboo cane. The cane was new, stainless steel, delivered by Jiuming yesterday. He had said the old bamboo was not sturdy enough and suggested the replacement. The master tested it and found it solid, unyielding. His legs still ached somewhat, but far better than before. He reached the first floor, sat in a chair, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, drew one out, and held it between his lips without lighting it. The cigarette was already damp from his mouth, bearing a tooth mark on the filter. Is everyone ready? The master asked. Ready, Chen Ping'an replied. Then let's go. Don't dally. If we linger until noon, Tan Lang will have finished its meal and be harder to fight. Chen Ping'an slung his bag over his shoulder and checked the talismans once more. 5 purple talismans, 20 blue, 50 yellow. That would suffice. He touched the Tang Dao at his waist. The scabbard hung securely from his belt. He checked the piece pendant in his pocket. The jade was cool. He touched the 5 bone talismans around his neck. Square, round, diamond, triangular, pentagonal. They were pressed together and cold. 7 people and 1 cat stepped out the door. Morning sunlight bathed the old street, glinting gold upon the bluestone path. Uncle Wang's tea house was already open, the fragrance of jasmine tea drifting into the air. He stood at the doorway, teacup in hand, watching Chen Ping'an. Little Chen, be careful. I will be. Brother Lu poked his head out from the vegetable shop, his apron speckled with oil. Little Chen, come back and eat braised pork. All right. Auntie Zhang pushed out her cold shrimp stall. The wheels of her iron cart rattled along the bluestone. Little Chen, come back alive, and I'll treat you to cold shrimp. All right. Bai Jiuming's car waited at the street corner. He leaned against the open door, coffee cup in hand. Seeing Chen Ping'an emerge, he glanced at his watch. On time. Rare. Today is different. We can't be late today. Chen Ping'an opened the car door and got in. The black cat settled on his knees, its tail draped across his hand. Baozi, do you think we'll make it back alive today? The black cat's purring grew louder. Yes. How do you know? Because you still owe Uncle Wang a drink. You owe Brother Lu a meal. You owe Annie Zhang for a bowl of cold shrimp. You owe Yiling for a windbreaker. You owe Lin Imo a year's tuition. You owe Su Wan a hot pot. You owe Xiaohe a bag of chips. And you owe me 5 dried fish. Chen Ping'an's lips curved upward. I also owe the master a word of thanks. Then tell him today. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. The car pulled away. The old street slipped slowly backward past the window. Uncle Wang's tea house, Annie Zhang's cold shrimp stall, Brother Lu's eatery. Each receding, growing smaller until they turned a corner and vanished from sight. Master Lin Imo called. Will my mother come to the shop to see me? Chen Ping'an opened his eyes and looked at Lin Imo. Lin Imo sat in the back seat, clutching a purple talisman in his hands. His fingers traced the edges, confirming every crease was perfectly straight. She will. Once you've filled 50 purple talismans, your grandmother will bring her. Lin Imo lowered his head and gazed at the talisman in his hands. Then I'll draw faster. Chen Ping'an patted his shoulder. You're already drawing fast enough. The car merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat, took a pack of small crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. His eyebrows moved rhythmically. The black cat watched his eyebrows, saying nothing. Even a dancing caterpillar could be quite beautiful. The Chungbei fertilizer factory lay on the outskirts of Rongcheng. A few kilometers north, the farmlands began. The factory had long since closed down, the gate was chained shut, the chain rusted and weathered like a serpent that had died long ago. The wall was high-topped with barbed wire. Several strips of cloth hung from it, flapping in the wind as though waving to them. Bai Jiuming pulled the vehicle to the roadside and killed the engine. This is it. Chen Ping'an peered through the car window at the iron gate. It was painted red, the paint blistering and peeling in patches, revealing the rusted steel beneath. The brown rust looked like dried blood. Above the gate hung a sign bearing the 5 characters, Rongcheng Fertilizer Factory. The ink faded and illegible, making it impossible to determine when it had been erected. Is Tamlang inside? Yes. I kept watch for 3 days. He goes in at 9 every morning and comes out at 8 in the evening. He doesn't leave during the day. Meals are delivered. Bai Jiuming took a small notebook from his pocket and opened it. The person who brings the meals is an old man on a tricycle. He arrives at 11:30 every day and leaves at noon. The old man's surname is Wang. He lives in the village next to the fertilizer factory. He keeps a dog that never barks, likely mute. Chen Ping'an glanced at Bai Jiuming. You even checked whether the dog was mute. I did it casually. The fact that the dog doesn't bark suggests Tanlong's people treat it poorly. Dogs don't bark at those who treat them badly. Chen Ping'an found Bai Jiuming's reasoning flawed, yet he offered no objection. The master leaned forward from the back seat, gazing at the iron gate. He's been confined inside for 20 years. Ever since the Guishu headquarters relocated to the northern district, he hasn't set foot outside. It's not that he can't leave, it's that he dare not. There are many who seek his death. Who? Numerous. Those he has wronged. Those he has killed. His enemies line up in queues stretching from the northern district all the way to the southern. Chen Ping'an stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Mo followed, then Su Wan behind him with Chun Wanqing and Chen Qingshan bringing up the rear while Bai Jiuming locked the car. The master was the last to descend, relying on his stainless steel cane. Bai Jiuming had gifted him the new walking stick the previous day, insisting the old bamboo one was too frail. Though the cane proved sturdy and rigid, the master still longed for his original bamboo staff, complaining that the metal felt cold against his palms. Bai Jiuming suggested wearing gloves, but the master objected that they would impair his dexterity. When Bai Jiuming insisted on using a bamboo cane instead, the master pointed out that the bamboo had already warped. Bai Jiuming simply stated that was why he was using the stainless steel one now, and the master fell silent. 7 people and a cat stood before the fertilizer factory entrance. How do we get in? Lin Mo posed the question. Chen Ping'an approached the iron gate, retrieving a wire from his bag to manipulate the lock mechanism. After 2 adjustments, the lock yielded. The heavy chain crashed to the ground with a loud clang, echoing repeatedly across the vacant factory grounds like someone shouting, "The doors open, the doors open." Master, can your lockpicking skill really open any lock? Not every lock. Some are impervious. What kind of locks? Fingerprint locks. Combination locks. Facial recognition systems. Lin Mo fell silent, recognizing the validity in his master's words even as they seemed contradictory. The compound stretched wide with cracked cement flooring where dead yellow grass grew, crunching underfoot like stepping on dried instant noodles. Factory buildings lined both sides, their broken windows littering the ground with shattered glass that caught the sunlight and threw back piercing reflections. The air carried an indescribable odor. Not the sharp tang of fertilizer, for production had ceased long ago, but rather a moldering scent mingled with rust and dust, undercut by a faint, unnameable sweetness. What's that smell? Lin Mo wrinkled his nose. The black cat leaped from Chen Ping'an's shoulder and crouched low, sniffing the ground intently. Soul-nourishing liquid. Tanlang has been cultivating something beneath the ground. Not a spiritual creature. He uses human beings. He sustains himself by drawing out souls and drinking them. After 20 years of drinking them, his body is no longer human. Su Wan paled. Like Zhu Men. No. Zhu Men consumes soul-nourishing liquid to sustain himself. Tanlang drinks the souls of others directly. He is not human. He is a monster. Chen Ping'an's fingers tightened. He retrieved a purple talisman from his bag, the 5 Thunders evil-suppressing charm, holding it between his fingers. Let's go. They pressed onward through the complex, passing rows of factory buildings with dark, cavernous windows that revealed nothing within. As they moved deeper, the fissures in the ground widened, the grass yellowed further, and the sweet scent in the air intensified. Which building is Tanlang in? Chen Ping'an asked. Bai Jiuming pointed to the structure at the far end. That one. 3 stories. He resides on the 3rd floor. The building appeared newer than the others, its windows intact, walls coated in white paint applied unevenly, patchy areas of white alternating with gray, resembling a face marred by vitiligo. 2 figures stood at the entrance, clad in black with face masks concealing their features, their hands clasped behind their backs, gripping objects unseen. Guards, Bai Jiuming noted. 2 of them. Each wears a blue talisman and holds something in their hands. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes to examine them more closely. The objects in their grips were ancient copper coins, 5 emperor's coins strung together with red cord and worn as bracelets. They are no ordinary guards. They belong to the Soul Calling School, the master's voice echoed from behind. The 5 emperor's coins they wield possess the power to summon souls. Should you kill them, their spirits would not dissipate, but instead flee to Tanlang. Tanlang would receive word of their fate, so we cannot kill them. Then how do we proceed? We render them unconscious. Chen Ping'an withdrew 2 yellow talismans from his bag and handed one to Lin Mo. One each. Place it on their forehead. It will immobilize them for several seconds. Lin Mo accepted the talisman, clutching it tightly in his palm. His hands had stopped trembling, not from absence of fear, but from familiarity. After repeated exposure to such tension, the body adapted to shaking, giving way to a kind of muscle memory. You take the left, I'll take the right, Chen Ping'an instructed, then advanced toward the guard on the left side. Though his footsteps were light, the concrete floor amplified each step. The guard lifted his head to regard him. Eyes black and pupils normal, devoid of the swollen darkness that soul-nourishing liquid could produce. He remained human. Chen Ping'an pressed the yellow talisman to the guard's forehead, and the man's eyes widened momentarily before freezing in place, as though someone had pressed pause. His hands stayed clasped behind his back, fingers still gripping the 5 emperor's coins. Lin Mo applied his talisman to the second guard, and both men stood motionless at the doorway like stone sculptures. The master approached and examined them. How long will the talismans hold? 10 minutes. Enough. 10 minutes is more than sufficient to kill Tanlang. If he cannot be killed, we flee. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and entered. The first floor stood empty, utterly bare save for a tangle of footprints on the ground, fresh tracks layered upon old ones like a painting redrawn countless times. An iron staircase to the left clanged loudly beneath their steps, echoing like drums. They ascended to the second floor, which was equally vacant. Yet the walls bore dense clusters of talismans, yellow, blue, and purple, covering every surface from ceiling to floor like bandages applied to wounds. The cinnabar patterns on the talismans still glowed, faintly reminiscent of firefly tails. He's laying out a formation, the master observed. Not a trapping array, but a defensive one. Anyone who ascends will trigger the talismans to explode. Chen Ping'an studied the papers before him. 3 purple talismans, the 5 thunders, evil suppressing charm identical to ones he had drawn himself. He crouched to examine them more closely. The brushstrokes flowed with practiced grace, the spacing deliberate and balanced, the cinnabar pigment applied with uniform precision. Superior to his own work, he noted with a slight frown. He can also inscribe purple talismans. Indeed, he learned before you did. He has been practicing for 20 years. Chen Ping'an drew a blue talisman from his bag and uttered the incantation break. The talisman erupted in a burst of blue light that struck the wall-mounted papers, igniting them one by one in pale green-white flames that raced upward from floor to ceiling like fireworks. The smoke grew thick, forcing Lin Mo to cough twice. Let's proceed. Chen Ping'an ascended to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor held only a single door, dark brown wood, unguarded by any lock. Above the door hung a yellow paper bearing a symbol, identical to the one on his bone talisman. Square in form, its strokes carved deeply, the grooves filled with accumulated black grime. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. Behind it lay a modest room, roughly 20 square meters. A bed, a table, a chair, a bookshelf. A gray sheet covered the bed with a book resting beside the pillow. On the table sat a teapot and cup, while the ashtray held several cigarette butts. The cigarettes were Zhonghua soft pack, the same brand by Jiuming's father smoked. A man sat in the chair facing the doorway. Over 50, his hair graying, his face lined with age, yet his eyes remarkably bright. He wore a gray jacket zipped to the collar with a strand of red cord visible at his neck, suspending an indistinct object. His left hand rested on the table, long fingers and prominent knuckles, calluses forming at the base of his thumb, the marks of years wielding a blade or sword. Chen Ping'an. His voice was quiet yet crystal clear. You've arrived. Chen Ping'an stood at the threshold regarding the man. Tanlang. That name was given by Guaxiu. What I am called no longer matters. What is your name? Tanlang fell silent for a moment. Zhang Jingguo. The master snorted from behind. You weren't called that before. Tanlang regarded the master. Senior brother, it has been a long time. I am not your senior brother. You belong to Guaxiu. I have called you senior brother for 20 years, and you never objected. The master fell silent. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag, the 5 thunders, evil suppressing charm. You will not leave today. Tanlang glanced at the talisman in his hand. Your talismans cannot defeat me. Your master understands this. The master's cane tapped the ground once. If he cannot prevail, I will fight. If I cannot prevail, we will fight together. Tanlang rose to his feet. He towered half a head above the master and a full head above Chen Ping'an. His eyes gleamed with an intensity like twin stars. Then let us fight. Tanlang stepped out from behind the table. He held no weapon, no blade, no sword, no talisman. His arms hung at his sides, fingers slightly curled like 2 claws. His eyes locked onto Chen Ping'an, pupils contracting to the point of needles. Chen Ping'an raised the purple talisman and chanted thunder. The talisman exploded. Purple light burst from the talisman and struck Tam Lang in the chest. He staggered back a step, a hole scorched through his clothes, exposing the skin beneath. The skin was pale, not healthy pale, but the pale of someone who hadn't seen sunlight in years. Yet there was no wound, no blood, no scorch mark. Your purple talisman is useless against me. Tam Lang brushed off the dust on his chest. I am not Juman. I fear neither thunder, nor fire, nor blade. Then what do you fear? Hunger, thirst, solitude. Chen Ping'an stowed the purple talisman and drew his tang blade from his waist. The tang blade flashed under the light, Tam Long's face reflected on its edge. He charged forward, cleaving a strike across Tam Long's shoulder. The blade pierced half an inch without drawing blood. A wound split open on Tam Long's shoulder, revealing something black, hard, and ash-like within. Your body has consumed souls for 20 years. My flesh is no longer human. It does not bleed, does not ache, does not age. But it can die. Chen Ping'an withdrew the blade and stepped back 2 paces. The wound on Tam Long's shoulder slowly knit itself shut, glacially slow, yet visibly mending. You cannot kill me. Neither can your master. From the doorway entered the master, his bamboo staff, striking the floor with rhythmic thuds. He approached Tam Lang and looked down at him. Zhang Jingguo. I told you my name isn't Zhang Jingguo. Your name is Zhang Jingguo. You are from Hunan. You have a daughter named Zhang Xiaomei. When she was 7, those from Guishu took her life. You joined Guishu to seek vengeance. Later you avenged her, killed that man. But you didn't leave Guishu. You stayed. Because you no longer knew where else to go. Tam Long's eyes reddened. Why are you saying this? I want to ask if you still remember what your daughter looked like. Tam Lang fell silent. His lips trembled. Your daughter had dimples when she smiled. She liked wearing red dresses. She loved candied hawthorn skewers. When she died, she was wearing a red dress, clutching a skewer in her hand. The sugar melted and stuck to her palm, impossible to wash off. You buried her and wept for 3 days. On the 4th day, you joined Guishu. Tam Long's tears fell. Stop. Do you still remember what she looked like? Tam Lang covered his face. His fingers trembled. I don't remember. I held on to it for 20 years, then let it go. The master watched him. If you've forgotten her, will she still remember you? Tam Lang didn't answer. He crouched down, covering his face, shoulders shaking. Chen Ping'an stood nearby, still gripping his tang blade. He didn't know whether to strike. He glanced at his master, who shook his head. Let's go. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Chen Ping'an sheathed his blade and turned to leave. Lin Mo followed behind, then Su Wan with Bai Jiuming bringing up the rear. Chen Wanqing and Chen Qingshan walked ahead of Bai Jiuming. The master trailed last. At the doorway he paused without turning back. Zhang Jingguo. Yes. Your daughter is waiting for you. On the road to reincarnation, she has waited 20 years. Only when you die can you go to her. The master departed and the door closed. Chen Ping'an stood at the stairway watching him go. Master, why not kill him? He won't be killed. He doesn't wish to live anymore. Let him take his own life. When will he die? Soon. He stopped drinking the soul-nourishing liquid. His body will deteriorate gradually. 3 months, 6 months, perhaps a year. When he comes to terms with it, he'll be gone. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. He stepped out through the fertilizer plant's gates, sunlight stinging his face. He squinted against the brightness. Master. Yes. How did you know about his daughter? I spent 3 years in Guishu. Not in vain. Tam Lang dreamed every night calling out Xiaomei. He did so for 3 years. I listened for one. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He got into the car and took the passenger seat. Bai Jiuming started the engine and drove out of the fertilizer plant. Chen Ping'an pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching away. His eyebrows twitched. The black cat perched on his knee, tail draped over his hand. Baozi. Do you think Tam Lang will die? Yes. When he no longer wants to live. Chen Ping'an finished the noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He gazed out the window as green fields scrolled past in vast stretches. Master. Yes. Where does the soul go when a person dies? To reincarnation. What will Tam Long's soul be reborn as? I don't know. The judge of the underworld would know. The car merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes. The black cat's purring sounded like an old engine running steadily. After leaving the fertilizer plant, Chen Ping'an didn't ask Bai Jiuming to drive straight back to Old Street. He parked by the roadside, squatted on the curb alone, took out a pack of crispy noodles he hadn't finished from his bag, and continued eating. Lin Mo got out of the car and stood beside him, watching him eat. Master, you squatting here eating crispy noodles look exactly like elementary school students waiting for their parents to pick them up at our school gate. Chen Ping'an looked up at Lin Mo. Did you also squat by the roadside eating snacks when you were a kid? Oi, I didn't squat. I stood. Squatting is unhygienic. Your master isn't afraid of getting dirty. Your pant legs are covered in dust rubbed off when you squatted at the fertilizer plant entrance. Chen Ping'an looked down at his pant legs. There was indeed dust, 2 large patches of grayish-white, like clouds. He patted them with his sleeve, but they wouldn't come off. Bai Jiuming leaned his head out from the car window. Are you two getting in or not? If not, I'm leaving first. You go ahead. I'll squat here a while longer. Bai Jiuming glanced at Chen Ping'an, then at Lin Mo, shook his head, and started the engine. The black SUV pulled away, the sound of tires rolling over the pavement, fading into the distance until it disappeared entirely. Chen Ping'an remained squatting on the curb, continuing to eat his crispy noodles. Lin Mo crouched down as well, took a bottle of water from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Master, do you think Tang Lang will really die? Yes. How do you know? He doesn't want to live anymore. When a person doesn't want to live, not even the gods can save them. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. Then is it true that his daughter is waiting for him on the road to reincarnation? I don't know. Master said that. Master usually tells the truth, but he does lie too. When he lies, he doesn't blink. Lin Mo looked at Chen Ping'an. How do you know whether he's lying? I've observed him. When he says it's fine, he blinks once. When he says it doesn't hurt, he blinks twice. When he says, your mom already paid, he doesn't blink. That's a lie. Lin Mo put the water away and crouched there, as well watching the traffic passing by on the road. A minivan drove past, followed by a tricycle carrying several baskets of vegetables. An old man rode an electric bike with a thermal delivery box strapped to the back, the Matewan delivery logo printed on it. Master, tell me, Tang Lang's daughter died 20 years ago. If she were reincarnating, wouldn't she have long since gone? She went. But she's waiting for Tang Lang. Can a soul wait this long? Yes. A soul heavy with resentment can wait hundreds of years. But Tang Lang's daughter isn't driven by resentment. She's driven by attachment. She waits for her father. As long as he doesn't come, she won't leave. Chen Ping'an finished his crispy noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He stood up and patted the dust off his pants. The dust on his pant legs didn't come off. It spread more evenly, covering his entire legs in gray. Let's go. Back. We're going back. Bai Jiuming left. How are we getting back? Take a taxi. Chen Ping'an took out his phone and opened the ride-hailing app. The GPS showed he was on a road near the fertilizer plant in the northern part of the city with no landmarks around. He zoomed in on the map, but still couldn't find a name. He zoomed in again, still no name. Lin Mo, take a look at what road this is. Lin Mo took the phone and glanced at it. Unnamed road. It doesn't have a name on the map. How am I supposed to call a taxi? Walk a bit to the main road. The two of them walked along the road for about 10 minutes until they reached an intersection with a proper name. Chen Ping'an called for a car and waited 15 minutes before one arrived. The driver was a young man wearing earphones, humming a tune as he drove. He glanced at Chen Ping'an through the rearview mirror. You two came from the fertilizer plant area? Yeah. That place is haunted. You didn't know? Chen Ping'an paused. Haunted? Yeah. Last time I passed by at night, I saw someone standing at the factory entrance dressed in black, motionless. I honked the horn, but he wouldn't move. I got out to check, and he was gone. Chen Ping'an and Lin Mo exchanged glances. What time did you pass by? Around 1 in the morning. What did the person look like? Couldn't see clearly. It was dark, but he had a smell, sandalwood, quite strong. Sandalwood. In sandalwood. Someone from Guizhou. Don't take that road at night anymore. I'm not taking it during the day either. Taking the long way around. Wasting a bit more fuel is better than running into ghosts. The driver dropped them off at Old Street. Chen Ping'an paid and got out. He stood at the shop entrance gazing at the 3 characters Qinshan Pavilion on the sign. Lin Mo. Yeah. Don't go out at night from now on. I don't go out anyway. Good. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and went inside. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame under the light. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Has Tang Lang died? Not yet. Didn't you say he was close? He is close. But not today. Xiaohe pouted. You've said he's close several times already. This time it's true. Xiaohe looked at him for several long seconds. She knew her master was being stubborn. He was always stubborn. She floated to the front of the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and continued reciting. At the beginning of life, human nature is good. Nature is similar. Habits make them diverge. When she reached the line about improper instruction altering one's nature, she paused and looked at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, what does "if not properly instructed" mean? It means, if one doesn't receive proper education, a person's innate nature will change. Then did your master teach you well? Yes, he did. Then why are you still eating instant noodles? Chen Ping'an took a deep breath. Xiaohe, you asked too many questions. Xiaohe pouted and lowered her head to continue reading. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter, took out a pack of crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and ate noisily. His eyebrows were twitching. The black cat sat on the counter watching his eyebrows, but said nothing. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought decided against it. The next morning Chen Ping'an went to the south of the city, Hongpai Lu. This time he didn't bring many people. Lin Mo followed, Su Wan followed, and Bai Jiuming drove. The master hadn't come, his leg was hurting, and Chen Wanqing had stayed behind at the shop to look after him. Chen Qingshan hadn't come either. He said, if your mother isn't going, neither am I. Chen Wanqing told him, you come with. Chen Qingshan said, I'm not going. Chen Wanqing said, go. The two of them started arguing again. While they were quarreling, Chen Ping'an slipped out with Lin Mo, Su Wan, and Bai Jiuming. A black cat crouched on his shoulder, its tail dangling and brushing gently against his back. Hongpai Lu was an old residential compound. The buildings were constructed in the 1990s, 6 stories tall, with red brick walls. The exterior had been coated with white paint, but unevenly applied. Some sections gleamed white, while others turned gray. Half the grass in the green belt had withered, the other half grown tall and unkempt. A bicycle lay on its side beside a flower bed, its wheel still spinning. Which floor does Lianjun live on? Chen Ping'an asked. The 4th floor. Apartment 401. Bai Jiuming pulled a small notebook from his pocket and flipped it open. She sets up her stall at the antique market every Wednesday afternoon. Today was Thursday, she would be home. Chen Ping'an climbed to the 4th floor and stopped outside 401. The door was a silver security door with a character for fortune pasted on it upside down, but crooked. He took a length of wire from his bag, inserted it into the keyhole, and picked the lock after 2 attempts. It opened. He pushed the door and stepped inside. The room carried a sweet smell. Not the sickly sweetness of fertilizer from the chemical plant, but something richer, heavier, like rotting fruit. The walls were covered floor to ceiling with talisman papers, yellow ones, blue ones, purple ones, densely layered. The cinnabar patterns drawn on the talismans still glowed faintly, like the glowing tails of fireflies. Don't touch anything. The black cat's voice came from his shoulder. There is goo poison inside. Chen Ping'an halted. What kind of poison? Goo venom from the deep mountains of Yunnan. If you enter, the insects will burrow into your skin and lay eggs inside your body. 3 days later they hatch and feed on your internal organs. Chen Ping'an withdrew and closed the door. Standing in the stairwell, he looked at that silver security door. How do we break it? Find Aunt Zhang. She knows these goo arts. Chen Ping'an went downstairs to the compound entrance and dialed Aunt Zhang's number. Aunt Zhang, Hongpai Lu Lianjun's goo house. I can't get in. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Stay at the door? I'll come. After hanging up, Chen Ping'an squatted at the gate, pulled a packet of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and chewed noisily. You're eating instant noodles again, Lin Mo said. I'm hungry. You had 2 steamed buns this morning. That was this morning. It's noon now. Lin Mo didn't respond. About 40 minutes later, Aunt Zhang arrived. She wore a gray jacket and black cloth shoes, carrying a small black canvas bag. Her hair was neatly combed and secured with a silver hairpin. Aunt Zhang, you came. Aunt Zhang walked to the 4th floor and stopped outside 401. She took out a small porcelain flask from the bag, unscrewed the cap, and held the opening close to the gap beneath the door. A pungent odor billowed out, making Chen Ping'an sneeze. Realgar powder. Realgar from the deep mountains of Yunnan, not the cheap stuff sold at pharmacies. Aunt Zhang put the flask away. Wait a quarter of an hour. The insects will come crawling out. They waited roughly 15 minutes. From beneath the door came a tiny black insect no larger than a sesame seed, moving slowly as if drunk. Then another, then a third, a fourth. More and more insects poured from the crack under the door, thick and dense like a dark river. Aunt Zhang removed a small paper packet from her bag, opened it, and scattered white powder over the insects, fine as flour. Where the powder touched, the bugs froze motionless as though encased in ice. Did your sister raise these insects, eh? Chen Ping'an asked. Aunt Zhang's hand paused. Yes. She raised them. After she died, no one fed the insects, and they all perished. Lianjun gathered them and reared them anew with her own blood. They no longer belong to your sister. They belong to Lianjun. After scattering the remaining powder, Aunt Zhang rose. Go in. The insects are gone. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open and entered. The sweet smell lingered, but was fainter than before. The walls were still plastered with talismans, just as before. On the desk sat several books on goo arts. Black garments hung in the wardrobe. On the bed lay a cloth doll with red yarn braided into its hair and 2 crosses stitched onto its face in black thread. Lianjun isn't here. Lin Mo asked. No. She doesn't go to the antique market on Thursdays, but she isn't home either. She may have gone somewhere else. Bai Jiuming walked a full circuit of the room. Her belongings are all here. She'll come back. Chen Ping'an went to the kitchen and lifted the kettle. Half full of water, he took the poison powder Aunt Zhang had given him, poured it into the kettle, replaced the lid, and shook it. Let her drink it when she returns. He set the kettle back in place. Will she drink it? Lin Mo asked. Even if she doesn't, it's fine. The poison loses its potency after a month. If she drinks it within that month, she dies. If not, I'll administer it again. Aunt Zhang looked at him. You've grown ruthless since last time. Chen Ping'an hesitated. Have I? Yes. When you first descended from the mountain, you used to haggle over prices for catching ghosts. Now you poison without blinking. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. The people of Guishu aren't human. They're beasts. Aunt Zhang said nothing further. She turned and walked out of the room. Lian Zhen died 3 days later. Not by poison. She had poisoned the water flask, but Lian Zhen had not drunk it. She could smell it. Those who grew up in the mountains of Yunnan could detect the scent of poison better than any hound. She poured out the water from the flask and replaced it with a fresh one. Zhang Yangyang later found out and said, she is better than me. I administer poison, but she can detect it. I can't detect it. Chen Ping'an asked, then what shall we do? Zhang Yangyang replied, change the method. The method Zhang Yangyang chose was simple, fire. She said, Gu insects fear fire, and so does Lian Zhen. Those from the Yunnan mountains know from childhood that fire can drive away Gu. But Lian Zhen has lived in the city for 20 years and forgotten. Chen Ping'an asked, how do you know she forgot? Zhang Yangyang replied, because she set up a Gu formation inside the room, but did not prepare a fire defense. She has forgotten. That evening, Chen Ping'an, accompanied by Lin Mo Su Wan and by Jiuming, made their way back to Hongpela. Zhang Yangyang went as well, carrying a small black cloth bag. Inside were 3 bottles, one of alcohol, one of gasoline, and one of an unlabeled oil that smelled like rapeseed cooking oil. Chen Ping'an asked why rapeseed oil. Zhang Yangyang replied, to aid combustion. Rapeseed oil burns slowly and lasts long. Alcohol burns fast, but burns out in an instant. Mixed together, they burn fast and long. How do you know all this? I have been burning insects in the mountains of Yunnan for 30 years. Burn enough insects and you learn. The 4 of them, along with a black cat, ascended to the 4th floor. Zhang Yangyang stood before the doorway of room 401A. He poured the 3 oils together and used a small brush to apply the mixture beneath the door crack. She applied it with great care, covering every inch of the door crack, even the door handle. Chen Ping'an asked, even the handle? Zhang Yangyang replied, when she opens the door, her hand will touch the handle. When her hand touches fire, she will recoil. Once she recoils, she cannot escape. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yangyang was serious. After finishing the application, she stepped back a few paces and retrieved a lighter from her cloth bag. The lighter had a transparent plastic shell filled with clear liquid, its surface swaying visibly inside. She flicked it, and a blue flame danced in the darkness. She glanced at Chen Ping'an. Step back. Chen Ping'an retreated a few paces. Lin Mo followed. Su Wan followed Lin Mo. Bai Jiuming remained at the very back. Zhang Yangyang threw the lighter toward the doorway. The flame touched the oil beneath the door crack, and with a sudden whoosh, the entire door burst into flames. The fire burned orange with hints of blue spreading rapidly, from the crack to the door panel, from the panel to the frame, from the frame to the walls. The talismans pasted on the walls ignited one by one, resembling fireworks being set off. From inside the room came a woman's scream. It was not fear, it was rage. Zhang Xiulan. It's you. Zhang Yangyang stood at the doorway, watching the burning door. Her face showed no expression, but light flickered in her eyes. It is I. 20 years have passed, and you still remember me. My sister was not killed by your hand. It was Tanling who killed her. You are an accomplice. You raised goo for her. You used her goo to harm others. I did not. You did. In your goo chamber, those insects were bred by my sister. By using her goo, you became complicit. The screaming inside gave way to coughing. Smoke billowed from beneath the door, dark gray, carrying the acrid stench of burning. Chen Ping'an covered his nose with his sleeve and retreated to the corridor corner. Lin Mo followed. Zhang Yangyang is still at the doorway, Lin Mo said. Chen Ping'an peered out. Zhang Yangyang stood motionless at the entrance. Smoke drifted past her, yet she did not cover her nose or cough. She simply remained there, gazing at the burning door. The fire grew larger. The entire door had turned black, the wood splitting open to reveal glowing red embers within. The doorframe began to burn, and the paint on the walls bubbled, swelled, cracked, and peeled away to expose the concrete beneath. The coughing from inside the room grew progressively weaker. Zhang Yangyang took a small porcelain bottle from her cloth bag, unscrewed the cap, and poured its contents at the doorway. The liquid was colorless and carried the scent of alcohol. What is that? Chen Ping'an asked. Gasoline. Once it is all poured, the fire will grow even fiercer. She threw the porcelain bottle into the flames. It shattered, and the fire roared upward, licking the ceiling. The ceiling paint charred and flaked off in black pieces, falling like dark snow. The coughing inside ceased entirely. Zhang Yangyang stood at the doorway, gazing at the burning door for a long time. Then she turned, walked to the corridor corner, and looked at Chen Ping'an. Let us go? She is dead. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Her face was emotionless, but her eyes were red. Zhang Yangyang, are you all right? I am fine. Dust got in my eyes. There is no dust in the corridor. Zhang Yangyang did not answer. She descended the stairs, her steps steady but slower than usual. Her cloth shoes made no sound against the concrete steps. Chen Ping'an followed behind her, then Lin Mo, then Su Wan with Bai Jiuming bringing up the rear. The four of them and the cat made their way out of the residential compound and stood by the roadside. The night breeze carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus flowers mingled with the rich aroma of beef tallow from a nearby hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yangyang stood beneath the street lamp, pulled a cigarette from her pocket, and held it between her lips without lighting it. Her hands were trembling. The unlit cigarette shook so violently it nearly fell. She steadied it with her fingers, yet the trembling persisted. Zhang Yangyang, do you smoke? No. I just hold it to satisfy the craving. Chen Ping'an watched her. Her hair was tousled from the smoke, her face smudged with ash, and her clothes were stained. She looked less like an elderly vendor selling cold desserts, and more like a firefighter who had just emerged from a blazing inferno. Zhang Yangyang, your sister's vengeance has been served. Zhang Yangyang removed the cigarette from her lips, examined it briefly, then returned it to her mouth. It has been served. That is all that matters. She turned and walked away. Beneath the street lamp, her shadow stretched long across the street, resembling a tall, silent giant. Chen Ping'an stood by the roadside, watching her figure disappear around the corner. Ziba. Yes, master. Lian Zhan is dead. Dead. Burned to death. Did Zhang Yangyang set the fire herself? Yes. She waited 20 years. Chen Ping'an retrieved a packet of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching through them. His eyebrows moved restlessly. Master. Lin Mo called to him. Yes. Your eyebrows are moving. I know. Are you in a bad mood? No. I am hungry. Lin Mo said nothing further. He knew his master was troubled, not because Lian Zhan had died, but because Zhang Yangyang's eyes had reddened. Zhang Yangyang never let her eyes grow red. She sold cold desserts, she shelled edamame, she administered poison, she set fires, yet she never shed tears. But today her eyes were red. Bai Jiuming's car was parked by the roadside. Chen Ping'an climbed into the passenger seat. Lin Mo sat in the back, Su Wan beside him. The black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's lap. The car set off. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat and gazed out the window at the nightscape of Rongcheng. Countless lights twinkling like stars. Bai Jiuming. Yes, master. Tomorrow we seek Wu Chu. Longquanyi, the sword hall. Indeed. Bai Jiuming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Can you still eat? Of course. When hungry one must eat. Otherwise one will perish. Bai Jiuming said nothing further. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an alighted from the car and stood before the shop entrance. The sunlight had long faded and now it was night. Street lamps cast their glow upon the bluestone pavement, dividing it into patches of light and shadow. Grandpa Wang's tea house had already extinguished its lights, while Brother Lu's restaurant still glowed the rhythm of spatula against wok, carrying far into the night. Zhang Yangyang's cold dessert cart had been packed away, its pushcart locked beneath a street lamp. Chen Ping'an pushed open the door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down from the staircase, her crimson padded jacket glowing like a burst of flame in the lamplight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Is Lian Zhan dead? Dead? Did Zhang Yangyang cry, eh? No. Dust got in her eyes. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. There is no dust in the corridor. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Xiaohe, it is time you began reciting the three-character classic. Xiaohe pouted and floated before the counter, opening the three-character classic and beginning her recitation. At the beginning of life, human nature is good. By nature men are nearly alike. By practice they grow remote from each other. Her voice rang clear and bright, melodic as song. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter, retrieved a packet of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and began crunching through them. His eyebrows moved. Master, Lin Mo called to him. Yes. Your eyebrows are moving. I know. Are you upset? No. I am hungry. Lin Mo said nothing further. He understood his master was troubled, not because Lian Zhan had perished, but because Zhang Yangyang's eyes had reddened. Zhang Yangyang never allowed her eyes to grow red. She sold cold desserts, she shelled edamame, she administered poison, she set fires, yet she never wept. But today her eyes were red. Bai Jiuming's car was parked by the roadside. Chen Ping'an climbed into the passenger seat. Lin Mo sat in the back row, Su Wan beside him. The black cat crouched upon Chen Ping'an's knees. The car set in motion. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat, gazing out the window at the nightscape of Rongcheng. Countless lights twinkling like scattered stars across the darkness. Bai Jiuming. Yes, master. Tomorrow we seek Wu Chu. Longquanyi. The sword hall. Indeed. Bai Jiuming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Can you still eat? Of course. When hunger strikes, one must eat. To refuse is to invite death. Bai Jiuming said nothing further. The car arrived at the old street. The black cat perched upon the counter watching his eyebrows. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought it remained silent. Tan Lang died on the 5th day. It was not Chen Ping'an who killed him. He died on his own. Bai Jiuming called from the northern district saying, the chemical fertilizer factory gate was open. Tan Lang was lying on the ground motionless. When Chen Ping'an arrived at the fertilizer factory, Bai Jiuming was standing at the entrance, not going inside. His car was parked by the roadside, the engine still running, the headlights still on. He's dead. By the time I got here he was already cold. I checked his neck. No pulse. His eyelids were open, pupils scattered. Bai Jiuming's voice was flat, but Chen Ping'an noticed his knuckles white around the car keys. Chen Ping'an walked inside. Tan Lang lay on the concrete floor, curled up like a shrimp. His face was turned toward the ground, his expression unreadable. He was wearing a gray jacket, the zipper pulled all the way to the top with a red cord peeking from his collar. Hanging from the cord was a small cloth bag, blue, with white flowers embroidered on it. Chen Ping'an squatted down, removed the small bag from around his neck, and opened it. Inside was a photograph, a black and white picture, its edges yellowed with age. On the photo was a little girl about 6 or 7 years old, her hair in 2 braided pigtails, wearing a red dress, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Xiaomei. Chen Ping'an put the photo back into the bag, tied it shut, and pocketed it. The master walked in from behind, leaning on a stainless steel walking stick. His legs were especially painful today. He paused with every step. Yet he had come anyway. He stood at the doorway, gazing at Tan Lang for a long time. His daughter's name is Zhang Xiaomei. He dreamed of her every night, calling her name. He called it for 20 years. Now he doesn't call it anymore. The master turned and walked out. His cane tapped dong 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 against the ground, the sound echoing through the vast empty factory grounds. Chen Ping'an followed behind. Master, aren't we burying him? No. He's not a human being. He's a beast. Beasts don't need burying. The master reached the car, pulled open the door, and got in. His legs were shaking, not from fear, but from pain. Let's go. Let's head back. Chen Ping'an stood at the factory gate, watching the red iron door. The wind blew out from the factory grounds, carrying the smell of dust and rust and a faint sweet undertone, the scent of soul-nourishing liquid. Tan Lang had been drinking it for 20 years. His body was saturated with it. Now that he was dead, the scent remained. He pulled the iron gate shut, rewound the chain, and locked it. The lock clicked shut with a decisive snap. He got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Bai Jiuming started the engine and drove out of the fertilizer factory. Chen Ping'an took a packet of crispy snack crackers from his bag, tore it open, and crunch, crunch, crunch went the eating. You're eating again, Lin Mo said. I'm hungry. That's 4 packs since you left the house. This 4th pack is the last one. After that I won't eat anymore. Lin Mo said nothing further. The car merged onto the highway. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat and looked out the window. The fields rolled backward, vast stretches of green. In the distance was a village, cooking smoke curling lazily into the air as though someone were preparing a meal. Bowsy, he called out. The black cat popped its head up from the back seat and perched on the center console. Do you think Tan Lang's daughter is still waiting after all these 20 years? She is. A soul burdened with obsession can wait hundreds of years. She's waiting for her father. As long as he doesn't come, she won't leave. Now he's here. Chen Ping'an gazed out the window. Did she recognize him? She did. He is her father. No matter what he became, he is still her father. The car entered a service area. Chen Ping'an got out, used the restroom, bought a bottle of water, and also picked up another pack of crackers. When he got back in the car, Bai Jiuming looked at what was in his hand. You said that was the last pack. This is a new one. New ones don't count. Bai Jiuming didn't respond. The car reached Old Street. Chen Ping'an got out and stood at the shop entrance. Sunlight bathed the bluestone pavement in golden warmth. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall was already set up. She was wiping the table. Spotting Chen Ping'an, she waved. Xiao Chen, the liangxia is ready. Come eat. Chen Ping'an walked over and sat down at the stall. Aunt Zhang ladled them a bowl of liangxia, adding an extra spoonful of brown sugar syrup. The brown sugar syrup was thick and rich, shimmering in the bowl like a bronze mirror. Good. Delicious. Aunt Zhang sat opposite him, watching him eat. Her hands were busy shelling edamame. Squeeze, pop. The beans leaping free from their pods and landing in the bowl with a steady tat-tat-tat rhythm. Aunt Zhang. Tan Lang is dead. Aunt Zhang's hands paused. How did he die, On his own. He stopped drinking the soul-nourishing liquid. His body gave out. Is his daughter still waiting for him? Yes. Aunt Zhang fell silent for a moment and placed the shelled edamame into her bowl. His daughter got what she was waiting for. My sister didn't. She waited 20 years and never got what she wanted. She died. Chen Ping'an set down his bowl. Your sister was waiting for you. She was. When she died, her hand was clenched around a photograph. A photo of me. She took it with her. Chen Ping'an looked at Aunt Zhang. There was no expression on her face, but there was a light in her eyes. Aunt Zhang, did you find her? I found her. Her body was in the mountains, buried beneath a pine tree. I dug her up and saw her hand still clutching that photograph. The photo had rotted away, but my face could still be made out. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He finished the liangxiao in his bowl and set the empty bowl on the cart. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No thanks needed. If you come back alive, treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Aunt Zhang, I haven't even. It's close enough. Aunt Zhang carried her bowl away. Chen Ping'an sat at the stall watching her retreating figure. Her back was slightly hunched, but her steps were steady. He stood up and returned to the shop. Baozi was perched on the counter, his tail swaying lazily. Baozi, Mum, we're going to find Wu Chu tomorrow. Longquanyi, the sword workshop. Is Brother Lu coming? He said he is. He said, Wu Chu is my junior martial brother. I'll kill him with my own hands. Chen Ping'an took another pack of crispy snack crackers from the drawer, tore it open, and crunch, went to eating. His eyebrows were twitching. The black cat watched his eyebrows. It wanted to say, your eyebrows are fighting again, but after a moment's thought it said nothing. It felt today was not the day. Today the master's mood was already sour. Saying anything would only make him more vexed. When the car pulled up to Old Street, the sky was nearly dark. Chen Ping'an stepped out, his legs feeling a bit weak. Not from fear, but from squatting too long. He had eaten 2 packs of crispy noodles squatting at the entrance of the fertilizer plant, then another pack at the service area, having squatted for nearly an hour in total. Lin Mo remarked that his squatting posture while eating resembled someone guarding a toilet. Chen Ping'an retorted, have you ever seen a toilet guard eat crispy noodles? Lin Mo admitted he hadn't. Then don't talk nonsense, Chen Ping'an said. He pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the light. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Is Tan Lang dead? Yes. Did you kill him, Oi? No. He died on his own. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. How does one die on their own? He simply decided he no longer wanted to live, so he stopped living. She lowered her gaze to her own translucent fingers. She contemplated for a long while before looking up. I don't want to die. I want to live. But I'm already dead. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet her eyes levelly. You're still alive. Right here in my heart. Xiaohe paused momentarily, then smiled. Brother Chen, you can say sweet things too. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet. I eat too much instant noodles. The MSG is stimulating my brain. Xiaohe pursed her lips, drifted to the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and began reciting. At birth human nature is good. By nature it is similar. Through habit it grows distant. Her voice rang clear and crisp like singing. Chen Ping'an moved behind the counter and retrieved a pack of little raccoon crispy noodles from the drawer. Lin Mo, standing nearby, spoke up. Master, how many packs have you had today? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. I can't remember. 6 packs. From this morning until now, 6 packs. Chen Ping'an set the crispy noodles aside. Then I won't eat those. I'll switch to instant noodles. He pulled a cup of noodles from beneath the counter, tore off the lid, added the seasoning, poured in hot water, and pressed the lid back down with a fork. His movements flowed seamlessly, practiced over countless years. Lin Mo watched him. Master, your noodle-making technique is more polished than your talisman drawing skills. Chen Ping'an replied, I eat instant noodles every day, but I don't draw talismans daily. Draw too many, and your hands will shake. Lin Mo remained silent. 3 minutes later, Chen Ping'an lifted the lid, steam enveloping his face. He stirred the noodles with a fork, picked one strand, blew on it, and slipped it into his mouth. Chewed twice, swallowed. Master, Lin Mo called out to him. Is Tan Lang's daughter truly waiting for him on the road to reincarnation? That's what Master said. What Master says is generally true. Your master can deceive people too. When he lies, his eyes don't blink. When he says, your mother has already paid, his eyes don't blink. But when he says, your father is your father, his eyes blink once. That's the truth. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. How do you observe things so carefully? I was bored. With nothing to do at Mount Mao, I observed my master. Chen Ping'an finished the noodles and drank the broth. He tossed the cup into the trash, wiped his mouth, and sat down in the chair. The black cat leaped from the counter and approached his feet, gazing up at him. Baozi, tell me, what does Tan Lang's daughter look like? Just as she appears in the photograph. Pigtails, a red dress, smiling brightly. Does she resemble Xiaohe? Not really. Xiaohe is thinner than her, and Xiaohe's eyes are larger. Chen Ping'an gazed toward the staircase. Xiaohe was still reciting from the three-character classic, reaching the line about how uncarved jade cannot become a vessel. Her voice rang clear as spring wind chimes. Baozi, tell me, where is Xiaohe's mother? I don't know, but Xiaohe has been waiting for her for 3 years now. Chen Ping'an rose and approached the staircase, watching Xiaohe. Xiaohe, she lifted her head. Yes. Your mother will come to find you. Her eyes grew red. Ghosts cannot weep, yet a glistening moisture flickered in her sockets. How do you know? Because you are her daughter. She would never forget you. Xiaohe lowered her head, hiding her face behind the book. Her shoulders trembled silently. Chen Ping'an said nothing more. He climbed upstairs and lay on the second floor. The black cat leaped onto his chest and curled into a tight ball. Baozi, we'll seek out Wu Chu tomorrow. Longquanyi, is brother Lu coming? He said he's going. He said, Wu Chu is my junior brother. I'll kill him with my own hands. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. The black cat's purring echoed like an aged engine humming steadily. The next morning, Chen Ping'an was awakened by a knock at the door. Not the shop's front door, but the door to the second floor. Someone was knocking at his door. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. The rhythm was steady, unlike a ghost's. A ghost's knock would either be as light as wind or as heavy as a blow. It wouldn't be so polite. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The black cat had already perked its ears up, golden eyes gleaming in the darkness, fixed on the direction of the door, its tail frozen mid-air. Who's there? He asked. A voice came from outside the door, soft and muffled as though something stood between them. It's me, Linimo. Chen Ping'an reached beneath his pillow and retrieved a blue talisman, then barefoot crossed the room and opened the door. Linimo stood there holding an envelope. A white envelope, no stamp, no postmark. Only 3 characters written on it, Chen Ping'an. The handwriting slanted awkwardly like a child's scrawl, or perhaps an adult deliberately distorting their strokes to avoid recognition. The edges of the envelope were slightly crumpled, as though it had been clenched in someone's hand for some time. When did you receive this? Chen Ping'an took the envelope. I don't know. I found it on the floor when I woke up, slid under the door. Lin Mo's tone was even, but Chen Ping'an noticed he was gripping a blue talisman in his other hand, his knuckles white. I checked. There's no scent of sandalwood on the envelope. It's not one of Guishu's tricks. But I didn't open it to see what was inside. Chen Ping'an tore open the envelope. Inside was a slip of ordinary lined paper torn from a notebook, the edges rough and uneven. A single line was written on the note, the handwriting slanted and awkward, but the strokes pressed so hard that the pen tip had torn through the paper. Don't go to the red sign building. Don't go to the goo room. No signature, no date. Chen Ping'an turned the note over. The back was blank. He held it up to the light, looking for watermarks or hidden patterns, but there were none. Just an ordinary scrap of paper. Who wrote this? Linimo leaned in for a look. I don't know, but the writer deliberately skewed the handwriting to hide their identity. And they wrote in such haste. The strokes tore through the paper. They were either rushing or deeply anxious. Chen Ping'an folded the note and placed it in his pocket. Someone doesn't want us going to the red sign building. Someone from Lianjin. Possibly. Could be someone else entirely. The black cat leapt from the bed and walked to Chen Ping'an's feet, looking up at him. Let me see that. Chen Ping'an took out the note, unfolded it, and laid it on the ground. The cat lowered its head and nose close to the paper, sniffing. It sniffed for a long time from one end of the paper to the other, then back again. There's a scent, the cat said, raising its head. Sandalwood. Not sandalwood, but ordinary sandalwood. The kind burned in temples. Warm, faint. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. Lutsuan. Possibly. She carries that sandalwood scent. Your master once said that every time she visits the shop, she has that fragrance on her. She claims it's from burning incense and praying to Buddha, but your master said she doesn't believe in Buddha. She believes only in herself. Chen Ping'an put the note away and went downstairs. His master was already seated behind the counter, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold. He hadn't drunk it. He was waiting for someone. Seeing Chen Ping'an come down, he set the teacup down. An anonymous letter. Yes. What does it say? Red sign building. The goo room. Don't go. His master was silent for a moment. He took off his reading glasses, placed them on the table, and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was written by Lutsuan. Chen Ping'an sat opposite his master. Why is she helping us? She isn't helping us. She is helping herself. She doesn't want Lianjin to die. Lianjin is her friend. Friends among the people of Guishu. Yes. They came out of the mountains in Yunnan together. Joined Guishu together. Caused harm together. Committed murder together. They are friends. Even a villain's friend is still a friend. The master lifted the cold tea and took a sip, his brow furrowing at the bitterness, but he did not set the cup down and drank again. Lutsuan wrote this letter not to save Lianjin. She is trying to save herself. If Lianjun dies, she loses a friend, and she already has very few. Chen Ping'an looked at his master. Then should we still go? Go? Lianjun is one of Guixiu. She deserves to die. The master set down his teacup. But be careful when you go. Lu Tsuan wouldn't harm you, but Lianjun would. She isn't the one who wrote the letter. She is the one the letter warns about. Chen Ping'an stood up and walked to the door. Sunlight fell upon the bluestone path in golden hues. A few people waited in line at Aunt Zhang's Liangxia stall. The scent of jasmine tea drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house, and fresh vegetables were stacked at the entrance of Brother Lu's restaurant. Everything was perfectly normal. Lin Mo, let's go. Where are we going? The Red Sign Building. At Hongpai Building, Chen Ping'an did not head upstairs immediately. He stood at the entrance of the residential compound, withdrew the anonymous letter from his bag, and read it once more. Hongpai Building. The Gu Chamber. Do not go. The handwriting was crooked, yet the strokes were so forceful that the pen tip had torn through the paper. The writer was either in a great hurry or deeply nervous. He folded the note and slipped it into his pocket, then took out a compass from his bag and rested it flat upon his palm. The needle spun once before settling, pointing toward the building with a faint tremor. There is something inside. Chen Ping'an put the compass away. What? Goo. Many of them. The compass needle is shaking, which means whatever is inside is moving. Alive. Aunt Zhang approached from behind. Today she was not wearing her usual deep blue padded jacket, but a gray one and black cloth shoes on her feet. She carried a small black cloth bag bulging with an unidentified contents. She stopped beside Chen Ping'an and looked toward the building. Is she still inside? I do not know, but the insects remain. Aunt Zhang retrieved a small porcelain bottle from the cloth bag, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled its scent. Realgar powder. Enough. If not, I have more. She returned the bottle to the bag and drew out a handful of incense sticks. They were yellow and thin, carrying the fragrance of medicinal herbs. She lit the incense and planted it in the flower bed at the compound entrance. The smoke rose in curling ribbons, not straight upward, but gathering into small cloud-like clusters. What is this? Lin Mo asked. Pathfinding incense. Wherever the smoke drifts, that is where the insects are. Aunt Zhang watched the rising smoke. The smoke drifted to the left, then to the right, and finally rose straight upward. The insects are not on the ground floor. They are upstairs. The four of them, Chen Ping'an, Lin Mo, Aunt Zhang, and the black cat, proceeded upstairs. The black cat perched upon Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail dangling and brushing gently against his back with each step. Half of the corridor lights were burned out. Some floors lay in darkness, others in illumination, the alternating patches resembling strips of black and white film that had been cut apart. On the fourth floor, Chen Ping'an stopped before the door of apartment 401. It was closed. A charred Fu character was pasted upon it upside down, but askew, tilted like a drunken man. A white note was tucked beneath the door gap, the same kind of paper as the anonymous letter. Chen Ping'an bent to retrieve it and unfolded it. One line was written upon the note, the handwriting somewhat neater than that of the anonymous letter, yet still uneven. I have left. Do not look for me. This is from Lianjun. Aunt Zhang took the note, examined it, and said, she is gone. She knew we were coming. Chen Ping'an slipped the note into his pocket, drew a thin iron wire from his bag, and inserted it into the keyhole, working it twice. The lock yielded. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A sweet odor permeated the room. The same fragrance as before, but far stronger, so cloying it bordered on nauseating like rotting fruit. The walls were plastered with talisman papers, yellow, blue, and purple, as before. But upon the floor was something else, insects. Many insects, small and black, crawling across the ground. They moved with great slowness, staggering, as though intoxicated, some overturned with their 6 legs, flailing uselessly in the air, unable to right themselves. Step back. Aunt Zhang took the small porcelain bottle from her cloth bag, unscrewed the cap, and scattered the white powder upon the floor. The powder was fine, resembling flour. The insects that touched the powder went still, stiffening, as though frozen. Some continued to struggle, their legs twitching, but their movements grew increasingly sluggish until they too fell motionless. Lianjun raised these insects. She knew she was dying, so she released them all. Aunt Zhang's voice was soft. She wanted the insects to bite us. But they had been hungry for too long and had lost their strength. After 3 days of starvation, the insects grew weak. After 7 days they died. These have gone 5 days without food, half dead, half alive. Chen Ping'an gazed at the stiffened insects upon the floor. Where is Lianjun? I do not know. She is not in this room. Chen Ping'an stepped further inside. The books on the desk remained. The clothes in the wardrobe remained. The cloth doll on the bed remained. But Lianjun was gone. She had left. Perhaps she had caught the scent of poison, perhaps she had seen the anonymous letter, perhaps she had received word of something. She had left. A half-filled glass of water still sat on the table, a layer of ash floating upon its surface. The quilt on the bed was folded neatly, and a book lay pressed beneath the pillow. Chen Ping'an opened the book and found a photograph tucked within its pages. The photograph showed a young woman dressed in ethnic minority attire standing before towering mountains, smiling radiantly. Beside her stood a younger woman with a ponytail, also smiling. It was Aunt Zhang. "Is this your sister?" Chen Ping'an handed the photograph to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang took the photograph and studied it. Her fingers traced the edges slowly, one motion after another. "Yes, Zhang Xiaoying. She was very beautiful when she was young." She placed the photograph in her pocket. "I have searched for this photograph for 20 years. I never found it. She took it with her. Will she come back?" Chen Ping'an stood in the center of the room and looked around. "No," Aunt Zhang replied, securing the powder. "She will not return. She knows we mean to kill her. People from the mountains of Yunnan can sense murderous intent. Then where do we find her?" Aunt Zhang fell silent for a moment. "There is no need to search. She will come to us. People from the mountains of Yunnan never let grievances go unavenged. You burned her goo chamber. She will come for you." Chen Ping'an closed the door and locked it. "Let us go. We wait for her." They descended the stairs and stood at the compound entrance. Sunlight fell upon their faces, warm and gentle. Aunt Zhang pulled the pathfinding incense from the flower bed. It had burned down completely, leaving only a small stub. She crushed the ember and cast it into the trash bin. "Master, will Lianjin come after us?" Lin Mo asked. "Yes." Aunt Zhang said it herself. "Grievances are never left unavenged." "Then shall we wait?" "We do not wait. We go find Wu Chu. One at a time." Bai Jioming's car was parked along the street. Chen Ping'an climbed in and took the passenger seat. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, Aunt Zhang beside him, and the black cat perched upon Aunt Zhang's lap. She stroked the cat's back slow and steady. The cat did not resist. "Where to?" Bai Jioming asked. "Longquanyi, the Taoist temple." The car arrived in Longquanyi. Wu Chu's sword shop lay hidden within a narrow alley, modest and storefronted sign bearing the 4 characters Wu Chu Daoguan carved as though scored by a blade. The door stood shut, curtains drawn against the world within. Chen Ping'an stepped from the vehicle and halted at the threshold. Brother Lu descended from the rear seat, the cleaver already gripped in his hand. The blade was dark as midnight, its edge gleaming with cold brilliance. Today he wore no apron, but a deep blue jacket zipped to the collar. "Brother Lu, are you certain you wish to enter?" "Certain. Wu Chu is my junior brother. I will kill him myself." Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. Beyond lay a modest hall, several wooden training posts arrayed within. Various blades hung upon the walls. Long sabers, short swords, miao dao tang dao. The air carried the sharp tang of rust intermingled with aged timber. A lone figure stood at the hall's center. In his 40s, lean and tall, clad in black training garments. In his hand rested a cleaver identical to Brother Lu's, dark as ink, its edge flashing with chilling light. "Senior brother." Wu Chu's voice emerged heavy, wrung from the depths of his chest. "I am no longer your senior brother." Brother Lu raised his cleaver. "The moment you abandoned the sect, that bond was severed." Wu Chu fixed his gaze upon the blade in Lu's hand. "Master's sword." "Yes. Master passed it to me." "And yours?" Wu Chu lifted his cleaver. "Also Master's. He gifted us both, one for each. Yours is the demon-slaughtering blade. Mine is the ghost-severing cleaver." Lu studied the weapon in Wu Chu's grasp. "How many have you felled with it?" "Many. I have lost count." "Have you struck Master?" Wu Chu fell silent. "You have struck Master." Brother Lu's voice remained flat. "When you betrayed the sect, Master stood before you. You struck him. He did not die, but you did wound him." Wu Chu cast his gaze downward, fixing upon the cleaver in his own hands. "I never intended it. He blocked my path. I shoved him. The blade merely glanced past. It grazed him. Blood flowed. You fled. He lay bedridden for 3 months. In the 3rd month he died, not of the wound itself, but of rage and grief. You killed him with your actions." Wu Chu's hands trembled. "Senior brother, do not call me that." Brother Lu raised his cleaver and charged toward Wu Chu. Wu Chu likewise raised his blade. The 2 cleavers collided with a piercing shriek, like 2 fragments of metal screaming in agony. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway watching them fight. He did not move. This was Brother Lu's vengeance, not his to intervene. Lin Mo stood beside him, fingers clenched around a blue talisman. "Master, do you think Brother Lu can win?" "I cannot say. But he wishes to fight. Let him fight." The 2 cleavers flashed cold beneath the lamplight. Brother Lu's technique was steady, measured, unhurried, yet precise. Wu Chu's blade work was swift strikes coming one after another like a tempest. But speed breeds instability, and stability demands slowness. Brother Lu was the man of steadiness. After roughly 5 minutes, Wu Chu's cleaver flew from his hand. Brother Lu's blade pressed against his throat. "Senior brother, I told you, do not call me that. Brother Lu's cleaver descended, not upon the neck, but the shoulder. A gash split open across Wu Chu's shoulder, blood welling and spilling. He dropped to his knees, clutching the wound. This strike is rendered on behalf of Master. Brother Lu struck again, landing upon Wu Chu's opposite shoulder. This one I claim for myself. You owe me this debt. Wu Chu knelt upon the floor, head bowed, saying nothing. Blood streamed from his shoulders, pooling upon the ground in steady rhythmic drops like rain. Leave. Do not let me see you again. Brother Lu sheathed his cleaver and turned, walking toward the door. Wu Chu remained kneeling, watching his silhouette recede. Senior brother. Brother Lu did not look back. Chen Ping'an followed him from the shop. Sunlight struck his face, harsh and bright. At the threshold, Brother Lu raised his cleaver and examined the blade against the light. No blood stained the edge. His cuts had been precise, through fabric and flesh alone, sparing bone. He did not wish to kill him. He only wished him to feel pain. Brother Lu, you will not kill him. No. He does not belong to Goetiu. He merely walked the wrong path. Chen Ping'an studied Brother Lu. Brother Lu's face betrayed little, yet something kindled within his eyes. Let us go. Return. They climbed into the vehicle. Bai Jioming started the engine, and they pulled from the narrow alley. Master, Lin Mo called to Chen Ping'an. Brother Lu's master was driven to death by Wu Chu. Yes. Then does Wu Chu count as a murderer? By every measure, yes. But the law cannot reach him. Let Brother Lu be the judge. Lin Mo fell silent. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an stepped out and stood before the shop entrance. Sunlight bathed the bluestone pavement in gold. A few customers waited in line before Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall. From Old Man Wang's tea house drifted the fragrance of jasmine tea. Before Brother Lu's restaurant, freshly delivered vegetables rested at the door. Brother Lu alighted from the car and entered the restaurant. He fastened his apron, lifted the cleaver, and began chopping vegetables. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of blade upon board echoed as it always had. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway, watching Brother Lu's back. Is he all right? The black cat crouched at his feet. He will be. Those 2 strikes released what he carried. The anger has passed. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like fire in the sunlight. Brother Chen, you're back. I have returned. Did Wu Chu die? No. Brother Lu did not kill him. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. Then why spare him? Because he chose not to. Xiaohe pursed her lips, floated toward the counter, and opened the 3-character classic to continue her recitation. Chen Ping'an moved behind the counter, retrieved a packet of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and ate with crunching sounds. His eyebrows moved with each bite. The black cat perched upon the counter, watching those animated eyebrows. It considered speaking, then thought better of it. Longquanyi lay to the east of Rongcheng, about an hour's drive away. Chen Ping'an leaned back in the passenger seat, pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating the crumbs scattered on his lap, glinting like gold dust. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, holding a notebook and sketching on it. Su Wan slept beside him, her head tilted and resting against his shoulder. Her breathing was light, her eyelashes long, casting shadows like small fans in the sunlight. Master, where exactly is Wu Chu's blade hall in Longquanyi? Lin Mo asked without looking up. Bai Jioming, where? Chen Ping'an mumbled around a mouthful. Bai Jioming glanced at him through the rearview mirror. On the old street of Longquanyi. Down an alley. The storefront isn't large. The sign reads Wu Chu Blade Hall. You've been there? Passed by. Didn't go in. The door was closed, curtains drawn, couldn't see inside. Anyone home? Don't know. But there's a broom at the entrance leaning against the wall. It's new, not old. Someone lives there. Chen Ping'an finished his noodles, crumpled the bag into a ball, and stuffed it into the door compartment. The compartment was already stuffed with several empty bags bulging like a small landfill. Lin Mo glanced over, said nothing. The car exited the highway and entered Longquanyi. It was larger than Chen Ping'an had imagined. A main street ran east to west, flanked by 3- and 4-story buildings, shops on the ground floor, residences above. The street wasn't crowded, only a few tourists with backpacks passing by. Bai Jioming parked at the alley entrance and killed the engine. Let's walk in. The alley is too narrow for the car. The 4 stepped out of the car. Chen Ping'an carried a backpack, Lin Mo a school bag, Su Wan bore nothing, and Bai Jioming walked with empty hands. A black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail dangling and brushing against his back. Sunlight fell upon the old street, the bluestone path, baking hot beneath their feet, warmth rising from the soles of their shoes. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk abreast. The walls on either side were gray brick, some patches covered in dark green moss. Along the base ran a row of drainage ditches, dry now, filled only with compacted soil and withered leaves. The air carried an indescribable scent. Not osmanthus, not hot pot, but something of wood and rust mixed together like an old house that had long been abandoned. We're here. Bai Jiuming stopped. The Wuchu Blade Hall stood at the end of the alley, modest in size, with double wooden doors whose black paint had peeled away in places, revealing grayish-white wood beneath. Above the doorway hung a wooden plaque inscribed with the characters, Wuchu Blade Hall, the strokes bold and rough as though carved by a blade, their crevices darkened with years of accumulated grime. The door was closed, curtains drawn, nothing visible within. A broom leaned against the threshold, its bamboo handle still green with freshness. Chen Ping'an walked to the door and gave it a push. The door was unlocked and creaked open with a shrill groan. The hinge hadn't been oiled in years, sounding like a mouse's squeak. Beyond the door lay a hall modest in size, perhaps 30 to 40 square meters. The floor was paved with blue bricks, grass sprouting between the cracks. The walls hung with an array of blades. Long swords, short blades, miao dao tang, dao willow leaf sabers, goosequill sabers. Scabbards of which sharkskin, copper, and iron lined the walls. The blades gleamed with a dull, subdued light. In the center of the hall stood several wooden stakes, their surfaces crisscrossed with cuts, deep and shallow, fresh and old, layered densely like a face drawn over and over again. A man stood in the middle of the hall. In his 40s, tall and lean, dressed in a black training uniform, its cuffs frayed and the collar whitened with wear. His hair was cropped short. His face bore no wrinkles, but deep bags hung beneath his eyes as though he hadn't slept in days. In his hand he held a kitchen knife, its blade dark, its edge gleaming coldly. 3 talismanic marks were carved along the spine, identical to those on Lu Ji's blade. Wuchu. He stood motionless like a statue. His gaze moved from the doorway to Chen Ping'an, to Lin Amo, to Su Wan, to Bai Jiuming, and finally to the black cat. His eyes swept over each of them and settled on Chen Ping'an. You are Chen Ping'an? Yes. Where is my senior brother? At the shop. He didn't come. Wuchu's lips twitched slightly. Not a smile, but the expression of one who knows he is unwanted. He doesn't want to see me. He hates me. He doesn't hate you. He simply doesn't want to see you. Wuchu lowered his head, looking at the kitchen knife in his hand. The talismans on the blade caught the dim light. When I left, the sect master blocked my path. He stood before me and said, "You cannot go." I told him to move. He refused. I pushed him. The blade swung forward. His voice was faint. I didn't mean to, but the blade cut through. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He stood at the doorway, neither advancing nor retreating. Master bled so much. I ran. I ran for 20 years. Never went back to see him. When he died, I didn't return either. Wuchu looked up at Chen Ping'an. My senior brother's hatred toward me is deserved. He doesn't hate you. He simply doesn't want to see you, Chen Ping'an repeated. Wuchu fell silent for a long time. He gazed at the knife in his hand, the talismans upon it, the worn rope wrapped around its handle until it shone. He struck me twice. Once on Master's behalf, once of his own accord. His cuts were precise. He avoided the bone. He didn't want to kill me. He knows you don't belong to the Void Retreat. You merely took a wrong path. Tears welled in Wuchu's eyes and spilled over. He didn't wipe them away, letting them trace paths down his chin and drip onto the blue bricks. I went astray. Strayed for 20 years. I can't return. You can. The road lies beneath your feet. Wuchu looked up at Chen Ping'an. His eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. You remind me of my master. He would say such things. He told me, the road is beneath your feet, just walk back. I walked for 20 years, yet never returned. Because you were going in circles. The path wasn't wrong, your direction was. Wuchu fell silent. He set the kitchen knife on the ground. The blade struck the blue brick with a crisp ring. He crouched down and buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway watching Wuchu. He neither entered nor left. Lu Gu approached from behind. He wore a dark blue jacket zipped to the collar, his hands empty. He came to stand beside Chen Ping'an and looked down at Wuchu crouched on the ground. Senior brother. Wuchu's voice came muffled through his fingers. Lu Gu did not answer. He walked over and crouched before Wuchu, looking at him for a long time. Stand up. Wuchu raised his head and looked at Lu Gu. His face was covered in tears, his eyes red, his nose flushed. Stand up. Let's go home. Wuchu rose to his feet. He was half a head taller than Lu Gu, but bowed his head to look at him. Senior brother, Enough. Let's go home. Lu Gu turned and walked out. Wuchu followed behind him, his steps light, nearly silent. At the doorway he paused and glanced back at the blades on the wall. They gleamed dully in the light. He looked at them for a long while, then turned and left. Chen Ping'an stood in the hall gazing at the empty room. The blades on the wall remained. The carved marks on the wooden stakes remained. The blue bricks beneath their feet remained. The person was gone. Master, Linimo called out to him. Will Wuchu come back? No. He has gone home. Chen Ping'an turned and walked out. Lin Mo followed behind him, Su Wan followed Lin Mo, and Bai Jiuming brought up the rear. The black cat perched once more on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail dangling, brushing softly against his back. They reached the alley mouth, sunlight blasting their faces, blinding. Chen Ping'an squinted. Lu Gu stood beside the car, Wu Chu at his side. Neither spoke. Chen Ping'an got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. Bai Jiuming started the engine and drove out of Longquanyi. Chen Ping'an pulled another pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. Master, did Lu Gu truly forgive Wu Chu? No, but he no longer wishes to hate. He has harbored hatred for 20 years. He is tired. Lin Mo said nothing more. He looked out the window. The fields rolled backward, vast stretches of green. Wu Chu's blade remained on the ground. After returning from Longquanyi, Chen Ping'an had been unable to stop thinking about that sword, the Zhanggue Ren. Master Lu's master had passed down 2 blades, the Lu Yao Run and the Zhanggue Ren. The Lu Yao Run was in Master Lu's hands while the Zhanggue Ren rested in Wu Chu's possession. But Wu Chu no longer wanted it, leaving it on the floor of the blade pavilion. Master, he doesn't want that blade anymore. Lin Mo asked. No, he's going home. It's a fine blade. Indeed it is. But he no longer wants it. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. Shall we go retrieve it? Chen Ping'an looked at him. I will. I'm in need of a blade. The Tang sword is too heavy for me to wield. Chen Ping'an contemplated this. Lin Mo's swordsmanship was still in its early stages, and the Tang sword was indeed heavy. He swung it like an iron bar each time, and after 100 strikes his arms grew too tired to lift. A Zhanggue Ren, being a kitchen blade, was lighter than a Tang sword and far more suitable for him. Very well, let's go get it. Bai Jiuming drove, and the 3 of them headed back to Longquanyi. The door of the blade pavilion remained unlocked, standing ajar. Chen Ping'an pushed it open and stepped inside. The hall was empty, the blades on the walls still hung in place, the cut marks on the wooden stumps remained untouched, and the bluestone tiles beneath their feet were unchanged. The Zhanggue Ren still lay on the ground, its blade body dark as midnight, the edge gleaming with cold light. Beside it was a small wet patch, not water but tears. Wu Chu had knelt here and wept. Lin Mo walked over and bent down to pick up the blade. It was heavy, far heavier than it appeared. His wrist sank slightly under the weight, and he quickly grasped it with both hands. So heavy, far lighter than your master's Tang sword. Lighter. This is still heavy. Lin Mo raised the blade to the light and examined it. The runes etched into the blade shimmered with a dull, muted glow under the lamplight. The wrapped cord around the hilt had been worn smooth and shiny by years of use. Some sections had broken and been re-wrapped, though not very neatly. Master Lu's master wrapped this, Chen Ping'an said. He wasn't skilled at tying cord. Ugly work, but he tied it tightly. It hasn't loosened in 20 years. Chen Ping'an approached Lin Mo and looked at the blade. This blade has accompanied Wu Chu for 20 years. How many people he has slain, even he doesn't know. Now it follows you. Lin Mo slid the blade into the scabbard at his waist. The scabbard was what Wu Chu had left behind, black sharkskin, severely worn. The hilt protruded from its mouth, and the color of the wrapped cord contrasted sharply against the black of the scabbard. Master, does this blade have a name? Yes. The Zhanggue Ren. Zhanggue Ren. Slaying demons and banishing evil, Lin Mo murmured, stroking the hilt. A fine name. They stepped out of the blade pavilion, and sunlight struck their faces sharp and glaring. Chen Ping'an narrowed his eyes. Lin Mo walked behind him, his hand resting on the hilt, fingers tracing the wrapped cord again and again. Master, will Wu Chu come back? No, he has gone home. Where is his home? Hunan, his ancestral village. He hasn't been back in 20 years. Is his mother still alive? I don't know, but he is on his way back. They climbed into the car. Bai Jiuming started the engine and drove away from Longquanyi. Chen Ping'an took a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunched away. Lin Mo sat in the back seat, drawing the Zhanggue Ren from its scabbard and wiping the blade with his sleeve. A thin layer of dust coated the surface, once wiped away, the dark iron beneath emerged. His fingers traced the runes, feeling the uneven grooves carved into the metal. Master, how many people has this blade slain? I don't know, but surely many. Wu Chu spent 20 years in Goeishu. He could not have avoided killing people. Lin Mo's fingers paused. Did he kill good people or bad? Both. When he first joined Goeishu, he killed the wicked. Later he could no longer tell the difference. Good or bad, they all fell to his blade. Lin Mo slid the sword back into its scabbard. I will not strike down good people. I know. You won't even kill ghosts. You only draw talismans. Talismans can slay ghosts as well. No blade needed. Chen Ping'an glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. You are more patient than your master. Master can endure as well. He simply refuses to. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal. He finished the crispy noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and stuffed it into the door compartment. The car arrived at the old street. Chen Ping'an stepped out and stood before the shop entrance. Sunlight bathed the bluestone path in golden hues. Several people queued before Aunt Zhang's lianxia stall. The fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house. At the entrance of Brother Lu's vegetable shop, freshly delivered produce was stacked in neat piles. Brother Lu stood at the doorway of his shop with Wu Chu beside him. Neither spoke. Chen Ping'an walked over. Brother Lu hasn't Wu Chu left yet. He leaves tomorrow. Staying at my place tonight. Chen Ping'an looked at Wu Chu. His face was unreadable, but something flickered in his eyes. Wu Chu, my apprentice, has taken your blade. Wu Chu looked at the Zhang Gui run at Lin Mo's waist. The sharkskin on the scabbard was heavily worn. It was his own scabbard. He gazed at it for a long time. Take it. It's a fine blade. Don't let it go to waste. Lin Mo placed his hand on the hilt. I will make good use of it. Wu Chu's lips curled upward slightly. Not a smile, but that look. The expression of someone who knew he had been surpassed. Chen Ping'an returned to the shop. Xiaohe floated down the stairs, her red padded jacket blazing like fire in the lamplight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Has Wu Chu left? Not until tomorrow. Xiaohe tilted her head and thought about it. He made mistakes, yet he can still go home. How wonderful. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet Xiaohe's gaze. You can go home too. This place is your home. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the breeze. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter, retrieved a pack of crispy noodles from a drawer, tore it open, and crunched away. His eyebrows twitched. The black cat perched on the counter watching his eyebrows. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought said nothing. Aunt Zhang came to the shop the day after Lianjin's death. She carried a bowl of lianxia and set it on the counter. The brown sugar syrup was thick and rich, shimmering like a bronze mirror in the bowl. The lianxia had just been made and was still steaming. The fragrance of brown sugar mingled with osmanthus blossoms enough to make one's mouth water. Xiao Chen, try the lianxia. Chen Ping'an set down his pen, lifted the bowl, and took a sip. It was sweet. Delicious. Eat more then. Aunt Zhang sat opposite him and pulled a photograph from her pocket, placing it on the table. In the photograph was a young woman wearing traditional ethnic clothing, standing before towering mountains with a bright smile. Beside her stood an even younger woman with a ponytail, also grinning. Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, what was your sister's name? Zhang Xiaoying. The same characters as graceful and heroic. She's more beautiful than you. Aunt Zhang's lips curved slightly. She was prettier than me since childhood. The villagers would say Xiaoying is pretty, Xiaolan is not. My mother used to say, what good is beauty? Can it fill your stomach? My father would reply, yes. Marry well, and you'll have food. Chen Ping'an looked at Aunt Zhang. Did your sister marry? No. She learned Gu magic. No one dares marry a woman who knows Gu, afraid she might curse them. Aunt Zhang's voice grew soft. She didn't care. She said, if I can't marry, then I won't. I'll raise Gu and you'll sell lianxia. We'll make a life together. Later she went down the mountain and never returned. Chen Ping'an set down his bowl. Why did she leave the mountain? To find someone. A man she had met on the mountain. A tourist from below. He told her, I'll wait for you. She believed him. She descended the mountain to find him, and she found him. But he already had a wife. He said, I'm sorry, I deceived you. She said nothing. She came back. And after returning, she never smiled again. Aunt Zhang traced her sister's face in the photograph with her fingers. The picture had faded, but the contours were still visible. Big eyes, a high nose, bridge, her mouth slightly upturned. And then, oi. Later the people of Guishu found her. They said, your Gu art is remarkable. Come work for us. She went. She thought she could earn money and live a good life. But she never earned a single coin. She died. Chen Ping'an gazed at Aunt Zhang. How did she die, eh? Tanling killed her. He wanted her Gu worms. She refused. So he killed her and took them. Later those Gu worms came into Lianjin's hands, and Lianjin used her Gu to harm people. Aunt Zhang turned the photograph over. On the back was a line of elegant handwriting. Sister, I'm going down the mountain. Wait for me to return. The date was 20 years ago. She never came back, Aunt Zhang said, placing the photograph inside her pocket. I waited 20 years. Never saw her again. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. Aunt Zhang, do you hate Guishu? I did. I hated them for 20 years. But not anymore. Tamling is dead. Lianjin is dead. Wenxiu is dead. Juman is dead. Wuxiu has returned home. Pejun has returned home. Lu Ciyuan still lives, but she too will die one day. Do you want to kill Lu Ciyuan? No. She is my master's disciple. If my master won't kill her, neither will I. Chen Ping'an looked at Aunt Zhang. Her face showed no expression, but there was a light in her eyes. Aunt Zhang, will you continue selling lianxia? Yes. If not selling lianxia, then what would I do? Won't you go back home? This is my home. I waited here for 20 years, and in the end I found you. Where you are, there is where I stay. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the liangxiao in his bowl. The brown sugar syrup had been drained, leaving only a few strands at the bottom, slippery and impossible to scoop up. He lifted the bowl and tipped the last bites into his mouth. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No thanks needed. When you return alive, treat me to wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Aunt Zhang, I haven't. It's soon. That girl Yiling. There's you in her eyes. Chen Ping'an's ears reddened as well. How could you tell? I am a witch. Witches can read people's eyes. When Yiling looks at you, it's different from how she looks at others. When she looks at others, her eyes are cold. But when she looks at you, they're warm. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He didn't know whether Aunt Zhang's words were true, but he hoped they were. Aunt Zhang rose carrying the empty bowl and walked out. Her steps were steady, her cloth shoes making no sound on the bluestone path. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, took a packet of Zio Wangxing crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunch, crunch, crunch. His eyebrows twitched. Baozi. The black cat crouched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Do you think what Aunt Zhang said was true? What was true? That Yiling's eyes are warm when she looks at me. The black cat was silent for a moment. Can't you tell for yourself? I can't. Then you're blind. Chen Ping'an finished the crispy noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and tossed it into the trash bin. He missed. The wrapper hit the floor. He bent down to pick it up and threw again. This time it went in. I'm not blind. I just don't know how to read them. Then learn. Learn from whom? From Aunt Zhang. She's a witch. Witches know how to read people's eyes. Chen Ping'an thought about it, and found the black cat's words reasonable. But he felt too embarrassed to ask Aunt Zhang. He decided to learn on his own. He walked to the doorway and looked out at the old street. Sunlight spilled across the bluestone path, turning it golden. Several people were queuing at Aunt Zhang's liangxiao stall. An older woman said, "Add more brown sugar," and Aunt Zhang replied, "All right," scooping a generous spoonful. He watched Aunt Zhang's eyes. They were small but deep, like two ancient wells. When she looked at the older woman, her gaze was flat, undisturbed. But when she looked at him, her eyes were warm, as though light shone from within. Baozi. I think I figured something out. Figured what out? Aunt Zhang's eyes are warm when she looks at me too. The black cat's tail flicked once. She waited 20 years for you. It'd be strange if they weren't warm. Chen Ping'an's lips curved upward. He turned and walked back into the shop, sat behind the counter, took out another packet of Zio Wangxing crispy noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunch, crunch, crunch. His eyebrows moved. The black cat watched his eyebrows. It wanted to say, "Your eyebrows are fighting again," but after a moment's thought said nothing. It felt today was not the day. The master was in a good mood. If the eyebrows wanted to wrestle, let them. Lian Zhen came 7 days after Aunt Zhang set the fire. That evening, Chen Ping'an was drawing talismans in his shop. Purple talismans, his 20th one. His eyebrows twitched, the left one rising, the right one sinking. Lin Mo stood beside him watching, saying nothing. He was used to it. His master's eyebrows had their own will, and no one could control them. The door was pushed open. A woman stepped inside wearing a black trench coat, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was pale, her lips painted a dark crimson, her deep brown eyes with pupils as small as pinpricks. In her hand, she held a short sword, its blade carved with dense runes. She was not Lu Siyuan. She was Lian Zhen. Chen Ping'an set down his brush and regarded the woman. Lian Zhen. It is I. Her voice was cold like winter wind. You burned my goo chamber. Aunt Zhang burned it. She is your person. You burned it. Chen Ping'an stepped out from behind the counter and stood before Lian Zhen. He drew the Tang sword at his waist. The scabbard clicked against his belt buckle with a crisp ring. What do you want? To kill you. Lian Zhen raised her short sword and lunged at Chen Ping'an. Her speed was swift, her footsteps light, nearly soundless. The runes on her short sword gleamed a dark red under the lamplight. Chen Ping'an raised his Tang sword to parry. The two weapons clashed with a shrill scream, like two sheets of metal rending the air. Chen Ping'an retreated a step. His hand trembled, not from fear, but because Lian Zhen's strength was overwhelming. A woman should not possess such force. She had been drinking soul-nourishing elixir. You drank soul-nourishing elixir. For 20 years. Longer than your master ever did. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his pocket, the Five Thunders demon-suppressing talisman, and pinched it between his fingers. He chanted the word thunder. The purple talisman detonated a blast of violet light, erupting from the paper and slamming into Lian Zhen's chest. She staggered backward 3 steps, her garment scorched through, revealing the skin beneath. Her skin was white, not the white of health, but the pallor of one who had never seen sunlight. Yet there was no wound, no blood, no char. Your purple talismans are useless against me. I am not Ju Men. I fear no thunder. Chen Ping'an stowed the talisman, drew his Tang sword again, and charged. A cleaving slash fell upon Lin Jin's shoulder. The blade sank half an inch, yet no blood flowed. Her shoulder split open, revealing something black, hard, and ash-like within. Your sword is useless against me as well. Lin Jin raised her short sword and thrust at Chen Ping'an's chest. At the moment the blade's tip was mere centimeters from him, a hand reached in from the side and seized the edge. And Zhang, her hand was bleeding. Blood ran down the blade, falling to the floor drop by drop, like rain. Yet she would not let go. Zhang Xiaolan. Lin Jin regarded Aunt Zhang. Let go. I will not. You killed my sister. I will not let you take another life. My sister was not killed by my hand. Tan Lang killed her. You are an accomplice. You raised goo for her. You used her pests to harm others. Lin Jin's lips quivered. I did not. I merely used her creatures. I never harmed her. You used her pests, and you are an accomplice nonetheless. Aunt Zhang reached into her pocket and withdrew a small paper packet. She opened it and sprinkled the powder onto Lin Jin's face. The powder was white, fine as flour. Lin Jin let out a terrible scream and released her short sword. Smoke rose from her face, her skin blistering as if burned. What is this? Venom powder. Poisonous herbs from the mountains of Yunnan ground to dust. Could you smell it before? You could. You can no longer. You have drunk soul-nourishing elixir for 20 years. Your nose is ruined. Lin Jin clutched her face and writhed upon the ground. Her screams grew weaker, fainter, until at last she lay still. Aunt Zhang stood nearby, gazing at Lin Jin's corpse. Blood still trickled from her hand, yet she made no effort to bind it. She simply stood there watching. Aunt Zhang, your hand. It is nothing. A superficial wound. Chen Ping'an retrieved a medicine box from beneath the counter and tended to Aunt Zhang. 3 deep gashes marred her hand, the flesh turned outward. He disinfected with iodine and wrapped the wound in gauze. Aunt Zhang did not make a sound. Does it hurt? No. You are lying. Aunt Zhang looked at him. So are you. You said instant noodles were delicious. You said it did not hurt. You said you were lost. You know how to lie as well. Chen Ping'an offered no reply. Pejun's territory lay beneath Chuanxi Road, not beneath a shopping mall, but within an air raid shelter. Dug during the War of Resistance, the tunnels stretched all the way from Chuanxi Road to Yanshiku, and later new passages were excavated to connect with Tianfu Square. Pejun had seized one section of it, laid out an array formation, and positioned the final defensive line of the Guishu sect's main altar there. Bai Jiuming pulled his car over to the roadside of Chuanxi Road. Chen Ping'an stepped out of the car and stood by the street. Chuanxi Road was the most bustling pedestrian street in Rongcheng, teeming with people and lights in every direction. In the distance, a large screen played an advertisement featuring a female celebrity smiling, revealing her white teeth. Several young people walked past them, chatting and laughing, holding milk tea and skewers in their hands. No one knew that beneath this street lay Pejun, one of the 7 elders of the Guishu sect, who had laid out a massive formation spanning decades. Pejun is below? Chen Ping'an asked. Yes. He has laid a grand formation below, enclosing the entire Guishu main altar within its bounds. As your master said, the formation's eye lies beneath Chuanxi Road. Bai Jiuming took a hand-drawn map from his pocket, sketched by their master. The lines were crooked, but the annotations were detailed. The entrance is near Yanshiku, at an abandoned subway station exit. Chen Ping'an looked down at the ground. Concrete pavement tiled with decorative patterns. It appeared to be an ordinary pedestrian street. But something lay beneath. He could feel it. The compass in his bag trembled, its needle quivering, once, twice, like a heartbeat. Where is the entrance? Lin Mo asked. Ahead. Cross the overpass, turn left into an alley. That's where it ends. Bai Jiuming put away the map. The master said this subway station was built in the 90s, but abandoned before it ever opened. Pejun had carved a passage inside and sealed it with formation arrays. Ordinary people could not see it, but as cultivators we could. Bai Jiuming walked ahead, Chen Ping'an followed behind. Lin Mo trailed Chen Ping'an, Su Wan followed Lin Mo, and Zhang Yangyang brought up the rear behind Su Wan. 5 people and a cat threaded through the crowd, crossed the overpass, and turned into a narrow alley. The passage was tight, flanked by walls of residential buildings where plaster had peeled away to reveal red brick beneath. The walls were plastered with small advertisements. Drain cleaning, high-priced appliance, recycling license, procurement. The air carried a sour ammonia odor mingled with the rotting stench from nearby garbage bins. At the alley's end stood a wall with an iron-sealed opening, the plate bearing a faded notice reading, "Under construction, do not enter." The notice had faded beyond legibility. The iron plate rusted and curled at the edges, revealing a dark, hollow space. This is it. Bai Jiuming pushed the iron plate. It clattered to the ground with a loud clang, echoing through the alley several times. Behind it lay a staircase leading underground. The stairs were steep, each step high, requiring effort to climb. The lights were extinguished, darkness swallowing everything. A cool draft rose from below, carrying a damp, moldy scent like air from a long-sealed cellar. I'll lead the way. Chen Ping'an retrieved his phone, activated the flashlight, and descended first. The staircase was long. The steps were concrete, cracked in places with moss growing in the fissures, slick beneath his shoes. The walls were bare concrete, unpainted, revealing gray surfaces marked with red painted numbers. -1, -2, -3. Someone had left marks here, the handwriting rough, but still legible. Did Pijun write these numbers? Lin Mo asked. No. The air raid shelter workers wrote them. They inscribed each level as they dug deeper. Bai Jiuming's voice came from behind. The deepest point reaches -5. Pijun was at -4. They walked for a long time. From -1 to -2 spanned 120 steps, from -2 to -3 150, from -3 to -4 200. Chen Ping'an counted the steps, losing track at 100 and starting over until he gave up. Master, how many did you count? Lin Mo called from behind. I don't know. I forgot. 153. From -3 down, we climbed 153 steps. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. His disciple was more meticulous than he. He continued forward. The corridor at -4 was wide, accommodating 4 or 5 people side by side. The ceiling rose higher as they descended, from 2 meters to 3, from 3 to 4. The walls grew increasingly dense with talismans packed so tightly they resembled moss. At the corridor's end stood an iron door, silver and gleaming, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated concrete walls. Upon it was carved a single character, P. The strokes were thick as though hewn by a blade, the grooves deep and filled with accumulated grime. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. Beyond lay a vast circular space. The chamber was round like an inverted bowl, roughly 50 meters in diameter and 20 meters high. The walls were inscribed with talismans from floor to ceiling, densely packed, without a single blank space. The talismans glowed with a pale blue-white light, like the tails of fireflies. The illumination was far brighter than in the corridor below, eliminating the need for flashlights. At the center of the chamber stood a figure. In his mid-50s, tall and gaunt, wearing a faded gray Taoist robe. The cuffs frayed, the collar whitened with age. His hair was streaked with white, tied into a crooked topknot with loose strands framing his face. In his hand, he held a fly whisk. The wooden handle polished smooth from years of use, the white bristles yellowed with age. Pijun. He faced away from Chen Ping'an, gazing at the talismans on the wall. His back was thin, shoulders narrow like an ancient tree bent by the wind. Hearing footsteps, he turned. His face was gaunt with high cheekbones, his eyes small and narrowed. His mouth turned downward, giving him an unpleasant expression. Yet there was no malice in his eyes, only exhaustion. Chen Ping'an, you have finally arrived. His voice was soft but echoed through the vast chamber, each word bouncing back. You came for me. I waited. I waited for you long enough. When your master departed, he said, my disciple will come to you. I have waited 3 years. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag, a thunder suppression charm, and held it between his fingers. You waited. I'm here now. Pijun looked at the purple talisman. His gaze lingered on the talisman for a moment before looking away. Your charms hold no power over me. I fear no thunder, no fire, no blade. What do I fear? I fear the formation, my formation. If my formation shatters, I die. Then where is your formation? Pijun smiled. His smile was cold like winter wind cutting the face. Search. Find it, and you win. Fail, and you die here. He raised his fly whisk and swept it downward. The white bristles fanned out like an open parasol. The ground cracked. Not truly, but the talismans moved. The talismans on the walls began to flow like water, cascading from wall to floor to ceiling. The entire chamber started to rotate. It was not the chamber rotating, but the talismans spinning. Yet when one gazed at them, it felt as though the space itself was turning. Chen Ping'an struggled to keep his balance. He gripped the wall, but the wall moved too. Lin Mo seized his hand. Su Wan grabbed Lin Mo. Bai Jiuming held Su Wan, and Zhang Yangyang clutched Bai Jiuming's wrist. 5 people and a cat found their footing in the rotating chamber. Close your eyes, Zhang Yangyang called. Do not look at the talismans. Focus on your feet. Chen Ping'an closed his eyes and looked down at his feet. Canvas shoes, the left sole beginning to separate like a grinning mouth. He avoided the talismans, the ceiling, the walls. The sensation of rotation gradually subsided. The ground stopped spinning. You may open your eyes now. Zhang Yangyang's voice. Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. The talismans had stopped rotating, but their positions had shifted. The arrangement on the walls had changed. They were no longer in their original order. Pijun stood at his original position. The formation's eye lies beneath your feet, Zhang Yangyang said firmly. Your master told me, wherever Pijun stands, that is where the formation's heart resides. Chen Ping'an put away the compass and continued forward. The corridor widened from accommodating 4 or 5 people side by side to 7 or 8. The ceiling rose from 2 meters to 3 from 3 to 4. The talismans on the walls grew denser, from 1 talisman per meter to 1 per half meter until they covered every surface like moss. At the corridor's end stood an iron door, silver and gleaming, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated concrete walls. Upon it was carved a single character, P. The strokes were thick as though hewn by a blade, the grooves deep and filled with accumulated grime. Chen Ping'an pushed the door open. Beyond lay a vast circular chamber. The space was round like an inverted bowl, 50 meters in diameter, 20 meters high. The walls were inscribed with talismans from floor to ceiling, densely packed, without a single blank space. The talismans glowed with a pale blue-white light, like firefly tails. The illumination was far brighter than in the corridor, eliminating the need for flashlights. At the chamber's center stood a figure. In his mid-50s, tall and gaunt, wearing a faded gray Taoist robe, the cuffs frayed, the collar whitened. His hair was streaked with white, tied into a crooked topknot with loose strands framing his face. In his hand, he held a fly whisk. The wooden handle polished smooth from years of use, the white bristles yellowed with age. Pajun. He faced away from Chen Ping'an, gazing at the talismans on the wall. His back was thin, shoulders narrow like an ancient tree bent by wind. Hearing footsteps, he turned. His face was gaunt with high cheekbones, his eyes small and narrowed. His mouth turned downward, giving him an unpleasant expression. Yet there was no malice in his eyes, only exhaustion. Chen Ping'an, you have finally arrived. His voice was soft but echoed through the vast chamber, each word bouncing back. You came for me. I waited. I waited for you long enough. When your master departed, he said, my disciple will come to you. I have waited 3 years. Chen Ping'an drew a purple talisman from his bag, a thunder suppression charm, and held it between his fingers. You waited. I'm here now. Pajun looked at the purple talisman. His gaze lingered on the talisman for a moment before looking away. Your charms hold no power over me. I fear no thunder, no fire, no blade. What do I fear? I fear the formation, my formation. If my formation shatters, I die. Then where is your formation? Pajun smiled. His smile was cold like winter wind cutting the face. Search. Find it, and you win. Fail, and you die here. He raised his fly whisk and swept it downward. The white bristles fanned out like an open parasol. The ground cracked. Not truly, but the talismans moved. The talismans on the walls began to flow like water, cascading from wall to floor to ceiling. The entire chamber started to rotate. Chen Ping'an drew 2 purple talismans from his bag, talismans for breaking through barriers. He clamped the talisman paper between his fingers and charged toward Pajun. Pajun raised his fly whisk and swept it at him. A streak of white light erupted from the fly whisk, swift as a silver serpent. The light crashed into Chen Ping'an's chest, sending him flying through the air. He hit the ground and rolled twice. His chest ached as though struck by a powerful blow, yet no blood flowed. He rose and brushed the dust from his clothes. Pajun's fly whisk isn't wielded to kill. It's meant to shield people. He doesn't want to kill you. He only wants to keep you from finding the formation's core. The black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's shoulders, speaking in a soft voice. He's afraid. He fears that if you die, no one will break the formation. Unless the formation is broken, he'll remain trapped here forever. He wants to leave. He doesn't want to stay trapped. No. He's been here for 20 years. Alone. No one spoke to him. No one looked at him. Only the talismanic symbols. He had carved runes for 20 years, filling every wall. He had grown weary of carving. Chen Ping'an gazed at Pajun. Pajun stood at the center of the concentric circles, the fly whisk hanging at his side, its white threads trailing on the ground. His face bore no expression, yet light flickered in his eyes. That light carried no killing intent. It was the light of someone silently urging him to find the formation's core quickly. Chen Ping'an charged at Pajun again. This time he didn't charge head-on. He circled to the left. Pajun's fly whisk swept once more, and white light came hurtling in from the left. The white light didn't travel in a straight line. It arced like a curved blade, slashing inward from the side. Chen Ping'an leaped aside and dodged it. The white light grazed past his soles and struck the wall. The runes upon the wall flickered once, but remained unbroken. The white light carried no offensive power, it merely pushed people away. Chen Ping'an pressed the purple talisman against the concentric circle beneath Pajun's feet. Thunder. The purple talisman detonated. Violet radiance burst from the talisman paper and slammed into the ground. The ground cracked open. It wasn't the runes that shattered, it was the concrete. Cracks spread outward from the center like paper crumpled and then released. The concentric circles broke apart, ring after ring, splitting from the inside out like a cake sliced by a knife. The runes began scattering wildly, leaping from the walls to the floor, from the floor to the ceiling, like a swarm of startled ants. Some runes collided with one another and shattered. Others soared into the air, hovered for a few seconds, then extinguished. Still others burrowed into the walls and vanished. Pejun fell to his knees, clutching his head. His fly whisk lay discarded on the ground, its white threads scattered about him. His body trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. Stop! Stop destroying it. The formation is broken. I'm done for. You won't die. Once the formation breaks, you'll be free. Pejun raised his head and looked at Chen Ping'an. His eyes shone brightly bright as two stars. Not with arrogance, that kind of brilliance, but with the desperate light of someone who hadn't seen sunlight in an age. Free. Can I still be free? Yes. You are a formation master, not one of Goeishu's people. You've never harmed anyone. You only helped Goeishu establish the formation. You still have a chance. Pejun's tears flowed freely. Not tears of grief, but the kind that come when you've been locked away for 20 years and someone suddenly tells you the door is open. I have a chance. Yes. Pejun stood up and kicked the fly whisk aside. His legs shook so violently he could barely steady himself, forcing him to brace against the wall. The formation is broken. I'm done building formations. I'm going home. Chen Ping'an looked at Pejun. Where is your home? Hubei. My hometown. I haven't been back in 20 years. Go back. Your mother is waiting for you. Pejun stared at Chen Ping'an. How do you know my mother is waiting for me? Because you're her son. She would never forget you. Pejun turned and walked toward the doorway. His legs still trembled, and he moved slowly, each step tentative like a young deer taking its first steps. He reached the doorway and paused without looking back. Chen Ping'an. Yes. Your master speaks the truth. You surpass him. Pejun left. He walked through the iron door, down the corridor, up the stairs, and was gone. His footsteps grew fainter and lighter until they finally faded away. Chen Ping'an stood in the empty space, gazing at the cracks on the ground. The fissures remained. The concentric circles were shattered. The runes no longer glowed. The markings on the walls had reverted to ordinary scratches stripped of their light. The air carried the smell of dust mingled with rust and damp mold. Master Lin Mo called to him. Will Pejun go home? Yes. He's been away for 20 years. It's time he returned. Chen Ping'an turned and walked out. Lin Mo followed close behind. Su Wan trailed Lin Mo. Bai Jiuming followed Su Wan. Aunt Zhang followed Bai Jiuming. 5 people and a cat emerged from the iron door, descended the corridor, and climbed the stairs. 200 steps led from level -4 to level -3. 150 from -3 to -2. 120 from -2 to -1. Chen Ping'an no longer counted the steps. He had no desire to count anymore. His legs ached. They emerged from the abandoned subway entrance, walked through the alley, and stepped onto Chuanxi Road. Sunlight fell upon their faces, blindingly bright. Chen Ping'an squinted against the glare. The streets were as crowded as ever, people chatting and laughing, carrying bubble tea and skewers in their hands. No one knew they had just broken the formation of Pejun, one of the 7 elders of Goeishu, deep below. Master Lin Mo called. Are all 7 elders of Goeishu dead? Wen Shu is dead. Zhu Men is dead. Tan Lang is dead. Lian Zhun is dead. Wu Chu has gone home. Pejun has gone home. Lu Siyuan is still alive. Lu Siyuan is still alive. Yes. She hasn't died yet. She's still out there. Chen Ping'an took a packet of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and ate with crisp bites. His eyebrows were moving. Master, your eyebrows are twitching again. They're dancing. They're dancing badly. The left one goes up, the right one goes down, like 2 people fighting. Chen Ping'an glanced at Lin Mo. Mind your own business. They're not your eyebrows. Lin Mo fell silent. He followed Chen Ping'an into the car. Bai Jiuming started the engine and drove out of Chuanxi Road. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the seat, watching the scenery outside. The streets of Rongcheng rolled past. Skyscrapers, shopping malls, pedestrians, bicycles. Bai Jiuming. Yes. Who's left? Lu Siyuan. Where is she? I don't know. She disappeared. After leaving Hong Pela, she hasn't been seen since. She stopped going to the antique market. She abandoned her goo chamber. She's gone. Chen Ping'an finished the crispy noodles, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, and stuffed it into the door storage compartment. She'll show up. She still has something unfinished. What? She hasn't said goodbye to my master yet. Pejun knelt on the ground, both hands clutching his head. The fly whisk had been cast far away, its white silk strands scattered across the floor like an overturned feather duster. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the backlash of the formation's collapse. He had bound himself to the array, and as the formation shattered, so too did his cultivation base. Chen Ping'an brushed off the ash from the purple talisman and crouched down to look at him. The formation is broken. You are free. Pajun raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed though no tears fell. He stared at Chen Ping'an, his lips moving several times before a hoarse voice emerged. Can I still survive? You can. With the formation broken, you are free. You are a formation master, not one of Guishu. You have never harmed anyone. You merely assisted Guishu in setting up the formation. You still have a chance. Pajun pushed himself up from the ground, his legs still shaking. He steadied himself against the wall, casting a glance at the scattered fly whisk on the ground, but making no move to retrieve it. For 20 years he had held that very fly whisk each day, studied those runes on the wall each day, and waited each day for someone to come break his formation. Now that the formation was broken, he didn't even want the fly whisk anymore. I'm going home. Hubei. My hometown. He turned and walked toward the exit, his steps slow and measured, testing the floor, as if gauging whether it could bear his weight. Lin Mo stepped aside to clear the path, his hand resting on the hilt of his ghost-slaying blade, though he drew it not. Watching Pajun pass before him, he suddenly asked, Is your mother still alive? Pajun's footsteps faltered. I don't know. Haven't been in contact for 20 years. Then how will you find her? The old house is still there. If she's moved, I'll ask door to door. I'll find her. He continued, walking outward. I owe her 20 years. I'll repay them slowly. He walked through the corridor and up the stairs, his footsteps gradually fading until they could no longer be heard. Chen Ping'an stood alone in the empty space, gazing at the cracked concrete on the ground, the fractured concentric circles, and the extinguished runes. The air carried a scorched scent. The residue left after the purple talisman detonated, mingled with damp mildew and the sharp tang of rust. Suwon walked over and bent down to pick up the fly whisk Pajun had discarded. The white silk strands of the fly whisk had turned yellow, while the wooden handle had grown glossy smooth from years of handling. A deep groove marked the grip, carved by prolonged daily use. She handed the fly whisk to Chen Ping'an. Keep it. Keep it. It might prove useful someday. Chen Ping'an tucked the fly whisk into the side pocket of his backpack and turned to leave the vast underground chamber. Lin Mo followed behind, with Su Wan trailing after him and Bai Juming bringing up the rear. Aunt Zhang had already exited ahead, complaining that the air here was stifling. The group made their way back along the corridor. The runes on the walls no longer glowed, leaving only dry, barren grooves reminiscent of the fissures in ancient tree bark. The beam from the flashlight illuminated the grooves, revealing black ash accumulated at their base. Whether mere dust or the residue left after the runes had burned themselves out, none could say. 200 steps led from level -4 to -3, 150 from -3 to -2, and 120 from -2 to -1. Chen Ping'an trudged upward without counting the steps. His legs ached, not from fatigue but from being tense for far too long below ground. By the time he reached the top, Bai Jiuming had already pushed open the iron sheet ahead. Sunlight poured through the opening, falling upon their faces with blinding intensity. Chen Ping'an squinted as he climbed out and stood in the alley. Aunt Zhang crouched by the wall, shelling edamame in her hands. She glanced at Chen Ping'an before bowing her head once more to her task. Pajun has left. Yes. Going home. He said he's returning to Hubei. Aunt Zhang placed the shelled edamame into her bowl and offered a non-committal hum, saying nothing further. The Chuanxi Road remained as crowded as ever, the female celebrity on the large screen still beaming with her white teeth on display. A few people passed by the alley entrance, yet not one bothered to cast a glance inside. Master, Lin Mo spoke suddenly. So the 7 elders of Guishu are all finished. Wen Chu is dead. Zhu Min is dead. Tam Lang is dead. Lian Zhun is dead. Wu Chu has returned home. Pajun has returned home. Lu Ciyuan remains alive. Will Lu Ciyuan come looking for us? I don't know, but she has nowhere to go. Chen Ping'an tightened the straps of his backpack. With Guishu gone, she is entirely alone. Where can one person go? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Go home. She has no home. Her family was destroyed by Guishu. Her master is at our shop. Master and disciple emerged from the alley one after the other. Upon returning to the shop, he was practicing calligraphy behind the counter. Today, instead of the character for turtle, she was writing the character for home, a roof radical above a pig. The strokes were few in number, yet her handwriting wobbled awkwardly. The roof radical resembled a flattened hat, while the pig beneath looked like one curled up asleep. Seeing Chen Ping'an enter, she lifted her head and turned the paper toward him. Brother Chen, what does this character read? Home. Did I write it well? The pig is fine. The character for home is not. The roof radical is too small, and the pig below is too large. The pig has burst through the house. Xiaoyi glanced down at her own handwriting and pursed her lips. Pigs do tend to burst through houses. When I was young, a neighbor kept a pig that managed to overturn its pen. Chen Ping'an paused for a moment, then laughed. Xiaoyi laughed along with him, crumpled the paper into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. Brother Chen has Pajun left. Yes. Did he find his home? He's looking. Xiaoyi nodded, laid out a fresh sheet of paper, and began writing home. Once more. This time she made the roof radical slightly larger and the pig below a bit smaller, and the character finally resembled something recognizable. Chen Ping'an stepped behind the counter, opened the drawer, and spotted half a pack of snack crackers still inside. He hesitated, then closed the drawer. He wasn't hungry for them today. Reaching beneath the counter, he retrieved a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The black cat descended from upstairs, hopped onto the counter, and settled into a crouch. It gazed at Chen Ping'an, but remained silent. Today there was no need to remark that his eyebrows were fighting again. His brows were calm, perfectly still, like two caterpillars basking in the sunlight. Baozi, Chen Ping'an called out to it. Taking tomorrow off. Not going after Lu Siyuan. No point. If she wants to come, she'll come on her own. The black cat's tail gave a single flick. She rested her chin upon her front paws and closed her eyes. The old clock in the shop ticked steadily while outside the window sunlight fell upon the bluestone pavement. Another queue had formed before Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall. Lu Siyuan came on a rainy night. The autumn rain in Rongcheng was light, fine, and dense, striking the bluestone path like someone tapping a very thin drum. Grandpa Wang's tea house had already closed its doors, but Lu Ji's restaurant still had its lights on. The sound of the spatula against the wok drifted through the rain, curtain muffled and dull. Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall had long packed up. Her iron pushcart was locked beneath the street lamp, rainwater dripping steadily from the edge of the canopy, pitter-pattering, mingling with the sound of shuffling mahjong tiles from a distant parlor. Chen Ping'an was crouching behind the counter, eating instant noodles. Lin Mo had cooked them, not prepared them himself. The noodles were cooked to perfection, neither too soft nor too firm, with a braised beef broth base. He had even sliced 2 pieces of verdant greens and tossed them in, bright and lively. It looked nothing like what Chen Ping'an would prepare himself. A single pouch of pickled mustard and a sausage, leaving only a layer of MSG sediment at the bottom of the bowl. Delicious, Chen Ping'an slurped a mouthful of noodles. You say that every time, Lin Mo replied, sitting across from him and studying the newly written character for home. Xiaoyi had written it. The roof radical was still slightly crooked, but far better than the last one. He folded the paper and tucked it into the drawer. Xiaoyi hovered at the foot of the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing in the lamplight like a flower blooming in a rainy night. She wasn't reciting the 3-character classic. She simply floated quietly there, gazing at the gap beneath the door. A stray drop of rain drifted through the crack, dampening the threshold. She's here, Xiaoyi said. Chen Ping'an set down his chopsticks and looked up. Who? That woman. The one in black. The one who visited last time. Chen Ping'an wiped his mouth, rose, and walked to the door. Through the glass, he saw a figure standing beneath the street lamp. A black trench coat, hair left loose, no umbrella in hand. The rain soaked through her clothes, deepening the black of her coat to an even darker shade. Lu Siyuan. Chen Ping'an pulled open the door. Rainwater carrying the scent of osmanthus rushed in, cool and refreshing. Come in. Lu Siyuan did not move. She stood beneath the street lamp, looking at Chen Ping'an's face. Her gaze drifted from his features to the warm light inside the shop, then to the character for Dao behind the counter, and finally, to the red shadow hovering at the foot of the stairs. Is he here? Her voice was low, mostly swallowed by the rain, but Chen Ping'an caught every word. Yes. Upstairs. Lu Siyuan lowered her head, looking at her soaked shoes. Cloth shoes, black, stained with muddy water. She stood for a long time, long enough that Xiaoyi drifted from the stairway behind the counter, hiding behind a pot of pothos, revealing only half her face. I'm not going up, Lu Siyuan said, lifting her head. Tell him I stopped by. Tell him yourself. The corner of Lu Siyuan's mouth moved. Not a smile, but that look one gives when thinking you are still too young. She reached into her trench coat pocket and withdrew something, placing it on the step at the doorway. It was a small cloth pouch, blue, embroidered with a white flower. Similar to Aunt Zhang's, but with finer stitching and a more delicate bloom. Give it to him, Lu Siyuan said, then turned and walked away. Her footsteps were quickly swallowed by the rain. Her black trench coat grew more and more indistinct beneath the street lamp until it merged with the night and could no longer be seen. Chen Ping'an bent down, picked up the small pouch, closed the door, and climbed upstairs. His master lay in a recliner, not on a bed, but in the bamboo lounge chair borrowed from Lu Gu, who claimed that lying back and staring at the ceiling was more comfortable than sleeping in a bed. His legs were propped on a low stool, a thin blanket draped over his knees, a yellowed copy of the I Ching in his hands, opened to the Li hexagram. Master Lu Siyuan is here. The master's fingers paused briefly. Where is she? Gone. She didn't come up. Did she leave something? Chen Ping'an placed the small pouch on the tea table beside the master. The master set down his book, picked up the pouch, untied the red string at its mouth, and emptied its contents. It was a photograph, a black and white image, its corners yellowed with age. On it stood a young woman in Maoshan Taoist robes, her hair tied in a ponytail, smiling brightly. Beside her stood another figure, an old man white-haired clad in gray Taoist robes holding a fly whisk. The master. The master gazed at the photograph for a long time. He rubbed his thumb over its surface as though touching something ancient and fragile, afraid of damaging it. She took it, he said. I told her to smile, and she did. She looks beautiful when she smiles. The master turned the photo over. On the reverse, in elegant script, were written the words, Master, I'm sorry. Beneath that, another line, its strokes crooked and uneven, as if her hand had trembled while writing, I do not deserve to call you master. But you are still. The master returned the photograph to the pouch, retied the red string, and placed it back on the tea table. He reclined into his bamboo chair, gazing at the ceiling. The crack there remained, stretching from the corner of the wall to the light fixture. Master, are you upset? Chen Ping'an asked. Not at all. She said, sorry. That is enough. The master pulled the thin blanket higher, covering his shoulders. You may go down now. Your noodles have gone cold. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. The noodles were indeed cold. The strands had clumped together, the broth cooled. He carried the bowl to the kitchen, dumped it into the trash, and washed the bowl. Lin Mo sat behind the counter, pen in hand, scribbling in a notebook. What are you writing? A diary. Today's events. About Lucy Yuan coming. About her not coming up. Chen Ping'an sat down in a chair and pulled a packet of crackers from the drawer. He tore it open halfway, then remembered he had just finished his noodles, so he closed it and slipped it back. Lin Mo. Do you think Lucy Yuan will come back again? No. She left what she had. Said what needed saying, gave what needed giving. Chen Ping'an leaned back against the chair, staring at the ceiling. This shop's second floor also had a crack, slightly smaller than his master's, but running the same direction from the corner of the wall to the light fixture. He stared at it for a few seconds, then looked away. Xiaohe drifted out from behind the pothose. The hem of her red cotton jacket brushed the flower pot, causing the plant to tremble. She floated to the front of the counter, opened the three-character classic, and continued from where she had left off. When she reached the line teaching that dedication is the essence of learning, her voice rang clear and crisp like the sound of biting into a fresh apple. On the day Yiling arrived, Chen Ping'an was teaching Lin Mo to practice with a blade in the backyard. The backyard wasn't large, just concrete flooring, a crooked tree, and several cases of empty beer bottles stacked beneath it. The back door of Brother Lu's restaurant opened right here, with cooking fumes drifting out through the ventilation pipe, carrying the fragrance of garlic and chili. Chen Ping'an had a toothpick tucked in his mouth, leaning against the wall, holding that unfinished bag of little raccoon crackers. He'd finally torn it open after all. Rotate your wrist, not your arm. If you swing with your arm, the blade becomes nothing but a club. Wielding a sword to strike and wielding a stick to beat are entirely different things. Lin Mo gripped the ghost-slaying blade, striking the wooden stake again and again. The stake was acacia wood Brother Lu had transported from the countryside, thick enough that one person couldn't wrap their arms around it. Blade marks stretched from the base of the stake to its top, varying in depth, some carved by Chen Ping'an, others by Lin Mo. Lin Mo's cuts grew deeper, the edges becoming cleaner and neater, no longer jagged. Master, I've been rotating my wrist as you said, but the blade still veers off course. Chen Ping'an stuffed the cracker bag into his pocket, walked behind Lin Mo, and reached out to grasp his wrist. Lin Mo's wrist was slender with prominent joints like an underdeveloped branch. Chen Ping'an guided him through a small rotation. The angle was subtle, but the blade's orientation shifted from a diagonal cut to a straight slice. Feel that? Try again. Lin Mo struck once more. The blade sliced into the steak, shaving off a thin layer of bark, translucent and paper-thin. The cut was smooth, revealing the wood grain clearly. He paused, staring at that sliver of bark for several seconds. Got it, Chen Ping'an said, patting his shoulder. That's enough for today. Continue tomorrow. He turned and walked back into the shop, pushing open the door, only to freeze. Yiling sat in front of the counter, a cup of tea before her, already cold, untouched. She wore a white linen shirt and dark wide-leg trousers, her hair tied in a low ponytail, small pearl earrings adorning her earlobes. Xiaohe floated nearby, holding the three-character classic, reading aloud to her. At birth, human nature is good. Nature is similar, habits diverge. Xiaohe recited with great seriousness, character by character, skipping over any she didn't recognize. Why are you here? Chen Ping'an walked over. Yiling turned her head to look at him. The ghost in your shop is reciting the three-character classic for me. Her tone was even, but the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Not a smile, but that expression of someone who had long since stopped being surprised by what went on in his shop. She likes reciting. As long as you let her, she won't bother you. Having finished with habits diverge, Xiaohe closed the book, smiled at Yiling, and floated upstairs. The hem of her red cotton-padded jacket flashed at the staircase corner like a red butterfly disappearing into the shadows. Yiling watched the direction where Xiao He had vanished silent for a few seconds. Is her handwriting any good? Not at all. The roof radical looks like a hat, and the pig underneath looks like a pig. Chen Ping'an sat down opposite her. What brings you here? Can't I come without a reason? You can, but you never come without one. Yiling took an envelope from her bag and placed it on the counter. A white envelope unsealed with 3 characters written on it. Chen Ping'an. The handwriting was neat and precise, just like hers, every stroke deliberate and unhurried. The address of that tall, thin guy, Yiling said. Lu 1. He's no longer setting up a stall at the antique market. He moved to the north side of the city, an old residential compound, 3rd floor. Chen Ping'an opened the envelope and took out a slip of paper with an address written on it. How did you find out? I had someone follow him. Followed him for 3 days. He goes out every day at 2 in the afternoon to buy cigarettes at the supermarket, then comes straight home. Doesn't go out again. Doesn't go out at night either. Curtains drawn, you can't see inside. Alone. Alone. Didn't see anyone else. Chen Ping'an folded the slip of paper and put it in his pocket. Yiling, thank you. No need. You still owe me for the windbreaker. Next month. You said next month last month too. I don't have money this month. Haven't paid rent yet. Yiling looked at him for a few seconds. Does old man Wang not press you for it? No. He says give it to me when you have the money. Then when will you have money? Chen Ping'an thought about it. Don't know. Maybe next month, maybe the month after. Maybe next year. Yiling took out her phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the payment code stuck to the counter. Beep. 3,000 received. Chen Ping'an stared at the number on his phone screen, startled. What are you doing? Paying you for dispelling the evil. The blue spots on my grandfather's hands have appeared again. Not spreading, new ones. Very small spots on his wrist. I checked, and they're exactly as you described last time. Chen Ping'an set down his phone and stood up. I'll go take a look. Collect the money first. Chen Ping'an tapped to confirm receipt, and 3,000 entered his balance. Let's go. They stepped out and walked along the old street. The black cat followed at Chen Ping'an's heels, its tail held high. Chen Ping'an glanced down at it. Why are you following? There's fish at Yiling's grandfather's house. They don't keep fish. There's fish in the refrigerator. I saw it last time I went there, frozen in the freezer. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He decided he would no longer let the black cat follow him to other people's homes. Yiling's grandfather lived in a residential compound west of Old Street, a 15-minute walk away. Chen Ping'an led the way. Yiling walked beside him, and the black cat trotted at Chen Ping'an's heels. The 3 of them, 2 people and a cat, passed through narrow alleys lined with vegetable stalls, crossed a busy intersection where roadworks were underway, and walked past a garbage station. Chen Ping'an had not lost his way, for Yiling walked beside him and knew the route well. You haven't gotten lost lately? Yiling asked. I still do. But when I'm with you I don't need to watch the path. Yiling's ears flushed crimson, yet she said nothing. When they arrived at Yiling's grandfather's home, the door was ajar. Yiling's grandmother stood at the doorway, a comb in hand, slowly brushing her hair. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an, she smiled, revealing the few teeth she had left. Little Chen is here. Have you eaten? If not, Grandma will cook something for you. I've already eaten. Grandma, where's Grandpa? In the study. Watching TV. Yiling's grandfather sat on the sofa wearing a dark blue wool vest with the collar of his white shirt turned outward. He was watching a health program on television where a woman in a white coat discussed how the elderly could prevent strokes. His right hand rested on his knee, and on his wrist was a small bluish mark, no larger than a fingernail, faint in color. Chen Ping'an crouched down and lifted his wrist to examine the mark. The edges of the bruise were blurred, not sharply defined. New poison. Grandpa, have you handled any new antiques recently? No. After what you told me, I haven't touched anything. I gave the storage room key to Lingling. Then have you met anyone? Strangers? Yiling's grandfather paused to think. No. I stay home every day, I never go out. Think carefully. Has anyone come to the house? A delivery person? A food courier? A plumber? Yiling's grandfather furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while. There was one. Last week someone knocked on the door. I opened it, and it was a young man in work clothes saying, here to check the water meter. I told him the water meter was downstairs, but he said, let me take a look. He came and wandered around the kitchen, then left. Did he touch anything? Not sure. He just looked around and left. Chen Ping'an entered the kitchen and surveyed the room. Stove, sink, cupboard, refrigerator. He took out a compass from his bag and held it flat in his palm. The needle spun once, then pointed toward the refrigerator, trembling slightly. He opened the fridge. Inside the freezer were several blocks of frozen meat, a bag of frozen dumplings, and a frozen fish. The black cat had been right. There was indeed a fish. He took the fish out and placed it in the sink. It was a sea base weighing over a gene-frozen solid. There was a thin crack running along the fish's belly, and lodged inside the crack was a small dark mass. Chen Ping'an used a knife to extract the lump. It was a small ball of paper. When unrolled, it contained a few grains of black powder. The particles were smaller than sesame seeds, and when brought close to the nose they carried a faint fishy odor. "What is this?" Yiling stood behind him. "Corpse poison powder. Ground-up corpse poison hidden inside the fish and frozen. When your grandfather eats the fish, the poison will seep into his body." Chen Ping'an carefully wrapped the paper packet and tucked it into his pocket. That man who claimed to fix the water meter wasn't a meter reader. He was from Guishu. Yiling's face went pale. "Are they still watching my grandfather? They're keeping tabs on him. Your grandfather is an antique dealer. He's their connection. They don't want to lose that link." Chen Ping'an took a blue talisman from his bag, folded it into a small triangle, and placed it on Yiling's grandfather's wrist. The moment the talisman touched his skin, it flared briefly, and the bruise's hue lightened slightly. "This talisman will suppress it. I'll come back in 3 days to replace it." He stood up and walked toward the door. "Yiling, your grandfather should avoid eating fish and frozen food for now. And don't let strangers inside." Yiling nodded. Chen Ping'an stepped out and descended the stairs. The black cat followed at his heels. "Baozi." The 7 elders of Guishu are gone, but Guishu's people remain. Those on the periphery, the low-level runners. The ones who do their dirty work. They're still out there. Still harming people. The black cat flicked its tail. "What are you planning to do?" "I'll find them one by one. Starting with Lu Wan." He stood at the entrance of the residential compound, took out the scrap of paper from his pocket, and gazed at the address written on it. "North District, an older residential building, 3rd floor. I'll find Lu Wan tomorrow. You're going alone. I'll bring Lin Mo and Bai Jiuming. That'll be enough." He put the paper back into his pocket and looked up at the sky. It was overcast, threatening rain. He quickened his pace, heading toward Old Street. The black cat stayed close at his heels, its tail held high like a tiny banner. The old residential compound in the northern district was called Xianjianjiwan, a name that sounded bright and sunny, but the place was falling apart. Half the perimeter wall had collapsed and was patched with corrugated iron sheets on which someone had spray-painted a turtle with the character for demolition scrawled across its shell. The roads within the compound were pitted and uneven, rainwater pooling in the depressions and still damp, splashing mud up one's legs with every step. Bai Jiuming pulled the car to a stop at the entrance and killed the engine. "This is the place. Building 3, 3rd floor." Chen Ping'an stepped out of the car and stood at the doorway, craning his neck to survey the 6-story structure. Its red brick walls were coated in an uneven layer of white paint, leaving patches of gray showing through. Several quilts hung on the balcony, their vibrant patterns billowing in the wind like rotund figures stretching after a long nap. "Does Lu Wan live here?" Chen Ping'an asked. "He's renting. I looked into it. The landlord is an elderly woman now residing in a nursing home. Lu Wan has been leasing the unit for 2 years, paying his rent on time each month without fail. A member of Guishu who pays rent promptly. If he didn't, the old woman's son would come after him. He doesn't want trouble." Chen Ping'an found Bai Jiuming's reasoning sound. Even those from Guishu were human. They needed to eat, sleep, and pay rent. He approached Building 3 and found the entrance door propped open with a piece of wire since the lock was broken. He fished the wire from his bag and worked it into the keyhole, only to discover the lock was already undone. He'd wasted his effort. "Master, your lockpicking skills won't be needed today." Lin Mo followed behind. "You never know when skills like these might come in handy," Chen Ping'an replied. "Not today perhaps, but tomorrow." They reached the 3rd floor. The door to apartment 301 was a steel security door, silver in color, with a fortune character pasted straight and centered above it. Chen Ping'an pressed his ear against the door and listened for a moment, but there was no sound from within. "Is no one home?" "He's probably out." Bai Jiuming checked his watch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He leaves every day at 2 to buy cigarettes. He should be back soon. Chen Ping'an crouched by the doorway, pulling a pack of crackers from his bag, tearing it open and eating noisily. Lin Mo stood beside him watching. "Master, you look like a stakeout thief crouching outside someone's door, eating crackers." "Thieves don't eat crackers. Thieves eat steamed buns." "How do you know?" "It's what I've seen on television. Thieves climbing over walls with buns in their mouths." Lin Mo pondered this, sensing his master's account might be inaccurate, but he said nothing. After roughly 10 minutes of waiting, footfalls sounded from the stairwell. Light, yet rhythmic, each step deliberate, as though someone were counting the stairs. A tall, gaunt man in black emerged, wearing glasses and carrying a plastic bag. He glanced up and spotted Chen Ping'an crouching at the door, momentarily frozen. Lu Wan. He'd aged considerably since they last met. His hair turned white, his face lined with deeper wrinkles, his eye bags heavier. Yet that unsettling smile remained the corners of his mouth lifting as he regarded Chen Ping'an with the familiarity of an old friend. Chen Ping'an, you found me. There's no escaping now. Lu Wen retrieved his key, unlocked the door, and stepped aside. Come in. It's cold outside. Chen Ping'an rose, brushed the dust from his trousers, and entered. Lin Mo followed with Bai Juming trailing behind. The apartment was modest, 2 bedrooms and a living room, with sparse furnishings, a table, 2 chairs, a bed, and a wardrobe. On the table sat a teapot, a single cup, and an ashtray scattered with cigarette butts. A map of Rongcheng hung on the wall marked with red ink circling several locations: the antique markets, Bi District, Yongxing Town, the chemical fertilizer plant Hongbai Lulongquanyi, and Chuanxi Road. These were all places he'd visited. Lu Wen took a seat and set the bag on the table. Inside were cigarettes, a carton of Zhonghua soft packs. He opened a pack, lit one, and exhaled smoke. How did you know about these places? Chen Ping'an asked, gesturing toward the map. When Chu told me. She said these people must be fought, these places must be defended. I held the line, but I couldn't hold it. Lu Wen exhaled smoke curling through the dim light. You're stronger than when Chu expected. She underestimated you. She's dead. I know. Zhang Yuanshan killed her. I waited 20 years for her to die. But Zhang Yuanshan waited long enough. Chen Ping'an sat across from him, studying Lu Wen. His white hair, the deep lines on his face, the slight tremor in his fingers. He wasn't trembling from fear, it was simply age. How many antiques did you sell for Guishu? I've lost count. Hundreds. Maybe thousands. All sealed with souls. Once sold, those souls dissipate. Once gone, there's no saving them. Why did you help Guishu? Lu Wen fell silent for a long while. He crushed the cigarette in the ashtray and lit another. Because I wanted to live. If I hadn't helped them, they would have killed me. If I did, they paid me. Money keeps you alive. You lived? Others died. Lu Wen's hand stilled. He looked at the cigarette in his grip as ash fell to the floor, landing on his trousers. I know. Every night I dream of them. They stand there watching me in silence. When I ask what they want, they just keep looking. They want you to pay your debt. I can't repay hundreds of lives. There's no way. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet. Then let the law handle it. Lu Wen looked up at him. You're calling the police? Yes. A smile crossed Lu Wen's face. Not the unsettling grin from before, but something genuine, the relief of someone finally at peace. Good. Call them. I'm tired. Chen Ping'an pulled out his phone and dialed. Officer Zhou, I found Lu Wen. Xianjianju in Building 3, A apartment, 301. There was a brief silence on the other end. I'll be there shortly. Zhou Zheng arrived quickly. 20 minutes from the Chongbei branch, drivable, without traffic, and indeed sufficient. He was not in uniform today, wearing a dark jacket instead, but Chen Ping'an noticed the pistol holstered at his belt. He came alone without Xiao Li or any other colleagues. Lu Wen? Yes. Chen Ping'an stepped aside to let him in. Zhou Zheng walked into the room and surveyed it with a glance. His eyes lingered on the map hanging on the wall for a moment, then shifted to the ashtray on the table, and finally settled on Lu Wen. Lu Wen sat in the chair, still holding a cigarette. Seeing Zhou Zheng enter, he snuffed it out and stood up. Police. Rongcheng Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation, Brigade, Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and held it up before Lu Wen. An arrest warrant. Lu Wen looked at the paper, staring at it for several seconds. Were you prepared all along? I was prepared before Chen Ping'an called me. I knew he would find you. Lu Wen extended his wrists, letting Zhou Zheng cuff him. The handcuffs were silver stainless steel. They clicked shut with a crisp snap. Lu Wen, you are suspected of multiple counts of unlawful detention, intentional injury, and illegal trafficking of cultural relics. Please cooperate with the investigation. I will cooperate. Zhou Zheng pulled Lu Wen toward the door. At the threshold, Lu Wen paused, but did not turn around. Chen Ping'an. Your master is a good man. In Guishu for 3 years, he harmed not a single person. Chen Ping'an remained silent. Lu Wen left. His footsteps grew fainter and fainter in the stairwell until they disappeared altogether. Bai Juming leaned against the wall, hands tucked into his pockets. How long will he get? Don't know, but enough to spend the rest of his life inside. Chen Ping'an took the map off the wall, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Let's go. Head back. They went downstairs and got into the car. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his seat, took a pack of Raccoon brand crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and crunching away. Master, how many packs have you eaten today? Lin Mo asked. 2. Third one's unfinished. You've eaten 5 since this morning. The 5th pack was just now. The 6th one is untouched. Lin Mo said nothing further. The car pulled up to Laojia. Chen Ping'an got out and stood at the shop entrance. Sunlight fell upon the bluestone path, golden and warm. Several people queued at Zhang Yangyang's Liangxiao stand. The fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Wang Day's tea house, and fresh vegetables were piled at the door of Lu Ji's restaurant. He pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe floated down from the stairs, her red padded jacket ablaze red in the sunlight. Brother Chen, you're back. Back? That tall guy got caught. Yeah. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. How long will he be locked up? I don't know. A long time. Xiaohe nodded, floated to the counter, flipped open the 3-character classic, and continued reading. At birth nature is good. Nature is similar, habits diverge. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter and took a pack of raccoon crispy noodles from the drawer. He hesitated, then put it back. He picked up a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. The black cat came down from upstairs, leaped onto the counter, and settled there. It gazed at Chen Ping'an, tail swaying lazily. Baozi, Is the Guishu matter settled? The fringe elements remain, but the core is gone. The 7 elders, some dead, some fled. Lu Wen is arrested. Guishu's foothold in Rongcheng is ruined. Chen Ping'an leaned back in the chair and stared at the ceiling. The crack in his shop stretched from the corner of the wall to the lamp base like a dried-up riverbed. And Du, he said. The black cat's tail stopped swaying. Bai Jioming's grandfather arrived on the 3rd day after Lu Wen was taken away. That day Chen Ping'an was teaching Xiaohe to write the character for Turtle, and Xiaohe had written it 9 times, each version different from the last. The latest one looked like a pumpkin with 14 legs. She had already evolved from 8 legs to 14. When Chen Ping'an asked her why the tortoise kept gaining more legs, she said the tortoise was climbing a mountain, and with fewer legs it simply could not make it up. Chen Ping'an thought about it, and agreed with Xiaohe's logic. Climbing really did require more legs. 4 legs versus 14. Without a doubt 14 would be far more stable. He decided to call it quits for the day. Just as the door was pushed open, Xiaohe happened to finish her 15th leg. She lifted her head and saw an old man standing in the doorway dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with every button neatly fastened and black cloth shoes on his feet. His hair was completely white, yet meticulously combed, his face deeply lined, as if carved by wind and frost with each stroke of a knife. His back was slightly stooped, but when he stood there his breathing was steady and his legs did not tremble. Bai Jioming followed behind, his expression more rigid than usual, like a piece of cloth pressed flat with an iron. Grandfather, this is Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an paused, setting down the yellow paper in his hands before rising to his feet. Bai Jioming's grandfather, Bai Jingtang, head of the Bai family enterprise, a prominent figure in Rongcheng's business circles. Chen Ping'an had seen his photograph in newspapers before, black and white, accompanied by a lengthy financial report he could not make heads or tails of. In person he was slightly shorter than in the picture, but his eyes were brighter. Bai Jingtang stood in front of the counter studying Chen Ping'an for several long seconds. His gaze swept from Chen's face down to his feet, then back up again like an old-fashioned scanner, slow but deliberate. You look like your mother, he said. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled. You knew my mother? Yes. She once came to my house for a meal. She loved braised pork and finished 2 bowls. I told her to eat slowly, and she said it was delicious. I asked her name, and she replied, Chen Wanqing. I said, Wanqing, that's a lovely name. She smiled. She has a beautiful smile. Bai Jingtang sat down in the chair with slow movements, yet his back remained straight. After your mother passed away, your father came to see me. He said, Uncle Bai, help me investigate someone. I asked who. He said, Guishu. I investigated. I investigated for 5 years and found nothing. I owe him an apology. Chen Ping'an walked out from behind the counter and poured a cup of tea for Bai Jingtang. The tea was brewed by Lin Mo, neither too strong nor too weak, at just the right temperature. Bai Jingtang lifted it, took a sip, and nodded. Jioming, sit down too. Bai Jingtang glanced at Bai Jioming. Bai Jioming sat beside him, his back equally straight. The grandfather and grandson sat in identical posture, as though one had been photocopied from the other. I've come today to tell you something. Bai Jingtang set down his teacup and pulled an envelope from the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit, placing it on the table. The envelope was yellow, unsealed, its corners worn. Before Pajun returned home, he came to see me. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled. Pajun came to find you. He was passing through Rongcheng and made a special detour. He said, Uncle Bai Jioming's parents are in western Hunan in an old residence. The same place where your son and daughter-in-law were once confined. I asked him how he knew. He said, I laid the formation myself. I maintained it for 20 years. Every brick, every ruin. I remember them all. Bai Jioming's lips trembled. Grandfather, is what he said true? Bai Jingtang did not answer immediately. Instead, he withdrew a slip of paper from the envelope and placed it on the table. The paper bore a circular pattern with a 6-pointed star at its center, and each of the 6 points carried a symbol. The symbols were finely etched, densely packed as though carved by the tip of a needle. Pajun said this formation was his own creation. He left behind the method to break it. He gave this to Chen Ping'an knowing he would understand how to dismantle it. Chen Ping'an picked up the paper and stared at the symbols. A 6-pointed star, 6 angles, 6 symbols. They were the same set as those on his bone talisman. Square, circular, rhombus, triangle, pentagon. He had collected 5 pieces, but there remained a 6th symbol on the talisman that he had never been able to understand. Now he understood. That was not a single symbol, but 6 combined. When the 6 symbols were assembled together, they formed a 6-pointed star. I'll go. Bai Juming stood up. I'm coming too. You stay in Rongcheng. Take care of your grandfather. My grandfather doesn't need looking after. He's more energetic than me. Bai Zhongtang chuckled beside them. More energetic than you. He's older than you. He is 73 this year. You are only 21. He cannot navigate mountain trails like you can. Bai Juming glanced at his grandfather. Have you been to Western Hunan? I have. When I was younger, I went there to gather medicinal herbs. The mountain paths were treacherous, but passable. Chen Ping'an folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. We depart tomorrow. Western Hunan. The mountains of Shaanxi were unlike those around Rongcheng. The hills of Rongcheng were verdant and rounded like old men who had eaten their fill and sat dozing away the afternoon. Those of Shaanxi were black and precipitous like blades thrust into the earth point upward waiting for someone to run themselves upon them. Bai Juming was driving with Chen Ping'an in the passenger seat. Lin Mo and Su Wan sat in the back, the black cat perched on Chen Ping'an's knees, its tail draped over his hand. They had been driving for 6 hours off the expressway and onto the provincial road. 2 hours on the provincial road, and it became a county road. An hour on the county road, and it became a village track. 30 minutes on the village track, and it became gravel. 15 minutes on the gravel, and it became mud. How much further? Chen Ping'an asked. Bai Juming glanced at his phone. The navigation says 20 kilometers, but there's no signal. Lost it at the last junction. Chen Ping'an pulled out his own phone. The screen read, no service. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket, took a pack of crispy noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching. Master, you've eaten 4 packs since we left. Refueling. You haven't moved from that seat. Sitting in a car still burns energy. The bumps burn energy. 6 hours of bouncing and my stamina dropped from 100% to 60. 1 pack brings it to 65. 4 packs 80. Still not full. Chen Ping'an chewed his words muffled. Lin Mo said nothing. He had realized that his master's logic regarding crispy noodles was a closed loop. You couldn't argue with him. The mud road was narrow, barely wide enough for 1 car. Branches scraped along the sides with a sound like fingernails on a blackboard. Bai Jiuming's face was tight, his brow furrowing at every scrape. This car had been a coming-of-age gift from his grandfather at 18. 3 years old, the paint still gleaming. After today, the right door would likely need repainting. Bai Jiuming, does it bother you? Chen Ping'an asked. Not really. It's a tool. Then why the furrowed brows? The branches have thorns. They'll scar the paint. Aren't tools meant for use? Tools require maintenance. Chen Ping'an finished his noodles, crumpled the wrapper, and shoved it into the door pocket. The pocket was already stuffed with several empty wrappers bulging like a miniature landfill. Lin Mo glanced at it and restrained himself from speaking. The car reached the foot of the mountain where the mud road ended. Ahead lay a narrow trail of crushed stone flanked by tall grass that towered over them. Bai Jiuming killed the engine and stepped out. The 4 stood by the roadside looking up at the mountain. It was steep, its slopes thickly covered in bamboo, dense as a spiky green quilt draped across the rock. Where's the old house? Pejun mentioned. Chen Ping'an asked. Bai Jiuming took a scrap of paper from his pocket. The formation diagram Pejun had drawn. He flipped it over. On the reverse, in cramped, hurried handwriting, Zuziping back mountain deep in the bamboo grove. 2 hours walk. 2 hours. Chen Ping'an produced another pack of crispy noodles from his bag. 1 more before we go. Lin Mo looked at him. Master, didn't you say that 1 was for tomorrow? Tomorrow's matters can wait until tomorrow. Today I finished today's portion. Chen Ping'an tore the bag open and began eating. He walked at the front, Lin Mo followed, Su Wan followed Lin Mo, and Bai Jiuming brought up the rear. The black cat sat on Chen Ping'an's shoulder, its tail swaying gently against his back. The climb was harder than they had expected. What could be called a path was merely a worn indentation in the earth with sections where no path was visible at all, only scattered stones. Chen Ping'an's foot slipped on a loose stone, his body lunging forward as he caught himself on the ground. His palm scraped against the rock. He glanced at it. No blood, and brushed off the dirt before standing. Master, your hand is scratched. Lin Mo had seen it. It's not scratched. Just a graze. It's red. Red doesn't mean broken. Red means congestion. Congestion means the body is repairing itself. Lin Mo found that this sounded like basic physiological knowledge, though he was uncertain. After roughly 40 minutes of walking, a village appeared ahead. It was small, a dozen or so households, their wooden stilt houses capped with moss-covered black tile roofs. At the village entrance stood a giant banyan tree, its trunk so wide 3 people couldn't encircle it, its canopy spreading like a vast umbrella that shaded the entire entrance. Beneath the tree sat an old man in a blue jacket, a bamboo pipe in hand, smoking. Bai Juming approached and crouched. "Excuse me, sir. Is this Zhu Ziping?" The old man lifted his head, looked at him, then at Chen Ping'an, then at Lin Mo and Su Wan. His gaze lingered on each face before returning to Bai Juming. "Who are you looking for?" "An old house. From 20 years ago." The old man drew his pipe from his mouth and tapped the ash against his soul. "Follow me." He rose, his back slightly stooped, but his pace surprisingly quick. His cloth shoes made almost no sound on the bluestone path. He led them through the village and onto a narrow path. The path was lined with dense bamboo on both sides, sunlight barely piercing through, only scattered patches of light falling on the ground like shattered gold. After about 15 minutes, the bamboo grove ended. Before them lay a valley, and in the valley stood an old estate. Gray bricks, tiled roof, 2 courtyards. Ivy climbed the courtyard walls, its dark green leaves so thick that the entire surface was obscured, windows invisible beneath the foliage. Half the roof tiles had collapsed, exposing dark hollow rafters. The door was wood, double leaf with bronze ring handles caked in thick green patina, like 2 green eyes shut tight. The old man stopped at the edge of the bamboo without advancing. "This is it. Go in yourselves. I'm going back." He turned and walked away, his bamboo pipe swaying in his hand, the ember at its tip flickering in the dusk. Chen Ping'an stood at the courtyard gate staring at the old house. It was nearly dark. The mountains grew dark early. The sun had not yet fully set, yet shadows had already crept halfway up the slope. He took out his compass from his bag and held it flat in his palm. The needle spun once, then pointed toward the interior of the house, trembling slightly. "Someone is inside. Alive. 2 people. Bai Jiuming's fingers tightened. "My parents." "I don't know. We'll find out when we go in." Chen Ping'an pushed open the door. The hinge hadn't been oiled in years, screeching like a person screaming. He stepped over the threshold and walked into the courtyard. The grass in the courtyard had grown tall, nearly reaching his waist. The blades were already withered and yellow, crunching beneath his feet. In the center of the courtyard lay a well, its mouth covered by a large stone. The stone was coated with moss, dark green and damp. He walked around the well and stopped before the door to the main hall. The door was closed, sealed with a yellow talisman bearing a soul-binding charm. The corners of the paper had curled upward, and the cinnabar ink had darkened to a deep black, soaked through by years of time. Chen Ping'an tore the talisman free. It crumbled in his hands like dried leaves, shattering at the slightest touch. He pushed the door open. The main hall was modest in size, and dimly lit, light only filtering through the crack beneath the door to paint a narrow stripe on the floor. At the center stood 2 wooden beds, crude and haphazard, as if assembled on the spot. Gray sheets lay upon the beds, yellowed with age and marked with dark stains of unknown origin. Upon them lay 2 figures. A man and a woman in their 50s, their hair streaked with white, their faces pale. Their eyes were closed, their lips devoid of color. The woman's hand rested upon the man's, both hands thin and bony like withered branches. They were breathing slowly, their chests rising and falling so faintly it was barely perceptible. Bai Juming stood in the doorway, motionless. He looked at the 2 figures, staring for several long seconds. "Father, mother." His voice was low yet carried clearly through the quiet hall. The 2 on the beds did not respond. He walked over and knelt beside the bed, grasping the man's hand. It was cold. Not the cold of death, but the deep chill of something that hadn't seen sunlight in far too long. He pressed his fingers to the man's wrist. There was a pulse, faint and slow but steady. "They're still alive," he said, his voice trembling. Chen Ping'an took 2 calming talismans from his bag, folded them into small triangles, and placed them upon the foreheads of both figures. The moment the paper touched skin, it flickered with light, then dimmed. The woman's eyelashes twitched like a butterfly's wing. The man's fingers curled slightly, then straightened. They were fed soul-nourishing liquid. "They've been asleep for a long time. It will take time for them to wake." Chen Ping'an squatted beside the bed, studying their faces. Between their brows there was indeed a resemblance to Bai Juming, especially the eyebrows, faint and curved exactly like Bai Juming's. Bai Juming wiped at his eyes. "How long? I don't know. Perhaps days, perhaps months. But they are alive. As long as they live, that is enough." Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the doorway. Night was falling. The twilight poured over from the bamboo grove like a gray blanket, draping the entire valley. Lin Mo stood in the courtyard, a flashlight in hand, its beams sweeping through the darkness. Su Wan leaned against him, gripping a blue talisman. The black cat perched atop the wellstone, its golden eyes gleaming like 2 lanterns in the dusk. "Baozi, Bai Jiuming's parents have been found." "Found them. Waited 22 years. Chen Ping'an took a pack of instant noodles from his bag, tore it open, and began crunching. The crackers had gone soft, chewy, and flat. He glanced at the expiration date. 2 months passed. He chewed twice and swallowed. Master, they're expired, Lin Mo said. They're not. Shelf life is a suggestion, not a hard limit. It literally says, best before. That's what the merchants write. They want you to finish them quickly so you'll buy new ones. Lin Mo felt his master's reasoning was flawed, but he had no proof. Bai Jiuming emerged from the main hall carrying his father on his back. He adjusted the man's arms over his shoulders, bent his waist, and took each step carefully. His father's head rested against his shoulder, white hair brushing his cheek. Lin Mo moved forward and shouldered the mother. Su Wan followed behind, supporting her to keep her from slipping. For people carrying 2 left the old house. Chen Ping'an brought up the rear, his flashlight illuminating the path ahead. The black cat trailed at his heels, tail held high. The bamboo grove was dark. The canopy blocked out the sky entirely. No moon, no stars. Only the flashlight's beam cut between the stalks like a glowing blade. Wind swept through the grove, and the leaves rustled, whispering like voices from far away. Master, Lin Mo called from ahead. This path was downhill coming in, uphill going out. Uphill is harder. Are you tired? A little. Then rest. Lin Mo stopped, shifting the old woman higher on his back, and finding a new stance. Su Wan helped steady her. They stood in the bamboo grove, gasping for breath. The air was damp, cool as it entered their lungs, like sucking on an ice pop that would never melt. Chen Ping'an tucked the flashlight under his arm and pulled another pack of instant noodles from his bag. Master, you got another one. Last pack. Really, the last pack? You said that about the last one. That was the last pack of that moment. This is the last pack of this moment. Lin Mo said nothing further. He carried his burden and continued upward. Chen Ping'an followed, crunching on noodles that had grown even soggier, chewing like damp paper. But he didn't spit it out. He swallowed, gripped the flashlight, and let the beam fall upon the tall, lean figure ahead, still carrying someone up the path. 2 hours later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Bai Jiuming placed his father onto the back seat and fastened the seatbelt. Lin Mo set the mother in the seat beside him and did the same. Su Wan climbed in and held both of them steady. Bai Jiuming started the engine, its headlights cutting through the mud road ahead. Chen Ping'an sat in the passenger seat and reached into his bag for another pack of instant noodles. Master, Lin Mo called from the back seat. Didn't you say that pack was the last one? The last of the second to last. This is a new pack. A new pack doesn't count toward the last pack. Lin Mo decided it was not worth the argument. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The car bounced along the muddy road, his head thudding softly against the window with each jolt. He kept his eyes shut. Chen Ping'an ate his noodles, gazing out the window. In the darkness, nothing could be seen. Only the small pool of light ahead and the black tree shadows rushing past. Bai Jiuming. What are your parents' names? Bai Jiuming was silent for a moment. Bai Jiangwo. Wang Xiaoying. Bai Jiangwo. Wang Xiaoying. Chen Ping'an repeated the 6 characters aloud, as if locking them into memory. When they wake, will they remember me, eh? Bai Jiuming's voice was barely above a whisper. They will. They are your parents. They will not forget you. Bai Jiuming did not speak again. The car left the mud road and climbed onto gravel. The ride grew rougher. Lin Mo in the back was jolted awake, then immediately closed his eyes again. The black cat curled on Chen Ping'an's lap, purring loudly. Its purr rivaled the engine, a steady, tireless rumble, like an old motor running smoothly. Chen Ping'an finished the noodles, crumpled the wrapper, and tucked it into his pocket. He leaned back against the seat and watched the road ahead lit by the headlights. It stretched long and winding, disappearing into the darkness. But he was not in a hurry. This time they were not searching for someone. They were bringing someone home. Bai Jiuming's parents woke up on the 3rd day after their return to Rongcheng. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was downstairs teaching Xiao He how to write the character for turtle. Xiao He was already on her 14th attempt. This time the turtle she drew had only 4 legs, but an extra ring of patterns adorned its shell, resembling a fully bloomed flower. She pointed to the ring of patterns and said, "That's the turtle's pattern." Chen Ping'an replied, "That's not what a turtle's pattern looks like." Xiao He retorted, "How do you know? You've never kept a turtle." Chen Ping'an paused and realized she was right. He had kept cats, but cats were nothing like turtles. A sound echoed from upstairs. It was not the sound of footsteps, but rather the creak of floorboards pressing down and springing back. Then came Bai Jiuming's voice, quiet yet urgent, as though calling out for something or someone. Chen Ping'an set down his pen and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Bai Jiuming stood at the doorway, his hand gripping the doorframe until his fingers turned white. His eyes were red, though he held back his tears. "My dad woke up." Chen Ping'an stepped inside. Bai Jiangwo lay in bed, eyes open, fixed upon the ceiling. His pupils were unfocused, unable to settle, everything blurred around him. He blinked several times, and gradually his gaze converged. He turned his head toward Bai Jioming and moved his lips. Jiao Ming. The voice was faint like wind whispering through a window crack. But Bai Jioming heard it. He walked over, crouched beside the bed, and took his father's hand. Dad, it's me. Bai Jiangwo's fingers stirred. Not to grip, but to gently brush against Bai Jioming's palm, as if verifying whether this person before him was real. Bai Jioming's hand trembled, yet he did not let go. Wang Xiaoying was still asleep. She had woken later than Bai Jiangwo, her breathing slow but steady. Su Wan sat on a chair beside the bed holding a damp towel to wipe Wang Xiaoying's face. The towel was warm, and after a few gentle wipes Wang Xiaoying's complexion improved slightly, no longer so pale. Bai Jiangwo stayed awake for half an hour before drifting back to sleep. The doctor explained this was normal. For someone who had slept 20 years, waking would bring cycles of drowsiness. It was not a coma, it was the body healing itself. Bai Jioming kept watch through the night. By dawn the next day his father was awake again. This time his pupils no longer wandered, he could see clearly. He looked at Bai Jioming, and the gaze lingered for a long while. You've grown up. Bai Jioming's eyes reddened. Yes. Where is your grandfather? Downstairs. Has he grown old? He has. But he's in good spirits. A faint smile touched Bai Jiangwo's lips. His spirit has always been strong. When your grandmother passed, he said, only with a strong spirit can one truly live. And he lived by those words all the way to now. Wang Xiaoying woke on the fourth day. At that moment Chen Ping'an happened to be upstairs changing her calming talisman. He pushed open the door and found her eyes open, gazing at the ceiling. Her gaze was even more scattered than Bai Jiangwo's, taking a long while to focus. Where? Is this a Rongcheng, Qingshan Pavilion? Your son's friend's shop. Wang Xiaoying turned her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Her eyes lingered on his face for a moment. You are Chen Wanqing's son. Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled. Do you know my mother? I do. She came looking for me. She said, Sister Xiaoying, I'm going somewhere, and I may not return. Please look after Ping'an. I asked, who is Ping'an? She said, my son. Wang Xiaoying's voice grew faint. I promised. And I failed. I slept for 20 years. Chen Ping'an placed the calming talisman upon her forehead, and the parchment flickered with a soft luminescence. You kept your promise. You are alive. I found you. My mother would not blame you. Tears streamed down Wang Xiaoying's face. She did not wipe them away, letting them trace the contours of her temples and slip into her ears. Bai Jioming had never cried in front of Chen Ping'an. He was stubborn and proud. He didn't cry when Chen Ping'an called him a pretty boy, didn't cry when teased about wearing matching outfits, and didn't cry when his mother told him his father had left. Chen Ping'an had once thought this person lacked tear ducts entirely, that the only thing flowing from his eyes was eye drops. But that night he cried. Chen Ping'an woke to a sound. It wasn't crying. It was that choked, strangled sound someone makes when they're holding back tears, like swallowing something enormous that won't go down and won't come back up. He pushed himself up from the second floor, and the black cat slid off his chest with an irritated mew. He followed the sound to the third floor. At the far end of the hallway, Bai Jioming was crouched in the corner, face buried in his knees, shoulders shaking. The hallway lights were off, only the small night light by the staircase cast a dim yellow glow, like an eye half closed in sleep. Bai Jioming's shadow stretched long from the corner all the way to Chen Ping'an's feet, like a dark, emaciated figure crouched on the ground. Chen Ping'an crouched beside him, saying nothing, just remaining there. The black cat followed, settling beside Chen Ping'an, with its tail draped on the floor, golden eyes gleaming in the darkness like two unwavering stars. After what felt like 2 minutes, Bai Jioming's muffled voice came from behind his knees, as though speaking through thick cotton. I've been searching for them for 22 years. Chen Ping'an replied. When I was 3, they were already gone. I don't remember what they looked like. There's a black and white photograph at home. My mother held me while my father stood beside her. She was smiling so brightly, but my father wasn't smiling at all. I asked my grandfather why my father wasn't smiling, and he said my father was smiling, and I just couldn't tell. I stared at that photograph for a long time, but I still couldn't tell. Chen Ping'an wanted to say your father really wasn't smiling, but he held it back. Bai Jioming didn't need the truth. He just needed someone listening. The black cat's tail brushed lightly against Chen Ping'an's calf, conveying a silent message: don't speak, just listen. When I grew older, I stopped looking for them. I thought they were dead. My grandfather told me they weren't dead. They were waiting for me. But I didn't believe him. Bai Jioming's voice grew even more muffled. I came to believe it. I waited 22 years. Bai Jioming lifted his head, his eyes red, the tip of his nose also red. Tear tracks ran from the corners of his eyes down to his chin, catching the light. He didn't wipe them away, letting the tears stay on his face. This was the first time Chen Ping'an had seen Bai Jioming cry, and it was uglier than he'd imagined. Swollen eyes, a reddened nose, trembling lips. like someone drenched in rain standing by the roadside unable to hail a passing car. Thank you, Bai Jiuming said. Chen Ping'an stood up and brushed the dust from his trousers. No need to thank me. You don't have to repay me for those meals. Bai Jiuming paused. Really? No. 9 meals, not a single one forgiven. Interest included. Each meal gets an extra dish added. The corners of Bai Jiuming's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. More the expression one makes when dealing with someone utterly beyond reasoning. He wiped his face with his sleeve, leaving a large damp patch. Standing up, his legs went numb, and he had to steady himself against the wall. At the far end of the hallway, a window stood open, night air drifting in with the sweet scent of osmanthus. He stood at the window, gazing out at the old street. Street lamps cast their glow over the bluestone pavement, splitting it between light and shadow. Old Man Wang's tea house had already shuttered for the night, while Brother Lu's restaurant remained illuminated, the rhythmic clatter of his spatula carrying far into the darkness. Chen Ping'an. Did you cry when your parents came back? Chen Ping'an paused to think. No. Dust got in my eyes. There's no dust in an air raid shelter. That was a cold draft. Even cold drafts carry dust. Bai Jiuming didn't reply. He turned and returned to his room, pushing the door open to find his father asleep and his mother breathing softly and slowly. He sat by the bed for a long time before reaching out to touch his father's hand. His father's hand was warm, not cold. He lay down and buried his face in his arms, this time without crying. His father's fingers stirred and brushed against the back of his hand. Not a grip, just a touch, as if to say, I'm here. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs and lay down on the second floor. The black cat leaped onto his chest and curled into a ball. Baozi, Bai Jiuming cried. I saw. He doesn't look good when he cries. Nobody looks good crying. You don't look good crying either. When you cry, there's more snot than tears. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. I've never cried. You have cried. At the old family home in Wuchuan, when you saw your mother's back, you cried. Tears fell, but no snot. That time looked better. Chen Ping'an didn't argue. He closed his eyes. The black cat's purring sounded like an old engine running steadily. Downstairs, Xiao, he was reciting the 3-character classic, reaching the line about uncarved jade. Her voice rang clear and bright, like wind chimes in spring. Bai Jiangwo's recovery surpassed Wang Xiuying's. On the 5th day after regaining consciousness, he managed to sit upright. By the 6th day, he could rise from the bed. Leaning against the wall, he made his way downward, step by deliberate step, from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, and from the 2nd to the ground. He moved painstakingly slowly, every step sinking in his softness, as though walking on cotton, yet he never paused. His legs quivered violently. His knees buckled more than once, nearly surrendering him to a fall, but his hands found the wall and held him steady. Chen Ping'an stood behind the counter, poring over the accounts. He had reckoned the month's figures 3 times already, and each time produced a different tally. The first accounting showed a profit of 230, the second a loss of 80, the third a profit of 70. He decided to take the middle ground, 70 in profit. As long as he did not lose, that would suffice. He closed the ledger and slipped it into the drawer. Lin Mo, watching from the side, could not resist remarking, Master, last month you calculated a profit of 120 when in truth the loss was 300. Old Wang didn't press you because he knows you have no money to give. Your accounts are no different from none at all. Chen Ping'an glanced at Lin Mo. Calculating is better than not calculating. At least then I have a sense of things. Your numbers are wrong. A sense of things is useless if your numbers are false. Chen Ping'an offered no rebuttal. Bai Jiangwo descended the staircase, hand trailing the banister, one careful step after another. His hair had gone entirely white, his face mapped with deep lines, yet his eyes burned bright. Bai Jiuming followed close behind, arm outstretched, wanting to help, yet fearing to presume. His father had refused, saying, I can walk on my own. You mind your own path. So Bai Jiuming lingered in the rear, arm still extended like a goalkeeper poised to catch a falling ball. Old Wang stood at the doorway of the tea house, a cup of tea in his hand, watching Bai Jiangwo emerge from the shop. Jiangwo, you've lost weight, Old Wang said. Bai Jiangwo paused, bracing himself against the doorframe. Uncle Wang, you've aged as well. Aged? We all age. Old Wang sipped his tea. Your father is in the tea house. Go see him. Bai Jiangwo nodded, and leaning on the wall, made his way step by step toward the tea house. His pace was slow, but each step was firm. Sunlight fell upon him, stretching his shadow long across the ground. A gaunt, silent giant. Bai Jiuming trailed behind, arm still outstretched. The tea house remained exactly as it had always been, the counter, the tea tables, the mahjong tables, and a handful of old men. Bai Jingtang sat by the window, a teapot before him, the cup beside it long since gone cold. He had not drunk. He simply sat gazing out through the glass. Beyond the window lay a road of bluestone slabs. Across the street, Brother Lou's restaurant stood with a pile of freshly delivered vegetables at its entrance. He had been watching for a long time, though it was unclear what precisely held his gaze. Bai Jiangwo entered the tea house and stopped in the doorway, regarding the hunched back of Bai Jingtang. His father's spine curved ever so slightly, his hair had whitened entirely. Seen from behind, he resembled an ancient tree bent by relentless wind. Bai Jiangwo watched him for several long seconds. "Father!" Bai Jingtang's hand faltered. He turned and looked at Bai Jiangwo, studying him for several seconds. "You're back." "I'm back." "Then all is well." Bai Jiangwo took the seat opposite his father. Bai Jingtang poured him a cup of tea. The tea was hot, steam rising from its surface. Bai Jiangwo lifted it and took a sip, wincing briefly at the heat. "Drink slowly. You haven't had tea in 20 years. What is there to rush?" Bai Jingtang set the teapot back on the table. "When your mother passed, she said, Jingtang, bring Jiangwo home. I told her I will. I spent 20 years searching. I never found you. But I found your son. Your mother, wherever she may be, saw this." Bai Jiangwo lowered his gaze and stared into the tea within his cup. The liquid was a deep reddish brown, reflecting his face back at him. He had grown old, his hair white, his face etched with wrinkles. He barely recognized the man staring back. 3 vicious spirits drifted from behind the counter and gathered around the table. The tall ghost glided to the front, its voice sharp as fingernails dragging across glass. "Who's this?" The short ghost circled him once, pressing its nose close to sniff. "Bai Jingtang's son. Bai Jiuming's father." "Oh, he's back. He's back." His own son brought him back. The short ghost's voice was gravelly, like sandpaper scraping wood. "His son is far more handsome than he is. Bai Jiuming takes after his mother." The tall ghost remarked. "His mother was beautiful as well. Black hair, large eyes." The short ghost countered. "When she was young, she was even more striking than you are now. And you? Well, you don't look particularly fine now. You'll look worse once you're truly dead." The tall ghost drifted close to the short ghost, the two specters facing one another. "I was more handsome than you when I was alive. When you were alive, you were as thin as a bamboo pole. How is that handsome? Thin has its own beauty. Thin has its own beauty. Thin has its own illness. Your lungs were frail when you lived. You coughed for 10 years and died from it. And your lungs were weak precisely because you were too thin." The tall ghost fell silent. It drifted back behind the counter and crouched in the corner. The short ghost followed. The ghost in the mouse suit had said nothing throughout. It stood at the rear, observing Bai Jiangwo for a long while. There were several rips in its suit. A hole at the left shoulder revealed the translucent flesh beneath. That was from when Wen Chu had died. His blood had splattered there and could never be washed away. Nor had the ghost ever wanted to. "You are younger than your father," the mouse suit ghost said at last. Its voice was quiet, level like a winter river's surface. Bai Jiangwo's mouth curved faintly. "My father was younger when he was young." The tall ghost poked its head out from behind the counter once more. "Your father's hair was black when he was young." The short ghost also emerged. "Your father didn't walk with a stoop when he was young. When he was younger, he carried 150 jin of medicinal herbs from the mountain foot to the summit without ever gasping for breath. Now he pants even walking on flat ground." The mouse suit ghost added, "Your father never sat alone in a daze when he was young. When he spaced out, your mother was always with him. After she passed, that's when he began sitting in silence." Bai Jingtang lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Can you 3 ghosts stop your endless nagging?" The tall ghost replied, "We cannot. We have been nagging for 40 years. The short ghost chimed in, "It's a habit. We can't change it. If we did, we wouldn't be ghosts anymore. Ghosts love to nag. The ones who stop nagging have already been reborn." The mouse suit ghost remained silent and drifted back behind the counter. Bai Jiangwo looked at the 3 vicious spirits for several long seconds. "Uncle Wang, are they still playing mahjong?" "They are. Every day. Today they were short 1 player, so they dragged over a broom from the tea house to fill the seat. The broom couldn't learn how to play no matter how long they taught it through the afternoon. In the end, they flipped the table in frustration." Old Wang set down his teacup. The broom fell and broke into 2 pieces. They picked it up again, taped it together, and said they'd try next time. A faint smile surfaced on Bai Jiangwo's lips. It had been a long time since he had smiled. Old Wang saw his smile and smiled in return. Wang Xiuying fully woke up on the 7th day. Fully awake meant her eyes were clear and focused. She could recognize people speak and sit up. Her first words upon sitting up were, "I'm hungry." Her voice was soft but clear, like someone who had walked through a desert for too long and finally saw water. Su Wan was changing the calming talisman beside her when she heard this. Her hand paused, and then she smiled. Su Wan went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of congee. Plain rice congee with red dates and goji berries added. The red dates were cut into small pieces, the goji berries soaked until soft and red, floating on the surface of the congee like tiny crimson flowers. While she was cooking, Chen Ping'an squatted at the kitchen doorway eating a packet of crispy noodles. Sister Suwon, you look like my mom when you cook congee, Chen Ping'an said. Suwon didn't turn around. What did your mom look like when she cooked congee? I've never seen it, but it must be the same as yours. So serious. Suwon ladled the congee into a bowl and placed it on a tray. When your mom cooked congee, you were still in her womb. 3 months. She didn't know whether you were a boy or a girl. She gave you 2 names. A boy would be called Ping'an, a girl Anping. Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. How do you know that? Bai Jioming's mother told me. She and your mom were friends. They stayed together at the old house in western Hunan for a while. Your mom said, if it's a boy, call him Ping'an. May he be peaceful and safe. If it's a girl, call her Anping. The meaning is the same. Chen Ping'an lowered his head, looking at the crispy noodles in his hand. The biscuit had been crushed, crumbs spilling from the bag and scattering on the floor. He didn't pick them up. Suwon carried the congee upstairs. Wang Xiaoying leaned against the headboard, gripping the corner of the blanket, her fingernails white from pressure. When she saw Suwon enter, her gaze followed the bowl of congee from the doorway all the way to the bedside. Suwon placed the congee bowl on the nightstand, helped Wang Xiaoying sit upright, and propped a pillow behind her back. Wang Xiaoying took the bowl. Her hands trembled, but she refused to be fed. She drank it herself, one slow sip at a time, steadily. The congee was hot. She blew on it, took a sip. Blew again, sipped again. After half a bowl, she paused and looked at Suwon. What's your name? Suwon. Suwon. A beautiful name. Who saved you? Chen Ping'an. He's downstairs. Wang Xiaoying nodded, rested against the pillow, and gazed at the ceiling. There was a crack in the ceiling stretching from the corner of the wall to the light fixture identical to the one in the room where she had lain before. She stared at it for a long time. The ceiling above your bed also has a crack, Suwon said. They're all the same. Old houses always have cracks. The house where I grew up had cracks too, in the room where I slept as a child, running all the way from the door to the window. My mom said, don't be afraid, the house won't fall. Later the house didn't fall, but my mom did. Suwon sat down beside her and said nothing. I slept for 20 years. I dreamed about many things. I dreamed about Jioming, about when he was 3 years old, riding a small tricycle in circles in the courtyard. He went round and round, and when they called him to eat, he wouldn't stop. His mom would say, Jioming, time to eat, and he'd reply, just one more circle. Round and round, he went until his mom got angry, and only then did he stop. Wang Xiaoying's voice was very faint. Later I couldn't dream about him anymore. He grew up and I couldn't recognize him. In my dreams there was a tall, thin young man standing before me calling out, Mom. I didn't know him. He was crying. I wanted to wipe his tears, reached out my hand, and he dissolved. Suwon's eyes grew red. Bai Jianing came upstairs from the lower floor holding a bowl of congee. Seeing the empty bowl in Wang Xiaoying's hand, he paused. You've already eaten? Yes. Suwon cooked it. Wang Xiaoying placed the empty bowl on the nightstand. Bai Jianing set his own bowl down beside it and sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at Wang Xiaoying, and she looked at him. They gazed at each other for a long time, so long that Suwon felt like she was in the way, stood up, and left. She closed the door and stood in the corridor. The black cat sat on the windowsill at the far end watching her. They need a moment alone, the black cat said. Suwon nodded and went downstairs. Inside, Bai Jianing reached out and took Wang Xiaoying's hand. Hers was cold, but his was warm. He rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand slowly, repeatedly. You've aged, Wang Xiaoying said. So have you. Your hair is white. Yours is too. Wang Xiaoying reached out and touched Bai Jianing's hair. It was white, coarse and prickly. Your hair used to be black. Thick and black. When you washed it, the water was black. Your hair used to be black too. Black and soft. When you washed it, the water was clear. Because you never used shampoo. You used soap. Bai Jianing was silent for a moment. We were poor back then. Soap was cheaper than shampoo. A smile lifted the corners of Wang Xiaoying's mouth. She hadn't smiled in a very long time. Bai Jianing watched her smile and smiled too. Xiaohe's soul-locking array was loosening faster and faster. Every morning Chen Ping'an chanted the release charm, doing so for over 60 days from autumn all the way into winter. Rongcheng's winter is not bitterly cold, but damp. The air is thick with moisture, and clothes hung to dry take 3 full days to become crisp. Xiaohe drifted at the stairway, her red cotton-padded jacket burning like a flame against the ashen sky. She could drift to the shop entrance, now could float out onto the street, but still could not venture far. Each time she drifted outside, she always stopped beside a great banyan tree. That banyan stood directly across from Uncle Wang's tea house, its broad canopy spreading wide to cast generous shade through the summer months. Now that winter had come, the leaves remained green, though a deeper, muted green, as if steeped in ink. Xiaohe drifted beneath the banyan, crouching on its exposed roots as people passed by unseen. No one could see her. She was a ghost. Brother Chen, today, I drifted over to the banyan tree. 5 steps farther than yesterday. Then 5 more steps tomorrow, and 5 more the day after. If you go far enough, the array will break. Chen Ping'an squatted behind the counter sketching talismans without lifting his gaze. Xiaohe looked down at her hands. Her fingers had grown slightly more solid than they were 60 days prior, no longer so transparent that the wall behind them showed through clearly. They appeared as though viewed through a thin veil. She raised her hand toward the light, watching sunlight filter through her fingers to cast a small patch of pale crimson upon her face. Brother Chen, if I can go outside, will I be able to find my mother? Chen Ping'an set down his brush and looked up at her. Where is your mother? I don't know, but I want to find her. Xiaohe lowered her hand, twisting the hem of her red cotton jacket. She might be looking for me too. Chen Ping'an rose and walked over to her, crouching down to meet her gaze. When your soul-locking array is fully broken, I'll accompany you to look. Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Pinky swear. Xiaohe extended her hand, her semi-transparent fingers hovering briefly in the air. Chen Ping'an extended his finger to hook with hers. His finger passed through hers, unable to touch anything substantial, but he hooked it firmly anyway. Pinky swear 100 years without changing. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the wind. She drifted to the doorway and stood on the threshold, gazing out at the old street. Sunlight bathed the bluestone path in gold. A few people queued at Aunt Jang's cold shrimp stall, while the fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Uncle Wang's tea house. At Brother Lu's vegetable restaurant, freshly delivered produce was piled near the entrance. She gazed for a long while, like someone who hadn't stepped outside in ages, standing at their doorway, taking in the world beyond. Brother Chen. I can feel the sun now. It's not burning, it's warm. In another half-month you'll be able to stand beneath it. Xiaohe lowered her head and withdrew her feet from beyond the threshold. I won't look anymore. Chen Ping'an paused. Why? If she isn't looking for me, then I won't look for her. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Xiaohe's face showed no expression, but something glowed in her eyes. Not reflection, but light radiating from within. She might be looking for you too. Xiaohe lifted her head. Really? Really? You're her daughter. She wouldn't forget you. Xiaohe's eyes grew red at the rims. A ghost cannot weep, yet moisture shimmered in her eyes, flickering several times before fading. She drifted to the staircase and crouched, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders trembled silently. Chen Ping'an did not approach. He remained behind the counter, watching Xiaohe. The black cat perched on the counter, observing Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an's brows shifted, and the black cat watched them intently, but said nothing. It felt there was nothing to say today. The master's brows carried their own thoughts, beyond the cat's concern. When the brows moved, it signaled contemplation, and disturbing him then would be unwise. He thought for a long while, then walked to the staircase and crouched down. Xiaohe lifted her head. No tears visible, though her eyes remained red-rimmed. Once your soul-locking array is broken, I'll help you find. Your mother may not be seeking you, but you seek her. When you find her, she will see you. And once she sees you, she won't forget you. Xiaohe looked into Chen Ping'an's eyes. After several seconds, she nodded. Pinky swear. She extended her hand. Chen Ping'an reached out, and his finger hooked with hers. This time his finger did not pass through. It met something soft and cool. Not quite solid, yet far more substantial than before. He paused. Your hand. It's solidified. Xiaohe looked down at her hands. Her fingers grew slightly translucent again under her gaze, though they did not entirely revert to what they were before. Brother Chen, your release charm is working. Chen Ping'an rose, gazing at his own fingers. A lingering coolness rested at his fingertips, retaining the memory of her touch. He studied them for a long moment before tucking his fingers into his pocket. We'll continue tomorrow. Reciting until you can step outside. Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the wind. She drifted to the front of the counter, opened the classic of 3-character sutra, and began to chant. At the outset, human nature is good. Nature is similar, yet habits diverge. Her voice rang clear and bright, almost melodic. When she reached, if not taught nature may stray, she paused and looked at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, what does if not taught mean? It means, if one does not receive proper education, a person's innate nature can change. Then did your master teach you well? He did. Then why do you still eat instant noodles? Chen Ping'an drew in a deep breath. Xiaohe, you ask far too many questions. Xiaohe pursed her lips, lowered her head, and continued chanting. Chen Ping'an walked behind the counter and retrieved a packet of crunchy noodles from the drawer. Lin Mo, standing nearby, spoke up. Master, you've already had 6 packets today. From morning until now, 6. Chen Ping'an stared at the noodles in his hand, hesitated, and returned them to the drawer. He picked up a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and took a drink. Not eating them. Not anymore. Not today. Lin Mo studied Chen Ping'an, sensing that something was subtly different about him today. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something was distinctly off. The black cat perched on the counter watching Chen Ping'an. Its tail swayed lazily. It felt there was nothing to say today. The master hadn't eaten crunchy noodles. His brows were furrowed, but only lightly today, as though two old friends were sparring gently rather than truly fighting. It was fine. A master who didn't eat crunchy noodles was equally acceptable. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month marked the Little New Year. The festive atmosphere along Rongcheng's old streets ran deeper than anywhere else in the city. Two new red lanterns hung at the entrance of Wang Day's tea house, their crimson so bright it seemed to gleam. When the wind stirred, the tassels swayed back and forth, slapping against the doorframe with sharp cracks. A pair of spring couplets adorned the doorway of Brother Lu's restaurant. The upper scroll read, "May your business flourish across the 4 seas." The lower scroll declared, "May your wealth pour in from the 3 rivers." Above them, the horizontal banner proclaimed, "Attract fortune and welcome treasures." Brother Lu had written the calligraphy himself, the strokes crooked and uneven, far inferior to his walk skills. Zhang Yangyang's shaved ice stall remained shut. She said it was her rest day for the Little New Year, and she would return tomorrow. The metal pushcart was locked beneath the street lamp, a strip of red cloth tied to its handle. The wind caught the cloth, and it fluttered upward like a beckoning finger. Chen Ping'an crouched at his shop entrance, cradling a bowl of Zhang Yangyang's shaved ice that she had set aside the previous day. Not leftover. She had made extra on purpose, kept it in the refrigerator just for him to enjoy today. The shaved ice sat overnight and was not as fine as fresh made, but the brown sugar syrup remained sweet, thick, and rich, slowly trickling down the sides of the bowl. He finished the bowl and set it on the steps, watching the crowd flow along the street. A group of children ran past, firecracker poppers in hand, and tossed them to the ground. With a sharp bang, the black cat leaped from the steps, its tail flaring wide. "Baozi, are you afraid of poppers?" Chen Ping'an looked down at the black cat. "Not afraid. Just startled." The cat lowered its tail and licked its paw. "The sound of poppers is different from the crack of your talismans. When a purple talisman explodes, the sound is muffled. When a popper goes off, the crack is sharp. I am not afraid of muffled sounds, but sharp ones frighten me." Chen Ping'an thought about it for a moment. There seemed to be some sense in what the cat said, yet also none at all. He stood up, brushed the dust from his trousers, and took the bowl back inside the shop. Xiaohe was hovering above the counter, brush in hand, writing characters on yellow paper. In her rendition of the character Fu, the left radical was disproportionately large, while the right component shrank small, making the whole character resemble an adult embracing a child. She held it up, inspected it, frowned, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can. The trash can already held several crumpled balls, all once Fu characters, some with an oversized left radical, others with a cramped right component, and a few where both sides overwhelmed the paper, bursting past the edges. "Senior Brother Chen, this character is too difficult." "Not difficult. 1 dot on the left, a horizontal stroke on the right, and a field character beneath." Xiaohe tried again. This time the left side was correct, but she wrote "Ri" instead of "Tian" on the right, omitting a stroke. "Is this Fu?" "Missing a stroke. Without that stroke it ceases to be Fu." Xiaohe attempted it once more. This time the character was right, but tilted askew as though written by someone who had drunk too much wine. Chen Ping'an gazed at the crooked Fu character in silence for a moment. "Paste it up. An askew Fu is still Fu." Xiaohe smiled and stuck the character on the wall behind the counter, side by side with the Dao character. The Dao character was written by Wang Day, upright and immaculate. The Fu character was Xiaohe's work, crooked and tender. Placed together, they looked like an adult standing beside a child. Lin Mo descended from upstairs with a broom and began sweeping. He swept with meticulous care from the counter to the doorway, from the doorway to the staircase, leaving not a single crevice untouched. He gathered the dust into a pile, scooped it with a dustpan, and emptied it into the trash can. His movements were clean and efficient, unlike Chen Ping'an, who swept haphazardly here and there, and still left gray residue on the floor when finished. "Lin Mo, you sweep better than your master," the black cat remarked from atop the counter. "Mn. I surpass him in everything." Chen Ping'an shot Lin Mo a glance. "You draw talismans better than me. You write characters better than me. You sweep better than me. What else could you possibly do better than me? Incantations. My tongue never stumbles when I chant." Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He realized he should not have asked that question in the first place. That evening, Chen Ping'an went to Aunt Zhang's home. Her apartment was in the residential compound behind the Liangxia food stall on the first floor, with the door open and the lights on. The door was unlocked. Chen Ping'an knocked twice and pushed it open. The room was modest in size, but impeccably clean. The floors had been mopped, and a few plates of melon seeds and peanuts were arranged on the coffee table. On the stove, a pot of tang yuan was bubbling away, steam fogging the kitchen window into a soft haze. Aunt Zhang, wearing a blue apron, stood before the stove, stirring the tang yuan with a spoon, gently separating each one to keep them from sticking together. Come in and sit. It'll be ready in a moment. Chen Ping'an settled onto the sofa followed by Lin Mo, who took a seat beside him. The black cat leaped down from Chen's shoulder and perched near the coffee table watching the snacks laid out upon it. It tapped a peanut with its paw, sending it rolling to the floor, then swiped it back. Baozi, are you going to eat those peanuts? Lin Mo asked. Not yet. Just watching. Bai Jiuming hadn't come, he was at the shop with his parents. Neither Bai Jiangwo nor Wang Xiuying's legs had fully recovered. They still needed assistance to walk, and Bai Jiuming dared not stay away for long. Suwan was absent as well. She was upstairs tending to Wang Xiuying, helping her bathe and change. Wang Xiuying felt embarrassed to impose, insisting, I can do it myself. But Suwan replied gently, your hands lack strength. Let me help you. Wang Xiuying did not refuse further. Xiaohe had not come as she could not leave the house and remained alone at the shop reciting the 3-character classic. Before leaving, Chen Ping'an had left her a bag of potato chips for her to smell. Aunt Zhang carried out 2 bowls of tangyuan and set them on the coffee table. The dumplings were filled with sesame paste, plump and white, floating in brown sugar syrup, like a group of little children taking a bath. The bowls were white ceramic with a small chip along the rim, its edge yellowed from years of use. Eat. Chen Ping'an lifted his bowl, scooped up a tangyuan, and took a bite. The sesame filling spilled out, scalding his tongue. He hissed, but swallowed without spitting it out. Delicious. Then have more. There's plenty in the pot. Lin Mo also ate one, chewed slowly, and swallowed. Aunt Zhang, did you make these tangyuan yourself? Yes. I ground the sesame myself and kneaded the dough. Store-bought ones won't do, they're far too sweet. Homemade is just right. Aunt Zhang sat across from them with her own bowl. The dough must be worked for a long time, kneaded until the surface is smooth and no longer sticks to your hands. The filling cannot be too wet, or it won't hold together. I kneaded for an hour and wrapped for another hour. Made 30 in total, enough for several meals. Chen Ping'an took another bite. This time he was careful, nipping a small piece first, blowing on it gently, then eating. Aunt Zhang, do you spend the new year alone? Yes. I've grown accustomed to it. I used to celebrate with my younger sister. After she passed, it became just me. Aunt Zhang scooped up a tangyuan, took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. But not alone this year. I have all of you. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Her face showed little expression, but there was a light in her eyes. It was a warm light, unlike the flat, unfeeling gaze she usually cast upon people. Aunt Zhang, next New Year I'll come here again for your tangyuan. Do come. We'll have plenty. Eat as much as you like. Chen Ping'an finished his bowl, drinking down the brown sugar syrup as well. Lin Mo finished too, setting his bowl on the coffee table. They sat and chatted with Aunt Zhang until nearly 9 o'clock, when Chen Ping'an rose. Aunt Zhang, we should head back. Xiaohe is alone at the shop. Go on home then. Don't leave her alone too long. She's afraid of the dark. Chen Ping'an paused. Does a ghost fear the dark? She's a little ghost. Little ghosts fear the dark. A little ghost who fears the dark is truly a little ghost. The ones who do not fear the dark are old ghosts. Aunt Zhang gathered the bowls and set them in the sink. You go on home now. Be careful on the way. It's dark, don't fall. Chen Ping'an nodded and led Lin Mo out the door. The black cat followed at his heels, its tail held high. The lanterns of Old Street glowed warmly and firecracker debris littered the bluestone path, red and scattered like a carpet of tiny blossoms. In the distance, firecrackers continued to crack and pop in bursts as though reluctant to let the festival fade away. On the last day of the lunar year, Qingshan Pavilion was closed. Chen Ping'an posted a notice at the door. Closed for the Spring Festival. Reopening on the 6th day. Wishing everyone a Happy New Year. The characters were written by Lin Mo, neat and precise, every stroke done with care. Chen Ping'an studied the notice in silence for a moment. Your handwriting is better than mine. Aren't you going to be modest? Modesty would be false. The fact that my handwriting is better is true. Chen Ping'an did not speak further. He turned and went back into the shop. Xiaohe floated at the staircase, her red padded jacket burning like a flame beneath the lamplight. She had tied a new hair ribbon that day, crimson knotted into 2 small bows. Suwan had bought it for her, spending a long time choosing at the supermarket before settling on red. Xiaohe had said, I'm already red. If I add more red, I'll be far too red. Suwan had simply replied, red and prosperous. Xiaohe laughed, spinning in front of the mirror again, and again the hem of her red jacket fluttering up like a little crimson flag. Brother Chen, it's the new year. Am I a year older? Ghosts do not grow older. Their years are fixed. Xiaohe lowered her head and gazed at her translucent hands. Then I will always be 8. 8 is fine. At 8 you need not do homework. No exams. No teachers calling your parents. Xiaohe considered this and decided that 8 was not such a bad age after all. She floated to the counter and opened the classic of 3-character classic, resuming her chanting. When she reached the line, Rong at 4 yielded the larger pair. She paused and looked up at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, what does yielding the pear mean? It means a boy of 4 gave the bigger pear to someone else and kept the smaller one for himself. Why? Because he was thoughtful. Xiaohe tilted her head and pondered. Then I am thoughtful too. I will give you the bigger pear. You eat the big one, I will eat the small one. Though I cannot eat it, I can only smell it. A faint curve touched Chen Ping'an's lips. Very well. We will buy pears next year. Xiaohe smiled, turned to the next page of the classic, and continued her reading. That evening Brother Lu arrived, carrying a copper hot pot, the charcoal beneath it glowing red, the spicy broth bubbling away. Tripe, aorta, duck intestines, duck blood, beef, and pork brain were arranged on plates in neat rows. Brother Lu declared, "You cannot eat instant noodles on New Year's Eve." Chen Ping'an replied, "Instant noodles are food." Brother Lu insisted, "Instant noodles are food, but not on New Year's Eve." Chen Ping'an offered no further protest, for Brother Lu had a point. It was true that New Year's Eve dinner deserved better than instant noodles. Bai Jiangwo and Wang Xiuying also came downstairs. Wang Xiuying's legs were still weak, and Bai Jiangwo supported her with each careful step. Behind them trailed Bai Jiuming, walking stick in hand, ready if needed. Bai Zhengtang arrived too, carrying a pot of tea. He had lingered a while at Uncle Wang's tea house before coming. Aunt Zhang also appeared with a bowl of sweet fermented rice drink, insisting, "You must eat this on New Year's Eve." Uncle Wang came with a cup of tea in hand. With so many people the shop grew cramped. Xiaohe hovered near the ceiling, daring not descend. She feared crowds of the living. Too many living souls. Too much yang energy. It overwhelmed her. Chen Ping'an ladled a bowl of glutinous rice balls and set it at the foot of the stairs. "Eat here. Just breathe in the scent." Xiaohe drifted down and crouched by the stairs, leaning close to the bowl, inhaling deeply. Her eyes brightened. So fragrant. Sesame. Sesame. Aunt Zhang made them. Aunt Zhang knows how to make glutinous rice balls too. She does. She can make anything. Xiaohe inhaled again, deeply this time, as though trying to draw the entire essence of the glutinous rice ball into herself and store it away. She had collected so many scents: potato chips, braised pork, hot pot, and now glutinous rice balls. Once the soul-locking formation was lifted and she was free to walk the world, she would go find her mother. What scent did her mother carry? She could not remember, but she remembered that her mother's hands were warm. Chen Ping'an returned to the table and lifted a slice of tripe, quick, dipping it 7 seconds before placing it in his mouth. Spicy, rich, crisp. Delicious. Lin Mo sat beside him, picked up a slice of beef, and placed it into Chen Ping'an's bowl. "Master, you must eat more. You are far too thin. You should eat more yourself. You are even thinner than me. I am still growing. I need to eat more." "You need to eat more? You finish 1 bowl at every meal from beginning to end, and never once have you eaten more. 1 bowl is enough. Anything more, and I cannot finish it." Chen Ping'an studied Lin Mo. Color had returned to the boy's face. Not the pale wash he had worn upon first arriving. The dark circles beneath his eyes had faded. After several months under this roof, Lin Mo had grown a little fleshier and half a head taller. His school uniform sleeves, once dangling past his wrists, now fit properly. "Lin Mo." "Yes, master. Next year your grandmother will come to the shop to see you." Lin Mo's hand paused. "How did you know?" "Because you drew 50 calming talismans. Your grandmother said that once 50 were completed she would come." Lin Mo lowered his gaze to the beef in his bowl. "I have drawn over 100. Then your grandmother will come more often." A faint curve appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. The hot pot lasted late into the night. Brother Lu refilled the broth once more and brought additional plates. Bai Jiuming had a glass of wine, his face flushed, leaning back in his chair and gazing at the ceiling. Uncle Wang and Bai Zhengtang played a game of chess. Uncle Wang lost and said, "One more game." Bai Zhengtang replied, "No more. You cannot beat me." Uncle Wang grumbled, "You do not play seriously." Bai Zhengtang retorted, "Even if you did, you still would not beat me." Uncle Wang fell silent. Aunt Zhang sat in the corner, shelling edamame, listening to the murmurs of conversation around her without interjecting. Beside her the black cat crouched, its tail resting on her knee, purring softly. Xiaohe smelled through the glutinous rice balls, then the hot pot, then the roasted seeds and peanuts. She inhaled all night long until her nose nearly went numb. Yet she said, "Not numb at all. I want to keep smelling." Near midnight firecrackers erupted outside. Pop and crack, shaking the glass panes until they hummed. Xiaohe curled at the foot of the stairs, covering her ears. Ghosts feared firecrackers. The scent of gunpowder could ward off evil. Yet she whispered, "I am not afraid. Brother Chen is here." Chen Ping'an produced a yellow talisman from his bag, folded it into a small triangle, and handed it to her. "Hold this. Then you need not fear the firecrackers." Xiaohe took the talisman and gripped it in her palm. The firecrackers continued to ring, but she was no longer afraid. "Brother Chen, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year to you too." Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the wind. The firecrackers still rang outside, but she was not afraid. Brother Chen, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xiao He smiled, her red jacket's hem lifting in the winter wind. The copper hot pot continued to bubble. Laughter rose from the table. Outside, the sky flashed with firework blooms. Inside, the warmth of the meal settled into every bone. Xiao He lingered at the staircase, clutching the folded talisman, breathing in what remained of the spiced broth and sesame sweetness. She would save the scent too. Happy New Year, Brother Chen, she said again, softer now. Chen Ping'an glanced toward the stairs and nodded. The year turned. The shop stood quiet beneath falling snow. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Ping'an woke up late. Not because he wanted to, but because the black cat hadn't roused him. The black cat had said, "It's the new year. Sleep a little longer." When Chen Ping'an finally opened his eyes, it was nearly 10 o'clock. He pushed himself up from the floor and rubbed his eyes. The black cat sat perched on the windowsill, gazing outside, its tail hanging down and sweeping lazily across the window pane. "What's wrong out there?" "Someone has arrived." Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. A figure stood at the shop entrance. A woman in her 30s wearing a red down jacket, her long hair pulled back into a ponytail. Her face was pale, not the unhealthy pallor of illness, but the fair complexion of one who rarely saw the sun. In her hand, she held a small child. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, her hair tied into 2 braided pigtails. She wore a white down jacket and red cotton shoes. Her face was pale, her lips devoid of color. She stood at the doorway staring at the 3 characters, Qingshan Gu, on the sign for what felt like an eternity. Chen Ping'an stood inside the door watching them. He recognized that little girl. No, he did not know her. But he knew who she was. The same little girl from the family portrait hanging in the old house in Wuchuan. His elder sister, Xiaoyan. He had never met her in person, but he had seen her photographs. In those pictures, she wore a red dress and smiled brightly. Now she wore a white down jacket and did not smile. "Are you Chen Ping'an?" The woman looked at him, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, it is me. I am your elder sister. My name is Chen Yan." Chen Ping'an studied her face. Her features bore a striking resemblance to his mother's. Not merely similar, but remarkably so. Her eyebrows curved gracefully, her eyes were large, and her nose was straight. He had never seen her before, yet he recognized her at first glance. He stood in the doorway speechless. Xiaoyan lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Her eyes were luminous, bright as 2 stars. She was small and thin, wrapped in a white down jacket that made her resemble a white flower blooming in winter. The down jacket was far too large for her frame, the sleeves extending well past her wrists. She had rolled them up twice, revealing slender wrists as thin as twigs. "Are you Ping'an?" Her voice was faint, barely louder than a whisper. "Yes, it is me." Xiaoyan lowered her head and gazed at her hands. Her fingers were slender, her nails short. She remained silent. With her nails, she picked at the back of her hand, leaving streaks of white marks. Chen Yan placed her hand on Xiaoyan's head and gave it a gentle pat. "Where did you come from?" Chen Ping'an asked. "Wuchuan." Chen Yan's voice was soft. "We came from Wuchuan. We have been searching for you for a long time. Your master said you were here. We found you." Chen Ping'an stepped aside to clear the doorway. "Come in. It's cold outside." Chen Yan led Xiaoyan by the hand into Qingshan Gu. Xiaoyan walked behind her, footsteps light, nearly soundless. As she passed the black cat, it lifted its head and glanced at her. She returned the look. She offered the black cat a faint smile. The cat's tail gave a single flick. Chen Ping'an poured tea for them. Chen Yan held her teacup, her hand trembling. She set the cup down, reached into her pocket, and drew out a photograph, placing it on the table. It was a black and white photo, its corners yellowed with age. The image showed a family of 4. A man, a woman, a little girl of about 7 or 8, and an infant cradled in her arms. It was precisely that same photograph that had hung on the wall of the old Wuchuan house. On the reverse side, a line of elegant handwriting read, "A keepsake for Ping'an's 100 days. Mother, when you were little I held you." Chen Yan's voice was gentle. "You were so small, so light." Mother said, "Xiaoyan, hold your little brother." So I held you. You cried. Mother said, "He is hungry." I said, "I'll prepare the formula." I mixed it and fed you, and you drank and stopped crying. You smiled. You had 2 dimples. Mother said you took after me. Chen Ping'an stared at the photograph for a long while. "Have you both remained in Wuchuan all this time?" "Yes. After father left, after mother left. I died. I stayed within that old house for 20 years. My soul was bound, unable to leave. Then one day the seal grew loose. I emerged. I found mother's body and laid her to rest. I found father's body as well and buried him. Then I came to find you." Chen Ping'an's eyes reddened. "You are still alive." "Alive. My soul has returned. My body has returned as well. Aunt Zhang helped me." Chen Ping'an turned to look at Aunt Zhang. She stood at the foot of the stairs, clutching that small cloth bag in her hands. She came to me and asked, "Are you Aunt Zhang? Ping'an spoke of you." I said yes. She asked, "Can you help me?" I said I could. I used the soul-seeking art to locate her body and guided her spirit back. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and approached Chen Yan. "Sister." Tears streamed down Chen Yan's face. "Ping'an." The two embraced. Xiao Yan stood beside them watching. She did not understand what had happened, but she knew this was her mother and her uncle. Her mother had spoken of him many times. "You have an uncle named Ping'an. He is in Rongcheng. We will go find him." Now they had found him. She walked over and took her mother's hand. It was cold, though hers was cold as well. "Mother, don't cry." Chen Yan wiped her tears and squatted down. "Mother is not crying. Mother is happy." Xiao Yan looked into her mother's eyes. They were red-rimmed, yet still luminous. "Uncle resembles grandma." Chen Yan paused in surprise. "How do you know?" "From the photograph. When grandma smiles, her eyes curve. When uncle smiles, his eyes curve the same way." Chen Ping'an touched his own eyes. He was not smiling, yet they still curved. It was the way he was born. His mother had been the same. Xiaoyan had moved in. She lived on the 3rd floor next to Su Wan. The room was small, just a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. The bed sheets were new blue with little bear patterns printed on them. Yiling had bought them. Upon hearing that Chen Ping'an's sister was coming, she had specially gone to the supermarket to pick them out. "Little girls like bears," she had said. Chen Ping'an replied, "She's not a little girl. She's in her 20s. Yiling had said her body is in her 20s, but her soul is 8 years old. And an 8-year-old likes bears. Chen Ping'an pondered this for a moment and found her reasoning sound. He had bought his sister a teddy bear pillow, brown and fluffy, and placed it on the bed. Xiaoyan sat on the bed, hugging the bear pillow close. Her legs dangled and swayed her feet, unable to reach the floor. Her body was in her 20s, but her behavior was that of an 8-year-old. She loved the color red, loved candy, and loved small animals. She disliked darkness, being alone, and taking medicine. Chen Ping'an had bought her some white rabbit creamy candy. She popped one into her mouth and savored it slowly, reluctant to chew. The candy dissolved slowly, a milky sweetness drifting from the corners of her mouth. "Uncle, this candy is delicious. Delicious as it is, you can't have too much. Too much will hurt your teeth." "My teeth are strong. They won't hurt." Chen Ping'an looked at her. Her features resembled his mother's, especially when she smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. He gazed at her for a long time. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" "At you. Am I pretty?" "Yes, you are." Xiaoyan smiled. She carefully folded the candy wrapper and tucked it into her pocket. She loved collecting wrappers, red, green, yellow, blue. She had gathered a thick stack pressed flat between the pages of a book. She had brought a bundle from Wuchuan, folding them all the way on the train until they were neatly stacked. Xiaoha peeked out from the staircase, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the lamplight. She looked at Xiaoyan, and Xiaoyan looked back. The two of them, two ghosts, gazed at each other for a few seconds. "You're a ghost too?" Xiaoha asked. "Yes." "Are you?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 8. "Me too." Xiaoha floated down from the staircase and drifted before Xiaoyan. "You're wearing white, and I'm wearing red. We're different." Xiaoyan looked down at her white down jacket. "I like red, but my mom said white is cleaner." "White is pretty too. Like snow." "Have you ever seen snow?" "Yes. On television. I've never been outside. I'm bound by the Earth's energy. Brother Chun is helping me break free." Xiaoha reached out and touched Xiaoyan's white down jacket. Her fingers passed right through the hem, unable to make contact. "You're more transparent than me. You're more substantial than I am. Your soul is stronger than mine. You'll become solid too. Once the soul-locking formation is broken, you will be." Xiaoha smiled. The two little ghosts held hands. Couldn't actually touch, but both felt the connection. They floated upstairs into Xiaoyan's room, sat on the bed, hugged the teddy bear pillow, and chatted. Chen Ping'an couldn't make out what they were saying, but he heard their laughter, crisp and bright, like two bells clinking together in the wind. The black cat crouched at the staircase watching them. Its tail swayed lazily. "Baozi," Chen Ping'an called to it. "Mom, Xiaoyan is here. My sister is here. They've settled in." "Saw them. There are more and more people at the shop. How lively. A home needs people to feel like a home." Chen Ping'an took a pack of crunchy noodles from the drawer. Lin Mo, standing nearby, said, "Master, today is the first day of the new year. On New Year's Day, we don't eat instant noodles, we eat dumplings." Chen Ping'an shot him a glance. "Are you from the north?" "No." "Then how do you know to eat dumplings on the first day, eh?" "I saw it on TV. What you see on TV isn't necessarily correct. What I saw on TV is more reliable than what you're saying." Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment and put the crunchy noodles back. He walked to the kitchen and boiled a pot of dumplings, frozen, filled with cabbage and pork. Once the dumplings were ready, he served 2 bowls, one for himself and one for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan wouldn't eat as she was a ghost and couldn't consume food, but she could smell. She leaned her nose close to the bowl and inhaled deeply. Her eyes lit up. So fragrant. When I was alive, I used to eat dumplings. My mom made them, cabbage and pork filling. Just like these. Chen Ping'an looked at her. Do you remember your mom? Yes. When she smiled, her eyes curved like yours. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the dumplings in his bowl. Steam rose from them, blurring his face. He picked one up with his chopsticks and took a bite. Cabbage and pork filling, just like his mom used to make. He had never actually eaten dumplings his mom had made, but he felt this was exactly the taste. He ate a second, then a third. Xiaoyan rested her head by the table, breathing in deeply again and again, storing the dumpling's aroma in her nose and preserving it in her memory. She had collected many scents over time, her mother's fragrance, her younger brother's. She kept them all, waiting for the day she fell into another deep slumber when she could retrieve them and breathe them in once more. The black cat leaped onto the counter and curled into a ball. Its purring was loud like an old engine running steadily. Xiaohe and Xiaoyan chattered upstairs, their voices soft and light, like two little birds pecking at grain. From the old street came the crackling of firecrackers, fading and returning as if drawing a period over the year. Chen Ping'an finished his dumplings, washed the bowls, and sat behind the counter gazing at the character for fortune on the wall. Crooked and uneven, but it was still fortune. A crooked fortune is still fortune. On the 6th day of the new year, Qingshan Pavilion opened its doors. Chen Ping'an stood at the entrance, tore down the notice that read, "Closed for Chinese New Year's Eve, reopening on the 6th day," crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. Lin Mo stood nearby holding a broom, sweeping the firecracker debris from the entrance into a pile. The fragments were red, swept together, resembling a small puddle of congealed blood. "Master, do you really think anyone will come if we open on the 6th day?" "They will. After being cooped up at home for 6 days during the new year, whatever needs haunting will haunt, whatever needs encountering evil will encounter evil, and those who need to find a Taoist priest will come looking." Chen Ping'an took the crooked Qingshan Pavilion sign from behind the counter and hung it above the doorway. "Business is like ghosts. You don't seek them out, but they come seeking you." Lin Mo felt his master's words made some sense, yet not quite. The first customer arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark brown mink coat, a gold chain around her neck, and 3 gold rings on her fingers. She stood at the shop entrance gazing at the sign, then glanced at the black cat crouching on the steps. After a moment's hesitation, she walked in. "Are you Taoist, Chen?" Her voice was loud as if haggling at a wet market. "That's me." Chen Ping'an rose from behind the counter. "What can I do for you?" "My house is haunted. Not an ordinary ghost. It's my husband." The woman sat down in the chair and crossed her legs. "He's been dead 3 years, yet he refuses to leave. Every night he watches television in the living room at full volume. I told him you're dead, stop watching TV, but he wouldn't listen. Instead, he turned it up even louder. The neighbors complained and property management came. They said, your TV is too loud. I said, it's not me watching, it's my husband. They asked, isn't your husband deceased? I said yes. Then they left and never came back." Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He had seen many hauntings, but this was the first time he'd encountered a ghost that watched television. What program was he watching? The news broadcast. Every day at 7 o'clock sharp. He'd watch until 7:30, then switch channels. He'd watch the weather forecast, then turn off the television. 3 years, every single day, just like that. Did he watch like this when he was alive? No. When he was alive, he only watched sports. After he died, he switched to watching the news. Perhaps he wanted to stay informed about the nation's affairs. Chen Ping'an stood up. "Let me take a look." The woman's home was in a high-end residential compound in the west of the city with an elevator that opened directly into the apartment. 2 money trees sat at the entrance. Chen Ping'an followed the woman inside. The living room was spacious, the sofa was genuine leather, and the television was over 80 inches. On the wall hung a cross-stitched artwork featuring the character for home, crooked but legible. The woman pointed at the television. "That's the one. It turns on every night at 7 sharp. I turn it off, and he turns it back on. I unplug it, and he plugs it back in. I even cut the wire, but he repaired it himself, something he never knew how to do when he was alive." Chen Ping'an took a compass from his bag. The needle spun once before pointing toward the television, trembling slightly. He walked to the front of the television and crouched down, examining the wall behind it. There was a black handprint on the wall. Not ink, not paint, but a scorched mark. "How did your husband die?" "Heart disease. He collapsed while watching a football match on the sofa. China had won the final match, and in his excitement, he never woke up again." The woman's voice grew softer. "When he died, he was still gripping the remote control. I couldn't pry his fingers open, so it was cremated along with him." Chen Ping'an took a blue talisman from his bag and pressed it against the television screen. The talisman glowed briefly, and then the television turned on by itself. The screen displayed static, no channel, but the sound was loud. a constant crackling, as if someone were speaking from very far away. Amidst the noise, a man's voice emerged low and deep. "Old companion, I'm leaving. Live well." Tears streamed down the woman's face. "Lao Wang, if you've left, don't come back. I'm afraid." The television went dark. The blue talisman dimmed. Chen Ping'an peeled the talisman off the screen. A black handprint now marked the paper. "He has passed on. He will not return." The woman wiped her tears, reached into her bag, and placed a thick stack of banknotes on the table. "Is this enough?" Chen Ping'an glanced at the money. It was a substantial bundle, easily over 10,000 yuan. "Enough. More than enough. The excess is a tip. Thank you for driving Lao Wang away." Chen Ping'an took 10 bills and pushed the rest back. "This is sufficient. Keep the rest. With Lao Wang gone, you'll have more expenses on your own." The woman paused, then gathered the money and left, crying and laughing at the same time. Lin Mo stood at the doorway, watching the woman's figure disappear at the entrance of the residential compound. "Master, why are you not being greedy with money this time? She has wealth, but it belongs to what her husband left behind. With only one person now, she cannot possibly spend it all. The excess would be wasted." Lin Mo looked at Chen Ping'an. For the first time, he felt that when his master was not greedy for wealth, he actually seemed rather human. The second commission came in the afternoon. A young woman, roughly 27 or 28, wearing a white down jacket, her hair gathered into a low ponytail, her face pale, with deep dark circles beneath her eyes. She stood at the shop doorway, neither entering nor lingering, merely gazing at the sign for several long seconds. Chen Ping'an poked his head up from behind the counter. "Come and have a seat." The woman stepped inside and sat upon a chair, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. "Taoist Chen, I am a teacher at Chuntian Kindergarten. Our kindergarten is haunted." "Haunted by what?" "A child's spirit. Every day at 3 in the afternoon, when the little ones wake from their nap, a child will say, 'Teacher, someone touched my face.' I asked who touched them, and the child replied, 'A little girl in red.' When I asked what she looked like, the child said, 'I couldn't see clearly, but her face was white.' I thought it was merely a nightmare and paid it no mind. But then several more children mentioned the same thing. A little girl in red with a pale face touching their cheeks." Chen Ping'an's fingers stilled for a moment. "Has any child been frightened?" "Yes. There is one child, a 4-year-old, named Daodu. He cried for 3 days straight and refused to attend kindergarten. When his mother asked Daodu what is wrong, he simply said, 'There is a ghost.' His mother came to me, and I told her, 'I will handle it.' The truth was, I do not know how to handle such matters. I only know how to make crafts with children." Chen Ping'an rose to his feet. "I will go take a look." Chuntian Kindergarten lay behind the old street, a 15-minute walk away. Chen Ping'an followed the young woman into the kindergarten courtyard, where several small tricycles stood beside a slide swings and a sandbox. A tiny shovel stuck upright in the sand, abandoned and uncollected. From within the classroom drifted the voices of children singing, "Look for a friend, find a good friend." Their tones rang clear and bright, like wind chimes dancing in the spring breeze. "What are they singing?" Chen Ping'an asked. "Looking for friends. They sing it every afternoon." Chen Ping'an stepped into the classroom. More than a dozen children sat upon the floor in a circle, hands clasped, voices raised in song. At the center stood a little girl in red, singing along with them. Her form was translucent, revealing the blackboard behind her. Her face was pale, not the kind of pallor that frightens, but the color of one who has not seen sunlight in many years. Her feet did not touch the ground. She hovered some 10 centimeters above the floor. Chen Ping'an regarded her. "Xiaohe." The little girl turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes shone brilliantly like 2 stars. "Brother Chen." Xiaohe drifted from the center of the circle, gliding toward Chen Ping'an. The hem of her red cotton-padded jacket fluttered in the breeze. Her hands had gained a measure of substance compared to before. They were no longer fully transparent, appearing as though seen through a thin veil of gauze. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet her gaze. "How did you get out? Your soul-locking formation has not yet been broken." "It is broken. This morning, while chanting the incantation, the rope snapped. I can leave the shop now." Chen Ping'an paused. "You can go out." "I can't. I tried. I walked from the shop to the banyan tree, and from the banyan tree to the kindergarten. I went quite far, and it did not hurt. My soul did not scatter." Chen Ping'an studied her. Her hands were solid, her face was real, and even her red cotton-padded jacket held substance. The soul-locking formation had finally been broken after more than 60 days of reciting the unbinding incantation. "Why did you come to the kindergarten?" "To find friends. I have been alone for 3 years with no companions. There are so many children here, and I wish to play with them." Xiaohe lowered her head, gazing at her fingers. "They cannot see me. Only that one child can see me." She pointed to Daodu seated in the corner. Daodu was 4 years old, with a round face and large eyes, clutching a small bear doll, his gaze fixed upon Xiaohe. He was not afraid. He looked at Xiaohe and smiled, and she smiled in return. Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and looked at the young woman. This spirit is no malevolent ghost. She will not harm anyone. She simply wishes to find friends. The young woman stared at Xiao He for several long seconds. Can she remain at the kindergarten? Do you wish for her to stay? The children adore her. Daodu has stopped crying. He said Red Riding Hood played with me. A faint smile touched the young woman's lips. Red Riding Hood. Xiao He glanced down at her red cotton-padded jacket. I am not Red Riding Hood. I am Xiao He. The young woman laughed. Xiao He. A lovely name. Chen Ping'an looked at Xiao He. Do you wish to stay here? I do. But I shall return to the shop at night. Brother Chen, I still reside at your establishment. Very well. Return at night. Xiao He's smile drifted beside Daodu, crouched down and reached out to touch his bear doll. Her fingers passed straight through the toy, unable to make contact. Yet Daodu felt the bear stir slightly, and he drew it closer against his chest. Chen Ping'an stepped out of the kindergarten and stood at the doorway. Sunlight bathed his face, warm and gentle. He withdrew his phone and sent a message to Lin Mo. The soul-locking formation on Xiao He has been broken. She can go outside now. Lin Mo replied instantly. Where is she? Chen Ping'an at the kindergarten. Looking for friends. Lin Mo alone. Chen Ping'an, yes. She has grown up. Lin Mo did not respond further. Chen Ping'an slipped his phone back into his pocket and set off toward the old street. By the time he reached the banyan tree, he saw several people queuing at Aunt Zhang's lianxia stall. Aunt Zhang was ladling brown sugar syrup, scooping a generous portion, so thick it pooled slowly. Spotting Chen Ping'an, she waved. Little Chen, come try the lianxia. All right. Chen Ping'an made his way over and took a seat before the stall. Aunt Zhang served him a bowl of lianxia, adding an extra spoonful of brown sugar syrup. Xiao He went out. Yes. The soul-locking formation is broken. Where did she go? To the kindergarten. Looking for friends. A faint smile lifted the corners of Aunt Zhang's mouth. She has waited 3 years for this day. Chen Ping'an lifted his bowl and took a sip of the brown sugar syrup. It was sweet. Xiao He's first friend at kindergarten was not another child, but Daodu's teddy bear. Daodu was 4 years old with a round face, big eyes, and slightly yellow hair that lay softly against his scalp. He wore a blue padded jacket printed with Mickey Mouse. One of Mickey's ears had come loose, and his mother had stitched it back on in a crooked, uneven seam. Every afternoon, he would take the bear out of his school bag and place it on the desk, keeping it company while listening to the teacher's stories. The bear's ears had been mended as well, one higher than the other. Daodu would say the bear tilts its head to listen to the story. That afternoon, the teacher told the tale of the 3 little pigs. Daodu sat in the front row and Xiao He floated beside him. No other child could see Xiao He, only Daodu could. When he finished telling the story, he turned his head and looked at Xiao He. What's your name? Xiao He. I'm Daodu. How old are you? I'm 8. I'm 4. You're older than me. Daodu tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then you're my older sister. Xiao He paused. She had never been anyone's sister before. When she was alive, she had been an only child, the sole child in her family. After she died, she spent 3 years alone in an empty building with no one ever calling her sister. She pondered it for a long time, so long that Daodu assumed she did not wish to be a sister at all. Don't you like being a sister? Daodu asked. Xiao He shook her head. I do like it. She hesitated. If you call me sister, I'll call you brother. Daodu grinned, revealing 2 gaps where his front teeth had fallen out. Brother doesn't sound nice. Just call me Daodu. Daodu. MHM. Sister. Xiao He reached out her hand, wanting to touch Daodu's teddy bear. Her fingers passed straight through the bear's ear, unable to make contact. But Daodu felt the bear's ear twitch, and he hugged it tighter. The bear likes you. It moved. Xiao He looked at her own fingers, then glanced at the bear. It really moved. Yes. I saw it. Xiao He smiled. The hem of her red padded jacket fluttered in the wind. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the children's parents came to pick them up. One by one they left. Daodu's mother arrived. A stout woman wearing a black down jacket, carrying an insulated lunch bag filled with Daodu's afternoon snack, an apple, and a carton of milk. She crouched down and helped Daodu zip up his padded jacket. Daodu, were you happy today? Happy. I made a new friend. Who? Daodu's mother looked around the classroom and saw no other children. Who is it? Her. Little Red Riding Hood. Daodu pointed toward where Xiao He was standing. Daodu's mother looked in that direction. She saw nothing at all. Only empty tables and chairs and children's handicrafts pinned to the walls. She smiled, helped Daodu put on his gloves, and walked away holding his hand. Xiao He remained in the classroom, gazing at the empty chairs. The children had gone, and the teacher had left too. Sunlight streamed through the window, painting a square patch of light on the floor. She floated into the stood within it. Sunlight passed through her body and left a faint shadow on the ground. She looked down at it. In the 3 years she had spent on Old Street, she had never had a shadow before. Xiao He. Chen Ping'an stood at the classroom doorway. Xiao He turned her head. Brother Chen. Let's go home. Come back tomorrow. Xiao He floated over and followed at Chen Ping'an's heels. As they walked along Old Street A, she paused and looked at Grandpa Wang's tea house. Inside, people were playing cards, the mahjong tiles clattering noisily. Grandpa Wang sat behind the counter reading the newspaper through his reading glasses. She gazed at it for a long time. Does Grandpa Wang know you can go out now? I don't know. You tell him. Chen Ping'an stepped into the tea house. Grandpa Wang set down his newspaper and removed his glasses. Xiao He went out. Yes. At the door. Grandpa Wang emerged from behind the counter and stood in the doorway. He scanned the passing crowds, the orange cat sprawled on the steps, and Aunt Zhang across the street. He could not see Xiao He, but he knew she was there. He could feel it. A cool, faintly sweet breath of air drifting past him. Xiao He. She floated before Grandpa Wang and looked up at him. Grandpa Wang's back was slightly stooped, his hair completely white, yet his eyes shone bright. Grandpa Wang. Her voice was crisp like the sound of biting into an apple. You've grown thinner. Do ghosts grow thin? I haven't grown thin. I've become solid. Now that the soul-locking formation has been broken, my spirit has grown corporeal. Xiao He raised her hand toward the sunlight. Sunlight passed through her fingers, casting a small pale red patch on the back of her hand. Look, I have a shadow now. Grandpa Wang looked down at the ground. By Xiao He's feet lay a faint shadow, very light, yet undeniably present. He crouched and reached out, wanting to touch her head. His fingers passed through her hair, unable to make contact. But he did not pull his hand back. His hand lingered there as though resting on an actual head. Come to the tea house tomorrow. I'll teach you how to play mahjong. Xiao He's eyes lit up. Really? Really? We're short one player. If you come, the quartet is complete. I don't know how to play. I'll teach you. The three vicious spirits couldn't learn either. They studied for 40 years and still couldn't. You're smarter than they are. You'll pick it up quickly. Xiao He smiled. She floated back to Chen Ping'an's side. Chen Ping'an crouched down and adjusted the hem of her red padded jacket. The fabric was solid now, he could touch it. Not entirely solid, like touching a layer of very fine silk. Let's go home. Sister Su Wan bought you a new hair ribbon. Xiao He's eyes grew even brighter. What color? Red. She said red matches your red padded jacket. Xiao He floated ahead, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the wind like a small red banner. Xiao He floated ahead, the hem of her red padded jacket rippling in the wind, resembling a little red flag. Yiling came on the second day. Xiao He went out. That day Rongcheng saw sunshine. The winter sun was gentle and warm, casting a golden sheen over the bluestone path of the old street, making the puddles left by yesterday's rain glitter like scattered coins. Several people were queuing in front of Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall, and the fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house. Behind the counter, Chen Ping'an was crouching, counting talisman papers. 37 yellow talismans, 12 blue ones, and 3 purple ones. He counted 3 times, each tally matching the last. Not from diligence, but from the idle hours that had become his lot lately, with little business to occupy him. Lin Mo stood nearby, polishing the ghost-slaying blade in his hands. The blade was jet black, though a faint trace of rust marred the edge. With cloth dipped in oil, he rubbed it slowly and meticulously, attention to every detail. Master, you've counted the talismans again. From the 6th day to now, you count them every day. Every time, 37, 12, 3. Never fewer, never more. He paused. Counting brings peace of mind. That's what my master taught me. What else did your master say? He also said drawing talismans without practicing the blade is like painting in vain. Then why don't you practice the blade? I'm drawing talismans. Talismans matter more than swordplay. If talismans run out, they can be redrawn. If a blade grows dull, it can be sharpened. But if a person is gone, that is final. Lin Mo fell silent. He returned the ghost-slaying blade to its scabbard. The scabbard clicked against his belt buckle with a sharp ring. Then Yiling pushed the door open and stepped inside. She wore a white down jacket today, her hair gathered in a low ponytail, small pearl studs adorning her earlobes. In her hand, she carried a brown paper bag, unsealed and bulging with something inside. She took a seat on the chair and set the paper bag on the counter. For you. Chen Ping'an opened the bag. Inside lay a black windbreaker. Exactly the same as the one he was wearing, yet brand new. Free of dust, free of oil stains, the collar unstained by wear. The silver zipper gleamed. The garment was folded with precise corners, as though freshly purchased from a shop. Your last one grew worn. Yiling said, her tone flat, as though discussing something trivial. If you go out in old clothes, clients will think you unprofessional. Chen Ping'an touched the collar of his own windbreaker. Indeed, it had darkened. He bent his head and sniffed. There was the smell of instant noodles, of crispy snacks, and something indistinguishable, perhaps the stale scent of his pillow. He had worn this garment to sleep, to eat, to draw talismans, to fight. From autumn through winter, unwashed. I can wash it and keep wearing it. It won't come out. The darkness on the collar is oil, oil doesn't wash away. You spilled noodle soup on it, and noodle soup contains oil. The oil has seeped in. It cannot be washed out. Chen Ping'an said nothing more. He pulled on the new windbreaker. It fit perfectly, the zipper gliding smoothly, the collar standing high enough to cover half his face. He stood before the mirror and surveyed himself. Black, new, untouched by dust. He looked less like a Taoist priest and more like someone heading up a mountain. He peeled off the old windbreaker, folded it neatly, and set it on the chair. Have this donated for me. Donated. It's so old. Who would want it? A homeless person would. It's cold in winter, and they have nothing to wear. Though worn, this one still blocks the wind. Yiling looked at him. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before drifting away. She reached into her bag and withdrew a small box, setting it on the counter. The box was white, stamped with a small red flower. This is also for you. Not a windbreaker, something else. She rose to her feet and turned to leave. Her steps were quick, as though pressed for time. At the doorway she paused, but did not look back. Put on your new clothes and go to the kindergarten. Don't let Xiao He think her uncle is unreliable. She was gone. The door closed. Chen Ping'an opened the small box. Inside rested a watch, a black face with a silver band. Not expensive, the kind that costs a few hundred yuan, but beautiful nonetheless. Tucked behind the dial was a scrap of paper bearing a single line, "Do not get lost." The handwriting was neat, unmistakably Yiling's. She had drawn the vertical hook of the character with straight precision, extended the radical with an elongated sweep, and shrunk the foot radical to delicate proportions. Chen Ping'an studied it for a long time before sliding the watch onto his wrist. The band was cool against his skin, comfortably so. He glanced at the time. 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. Baozi, he called. The black cat leapt from the counter and approached his feet. What did Yiling mean by gifting me a watch? She feared you might lose your way. And anything else. She also feared you'd be late. Kindergarten lets out at 3:30. If you arrive late, Xiao He will be waiting outside alone. She is not afraid of the dark, but she fears being alone. Chen Ping'an gazed at the watch on his wrist. The second hand ticked steadily, each movement measured and calm. He turned and stepped out of the shop, heading toward Chun Tian Kindergarten. After a few paces he stopped and looked back at the sign above the entrance. The 3 characters, Xingshan Gu, showed signs of age in the sunlight, yet stood firm and unyielding. The black cat crouched on the steps, tail held aloft. Watch the shop. Chen Ping'an turned and walked away. He walked quickly, not from fear of being late, but to test whether Yiling's words held true. Was the band cool? Was the face clear? Did the second hand keep accurate time? All of it was so. He wanted someone to tell that the watch was excellent, but there was no one around. Lin Mo was polishing his blade, Su Wan was upstairs keeping company with Wang Xiuying, Bai Jiuming was tending to his parents, and Xiao He was at the kindergarten. Walking alone on the path to the kindergarten, the sun warmed his face. He glanced down at his watch, 2:15. There was still time. When he arrived at the kindergarten, Xiao He was crouched beside the sandbox watching children build sandcastles. One child had constructed an exceptionally tall castle topped with a tiny red flag. Xiao He reached out a hand, wanting to touch the flag. Her fingers passed through it, unable to make contact. She withdrew her hand and stared at it. Her hands were slightly more solid than the day before, yet still half transparent. Xiao He. Chen Ping'an crouched down. She turned her head. Brother Chun, you've changed clothes. New clothes. They look nice. The corner of Chen Ping'an's mouth lifted slightly. He crouched beside the sandbox, as well, watching the children build their castles. They labored for a long time. The castle fell, they rebuilt it, and it fell again. Xiao He watched from the side, offering no help, saying nothing. Brother Chun. Did Sister Yiling come today? She did. She brought you clothes, eh? And a watch. Xiao He looked down at Chen Ping'an's wrist, the black face, the silver band. Nice. Sister Yiling treats you well. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He gazed at the sand in the pit, golden beneath the sunlight. Xiao He hovered beside him, the hem of her red padded jacket stirring in the breeze. When Chen Ping'an returned to the shop, it was nearly 4 o'clock. He pushed open the door and saw someone sitting in front of the counter. Not a customer, it was Lin Mo. A bowl of tangyuan sat before Lin Mo. Aunt Zhang had brought them, sesame-filled, plump and white, floating in brown sugar syrup. He ate one, chewed slowly and swallowed. Brought by Aunt Zhang. Yes. She said, save a bowl for your master. I did. It's in the pot. Lin Mo pointed toward the kitchen. Chen Ping'an went into the kitchen, ladled the tangyuan from the pot, and brought them to the counter. He sat down and began to eat. The tangyuan had cooled somewhat, but the brown sugar syrup was still sweet. He ate one, then another. Master, how was kindergarten today? How's Xiao He? Pretty well. Made a friend. 4 years old, named Dodo. Can Dodo see her? Yes. Children's eyes are clear. They lose that ability as they grow up. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. He finished the tang yuan in his bowl and drank the brown sugar syrup too. Master, I wish I had eyes that could see too. You don't. No. I can't see Xiaohe. I can only sense that she's there, but I can't see her. Chen Ping'an looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. Your eyes are clean, but they're meant for drawing talismans. Those who draw talismans have eyes that are too pure. They cannot see ghosts. Because they're so clean the ghosts dare not approach. Lin Mo was taken aback. Really? Really? My master said so. What else did he say? He also said, if a talisman drawer can see ghosts, the ghosts won't fear them anymore. If the ghosts don't fear you, you can't capture them. Lin Mo pondered this and found his master's words made sense. He rose, gathered the bowls, and went to the kitchen to wash them. The faucet ran loudly. He rinsed each bowl twice in the sink, then washed them again. Master, Lin Mo's voice called from the kitchen. How much do you still owe Yi Ling? Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. 800 for the windbreaker, paid in 3 installments. The first one is due next month. I don't know the price of the watch. She never told me. You took it without knowing the cost. She said it wasn't expensive. If it's not expensive, I don't need to repay it. Not expensive doesn't mean you don't have to pay. She never said, no need to repay. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He looked down at the watch on his wrist. The black faced the silver band. You're right. I'll ask her next time. Just then, Aunt Zhang pushed open the door carrying a bowl of liangxia. She set it on the counter and sat down opposite them. Xiao Chen, try the liangxia. Made fresh today with newly boiled brown sugar. Chen Ping'an lifted the bowl and took a sip. Sweet, sweeter than yesterday's batch. Aunt Zhang, business has been good today. Good. It's the new year, so many people come to eat liangxia. Some even bought it on the first day of the Lunar New Year. I asked, you're eating liangxia on New Year's Day? She said, liangxia is round too, and round means reunion. About what you'd expect. Chen Ping'an's lips curved slightly. That person was Yi Ling. No. It was old Wang from the vegetable market. His wife has been dead for 3 years, and he spends the new year alone. He eats liangxia hoping for a sense of togetherness. Aunt Zhang pulled a handful of edamame from her pocket and began shelling them. Squeeze and pop. The beans bounced out of their pods and landed in the bowl with a steady tapping sound. When his wife was alive, she loved liangxia. Every new year he comes to buy a bowl and places it in front of her photo. Chen Ping'an gazed at the liangxia in his bowl, the brown sugar syrup thick and rich. He finished drinking and set the bowl on the counter. Xiao Chun. Yes. Your mother also loved liangxia. Whenever she came to my stall, she always ordered 2 bowls. 1 bowl for herself, 1 to take home for your father. Your father didn't care for sweets, but he finished every bowl. He'd say, your mother bought this. If I don't eat it, that's no good. Chen Ping'an bowed his head, looking at the watch on his wrist. His face was reflected faintly in the dial. Aunt Zhang, what did my mother eat during the new year? Tang yuan. She made them herself, sesame filled. She wasn't very good at wrapping them. The filling would always leak out. They boiled into a pot of black water. But your father would say, delicious. Your mother would say, liar. Your father would reply, not lying. Your mother would say, you're so sweet-tongued. Your father would answer, I'm sweet-tongued because of you. Aunt Zhang finished shelling the edamame, gathered the bowls, and stood up. I'm heading home. I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang left. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter gazing at the Fu character on the wall. It was crooked, but it had been there for a long time, from before the new year until after. Xiaohe drifted in through the doorway, her red padded jacket blazing like fire under the light. Brother Chen, I'm back. You're back? Were you happy today? Happy. Dodo taught me to fold paper airplanes. I made 3, but none of them would fly. Dodo said, sister, the nose of your plane is too heavy. I asked, how do I fix it? He said, fold the front a bit more. I folded it, but it still wouldn't fly. Dodo said, your hands are too light. You can't press the paper down properly. Xiaohe lowered her head and looked at her own hands. Under the light, they were solid and visible, yet she still couldn't feel objects when she touched them. I can't feel the paper. Chen Ping'an looked at her. If you can't feel the paper airplane won't fly. Right? But Dodo folded one for me. He folded one, and it flew really far, over to the window, landing on the sill. He said, sister, this one is for you. I kept it. Xiaohe took a paper airplane from her pocket. It was yellow, folded from craft paper with crisp, neat edges. She held it up to the light. Under the light, the paper airplane was translucent. You could see the crack on the opposite wall through it. Beautiful. Dodo said, sister, will you come back tomorrow? I said yes. He said, then I'll teach you how to fold it better tomorrow. Xiaohe carefully placed the paper airplane back in her pocket and drifted upstairs. The hem of her red padded jacket flashed once at the stairway corner, like a red butterfly disappearing into shadow. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter and took a pack of crispy noodles from the drawer. Lin Mo emerged from the kitchen, saw the noodles in Chen Ping'an's hand, and fell silent for a moment. Master, how many packs have you eaten today? This is the first pack. You ate 2 packs this morning. I made Tang Yuan, but you didn't eat them. You had 2 packs of crispy noodles instead. That's 2 packs. Morning is morning. Now is now. The morning ones don't count. I'm starting fresh from this afternoon. Chen Ping'an tore open the bag and crunched through it. Lin Mo said nothing more. He picked up his brush, walked to the backyard, and began practicing his sword forms. The ghost severing blade glinted coldly in the light, each strike carving deeper into the wooden post. He swung once, then again. His wrist moved with precision, the blade slicing through the post in clean, even cuts that revealed the grain of the wood. After 50 strikes, his arm grew weary. He paused, sheathed the blade, and returned to the shop. Chen Ping'an had already finished the crispy noodles, crumpling the wrapper and tossing it onto the table. He leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, his eyebrows shifting restlessly. Lin Mo glanced at him, but said nothing. He went behind the counter, threw away the wrapper, and wiped the crumbs from the table. The black cat perched on the counter, watching Chen Ping'an's eyebrows. It wanted to say, "Your eyebrows are at war again," but thought better of it. Today the master had visited the kindergarten to see Xiao. He received new clothes and a watch from Yiling, and enjoyed Aunt Zhang's liangxia. He was in a good mood. When in a good mood, let the eyebrows clash if they must. Besides, they weren't its eyebrows. It rested its chin on its front paws and closed its eyes. Its purring was loud, like an old engine running steadily. Upstairs, Xiao, he was chatting with Xiao Yin, their voices soft and gentle, like 2 little birds pecking at rice. Xiao Yin's voice was quieter, while Xiao He's carried more weight. "I learned to fold paper airplanes today," Xiao He said. "I'll teach you to fold paper boats," Xiao Yin replied. "Can paper boats fly?" Xiao He asked. "Paper boats can't fly, they float on water," Xiao Yin answered. "I don't have any water," Xiao He said. "Use the water from your cup," Xiao Yin suggested. On the day Xiao He made her second friend at kindergarten, Chen Ping'an was tallying accounts in the shop. By the third count, Lin Mo drifted over, cast a glance, and said, "Master, you've made a mistake." "Where is the error?" Chen Ping'an asked. Lin Mo pointed to the figures. "You added wrong here. It should be 320, not 220. Chen Ping'an recalculated the line, and found it was indeed 320. He closed the ledger and slid it into the drawer. After all, Uncle Wang wasn't pressing for rent, Bai Jiuming wasn't demanding debt repayment, and Yiling's windbreaker installments weren't due yet. His phone rang. A strange number, a local landline in Rongcheng. "Hello, Master Chun, this is Teacher Lu from Chuntian Kindergarten. Could you come by?" The voice on the other end trembled, not from fear, but from that particular kind of helplessness when one simply doesn't know what to do. "What's wrong?" "Another ghost has appeared at our kindergarten." "Not Xiao He, someone else. A woman in a white dress. She stands by the slide, silent, expressionless, just standing there. Xiao He said she won't leave, that she's waiting for someone." Chen Ping'an hung up and stepped outside. The black cat weaved between his feet, tail held high. Lin Mo poked his head out from the backyard, still gripping his ghost-slaying blade. "Master, where are we going?" "Kindergarten." "Another ghost. Isn't Xiao He already there?" "Xiao He says it's not a malicious spirit." "Let me take a look." When they arrived at the kindergarten, the children were doing exercises in the courtyard. The music played Little Apple. The teacher led from the front, while the children bounced along, arms waving joyfully. Xiao He floated beside the flagpole, her red padded jacket blazing like fire in the sunlight. She spotted Chen Ping'an and drifted over. "Brother Chun, where is the ghost?" Xiao He pointed toward the slide. Standing beside the slide was a figure. A woman in a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face, pale lips devoid of color. Her feet hovered 10 centimeters above the ground, never touching earth. Her eyes were fixed on the kindergarten gate, motionless as a carved statue. Chen Ping'an walked over and crouched to meet her gaze. "Are you waiting for someone?" The woman's pupils shifted from the gate to Chen Ping'an's face. "Waiting for my daughter. She studies here. I promised to come get her. I came, but she's gone." "What is your daughter's name?" "Nyonyo." "How old is she?" 4. "What does she look like?" "Round face, big eyes, hair slightly yellow. She likes wearing red dresses and loves Mickey Mouse." Chen Ping'an rose and entered the classroom. Teacher Lu was serving afternoon snacks, apples cut into small pieces and arranged on tiny plates. He approached Teacher Lu and lowered his voice. "Does your kindergarten have a child named Nyonyo?" "4 years old, round face, big eyes, slightly yellowish hair." Teacher Lu's expression darkened. "Yes. She transferred last year. Her mother died in a car accident last year." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Nyonyo doesn't know. Her father told her mother went on a business trip. She kept waiting, asking every day, 'Has mommy come back?' And her father would say soon. She waited for a whole year." Chen Ping'an returned to the slide. The woman in white still hovered above the ground, but now she turned her head toward the classroom window. Inside, the children were eating apples. Among them sat a little girl, round face, big eyes, slightly yellowish hair, wearing a red sweater. She ate slowly, savoring each small bite, as if tasting something precious. Nuno. The woman in white spoke so softly, it was like wind slipping through a window crack. The little girl inside lifted her head and gazed toward the window. She couldn't see her mother, but she felt something on the other side of the glass. Setting down her apple, she walked to the window and pressed her face against it. Tears streamed down the white-dressed woman's face. Ghosts cannot weep, yet water glistened in her hollow eyes. She's grown up. You must go. If you stay here, she will never grow up. She will only keep waiting. The woman's form began to fade, starting from her feet, dissolving bit by bit, like ice slowly melting. She looked at the window at Nuno's face, for 1 second, then another. Nuno, mama is leaving. Grow up well. Her body vanished completely. A breeze swept in, making the slide's iron frame hum. Nuno pulled her face from the glass, returned to her seat, picked up her apple, and continued eating. She didn't cry. She didn't throw a fit. She didn't know her mother had come, nor that her mother had gone. Xiaohe drifted beside Chen Ping'an and looked up at him. Has she gone? Gone. Where will she go? To be reincarnated. Xiaohe lowered her head and gazed at the paper airplane in her hands. When she is reborn, will she remember Nuno? No. After drinking from Meng Po's soup, all memories will be erased. And Nuno will forget too. When she grows up, she'll forget. Xiaohe raised the paper airplane toward the sunlight. It was yellow, and the sunbeams passed through it, casting a small golden patch on the ground. I don't want to forget. I've already forgotten what my mother looked like. I only remember that her hands were warm. Chen Ping'an crouched down to meet Xiaohe's eyes. Though you've forgotten her face, she will never forget you. Xiaohe looked into Chen Ping'an's eyes. They shone brightly like twin stars. Brother Chen, do you remember what your mother looked like? I do. When she smiles, her eyes curve, just like yours. Xiaohe paused. She touched her own eyes gently and smiled. Bai Juming owed Chen Ping'an 9 meals from last year into this year, from before the new year into after. Every time Chen Ping'an saw him, he'd say, "You still owe me 9 meals," and Bai Juming would always reply, "I'll remember." After remembering it so many times, not a single meal had been paid back. Finally, on the 8th day of the first lunar month, Bai Juming called. Come to my place for dinner tonight. My mom's cooking. Your mom's cooking. Is your mom out of bed? Yes. She took 3 steps this morning. She said, I want to make a meal to thank you all. Chen Ping'an hung up the phone and rose from behind the counter. Lin Mo, we're having dinner at Bai Jiuming's place tonight. Bai Jiuming is treating. Yes. His mom's cooking. Isn't his mom barely awake? Can she cook? She took 3 steps. 3 steps is enough to cook. My mother was still working in the fields before I was born. The day after she gave birth, she was back in the fields. Lin Mo thought his master's example didn't quite match Bai Jiuming's mother's situation, but he kept his thoughts to himself. That evening, Chen Ping'an brought Lin Mo, Su, Wan Xiaohe, and Black Cat to Bai Jiuming's home. Xiaohe was going out for the first time, floating beside Chen Ping'an's feet. Her red cotton-padded jacket glowed like a flame under the streetlights. She watched the cars on the street, the trees along the roadside, the stars in the sky. She had seen all these things 3 years ago, but seeing them again 3 years later, everything felt different. Brother Chen, the stars are brighter than before. The stars haven't changed. Your eyes have grown brighter. Bai Jiuming's home was in a residential compound in the west of the city, small but very clean. Bai Jiangwo sat on the sofa with Wang Xiuying beside him, their hands clasped together. Bai Jiuming was in the kitchen helping, bringing out the dishes. Seeing Chen Ping'an, he nodded. Sit down. Dinner's almost ready. The dishes were brought to the table: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, tomato and egg stir-fried broccoli, fish and pickled cabbage, and a large bowl of soup. Wang Xiuying emerged from the kitchen, holding onto the wall, an apron tied around her waist stained with oil spots. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright. Taoist Chen, thank you. No need to thank me. Your son has already paid. Bai Jiuming glanced at Chen Ping'an. I haven't paid yet. I'll remember. Bai Jiuming said nothing more. Wang Xiuying sat down at the table, gazing at the spread of dishes. I haven't cooked in 20 years. My hands are rusty. Please don't mind if it doesn't taste right. Chen Ping'an picked up a piece of braised pork and chewed it twice before swallowing. Delicious. Lin Mo also took a piece, chewed and nodded. Su Wan picked up a sweet and sour rib, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Wang Xiuying watched them eat, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When Jiuming was a child, he loved my sweet and sour ribs the most. He could eat 5 or 6 at a time. His father would say, stop eating, save some for tomorrow. He'd reply, make it again tomorrow. His father asked, your mom cooks every day, aren't you tired? He'd answer, not tired at all. Bai Jiuming lowered his head, looking at the rice in his bowl. He didn't reach for any dish. Bai Jiangwo picked up a sweet and sour rib and placed it in Bai Jiuming's bowl. Eat. Your mom made this. Bai Jiuming picked it up and took a bite. He chewed twice and swallowed, saying nothing. But his eyes grew red. Chen Ping'an picked up another piece of braised pork. Black Cat crouched beneath the table, its tail brushing against his leg. He glanced down. Black Cat's eyes gleamed from beneath the table, fixed on the meat in his bowl. He picked up a piece and set it on the floor. Black Cat sniffed it and ate. Your cat eats meat? Bai Jiuming asked. It eats everything. Just no spicy food, nothing too salty. The braised pork is perfect for it. Black Cat finished and looked up at Chen Ping'an. He picked up another piece and placed it on the floor. Black Cat ate it again. Baozi, how many pieces have you had today? 3. That's enough. You'll get fat if you keep eating. Black Cat's tail swayed gently. It's the new year. Eat more during the festival. Chen Ping'an picked up another piece and set it on the ground. Black Cat ate it. Bai Jiuming watched Black Cat eating, a faint smile touching his lips. It's fatter than you. Chen Ping'an glanced down at his stomach. Not fat. He picked up another piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. In the 3rd month after waking up, Su Wan found a job. It was not arranged by Chen Ping'an, she found it herself. She submitted her resume online, received an interview notice, and went alone. She did not tell Chen Ping'an, afraid he would worry or insist on accompanying her. If he came along and the interviewer asked, "Who is this person with you?" and he replied, "I'm her landlord," what would the interviewer think? She had spent 3 years lying in the 2nd basement level of Rongcheng town. Bringing a Taoist priest landlord to an interview would hardly look proper. So she went alone. That morning she wore a white shirt and dark trousers, her hair tied back in a low ponytail. The clothes were a gift from Yiling. The shirt was slightly loose, so she tucked the hem into her pants and fastened a brown leather belt around her waist, its brass buckle polished to a gleam. It was also a gift from Yiling. She stood before the mirror for a long time, turning this way and that, examining her reflection from every angle. She had spent 3 years in the darkness of Rongcheng town sub-basement without a mirror, never having known what she looked like. Now she knew. Her face was very pale. Not the healthy kind of pale, but the pallor of someone who had not seen sunlight in years. Her lips lacked color and dark circles shadowed her eyes. Yet she was not ugly. She smiled at her reflection, the corners of her mouth lifting, her eyes curving gently. Chen Ping'an squatted at the stairwell, holding a bowl of cold shrimp jelly, watching her. He had not eaten his usual dry noodles that morning. Instead, he had chosen the cold shrimp jelly. Aunt Zhang had warned him, eating cold food in the morning is not good, to which he replied, the shrimp jelly is cold, but the brown sugar syrup is hot. Aunt Zhang pondered this and found his reasoning both sound and not quite so. Sister Su Wan, are you nervous? He asked. Su Wan turned away from the mirror. Not at all. Chen Ping'an looked at her hands. Her fingers were trembling. Your hands are shaking. They're not. I'm just warming them up. I'll need to write during the interview, so I'm loosening my fingers. Chen Ping'an did not call her out on it. Su Wan left the house and walked to the street corner to wait for the bus. Her legs had stopped shaking, but her hands still trembled. She tucked her fingers into her pockets so no one would notice. The bus arrived, and she found a window seat. The streets of Rongcheng town rolled past outside. The breakfast stalls, the bun shops, the hardware stores, the small groceries. She had not seen any of this in 3 years underground. Now seeing them, everything felt new and vivid. A pancake vendor's cart steamed in the morning air, the boss flipping crepes with quick practiced movements. A mother rode an electric scooter, dropping her child off at school. The child sat behind her backpack on a steamed bun and hand nibbling as they went. Su Wan watched them and allowed herself a small smile. The publishing house was in the city center, housed in an aging office building. The elevator was old and groaned with every opening as if sighing. Su Wan climbed to the 5th floor, found the office and knocked. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, glasses perched on her nose, hair gathered neatly at the nape, wearing a dark blue sweater. She studied Su Wan for several long seconds. Su Wan. Her voice trembled slightly. Yes. You're back. I'm back. The woman took Su Wan's hand and pulled her into the office. Several other people inside looked up. Some recognized Su Wan, others did not. Those who knew her rose from their desks and gathered around her. You've lost weight. You look pale. Have you rested well enough? Su Wan looked at each of them in turn. One girl with a ponytail and a yellow hoodie sat with red-rimmed eyes. Su Wan did not recognize her, as she must be new. Sister Su Wan, the girl said, I've heard your name. I've read the books you edited. Su Wan smiled. When she smiled, her mouth curved and her eyes bent into pleasant arcs. The interview was simple. The editor-in-chief asked, can you come back to work? And Su Wan answered yes. Is your health up to it? Yes. When can you start? Next Monday. The editor nodded. Very well. See you next Monday. Su Wan stood and walked to the door, pausing without turning around. Thank you. No need to thank me. I'm just glad you're back. Su Wan left the office, descended the stairs, and stepped out into the sunlight outside the building. It was bright enough to make her eyes narrow. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Chen Ping'an, I got the job. Starting next Monday. Chen Ping'an replied instantly good. Come home and eat hot pot. Brother Lu is treating. Su Wan read the message and smiled. She slipped her phone back into her pocket and walked to the bus stop to wait. The bus arrived and she took another window seat. Outside, the city scenery scrolled by. Tall buildings, shopping malls, pedestrians, bicycles. She had not seen any of this during her 3 years in the sub-basement of Rongcheng town. Seeing it all now, she felt deeply that being alive was a good thing. She returned to the shop around midday. Chen Ping'an was squatting at the entrance eating a bowl of cold shrimp jelly. He looked up when he saw Su Wan and stood. How did it go? I got it, she said. Starting next Monday. Chen Ping'an nodded and went inside, retrieving a pack of crispy crackers from a drawer, tearing it open and handing it to her. To celebrate. Su Wan looked at the pack of crackers and was silent for a moment. Your way of celebrating is dry noodles. Yeah, simple. Saves money. Su Wan took the crackers and took a bite. Salty and crisp. She chewed twice and swallowed. It's delicious. On the 5th day of moving in, Xiaonian folded 100 candy wrappers. Red, green, yellow, blue, purple. She had brought a stack from Wuchuan and folded 30 along the way throughout the train ride. The train traveled for a day and a night. She sat by the window with her mother Chen Yin beside her. Chen Ping'an's elder sister in her 30s, wearing a red down jacket, her hair tied back in a ponytail. Xiaonian folded candy wrappers while her mother gazed out the window. Outside were mountains layer upon layer in shades of green, black, and gray. She watched for a long time without speaking. Mother, what are you looking at? She asked. Watching for your uncle, she replied. Where is he? On the other side of the mountain, she pointed. Xiaonian did not know what lay beyond the mountains, but she knew her uncle was there. Upon arriving at Qingshan, Xiaonian folded another 70 wrappers. Once finished, she tucked them inside a book and pressed them beneath her pillow. Every day she would take them out, look at them, count them, and put them back. Today she counted 100. Exactly 100, no more, no less. She laid the wrappers out in a line across the bed, red in one row, green in another, yellow, blue, and purple, each forming their own neat row. 5 rows of 20. She examined each one from the 1st to the 100th, checking that none were misfolded. One red butterfly had a crooked wing as she pressed it with her nail, but it would not lie flat. She thought for a moment, took out that butterfly, and folded it again. This time the wings were even, but the body was crooked. She unfolded it once more. On the 3rd try, the wings and body were fine, but the head was crooked. She gave up. Let it be crooked. Mother had once said, even crooked it is still yours. Uncle, look. I folded 100. Chen Ping'an stood at the doorway, gazing at the wrappers scattered across the bed. The red ones were folded into butterflies, their wings patterned with tiny cuts made by scissors. The green ones were folded into frogs, 4 legs, 2 eyes drawn with ink. The yellow ones became birds with wings spread wide as though mid-flight. The blue ones were small fish, their scales individually creased with her nails. The purple ones blossomed into flowers, 5 petals, the center made from the reverse side of the wrapper. He studied them for a long time, recognizing every single one. Who taught you? My mother. Before she passed, she taught me. She said a girl should be skilled with her hands. My hands are not clever. It took me a long time. I would fold and fold and unfold again. Mother would say, take your time, fold slowly. She sat beside me and watched all afternoon. When I was done, she said, beautiful. I gave them to her, and she placed them under her pillow. Look at them every day, she said. Let them make you happy every day. Chen Ping'an picked up a piece of red paper from the table and folded a paper crane. His craftsmanship was poor. His wings were uneven, his head tilted, his tail sticking up. He placed the crane in Xiaonian's hands. She looked at the crooked little figure and smiled. Uncle, your hands aren't clever either. No, I'm clumsy. Xiaonian placed the crane on the table, lining it up with the candy wrappers. Clumsiness has its merits. The crane folded by clumsy hands carries a stronger wish, for clumsy people cannot deceive. Their wishes are true. Chen Ping'an looked at the crooked crane. What wish did you make? To find you. The crane's wings tilted, its head slanted, but it stood upright, unfallen. Xiaonian picked up the crane and placed it beneath her pillow alongside the wrappers. Uncle, fold 1,000 cranes. I'll fold 1,000 wrappers. 1,000 cranes and 1,000 wrappers. And every wish will come true. Chen Ping'an considered it. 1 crane per day. He would need 3 years to reach 1,000. 3 years. Since descending from Mount Mao, he had opened a shop, captured ghosts, battled Guishu, rescued his parents, saved his sister, and saved Su Wan. 3 years, and he had done so much. 1,000 cranes was not too many. Very well. 1 a day until we reach 1,000. Xiaonian reached into her pocket and pulled out a red paper square, handing it to him. Your first one today. Chen Ping'an took the paper and folded a crane. This one was slightly better than the last. The wings were straight, though the head still leaned. Xiaonian placed it beside the first one under the pillow. Uncle, will you fold again tomorrow? Every day? I'll fold 1 every day. Xiao Nian smiled, gathering her wrappers one by one, tucking them inside the book, pressing them beneath the pillow. She pulled the book free and flipped to the page where she kept the cranes. The paper was red and the crane was red. Layered together, she could no longer tell where the paper ended and the crane began. Xiaohe's mother came on a weekend afternoon. The winter sun shone over Rongcheng, warm and gentle, casting golden light across the bluestone path of the old street. Several people waited in line at Zhang Yangyang's cold shrimp stall. An older woman asked for more brown sugar, and Zhang Yangyang replied with a cheerful yes, scooping a generous spoonful. The fragrance of jasmine tea drifted from Grandpa Wang's tea house. Xiaohe floated at the shop entrance, watching the crowd that flowed past on the street. She did this every day from dawn till dusk. She was searching for someone. She had waited for many days, from before the new year until after, from the 6th day to the 15th. She did not know when that person would come, but she knew she would come. Teacher Lu had said, "Your mother comes to the old street every month to buy medicine. Her legs are weak, she cannot walk far, so she has to come here." That was why Xiaohe waited at the doorway every day from morning until night. In the morning there were many people, and she studied each face. At noon, the crowd thinned, and she squatted on the steps gazing at the street corner. In the afternoon, people grew numerous again, and she searched through them one by one. A woman walked from the end of the street. She was in her 40s, wearing a gray cotton jacket with 2 buttons missing, held closed by safety pins. The safety pins were iron and rusted, pinned at her chest like medals. Her hair was streaked with white, and deep wrinkles carved lines across her face. In her hand, she carried a plastic bag filled with boxes of medicine. She walked slowly, her left leg dragging behind her, pausing with each step. She stopped in front of Zhang Yangyang's stall and glanced at it. Zhang Yangyang asked if she wanted cold shrimp, but the woman shook her head and continued walking. Xiaohe watched her floating out from the doorway to stand directly in front of her. She wore the gray cotton jacket, her hair whitened, wrinkles etched into her face, but her eyes were bright. Xiaohe recognized those eyes. They were her mother's eyes. She had watched those eyes for 3 years, always in dreams. Whenever she dreamed of her mother, only the eyes appeared, never the face. The face had faded, but the eyes remained. "Mother." The word was whispered so softly, it was like wind threading through a window crack. The woman passed right through her body and continued walking. She could not see Xiaohe. Xiaohe turned and watched her back. The hem of the red cotton jacket fluttered in the wind. The woman walked slowly, her left leg trailing behind, each step requiring great effort. She reached the street corner, turned, and disappeared. Xiaohe hovered in place, gazing at the corner. She stood for a long time. Long enough for Zhang Yangyang to pack up her stall, long enough for the lights of Grandpa Wang's tea house to glow. Chen Ping'an stepped out of the shop and squatted beside her. "Is that your mother?" "Yes. She's old now. Her hair is white, her leg is broken. She wasn't like that before. Back then she walked so fast I couldn't catch up. She'd say, 'Xiaohe, run faster.' I'd run, but I still couldn't catch her. She'd stop and wait for me, saying, 'You run so slowly.' And I'd say, 'You run so fast.'" She smiled. Chen Ping'an looked down the street. "Why don't you go after her? I did catch up, but she still can't see me. My soul hasn't solidified yet, so she can't perceive me." Xiaohe looked down at her hands. In the sunlight, they were translucent, and she could see the bluestone pavement beneath. "When they solidify, she'll be able to see you." "Will she see me?" "She will. You're her daughter. She will never forget you." Xiaohe lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an. Her eyes shone brightly like 2 stars. Chen Ping'an stood up and looked toward the street corner. The woman was already gone. "She will come back. Next month she'll come again for medicine." "Yes. I'll wait for her." Xiaohe floated back into the shop and squatted at the foot of the stairs, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders trembled silently. Chen Ping'an did not go to her. He stood at the doorway, watching the people pass by on the street. Sunlight fell upon the bluestone path, bathing it in golden warmth. The black cat crouched at his feet, its tail held high. "Bowsy." Xiaohe's mother couldn't see her. "Not yet. But she will. Once her soul solidifies, she will." "When will that happen?" "Soon. You've been reciting the binding liberation mantra every day for months now. Her soul has grown much more solid than before. A few more months, and it will be complete." Chen Ping'an squatted down, looking at the black cat. "A few months? I don't know. Perhaps 3 months, perhaps half a year. It depends on her. If she desires to solidify, it will happen quickly. If she does not, it will be slow." Chen Ping'an stood up and turned back toward the shop. Xiaohe was still squatting at the foot of the stairs, her shoulders no longer trembling. She lifted her face from her knees and looked at Chen Ping'an. "Big brother Chen, will my mother come again next month?" "Yes. She comes every month. Then I will wait for her." The winter sun continued to shine on the old street, and the shadows of passers-by stretched long across the bluestone path. Grandpa Wang's tea house was particularly lively today. 3 wicked ghosts were playing mahjong with a broom, standing nearby. The broom was newly purchased. The previous one had been broken when the ghosts flipped the table, and Grandpa Wong had replaced it with a new one. The new broom was made of bamboo with a vividly green stem and stiff and used bristles. The short ghost was deeply dissatisfied with the new broom. It floated in front of it, circling once then again, inspecting it up and down several times. It sniffed at the broom and reached out to touch it. But wait, wicked ghosts do not have claws. They have hands translucent and pale with long fingers and blackened nails. It flicked the broom handle with its finger. The broom wobbled slightly and leaned against the wall, remaining upright. This broom is even more clumsy than the last one, said the short ghost, its voice rough as sandpaper grinding wood. The tall ghost sat across the table, holding a one-character tile between his fingers. He squinted at it, then placed it back down. Clumsy is fine. Clumsy things don't flip tables. The ones flipping tables aren't brooms, they're us. The short ghost drifted back to the table and rearranged the tiles before him. The tiles were made of bone, translucent, just like his hands. He drew a tile, glanced at it, then discarded it. Then we won't flip the table. The tall ghost threw down his one-character tile. Can't help it, muttered the short ghost, drawing another tile. Then don't play. And what else is there to do? Read the newspaper. I can't read it. Then watch TV. The TV is broken. Brother Lou's restaurant TV has been down for 3 days. He said he'd fix it, but he never did. He only has that one TV. Even if it can't be repaired, he won't buy a new one. He says, I'll buy a new one when it breaks. But it's already broken, and he still won't buy one. He says, I'll wait until it's completely dead before buying. When is completely dead? The screen has been black for 3 days. Isn't that completely dead enough? The short ghost pushed his tiles aside. I'm done. No mood for it. The tall ghost glanced at him and swept his own tiles away. Fine, we won't play. The ghost in the Zhongshan suit had said nothing the entire time. He sat at the north side of the table with a row of tiles neatly arranged before him. He did not push them away, nor did he stand up. He simply looked at the tiles for a while, then gathered them one by one, stacked them carefully, and placed them in the center of the table. His movements were slow, as though he were doing something of great importance. You're not playing? Asked the tall ghost. Not anymore. The tiles are no good, replied the Zhongshan suit ghost, his voice as flat and still as a winter river. What's wrong with the tiles? East, south, west, north winds, 4 of each. No dots, no bamboos, no characters. Can't play this hand. The Zhongshan suit ghost stood up, floated to the counter, and crouched down to look at Grandpa Wong. Grandpa Wong was reading yesterday's newspaper through his reading glasses, going through it line by line at a leisurely pace. Uncle Wong. Grandpa Wong lowered his paper and removed his glasses. What is it? The tiles are no good. Swap them for a new set. Grandpa Wong reached beneath the counter and pulled out a fresh set of tiles, placing them on the table. They were plastic, brand new, still sealed in their plastic wrap. The tall ghost drifted over, scratched open the seal with his fingernail, and tipped the tiles out. They clattered across the table in a burst of vivid red, green, yellow, and blue. The short ghost picked up a red dragon tile and held it up to the light. Is this mahjong? Yes. A new style. Not bone tiles anymore. Grandpa Wong put his glasses back on and returned to his newspaper. The short ghost set the red dragon back down and surveyed the multicolored array. How am I supposed to play with these? The same way as bone tiles. They just come in more colors. The short ghost studied the tiles for a while. Let's stick with bone tiles. These are too flashy. They're giving me a headache. The tall ghost looked as well. A headache. Ghost eyes can ache too. Ghost eyes are different from living eyes. When living eyes hurt, they tear up. Ghost eyes don't tear, but they still hurt. Pain is pain whether tears come or not. The Zhongshan suit ghost said nothing. He gathered the new tiles, placed them back into their box, and returned them to the counter. Then he picked up the old tiles one by one, stacked them neatly, and arranged them into 4 rows. His movements remained slow and deliberate. When finished, he sat back down and gazed at the empty tabletop. 3 missing 1, said the tall ghost. 3 missing 1, echoed the short ghost. 3 missing 1, agreed the Zhongshan suit ghost. The 3 wicked ghosts looked at each other in turn. Xiaohe drifted in through the doorway, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the lamplight. She floated beside the table and regarded the 3 spirits. I'll play with you. The short ghost glanced at her. Do you know how to play? No. Teach me. The short ghost thought for a moment, then pushed the tiles toward her. Sit down. I'll teach you. Xiaohe settled onto the chair. Her feet dangled in the air, unable to reach the ground, swinging gently back and forth. The short ghost taught her to recognize the tiles' characters from 1 to 9, circles from 1 to 9, bamboos from 1 to 9, and the east-south, west-north winds plus red, green, and white dragons. Xiaohe listened intently, asking about each tile one by one. The short ghost repeated himself several times until his mouth felt parched. Though ghosts' mouths do not dry, he somehow felt it dry. Got it, he asked. I got it. Characters 1 to 9 circles, 1 to 9 bamboos, 1 to 9 east, south, west, north, red, green, white. Try discarding one. Xiaohe drew a tile from her hand and placed it on the table. It was a north wind. The tall ghost looked at the north wind tile. You're playing north wind. Yes. North wind is cold. The tall ghost fell silent for a moment, then drew a south wind from his own hand and discarded it. South wind is warm. Xiaohe smiled at the south wind tile. The short ghost looked between the two of them. Are you playing mahjong or composing couplets? The Zhongshan suit ghost said nothing. He drew a west wind tile from his hand and played it. Wu Chu, Lu Ji's junior martial brother, had spent a month in his hometown in Hunan before returning. Not to the ruins, but back to the old street. He stood at the entrance of Lu Ji's vegetable restaurant wearing a gray jacket, worn and faded with frayed cuffs and a whitened collar. The zipper was broken, held together with a piece of wire. The wire was rusted, leaving brownish stains on the jacket like dried mud. He carried a green canvas travel bag in his hand. The corners were worn through, exposing the cotton padding inside. The zipper was broken there too, tied shut with string, knotted 3 times. Each knot was different. The first a dead knot, the second a slip knot, the third a bow knot. He stood at the doorway, but did not enter. Beside the entrance, an iron trolley held baskets of vegetables, Chinese cabbage, radishes, garlic sprouts. Water droplets still clung to the leaves, freshly sprinkled that morning. Lu Gu was chopping vegetables in the kitchen when he spotted him through the window. The glass was smudged with cooking oil, gray and murky, obscuring the view outside. Lu Gu wiped the glass with his sleeve and saw Wu Chu standing at the door. His chopping paused, the cleaver suspended midair. Scallion bits clung to the blade before sliding off and landing on the cutting board. Back! Lu Ji's voice came through from the kitchen, quiet but clear. Yes, I'm back. There's no one left in my hometown. My mother passed away last year. By the time I reached home, she had been gone for a month. The neighbors said, your mother waited for you. She waited for years. She never got to see you. Wu Chu's voice was low, slightly hoarse, like sandpaper dragging across wood. As he spoke, his eyes stayed fixed on the ground, on the scattered vegetable leaves and the glistening water droplets that caught and reflected the light. Lu Gu set down his cleaver and wiped his hands on his apron. The apron was blue-printed with the characters Lu Ji Vegetable Restaurant, though the ink had long since faded beyond recognition. He walked to the door and pulled it open, looking at Wu Chu. Wu Chu was half a head taller than him, but thinner, his cheekbones prominent, his eye sockets sunken. He had aged. So had Lu Gu. Both of them had grown older. Come in. Let's eat. Wu Chu entered the restaurant and sat by the window. Outside on the bluestone path, several children were setting off firecrackers. They threw the pop guns onto the ground. Pop! And a wisp of blue smoke rose. Wu Chu watched the children for several seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Lu Gu brought over 2 dishes, twice-cooked pork and mapo tofu, along with a bowl of rice. The pork was sliced paper-thin, curled from the wok, glistening with oil. The fat was translucent, the lean parts crisped golden brown. The mapo tofu featured small cubes of bean curd, moderate chili, and ground Sichuan peppercorns sprinkled across the top in dark and pale specks. The rice was freshly steamed, fragrant, and plump, each grain distinct. Wu Chu ate slowly, chewing each bite for a long time. When he lifted the first piece of twice-cooked pork, his chopsticks halted midair. The meat hovered near his lips. He did not put it in his mouth, but instead inhaled its aroma. He sniffed for about 3 seconds before finally placing it in his mouth. He chewed 5 times and swallowed. Senior brother, your cooking has improved. You haven't eaten my cooking in 20 years. Whether it's good or not, you wouldn't remember. Wu Chu took another bite. I remember. You used to cook too salty. Not anymore. He picked up a piece of tofu, but it was too delicate and crumbled. He tried several times before finally securing it with his chopsticks. He placed it in his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Lu Gu sat opposite him and lit a cigarette. It was Red Tower brand, 7 yuan a pack. He had smoked it for many years. He exhaled, and the smoke drifted into the air like a small gray cloud. You never liked salty food before. Now you've gotten older and your taste has grown heavier. Wu Chu's mouth curled slightly. My taste has grown heavier. Yours has grown lighter. We've both changed. Xiaohe did not remember her own birthday. She had never celebrated one while alive, and no one remembered it after she passed away. Chen Ping'an asked her, when is your birthday? She replied, I don't know. He then asked, didn't your mother ever celebrate it for you? She said, she once boiled eggs for me and said, today you have grown a year older. But I don't recall which day it was. Perhaps in spring. When she was boiling the eggs, flowers bloomed in the courtyard. What kind of flowers? I don't remember. Red, white, and pink. She gathered a bouquet and placed them in a vase on the table. The vase was made of clear glass, transparent enough to see the flower stems inside. The roots, soaked in water, white and slender. She said, When flowers bloom you grow a year older. I asked, what if the flowers don't bloom? She replied, even if they don't you still grow. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and said, then let it be today, the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. The whole nation is celebrating, it is lively and joyous. He glanced out the window. The streets were hung with red lanterns, their tassels swaying in the breeze. In the distance someone was setting off fireworks. Boom! A golden blossom exploded in the sky. Boom again! A crimson one burst forth. Xiaohe looked out through the window at those fireworks, her eyes shining brightly. Is today my birthday? Yes, today is your birthday. Xiaohe lowered her head and looked at her hands. Under the lamplight they appeared translucent, and the lines on her palms were visible, deep and distinct like a small river with winding currents. She turned her hands over and looked at the backs of them. There were lines there too, shallower and finer like a spider's web. Am I 8 years old? You are 8 years old. Ghosts do not age. You remain 8. Xiaohe thought about it and decided that 8 was quite fine. No school to attend, no exams to take, no being summoned by teachers to meet with parents. She drifted before the mirror and gazed at herself. Red cotton padded jacket, red hair ribbon, red cotton shoes. From head to toe, she was clad entirely in red, like a little red sun that glowed softly. She spun around the hem of her red jacket, fluttering the bow on her ribbon bouncing up and down. Chen Ping'an took a paper box from the drawer and placed it on the counter. The box was red with a golden bow tied upon it. The corners of the box were creased and crumpled. He had ordered it online, and upon delivery the package had been pressed out of shape. He tried flattening it, but it refused to return to its original form, so he left it as was. Xiaohe opened the box and found a red woolen scarf inside, long and deep crimson. She lifted it out and wrapped it around her neck. The scarf was far too long, coiling around her neck several times, 5 loops before it finally ended. She flicked the tassels to her back, then swung them forward, back again, forward once more. Does it look good, Oi? Yes, it does. Xiaohe drifted before the mirror, admiring herself. Red cotton jacket, red scarf, red hair ribbon. Even redder now. She spun around the hem of her jacket, billowing the scarf's tassels, swinging back and forth, the bow on her ribbon hopping up and down. Brother Chen, when did you buy this? Last year. You mentioned you liked the color red, so I purchased it. I waited a long time until your soul-locking formation was lifted. Xiaohe turned around and looked at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, how did you know my soul-locking formation would be broken? Because you are a good ghost. Good ghosts should not be confined. Xiaohe's eyes grew moist. Ghosts cannot weep, yet a glistening shimmered within her eyes. She drifted before Chen Ping'an reached out her hand and gently touched his face. Her fingers passed right through his cheek, unable to make contact. Yet Chen Ping'an felt it. A cool, tender sensation like snowflakes settling upon his skin. He did not move, allowing her to touch him. Thank you, Brother Chen. You need not thank me. You have already paid. Xiaohe paused. When did I pay? Every day you recite the 3-character classic. That is your rent. Xiaohe smiled. She wrapped the scarf around once more, covering nearly half her face. Only a pair of eyes peered out, bright and dark as 2 stars. She drifted to the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and began to recite. At the beginning of life, nature is good. Natures are similar. Habits make them diverge. Her voice came muffled from behind the scarf, yet clear and crisp. When she reached, if not taught, nature will stray, she paused and looked at Chen Ping'an. Brother Chen, I have been reciting for so many days now. Is the rent enough? Enough. It is enough to cover you until next year. Xiaohe lowered her head and continued reciting. Her voice drifted from behind the scarf, muffled yet bright and crisp. Yiling's grandfather arrived on the day of the Lantern Festival. Leaning on his cane, he walked alone from the residential compound to the old street, taking nearly an hour. The cane was wooden, its handle polished to a glossy sheen, with a deep groove at the grip worn smooth by years of his palm. Another blue spot had appeared on his hand, not large, no bigger than a fingernail, and faint in color. But it was there. He stared at the spot for several seconds, pressing it with the thumb of his other hand. It did not hurt, but it was there. Yiling followed behind him, carrying a thermal bag filled with glutinous rice balls. The thermal bag was blue-printed with Mickey Mouse, whose ear had fallen off, leaving only a head that resembled some strange, earless creature. She walked slowly, and her grandfather even more so. The two of them, one following the other, resembled 2 ancient turtles strolling along. When they reached the shop entrance, Yiling's grandfather paused and drew a breath. He stood there gazing at the 3 characters, Qingshan Pavilion, on the signboard for several seconds. Old Man Wang had written the characters. Neat and upright, every stroke deliberate and clear. Taoist Chen, I've come to see you. Yiling's grandfather sat down in the chair and leaned his cane beside the table leg. The cane slipped when it touched the floor, so he bent over to straighten it, patting it with his hand to confirm it would not fall. Chen Ping'an looked at his hand. The blue spots have appeared again. Yes. New ones. Not large. They don't hurt. Yiling's grandfather extended his hand palm, facing upward. Under the lamplight, the blue spot on the webbing of his thumb was quite visible. Though pale, it stood in contrast to the surrounding skin, which was yellowed and mottled with age spots. His hand was thin and bony with prominent knuckles and white nails. Chen Ping'an took out a blue talisman from the drawer, folded it into a small triangle, and placed it on Yiling's grandfather's wrist. The moment the blue talisman touched his skin, it flickered with a faint glow, and the color of the blue spot lightened slightly, as though diluted with water. This talisman can suppress it. Tomorrow I will go to Rongcheng town to fetch the antidote. Yiling's grandfather looked at Chen Ping'an. You're still going? Didn't Guishu disappear? Guishu is gone, but the antidote remains. When Shu prepared a batch earlier and stored it on the second underground level of Rongcheng town. I'll go get it. Yiling stood nearby and set the thermal bag on the counter. The zipper on the thermal bag would not budge. She tugged twice without success. Chen Ping'an reached over and pulled it open in one smooth motion. Inside was a bowl of glutinous rice balls still steaming. The glutinous rice balls were white, floating in brown sugar syrup, like a group of chubby little fellows taking a bath. The bowl was white with a chip on the rim that had turned yellow with age. Your grandmother made these glutinous rice balls, sesame filling. Have some. Chen Ping'an picked up the bowl and ate one. It was sweet. The sesame filling oozed out and burned his tongue, making him hiss. He opened his mouth and exhaled the steam, turning into white mist in the cold air. Is it good? Yiling asked. Delicious. The corner of Yiling's mouth lifted slightly. She took a pack of tissues from her pocket and set it on the table. The tissues were white, printed with small pink flowers. Chen Ping'an took one and wiped his mouth. Yiling, your grandfather's hand. I know. I'm watching it. I'll tell you the moment anything changes. Very well. Chen Ping'an ate another glutinous rice ball. This time he was careful, taking a small bite, first blowing on it gently, then eating. Yiling watched him in silence, her gaze shifting from his hand to his face and back again. Yiling's grandfather sat in his chair observing them. After a long while, the corner of his mouth lifted. Taoist Chun. Yes. You remind me of your father. He was also a man of few words. But your father was a doer. He did things without speaking of them. Chen Ping'an set down his bowl. My father wasn't talkative, but he had his moments. Say what? Where is your mother? If my mother wasn't around, he would ask. If she was, he wouldn't. Yiling's grandfather laughed. Your father was as quiet as a sealed gourd. Your mother was a chatterbox. Together they balanced each other perfectly. Chen Ping'an looked at the remaining glutinous rice balls in his bowl and ate another. Aunt Zhang's Liangxia stall closed unusually early on the Lantern Festival. By 3 in the afternoon she was already packing up. She carried the wooden bucket down from the cart, with slow, deliberate movements, her waist bent low. The bucket was made of fir wood, worn smooth from years of use, its surface as sleek as silk. A small crack ran along the bottom, patched poorly with tung oil paste, and it sometimes leaked. She set the bucket beside the cart, leaning it carefully against the frame. Then she moved on to the second one. It was smaller, meant for brown sugar syrup, also made of fir with a chipped rim covered by gauze to keep dust out. Chen Ping'an squatted nearby and helped her carry. The bucket was heavy, his arm sank under the weight, and the bottom struck the ground with a sharp knock, leaving a dent. Aunt Zhang, why close so early today? Tired. Wanted to rest. Will you be out tomorrow? Yes. Not tomorrow, the day after, yes. Not the day after that, yes. As long as I'm still here, I'll be out. Chen Ping'an pushed the cart beneath the street lamp and locked it. One of the cart's wheels was crooked, making a squeaking sound with every push. Aunt Zhang took a small porcelain bottle from her cloth bag and handed it to Chen Ping'an. The bottle was white and tiny, even smaller than his thumb. The stopper was red cloth to white. What is this? Antidote. Grandpa Yiling's antidote. You won't need to go to Rongcheng town. Chen Ping'an took the bottle. When did you prepare this? Before, when Chu died. She made a batch and stored it on the second basement level. I went and got it. You were busy fighting the Guishu, and I was idle, so I fetched it. Chen Ping'an looked at Aunt Zhang. Her face showed no particular expression, but her eyes held light. Warm light, unlike the flat, unrippled gaze she usually gave people. Aunt Zhang, thank you. No thanks needed. When you come back alive, buy me wedding candy. Chen Ping'an's face flushed. Aunt Zhang, I haven't. Almost. That girl Yiling, there's you in her eyes. The way she looks at you is different from how she looks at others. Others are cold to her, you are warm. And you look at her the same way. Chen Ping'an's ears turned red too. Aunt Zhang, how can you tell? I'm a shaman. Shamans can read people's eyes. Your master can too. He saw it, just never said anything. Chen Ping'an froze. My master? Yes. He said, that boy Ping'an talks big, gets lost easily, and can't express himself. But his heart holds someone. I asked who. He said the girl at the antique shop next door. I said Yiling. He said Aunt Zhang lifted her cloth bag and turned to leave. Her back was slightly hunched, but her steps were steady. Her cloth shoes made no sound on the bluestone path. The sunset cast her shadow long behind her like a tall, silent giant. She walked a few steps, stopped, and didn't turn around. Little Chun. Yes. Your mother used to love Liangxia too. She came to my stall every time and always ordered 2 bowls. One for herself, one to take home to your father. Your father didn't like sweet things, but he finished every bowl. He'd say your mother bought it. If I don't drink it, it'd be rude. She kept walking into the sunset. Her shadow grew longer and fainter until it merged with the dusk. Chen Ping'an stood beneath the street lamp, gripping the small porcelain bottle in his hand. He put it in his pocket and turned back toward the shop. Xiaohe was floating in front of the counter folding candy wrappers alongside Xiaoyan. 2 ghosts, one in a red cotton-padded jacket, the other in a white down jacket, lay side by side. Their fingers couldn't touch the paper, but they felt as though they could. Xiaoyan held the wrapper in her mouth, while Xiaohe pressed it with her fingers. Together they folded a red butterfly, its wings slightly crooked. Brother Chen, did Aunt Zhang leave? She did. Will she come back tomorrow? Yes. She said as long as she's still here she'll be out. Xiaohe lowered her head and went back to folding. She folded a red sheet into a butterfly with crooked wings, but insisted crooked looks better. Xiaoyan folded a green sheet into a frog with legs of unequal length, saying frog legs are naturally one long and one short. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter watching them. In the backyard, Lin Mo practiced with his blade, the ghost-slaying edge gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Upstairs, Su Wan revised manuscripts, her pen whispering across paper. Bai Jioming kept his parents company while watching television. The Spring Festival Gala was on, and a female singer performed a slow, lingering song. Chen Ping'an opened a drawer and spotted that packet of Zio Wangxing crackers. He didn't reach for it. Instead, he picked up a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and took a sip. The black cat descended the stairs, jumped onto the counter, and settled there. Its tail swayed lazily. Baozi, what are we eating tomorrow? We'll figure it out tomorrow. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his chair and gazed at the character Fu pasted on the wall. It was crooked and uneven, but it had hung there for so long, stuck up from before the new year and left up after. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the New Year festivities had drawn to a close. Those who worked went back to work and shopkeepers opened their doors. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, a bowl of liangxia placed before him, brought over by Aunt Zhang that morning. Aunt Zhang, he said, eating liangxia during the New Year. The 16th of the first month is still New Year, Aunt Zhang replied. He said nothing further, lifted the bowl, and took a sip. The brown sugar syrup was cloyingly sweet, and the liangxia slid smoothly down his throat, chilling him all the way to his stomach. The 16th day air was still cold, and the cool drink only added chill to chill, yet he never complained. Lin Mo walked in from the backyard, the zangwa blade in hand, with shavings clinging to its edge. These days he practiced with the blade every day, and the marks on the training stump had crept from the bottom all the way to the top. Soon there would be nowhere left to cut. Get a new one, Brother Lu said. I'll chop a tree, Wu Chu said. Don't chop. One you cut isn't straight. Wu Chu said nothing. Now the 2 disciples cooked together every day, one at the wok, the other chopping vegetables, far more in sync than they had been during the Guishu campaigns. Master, did anyone come today? I don't know. We wait. Chen Ping'an set down his liangxia bowl, opened a drawer, and pulled out a packet of dry noodles, tearing it open and crunching away. Lin Mo looked at him. Master, you had liangxia for breakfast, and now you're eating dry noodles. Aren't you afraid of an upset stomach? Liangxia is cold and the noodles are dry. One chills, the other absorbs. It balances out. Lin Mo thought his master's reasoning was flawed, but he had no proof. Sheathing the zangwa blade, he took a seat and flipped through a few pages of the Taoist talisman manual. He no longer needed to refer to the book. He had already mastered the purple talismans, and reading it now would be mere review. A figure appeared at the doorway. A man in his 40s wearing a gray trench coat, a gold chain around his neck, and 3 gold rings on his fingers. His hair was slicked back so glossy that even a fly would slip and do the splits. He stood at the shop entrance, glanced at the sign reading Qingshan Pavilion, then at the black cat squatting on the steps, and finally at Chen Ping'an behind the counter. Are you Master Chen? His voice boomed like a hawker at the wet market. Yes. What can I do for you? My house is haunted. The man sank into a chair, crossed his legs, and set his leather satchel on the table. The bag was black and large, its zipper partially open, revealing a thick stack of cash inside. My surname is Ma. I'm in construction. That villa out south, the one I just finished renovating. On the first night I moved and the haunting began. Someone knocked at midnight. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks. I opened the door and no one was there. I closed it and it knocked again. I didn't sleep all night. Chen Ping'an studied the man's gold chain and rings. Have you sought help elsewhere? I have. I found 3 Taoists. The first paced around my property, declared the feng shui, was poor, took 2,000 taels and left. The second slapped up a few talismans, took 1,000 and left. The third burned a pile of spirit money at my gate, took 1,500 and left. None of it worked. The ghost is still here. The knocking still happens. Chen Ping'an nodded. I'll come take a look. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he beckoned Lin Mo and followed Boss Ma outside. The black cat trotted along at their heels, tail held high. Boss Ma's car waited just outside the old street. A black Mercedes bearing the license plate Rong 888888. Chen Ping'an climbed into the rear seat and ran his hand along the leather upholstery. Soft. Boss Ma, how much did that license plate cost? No money. Got lucky with the lottery draw. Chen Ping'an fell silent for a moment. He had tried several times himself and kept drawing numbers laced with 4s. He considered himself quite unlucky. The car arrived in a residential compound in the southern district. The villa was enormous. 3 stories with a fountain at the gate, a garden, and a private garage. Boss Ma ushered Chen Ping'an inside. The living room was vast, illuminated by a crystal chandelier furnished with genuine leather sofas and marble flooring. On the wall hung an oil painting of a woman's back, her long hair obscuring her face. This is the place. The haunting. Boss Ma pointed upstairs. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. That's where the ghost knocks. Chen Ping'an ascended to the 2nd floor. The hallway was long, flanked by 4 rooms on either side. At the far end stood the master bedroom, its white door plastered with 3 talismans, the handiwork of the previous Taoists. The cinnabar patterns on the paper had faded, the characters nearly illegible. Chen Ping'an took out a luopan from his bag. The needle spun, then steadied, pointing toward the master bedroom door, trembling slightly. There's something inside. What kind of entity? Not a ghost. A voice-activated mechanism. Chen Ping'an crouched and retrieved a small black box from beneath the door gap, smaller than a matchbox. It had a tiny speaker, a battery compartment, and a receiver. Holding it in his palm, he raised it for Boss Ma to see. Someone installed this behind your door. When you're outside, someone presses a remote and it knocks 3 times. You open the door, it stops. You close it, it starts again. It's a prank on you. Boss Ma's face drained of color. Who installed it? Who have you offended? Ma thought for a long time. Perhaps. My ex-wife. When we divorced, she said, you'll regret this. I told her I won't. Then she left. Chen Ping'an pocketed the little box. The haunting is over. Get some proper rest. How much? Chen Ping'an glanced at the gold chain around his neck and the 3 rings on his fingers. 3,000. Boss Ma withdrew 3,000 taels from his satchel and set them on the table. Chen Ping'an collected the payment, signaled Lin Mo, and they departed. Once outside the compound, Lin Mo asked him, Master, how did you know it wasn't a ghost? A ghost's knock doesn't follow a rhythm. It's either soft or heavy, but never consistently 3 times. 3 knocks. That's a human pattern. Lin Mo pondered this and found his master's reasoning sound. He climbed into the car, the black cat perching on his knees, its tail draping over his hand. Bowsy. Do you think Boss Ma's ex-wife will keep playing tricks on him? She will. She installed that device because she wants him to suffer. Break 1 box and she'll install a second. Chen Ping'an gazed out the window, lost in thought. That's none of my business. My job is to exorcise ghosts. The car returned to the old street. Chen Ping'an stepped out and stood before the shop. Sunlight bathed the bluestone path in golden warmth. Several customers queued at Aunt Zhang's liangxiao stall, and the fragrant aroma of jasmine tea drifted from Old Man Wang's tea house. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Xiao He floated down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket blazing like fire in the sunlight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Did you catch the ghost at Boss Ma's house? It wasn't a ghost. It was his ex-wife. Xiao He tilted her head, considering this. An ex-wife is scarier than any ghost. Chen Ping'an smiled. He took the 3,000 taels from his pocket and tucked them into the drawer. When Yi Ling sent the text message, Chen Ping'an was watching Lin Mo practice his saber in the backyard. Lin Mo had chopped 100 times that day, each blow landing in the same spot, a small notch gradually forming on the wooden stake. He paused and wiped the sweat from his brow. Master, when will I be able to chop through this stake? When your strength is sufficient. When will my strength be enough? Eat 1 extra bowl of rice every day, and half a year will suffice. What you're eating now is far too little. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, picked up his blade, and continued chopping. Chen Ping'an's phone vibrated. A text from Yi Ling. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Chen Ping'an stared at the characters on his screen for several seconds. After a moment's thought, he replied with a single character. Free. Yi Ling responded instantly. 6 o'clock. Lu Ji's restaurant. Chen Ping'an read it once more to make sure he hadn't misread it. Lin Mo, you'll eat by yourself tonight. I have something to do. What's up? Dinner. With whom? Yi Ling. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. She's treating you, eh? Yes. Why, I don't know. Chen Ping'an tucked his phone into his pocket and turned back toward the shop. He changed into clean clothes, the new black windbreaker Yi Ling had given him last time, and pulled the zipper up. He stood before the mirror and examined himself. His hair was a bit long, so he ran a comb through it a few times. The black cat sat on the counter watching him. You're wearing new clothes and comb hair. You look like you're going on a blind date. It's not a blind date. It's just dinner. You've had dinner with her many times before. You never combed your hair back then. Chen Ping'an said nothing. He left home and walked toward Lu Ji's restaurant. When he arrived, Yi Ling was already there seated by the window with a pot of tea in front of her. Today she wore a white sweater, her hair loose over her shoulders, and small pearl stud earrings on her earlobes. When she saw Chen Ping'an, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. You're here. Yeah, I'm here. Chen Ping'an took the seat across from her. Lu Gu poked his head out of the kitchen, spotted them sitting together, smiled, and retreated. Wu Chu also poked his head out for a glance, then withdrew. Order something. Yi Ling pushed the menu toward him. Chen Ping'an took it and glanced over it. He ordered mapo tofu, boiled fish and chili sauce, twice cooked pork, spicy duck blood curd, and a vegetable dish. Yi Ling looked at what he'd ordered. Can you finish all that? If I can't finish it, I'll pack the leftovers. I'll eat it tomorrow. The dishes arrived. The chilies in the spicy duck blood curd blazed red as fire, and a layer of oil floated atop the boiled fish. Chen Ping'an picked up a piece of the duck blood curd and put it in his mouth, hissing from the heat of the spice. How's your grandfather's hand? It's better. The antidote you gave last time, it worked. The green marks disappeared after taking it. Aunt Zhang also gave me some medicine, but I haven't used it yet. Keep it. You might need it later. Yi Ling picked up a piece of vegetables and ate slowly. She didn't speak while eating, and neither did Chen Ping'an. The two sat by the window, each absorbed in their own meal. Outside, the old street lamps flickered to life, and someone passed over the bluestone path. In the kitchen, Lu Gu was stir-frying, the spatula clanging against the wok. Chen Ping'an. You've put on weight during the holidays. Chen Ping'an touched his cheek. No, I haven't. Same as ever. Your chin has some flesh now. Yi Ling pointed to her own chin. Chen Ping'an looked down at his, couldn't see it. He reached up and touched it. There really did seem to be some softness there. Aunt Zhang brings me liangxia every day. I've gained weight. Liangxia won't make you fat. Brown sugar water will. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He thought Yi Ling was right. After finishing the meal, Chen Ping'an went to pay. Lu Gu said, no charge, but Chen Ping'an replied, this is Yi Ling's treat. She's paying. Lu Gu glanced between Yi Ling and Chen Ping'an, then smiled. Then I'll take half. Chen Ping'an paid. They stepped out of the restaurant and stood at the doorway. An evening breeze swept by, carrying the sweet scent of osmanthus. Walk back? Yi Ling asked. Yeah, let's walk. The two of them strolled along the bluestone path. The street was dimly lit, the yellow glow of the lamps casting long shadows. Yi Ling walked on the left, Chen Ping'an on the right. Neither spoke. When they reached the base of Yi Ling's building, she stopped. We're here. Yeah, go on up. She walked a few more steps, paused, but didn't turn around. Chen Ping'an. That jacket you're wearing looks better than the old one. Then she was gone. Chen Ping'an stood at the foot of the building, watching her figure disappear into the stairwell. He glanced down at his windbreaker, black, new, free of dust. He brushed his fingers along the collar. It was clean. Baozi, he called out. The black cat emerged from the bushes and settled at his feet. Yeah. Yi Ling said, this jacket looks good. It does look good. Is she complimenting me? She's complimenting the jacket. Chen Ping'an was quiet for a moment. He turned and headed back toward the shop, the black cat trotting at his heels. Xiaohe's mother came on a Wednesday afternoon. March in Rongcheng was still cold, the wind cutting her face like knives, but the sunlight already carried the promise of spring, no longer biting against the skin. The magnolia blossoms along the old street had opened, white and pink, one tree after another. Petals had fallen to the ground, trampled by passers-by, sticking to the bluestone paths like crumpled sheets of paper. Xiaohe had been squatting at the shop entrance for 3 days, waiting since Monday until her legs went numb. Not that ghosts should feel numbness, but she did. She asked Chen Ping'an, do ghosts get numb legs? Chen Ping'an said, ghosts don't have legs. She looked down at her own legs. They were there, translucent, and she could see the doorframe through them. I have legs. That's what you believe you have. A ghost body is formed by your mind. If you want legs, you have legs. If you don't want them, you don't. Xiaohe thought about it for a moment, but still preferred having legs. With legs she could walk, and with walking she could find her mother. On Monday her mother didn't come. Xiaohe waited from morning until night, watching the sun rise and set. She saw Aunt Zhang set up her stall and pack it away. She saw Grandpa Wang open his door and close it. She saw the lights at Brother Lou's restaurant flicker on and off. Her mother didn't come. Tuesday passed the same way. Still no mother. Xiaoyi squatted on the steps, chin resting on her knees, staring toward the street intersection. Beside her, a black cat sat motionless, its tail draped on the ground. They waited together for a long time until darkness fell. The black cat said, "She's not coming today. She'll come tomorrow." "How do you know?" Xiaoyi asked. "Cat's intuition," the black cat replied. Xiaoyi didn't know whether a cat's intuition was reliable, but she trusted the black cat. On Wednesday afternoon, her mother came. She was still wearing that gray cotton-padded jacket, 2 buttons missing and fastened with safety pins. The pins were iron and rusted, pinned to her chest like old medals. Her hair was graying and the wrinkles on her face deeper than last month. She walked slowly, dragging her left leg behind her, pausing with every step as though measuring the length of this road. In her hand, she carried a white plastic bag filled with several boxes of medicine and a packet of brown sugar. The sugar came in a red package with large characters printed on it, visible from far away. Xiaoyi drifted out from the doorway. She floated down the steps, her feet never touching the ground, the hem of her red cotton jacket fluttering in the wind. She drifted to stand before her mother, just 1 step away. But her mother didn't stop. She walked straight forward, passing right through Xiaoyi's body. A warm current flowed through Xiaoyi like a gust of wind or a hand brushing her face. "Mom." The word was so faint only she could hear it. Her mother didn't turn around. She stopped at Aunt Zhang's cold dessert stall. When Aunt Zhang asked if she wanted some, her mother shook her head and continued walking. At the corner, she turned and disappeared. Xiaoyi floated where she was, watching that bend in the street. She stood there like a thin, rootless little tree planted in the bluestone path, unable to move. Chen Ping'an emerged from the shop and crouched beside her. Without a word, he too gazed at the corner. People passed by on the street, none noticing them. A Taoist priest and a ghost squatting side by side like 2 cats waiting for the rain to stop. "Your mother came," Chen Ping'an said. She bought medicine and brown sugar. The sugar was for me. When I was alive, I liked drinking brown sugar water. Every morning, she'd make me a cup with 3 spoons of sugar. I'd say too sweet, and she'd reply, "Sweet tastes better." Later, when I stopped saying that, she used 4 spoons. I'd drink it all, and she'd say, "Good girl." Xiaoyi's voice was so soft it sounded like she was talking to herself. "The brown sugar she bought today was for me. But she doesn't know I'm watching her. She thinks I'm dead. She doesn't know I'm still here." Chen Ping'an looked at her. Xiaoyi's eyes were bright, shining like 2 stars. Water glistened in her sockets, but it would not fall. Ghosts cannot cry, they simply cannot. She swallowed the tears back. "Your mother will come again next month. She comes every month. Just wait for her." "I will wait. I'll wait for her to come. When my soul becomes solid, she'll be able to see me. I'll be able to touch her. She'll be able to touch me too." Xiaoyi lowered her head and looked at her hands. Even in the sunlight, they remained translucent, the bones of her palms visible through the pale flesh. She curled her fingers into a fist, then opened them, closed, and opened again. "Brother Chen, when will my soul become solid?" "Soon. Your soul has already grown much denser than last month. Last month your hands were transparent. You could see the wall behind you. Now you can see your bones. Bones are clearer than walls. By next month you may even see flesh." Xiaoyi raised her hand toward the sunlight. It passed through her fingers, casting a small patch of pale red light on the back of her hand. She gazed at it for a long time, then lowered her hand. "Brother Chen, when my mother comes next month, please hold her here for me. I want to speak with her." "All right." Xiaoyi smiled. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of red candy wrapper folded into the shape of a butterfly. She held it up to the sunlight. The butterfly's wings were translucent, see-through. She placed it on the steps and pressed it down with a small stone. "Give this to her. When she comes, tell her I made it." Chen Ping'an looked at the butterfly. "She won't know who Xiaoyi is." "She'll know. Xiaoyi is her daughter. She won't forget." Chen Ping'an picked up the butterfly and placed it gently in his pocket. Old man Wang did not read the newspaper today. He folded it neatly and tucked it beneath the counter, then retrieved a Chinese chess set from the cabinet and laid it out on the table at the entrance of the tea house. The chess set was wooden, the pieces worn smooth and glossy with years of handling. The carved characters had faded somewhat, but remained legible. Beside the red piece marked Shui, a crack ran along the edge, a remnant of a fall long ago. He had glued it back together, but the repair was imperfect and rough to the touch. The black piece marked Jiang was missing, a corner chipped off at some unknown time. He sat alone beside the table, playing both red and black sides himself. He began with the red side, advancing the cannon to the center. Then he crossed to the opposite side, moving the black knight forward. Back to red, he advanced the horse out of its nest. Again he went over, this time moving the black chariot out from behind the front line. One man, one table, the pieces on both sides taking turns. He played quickly, without hesitation, for he had been playing against himself for decades. Every path had been traversed, every trap had been stepped into. He knew how he would move, and he knew how he would respond. Yet he kept playing, not from obsession with the game, but because no one else would sit across from him. Chen Ping'an stepped out of the shop and crouched nearby to watch a bowl of liangxiao in his hand, sipping slowly as he observed. Aunt Zhang had brought the liangxiao over that morning, and he had saved it until noon. The brown sugar water had cooled and grown less sweet, but still drinkable. Old man Wang, are you playing against yourself? Yes. No one plays with me. Old man Wang did not even look up. He sent the red cannon forward, capturing a black pawn. Where is Brother Lu? Brother Lu is chopping vegetables. Wu Chu is chopping too. Neither has time. Lu is cutting meat, Wu Chu is cutting vegetables. Lu's knife is swift, but Wu Chu's is swifter. The two were competing to see who could chop faster. Lu sliced through a gene of meat, while Wu Chu worked through a gene of potatoes. Meat proved harder to handle than potatoes, and Lu lost. He wasn't satisfied, and said, tomorrow we'll compete at slicing tofu. Wu Chu replied, you can't even see tofu once it's cut. What's there to compare? Lu said, slice it and drop it in water, then see whose strips are finer. Wu Chu agreed. The two will compete at slicing tofu tomorrow. Chen Ping'an smiled. He imagined Brother Lu and Wu Chu standing at their cutting boards, each with a block of tofu, and a cleaver submerging their slices in water to judge who produced the finest strands. He had never seen a tofu slicing competition, but he was certain it would be quite entertaining. And Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang is shelling edamame. She said, I don't know how to play chess. I told her I'll teach you. She said, I won't be able to learn it. I said chess isn't difficult. She said, even if I assent, I still won't be able to learn it. I didn't press further. If she didn't want to learn, no amount of urging would help. Old man Wang drew the black chariot out, pinning the leg of the red horse. Trapped, the horse could not move. He studied the board for a few seconds, then shifted the horse one square, changing direction. Little Chen, want to play? I don't know how. Then learn. Your mother didn't know how either, but she gave it a try. She lasted 3 moves before quitting. She said it's too hard. I said it's not. She replied, even if I assent, I still can't learn it. Just like what your Aunt Zhang said. Old man Wang rearranged the pieces, placing the red side on Chen Ping'an's end and the black side on his own. Your mother sat right where you are now. I sat across from her. Her first move was the shuai. I told her the shuai cannot move first. She asked why. I said the shuai is the leader, and the leader moves last. She said, then who moves first? I said the soldiers move first. She advanced a soldier, and I moved the cannon. She advanced another soldier, and I moved the cannon again. On her third move, she brought out the shuai. I asked, why are you moving the shuai again? She said, the leader can't wait any longer. I said, even if the leader can't wait, he must wait. She said, I'm done waiting, pushed the shuai over, and declared she wouldn't play anymore. Chen Ping'an's lips curved upward. He pictured his mother sitting in that very spot, wearing the Taoist robes of Mount Mao, her hair tied back in a ponytail, holding a shuai piece in her hand, lifting it for a long moment, before finally toppling it over. He had never met his mother, yet he felt certain she would have been exactly like that. Old man Wang, please teach me. Old man Wang reset the pieces. He picked up a red soldier and placed it before Chen Ping'an. This is the soldier. It moves one step forward and cannot retreat. Only after crossing the river may it move sideways. Chen Ping'an studied the piece. Plastic red, the character being carved into its surface. He moved it forward one step. Old man Wang picked up a black pawn and advanced it. You play your moves, I'll play mine. You learn, I'll teach. Chen Ping'an moved another soldier. Old man Wang advanced another pawn. After a dozen or so moves, Chen Ping'an's soldiers had not yet crossed the river, while Old man Wang's pawns had already made it over. Old man Wang, you've won. You've only played a dozen moves. Giving up already. My soldiers can't advance, but yours have come over. Old man Wang gathered the pieces and placed them back into the box. You're just like your mother. You don't know how to play chess. She also gave up after a dozen moves. She said, Uncle Wang, I can't beat you. I said, you just started. She said, I won't learn anymore. I said, give it another try. She said, no more. I'm going back to draw talismans. Your mother was far better at talisman drawing than at chess. Chen Ping'an stood up. Old man Wang, I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll play a few more moves. Come tomorrow then. I'll teach you. However many moves you can manage is fine. Old man Wang gathered the pieces and placed them back into the box. You're just like your mother. You don't know how to play chess. She also gave up after a dozen moves. She said, Uncle Wang, I can't beat you. I said, you just started. She said, I won't learn anymore. I said, give it another try. She said, no more. I'm going back to draw talismans. Your mother was far better at talisman drawing than at chess. Suwon had been working at the publishing house for nearly a month. She left home at 8 every morning and returned at 7 in the evening. After dinner, she would go upstairs, and lock herself in her room to revise manuscripts until 10. She revised with great diligence, circling and annotating every page in red pen. Sometimes a single page was covered entirely in red marks. Manuscripts piled high on the desk stacked in a thick bundle. On occasion Chen Ping'an would bring her a bottle of water. He would find her fallen asleep at the desk, the pen still gripped in her hand, the red ink staining her fingers. He quietly turned off the light, draped a blanket over her, and descended the stairs. Today she came down early by 9 o'clock. She held a book with a blue cover upon which was painted a black cat crouching on a rooftop, the moon large and perfectly round. Chen Ping'an, look. She set the book on the counter. Chen Ping'an picked it up and gazed at the cover. 2 characters were printed on the blue background. Guaishu. The characters were white and large, and beneath them ran a line of smaller text. A Taoist priest's ghost hunting notes. He turned to the first page and read the first line. My name is Chen Ping'an, direct disciple of the Maoshan Evil Sect, the kind, without an ordination certificate. His fingers paused. He looked down. The second line. Master kicked me down the mountain with one kick, telling me to open a shop, go on blind dates, and support myself. The third line. The shop premises are already at hand. A 3-story building on Rongcheng Old Street, just a bit dusty. The fourth line. The blind date has also been arranged. A aloof beauty who runs the antique shop next door, who found me filthy on first meeting. He turned page after page. The more he read, the more familiar it became. Sister Su won this book, it's about me. The author says she doesn't know you. She saw a story online and adapted it. Su Wan sat beside him and took the book from his hands, flipping to the last page. On the final page was written the author's name. Qingshan Gazhu. Su Wan pointed at those 4 characters. Qingshan Gazhu. That's you. Chen Ping'an stared at those 4 characters for several seconds. He could not recall when he had ever written a story online. He had never written anything. He didn't even post on WeChat Moments. How could he possibly write stories? The black cat leaped onto the counter and also gazed at those 4 characters. Qingshan Gazhu. Who came up with that name? I don't know. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Perhaps one of my clients wrote it. I exorcised a ghost for him, and he turned me into a story. Su Wan flipped the book to the middle and pointed to a passage. Look here. Chen Ping'an squatted behind the counter, took a pack of little raccoon crisp noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunched away. Lin Mo said, Master, you've eaten 5 packs today. Chen Ping'an said, this 5th pack is the last one. Once it's finished, I'm done. Lin Mo said, you've already said that's the last pack 3 times now. Chen Ping'an said, this time it's true. Su Wan finished reading and looked at Chen Ping'an. You really have said that? Chen Ping'an fell silent. He truly had said it. The black cat also leaned over to read the passage. This line is true too. The black cat perched on the counter, watching Chen Ping'an's eyebrows furrow. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought said nothing. You said that. Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. I never said that sentence. That's what the author wrote. What the author writes is true. You truly didn't say it, but you wanted to. Chen Ping'an said nothing further. He turned the book back to the first page and read it once more. My name is Chen Ping'an, direct disciple of the Maoshan Evil Sect, the kind, without an ordination certificate. Those words were his own, spoken within his heart, never uttered to anyone else. He did not know how the author had come to know. After some thought, perhaps Master had said something. Master knew what he was thinking. Sister Su Wan, does this book sell well? Rather well. Several dozen copies a day. Not many, but it keeps selling. Has the author made money from it? Yes. Not much. 2 or 3 yuan a day. Chen Ping'an was silent for a moment. He ate 5 packs of crisp noodles every day, each costing 2.5 yuan. The author earned 2 or 3 yuan a day, nowhere near enough to buy a single pack. He handed the book back to Su Wan. Sister Su Wan, please tell the author to stop writing. Why? She won't make any money. It's a waste of time. Su Wan looked at Chen Ping'an. She says she isn't writing for money. She finds your story interesting and wants more people to see it. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at his own hands. Cinnabar stains marked his fingers, impossible to wash away. He had drawn countless talismans, exorcised many spirits, done many things. He had never imagined his story would be written into a book that others would read about him. He felt there was nothing remarkable about himself. A glib-tongued Taoist, a directionally challenged Taoist, a greedy Taoist. Nothing worth watching. The black cat perched on the counter, gazing at his eyebrows. They were not furrowing. They lay still and peaceful like 2 caterpillars basking in the sun. Bowsy. Who do you think that author is? I don't know, but she's watching you. She has been watching you all along. She knows you eat crisp noodles, knows your eyebrows furrow when you draw talismans, knows you owe Yi Ling money. She could be someone close to you. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. Someone close. Lin Mo. Lin Mo couldn't write books. He could only draw talismans. Su Wan. Su Wan was an editor, not an author. Bai Jiuming. Bai Jiuming didn't even post on WeChat Moments. Yiling. Yiling was too lazy to reply to WeChat messages. Master. Master couldn't even operate a mobile phone. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang couldn't even finish reading the newspaper. He had no idea who it was. He stopped thinking about it. He took a pack of little raccoon crisp noodles from the drawer, tore it open, and crunched away noisily. The black cat watched his eyebrows. They were beginning to furrow, the left rising, the right falling. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought said nothing. Lu Tsuan returned on an early evening in late March. Spring came late to Rong City. It was still cold in late March, the wind slashing at the face like knives, stinging painfully. The magnolia blossoms on the old street had already withered. Petals lay scattered across the ground, trampled by passers-by, into a sticky pulp clinging to the bluestone pathway, slick beneath foot, as though stepping through rotting mud. Chen Ping'an was squatting at the shop entrance eating crispy noodles. He crushed the hard cake with his fingers and tipped it into his mouth, bit by bit, crumbs spilling all over the ground. Several ants followed the scent and circled around his feet. Lin Mo stood nearby, practicing with his blade, striking the wooden post stroke after stroke. The post was already densely etched with cuts, some so deep they nearly severed through its shavings scattered all around. Wu Chu stood watching from the side, occasionally offering guidance. "Turn your wrist a little more," he would say. Lin Mo followed the instruction, the blade cutting deeper still. "A bit more," Wu Chu added. Lin Mo turned his wrist just a fraction more. With that strike, a crack split through the wooden post from top to bottom. Wu Chu fell silent for a moment. "Enough," Wu Chu said. "Another turn, and it will break." Lin Mo paused, wiping the sweat from his brow. The black cat perched on the steps fixed on the street corner. Its tail hung still, its entire body as rigid as a carved statue, not even its whiskers twitching. Chen Ping'an noticed, but said nothing. He knew what the black cat was watching for. It was waiting for someone. She had been waiting for 3 years, not for Lu Tsuan herself, but for the news. She carried news of the final remnants of Guishu and of the master's disciple who had vanished over 20 years ago. The black cat never spoke of her vigil, yet each dusk she would take her position on the steps facing the street corner, returning indoors once the sun dipped below the horizon. Today before sunset she remained there still. "Someone's coming," the black cat announced. Chen Ping'an looked up to see a figure approaching from the street corner. A woman in a black trench coat, her hair loose, her face pale. Lu Tsuan. She had grown much thinner since their last meeting, her cheekbones prominent, her eye sockets hollow, the coat hanging loose on her frame as though draped over a hanger. She moved slowly, her steps light and nearly silent. The hem of her trench coat fluttered in the wind like a black banner. When she reached the shop entrance, she stopped and fixed her gaze on Chen Ping'an for several long seconds. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her lips were cracked with peeling skin. "Is your master present?" Chen Ping'an rose and tucked the noodle bag into his pocket. Crumbs spilled from the bag's opening, and the ants immediately swarmed them. "He's upstairs. His leg has healed enough for him to walk, though not quickly. He says his legs belong to another man now. He's too old," though the truth was simply laziness. He could remain reclined in his chair all day, only rising for necessities. Even meals required Lin Mo to carry them up. Lu Tsuan nodded and began climbing the stairs. Her steps were nearly soundless, yet the wooden steps still groaned beneath her weight. The master heard the commotion and set down his I Ching, removing his reading glasses as he rose from his recliner. Rather than go down to meet her, he remained seated, gazing toward the stairway. Lu Tsuan appeared at the top of the stairs, standing on the final step, looking down at him. Her hair had turned nearly completely white since their last meeting. "You've come," the master said. "I have." He gestured to a chair beside him. "Sit." Lu Tsuan took the seat, and the two faced each other in silence. Outside the window, dusk was settling, and the room remained unlit, steeped in shadow. In that dimness, the master's face appeared older still, his wrinkles carved deeply like cuts from a blade. Lu Tsuan's face was equally pale, papery, and lifeless. "What brings you here?" the master asked. "I brought you something," she replied, withdrawing a small cloth bag from her coat pocket and setting it on the coffee table. The bag was blue, embroidered with a delicate white flower stitched in fine, meticulous thread work. Chen Ping'an would later learn this bag had once belonged to the master, gifted to her when she first arrived at Maoshan with nothing to her name. He had purchased her basic necessities and packed them in this very bag. She had kept it for over 20 years, washing it until the fabric faded, yet the flower embroidery remained intact. The master opened the bag to reveal several small porcelain vials. He picked one up and held it to the light. The vial was white, quite small, stoppered with red cloth. "Antidote," he said. "Wen Chu's final batch. It should last several years," Lu Tsuan replied in a hushed tone, as though afraid of disturbing something. "Guishu is gone. There's no use keeping it. You should take it for those poisoned. Grandpa Yiling and others. When Chu prepared plenty, it'll suffice for some time." The master gazed at the porcelain vials for a long while, then tied the cloth bag securely and set it back on the coffee table. And you? Where are you headed? I don't know. Back to Yunnan. Somewhere else. It doesn't matter. What about your mother? She's dead. By the time I returned, she had been gone for 3 years. The neighbors said she waited for me for years, but never saw me come back. Her house still stands, but it's empty now. The furniture was taken away, the photographs removed from the walls. I sat at the doorway all night and left the following day. The master was silent for a long time. He rose from his recliner and walked to the window, gazing out at the old street. Street lamps had illuminated the bluestone path, casting it in alternating patches of light and shadow. Aunt Zhang's cold dessert cart had closed up, its metal cart locked beneath a street lamp. Old Man Wang's tea house remained lit, the sound of mahjong tiles clattering echoing through the glass, where several elderly men could be seen playing cards inside. The master watched for a long time. You should go, he said. Lu Tsuan rose and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold without turning around. Master, I'm sorry. The master remained silent, standing by the window with his back to her, motionless. Lu Tsuan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Her footsteps grew fainter in the corridor until they faded entirely. The master stood at the window, watching as a woman in a black trench coat moved slowly along the old street, pausing every few steps, as though waiting to be called back. No one called out to her. She walked on, turned the corner, and disappeared. The master remained at the window for a long while. Chen Ping'an came upstairs and stood in the doorway. Master, has she left? Yes. Aren't you going after her? After her. She's no longer a child. She can go wherever she wishes. Chen Ping'an entered and took a seat. The master still stood by the window, his thin frame and narrow shoulders resembling an ancient tree bent by the wind. Master, are you distressed? No. As long as she lives, that is what matters. When people live, they can meet again. Once they die, they are gone. If she lives, I still have a disciple. If she dies, I have none. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He sat watching his master's silhouette as darkness settled outside and the street lamps along the old lane began to glow one by one. After a while, the master turned and returned to his recliner, picking up the I Ching to the bookmarked page. He adjusted his reading glasses and resumed his study. Master, won't you see her off? No. If I do, she won't be able to leave. She'll turn back. Once she turns back, she won't want to go. Chen Ping'an descended the stairs. The black cat rested on the counter, its tail swaying lazily, while Xiao He floated down the staircase, her crimson padded jacket burning like flame beneath the light. Brother Chen, who was that auntie just now? The master's disciple. She's gone, oh. Yes. Back to Yunnan. Xiao He lowered her head and thought. Will she return, eh? I don't know. Perhaps not. Xiao He did not press further. She floated before the counter, opened the 3-character classic, and began to recite. At the beginning of life, nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits diverge. Xiao He's mother came on an afternoon in early April. In Rongcheng, April carries the essence of spring, with sunlight warming one's body like a gentle embrace, so different from the biting cold of winter. The magnolias along the old street had faded while peach blossoms bloomed, pinks and whites tree after tree. Petals carpeted the bluestone path in a soft layer, yielding beneath footsteps. A few people queued at Auntie Zhang's lianxia stall. An older woman requested, add more brown sugar. All right. Auntie Zhang replied, ladling a generous scoop until the sugar water grew thick and rich. Outside Grandpa Wang's tea house sat a chessboard with no one playing. Grandpa Wang sat alone, moving both red and black pieces himself. He advanced a red cannon, walked across to maneuver a black horse, returned to move a red chariot, then crossed again with a black pawn. All by himself, he busied himself with great delight. Xiao He squatted at the shop entrance, waiting from morning until afternoon. She had been waiting for over 10 days from last month into this one. She waited every day, certain her mother would come. Her mother visited monthly, rain or shine. But last month when she arrived, Xiao He's spirit remained insubstantial. Her mother couldn't see her. Xiao He had stood before her, yet her mother walked straight through her. When Xiao He cried, "Mother," there was no response. This month, however, her spirit had grown real. Xiao He could feel it now. Her hands were no longer semi-transparent. She could touch things, though not yet solid, far better than before. She held her hand up to the sunlight, able to see the veins beneath her skin, yet no longer able to see through to the wall behind. Chen Ping'an had said soon. Just a few more days. How many days? Xiao He asked. Just a few, Chen Ping'an replied. Xiao He didn't press further. Her mother arrived, still wearing that gray cotton padded jacket with 2 missing buttons pinned closed. The rusted iron pin on her chest resembled an old medal. Her hair, streaked with white, had turned nearly all silver since last month. Deep wrinkles carved into her face, extending from the corners of her eyes to the edges of her mouth. She walked slowly, dragging her left leg, pausing with each step as though gathering strength. She carried a white plastic bag containing several boxes of medicine and a packet of brown sugar. The sugar packet, wrapped in red with bold characters reading "brown sugar," was visible from afar. She paused before Annie Zhang's liangxia stall and glanced at it. When offered some, she shook her head and continued on. Xiaohe drifted out from the doorway, gliding down the steps without touching the ground. The hem of her red cotton-padded jacket fluttered in the wind. She drifted to stand before her mother, only a step away. Her mother didn't slow, walking straight toward her. Xiaohe didn't move, holding her ground. Her mother reached her and touched Xiaohe's hand. This time she didn't pass through. Their hands met. Her mother stopped. Looking down, she gazed at the small, cool hand in her palm. Translucent, its lifeline faintly visible. Following that hand upward, she took in the red cotton sleeve, the thin, small frame, and 2 braids tied with red ribbons. She saw Xiaohe's face. Pale, not in a frightening way, but the pale hue of one long untouched by sunlight. Her eyes shone bright, like 2 stars. Xiaohe, mother. Her mother crouched, cupping Xiaohe's face in both hands. They were warm, rough knuckles prominent. Xiaohe's face was cool and smooth, like a stone worn by years of flowing water. Her mother's fingers traced over and over, forehead to chin, chin to forehead. Your hands are still warm. Yours are cold. I've been dead 3 years. My hands are cold. Tears streamed down her mother's face. She didn't wipe them away, letting tears trace her chin and fall onto the bluestone path drop by drop, like rain. She wept hard, shoulders shaking, hands trembling, yet never releasing her grip on Xiaohe's face. Mother is sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone upstairs. I shouldn't have gone out to buy groceries. I should have taken you with me. Xiaohe looked at her mother. She had aged. White hair, deep wrinkles carved into her face, rough hands with short yellowed nails. Xiaohe remembered these hands. They had once been warm and soft, touching her face like cotton. Now they were still warm, but rough as sandpaper. Mother, I don't blame you. Her mother cried for a long time. Pedestrians passed by without noticing. The old woman crouching on the ground, weeping before nothing at all. Only Annie Zhang saw. She didn't approach, remaining behind her stall with reddened eyes. Grandpa Wang noticed too. He set down his chess piece and watched silently. He committed the board position to memory, planning to resume their game later. When her tears subsided, Xiaohe's mother rose and picked up the plastic bag. Xiaohe, where do you live? That shop. Qingshan Pavilion. Her mother studied the sign for a long time. Brother Chun is a good man. Yes. He is kind. Every day he chants spells to help break the soul-binding array. Now I can leave the house, stand on my own, and speak with you. Will you stay here from now on? Yes. Brother Chen says I can live here as long as I want. Her mother took the packet of brown sugar from the bag and pressed it into Xiaohe's hands. For you. You love brown sugar water. More sugar makes it sweeter and tastier. Xiaohe held the sugar close. Mother, will you come back next month? Yes. Mother comes every month. To bring you brown sugar. Her mother walked away, slowly glancing back every few steps. Each time she turned, Xiaohe remained standing there, her red cotton jacket blazing like fire in the sunlight. At the street corner, her mother looked back one final time, then turned the bend and disappeared. Xiaohe stayed where she was, embracing the brown sugar, gazing toward the corner. The wind carried through, lifting the hem of her red jacket, the sugar packet rustling softly. Auntie Zhang brought over a bowl of liangxia, setting it on the step beside Xiaohe. Have some. It's cooling. Xiaohe looked down at the bowl. The sugar water was thick and rich, the white liangxia plump and floating like bathers in a sweet pool. She couldn't drink. It wasn't meant for the living or the dead. But she could smell it. Drawing a deep breath, she whispered, so fragrant. Mother used to make this for me too. Extra sugar. She always said sweeter is better. I complained it was too sweet, but she'd reply sweeter tastes better. I warned about toothaches and she'd say then stop drinking it. But my teeth never ached. All the liangxia she made. I finished every drop. Tears slipped down Annie Zhang's cheeks. Without wiping them, she turned and left. Chen Ping'an emerged from the shop and crouched beside Xiaohe. Your mother saw you. Yes. She saw me. She said mother is sorry. I told her I don't blame her. Chen Ping'an gazed at Xiaohe. Xiaohe's eyes shone brightly like twin stars. Moisture glistened in her eyes, yet no tears fell, for ghosts cannot weep. Will you keep waiting for her? Yes. She comes every month. I wait every month. Chen Ping'an rose and returned to his shop. Xiaohe remained crouched at the doorway, clutching the brown sugar, eyes fixed on the corner. The wind lifted her red jacket's hem, fluttering like a small crimson flag. The sugar packet crinkled in the breeze, and she drew it closer. It was from her mother. 3 years she had waited, and at last she had waited no longer. When Yiling called, Chen Ping'an was teaching Xiao Nian to fold paper airplanes. Xiao Nian had already folded 100 of them, and none of them would fly. Uncle, the nose of my airplane is too heavy, she said. Chen Ping'an replied, fold the front part up. She did, but it still wouldn't fly. Chen Ping'an took it and tried himself, and it wouldn't fly either. He set the paper airplane on the table, gazed at it, and fell silent for a long while. Your airplane's nose isn't heavy. It's your hands that are too light. You can't feel the paper, you can't press down on it. Xiaoyan lowered her head and looked at her own hands. Under the lamplight her hands were translucent, the lines of her palms visible, one after another like tributaries branching from a river. She curled her fingers into fists, then spread them open, curled them again, and opened them once more. Uncle, when will my soul become solid? Soon enough. Xiaoyi took several months to solidify. You'll be the same. Xiaoyan set her hands down, picked up another candy wrapper from the table, and began folding. She was folding a butterfly, red with painted patterns on its wings. The phone rang. It was Yiling. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a meal. Again. You treated me last time. This time it's my turn. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. All right. 6 o'clock. Lu Ji's restaurant. After hanging up, Chen Ping'an changed into a clean shirt. The windbreaker Yiling had given him last time had been washed and was hanging on a rack. He took it down and put it on, zipping it all the way to the top. He stood in front of the mirror and examined himself. His hair was a bit long, those front strands nearly covering his eyes, so he combed it a few times. The black cat crouched on the counter watching him. Going on another blind date again. It's not a blind date. It's just a meal. You've had meals with her many times. Every time you say it's not a blind date. Chen Ping'an didn't respond. He left the house and walked toward Lu Ji's restaurant. The bluestone pathway of the old street glowed golden under the setting sun, and he could feel the heat accumulated throughout the day rising from the ground beneath his feet. Yiling had already arrived, seated by the window with a pot of tea before her. Today she wore a light blue sweater, her hair loose, a pair of small pearl earrings adorning her earlobes. The neckline of her sweater was slightly loose, revealing a hint of her collarbone. Seeing Chen Ping'an, the corners of her mouth moved ever so slightly. You're here. I'm here. Chen Ping'an sat opposite her. Lu Gu poked his head out from the kitchen, saw them, smiled, and retreated back inside. Wu Chu also peeked out for a glance before ducking back. These two popped their heads in and out like chickens pecking at grain. Order something. Yiling pushed the menu toward him. Chen Ping'an took the menu and looked it over. He ordered Mao Shui Wang, boiled fish, twice cooked pork, mapo tofu, and a vegetable dish. Just like last time. You order the same things every time. It's good. Yiling glanced at him and said nothing more. The dishes arrived. The chili oil of the Mao Shui Wang was red as fire, and a layer of oil floated atop the boiled fish. Chen Ping'an picked up a piece of Mao Shui Wang with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The spice made him hiss, and a fine sheen of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Yiling pushed the napkins toward him. Eat slowly. He picked up a napkin and wiped his sweat, then took another bite. Did your grandfather's hand heal? It did. After taking the antidote you gave him, the green marks disappeared. Aunt Zhang's medicine hasn't been used yet. Keep it. You'll find a use for it someday. Yiling picked up a piece of vegetables and ate slowly. She didn't speak while eating, and neither did Chen Ping'an. The two of them sat by the window, each absorbed in their own meal. Outside, the old street lights flickered on, and someone walked along the bluestone path, their footsteps tap-tap-tapping, as if keeping time. Chen Ping'an. Yes. You don't need to pay me back for the windbreaker. Chen Ping'an paused, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Why, oi? Because I don't want you to pay me back anymore. Yiling lowered her head and gazed at the rice in her bowl. You've owed me for so long and never repaid. Dragging it out like this is pointless. Chen Ping'an looked at her. A faint blush colored Yiling's cheeks, not from the spice, but from something else. The backs of her ears were red too, the color creeping down to her neck. Chen Ping'an had never seen her blush before. She had always been cold and distant, like a stone that could never be warmed. But today was different. Today that stone seemed to have been basking in the sun all day, warmth gathering at its surface. Then let me treat you to a meal. 10 meals. Can you even afford that? You still owe Uncle Wang your rent. Chen Ping'an fell silent. He couldn't afford it. He could barely afford instant noodles. Last month he had tallied his accounts. Earned 2,300, spent 2,005, and lost 200. Uncle Wang hadn't pressed him, nor had Bai Jiuming or Yiling. But he knew where he stood. Yiling took a small box from her bag and placed it on the table. The box was white with a small red flower printed on it, like a miniature rose. She pushed it toward him. This is for you. It's not a windbreaker. It's not a watch. It's something else. Chen Ping'an opened the small box. Inside lay a piece buckle made of jade, excellent clarity, lush green, threaded through with a red cord. It was identical to the one he wore around his neck. He took it out and held it in his palm, feeling the coolness of the jade seep into his skin. You already gave me one of these before. That one was from my grandfather. This one I bought myself. Wear them alternately. Chen Ping'an gazed at the piece buckle. The jade glowed softly under the lamp, clouds of white drifting within its depths. He looked at it for a long time. Yi Ling. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just come back alive. Chen Ping'an hung the piece buckled around his neck, placing it side by side with the first one. The two jade pieces rested together, one lighter, one darker. He bowed his head and caught a faint scent on the jade. Not the smell of jade itself, but the trace of Yi Ling's presence, sandalwood, subtle and delicate. Yi Ling stood up. I'm leaving. Eat slowly. She reached the doorway, paused without turning around. Chen Ping'an. Yes. You look better in this shirt than in the old one. I told you last time. I'll say it again. She left. The door closed behind her. Chen Ping'an remained seated by the window, staring at the entrance. Yi Ling was already gone, the door shut. He lowered his head and continued eating. The Mao Shui Wang had cooled, and the boiled fish was cold as well. He finished everything, even drinking the broth. Sweat poured down his face from the spiciness, but he felt at ease. The black cat walked in through the doorway, jumped onto the chair, and settled beside him. Baozi, Yi Ling gave me a peace buckle. I saw. Does she like me, eh? The black cat's tail gave a single flick. Figure it out yourself. Chen Ping'an thought about it, pondered for a long while. I don't know. The black cat said nothing more. It hopped down from the chair and left the restaurant. Chen Ping'an sat alone by the window. Outside, the old street lamps glowed, and people strolled along the bluestone path. An elderly couple holding hands, a young mother pushing a stroller. He watched for a while, then rose to settle the bill. Lu Gu said, Yi Ling already paid. He paused, slipped his wallet back into his pocket, and stepped out the door. Bai Zhizhing's parents had recovered. Bai Zhangwo could walk now without crutches. He walked slowly, each step as if testing whether the floor was sturdy enough, but without needing anyone to support him. From the bedroom to the living room, from the living room to the balcony, from the balcony to the front door. He made several trips, pausing after each one to catch his breath before continuing. Wang Xiuying stood nearby, watching, neither helping nor speaking. She knew he didn't need support. What he needed was to walk on his own. Wang Xiuying could cook again. She filled the entire table with dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried broccoli, sour cabbage, fish, and a large bowl of soup. Each dish was something she had excelled at in her youth, each one something she had not made in many years. The braised pork had been stewed for over an hour until the meat was fall apart, tender, the fat translucent, the lean portions yielding at the slightest touch. The sauce on the sweet and sour ribs had been reduced to perfection, glistening and clinging to each piece. She stood at the kitchen doorway, watching Bai Zhizhing. Zhizhing, go invite them to eat. Chen Daoxing, Lin, Mo Su, one Uncle Wang, brother Lu, and Zhang. Invite everyone. Bai Zhizhing made the phone calls. Chen Ping'an came, Lin Mo came, Su Wan came. Uncle Wang came, brother Lu came, Wu Chu came as well. Aunt Zhang arrived carrying a bowl of cool shrimp jelly, saying she was bringing a dish. Xiaohe could not come, she feared crowds, saying, too many living people, the yang energy is too heavy, I can't handle it. Xiaonian also did not come as she was shy around strangers, saying, I don't know them. Chen Ping'an said, if you come you'll get to know them, but she replied, next time. Next time, again and again, several times over, yet she never came. Bai Zhizhing's home was modest, 2 bedrooms and a living room. With so many people gathered, there was hardly room to stand. Bai Zhangwo fetched several chairs, 2 from the bedroom, 1 from the balcony, and borrowed 1 from a neighbor in the hallway. Everyone sat squeezed together, arms brushing arms, legs touching legs. Wang Xiuying brought the dishes to the table, placing them one by one until it was overflowing. There was so much food the table could not hold it all, so they stacked 2 layers. Braised pork piled atop the sweet and sour ribs, the tomato and eggs resting over the stir-fried broccoli. Eat. Don't be shy. Wang Xiuying wiped her hands on her apron and sat down. Her hands were still trembling, not from fear, but because she had not fully recovered yet. She tucked her hands beneath her knees, hiding them from view. Chen Ping'an picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed. Delicious. Lin Mo also took a piece, chewed thoughtfully, and nodded. Su Wan picked up a rib, took a bite, and her eyes lit up with delight as she reached for another. Wu Chu took a mouthful of the sour cabbage fish, said nothing, and immediately took another helping. Bai Zhizhing sat between his parents, serving his mother and pouring soup for his father. He did not speak, but the corners of his mouth had been turned upward since he sat down, holding that smile for nearly an hour, his face nearly cramping. Bai Zhangwo lifted his glass and stood. The glass was white, filled with baijiu. Wang Xiuzhen had told him to drink less, so he had poured only half a cup. His legs trembled slightly as he stood, but his voice was steady. Chen Daoxing, thank you. Chen Ping'an also rose. No need to thank me. Your son already paid. Bai Zhizhing glanced at him. I haven't paid yet. I'll remember. Bai Zhangwo smiled. He drank the wine and sat back down. Wang Xiuying refilled his glass halfway. Drink less. I'm happy. Wang Xiaoying did not press him further. She raised her own glass, filled with plain water, and took a sip. Uncle Wang sat in the corner, a cup of tea in hand, watching the table of people. The corners of his mouth turned upward, but he said nothing. He glanced at Chen Ping'an, then at Bai Zhizhing, then at Wu Chu, and finally let his gaze settle on Wang Xiaoying. Xiaoying, your braised pork tastes just as good as it used to. Wang Xiaoying smiled. Uncle Wang, eat more. Uncle Wang took another piece. Brother Lu and Wu Chu sat side by side, eating with quiet focus, saying nothing. They ate heartily, trying every dish, some of them going back for seconds. When they reached the sour cabbage fish, Wu Chu paused. Senior brother, did you make this fish? Yes. Why? It's delicious. Brother Lu said nothing, simply adding another piece of fish to Wu Chu's bowl. Wu Chu ate it and said no more. Aunt Zhang sat beside Chen Ping'an, picking up food for him. Little Chen, eat more. You're too thin. I am eating. You're not eating nearly enough. How do you expect to gain weight? Chen Ping'an took a piece of braised pork, then a rib, then some fish. He ate slowly but steadily. Aunt Zhang watched him and smiled. After the meal, everyone sat and chatted. Bai Jiangwo and Uncle Wang played a round of chess, and Uncle Wang won. Bai Jiangwo said one more game, but Uncle Wang replied no. You can't beat me. Bai Jiangwo said, you're not taking it seriously, to which Uncle Wang responded, even if I were you still couldn't beat me. Bai Jiangwo fell silent and put the chess pieces away, boxing them up. Wang Xiaoying and Aunt Zhang washed the dishes in the kitchen. The faucet ran loudly, bowls swirling in the sink, clinking with a crisp, pleasant sound. Wang Xiaoying washed while Aunt Zhang dried. They did not chat, but their coordination was seamless. Brother Lu and Wu Chu stood at the doorway smoking. The two of them stood in silence, flames flickering on their cigarettes like tiny fireflies in the dusk. Brother Lu finished his cigarette, pinched out the ember, and tossed it into the trash. Wu Chu did the same. They glanced at each other. Let's go, said Brother Lu. Let's go, replied Wu Chu. The two of them returned to the restaurant. Bai Zhizhing walked over and sat beside Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an. The meal I owe you, I've repaid it. You've only repaid 2. 7 remain. Bai Zhizhing fell silent for a moment. He remembered the first time they met at the entrance of Qingshan Pavilion when Chen Ping'an had said, you owe me 9 meals. Since then they had shared many meals, together at Brother Lu's restaurant, at service areas, at Bai Zhizhing's home. But true repayment had been rare. I'll remember. For a lifetime. The corner of Bai Zhizhing's mouth twitched upward. He rose and walked back to his parents. Bai Jiangwo and Wang Xiaoying sat side by side with Bai Zhizhing nestled between them. The three of them sat in silence, close together, shoulders touching. Chen Ping'an stood. I'm heading back. Xiaohe is alone at home. I'll walk you, said Bai Zhizhing. No need. It's not far. Chen Ping'an stepped out into the night, the black cat at his heels. The old street lamps were lit, casting the bluestone path in patches of gold and shadow. Uncle Wang's tea house had closed for the night, its wooden boards locked. Brother Lu's restaurant still glowed warmly, the clatter of his wok and spatula echoing far into the evening, ringing like hammering iron. Aunt Zhang's stall had packed up, her cart was locked beneath a streetlight, the red cloth strip tied to the handle fluttering in the wind like a finger beckoning. Baozi, Bai Zhizhing's parents are better. I saw. He smiled. He rarely smiles. He was happy. Chen Ping'an pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red cotton-padded jacket glowing like a flame in the lamplight. Brother Chen, you're back. I'm back. Was the food at Bai Zhizhing's house good? Delicious. The braised pork was especially good. Xiaohe inhaled deeply. I can smell it. Your clothes carry the scent of braised pork. And tobacco. And tea. Chen Ping'an bent down and sniffed his own sleeves. Indeed they did. The braised pork mingled with tobacco and tea. He removed his windbreaker and hung it on the rack. This was the first jacket Yi Ling had ever given him, worn with frayed cuffs and a darkened collar. He had never been able to bring himself to throw it away, for it was the warmest garment he owned. He climbed the stairs, the black cat trailing at his heels, its tail held high. Days passed, day by day. Chen Ping'an stopped accepting long-distance orders, only taking jobs near the old street. He did not go far, not out of laziness, but because he was afraid of getting lost. The last time he went to a residential compound in the west of the city, the navigation estimated 40 minutes, but it took him 2 hours to arrive. Along the way, he stopped 3 times to ask for directions, and each time the people he asked looked at him as though he were an idiot. Lin Mo said, Master, you ought to give up driving. Chen Ping'an replied, I didn't drive. I took the bus. Lin Mo said, you can get lost on the bus too. Qingshan Pavilion's business was neither too much nor too little, with only a few orders each month. Hauntings, evil encounters, misfortunes. Each order brought in anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand, enough to get by, but never enough to save. Chen Ping'an's drawer always held only a few hundred yuan in change, and some packets of crisp noodles, while his ledger perpetually read losses. Lin Mo had once looked through the ledger, fell silent for a long while afterward, then closed it and put it back. When Chen Ping'an asked him how it looked, he said, "It's fine." Every morning Chen Ping'an squatted at the shop entrance eating liangxia. Aunt Zhang's liangxia stall sat directly across the street, and she gave him a bowl every morning for free. Chen Ping'an asked, "Aunt Zhang, you give me liangxia every day? Aren't you losing money?" Aunt Zhang said, "I've been losing money for 20 years. One more bowl won't make a difference." Chen Ping'an did not know what her 20 years meant, but he did not ask. He finished the liangxia, set the bowl back on the cart, and said, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." At noon, Chen Ping'an went to Brother Lu's restaurant. Since Brother Lu refused to charge him, he kept his own ledger. The ledger recorded, "Oh, Brother Lu, 1 meal of braised pork. Oh, Brother Lu, 1 meal of boiled fish. Oh, Brother Lu, 1 meal of hot pot." After 3 months of owing, it covered 3 full pages. Brother Lu said, "Stop keeping track. It doesn't matter if you never pay me back." Chen Ping'an said, "I'll keep recording. I need to keep count in my heart." Brother Lu glanced at the crooked, illegible characters in the ledger and fell silent for a moment. "You may have it clear in your mind, but I don't. I can't read what you've written." Chen Ping'an put the ledger away. In the afternoon, Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter waiting for customers. When no one came, he drew talismans, yellow ones, blue ones, purple ones. Once finished, he folded them neatly and stored them in his drawer. The drawer already contained several hundred stacked in perfect order. Lin Mo asked, "Master, why are you drawing so many talismans?" Chen Ping'an said, "Better prepared than sorry." Lin Mo said, "Have you ever actually had a crisis?" Chen Ping'an paused to think. He had fought many battles and used many talismans and had never lost because he ran short. Yet he kept drawing. What if? In the evening, Chen Ping'an squatted at the shop entrance eating liangxia, not Aunt Zhang's, but his own. He had soaked a few pieces in brown sugar water. It tasted terrible. The liangxia was too hard, and the brown sugar water was not sweet enough. Xiao He floated beside him watching and said, "Brother Chen, the liangxia you made doesn't taste good." Chen Ping'an said, "Even if it doesn't taste good, I still have to finish it. Can't waste food." Xiao He watched him drink the entire bowl of liangxia, her brow wrinkling several times, but she said nothing. She was a polite ghost. The black cat perched on the counter every day, its tail swaying lazily. It had stopped talking not because it had nothing to say, but because there was truly nothing left to complain about. Life was too peaceful. Chen Ping'an would glance at it, and it would glance back. Two beings, one human, one cat, would lock eyes and understand exactly what the other was thinking. Chen Ping'an thought, "How many packs today?" The black cat thought, "You're eating again." Chen Ping'an took a pack of Xiao Huanxiong crisp noodles from his drawer, tore it open, and crunched away. The black cat watched his eyebrows. They were at war, the left one rising, the right one falling. It wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought decided against it. It felt there was no need today. As long as the master was in a good mood, that was enough. Let his eyebrows fight all they wanted. They weren't the cat's eyebrows anyway. The last client of Qingshan Pavilion was an elderly woman. She was in her 70s, her hair completely white as snow, not a single black strand among it. Her back was severely hunched, curved like a bow. She needed a cane to walk, a bamboo cane that had been used for many years, its handle worn smooth and glossy, with a deep indentation at the grip, carved by her palm. She stood at the shop entrance gazing at the signboard for a long time, reading it character by character. Qingshan Go. After finishing, she nodded and walked in. "Are you Taoist, Chen?" "Yes. What can I do for you?" "My home has a ghost. Not a malevolent one, but my late husband. He passed away 5 years ago, yet returns every night. He does not frighten me. He simply comes back to check on things, sitting in the living room watching television without saying a word. I cannot see him, but I can feel his presence. When he sits there, the sofa sinks down, and when he leaves, it springs back." The old woman withdrew a cloth-wrapped bundle from her pocket and opened it, revealing a stack of bills in denominations of 50, 20, 10, and 5 yuan. The largest denomination was 50, the smallest 5. The banknotes were crumpled, some with bent corners, others torn and mended with transparent tape. She laid the bills out one by one on the table in a neat row. "This is 2,000 yuan. I have saved it over several years. If it is not enough, I will save more. I also have bank savings, not much, just a few thousand. I can give it all to you if needed." Chen Ping'an gazed at that stack of money for a long time. He thought of Lin Mo's grandmother, who did the same thing, pulling out a stack of crumpled bills from her handkerchief. He thought of Aunt Zhang, who also saved coin by selling bowls of cold shrimp every day. He thought of his own mother, who also folded money neatly and wrapped it in cloth. He had never met her, but he felt it should be just like that. That is enough. It is more than enough. Keep the excess. Please help me send him on his way. He has been gone for 5 years now. It is time for him to leave. Lingering here is not right. He watches his television while I try to sleep. Once he finishes, I cannot rest. I cannot sleep every night. I am extremely tired but unable to sleep. I am afraid I will not know when he arrives. I want to talk to him, but I cannot see him. Chen Ping'an stood up. Let me take a look. The old woman's home was located in an aging residential compound behind the old street, a 6-story building without an elevator. She lived on the 4th floor and climbed the stairs very slowly, pausing after each step. Chen Ping'an followed behind her without offering support, knowing she did not wish to be helped. It took her nearly 10 minutes to reach the 4th floor. She retrieved her keys from her pocket and opened the door. It was a silver security door with a Fu character pasted upside down, already faded with age. The apartment was modest, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The furniture was old but meticulously kept. The tables were polished to a shine, the floors so clean they reflected figures. On the coffee table sat 2 cups, one belonging to the old woman and one empty. The empty cup still had tea poured into it, now cold. The tea leaves settled at the bottom one by one like stones at the bottom of a river. This is where he used to sit. The old woman pointed to the sofa. The sofa was worn, the cushion bearing a depression carved by years of constant sitting. Chen Ping'an crouched down and pressed his finger against the indentation. The cushion did not spring back, remaining sunk there as though someone's weight still rested upon it. Chen Ping'an took out a compass from his bag. The compass needle spun around once, then pointed toward the indentation, trembling slightly. He stood up and spoke a few words to the indentation. Elder, it is time for you to leave. You have stayed here for 5 years, and your wife has cared for you for 5 years. You should go reincarnate. In your next life, be born into a good family, and do not let your wife worry about you anymore. The sofa cushion moved slightly. The indentation slowly sprang back. Not all at once, but little by little, as if someone were slowly sitting up straight. Starting from the deepest part of the hollow, it rose incrementally. After about a minute, it was completely flattened. Nothing remained on the cushion level like the one beside it. Tears streamed down the old woman's face. Has he left? Yes. Did he say anything? Nothing. But he sat up straight. He was bidding you farewell. The old woman took out the stack of bills from her cloth bundle and placed them on the table. Chen Ping'an selected 10 bills, 5 50-yuan notes, 3 20-yuan notes, and 2 10-yuan notes. The total came to exactly 300 yuan. He pushed the remainder back. This is enough. Keep it for yourself. The old woman looked at those 300 yuan, weeping and laughing at once. Thank you, Taoist Chun. No need to thank me. Live well. You may watch television, but keep the volume low. Do not disturb the neighbors. I do not watch television. I watch the place where he sat. Chen Ping'an said nothing further. He stepped outside and stood downstairs. Sunlight fell upon his face, warm and gentle. He placed the 300 yuan into his pocket and patted it. Today he did not want to eat instant noodles. He wanted Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp. Buns. A black cat emerged from the bushes and crouched at his feet. MHM. This is the last client. How do you know? A feeling. After finishing this job, I do not want to take any more. Not taking orders from now on. I will, but only near the old street. The distant ones are too far. I get lost driving there, and I get lost on the bus too. The black cat's tail swayed once. As you wish. Chen Ping'an walked toward the old street. He walked very slowly, stopping every few steps to look around. At the trees beside the street, at the pedestrians on the road, at the clouds in the sky. The trees were banyans planted many years ago, their trunks so thick that one person could not embrace them. Among the pedestrians were aunties returning from buying groceries, elementary school, children going home from school, and old men walking their dogs. The clouds were white, massive, and fluffy like cotton candy. He had not looked like this for a long time. Previously he was busy suppressing the guishu and had no time to look. Now he was no longer busy and had time. He gazed down that bluestone path from one end to the other. The road was not long, only a few steps to reach the end. Yet he walked for a long while. It took him an hour to return to Qingshan Pavilion. Along the way he stopped 3 times to look at trees, 4 times at pedestrians, and 5 times at clouds. The black cat followed him and also stopped to look. But what it looked at was different. It looked at rat holes and bird nests. Chen Ping'an didn't know the exact day of his own birthday. Master said he was left at the entrance of Maoyang Mountain by someone on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month. Master designated that day as his birthday. Every year on the 3rd of the 3rd lunar month, Master would cook a bowl of noodles for him, topped with a fried egg. It was instant noodles, pan-fried with the yolks still runny in the center. You like runny yolks, Master would say. Chen Ping'an would reply, I don't. You're the one who likes them. Master would fall silent after that. This year on the 3rd of the 3rd lunar month, no one cooked the noodles. Master's legs had healed, but he said, You've grown up now. Cook for yourself. Chen Ping'an didn't know how to cook noodles. He only knew how to soak them. He boiled a pot of water, placed the instant noodles in a bowl, and poured the hot water over them, then covered it with a lid. After waiting 3 minutes, he lifted the lid. The noodles were ready with the perfect texture. He fried an egg, but it burned. The yolk was no longer runny hard as rubber, and the edges of the white turned black and crispy all around. He placed the egg on top of the noodles and carried the bowl to the counter sitting down to eat. Xiao He floated nearby sniffed and said, "It smells so good." Chen Ping'an replied, "It's burnt." "Even burn it still smells good," Xiao He said. Xiao Nian floated over to sniffed and said, "Uncle, the egg you fried reminds me of what my mom used to make." Chen Ping'an paused. "Did your mom's eggs burn too?" "Yes. Hers burned too. She'd say burnt eggs smell good. I'd say they don't. She'd tell me you don't understand. Later I understood. Burnt eggs do smell good." Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the charred egg in his bowl. The yolk had a blackened ring around it, and the edges of the white were scorched. He took a bite, chewed slowly, and swallowed. "Good," he said. Xiao Nian smiled. The door pushed open. Yiling walked in carrying a brown paper bag in her hand. The bag was brown, unsealed, bulging with something inside. She set it on the counter, opened it, and pulled out a scarf. It was gray wool, quite long. She wrapped it around Chen Ping'an's neck several times, coiling it until his entire neck was covered like a shell. The ends of the scarf had loose threads, some sections loose, others tight, but it was clearly woven with great care. "Happy birthday." Chen Ping'an looked at the gray wool scarf, unevenly knitted. "Did you make this?" "Yes. I spent 3 months on it. I unraveled and rewove it again and again, 7 or 8 times in total. The first attempt was too wide, it hung around my neck like a blanket. The second was too narrow and choked my neck. The third was too short, 1 loop wasn't enough. The fourth was too long, even 3 loops still had excess. On the 5th attempt I ran out of yarn and had to splice in a different color. Look, there's a section here in dark gray." Yiling pointed to the middle of the scarf. It did look different, the color slightly deeper, but the knitting was neater. Chen Ping'an touched that dark gray section. "This part is better woven than the rest." Because this was the 5th attempt. After 4 tries I got skilled. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and inhaled the scarf. It carried a faint sandalwood fragrance. "How did you know it was my birthday today?" "Your master told me. He said the 3rd of the 3rd lunar month is your birthday, the same day your mother left you at the mountain in trance." Yiling adjusted the scarf, once more tucking in the loose threads. "Your master also said your mother was born on the 3rd of the 3rd lunar month." Chen Ping'an's fingers paused. "My mother was also born on March 3rd. "Yes. Your mother was born on the 3rd of the 3rd, and you were left at the mountain entrance on that same day. Your master said it was fate. He mentioned your mother loved the 3rd of the 3rd, saying, on the 3rd of the 3rd the weather warms, and flowers bloom beautifully. The flowers she meant were magnolias. Your mother loved magnolias, white and pink ones. Her name was Rongcheng. Beautiful name, isn't it? Your master used to say you were just like your mother, gentle and graceful." Chen Ping'an lowered his head and stared at the scarf wrapped around his neck. Gray wool, soft to the touch. He ran his fingers over it. It was warm. "Yiling. Thank you. No need. You can forget about paying me back for that jacket." "I know. You already told me. I'll say it again. I don't want you to forget." Yiling left. The door clicked shut behind her. Chen Ping'an sat behind the counter, the new scarf around his neck, holding a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. The noodles had gone cold. The fried egg was cold. The noodles had turned mushy, clumping together when he lifted them with his fork. He speared a clump of noodles with his fork and pushed it into his mouth. He chewed twice and swallowed. Xiao He floated nearby, watching him. "Brother Chen, you're crying." "No. Dust got into my eyes." "There's no dust indoors." Chen Ping'an didn't respond. He finished the noodles and drank the broth. Everything was cold, but he felt warmth inside. The scarf was warm. The broth was warm. He placed the empty bowl on the counter and leaned back in his chair. The black cat sat on the counter watching his new scarf, its tail swaying lazily. "Nice scarf." "Yeah." Yiling made it. "Can you knit?" "No. I'm a cat. Cats can't knit scarves. Cats catch mice. Cats catch birds. Cats climb trees. Cats catch fish. There are many things cats know how to do, but knitting scarves isn't one of them." Chen Ping'an looked at the black cat. The cat looked back. They stared at each other for a few seconds. "Baozi, do you think Yiling likes me?" "Figure it out yourself." Chen Ping'an thought for a moment. "She does. Then that's that." The black cat rested its chin on its front paws and closed its eyes. It purred loudly. The 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month passed, then the 4th of the 4th and the 5th of the 5th. Days drifted by one after another. Chen Ping'an no longer painted purple talismans. They were enough. He sat behind the counter every day eating instant noodles, crispy noodles, and cold shrimp jelly. He had gained weight. There was flesh on his face now. Lin Mo said, "Master, you've gotten fat." And he replied, "No, I haven't." Lin Mo said, "You have flesh on your chin now." He touched it, and indeed found it so. Aunt Zhang said, "Little Chen, you look better with a bit of weight." And he asked, "I didn't look good before." You were too thin before like a bamboo pole. Chen Ping'an didn't answer. He weighed himself, 64 kilograms. When he had come down from the mountain, he had weighed 59 kilograms. 10 gene heavier. He shared this good news with the black cat, who said, a cat getting fat isn't a good thing, and neither is a person getting fat. Chen Ping'an asked why, and the black cat replied, if you're fat you can't run fast. If you can't run fast you can't fight. If you can't fight you die. Chen Ping'an thought the black cat made sense, but he still wanted to eat. Xiaohi's mother came every month. She came to buy medicine, to buy brown sugar to see Xiaohi. Xiaohi's spirit had grown solid. She could touch her mother's hand now. Her mother's hands were warm, rough, with prominent knuckles. Xiaohi said, Mom, your hands are rough. And her mother replied, from all the work. Xiaohi said, then stop working. And her mother said, if I don't work, there's no money. Xiaohi said, when I grow up, I'll earn money for you. And her mother said, you're only 8 years old. Xiaohi thought about it and said, then I'll wait. Wait until I grow up. Her mother smiled and tears streamed down her face. She came every month, each time bringing a pack of brown sugar. Xiaohi had saved many packs, hidden them in the cabinet neat and tidy, row upon row. She couldn't bear to drink them. They were from her mother. Xiaoyan had collected 2,000 candy wrappers. She had pasted them together into a picture of Qingshan, a 3-story building with many people standing at the entrance. Chen Ping'an, Lin Mo, Su Wan, Bai Juming, Old Man Wang, Brother Lu, Aunt Zhang, Xiaohi, and the black cat. Everyone had their place. Everyone's face could be seen. Though made of candy wrappers, it looked remarkably like them. Chen Ping'an hung the picture in the shop side by side with that character for fortune. This is a family portrait, he said. Xiaoyan smiled. She looked at the picture every day for a long time. She said, Uncle, you're standing in the very front. I'm the boss, Chen Ping'an said. The boss should stand at the back, Xiaoyan replied. Why, he asked. Because the boss is the one in charge, and the one in charge watches from the back. Chen Ping'an thought about it, took the picture down, and swapped his position with Xiaoyan's. Xiaoyan stood at the front, he stood at the back. This isn't right, Xiaoyan said. It is, Chen Ping'an replied. You're my elder sister, you should stand in front. Xiaoyan didn't say anything else. She hung the picture back and looked at it for a long time. Bai Jiuming's parents ran a small shop on the street selling groceries. It didn't make much money, but they had something to do. Bai Jiangwo sat in the shop reading newspapers every day. Wang Xiuying knitted sweaters. Bai Jiuming came over after work each day to sit for a while and chat with them. He'd say, Dad, Mom, I'm heading out. And his father would reply, go ahead. His mother would say, be careful on the road. When he left, the corners of his mouth turned up. His father had flipped through the same newspaper so many times that every page was worn. His mother had knitted many sweaters, sending them to children in the mountains. They said, as long as we have something to do, that's enough. We don't do it for the money. Old Man Wang still read newspapers, played chess, and talked to evil spirits every day. The evil spirits still played mahjong every day, always one short with the broom, keeping them company. The short ghost said, the broom can't play, but it's here. The tall ghost asked, what good is it being here? The short ghost replied, as long as it's here, that's good enough. The tall ghost said nothing more. One day the broom fell over. The short ghost picked it up and said, if you're tired, you should rest. The broom didn't answer. Not answering means you agree, the short ghost said again. The broom still didn't answer. You agreed, the short ghost said. The broom fell over a second time, and the short ghost didn't pick it up. Brother Lu and Wu Chu still competed in chopping vegetables every day. They had been competing for months without a winner. We'll settle it tomorrow, Lu Gus said. You'll still lose tomorrow, Wu Chu replied. Just you wait, Lu Gus said. I'll be waiting, Wu Chu replied. They acted like children. After chopping and stir-frying the vegetables, they sat at the door smoking, saying nothing, watching the people come and go on the street. Someone asked, are you brothers? Lu Gus said no. Wu Chu said yes. Well, are you or aren't you? The person asked, but neither answered. The person walked away. Senior brother, Wu Chu said, what kind of relationship do we have? Disciples of the same master, Lu Gu replied. Does that count as brothers? It does. Wu Chu didn't say anything more. Aunt Zhang still sold cold shrimp jelly every day. Chen Ping'an went every day and ate without paying. When are you going to pay me? Aunt Zhang asked. When I have money, he replied. And when will you have money? When I stop eating instant noodles. Aunt Zhang laughed. She went to Yunnan once a month to burn paper money for her sister. It's too far there, but takes 2 days round trip, she said. Don't go anymore, it's too tiring, Chen Ping'an said. I can't not go. She's alone there, she'd be lonely, Aunt Zhang replied. Chen Ping'an didn't say anything more. He gave Aunt Zhang 500 yuan every month, calling it payment for the cold shrimp jelly. Aunt Zhang took it and said, that's enough for you to eat for many years. Then I'll eat it for many years, Chen Ping'an replied. Aunt Zhang laughed. Su Wan went to work every day. Lin Mo painted talismans. The black cat perched on the counter, its tail swaying slowly. Chen Ping'an squatted at the shop entrance, a bowl of cold shrimp jelly in hand, watching the old street. Sunlight shone on the bluestone road, golden and warm. Several people queued at Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp stall. An elderly woman said, "Add extra brown sugar," and Aunt Zhang replied, "All right," scooping a generous ladleful. The fragrance of jasmine tea wafted from Old Man Wang's tea house. At Brother Lu's restaurant, freshly delivered vegetables were piled at the entrance, crisp and glistening with dew. He watched for a while, finished the cold shrimp jelly, and set the bowl on the steps. "Bowsy, do you think this book is finished?" The black cat looked at him. "It's finished. Will the readers curse me, eh?" "No. You didn't write a rotten ending. You just didn't want to write anymore." Chen Ping'an lowered his head and looked at the watch on his wrist. A black face, a silver band. His face was reflected faintly on the dial. He stared for a moment, then stood up, patted the dust from his trousers, and turned back into the shop. Xiaohe drifted down the stairs, her red padded jacket glowing like a flame in the sunlight. "Brother Chen, is Aunt Zhang's cold shrimp jelly delicious?" "Yes." "Will you drink it tomorrow?" "Yes. Every day." Xiaohe smiled, the hem of her red jacket fluttering in the wind. Xiaoyan also drifted down from upstairs, holding the candy wrapper picture. "Uncle, look. I changed your face a bit. Before it didn't look like you, but now it does." Chen Ping'an looked at himself in the picture. The eyes were made of candy wrappers, the nose was made of candy wrappers, and the mouth was also made of candy wrappers. It did look like him. Especially the mouth. It was crooked. His mouth was indeed crooked. "It looks like me. Very much like me." Xiaoyan smiled and hung the picture back on the wall. Chen Ping'an walked to behind the counter and took out a packet of crispy noodles from the drawer. Lin Imo walked in from the backyard, the ghost-slaying blade in hand. "Master, you're eating that again." "Last packet. Really, the last one." Lin Imo looked at him and said nothing. He sheathed the blade, sat down in a chair, picked up the copy of the three-character classic, turned to the first page, and began to recite. "At the beginning of life, nature is good. Nature is similar. Habit makes them differ." His voice was not loud, but clear. Xiaohe floated over beside him and recited along. Xiaoyan also floated over, reciting with them. Three voices, two spirits, and one living person, blended together, crisp and bright like spring wind chimes. Chen Ping'an leaned back in his chair and looked at the character for fortune on the wall. It was crooked and uneven, but it stayed there, posted before the new year and still hanging after. He looked at it for a while and closed his eyes. The black cat crouched on the counter, its tail swaying lazily. Its purring was loud like an old engine running steadily. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the counter, on the character for fortune, on the candy wrapper picture, and on every face.